billions of people worldwide are transported to the cycle world. While others are still worrying about whether they can awaken their talents, Su Rue alone awakens 3 SSS-level talents: Endless Devour, Super Conversion, and Insightful Eyes. Devour successful, player obtains S-level talent. Successfully devoured, player acquires SSS tier talent. Successfully devoured the Demon Winged Dragon, obtained Dragon Wings. Successfully devoured the Child of Space-Time, gain time and space abilities. Conversion successful, your Sword of Light has been transformed into the Divine Sword of Light. Transformation successful, your Flame Armor has been converted into Fire God Armor. The Eye of Insight has detected a divine level treasure ahead. Welcome to the Cycle World. This is a world filled with danger and opportunity, where you have the chance to become a supreme being, attain immortality, or lose your life at any moment. Good luck to you all. Still in his sleep, Su Rue suddenly heard these words in his ears. Thinking it was just a dream, he impatiently turned over and continued sleeping. But why is the bed so hard? Wait, where's my blanket? Su Rue jolted awake. He reached for himself and realized he wasn't covered by anything, and his clothes had been replaced with plain white linen. The Heavenly Tao has assigned you to number 250 Beginner's Village. Each Beginner's Village accommodates 2,000 people. A completely emotionless notification sounded once more in Su Rue's mind. Then, Su Rue realized that he was in a simple wooden hut, with no furniture except for the wooden bed he was lying on. As an anime fan and avid bookworm, Su Rue quickly realized that he had crossed over into another world. At the same time, a panel appeared in his mind. Name Su Rue. Attack 7. Defense 0. Speed 9. Level 10100. This thing seems somewhat like a game, Su Rue mused. I just wonder how these stats measure up. Do they count as extraordinary talent? While Su Rue was still pondering, messages kept popping up in the chat box at the bottom left corner of the panel. What on earth is going on? I was just having breakfast at home when I got dragged into this. Based on my years of watching TV dramas, I'd say we've been exiled to some unfamiliar world. Of course, that goes without saying. The question is, what do we do now? That guy who called himself the Heavenly Tao just said this world is full of killing and danger. At this moment, Su Rue noticed that every player's chat messages came with their real name and avatar completely unedited, without any filters or makeup, exactly as they appeared in the Beginner's Village. Su Rue glanced at his own handsome and dashing face, feeling quite satisfied. When it came to looks, he had always been confident. Woo-woo, am I about to die right now? This time, the speaker was a cute and delicate-looking girl. As soon as she spoke, a group of warm-hearted guys immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Don't be afraid, Sister Wang Lan. I'm here. I can protect you. Don't worry, girl. With me, Li Chang here, no one can harm you. After a brief moment of panic, everyone gradually calmed down and accepted the fact that they were in a different world. Hey, what are your stats like? My attack is 9, defense 0, and speed 5. Someone started calling out their numbers, and others followed suit by sharing their own stats. Looking at the reported numbers, Su Rue concluded. Most people's attack stats were around 10, speed around 6, and defense was uniformly 0. These were likely the stats of an average adult. The only advantage he had was in speed, while his attack power was even weaker than that of an ordinary person. Blame it on my usual lack of exercise. But speed is his forte. Su Rue was once the school sprint champion. At this moment, the voice of heavens will resonated in everyone's minds once more. At that moment, the voice of the Heavenly Tao once again sounded in everyone's heads. After 2 minutes, players can draw the Newbie gift pack. The pack contains basic weapons and items, and has a chance of awakening natural skills. I'm going to draw a Newbie gift pack. I hope I get a talent. Ugh, it says there's a chance of awakening a talent, but according to my understanding of the lottery mechanism, a 1% chance would be good. I really hope I can draw a talent skill. I'm willing to use 10 years of my life for a talent. The chat box was a mess, without a doubt. Everyone hoped that they could draw a talent skill. Su Rue was also nervous at this time. He didn't ask to be able to awaken a talent. He only hoped that what he drew wasn't too bad. After all, he also knew that his luck was really not good. He had never drawn even another bottle of the drink. 2 minutes quickly passed, and a treasure chest also appeared in front of everyone. Su Rue looked at the treasure chest in front of him, didn't open it immediately, but folded his hands together and silently prayed in his heart. Perhaps the treasure chest waited impatiently, shook twice and directly opened automatically. From inside flew out 3 dazzling golden lights straight to Su Rue's head. Buzz! The golden light didn't enter Su Rue's mind. At the same time, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded again in his mind. Congratulations to the player for awakening the SSS rank talent Endless Devouring, the SSS rank talent Super Transformation, and the SSS rank talent Eye of Insight. I'm going. No wonder I was so unlucky before. It turns out that the luck was all saved up here. Su Rue exclaimed from his heart, and at the same time, his heart burst with ecstasy. He hurriedly clicked on his talent to check the introduction. The highest level talent in the world of reincarnation. According to past experience, any player who awakens a SSS level talent has become the master of a side of heaven and earth. So powerful? Then if I awaken 3 at once, wouldn't I be going against the heavens? Su Rue's breath became short as he immediately started checking the talent function again. Endless Devouring. Can devour all living creatures to transform them into its own battle power. Super Transformation. Can transform any item. Eyes of Insight. See through the essence of everything. Note: the effect of the talent will be increased according to the level of the player. This is too powerful. After reading the talent introduction, Su Rue could not hold back the excitement in his heart. He couldn't wait to try the power of these 3 major SSS level talents. However, now that he was in the wooden house, there were neither creatures for him to devour nor items to transform around him. He had no choice but to unleash the only available talent, the Eye of Insight. At once, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Newbie Village Wooden Hut. Resting here has double the effect of restoring physical strength. Such a shabby wooden hut even had such an effect. At this time, the voice of the heavenly Tao coldly rang in Su Rue's ears. Reminder: player awakened SSS level talent will obtain a brand new upgrade system. A brand new upgrade system? What is this thing? Su Rue immediately looked towards his panel again, only to see that the level column was still level 1, only that the numbers behind it had changed. Level 1050. What's the situation? Wasn't it still 100 before? Now it had actually directly doubled down to 50. Doesn't it mean that one only needs to spend half of someone else's experience to upgrade? This is too strong. Announcement: this time, all the newbie packs have been distributed, and the total number of awakened talents in Newbie Village number 250 is 4. At this moment, the chat box exploded once again. The chance of awakening is 1%. Only 4 people have awakened in a Newbie Village of 2,000 people. Yes, this is too pitiful. Only then did Su Rue realize that the entire novice village only had 4 people awakened. At the same time in his heart there was a burst of darkness. The original awakening talent only had 4 people, let alone awakening SSS level talent had a few. At this time, someone started to say, "Awakening talent of the 4 big brother out to show your talent are what?" Once this was said, a large number of people followed the uproar, wanting to see which 4 lucky people had awakened their talents. Chapter 2, Group Function opens. A handsome man with an avatar of a 27 or 28-year-old, Zhang Yuanshan, said in the chat box, "My awakened talent is Defense Aura, which is able to add a layer of defense to the target." After saying that, Zhang Yuanshan added, "To tell you the truth, the talent I awakened is an F-rank talent, which is the worst of the talents." "Oh, so there are grades for talents as well." Zhang Yuanshan enthusiastically explained to everyone. Yes, the talent grades in order from low to high are F, E, D, C, B, A, and above that, there are also S-rank talents, and I don't know about the ones further up, the Heavenly Tao doesn't say. Heavens! So there are so many more grades of talents, so those high-grade talents must be very exaggerated and perverse. I really don't know what kind of people are those who can awaken S-grade talents. According to this odds, I'm afraid that only 1 out of tens of millions of people can awaken an S-grade talent. No matter what, you're also the lucky one amongst us, a 1 in 500 probability. So it turns out that my talent level is so high, it's not even written in the introduction, Su Rue secretly sighed. At this time, another beautiful woman with good looks but a cold and arrogant temperament, Gu Haitang, said in the chat box, "I have awakened a D-level talent, Healing." This one didn't need to be explained for everyone to know what it meant. This is a nurse, everyone should protect Miss Gu Haitang. At once, a large group of people came out shouting to protect people. It wasn't just because she had awakened her talent, but also because Gu Haitang was just too pretty, her face value not losing out to those movie stars. But after Gu Haitang said this, She didn't pay any more attention to these people. After these people gradually quieted down, another person who had awakened a talent stood out. I've awakened a C-rank talent, Thunderbolt. His name was Zhou Yi, and his avatar appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, with sharp angles and a lofty aura revealed between his brows. As soon as he opened his mouth, he instantly drew a ton of bragging rights. This was a C-rank talent. It was 2 levels higher than Zhang Yuanshan's defense aura and 1 level higher than Gu Haitong's healing. I'll go, a C-rank talent. This one is definitely strong. Thunderbolt. Is Big Brother Zhou Yi able to control thunder and lightning like Thor? Worship Big Brother. From now on, little brother will hang out with you. Brother Zhou Yi. Sister, I'm going to hang out with you too. At once, the chat box was full of bragging. However, these 2 gifted awakened behind them were not as enthusiastic as Zhang Yuanshan. Gu Haitang was as cold as an iceberg, and Zhou Yi was incredibly arrogant, with no one in sight. The 3 of the awakened talents had all revealed themselves, leaving only Su Rue, but he didn't intend to reveal himself. What he had awakened was a SSS-level talent. This would be too appalling if he said it out loud, and it was better to keep a low profile until he had grown up. When the crowd saw that the 4th awakened person was slow to reveal himself, they couldn't help but urge him on. Who is the other big man with awakened talent? Come out and let us worship him. It couldn't be because the talent is too strong, so he doesn't dare to reveal it casually. Someone guessed. When Su Rue saw this sentence, his heart tightened. At this time, Zhou Yi said, Che, I think maybe the talent is too weak, so he doesn't have the face to stand out. Big Brother Zhou Yi is right. His talent definitely can't compare to yours. That must be the case. Big Brother Zhou Yi is a C-rank talent. Who can match that? At this point, Zhou Yi already had the hidden meaning of being the number 1 person in the 250 novice village, and no matter what he said, there would be people below him who would agree. This made him a bit fluttery as well. Su Rue, however, quietly breathed a sigh of relief and followed and chimed in. It must be garbage talent that doesn't dare to come forward. Announcement. The wooden house has been opened. You can familiarize yourselves with the weapons and talents in the novice village square. As soon as the words fell, Su Rue saw the door of the wooden house open by itself. With that, Su Rue walked out from the wooden house. The other people also walked out of the wooden house one after another and flocked to the huge square in the center of the novice village. Su Rue, who had just walked out of the door, suddenly thought of something. Everyone had extracted something, either weapons, items, or talents. If he himself didn't have anything, it would be a bit unreasonable. The sharp-eyed Su Rue saw a broken broom placed next to his wooden house at a glance. Su Rue unleashed the talent. Eye of Insight on it again. A useless broken broom, use it to clean. A line of words floated in front of Su Rue's eyes, the contents of which only he could see. Good. You're it. Su Rue took the broom and walked towards the square outside. This square was large enough to accommodate 2,000 people from the novice village. The ground of the square was paved with huge and neat stones, and there was a high platform in the center. At this moment, the plaza was bustling with people everywhere, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Unsurprisingly, these people were all holding various cold weapons. There were iron swords and short knives, as well as spears and long knives, as well as bows and arrows and shields. There were also people wearing strange necklaces or bracelets around their necks, constantly showing them off to others. Su Rue opened his eye of insight on these people. In an instant, text messages all over the eyes came out, blocking Su Rue's line of sight. The contents were all the names, levels, attacks, and various other basic information of these people. It was dazzling to see Su Rue, but after some operations, Su Rue gradually familiarized himself with the method of using the Eye of Insight. A strong man scratched his head and said, "Hey, what did you all draw? I only drew an iron sword. My luck is really bad." Su Rue placed his gaze on the iron sword in his hand. Iron sword. Attack +4. The man next to him with a bad look on his face said, "Yours is considered good. The one I drew was a novice short sword, which is said to be the most trashy of the raffle items this time. Novice short knife. Attack +2. I just saw someone in the chat box draw a basic jewelry, a bracelet that actually adds 10 points of attack power. 10 points of attack power? Even Su Rue couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His attack power was only 7 points in total. It seemed like those trinkets were even stronger than weapons. Reminder: all players have 1 hour to form a group, and will not be able to do so when the time expires. At this moment, there was an additional team-up option in everyone's interface. Oh my god. It's even possible to form a team. Is there any big brother to take me? I will shout 666. I'm also begging for a team. I'm a softie. Is there a powerful brother who can take me on a lie down? Click. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down from the sky, directly striking the stone floor of the square. A stone was given a tiny crack as well as scorched black marks. Ah! Some of the timid girls on the scene were scared to the point of screaming. Oh my god! What is this thing? Only to see a figure dashing from the crowd and jumping onto the high platform, while electricity flashed in his palm. This is the C-rank talent I was awakened with, thunder and lightning. The higher the rank, the more powerful the lightning will be. Joey jumped onto the stage and said, so that means I'll be even stronger in the future. Anyone who wants to team up with me, hurry up and sign up now. As soon as his words fell, a wave of enthusiastic sign-ups erupted from the scene. Me. Big brother Joey, pick me. Pick me. Big brother. My base value is high. Wow. Big brother Joey is so handsome. Can you let my little sister join your team? Originally, they had only learned in the chat box that Joey's awakened talent was strong. They hadn't seen it with their own eyes. And with the hand Joey had just displayed, it made them truly understand how powerful the talent was. I only take in the strong. The weak are not worthy of teaming up with me. Joey stood on the high platform and looked at the people below with contempt. This move also caused many people inwardly to turn against him. Chapter 3 Transformation Success. Attacks doubled. Grouping up as usual, the three players who had awakened their talents naturally became the meat and potatoes of the novice village. And all the other people around them began to look for their grouping partners. At this time, someone noticed Su Rue next to him. Seeing that he was holding a broken broom without a weapon, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey buddy, what did you draw? It can't be a talent." As soon as the words fell, the people around him all looked over. They had been guessing who the last person who drew a talent and didn't show his face was. Even if the other party drew the most trashy F-rank talent, it was still much stronger than those of them who drew basic weapons. I drew this. Only to see Su Rue raise the broken broom in his hand with a natural expression. The person who asked the question stared at the broom in Su Rue's hand and froze for a few seconds, and the other people similarly froze looking at the broom. Soon, someone couldn't hold it in, and fierce laughter erupted from the scene. Haha. I didn't see it wrong. Isn't this the broom for sweeping the floor? Haha. It's still true. I thought I was unlucky enough. I didn't expect someone to be even more unlucky than me. Those of us who are even more unlucky at least have a weapon. You won't have to fight with a broom later. I think you shouldn't leave the novice village either. Stay here and clean up for us. After seeing Su Rue's broken broom, those people who were still complaining just now had a lot of balance in their hearts. Su Rue could feel all kinds of gazes thrown around him. There were those who were glad, those who were gloating, and there were also those who were encouraging him in the crowd. Humph, waste! A cold humming sound rang out. Su Rue searched for the sound and looked. The one who spoke was precisely that Joey who had awakened the talent of thunder and lightning. He stood on the high platform and scornfully swept a glance at Su Rue with a mocking smile on his face. Su Rue's eyes were waveless, only awakening a C-grade talent and dared to be so arrogant. When the time comes to die, he doesn't even know how to die. Right now, I'm too lazy to take care of him. When I'm strong enough to pinch him to death, it's as simple as pinching an ant to death. Forget it, he doesn't even have a weapon. Let's not team up with him. Yeah, what's the point of having him without a weapon? It was natural to group up with people who all wanted to be stronger than themselves. Those who were strong only needed to wait for others to come to them to form a team, and could even pick a team at will. The weaker ones could only look around for someone to take a class with, and team up with people who were also weak. And those women who were fairly good-looking didn't worry about finding a team. Su Rue, who hadn't exposed his talent, was naturally the weakling, but he didn't look for someone to team up with, because teaming up would definitely expose his talent. And in his opinion, he had 3 SSS-level talents, so what team was there to form? He directly went solo. However, Su Rue also found a problem at this time, regardless of those who drew trinkets or talents. They at least have a novice short sword, and they really have nothing except talent. Is it really necessary to fight with a broom? Su Rue was slightly bitter and cursed the heavens. Even the 3 SSS-level talents were given to himself. He actually couldn't even give up a novice short sword. No! This iron sword is for you. Suddenly, a voice rang in Su Rue's ears. He looked up and a beautiful woman with a clear look and a sweet smile handed over an iron sword in her hand. Su Rui remembered her. She was the one who gave himself encouragement in the crowd just now. After a short period of being stunned, Su Rui asked, "You gave me the weapon? What are you going to do?" The clear beauty pointed to the other iron sword she was carrying on her back and said, "I was lucky and drew 2 iron swords in the lottery." Only then did Su Rui realize that she really had another one on her back. He also stopped being pretentious and reached out to take the iron sword. He really needed a weapon. He couldn't really fight demonic beasts with a broom. "Thank you. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely return you a better one," Su Rui said very seriously. At this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude. This was simply a gift of charcoal in the snow for him. The beauty smiled. "Good. Then I'll wait for you to become stronger. My name is Lin Xiaolu. What's your name?" "My name is Su Rui." Su Rui straightened his waist and said, "I'll remember." Lin Xiaolu nodded. She then said with slight regret, "Unfortunately, our team is already full. Otherwise, I could have invited you to our team." Just now, someone had already found out that each team could only have a maximum of 10 members. Su Rui also said a word of regret, but in his heart, he was relieved. He didn't want to team up with others. If Lin Xiaolu really invited him, he really didn't know how to refuse. After the two said goodbye, Lin Xiaolu returned to her team. Someone in the team asked in confusion, "Xiaolu, why are you helping him?" "I just looked and our weapons are all durable." "Yeah, if you can't use it, you can still sell it to someone else. An iron sword is much stronger than a novice short sword." There were quite a few people who drew weapons that were novice short swords with +2 attack, which was twice as bad as the iron sword with +4 attack. "It doesn't matter. Don't I still have one here?" Lin Xiaolu smiled indifferently. A player who was also a girl spoke up and said, "Xiaolu, you couldn't have given him the iron sword because you saw how handsome he was." Lin Xiaolu's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip and bumped the other party with her shoulder. "Not at all. Don't talk nonsense. Okay?" On the other side, Su Rui, who had gotten the iron sword, realized that his SSS rank talent, super transformation, this skill lit up. This showed that he could unleash his talent on the iron sword. This made Su Rui impatiently return to his wooden house, ready to try it out. In the wooden house, Su Rui held the iron sword and looked at it again and again, and with a thought, he directly unleashed super transformation on the iron sword. As Su Rui activated his talent, the ordinary iron sword began to change. The body of the sword changed from bright white to grayish white, and the hilt of the sword also gained a bit more of an ancient flavor. Transformation successful. Iron sword transformed into secondary Shen iron sword. Attack power +8. "I'll go. The attack power has actually doubled." Su Rui was incomparably excited. The attack power of this secondary Shen iron sword was a little higher than his own attack. Su Rui, who was holding the Shen iron sword, now had an attack power of 15 points. This value was definitely considered to be at the middle to upper level in a novice village of 2,000 people. Can it be transformed again? Su Rui immediately tried. Conversion failed. Player level too low. Surprisingly, it failed. It seems that he has to wait until his level reaches a certain level before he can transform again. Su Rui didn't try again, and directly put the secondary Shen iron sword on his back and walked out of the wooden house. Each of them had a place to put their weapons on the back and waist of their cloth clothes. Announcement. Newbie Village is now open. All players will have 2 days to level up. 2 days later, a collective task for the novice village will be randomly selected. Task completion will be rewarded based on the level of the task, and task failure will be wiped out collectively. This is too scary, right? Failing to be wiped out collectively? Looks like we all need to work hard to level up, or else everyone will suffer if the mission fails. Yeah, this is a collective mission. We all need to be united. After the novice village opened, the light shield that enveloped the entire novice village disappeared. Chapter 4. Soloist Title. Battle Strength Increase. After the shroud of light disappeared, a burly man walked directly towards the outside of the novice village. "Hey, Wu Meng, where are you going?" "Not teaming up with everyone else." Someone spoke up and called out to him. The others also looked at him. The long-handled greatsword in his hand was very eye-catching. Very few people in the novice village could draw this kind of large weapon. Wu Meng directly turned around. "Didn't you guys see the hints on the group? The experience of killing demonic beasts together will be split among the team members, so it would be better for me to fight the monsters by myself so that I can upgrade faster." But can you do it alone? Someone questioned. Wu Meng immediately revealed a proud look. To tell you the truth, I am a martial arts school instructor, practicing martial arts since I was young. With my bare hands, 3 or 5 people couldn't get close to me. Not to mention that I have this now. Su Rui glanced at him and unleashed the Eye of Insight. Name Wu Meng. Level 1. Attack 20. Defense 0. Speed 7. How was his attack power so exaggerated? Immediately afterward, Su Rui placed his eyes on the Guandao in his hand. Long-handled sword. Attack power plus 6. This was the highest attack power Su Rui had seen among the basic weapons. Su Rui nodded and muttered, "No wonder. It looks like he has 14 points of basic attack power alone, which is exceptional in itself. Bulls and sheep are the only ones that flock together. Fierce beasts always walk alone." After leaving these words behind, Wu Meng walked out of the novice village with a large sword in his hand in a dashing manner. These words made a portion of the people feel like they were pumped with chicken blood. That's right, with this power bracelet, my attack power is twice that of an ordinary person. What's the point of forming a team? I'll just do it directly with the demonic beasts. That's right, I also want to meet these demonic beasts outside now to see how strong they really are. Su Rui, on the other hand, felt that things were not that simple, since the rules said that 10 people could form a team. Then the demonic beasts outside must need them to unite in order to deal with them. Otherwise, what's the point of forming a team? Ah! Soon, a mournful scream outside the novice village rushed to the distance. Reminder: Newbie village Wu Meng was killed by a level 1 demonic beast rodent rat. What? Dead? How long has he been out? Or was he killed by a level 1 demonic beast outside the village? The unemotional beeping tone brought back to reality those who were still treating this place as a game. This game was full of dangers, and the key thing was that people would really die. I'm going. Who's teaming up with me? I'm strong. No more solo, no more solo. I want to team up. The few people who were yelling about going solo just now were all scared out of their wits at this moment. One by one, they all started looking for teammates. Soon, the 2,000 people in the novice village had basically all formed a team, and a few powerful teams took the lead to walk out of the novice village. The remaining teams also gradually followed out of the novice village. In the square, Su Rui was the only one who didn't have a team, even though Wu Meng's death had also caused a considerable impact on him. But he was still unwilling to expose his talent to form a team. Only after these people had gone far away did Su Rui walk towards the outside of the novice village. The moment he stepped out of the novice village, a ray of light from the sky shone directly on his body. Player chooses to form a group alone and obtains the title Solo Traveler. Title bonus: Attack plus 5, Speed plus 5. Reminder: when a character reaches level 5 and has yet to join a team, the title will be automatically upgraded to Lone Ranger. I'll go. It directly gave 10 points of attributes. Su Rui looked at his panel attributes. Attack 20. Speed 14. This attribute was already at the top level in the novice village. As the attributes increased, Su Rui also felt himself becoming different. He felt that his body was much lighter and at the same time full of strength. This was probably the effect brought about by the increase in attributes, showing that these attributes were really able to bring about an increase in strength. But in that case, that Wu Meng should have this title as well. But he who had gained 10 points of attribute increase still died at the hands of a level 1 demonic beast. This made Su Rui more vigilant and didn't relax and be careless just because his strength became stronger. After walking out of the novice village, he saw the scene outside. In front of the novice village was a not too big or small grassland. In the distance there was a piece of forest, and from time to time there would be a few roars of wild beasts. He had just stepped out of the novice village not too far away when he realized that his surroundings were a mess. There were red bloodstains everywhere, as well as traces of battle. On the ground lay the corpses of rodent rat after rodent rat, some of which had even been smashed, leaving only the remains of their bodies. These rodent rats were as big as rabbits, and their teeth and claws were even sharper. In the seemingly calm grassland, there were so many rodent rats hidden underground. Su Rui immediately used the Eye of Insight and swept the corpses of the rodent rats. Level 1 demonic beast rodent rats. Group-dwelling creatures, often active underground, good at launching sneak attacks from underground. Group-dwelling creatures, also good at sneak attacks. No wonder Wu Meng had a bad encounter just after leaving the novice village. So many rodents, even if Wu Meng was strong, he couldn't fight them. Luckily, the novice village had a lot of people and directly flattened the rodents' territory. Otherwise, Su Rue would probably have to follow in Wu Meng's footsteps. He approached a rodent rat corpse that was still intact and directly launched his talent Endless Devouring. Immediately, a tiny white light flew out from the rodent rat's corpse and surged into Su Rue's body. Devouring success. Speed +1. I'm going. One rodent rat could add a little bit of speed attribute. Then with so many rodent rat corpses, wouldn't one be invincible? Su Rue started devouring without saying a word. Devoured successfully. Speed +1. Devour successfully. Speed +1. However, when Su Rue was about to devour the fourth rodent rat, a prompt suddenly popped up. Reminder: player level is too low. Currently each level 1 demonic beast can only be devoured 3 times. So that's how it was. Su Rue remembered that his talent had notes before. His SSS level talent would be raised according to the level, and currently it seemed that each type of demonic beast could only be devoured 3 times. Only after the level was raised and the endless devouring underwent a metamorphosis would he be able to increase the upper limit. But at this stage he was already very content. Su Rue, who had raised 3 points, his speed attribute came to 17 points, which was already almost 3 times the speed attribute of an ordinary person. He also felt his own speed, which was visible to the naked eye, had increased a bit. At this time, the Heavenly Dao's relentless prompt sounded again. Novice village Wanglan was killed by the level 1 demon beast rodent rat king. Wanglan. Wasn't this the girl who cried that she didn't want to die in the beginning? It seems that the warm men she was teamed up with didn't protect her well. In this world, you have to rely on yourself after all, Su Rue lamented. Novice village Zhouyong was killed by a level 1 demon beast rodent rat king. What? Another one died. Is this rodent rat king so strong? Not long after, a message popped up in the chat box. Damn it. Where did this big black rat come from? Our team has already gotten 2 kills from it. Yeah, this big rat's kung fu of hiding can be too powerful. It makes people unable to defend themselves, and it leaves right after the fight. It doesn't fight us hard at all. I also encountered it just now. If it wasn't for Brother Zhang Yuanshan giving me a defense aura, I might have been killed as well. Zhang Yuanshan also stepped forward at this time and enthusiastically reminded, everyone should be careful. This rodent mouse king is very strong and specializes in sneak attacks. Everyone try not to spread out. It seems that we have to be careful. Su Rue carefully continued to walk forward. Chapter 5: Killing the Rodent Rat King. It didn't take long before Su Rue realized that there was a human corpse lying in front of him. It was none other than Wu Meng, who was still in high spirits before. Now he no longer had the same momentum that he had just had. His neck had been bitten through, and the ground was covered in oozing blood. There were also the corpses of several rodent rats around, as well as traces of a fight. These traces were all cut out by the big knife. It seemed that Su Rue had guessed correctly. Wu Meng, who was so powerful and had such a fierce attack, would die so quickly at the hands of a level 1 demonic beast. It was all because these rodent rats were all attacking in groups and the individual rodent rats were not strong. Otherwise, with Wu Meng's strength, it would have been more than enough for one person with a large sword to fight an ordinary wolf. When Su Rue got close to his corpse, he realized that his endless devouring talent actually lit up. I didn't expect that this talent could even devour a player's corpse. With a thought, Su Rue unleashed endless devouring on Wu Meng. Devouring success. Attack +3. I'm going. 3 points of attributes from one person. It seemed like the stronger the target, the more the devouring bonus. Unfortunately, the great sword by Wu Meng's side was already gone, and it was obvious that someone had already come here and taken away his weapon. Otherwise, if that great sword fell into Su Rue's hands, he could still unleash a super transformation on it. I don't know what the big knife with +6 attack power would be transformed into. Su Rue swept his eyes around. There was nothing valuable here anymore. He was about to leave and prepare to move towards the large force of the novice village. For Su Rue, the corpses of those demonic beasts were treasures. As long as he followed behind these people to pick up the corpses, it would be fine. But right at this moment, a small earth bag that moved appeared in the distance. The small earth bag quickly approached towards Su Rue and stopped at a place that was roughly 10 meters away from him. After Su Rue realized it, he pulled out the secondary Xian iron sword behind his back at the first moment and looked at this moving earth pack with a nervous face. Boom! Suddenly, a huge black giant rat emerged from the small hill bag. It was over a meter long, and its hair stood on its body like steel needles. At this moment, it was staring at Su Rue with blood-red eyes. It was these damned humans that had killed quite a few of its kind and had even seriously injured it. Su Rue was similarly staring at it with his eye of insight. Level 1 Demon Beast Rodent Rat King. The king among rodents, one of the most powerful level 1 demon beasts, specializes in drilling the ground and is extremely fast. Rodent Rat King. It was the one that killed 2 of his compatriots. I didn't expect that the first demonic beast he encountered was so strong, and Su Rue didn't have full certainty of defeating it. Boom! Only to see that the Rodent Rat King completely drilled out of the ground and ran wildly towards Su Rue. The speed was really fast, almost in the blink of an eye it came close to Su Rue. Roar! It opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Su Rue. Su Rue immediately rolled over towards the side, slightly woefully dodging the blow. It also made the Rodent Rat King pounce. Only then did Su Rue realize that this Rodent Rat King was covered with wounds, and one of its front claws was cut off. It seemed that it had been seriously injured by the others. The Rodent Rat King that had lost a front paw had also lost its most advantageous speed. Otherwise, it would definitely be much faster. All injured like this, and still dares to come over to provoke me, you really think I'm easy to bully? Su Rue tightly gripped the secondary Shen iron sword and stood up again. The Rodent Mouse King failed in one strike and immediately turned around and pounced towards Su Rue again. Su Rue also dodged towards the side once again, but this time he was much more skillful. Not only did he land gracefully, but he also waved his secondary iron sword and slashed at the Rodent Rat King's back. The sharp blade of the sword directly cut a hole in the Rodent Rat King's fur, revealing the bright red flesh inside. Su Rue, who had increased his various attributes, felt that his control over his body had also strengthened. The reaction speed was even far more than before. Ow! The Rodent Mouse King received a painful blow as it turned its head to angrily stare at this human who had injured him again. This human was stronger than the ones it had encountered, especially in terms of speed. Seriously injured, it was simply no match for this human in front of it in terms of speed. Without an advantage in speed, then it could not help this human. At that moment, it no longer hesitated and directly began to plow the ground, wanting to directly leave this place. Still want to run? A severely injured Rodent Mouse King sent to the door. Su Rue naturally wouldn't just let it go, only to see that he directly leapt up and stabbed towards the Rodent Rat King's back with his sword in both hands. Plop! This sword directly entered the Rodent Mouse King's back, and the secondary Shen iron sword pierced deeply into its body. Ow! The Rodent Mouse King let out a miserable scream. At this moment, it couldn't care about digging up the ground to escape anymore. It could only frantically run forward. However, at this moment, Su Rue was still on its back, his hands gripping the secondary Shen iron sword that had stabbed into its body. As it ran, it also wanted to get rid of Su Rue on its body. But Su Rue had a death grip on the hilt of the sword, and it was simply unable to get rid of Su Rue on its back. Moreover, the speed at which the Rodent Mouse King was running now was already less than a quarter of what it was at its peak. Still running? I'll see how long you can last. Saying that, Su Rue turned the hilt of his sword, and the blade of the sword turned in the Rodent Rat King's body at the same time. Ow! The Rodent Mouse King could no longer endure the pain, as well as the injuries on his body, and heavily collapsed on the ground dying. Now you can't run anymore. Su Rue pulled out the secondary Shen iron sword and leapt down from its back. At this moment, the Rodent Mouse King collapsed on the ground, staring at Su Rue with blood-red eyes. Its breath was very weak. Prepare to die. Su Rue carried his sword and walked towards the collapsed Rodent Rat King, ready to give it one last sword. Roar! The dying Rodent Rat King suddenly rose up and opened its bloody mouth to tear towards Su Rue. Seeing this scene, Su Rue didn't panic and didn't retreat, but held his sword with both hands and stabbed forward. Plop! The long sword pierced into the Rodent King's bloody mouth and directly penetrated its throat. The Rodent Mouse King's attack stopped, and then fell to the ground heavily. The pupils in its eyes gradually lost their luster, and its vitality was rapidly draining away. Hoo-hoo! Su Rue propped up his body with his sword and panted heavily. This was his first time fighting a demonic beast. Just now, his nerves had been in a tense state, and it wasn't until he saw the Rodent Mouse King fall that he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Killed level 1 demonic beast Rodent Mouse King. Experience value plus 30. Level 1, 30-50. Added 30 experience points. Killing some more rodent rats should be enough to level up. The experience for killing rodent rats was 5 points. This was what Su Rue learned from the chat box. Announcement. The Rodent Rat King has been killed. The novice grassland will no longer refresh the rodent rats. I go. This is too pitiful. Our team is still counting on brushing rodent rats here to level up more. Yes, the rodent rats were already almost brushed by us, and we couldn't find one in half a day. So now it's good. We don't expect to rely on the rodent rats to brush our experience. Who on earth killed the rodent rat king, causing us to run out of rodent rats to brush? Chapter 6 Rare Demonic Beast. In fact, Su Rue was the one who called it difficult. He didn't kill a single rodent rat, and he didn't eat a single rodent rat's experience. At this time, Zhang Yuanshan stood out and said, "All right, everyone stop arguing. I don't think there's anything wrong with killing the rodent rat king. It has already killed 2 of our members. If we don't get rid of it, who knows who will be next? Besides, who knows that after killing the rodent king, the rodent rats won't be refreshed? It's better for all of us to prepare and enter the forest together." Everyone was just complaining about it, but now that Zhang Yuanshan had stood up and said a fair word, naturally no one mentioned this matter anymore. Everyone began to discuss the matter of entering the forest. Nowadays, Zhang Yuanshan's status in the novice village had gradually overshadowed Zhou Yi, and this was mainly due to his personality. Su Rue looked at the huge black giant rat in front of him and launched endless devouring on it. Devouring success. Speed +3. Phew. Su Rue exhaled. It wasn't a waste of time. There were 3 points of speed attribute. He swept another glance at his panel attributes. Name Su Rue. Attack 23. Defense 0. Speed 20. Level 1. 30-50. Looking at the panel attributes, the corner of Su Rue's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This was already a top-tier existence in the novice village. He couldn't remember any level 1 player that had higher attributes than his current ones. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were some gifted people who didn't show off their attributes. Putting away the panel, Su Rue scanned the contents of the chat box. It was learned that quite a few weak teams were prepared to follow those powerful teams. Even though there was very little chance to gain experience this way, it was good to save their lives at least. Su Rue also decided to follow behind these people. After all, the more people there were, the more demonic beasts they killed, and he could pick up a good deal of experience at the back. Soon, based on the information in the chat box and the footprints on the ground, he locked the location where the large group entered the forest. The trees here were all extremely lush, and it was difficult for sunlight to shine in, so the environment inside was more gloomy. Su Rue removed the secondary Shen iron sword on his back and held it in his hand as he cautiously walked in. Even though his current attributes were high and his battle power was not bad, his defense was still 0. It would be bad if he was sneak attacked by the demonic beast. In short, everything was cautious. This place had been opened up by the large force to a road that could still be traveled, and Su Rue followed it, all the way forward. Novice Village Zhongjing was killed by level 1 demonic beast Grey Wolf. Novice Village Wujiang was killed by level 1 demonic beast Ring-tailed Snake. As Su Rue advanced forward, the Heaven's Path continuously prompted information about players being killed. Listening to these prompts, Su Rue's expression also became grave. It seemed that the forest was really much more dangerous than the novice grassland outside. Su Rue carefully walked a little further into the forest. At this time, he suddenly smelled the smell of blood from the air, which indicated that there must have been a battle around. The probability was that there might be corpses of demonic beasts. With his sense of smell and the traces around him, he pursued after some time. In a bush, the corpse of a wolf was found. Level 1 demonic beast Grey Wolf. Known for its speed, still agile in the jungle, possesses sharp claws and fangs. This wolf's body was littered with stab wounds, and there was also a wound in its throat from a bow and arrow. It was obviously surrounded by humans and was miserable. It seemed that this was the strength of the team. A wolf was simply powerless under the siege. Su Rue walked forward and directly launched his talent. Devouring success. Speed +2. Surprisingly, there were 2 points of attributes. It seemed that this gray wolf was stronger than the rodent rat. After devouring it, Su Rue once again raised his sword and pushed forward following the footsteps of the army. Soon, he encountered the corpses of 2 more gray wolves. The condition of these 2 gray wolves was similar to the previous one. Both were under siege. Su Rue didn't hesitate and directly devoured the attributes of the 2 gray wolves. This gained another 4 points of speed attribute. Now Su Rue's speed had come to a terrifying 26 points, which had even exceeded his attack power. He felt that if he ran now, he would be as fast as flying, and the gray wolf wouldn't even be able to catch up with him. This also increased his confidence, and if he encountered a demonic beast that he couldn't defeat, he could still directly sneak away. Suddenly, a loud noise and a human shout came from not far away. Quickly chase after it. Don't let it give a run for its money. This thing is given to be more valuable than a gray wolf. Don't worry. It's injured. It definitely won't be able to run for long. We can wear it out even if we consume it. Don't be careless. Archers continue to release arrows. Let's fight quickly to avoid a long night's sleep. These voices were not far from Su Rue and were still rushing towards here. It was believed that in a short while the people from their team would be able to arrive here. Su Rue didn't want others to discover him, so he found a bush to hide in. He had just stepped into the bush when a white shadow flashed out directly in front of him, extremely fast. But Su Rue still saw its true face. It was a white wolf that was snow white and did not have any other color on its body. Su Rue hurriedly launched his Eye of Insight. Level 1 Rare Demonic Beast White Wolf. Additional reward for killing. Rare Demonic Beast. There's an extra reward? Su Rue could not let this go. He directly leapt up from the bushes and chased after it with his sword. The white wolf was startled by the sudden appearance of Su Rue, and it immediately exploded all the potential in its body and ran forward furiously. But this also caused its wound to tear and blood flowed out from it. Su Rue was shocked in his heart when he realized that its speed had increased by a large margin again. His own speed was already fast, but the speed of this white wolf was even more terrifying. It definitely far exceeded the unusual gray wolf, worthy of being a rare demonic beast. But Su Rue's speed was not slow either, holding his sword and chasing hard in the jungle. Just like this, one person and one wolf were in the jungle. But the white wolf's body was wounded, and there was an arrow stuck in its hind leg, and the blood had already dyed part of its white fur red. It was like a plum blossom in the snow. Soon, the white wolf felt physically exhausted. It had been surrounded by multiple teams before. It had long been at the end of its strength, and coupled with the loss of blood, it knew that it couldn't shake off the humans behind it. It gradually slowed down and pulled in the distance from Su Rue. Seeing this, Su Rue knew that it couldn't run anymore, so he was ready to attack it when the distance was enough. But right at this moment, the white wolf that was running ahead suddenly turned back and directly pounced towards Su Rue. Su Rue instantly widened his eyes, while quickly placing his sword across his body. Clang! The white wolf's sharp claws and the long sword in Su Rue's hand collided together. At the same time, Su Rue was directly pounced on the ground due to the huge impact. The white wolf occupied an absolutely favorable position as it directly bit down towards Su Rue's throat. Chapter 7. Wisely Getting the White Spirit Fruit. The white wolf's bloody mouth was close at hand, and Su Rue had already felt a hot air coming to his face. However, he still maintained his calmness. His right hand grasped the long sword and violently stabbed at the white wolf's neck. Plop! The long sword directly penetrated the white wolf's neck horizontally, freezing all its movements in this instant. After all, it was Su Rue who was one step faster. Afterwards, he pulled out the long sword from the white wolf's neck and pushed its corpse away, lying on the ground and panting heavily. He almost lost his life just now, so he needed to take a breather. Moreover, when he chased the white wolf before, he had also used up a lot of physical strength. These two encounters had also made Su Rue understand not to underestimate any creature. Their desire for survival was extremely strong. If they were pushed to the limit, they would definitely come after you to fight for their lives. Killed level 1 white wolf. Experience value plus 50. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 2. Attack plus 10. Speed plus 10. Name Su Rue. Attack 33. Defense 0. Speed 36. Level 2, 3100. Leveling up unexpectedly added so many attributes. Seeing these additions, Su Rue stood up from the ground with a carp. He was able to feel the attributes and the huge boost it brought to himself. Player kills level 1 rare demonic beast, rewarded with a primary teleportation scroll. As soon as the words fell, a white light flashed. Su Rue then realized that he had an extra, brown leather scroll in his hand. Primary teleportation scroll? What is this for? Su Rue immediately unleashed his Eye of Insight, the elementary teleportation scroll. After using it, you can randomly teleport to any location within a 500-meter radius. Note: this scroll is a one-time item and will disappear after use. Anywhere within a 500-meter radius? This is an escape artifact. 500 meters is not far, but in this kind of jungle with extremely limited vision, 500 meters was enough to get rid of any pursuers, After all, the other party had no idea where you had teleported to. Damn it! How did this white wolf's speed become so fast? It's only been a while and we've lost sight of it. Follow the blood trail, it must not be able to run far. Not far away. A voice speaking interrupted Su Rui's thoughts. He knew that it was those who chased the white wolf, following the blood trail all the way. He immediately picked up his sword and walked over to the white wolf's corpse to unleash endless devouring. Devouring success. Speed +2. Attack +2. Not bad. Surprisingly, there were 4 points of attributes. After the devouring was completed, Su Rui immediately quickly left the place. He had picked up the other party's big advantage. It was better not to get into a fight with them. Su Rui's speed was so fast that he ran out a long way at once and stopped by leaning behind a tree. At this moment, messages kept popping up in the chat box. He couldn't help but open it and take a look. His grandma. Who the hell is it? Who shot our team's demonic beast? Son of a... Don't let me find you or I'll make you look good. Su Rui looked at these speeches, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He wasn't a saint by nature, of course he wanted to take advantage of this kind of cheapness that was sent to his door. What's more, currently it seemed that he was the only one in the entire novice village who didn't have a group. As long as there was a chance to become stronger, he would not let it go. It was also only by continuously getting stronger that he would be able to survive, otherwise he might be the next to die. No, I have to find more demonic beast corpses to devour and get stronger as soon as possible. With the encounter just now, Su Rui wanted to become stronger even more urgently. If Su Rui's speed had slowed down a bit more just now, then the one who would end up dead would probably be him. With a thought, he immediately opened the map and coordinates and started to look for the location of the large force. After the chase with the white wolf just now, Su Rui had already deviated from the route of the large troop. Luckily, there was the function of map on the system, but the map only showed the place where Su Rui had traveled. The rest of the place was pitch black, but with this alone Su Rui was able to smoothly return to the path he had just taken. Su Rui determined the route after looking at it for a while, and he began to advance towards the rear of the large army. After walking for a while, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance in the air. Strange. How could there be a fragrance in the forest? Could it be that there were still wildflowers here? Although Su Rui was curious, he had no intention of figuring out why. One must know that no one has been here before, and everywhere is full of dangers. Curiosity would kill people. He still followed the route he determined on the map. However, the further he went, the stronger the scent became, and the fresh scent turned into a sweet scent. This was the fruity fragrance. Su Rui sniffed it out at once. Could it be that there were fruit trees nearby? Now, even though the cautious Su Rui, he could not resist the temptation and began to search for the odor. Probably walking another dozen meters away, Su Rui found the fruit tree. The fruit tree was incomparably huge. The tree waist couldn't be hugged by 5 or 6 people. The branches and leaves were even more luxuriant, like a big umbrella that opened up. On the branches of the tree, there was a yellowish fruit of different sizes. Su Rui hurriedly swept a glance with his eye of insight. 100 years white spirit tree. Every 3 years it bears fruit and can grow white spirit fruit. White spirit fruit can enhance physical fitness and greatly restore physical strength after taking it for the first time. Enhance physical fitness and greatly restore physical strength. Good stuff. There are so many white spirit fruits here. Isn't this a fortune? Su Rui couldn't wait to walk over and was ready to start picking. Kirikou. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A sudden chittering sound rang out around him, directly startling Su Rui back. He instantly returned to the bushes and hid. It was then that he realized that there were quite a few white birds hovering above the white spirit tree. These birds were about twice as big as pigeons and had long, sharp, and long beaks. Level 1 Demon Beast White Spirit Bird. Lives near the white spirit tree. Prefers white spirit fruit. Characteristics: extremely protective of food, and good at attacking from the air, with a sharp beak. Looks like this is their territory. Su Rui carefully observed the surrounding situation. He was now only 7 or 8 meters away from the white spirit tree. At the branches below the white spirit tree, there were 5 or 6 crystal clear pale yellow fruits. Su Rui was certain that he could pocket these fruits in a few seconds. But how to escape afterward became a problem. Although his speed was fast, it wasn't faster than a flying bird yet. Su Rui frowned. Should he let go of this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity? Su Rui suddenly remembered that in his chest pocket. But there was still a teleportation scroll. A bold plan surfaced in his mind. only to see that he took out the teleportation scroll and set the direction and location of the teleportation. His gaze was then fixed on the white spirit birds, and after taking a deep breath, he directly ran out at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When the white spirit birds realized that there were outsiders invading, one by one, they immediately charged from above. And Su Rui's speed was equally fast. He rushed under the white spirit tree in the blink of an eye. After arriving under the tree, he quickly picked the 3 white spirit fruits that grew together. At this time, those white spirit birds had already swooped down and were approaching Su Rui at a fast speed. Su Rui's body was moving equally fast as he ran to another place where 3 fruits were growing together to pick them quickly. 1, 2. When picking the third one, Su Rui could already feel the sound of breaking wind behind him. He didn't dare to be greedy anymore and immediately gave the fruit a tight hold while his mind moved. Launch the scroll. Whoosh! Su Rui's figure, along with those white spirit fruits on his body, disappeared in place. Dang! 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 Quite a few white spirit birds couldn't break in time and crashed into the tree trunks like a white waterfall. The rest of these white spirit birds reacted and immediately stopped. At the same time, they were chattering incessantly, as if they were discussing where that person had just run off to. Chapter 8: Taking the Spirit Fruit. Physical Strength Enhancement. At the extreme distance of 500 meters away from the white spirit tree. Whoosh! Su Rui's body appeared accompanied by a blue light. Phew! It was really close. I almost got pecked by these broken birds. At this moment, he was holding 5 crystal clear fruits in his arms. The white spirit fruits were emitting an extremely tantalizing sweet aroma. Without thinking much, Su Rui directly grabbed a fruit and bit down. Wow! Really delicious. The white spirit fruit melted in his mouth and was incomparably sweet. Su Rui couldn't help but dry it out in 2 or 3 bites. The fruit flesh that he swallowed turned into a warm current that entered his body. His physique was changing, soothing and refreshing. Taking white spirit fruit, physique enhanced, attack +3, defense +1. Su Rui's eyes lit up. There was actually a defense attribute. This was extremely rare. Although it was only 1 point, it was even more exciting to him than 3 points of attack. Su Rui moved his body again. He could feel that his body had indeed become a little stronger. Moreover, originally, after running around for such a long time in 2 battles, his physical strength had been consumed by almost half. But now, after taking the white spirit fruit, he felt energized and full of strength again. It really was a drastic recovery of physical strength. He just didn't know if eating another one would add more attributes. Su Rui immediately launched his Eye of Insight to check the white spirit fruit in his arms. White spirit fruit. The first time you take it, it can strengthen your body and restore your physical strength. After that, taking it again will only restore your physical strength. Looks like it doesn't work, otherwise I would have eaten all the fruits on that tree. Then I wouldn't be invincible. After the boost just now, Su Rui couldn't wait to look at his panel again. Name: Su Rui. Attack: 38. Defense: 1. Speed: 38. Level: 2, 3100. Looking at these data, the corner of Su Rui's mouth rose slightly. So far, all the people who showed off their attributes in the chat box were not as high as his, and not even close. After all, the highest of their levels was only level 2, with 10 points of attributes added to attack and speed each. This was also because they needed 100 points of experience to level up to level 2, and being a team player, the experience was equally divided. With Su Rui's strength now, he had the confidence to single-handedly challenge any level 1 demonic beast. But Su Rui didn't take pride in this. After all, the truly strong would not openly show off. They were all silently upgrading. Afterward, he took the remaining 4 white spirit fruits and stuffed them into his chest pocket. He glanced down at his pecs. Slightly ostentatious. The white cloth clothes issued by the novice village. The pocket was on the chest inside the clothes. Su Rui had no choice but to put it there. Forget it. A big man doesn't bother about small things. After packing up, Su Rui continued to advance towards the rear of the large troop. Where the large troop walked by, it was relatively safe, and the most important thing was that there were demonic beast corpses to pick up. However, the level 1 Grey Wolf Su Rui had already devoured 3 of them and reached his limit. Now he could only find other demonic beast corpses to devour. Announcement. In 3 hours, the top 10 list of 250 novice villages' battle power will be announced, and those who are on the list will be rewarded. Battle power list? Su Rui's heart rejoiced when he saw it. He was very confident that he was on the list. After all, who has his perverted talent, Even if someone else rises to level 3, it's not as high as his attributes, right? At this time, the chat box was also on fire. It's time to announce the battle power list. We'll know who the strongest person in our novice village is by then. That's bound to be our boss Joey. To tell you the truth, our boss has already risen to level 2 and is impacting level 3. I'll go. Big boss Joey is already level 2? I'm only level 1? 3100. Many of the people in the novice village were at level 1. After all, it had only been a little over 2 hours now. At once, many people were bragging about Joey. Joey looked at the various brags about himself in the chat box, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Somewhere deep in the jungle, a middle-aged man with a stout figure carried the head of a boar. After looking at the announcement of the novice village, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Battle ranking? Kind of interesting. The very front of the large force of the novice village. 2 strong teams were at the front, leading the way, led by Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang, 2 strong awakened talents respectively. Although both of their awakened talents were on the supportive side. But this also greatly reduced the casualties in the team and played a very crucial role. Brother Yuanshan, you're so powerful, you'll definitely make the list. A young girl with clear eyebrows laughed. Zhang Yuanshan smiled similarly. Let's hope so. Let's continue to set off forward. But everyone should be careful. I can sense that the deeper we go inside, the more dangerous it will be as well. The people in the group nodded their heads. They all felt it as well. Although the demonic beasts inside were also level 1, they were much stronger in terms of combat power than the ones on the periphery. After a short rest, Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's team continued to go deeper inside. At this time, Su Rui had already returned to the back of the large group and started picking up monsters. Along the way, he encountered the corpses of 2 more ring-tailed snakes. After successfully devouring them, Su Rui gained another 4 points of attack attribute. As he walked, Su Rui realized that there were more footprints on the ground separating the large army. And there were also some footprints of wild beasts on the ground. So, there must have been a battle in front. Su Rui did not hesitate and immediately followed along the footprints. Most of the demonic beasts cleared by the large force were gray wolves and ring-tailed snakes. These 2 kinds of Su Rui had already devoured to the upper limit, so he could only find another way. A few minutes later, he followed these footprints to a swamp. There were no trees here, but there were weeds that were taller than a person, and there was also wet dirt on the ground, so if he wasn't careful, he would fall in. But the good thing was that a path had been stepped out in front. Su Rui carefully walked along the footprints. Soon, he saw a huge corpse in a depression. He was delighted in his heart, and only after he got closer did he realize that it was the carcass of a wild boar. Its body was more than double the size of a normal boar, and its tusks were even more enormous. Level 1 demonic beast wild boar. Thick skin, huge strength, but not flexible enough. Belongs to the stronger level 1 demonic beasts. Stronger level 1 demonic beast, it seems like this guy must have a lot of experience. Su Rui stretched out his hand and unleashed his talent Endless Devour. A white light flew towards him from the boar's body. Devouring success. Attack +3. Surprisingly, it had 3 points of attributes, so it seemed like its strength was on par with the rodent Mouse King. After the devouring was completed, Su Rui continued to follow the footsteps on the ground and entered the depths of the swamp. Anyway, someone was in front to scout the way for him. Su Rui wasn't too worried about the danger ahead. After walking for a while longer, he heard the sound of a fight coming from the front from afar. Su Rui bent down, accelerated his steps and quickly ran towards the direction of the fighting sounds. Soon, he came to the vicinity of the fight and found a bush to hide himself. He bent down and saw the fight in front of him through the gap in the grass. Chapter 9. Encountering Lin Xiaolu. It was a small team of 8 people besieging a berserk boar. Why do these people look so familiar? Su Rui rubbed his chin and thought. It's her. Su Rui saw a silhouette. It was none other than Lin Xiaolu, who had given herself an iron sword in the novice village. So it's their squad. No wonder it looks a bit familiar. At this moment, their 8-member squad, with a clear division of labor, consisted of 2 strong men holding shields who were fending off the boar's attack. While the member holding the short blade of the iron sword was constantly slashing at the legs of the boar, there were archers in the distance to harass. Su Rui remembered. The body of the boar he had just seen. Both of its hind legs had been chopped off, and it was covered in wounds. It seemed that their tactic was to make the boar unable to move first, and then start to surround him. That way it would be fish meat on the chopping board. At this moment, one of the boar's hind legs had been hacked to the point where it was dripping with blood. This also managed to enrage it, but fortunately it was not fast and one of its legs was seriously injured, while the human side had a shield that could withstand its attacks. As soon as the boar launched its attack, it was sure to be attacked from behind. The battle had entered a white heat, and the 8-man squad had the absolute upper hand. One of the boar's brakes was caught by the black-faced, knife-wielding man in the team, chopping off one of its hind legs in one fell swoop. "Well done, boss." "Awesome, boss." In the team, there was a burst of cheers, while their attack became more violent. The boar lost one of its hind legs and directly went limp on the ground, letting out a hissing roar. But this was all to no avail. Losing the ability to move, it completely lost its threat to the 8-man squad. The people with swords in their hands immediately went forward to wildly hack the boar on the ground. Under the crowd's siege, the boar didn't last long before it lost its breath. After killing the boar, the 8-man squad all gained experience. "Haha, great. I actually have 10 points of experience this time. How come I only have 3 points of experience? That's too little. Who made you always stand at the end when fighting monsters? Look at our boss duo fierce." "Boss, how much experience did you get this time?" someone asked. 20 points, the black-faced man said with a grin. "Wow, boss deserves to be the boss, to have so much experience." One of the girls revealed an adoring gaze. After their discussion, Su Rue then realized that the experience of their group fighting monsters was divided according to contribution. This was much fairer, avoiding those who worked hard to fight monsters and those who were paddling, getting the same experience. However, the experience they gained from teaming up was also pitifully small. After all, it took 8 people to share the experience of one demonic beast. But despite this, every one of them was still happy. This was much faster than picking up small monsters behind a large group to upgrade. "Alright, everyone, tidy up. We'll go find the next boar later," the black-faced man said as he swept the circle. After the battle just now, each of the 8-member squad also had different degrees of injuries. Even Lin Xiaolu and another girl had colors on their faces. Moreover, Su Rue remembered that when they were in the novice village, their team was full of 10 people, and now they had obviously lost 2 of their team members. They needed a reprieve after the battle just now, so they just sat down in place to recover their strength. This place is really the right place to come. The boar has 50 points of experience and it's not that hard to deal with. Yeah, after coming here, our experience has all grown very quickly. At this time, Lin Xiaolu sighed with a sad face. "Alas, it's just a pity that Shui Yong and Lu Ming and the others." Saying this, Lin Xiaolu lowered her head. The other people also looked sad after hearing this. The black-faced man walked over, patted Lin Xiaolu's shoulder and said, "Xiaolu, don't be too sad. This world is inherently full of dangers, and having casualties is inevitable." "I'm fine, big brother Hong," Lin Xiaolu said softly. Not far away, Su Rue, who was hiding in the grass rush, unleashed his eye of insight on the black-faced man. Name Hong Wanquan. Attack 25. Defense 0. Speed 15. Level 2. 23,200. His attributes are so low. Su Rue was a bit surprised. Just now when he fought against the boar, he was very fierce, which made Su Rue somewhat overestimate his strength. But this was already the strongest person in the 8-person squad. And Su Rue's current attribute panel was Attack 45, Defense 1, Speed 38, Level 2, 3,100. Attack was 20 points higher than him, and his speed was more than twice as high. No wonder Hong Wanchuan's speed was so slow just now. Now, with Su Rue's strength, it was easy enough to play with Hong Wanquan, and even killing a boar by himself was not a problem. After all, his speed was enough to be called perverted, and with the boar's speed, it couldn't even hurt him. However, he still had no intention of meeting up with these people. He only wanted to go and devour the attributes on the boar after these people had rested. But these people were obviously going to rest for a while, and Su Rue couldn't just keep catting around. He decided to first look around and see if there were any demonic beasts to fight, and then come here to devour the attributes in a while. However, just as he was slowly backing up, he coincidentally stepped on some dead grass on the ground and made a loud noise. "Who's there? Come out. Prepare to fight." The 8-member squad immediately made battle preparations. The young man who was holding a bow and arrow also raised his bow and arrow and aimed this way. Su Rue helplessly exhaled, slowly stepped out from the grass, and spoke. "Don't be nervous. I'm human. The 8 people on the opposite side didn't cause Su Rue any pressure. With his speed, he could actually easily get rid of them. But it wasn't like he had done anything wrong. Besides, he wasn't afraid of the other side. There was nothing to hide. Su Rue? Lin Xiaolu looked at Su Rue in surprise. Hong Wanquan looked at Lin Xiaolu and opened and asked, Xiaolu? You know him? Lin Xiaolu nodded. Well, he's my friend. Hearing this, the nervous crowd slowly relaxed, and the bow and arrow aimed at Su Rue was also released. Lin Xiaolu then asked, Why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? I saw footprints on the ground and followed them. My teammates are still waiting for me outside. Su Rue pointed in the direction of the jungle. Before Lin Xiaolu could speak again, another girl in the team said with a sudden realization, Oh, it's you. I said, why does it look familiar? Xiao Shui. Who is this person? How come I don't recognize him? The strong man holding the shield asked. Chan Shui and a few other members of the team then told the story of the novice village, and everyone understood why Lin Xiaolu knew Su Rue. Chen Shui revealed a bad smile again and said, You couldn't have secretly followed Xiaolu all the way and wanted to join our team, right? Chapter 10 Level 2 Demon Beast. But at this moment, the team's boss, Hong Wanquan, spoke up, No, our team already has enough people. One more person will only be a burden. 8 people in their team was already more than enough. In fact, most of the strongest teams only had 3 or 4 people. When there were too many people fighting demonic beasts, many of them couldn't intervene, especially some of the weaker ones, which would in turn drag down the entire team and be slow to upgrade. He had to think about the entire team. However, at this time, Lin Xiaolu looked at Hong Wanquan and said, Big brother Hong, Su Rue, it's dangerous for him to be here alone. Why don't we let him follow us? Seeing that Lin Xiaolu had spoken, Hong Wanquan didn't object anymore, but looked at the others. And when the other team members saw this, they didn't say anything. This world would treat good-looking people differently, especially a beautiful woman like Lin Xiaolu. Seeing that everyone was fine with it, Hong Wanquan said somewhat reluctantly, All right then, for the sake of Xiaolu, let you join our team. Who knows? Su Rue opened his mouth and said, No need. My teammates are waiting for me outside the swamp. I will be able to join them soon. He didn't want to team up with others at all. Not only would that expose his talent, but it would also slow down his progress. Lin Xiaolu frowned lightly and said with some concern, But this place is really dangerous. What if? Su Rue smiled indifferently. It's fine. Don't worry about me. Just now I also walked over alone. Now returning the same way, is it? Saying that, Su Rue directly turned around and left. Looking at Su Rue's departing back, Chan Shui pouted her lips. Really, Sister Xiaolu? You have invited him so much. He actually didn't come yet. He still has his own team. I'm just worried about his safety. At this time, someone joked, Xiaolu, why are you so attached to him? Is it because you're interested in him? How could I? Don't you talk nonsense, okay? Haha. Still saying no, your own face is red. Lin Xiaolu immediately covered her face. Her action also proved that she was vain. Haha. Everyone saw it, right? Still saying no. Hong Wanquan followed suit and laughed. Xiaolu, if I had known this, I would have forced that kid to stay. Big brother Hong, I didn't. At this moment, the 8-member squad was in a state of laughter, washing away the sadness from before. On the other side, Su Rue opened the map and memorized the place where he had just encountered Lin Xiaolu. After they all left, he would go and devour that boar's attributes himself. But just as Su Rue hadn't gone far, a female scream came from behind. Ah! Oh no! Something had happened to their team. Su Rue didn't hesitate and immediately turned around and ran in the direction he had just gone. As he kept getting closer, he also heard the sounds of fighting in front of him. Su Rue directly drew the longsword behind him and came to the position he had just hidden. Here he saw the scene ahead, only to see that Lin Xiaolu's team was doing a tangle with a toad that was bigger than a cow. This toad was nearly 2 meters tall, with a rounded body and a huge belly. In front, there was a sturdy man with a shield, blocking the huge toad's attack. Around it, several people with short weapons were attacking it, and in the distance, there was a young man with a bow and arrow who was constantly drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Unfortunately, their attacks couldn't cause the slightest damage to this toad, and they couldn't break through the defense at all. On the contrary, on Lin Xiaolu's side, facing the huge toad's charge, she was simply powerless to fight. Su Rue opened his eye of insight, wanting to see what kind of monster this was. Level 2 Demonic Beast Swamp Frog. Has a long, flexible tongue. Visible prey swallowed into its belly. extremely strong bouncing power, amazing defense. What? Level 2 demonic beast. Su Rue frowned. This was the first level 2 demonic beast he had seen. No wonder its strength was so strong. This 8-member squad couldn't do anything with it at all. But it was also good that it was too big and its body was not flexible enough to attack the enemies behind it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the 8-member squad has already lost several members. At this moment, the young man with a thin figure and a bow and arrow in his hand said, "What kind of monster is this? Why is its skin so thick? The bow and arrow can't even get in." "That's because your attack power is too low. The other party is a level 2 demonic beast." However, Su Rue didn't have time to talk nonsense. He was in a battle now, and every minute and every second was incredibly important. He rushed out from the grass and shouted at the archers, "Don't panic! Shoot its eyes." Hearing this, the young man came back to his senses and started shooting at the swamp frog's eyes. Whoosh! The feathered arrow flew precisely towards the rounded eyes of the swamp frog. However, at that moment it sensed the danger and twisted its fat body. There! The arrow hit its hard shell and then slid off. The swamp frog sensed that the man with the bow and arrow in his hand in the distance was a greater threat to it. It then opened its big mouth and spat out its long tongue towards the man. "Be careful," Su Rue warned. At the same time, he drew his secondary Shen iron sword and kept approaching towards the swamp frog. Unfortunately, the man with a bow and arrow in his hand had limited speed and couldn't dodge it at all. The swamp frog's tongue directly wrapped around the man, and then the tongue quickly retracted. The man who was entangled by the tongue looked at the rapidly approaching bloody mouth in front of him, and a look of despair appeared on his face. At this time, his teammates also reacted, and someone shouted his name, "Hanji!" No! Unfortunately, it was too late. The archer Hanji had already been swallowed by the swamp frog. Humans were like mosquitoes in front of it. Moreover, the entire process from sticking out its tongue to swallowing Hanji was only a few seconds. With the speed of its, no one present could react except Su Rue. "Son of a! I'll hack you to death, you monster!" Hong Wanquan roared in anger and charged towards the swamp frog in the lead. When the people in the squad saw this scene, they all surged up and surrounded the swamp frog. It couldn't be allowed to attack with its tongue anymore, or none of them would be able to withstand it, and they could only surround it at close range. But right at this moment its powerful hind legs directly stomped, and its huge body leapt up. It jumped 7 or 8 meters away, directly jumping out of the encirclement. "Don't let it pull away. Continue the siege," Hong Wanquan commanded. Unfortunately, by the time the crowd reacted and turned to rush towards it, it once again spat out its tongue. This time its target was actually Lin Xiaolu. Whoosh! With its long tongue, it darted towards Lin Xiaolu who was on the side. With a distance of 7 or 8 meters, the swamp frog's tongue rushed over in the blink of an eye. The tongue directly wrapped around Lin Xiaolu's thin waist, and in the next second it was about to retract its tongue. By the time Lin Xiaolu reacted, it was already too late, and she realized that she was about to enter the demonic beast's stomach as well. At this moment, complex emotions appeared on her face. She didn't want to die yet. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked and some wanted to step in to save them. But their speed, compared to the speed of the swamp frog, was like slow motion. Chapter 11 Level Up. Talent Upgrade. Right at this moment of crisis, Su Rue finally arrived at the battlefield. He only saw that he was holding the secondary Shen iron sword in his hand and swung it towards the tongue that was sticking out from the demonic swamp frog. Ka-ching! A cold light flashed, and the swamp frog's tongue was directly chopped off. Lin Xiaolu's body fell with it. Ow! The remaining half of the swamp frog's tongue retracted and couldn't help but wail a few times. "What a fast sword!" someone exclaimed. The others reacted and immediately went to pull Lin Xiaolu up from the ground. And after the swamp frog hissed for a while, it glared angrily at Su Rue in front of it, and its powerful hind legs popped up once again. It lunged directly towards him with its big mouth open, and it turned out that it wanted to swallow Su Rue in one bite. After seeing this scene, Su Rue did not panic. He gripped his long sword tightly and directly slashed with a sliding shovel, passing underneath the swamp frog. At the same time, he slashed the long sword in his hand towards the bog frog's stomach. Prickla! The blade of the sword directly cut open the stomach of the swamp frog, and the red and white inside fell out together. This maneuver originally only existed in his imagination, but when there was an attribute bonus, he could already do it. As the swamp frog's stomach was thrown away, its body fell helplessly to the ground. Internal organs flowed out from its stomach, and the scene was somewhat bloody. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they knew that this monster was definitely dead through and through. At the same time, there was another silhouette that had just fallen out of it, and it was none other than Hanji, who had just been swallowed. At this moment, his body was covered in mucus, and his person had fainted. "Hanji, how are you?" The team members immediately went up to check Hanji's injuries, and seeing that he was unconscious, some people kept slapping his face. "Wake up, Hanji." Soon he was slapped awake. When Hanji woke up, he looked around blankly and asked in a slightly confused manner, "Am I dead? Is this heaven? How come you guys are dead too?" He had just really been at the gates of the ghost and had taken a walk. "Die what death? You didn't die. It was Su Rue who saved you." "That's right, none of us died. Not only did Su Rue save you, he also sort of saved us." Su Rue. At this time, everyone looked at Su Rue on the side, only to see that at this moment, Su Rue was crouching on the ground, supporting his body with his sword and panting heavily. In that instant just now, he had exploded his huge potential, so he had also used up a lot of physical strength. Killed level 2 demonic beast swamp frog. Experience value plus 70. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 3. Attack plus 15. Speed plus 15. Attack 60. Defense 1. Speed 53. Level 30250. 70 points of experience was just enough for Su Rue to level up to level 3. Reminder: level up to level 3. Eye of Insight talent gains a boost. What? The talent gained a boost. Su Rue's heart burst with ecstasy. He couldn't wait to open it, wanting to see what changes there were. After opening it, his line of sight began to sweep around, only to see all the members of this squad. Their movements and trajectory of actions were clear to him, and it was possible to tell what the other party's next move would be. Su Rue couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was a great enhancement to his combat power. Being able to anticipate the other party's attack first in a battle, one would always have the upper hand. While Su Rue was excited, he also noticed that at this moment, there were a few people walking towards him. He stood up and looked at the person at the front. It was Hanji, who had just been swallowed by the swamp frog. At this moment, he was full of gratitude and walked directly towards Su Rue with quick steps. "Hello. My name is Hanji. Thank you for saving my life." Saying this, Hanji stretched out his hands, but then he felt that his hands were full of mucus and shrunk back. Su Rue also returned a smile. "It should be, your archery skills are good. Just now, if his arrow wasn't not powerful enough and too slow, it was estimated that it would have already hit the swamp frog's eyes." Hanji smiled and scratched his head. "I've been learning archery since I was a kid, and I didn't expect to actually draw this weapon after coming here." At this time, Hong Wanquan walked over. "This kid Hanji's archery skills are really good. He counts as one of our group's main combatants." Afterwards, he came to Su Rue's body and said solemnly, "Thanks for saving us. If it wasn't for you just now, our squad might have planted ourselves here." As soon as his words fell, the others also opened their mouths to thank him. Su Rue could tell that they were thanking themselves from the bottom of their hearts, and at the same time, there was a look of admiration in their eyes. "We are all compatriots. It's only right to help each other if you have difficulties," Su Rue said with a smile. Hong Wanquan nodded. He was about to speak. But at this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the surrounding grass. Everyone was immediately alert, holding their weapons in their hands, their eyes fixed on the grass that was emitting the commotion. Wow! Only to see a wild boar rush out from the grass. Everyone immediately panicked, as most of them were now injured, and others had lost their fighting strength. And they were now in an extremely poor formation, with some of them surrounding Su Rue, and some others scattered around the depression. They were all injured or physically exhausted. Everyone had just experienced the aftermath of the robbery, and they were all a bit relaxed and careless, which was why this phenomenon was caused. After this boar rushed in, it directly slammed into the one person closest to it. This person was injured and was unable to dodge in time, and was about to be toppled by the boar. Suddenly, a cold light flashed once again. Ka-ching! The boar's head flew up, and its body slid forward a distance due to inertia. It stopped directly in front of this injured man. Plop! Blood spurted out like a stream from the neat wound in the boar's neck. And at this moment, beside the boar's corpse, Su Rue stood here with his sword. Killed level 1 boar. Experience value plus 50. Level 3, 5250. This scene looked dumbfounded at the crowd present. The wild boar that they had fought so hard before was now killed by Su Rui in a single move. Was this still human? It was really a human being who had to be angry. Hong Wanquan looked at this scene and was equally stunned. Just now, when the swamp frog died in Su Rui's hands, they didn't intuitively feel Su Rui's power. This was because they hadn't encountered the swamp frog before and didn't know that it was a level 2 demonic beast. Whereas, they had already dealt with several wild boars and knew the strength of this type of demonic beast. But a wild boar was killed by Su Rui in seconds just like that, which made it a little hard for them to believe their eyes. To be honest, Su Rui wasn't sure how strong he was before. It wasn't until after the battle with the swamp frog just now. He knew that his current attack power and speed had reached a terrifying point. Now, he could kill as many demonic beasts like wild boars and gray wolves as came along. Chapter 12. Advancing toward the large force. Seeing that the crowd was stunned by his strength at this moment, Su Rui fortunately directly crouched down, turned his back to the crowd, and launched endless devouring. Devouring success. Attack power +3. Subsequently, taking advantage of the fact that no one came to disturb him, he walked successively to the swamp frog just now, as well as the corpse of the boar at the beginning. Devour successfully. Defense +1. Devouring success. Attack +3. The attribute of the swamp frog was actually defense. Su Rui's heart was happy. At the same time, he could also feel his physique getting stronger. This was the benefit of the increase in defense. Su Rui, what are you doing here? Lin Xiaolu walked over from the side. At this time she had also suffered some minor injuries. Oh, I just want to observe where the weaknesses of these demonic beasts are, so that it will be much easier to deal with them in the future. Su Rui casually made up a reason. When Lin Xiaolu heard this, she complimented. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. No one in our team has thought of this yet. Su Rui smiled and didn't answer. This was after all just an excuse he came up with. Thank you for saving me just now. Lin Xiaolu said. It's too much of a favor for you to say this. If it wasn't for you giving me your iron sword in the novice village, then I wouldn't even be able to get out of the novice village. If there was no weapon, Su Rui really didn't know what to do. At this time, Chun Shui from the team ran over and said excitedly, Brother Su Rui, you were too powerful just now. You killed a boar with one sword. Simply handsome. Yes, big brother Su Rui, how did you just do that? The boar's defense is very strong. Our swords couldn't even cut into it. The others in the team also gathered around. They looked at Su Rui adoringly. Su Rui smiled and said, Work hard to level up. You guys can do it too. After saying that, he looked at Hong Wanquan and opened his mouth to ask, Your squad is now in this condition? What are you going to do next? Their squad was now almost all injured. Their combat power was estimated to be less than half, and they were probably struggling to deal with a boar. The best thing to do now was to go back to the novice village. The wooden huts in the novice village had the ability to restore physical strength and heal injuries. However, the recovery of injuries was slow, especially for some of the more heavily injured people. Hong Wanquan looked around at his teammates, looked at Su Rui and said, I just talked to them. Everyone is not willing to go back to the novice village to recuperate. Su Rui revealed a puzzled look. Hong Wanquan continued, Recovering from injuries in the wooden hut is too slow. This coming and going, a day may have been delayed. The others followed. Yes, the Heavenly Tao has only given us a total of 2 days to level up, and if we fail the mission then we will all die. We also want to level up as soon as possible without dragging everyone down. Su Rui swept them with his eye of insight and realized that most of them were level 1 and hadn't risen to level 2 yet. With this kind of battle power, it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to play much of a role in the Novice Village collective quest. That's why we are planning to go to the large troop to find Gu Haitang, so that she can help us heal our injuries. Su Rui nodded. He remembered that there were quite a few people who had thanked Gu Haitang for curing his injuries in the chat box before. This made everyone develop a habit of going to Gu Haitang when they were injured. So, you guys are planning to go and catch up with the big group now? Su Rui asked. That's right. Hong Wanquan nodded. Then it happens to be on the way. Let's join together. With his current strength, he no longer needed to hide behind and pick up demonic beast corpses. Leveling up like this was too slow. It would be better to kill the demonic beasts in the front by himself before absorbing them. Besides, his boar's attributes had already been devoured to the upper limit, so it wasn't cost-effective to stay here. Really? Brother Su Rui, you want to join us? Great. Chun Shui instantly became excited. The other people's faces also showed joy. Having such a strong person beside them gave them a bottom in their hearts. Lin Xiaolu's eyes also revealed a strange luster. Hong Wanquan hurriedly expressed his thanks to Su Rui. He was worried before with the current situation of the team. It would be bad if they encountered some situation on the way there. Now that Su Rui, a strong man, was accompanying the group, this was much safer. Just like this, the group of people refreshed themselves and set off. Soon, they were back in the jungle with Su Rui walking at the front. Not only was his speed amazing now, but he also had the eye of insight. His observation power was far beyond normal people. Basically, he was able to find out as soon as there was a breeze. Brother Su Rui, didn't you say that your team was waiting for you in the jungle? Where are they? Chun Shui innocently came forward and asked. I quit that team, Su Rui said with his eyes still looking ahead. Ah? When? Chun Shui was surprised. Just now when you asked me. Su Rui laughed. Ah. This time Chun Shui was completely confused and stood in place. Han Ji came over and said to her, Little Snow, are you stupid? Big brother Su Rui is so strong. How does he still need a teammate? Before it was just a casual excuse. Chun Shui then reacted. So brother Su Rui is a solo strong man. Su Rui, who was walking in front, suddenly drew his sword and chopped towards the bushes in front. Chop! A part of the bush was neatly cut off, while the body of a ring-tailed snake fell out. Its body was chopped into two halves and it was still curling up on the ground continuously, but it soon stopped moving. Killed a level 1 ringtail snake. Experience value plus 20. The ring-tailed snake was mainly poisonous, could ambush, and always gave its prey a fatal blow at the key. That's why it had also killed quite a few novice village players. But its defense was weak and its experience value was less. Su Rui crouched down and devoured its attributes. Devouring success. Attack power plus 2. This time, the number of devouring ringtail snakes had also reached the upper limit, and all the common demonic beasts in the jungle's outskirts had already been devoured by him to reach the upper limit. Big brother Su Rui is so powerful. If I had walked in front, I would have suffered. Su Rui turned to look at them and reminded, You all stay small too. Don't get close to places like bushes and piles of fallen leaves. Everyone in the group nodded in agreement. The group continued forward, and on the way, they encountered some more corpses of gray wolves and ring-tailed snakes. These Su Rui had already devoured. They didn't waste any time and sped up their advance. Soon, they caught up with the large troop that was slowly advancing in front of them. It was said to be a large force, but none of these teams were huddled together, but were scattered around. This way, every team had the chance to encounter demonic beasts, and if any situation arose, everyone would take care of each other. Su Rui walked in front and led them to the very front very quickly and also saw Gu Haitang and the others. Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's group were both at the very front, but they weren't together either. Rather, they were separated by a distance, heading in the same direction. Chapter 13 Greed. There were only 6 members in Gu Haitang's team, but under the observation of Su Rui's insightful eye, it was discovered. 4 of them had all risen to level 3, and the lowest leveled one was already level 2. With their team's combat power, dealing with 5 or 6 boars would not be a problem. Hong Wanquan immediately trotted over when he saw them, coming to find Gu Haitang to help them heal their injuries. This was originally their team's business. He was naturally embarrassed to ask Su Rui to help them open this up. At this moment, the people in Gu Haitang's team also noticed Hong Wanquan who was running towards them. They stopped their advance and at the same time, they had already guessed the purpose of Hong Wanquan and the others. After all, the people in their team were carrying injuries. A young man with an iron sword in his hand said impatiently, Why is someone coming again? Haven't I already said in the chat box that those who are injured shouldn't come to us? Can't this guy see that? That's it. Really treat us here as a hospital? Gu Haitang, who was tall and had a somewhat white face, said, All right, I'll cut the crap. The sword-wielding man frowned and said, Sister Haitang, you're just too kind-hearted. Why do you think you should care about them? What does their injury have to do with us? Yes, Sister Haitang. It's because of treating other people's injuries that your level hasn't been raised. We are all from the same novice village. They came to me with injuries. How can I see death and save them? Gu Haitang had always been cold on the outside and hot on the inside. At this time, Hong Wanquan had already run over, and Gu Haitang didn't say any more. With a pleading face, he told his intention of coming. Zhao Zhua, who was holding the iron sword, directly said, Sister Haitang's stamina has been overdrawn due to treating your injuries. and now she can't use her talent for the time being. So you guys go back. This? Hong Wanquan was a bit confused. He didn't know that utilizing the talent would even use up his physical strength. Gu Haitang had treated the injuries of quite a few people before, and her stamina had indeed been used up quite a bit. It also made it so that she hadn't fought much against demonic beasts and gained very little experience, and was now the lowest ranked in the group. Gu Haitang walked up and said, "Don't listen to him. Call your teammates over. Let me take a look at their injuries first." Hearing this, Hong Wanchuan's face revealed joy and immediately waved his hand at his teammates. Zhao Zhuo saw this and skimmed his lips without saying anything else. The team members quickly rushed over, and Han Ji warmly greeted these people. But it was as if they were somewhat unable to look at the likes of them, and no one paid any attention to Han Ji. Instead, the men in Gu Haitang's team had their eyes on Lin Xiaolu. Beautiful women were the center of attention wherever they went. Gu Haitang checked their injuries first. None of them were particularly injured, the serious ones just had some broken bones. Zhao Zhuo saw this scene and said with a disgruntled face, "You guys have the nerve to let Sister Haitang treat you for this kind of injury." "Yes, Sister Haitang's talent to see is going to be physically draining. Won't you guys go to the novice village to heal yourselves?" Hong Wanquan and the others revealed embarrassed looks. They didn't know before that moving the talent would consume physical strength. It was also the first time that Su Rue knew about it. After all, his talent could be used at will without any side effects. He could also tell that Gu Haitang's face really didn't look too good, probably because the talent had been used too much and his physical strength had been exhausted. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu stepped forward with an apologetic face and said, "Sorry, we didn't know that healing others would use up our stamina. Let's just—" Gu Haitang interrupted her and said, "It's fine, but I can still heal you guys up to 3 times now." Hong Wanquan immediately thanked her repeatedly. "It's fine. 3 times is enough. Thank you so much." In the end, 3 of the most seriously injured people came out from their side. Gu Haitang stepped forward and activated her talent, using heal on these 3 in turn. A faint green glow flew out of her hand and entered the bodies of the 3 injured people. Healing their injuries, Gu Haitang's healing talent wasn't enough to heal them right now. But this was good enough, at least it helped them regain their fighting strength. The 3 of them went forward to thank Gu Haitang. Gu Haitang nodded slightly. At this time, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face seemed to be whiter than just now. Su Rue took all of this in. After thinking about it, he took out a white spirit fruit from his pocket and walked towards Gu Haitang. "This is a fruit I picked from a tree. Eating it can restore your strength." Saying that, Su Rue handed over the white spirit fruit. Just as the white spirit fruit was taken out, a sweet scent wafted around. It made many people gulp straight. Can this thing really restore physical strength? There's this kind of good stuff? Zhao Zhuo and the others all cast curious looks. Lin Xiaolu and the others also looked at Su Rue with some surprise, not realizing that he still had this kind of thing. Gu Haitang didn't make any pretense and reached out to take the white spirit fruit. She was now depleted of most of her physical strength. If this fruit could really restore her strength, then it could be of great help to her. She took the white spirit fruit in her hand and lightly bit into a small mouthful. Her mouth was immediately filled with aroma and the flesh melted in her mouth. Soon she ate all of the white spirit fruit. A marvelous sensation arose within her body. She felt her body was soothed beyond measure, and her physical strength was continuously recovering. Her originally pale face was also rosy. She then noticed that after eating the white spirit fruit, her attributes had also increased, including the most precious defense attribute. This fruit can even increase defense attributes. Gu Haitang looked at Su Rue with a surprised expression. When the others heard this, their expressions were equally surprised. Their defense attributes could all be 0 even if they upgraded, they didn't increase. Now a fruit could even increase defense. It will only increase the first time you swallow it. Its main function is still to restore physical strength. Su Rue explained. Gu Haitang also felt at this moment that her body was filled with strength again, and her previous exhaustion was swept away. A fruit directly restored her stamina to a full state. How amazing! Such a fruit must be very precious. Thank you so much. Gu Haitang said to Su Rue with a grateful face. It should be, didn't you also provide healing to everyone? The reason why he took out the white spirit fruit and gave it to Gu Haitang was also because of Gu Haitang's selfless behavior before. Gu Haitang, who had recovered her physical strength, treated all the injured in Hong Wanchuan's team. Now Zhao Zhuo and the others had nothing to say. Instead, they kept staring at Su Rue, They had already felt the effect of that fruit just now. Not only was it able to increase the defense attribute, it was also able to restore physical strength, which had a great attraction to them. A wave of greed also grew in their hearts. After all the injured were treated, Hong Wanquan and the others expressed their gratitude to Gu Haitang once again. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Zhuo called out to them. Wait a moment. Chapter 14 Defeated with one sword. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Zhuo, including Su Rui as well. Only to see that Zhao Zhuo walked towards Su Rui and said with a smile, "This brother doesn't know what to call him?" Su Rui. When he looked at this Zhao Zhuo, he felt that he was not harboring good intentions. Su Rui. Zhao Zhuo nodded and then said, "We've already seen the effect of that fruit just now. I wonder if we can borrow a few more?" Su Rui's brows frowned slightly, and he instantly realized that he was trying to hit the white spirit fruit. Hong Wanquan and the others also had a wary look on their faces. "Zhao Zhuo, what are you talking about? That's someone else's thing," Gu Haitang said icily. Zhao Zhuo smiled at her. "Sister Haitang, don't be in a hurry, hear me out." He then said in a serious manner, "Look at these people's strength. They are not good. Taking such good things is simply a waste. It would be better to give us these fruits, all of them, so that we can also utilize it to its fullest potential." They were mainly looking at the fruit's effect of restoring stamina. Several hours of exploration and killing had passed, and their stamina was depleting at a rapid rate. It was too much of a waste of time to have to stop and rest every so often to recover their stamina, otherwise they would definitely be at a higher level right now. Zhao Zhuo continued, "In that case, when it comes to the collective quests in the novice village, these elites of ours will also be at a higher level, so we might be able to play a key role when the time comes." Saying that, he didn't forget to remind, failure of the collective mission is a collective wipe, so even if you keep these fruits at that time, they will be useless. He spoke in a very righteous manner, as if everything was for the sake of the novice village. And after he said that, quite a few people in the group were moved. These people followed suit and chimed in. "Zhao Zhuo has a point. This fruit gives us back our strength. Then we'll be able to level up faster. Yes, this will also help the novice village better. Isn't the point of everyone being together to help each other? If you have something like this, you should take it out and share it." Gu Haitang looked at these teammates with some shock. She didn't expect that so many people would choose to stand on Zhao Zhuo's side. She was the one who had underestimated the greed of human nature, especially in a situation like this where they could lose their lives at any time. They definitely wanted to seize any opportunity that could make them stronger. Su Rui was also able to understand these people, but understanding didn't mean that they would compromise. "You just said that this fruit can only be maximized in your bodies? What makes you so sure?" Zhao Zhuo said rightfully. "Because I'm stronger than you and leveled up faster than you. Me wasting time to recover my stamina and you wasting time is different. If you are stronger than me, then this fruit, I will willingly let you give it to you, but..." Saying that, he laughed and shook his head, his face filled with contempt. "Only the strong deserve better resources. Strong people, you deserve it too?" Su Rui sneered. Hearing this, Zhao Zhuo's face sank. "But I've already risen to level 3. I don't know how many levels you are now, and you dare to speak out of turn. Do you have to let me teach you a lesson before you know how to respect the strong?" In the entire large army, there weren't many that were higher level than him. Not to mention these teams that had been in the back or acting alone. He was very confident that he could hang Su Rui. "Let's try it then," Su Rui said casually. Zhao Zhuo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this Su Rui to be so tough. Knowing that his strength was inferior to his own, he still wanted to make himself do it. "Then don't blame me." Zhao Zhuo drew his sword, intending to give Su Rui a good long memory. For a while, the atmosphere became tense with swords. Seeing this, Gu Haitang wanted to open her mouth to stop and dissolve this conflict. But unfortunately, it was already too late. Su Rui directly drew his sword, and his body turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards Zhao Zhuo. Seeing this terrifying speed of Su Rui, Zhao Zhuo wanted to raise his sword to defend. But in the next moment, his movement stopped, because the sword had already reached his throat. The tip of the sword only needed to go a little further to be able to pierce his skin and enter his throat. Zhao Zhuo immediately raised his head, his face full of terror, his heart beating wildly, his body not daring to move. This was the closest he had come to death. The others were also stunned by this sudden scene. They didn't expect that Zhao Zhuo, the strongest person in their team, would be powerless against Su Rui. As for Hong Wanquan and the others, although they knew that Su Rui was very strong, But they also didn't expect the gap between the two to be so big that they were divided almost instantly. Several teams not far away all saw this scene, which also included Zhang Yuanshan's team. I'm going. You guys, quick look. Isn't the one being pointed at by the sword Zhao Zhuo? Who is that person opposite him? It's really Zhao Zhuo. He's the top combatant in our large army now. How could he be pointed at by a sword? Zhang Yuanshan immediately rushed over this way after seeing this scene. He was not looking forward to seeing human infighting. Zhang Yuanshan's teammates also followed. They were still relatively familiar with the people in Gu Haitang's team. All of them also wanted to see what was going on. Now, do you know how to respect the strong? Su Rui asked rhetorically as he raised his sword. Zhao Zhuo was currently being held by the sword against his throat. He didn't dare to nod his head for fear of accidentally touching the sharp blade. The knot in his throat moved up and down a bit, and his voice slightly trembled as he said, "Understand, understood." Only then did Su Rui put down the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Zhao Zhuo immediately took a few steps backward, panting heavily while looking at Su Rui with frightened eyes. Any of you who still think you're better than me can come and challenge me. Su Rui's gaze swept over these people one by one. They avoided Su Rui's gaze and no longer had that arrogant and haughty attitude from before. Zhao Zhuo was already considered the strongest one in their team, and even he was powerless in front of Su Rui. If they went up and challenged him, they would probably end up the same way. At this time, Zhang Yuanshan and the others rushed over, and he first glanced at Su Rui. Then he turned towards Gu Haitang and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Gu Haitang also came back from the shock and recounted to Zhang Yuanshan what had just happened. When Zhang Yuanshan heard it, he coldly glanced at Zhao Zhuo, who lowered his head in shame. It was not only because he had gotten greedy, but also because he had been killed by Su Rui's sword. It could be seen that Zhang Yuanshan still had more prestige among these people. Su Rui couldn't help but use his eye of insight on him for a bit, but surprisingly, he could only see the opponent's level. Level 4? Su Rui was a bit surprised that this Zhang Yuanshan's level was so high. No wonder Zhao Zhuo was so honest in front of him. Compared to Gu Haitang, who was only level 2, level 4 Zhang Yuanshan could be much more intimidating. This was the importance of strength. Su Rui didn't want to waste time here and directly turned around to leave. "Please stay." Zhang Yuanshan's voice came from behind. Su Rui turned around to look at him. Something else. Chapter 15 Zhang Yuanshan's Invitation. Only to see, Zhang Yuanshan said with an apologetic face. "In this matter, it was Zhao Zhuo and the others who did it wrong, and I'm really sorry for causing trouble to you." Hearing this, Su Rui was a bit surprised. Zhang Yuanshan looked at Zhao Zhuo again and said sternly, "Don't apologize to the others." Although Zhao Zhuo was reluctant, he still took a step forward and said, "I'm sorry. I'm the one who got carried away." Zhang Yuanshan's approach reaped the favor of Hong Wanquan and the others. Su Rui looked at Zhao Zhuo, who had his head lowered, didn't say anything and turned around to leave. He didn't want to waste his time on such boring things. Right now his only thought was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Just now, if he hadn't shown his absolute strength, the white spirit fruit would have been snatched away by now. That way there might not have been what happened afterward. Therefore, the most important thing in this world was still strength. Seeing that Su Rui was about to leave, the young girl with a clear face beside Zhang Yuanshan said with great dissatisfaction, "Hey, brother Yuanshan has done you justice. Why do you people have this attitude?" Su Rui stopped his steps, smiled a little and said, "What did justice for me is my strength. If apologizing was considered justice, then when Su Rui pointed his sword at Zhao Zhuo just now, he could also make him apologize." "You!" The young girl was infuriated and felt that Su Rui was too arrogant. "This brother, I don't know what to call him?" Zhang Yuanshan opened his mouth and asked. Su Rui. After saying that, he once again took a step with the intention of leaving. Hong Wanquan and the others were all ready to say goodbye as well, when Zhang Yuanshan persevered and said, "Su Rui, are they all your teammates?" "No." Su Rui's answer remained concise. "Then your teammates." Zhang Yuanshan wanted to ask where Su Rui's teammates were. Su Rui, on the other hand, felt that he had too many questions and was too delayed, so he didn't answer anymore and took a step forward. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan helplessly smiled and shook his head. His purpose of asking about this was simple: he wanted to invite Su Rui to join them. He had seen Su Rui's strength just now and knew that this was a strong person whose strength was no less than his. Unfortunately, since the other party didn't have this intention, then forget it. However, although he said to forget about it, that young girl was instantly unhappy. She took 3 or 2 steps to catch up with Su Rui and directly stopped him and opened her mouth. Hey, brother Yuan Shan is talking to you. Is this the attitude you have? In the entire novice village, which person who saw Zhang Yuanshan was not respectful. This was not only because of his strength, but also because of his character. Even the unruly Zhou Yi would not ignore Zhang Yuanshan. Only this fellow in front of him was too arrogant. I'm not obligated to answer his questions all the time, Su Rui said calmly. You! Zhou Xiaoko was furious and turned to Zhang Yuanshan. Brother Yuanshan, teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful you are. Xiaoko, just stop it. No, he just can't leave today until he hears you finish your sentence. Zhou Xiaoko clasped her arms in an unreasonable manner. Forget it. Su Rui was also very helpless when he met such a person. He could only look at Zhang Yuanshan and said, if you have something to say, just say it straight. No need to beat around the bush. Zhang Yuanshan smiled and said, actually, I want to invite you and your team to join us together. Leading a team with Su Rui's strength would definitely be more than enough to open the way in front of a large army. We can take care of each other here, and there are more demonic beasts here than other places, so we don't have to waste time looking for them. Hearing Zhang Yuanshan's invitation, before Su Rui could say anything, Zhou Xiaoka let out a shocked cry first. What? Brother Yuanshan, you even asked him to come with us as well. How can this be done? One more person is more power. Su Rui is so strong, what's not possible? To Su Rui this was indeed a good choice. But with his natural skill, he would easily be discovered in a large group. This was too risky, and he absolutely himself was still suitable to be alone. Sorry, I'm still used to being alone. Su Rui rebuffed him. Zhang Yuanshan's expression was slightly disappointed as he nodded. All right, people have their own aspirations. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoka let out a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this annoying guy Su Rui would agree. After that, she got out of the way and retraced her steps towards Zhang Yuanshan. Su Rui turned around and left, and Hong Wanquan and all these people gradually followed. It was only after these people left that Zhang Yuanshan snapped out of it, savoring the words that Su Rui said in the end. A person, he said he was used to being alone. Zhang Yuanshan frowned slightly and muttered, Brother Yuanshan, what are you talking about? Zhou Xiaoka looked at him curiously. The other people around Zhang Yuanshan also looked at him. With that, Zhang Yuanshan told them his thoughts. What? Are you saying that Su Rui, the one just now, is a solo traveler with no teammates? Zhang Yuanshan nodded. According to my speculation, it should be like that. But how is this possible? How is he going to survive in this dangerous environment all by himself at first? Zhou Xiaoku was filled with disbelief. Zhang Yuanshan rubbed his chin and said, one can only say that he is stronger than he appears. He suddenly remembered something. There were 4 gifted awakened in the novice village who had all revealed themselves. The only one left was the last one. Could that person be Su Rui? He didn't voice out this thought, it was still just a guess after all. If that's really the case, then his strength is indeed very strong. Gu Haitang also recognized Zhang Yuanshan's statement more. Something like the white spirit fruit was not something that just anyone could obtain. If there really was such a fruit tree, without the protection of a demonic beast, it would have long been eaten up by the beasts in the jungle. Zhou Xiaoka was the only one who was still very unconvinced. So what if he's a loner? He's no match for Brother Yuanshan anyway. Zhang Yuanshan smiled and shook his head. He then looked at the crowd and said, all right, everyone, let's not waste time. Let's keep moving. On the other side, after Su Rui and the others moved away from the large group of those teams, he turned to look at Hong Wanquan. Big brother Hong, what are your plans next? Hong Wanquan was quite a bit older than Su Rui and was also a responsible captain. When Hong Wanquan heard this, he immediately said, we plan to just stay behind the large troop and bring up our levels first. The previous encounter with the level 2 demonic beasts in the swamp had shown them that there were some places where it was better not to trespass. Otherwise, they might lose their lives if they weren't careful. This will indeed be much safer. Su Rui also recognized Hong Wanquan's decision more. He then added, then let's separate here. I'm going to head deeper into the jungle. Hong Wanquan nodded. Good. Then you take care of everything. Su Rui's strength was already far away from their squad. It really wasn't suitable to be with them. Good. Let's meet again sometime. Su Rui waved his hand at the crowd with a smile. The crowd also waved towards Su Rui. Although she had expected this, Lin Xiaolu's face still could not hide her loss. She waved at Su Rue, her red lips lightly opened, and whispered, "Be careful." Soon, Su Rue's figure disappeared into the jungle. "Let's go, don't look. People have already disappeared," Chen Shui said as she bumped Lin Xiaolu with her shoulder. Chapter 16, Battle Power Ranking Made Public. After bidding farewell to Hong Wanquan and the others, Su Rue once again embarked on a solitary journey. But this time, he didn't have the panic and nervousness he had before. After experiencing a few battles, he had become more and more confident in his strength. And the leveling up had changed his talent. The Eye of Insight allowed him to capture the opponent's next move, and his powers of observation were stronger. This was a huge boost to battle power. At this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded once again. Announcement: 250 Novice Village Battle Power Ranking opens. First place, Li Xiu. Second place, Long Wu. Third place, Su Rue. Fourth place, Zhou Yi. Fifth, Zhang Yuanshan. 10th, Zhao Zhua. Note: the battle power ranking only looks at the basic attributes and does not take into account the talent skills. Reminder: after the battle power list is publicized, it will be updated in real time according to the battle power. Before the opening of the collective tasks of the Novice Village, the rewards of the list will be issued. The first place will be rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Second place will be rewarded with a brass treasure chest. The third place will be rewarded with a wooden treasure chest x2. Fourth to 10th place rewards wooden treasure chests. Su Rue was a bit surprised after seeing the battle power list. I can only rank third? It seems like the Novice Village really does have hidden powerhouses. But it made sense. Before, he didn't spend much time brushing demonic beasts and leveling up. Among the 2,000 people, there were definitely some people with extraordinary strength who were temporarily ahead of him. With his current strength, unless it was one of those hordes of level 1 demonic beasts that were a little harder to deal with. Against other individual level 1 demonic beasts it would be a one-move kill, and even some level 2 demonic beasts with weaker defenses could be easily killed. Next, he would have to kill demonic beasts to improve his strength. The first place must belong to him. At this time, the chat box had exploded. This was the most intuitive way to see what the strongest people were in the Novice Village. Haha, who won? Didn't you still brag that you definitely have a place on the battle power list? Now that the list is announced, where are you? Hu Wan was the most active one in the chat box now, and his strength wasn't weak, often bragging. Still talking about me? I see that the ones who often bragged about how strong they were didn't make the list either. These people joked around for a while before chatting about the strongest people on the battle power list. Among them, the most curious ones were the top 3 on the battle power ranking. These 3 were surprisingly all existences that didn't show up much in the chat box. I really didn't expect it. Big Brother Zhou Yi and Big Brother Zhang Yuanshan could both only be ranked 4th and 5th. It seems like the true Big Brothers are all quietly developing in the shadows and don't publicize it everywhere. Hey! Do any of you know the top 3 on the battle power ranking? Just how strong are they? At this time, someone stepped forward and answered, I know. I've seen this Su Rue. He just seemed to have clashed with Gu Haitong's team and defeated Zhao Zhua in one move. What? Could it be Zhao Zhua who is the 10th in the rankings? That's right, it's him. At this time, a fangirl also came out and said, Yes, I saw it too. Su Rue is just too handsome. Not only is he handsome, his moves are also handsome. That scene was seen by quite a few people, and those people all started to come forward to discuss it. Zhao Zhua looked at the discussion in the chat box and immediately had a black face. But there was nothing he could do. It was a fact that he was killed by Su Rue in one move, and now he didn't even dare to stand out and refute it. Originally, he was still rejoicing over the fact that he was able to make it to the battle power ranking. But now he preferred that he wasn't on the battle power ranking. Nowadays, he had completely become a stepping stone for Su Rue, and now the chat box was full of discussions about the two of them. Zhang Yuanshan and the others looked at the battle power list and were also a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Su Rue to be so strong, and originally thought that he had worked so hard to upgrade. There shouldn't be many people in the Novice Village who could compare to him, but now it seems that there are really people outside of people. But the one who was most surprised was none other than Zhou Xiaoku. In this battle power list, Su Rue was even higher than Zhang Yuanshan. Humph, this battle power list doesn't take into account the natural ability. If it counts the natural ability, you must be better than him, brother Yuanshan. Zhou Xiaoka held her tongue for half a day and uttered this sentence. Zhang Yuanshan laughed and said, Since I have talent. How are you sure he doesn't have talent? What? Brother Yuanshan, are you saying? Before Zhou Xiaoke could finish her sentence, Zhang Yuanshan said, those who can awaken their talent will never be mediocre. That last one who awakened his talent must be among the three of them. I've already seen Su Rui, so what exactly is this Li Xiu and Long Wu? I'm still not sure. This was not only the doubt in his mind, but likewise the doubt of the other people in the novice village. Su Rui had at least appeared in the public's view, but the two Li Xiu and Long Wu had never shown their faces from the beginning to the end. Zhou Yi, who was originally very arrogant and thought that the first place was already in the bag, saw the battle power ranking and his face immediately sank. He had awakened a C-rank talent, and his efficiency in killing demonic beasts was higher than ordinary people by an unknown amount. But the result was only a fourth, which made him somewhat unacceptable. And at this moment, there were people in the chat box, intentionally or unintentionally, mocking those who had touted Zhou Yi earlier. Zhou Yi's teammates couldn't stand to watch. They stood out one after another and said, don't you guys read the words below the battle ranking? That's right, if you count talent, Big Brother Zhou Yi must be number one. But no matter what, Zhou Yi was ranked fourth. Zhou Yi said to his teammates at this point, all right, don't waste your breath. Since the battle power ranking is updated in real time, I'm going to take the first place back now. Seal these people's mouths with facts. Deep in the jungle, the stout middle-aged man pulled the machete in his hand from a black panther. Afterward, he glanced at the announced battle power list. Li Xiu. He recited the name once in his mouth. He then used the Black Panther's corpse to wipe the blood off the knife and said, let's just let you stay in the number one position for a while first. At the same time, beside a small stream in the jungle, a man with twin knives on his back and a slim figure came to the stream. He bent down and stretched out his hand, about to cup the stream. Who? Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind came from behind. He turned around violently, but it was actually a patterned python hidden behind a boulder by the stream that was making a surprise attack towards him. Seek death. The man drew his twin swords as fast as lightning. Ka-ching. The two knives chopped out at the same time, and the python instantly snapped into three pieces. He then retrieved the dual swords and came to the stream to wash his face. Taking another glance at the battle power ranking as expected, he was number one. On the side of Hong Wanquan and the others, they all saw the battle power ranking as well. Gosh, Brother Su Rui can even rank third, trampling Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan under his feet. Chen Shui said with a face full of admiration. Han Ji followed suit and said, that's for sure, Brother Su Rui is so powerful. I don't think it's too much to rank first. Su Rui wasn't very satisfied with his ranking. Next, he was going to prepare to kill demonic beasts properly to upgrade. Take back the first place before it's too late. At this time, he carried his sword with high wariness and headed towards the depths of the jungle. Chapter 17, Obtaining Snake Venom. After walking for a while, he saw a gray wolf in front of him looking at him. And when the gray wolf sensed that Su Rui was the only one, it quickly ran wildly towards Su Rui. Good timing. Su Rui gripped his sword and met it. When the distance was enough, the gray wolf directly leaped up. It opened its mouth to reveal its sharp teeth and bit towards Su Rui's neck. Su Rui, who possessed the Eye of Insight, had long captured this step of its movement. Su Rui gripped the long sword tightly and made a sideways turn to avoid the gray wolf's flying lunge. At the same time, the long sword in his hand stabbed at the gray wolf in the air. Stabbing. The blade of the sword didn't enter the gray wolf's neck and ran its neck from left to right. Killed level 1 demonic beast gray wolf. Experience value plus 30. Level 3, 100, 250. Su Rui pulled out his long sword, wiped clean the blood on the gray wolf's corpse and continued to move forward. The attributes of the gray wolf had already been devoured by Su Rui 3 times and reached the upper limit. That's why he had to rush deeper into the jungle and kill new demonic beasts to devour. And there were also more demonic beasts deeper in the jungle, which were stronger and had more experience value. The announcement of the battle power list filled many people with fighting spirit. Those whose names weren't on the list fought to kill demonic beasts to upgrade, wanting to get on the battle power list. This way, not only would they be able to obtain rewards at that time, but they would also be able to brag and pretend in the chat box, harvesting a large number of fangirls. Those who were on the list wanted to do their best to improve their rankings. Especially the top 4 on the battle power ranking, each one of them was working hard to kill monsters and upgrade. Zhou Yi even asked his teammates once for every demonic beast he killed, "How's it going? Did my ranking improve? The answer he received each time was naturally negative. His teammates couldn't even help but remind him that his battle power wouldn't increase if he didn't upgrade or if he didn't have items to boost it. When I level up to level 5, the first place will definitely be mine. Joey was now level 4, but unfortunately the experience required to level up to level 5 was quite a bit, and he was still far from it. At this moment, even Zhang Yuanshan was killing monsters and upgrading more vigorously than ever. While Su Rui rushed to the depths of the jungle to kill the demonic beasts, the others didn't fall behind either. But what made him different from the others was that he only needed half of the experience of the others to upgrade, which was pretty rogue. Su Rui, who was rushing, suddenly realized that there was a ring-tailed snake entangled in the branches ahead. The size of this snake was no bigger than normal, but its color was abnormally bright. It gave Su Rui an extremely dangerous feeling. And if it wasn't for Su Rui's eye of insight, which brought about a terrifying power of observation, it would have been very difficult to realize that it was an ambush on the branches of the tree that was higher up. The level 1 poisonous ringtail snake possesses poison in its body. Humans below level 5 will die if they are contaminated with it. After killing it, it can obtain snake venom toxin. Surprisingly, it's a venomous ringtail snake. Level 5 or below will die if contaminated. At this moment, Su Rui secretly thanked himself for his discerning eye. Otherwise, he might have fallen into the path. Toxin gained after killing? A snake venom that can directly kill humans below level 5. It should be very powerful. Su Rui pretended that he didn't see the poisonous ringtail snake and continued to pass underneath the tree branch it was wrapped around. The venomous ring-tailed snake spat out its letters and its head followed Su Rui's movement. When Su Rui was below the tree branch it was entangled in, the venomous ringtail snake swiftly launched its attack. It swooped down from the branch and went straight to Su Rui's neck. Su Rui, who was always keeping an eye on the top of his head, pulled out his long sword and swung it out. The long sword made a semicircle in the air and cut the body of the highly poisonous ringtail snake into two. Snap! The two pieces of the snake's body fell to the ground and curled up for a while before not moving. Killed level 1 poisonous ringtail snake. Experience value plus 50. Not bad. Surprisingly, there were 50 points of experience. Su Rui's face showed joy. Then on the ground where the venomous ringtail snake had died, a transparent vial appeared that contained green liquid. Su Rui picked it up. Venomous ringtail snake poison. Can poison any level 3 demonic beast to death. Has a slight effect on level 4 demonic beasts. Surprisingly, it can poison level 3 demonic beasts. This toxin can be When the time comes, before the battle, apply the snake venom to the long sword. As long as it hurts a level 3 demonic beast, then he will surely die. After putting away the snake venom, Su Rui walked forward and unleashed devouring on the poisonous ring-tailed snake. Previously, the ring-tailed snake had already been devoured by Su Rui to reach its upper limit, so he didn't know if the poisonous ring-tailed snake could still be devoured. Devouring success. Attack power plus 2. Surprisingly, it could. It seemed that as long as they weren't the same demonic beast, they could be devoured 3 times. After the devouring was completed, Su Rui once again headed deeper into the jungle. The direction he chose was the same as Zhang Yuanshan and the others, so the routes were also parallel. At that time, in case they encountered any powerful demonic beasts, he could still run to them for help. After all, there is strength in numbers. Su Rui was thinking like this when he suddenly found a huge gray wolf on a small hill in front of him. It was twice the size of an ordinary gray wolf and its fur color was much darker. Su Rui immediately used his eye of insight to scan the gray wolf. Level 2 demonic beast gray wolf leader. Overall strength is much higher than ordinary gray wolves. Can summon nearby ordinary gray wolves to fight for it. After killing, there is a probability that items will be released. Gray wolf leader? If I kill it, will it stop brushing gray wolves? Su Rui muttered. He was the one who killed the rodent rat king last time. It was the novice grassland that didn't brush the rodent rats. While still hesitating, the gray wolf leader in the distance had already discovered itself. Only to see its huge body stand up from the hill, its eyes staring straight at Su Rui. It then revealed the sharp teeth in its mouth and let out a gurgling low roar. The other party dared to intrude into its territory alone. It was simply looking for death. It scratched the ground with its sharp claws and leapt down from the hill, running wildly towards Su Rui. Seeing this, Su Rui no longer hesitated. Since this gray wolf leader dared to take the initiative to find his trouble, then he wouldn't be merciful either. Su Rui drew his long sword and used the eye of insight to stare dead on at the gray wolf leader running towards him. only to see that the speed of the gray wolf leader was extremely fast. Originally, one person and one wolf were hundreds of meters apart, but it rushed to Su Rue in just a few seconds. This speed was faster than any athlete on the blue planet. Even the current Su Rue was far behind its speed. When Su Rue entered its attack range, it directly leapt up. Hoo! The sound of breaking wind accompanied the gray wolf leader's body as it lunged towards Su Rue. Su Rue did not choose to receive this strike hard. Instead, he utilized his eye of insight to capture the range of its attack before directly dodging. The gray wolf leader was left empty. That pounce just now was its 100-meter accelerated sprint, combined with its huge and sturdy body. Even Su Rue would have a hard time resisting it. And even if he resisted the attack, he would be brought down to the ground by the huge impact. That would put him at a disadvantage. After dodging, Su Rue immediately got up, holding his sword to face the gray wolf leader. Chapter 18 Upgrade. Explosive Equipment. At this moment, the gray wolf leader was about 10 meters away from Su Rue. After failing to strike, it didn't rush to continue attacking, but turned its body and circled around facing Su Rue. It wanted to look for Su Rue's cracks. Su Rue was likewise observing its breaks with his eye of insight and circled around in the opposite direction. Just like this, one person and one wolf circled face to face for half a circle. The gray wolf leader was the first to lose its patience and attacked again. Its speed was still frighteningly fast, and it made another flying lunge towards Su Rue. Fortunately, Su Rue had the eye of insight and once again predicted its attack position in advance and dodged it in a thrilling manner. How is this guy so fast? The speed of the gray wolf leader was too perverse, causing Su Rue to burst out. If he didn't have the eye of insight, it wouldn't have been that easy for Su Rue to dodge the gray wolf leader's attack with his speed alone. How the hell is this guy going to deal with it? Su Rue was in trouble. If he couldn't compete with the other party in terms of speed, then he was in a passive situation. After the gray wolf leader pounced again, it was already a little infuriated. Its speed was obviously faster than the other party, but every time it wanted to attack, the other party always managed to dodge in advance. This made it give up on continuing its flying attack and planned to make a continuous attack. Ow! The gray wolf leader let out a low roar and ran towards Su Rue. Who? Arriving in front of Su Rue in the blink of an eye, it opened its huge mouth and aimed at Su Rue's thighs in preparation for tearing. Su Rue predicted its attack and immediately lifted his left leg and made a sideways turn to avoid the tearing bite. At the same time, the long sword in his hand slashed towards the gray wolf leader's back. Clang! The long sword slashed at the gray wolf leader's back, making a metallic clanging sound. It was like the sword had cut on a stone, and it shook Su Rue's hand to the point of numbness. However, the gray wolf leader still took a hit of pain, and its back bowed downward. The sword had cut through a layer of skin on its back, but its vertebrae stopped the long sword outside. What kind of monster is this? The bones are so hard. Su Rue was sure that if this sword had cut on an ordinary gray wolf just now, it would definitely be able to cut it into two halves. It was a pity that he had encountered a level 2 demonic beast, the gray wolf leader. At this time, the gray wolf leader also slowed down. It once again opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Su Rue's chest. Su Rue was quick and directly blocked his long sword in front of him while his body took half a step backward. Clang! The gray wolf leader bit on the long sword. Su Rue's movements did not pause. His hands immediately gripped the hilt of the sword and struggled to pull the long sword out of the giant wolf's mouth. Stabbing! The long sword cut through its bloody mouth and was wedge-ripped in Su Rue's hand. At this moment, the gray wolf leader's mouth was dripping with blood, and it became manic. Raising one of its front claws, it swung towards Su Rue. The giant wolf's claw was as big as half of Su Rue's face. A claw down was sure to slap him into serious injury. But Su Rue was not a vegetarian. He directly raised his sword and slashed towards the giant wolf's claw. I don't believe your claws are as hard as bones. In an instant, the long sword in Su Rue's hand and the giant wolf's claws clashed. Bared. The giant wolf's forepaw was directly chopped off, most of it neatly. Ow! The leader of the gray wolf was immediately in pain, and a painful wail came out of his mouth. Su Rue didn't give up this good opportunity. He directly dodged to the side of the giant wolf. The long sword in his hand stabbed at the neck of the giant wolf. The gray-blue leader realized the danger and violently turned his body. Plop! The long sword stabbed into the chest of the giant wolf's flank and was stuck out by its bones. Otherwise, the sword could have stabbed deeper, but even so, it caused a considerable injury to the gray wolf leader. It was no longer able to fight with Su Rue and directly threw itself away and ran towards the small mound. Su Rue gripped his long sword and immediately chased after him. The gray wolf leader was injured. Now was a great opportunity to get rid of it. One of the giant wolf's front paws had been chopped off by Su Rue for the most part, so it couldn't run fast at all. Moreover, it tore its wounds every time it ran, and blood continuously gushed out from its wounds. When it saw that Su Rue was still chasing after it, it was anxious and annoyed. This human even dared to chase after itself in its own territory. Ow! The gray wolf leader let out a howl as it ran. At that moment, wolf howls were also emitted from all around. These howls were far and near. Su Rue was startled. He knew that he had to solve the gray wolf leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if those gray wolves rushed over to help and let this gray wolf leader run away. Thinking of this, Su Rue exploded his full speed, only to see the distance between him and the giant wolf getting closer and closer. Sinful animal. D. Su Rue chopped at the gray wolf leader's back leg with his sword. Ka-ching! Su Rue's sword that exploded with all his strength directly chopped off one of the gray wolf leader's back leg. Bang! The gray wolf leader that lost its hind leg also lost its balance and directly fell to the ground while running. This dropped it to the ground, and it struggled to turn its head to see what was behind it. However, it only saw a cold light flash by, and a long sword entered its throat. Su Rue, who had caught up with it, had sealed its throat with a sword. Killed level 2 demonic beast gray wolf leader. Experience value plus 100. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 4. Attack plus 20. Speed plus 20. Phew. Leveling up to level 4 surprisingly added 40 points of attributes. It seems that leveling up. With the increase in level and the addition of attributes, Su Rue also felt the changes in himself. His speed and strength had been increased. If it was the current him who fought the gray wolf leader, winning wouldn't be so tough. At this moment, Su Rue looked at the panel again. Name Su Rue. Attack 90. Defense 2. Speed 73. Level 40400. The 100 points of experience from the gray wolf leader just allowed Su Rue to rise to level 4. Looking at these attributes, Su Rue was quite satisfied. Right, I almost forgot to devour the attributes of the gray wolf chieftain. I wonder how many attributes it could add to himself. Thinking about this, Su Rue reached his hand towards the giant wolf corpse. Devouring success. Attack plus 1, speed plus 3, defense plus 1. Great. Surprisingly, there are defense attributes again. Su Rue was bursting with joy. The giant wolf's speed and defense were both its strong points, so it was able to devour so many speed attributes. And at this time, Su Rue discovered that beside the giant wolf's corpse, he didn't know when there was an extra silver-colored bracelet. Su Rue walked up and picked up the bracelet and observed it with his eye of insight. Attack Enhancement Bracelet. Doubles one's next attack. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Attack doubling? Although it was only once, this could bring a huge boost to the battle power. Ouch! At this time, bursts of wolf howls rang out around Su Rue. These howls came from far away. Soon, he saw 4 or 5 gray wolves appear in front of him. It seemed that they were the surrounding gray wolves that had heard the gray wolf leader's call for help and rushed to rescue them. Good timing. After Su Rue saw them, instead of being worried, he was happy and put the bracelet on his right wrist. Now that he just happened to have risen to level 4, he was worried that there was no place to practice, and these gray wolves came to his door. When these 5 gray wolves saw the corpse of the giant wolf on the ground, they immediately revealed their sharp teeth and ran wildly towards Su Rue. Su Rue also didn't dare to show weakness and charged up with his sword, directly fighting the 5 gray wolves alone. Chapter 19 Solo Battle Against the Wolves. The experience went crazy. The two sides were soon engaged in battle. A gray wolf was the first to pounce on it, and Su Rue chopped his sword directly towards its head. Ka-ching! This gray wolf's head was directly split in half. Killed level 1 demonic beast gray wolf. Experience value plus 30. This was the effect brought about by such a high attack power of Su Rue now. At this moment, there were 2 more gray wolves coming from the left and right direction. Su Rue leaped and dodged the pincer attack of these 2 gray wolves. Swish! Swish! As soon as he landed on the ground, the other 2 gray wolves pounced towards him with great speed. Su Rue directly swung his sword forward. Bared! The tip of the sword directly cut across the 2 gray wolves' throats, severing their necks. Snap! Snap! The bodies of the two gray wolves landed from a high altitude and turned into two corpses. Killed level 1 demonic beast gray wolf. Experience value plus 30. Kill level 1 demonic beast gray wolf. Experience value plus 30. In just one shot, Su Rue had killed 3 gray wolves. Nowadays, his speed and attack power were far superior to these gray wolves, so it was naturally effortless to deal with them. When the remaining 2 gray wolves saw that Su Rue's strength was so strong, they immediately thought of retreating. Their eyes stared at Su Rue and their bodies kept retreating backward. However, right at this moment, there were a few more gray wolves in the distance coming this way. They similarly rushed over after hearing the howl of the gray wolf leader. These gray wolves immediately formed a pincer attack with those 2 gray wolves that were originally preparing to flee. This gave the 2 gray wolves the confidence to continue fighting. They didn't believe that, under the pincer attack, Su Rue would still be as calm as he was just now. Humph! How many more are coming? Then let me kill them all at once. Despite being deeply caught in the middle of the pincer attack, Su Rue's face still didn't show any worry. Instead, his battle spirit was high. With his current speed, combined with the Eye of Insight, it would be hard for these gray wolves to even touch him. The gray wolves on both sides also had a tacit understanding and attacked at the same time. Su Rue directly charged towards the 2 gray wolves. Swish! Swish! 2 cold lights flashed, and the 2 gray wolves died. At this time, those gray wolves behind them also arrived, and Su Rue turned around. Another cold light rose in all directions and blood and flesh flew. Killed level 1 demonic beast gray wolf. Experience value plus 30. Kill level 1 demonic beast gray wolf. Experience value plus 30. Kill level 1 demonic beast gray wolf. Experience value plus 30. Kill level 1 demonic beast gray wolf. Experience value plus 30. Kill level 1 demonic beast gray wolf. Experience value plus 30. The series of kill alerts caused a smile to appear on Su Rue's face. The engagement took less than 2 minutes in total, and these gray wolves were solved by him alone. Su Rue swept his eyes around himself. There were wolf corpses everywhere and blood all over the ground. He had killed a total of 8 gray wolves before and after, gaining a total of 240 experience points. Unfortunately, the attributes of these gray wolves had already been extracted to reach the upper limit, otherwise it would definitely be able to add a lot of attributes. However, his harvest this time was already generous enough. A normal team would have to spend quite a bit of time just looking for 8 gray wolves. These gray wolves saved him a lot of time. Su Rue was about to leave this place and move on when he realized that messages kept popping up in the chat box. He couldn't help but click on it to check it out. I'll go. Look everyone. Su Rue's ranking has risen and turned into 2nd place. Really? He squeezed that Long Wu out. It seems like Big Brother Su Rue's strength has improved again recently. It's still Big Brother Su Rue who's great. Surpassing Long Wu is just a piece of cake. He'll soon surpass Li Xiu and become number 1 on the battle power list. That's right, Brother Su Rue will definitely become number 1. It's only a matter of time now. At that instant, many fangirls and people who admired Su Rue stood out to brag about him. After all, not only was Su Rue strong, but he was also handsome, so naturally there was no shortage of people who worshipped him. It was estimated that nowadays, his popularity in the novice village was already second only to Zhang Yuanshan, and was able to go hand in hand with Zhou Yi and Gu Haitang. After Su Rue saw the content of the chat box, he hurriedly went to take a look at the battle power list. Sure enough, he was currently in 2nd place, and the first was still Li Xiu. It seemed that he had just leveled up and overtook Long Wu. However, this Li Xiu was a bit powerful. He had risen to level 4 and had devoured so many attributes. The battle power wasn't even as high as his, so it seemed that this one was an expert. At this time, Long Wu unexpectedly appeared in the chat box. Humph, the 1st place in the battle power ranking belongs to me. Let the 2 of them stay in this position for a little while longer. I'll get the ranking back sooner or later. This was still the first thing he said in the novice village, and it also allowed everyone to see what he looked like. This was a slightly rugged big man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and just by looking at his face one could visualize his lanky figure. I'll go. Big Brother Long Wu has shown up. Big Brother, how the hell did you upgrade so fast? What secrets do you have to teach us? Big Brother Long Wu, how many levels are you now? Seeing Long Wu appear, the chat box was instantly ablaze with questions after him. Unfortunately, after he finished that sentence, he disappeared into the chat box again. But as his appearance passed, Zhou Yi also stepped forward to speak. The 1st place belongs to me. Zhou Yi, none of you can steal it. Zhou Yi's words once again ignited everyone's emotions. All of these people started chatting about who could be the number one in the 250 novice village. Many people felt that Zhou Yi had the best chances, as he was a C-rank talent possessor. He was definitely the fastest one in terms of killing demonic beasts and increasing his battle power. There were also people who felt that it was Su Rui. After all, he had shown absolute potential and had just broken through from third to second. Similarly, there were also people who felt that it was Long Wu and Li Xiu. The two of them were the ones who attached themselves to the persona of a hidden expert. There were also quite a few arrogant people who stood out and said that they wanted to compete for the first place in the battle power ranking. Su Rui was naturally determined to win the first place in the battle power ranking. But now he was worried. The experience of a level 1 demonic beast was only about 30 points. And he now needed 400 experience points to level up one. Moreover, these level 1 demonic beasts were still relatively difficult to encounter. After all, Su Rui wasn't always as lucky as he was just now, with so many gray wolves coming over to give him experience. Especially since all the gray wolves around just now rushed over. Nowadays, if you want to encounter a gray wolf here, I'm afraid it won't be easy. If it went on like this, the speed of upgrading was too slow, and I'm afraid that it would be hard to get the first position. Su Rui was considering whether to directly rush towards the deepest part of the jungle. There were definitely more level 2 and even stronger demonic beasts there, providing more experience for sure. Just at this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao came. Announcement. A special demonic beast will be placed in the 250 novice village. Special demonic beast. A demonic beast with corresponding battle strength will be released based on the overall battle strength assessment of the novice village, and it requires all the people of the novice village to join hands in order to kill it. Reminder. Killing the special beast will give you a large amount of experience, and anyone who participates in the kill or causes damage to the special beast will receive the corresponding experience. A special beast? Large amount of experience? Hearing these, Su Rui's face immediately showed joy. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? If he killed the special demonic beast, then the first place would definitely be his. Chapter 20 Giant Ape's Terrifying Strength. At the same time, the chat box was once again on fire. The people who were originally still discussing the battle power ranking immediately started discussing the matter of dealing with the special demonic beast. Reminder. The special demonic beast has been placed. All members of the novice village can see the real-time positioning of the demonic beast. I'll go. This is too good to be true. I was just worried about how to find the special demonic beast. This is simply a benefit that Heaven's Way has given to our novice village. As long as we participate in the kills, we can gain experience. Great. Let's all go together to besiege the special demonic beasts. If we go late, we'll lose everything. The chat box was filled with cheers. With the location of the demonic beast, how could so many of them still worry about not being able to kill a special demonic beast? Su Rui immediately clicked on his map. Right away, he saw an extra red dot on the map and it was still moving slowly. This should be the special demonic beast. After determining the location of the demonic beast, Su Rui immediately raised his sword and ran wildly towards the direction of the demonic beast. He was not too close to the location of the special demonic beast. Because the special demonic beast was placed in the outermost part of the jungle, it should be the place with the largest number of people in the novice village. If he was late, he was really afraid that the special demonic beast would be hacked to death by the crowd. At the same time, on Zhou Yi's side of the team, a sharp-tongued man opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Yi, the special demonic beast has appeared. Are we going or not?" They were similarly deep in the jungle, farther away from the special demonic beast. The man asked this because he was also afraid of going late and then making another trip for nothing. Nonsense. The special demonic beast belongs to me. I'm definitely going, Zhou Yi said with great confidence. This was a great opportunity to level up, so of course he was not willing to miss it. At this moment, in two other places deep in the jungle, there were likewise two silhouettes rapidly traveling through the forest. The targets of these two people were both equally special demonic beasts. At this moment, almost the entire novice village was rushing towards the special demonic beast. Everyone was treating this as a chance, but they were ignoring the potential danger of the special demonic beast. Only Zhang Yuanshan felt that something was not quite right. He, who was leading the group forward in front, directly stopped in his tracks. Seeing Zhang Yuanshan stop, Zhou Xiaoke couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yuanshan, what's wrong?" "I have a bad feeling," Zhang Yuanshan said with a frown. Zhou Xiaoke did not understand what Zhang Yuanshan meant. Zhang Yuanshan didn't explain to her either, but directly tapped on the chat box to input the content. Everyone be careful. Since the special demonic beasts were head dropped after an overall battle strength assessment, they are definitely not that good to deal with. It's best to wait for a full crowd and go up together to deal with it. But the crowd that was on a roll didn't take Gu Yuanshan's words seriously. What's there to be afraid of? We have hundreds of people here. Can't we still deal with a demonic beast? That's right, big brother Zhang Yuanshan. You're being too alarmist. Even if the special demonic beast is more powerful, can it stand up to the siege of so many of us? Yes, several of our team are level 2. And our battle power isn't much worse than yours. Some people even felt that Zhang Yuanshan wanted to use this method to stall them so that he could arrive and then do it together, lest they don't get a share of the experience in the end. A person named Chao Hai thought so, and he directly said in the chat box, "Everyone, don't listen to him. We'll just kill the demonic beasts when we arrive. I think he just wants to share our experience." That's right, let's fight quickly. The fewer people we have, the less experience we'll definitely share. Zhang Yuanshan looked at these chats and a sense of powerlessness arose. He had already said what needed to be said, and since these people wouldn't listen, there was nothing else he could do. How can these people be like this? Brother Yuanshan, you kindly reminded them, and these people even maliciously speculated about you. With that, Zhou Xiaoke was ready to seek justice for Zhang Yuanshan in the chat box. At this moment, Gu Haitang, who was with them, came over. We'd better hurry over there. I also feel that this particular demonic beast is definitely not that simple. Zhang Yuanshan nodded. Then he grabbed Zhou Xiaoke's arm and rushed towards the demonic beast's place. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't done you justice yet. Zhou Xiaoke's one arm was grabbed and ran after Zhang Yuanshan. On the other side, Su Rue kept rushing against the location of the special demonic beast on the map. At the same time, he also noticed the movement in the chat box, and he felt that Zhang Yuanshan was absolutely right. Based on the overall strength of the novice village, the special demonic beasts that had been placed would definitely not be weak. He was very clear about his own strength, even if he was deeply surrounded by dozens of level 1 or level 2 humans. He would also be able to easily break out. After all, his speed and attacks were no longer comparable to these people. Only level 3 humans would be able to threaten him to some extent. It was estimated that in their eyes, these top few on the battle list would at most be able to deal with some wild boars, grey wolves, and the like all by themselves. After all, they hadn't seen the strength of Su Rue, Li Xiu, and the others. Even the likes of Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan, only their teammates knew their strength. They had definitely misjudged the strength of the special demonic beast. Moreover, the special demonic beast was definitely not weaker than Su Rue and Li Xiu, and was even much stronger. Such a powerful demonic beast couldn't be dealt with by a large number of people. What was needed was for strong people to join hands to deal with it. At this moment, in the chat box, Chao Hai said, "Haha, our team has arrived. It looks like this particular demonic beast is ours." Another person said, "First come, first served. Everyone from the novice village, we are not polite." These were the teams that were closest to the special demonic beast and the first to arrive. But it wasn't long before the kill prompt appeared. Novice Village Chao Hai was killed by the special demonic beast Berserk Giant Ape. Newbie Village's Feng Ping was killed by a special demonic beast, the Berserk Ape. Lu Xiaomei of Novice Village was killed by a special demonic beast, the Berserk Ape. Newbie Village Kong Yuanyu and was killed by a special demonic beast Berserk Ape. Newbie Village Lu Xiaomei was killed by a special demonic beast Berserk Ape. There were constant messages of Novice Village members being killed, and these were the ones who were the first to approach the special demonic beast. At this moment, the chat box was silent. Everyone was stunned. It had only been a short while, and already more than a dozen Novice Village members had died at the hands of the Berserk Giant Ape. Moreover, the teams that had first gone to surround the Berserk Ape were now all routed. Their encirclement seemed so unbearable. At this time, someone couldn't help but ask in the chat box, "Hey, are there any survivors who fought with the Great Ape? Is this guy really that strong?" The others also wondered about this. "Geez, it's too scary. This giant ape stands up to be over 3 meters tall, and it's invulnerable to knives and guns. You guys mustn't come to die." A girl said, "Oh, this giant ape is also too terrifying. One of my teammates was killed by one of its punches. Yeah, he also knows how to use a wooden stick as a weapon. He's very fast, and he's 10 meters tall in one jump. We have so many teams here, and now we're all starting to flee out. It's a good thing the giant ape didn't catch up to us. or else everyone would have to play it out. Chapter 21 Strong Together. The chat box was all about describing just how terrifying this giant ape was. This also caused those teams that were not as strong to beat a retreat. Originally, the vast majority of the people in the novice village were rushing in the direction of the giant ape. Now, the majority of the people were avoiding the giant ape. Of course, there were some teams and strong people who were excluded. On Zhou Yi's side, the sharp-tongued man asked worriedly, "Brother E, are we still going?" According to what was described in the chat box, their team was by no means a match for this giant ape either. At this moment, Zhou Yi's face was also filled with gravity, but he said decisively, "Go!" But the man was about to say something, and the other teammates also looked puzzled. Zhou Yi then said, "What are you afraid of? We won't be the only team at that time. I don't believe that no one will dare to come forward to deal with the great ape in a large novice village." Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's team, after they saw the kill prompt, they all stopped with stony faces as well. Really? If these people had listened to you, how could they have gotten killed for nothing? Zhou Xiaoke pouted. Gu Haitang looked at Zhang Yuanshan and asked, "What should we do next? This giant ape is more powerful than we even imagined. I'm afraid that relying on our two teams alone." Currently, there were basically no teams in the chat box that were willing to come over and surround the giant ape. They would rather be in a safe place, slowly brushing their levels, rather than coming to participate in something as dangerous as besieging the giant ape. Zhang Yuanshan also knew that it would not be enough with their two teams, so he pondered for a moment. He then clicked on the chat box and typed on it, "Everyone who wants to continue to deal with the giant apes can come to this place and gather with me." With that, Zhang Yuanshan sent out his location. When Zhou Xiaoke saw it, she asked, "Brother Yuanshan, are you trying to unite these strong people from the novice village to deal with the giant ape together?" Zhang Yuanshan nodded. "That's right. Their thoughts should be the same as ours. They all want to kill the giant ape to gain experience. But the strength of them individually or in a separate team is no match for the giant ape. In order to kill the giant ape, everyone must unite." Soon, someone responded to him, "Heavens! Such a dangerous demonic beast. I advise you guys to stop trying. It's best to avoid it. Yes, this giant ape is more powerful than any of you can imagine. It's simply not something we humans can deal with." Many people were scared out of their wits by the giant ape. They had never seen such a powerful demonic beast before. Zhang Yuanshan looked at these speeches and frowned, his emotions somewhat disappointed. This was a great opportunity to level up. Didn't anyone dare to stand up against the giant ape? Gu Haitang also came over and said, "It seems that everyone is shocked by the strength of the great ape, and no one is willing to join forces against it anymore." But right at this moment, Su Rui spoke in the chat box. "Okay, I'll rush to your place now. I'm going. Big brother Su Rui has manifested. Big brother Su Rui, don't be impulsive. This giant ape's strength is very perverse. What do you know? Big brother Su Rui is the number 2 character of our novice village. His strength must be perverted as well." Su Rui's appearance made many people excited and boosted their morale. "How come it's him?" Zhou Xiaoke beamed and whispered. Although she had some small conflicts with Su Rui, she still had to admit it in her heart. Su Rui's strength was top-notch in the novice village. When Zhang Yuanshan saw Su Rui's response, a smile appeared on his face, and said in the chat box, "Okay, we'll wait for you here." Soon, another person responded to Zhang Yuanshan, "Our squad will be here soon as well." This person was none other than Zhou Yi, who was also worried about pulling his identity to find helpers. It was exactly at this time that Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward. "Great. Now that big brother Zhou Yi has shown up as well, the giant apes will have their work cut out for them. Yes, big brother Zhou Yi's team and Zhang Yuanshan's and theirs are all strong inside. There are even people on the battle list. They'll definitely be able to kill the giant ape this time." The chat box was full of optimism, generally believing that they would definitely be able to kill the giant ape. But at this moment, some who had encountered the giant ape head-on came forward to speak. "You guys are still underestimating the great ape. Yes, you guys haven't seen the strength of a great ape and don't know its terror. In my opinion, the great ape is simply not something we can deal with at this stage." These people's statements caused the chat box to fall silent once again. It was true that most of them had never seen a giant ape before. However, judging from the frequency of the giant ape's kill alerts, this fellow's strength was indeed very terrifying. Right at this moment, Two people in the chat box once again stated one after another that they would go to Zhang Yuanshan to rendezvous. These two were none other than the mysterious powerhouses Li Xiu and Long Wu. The appearance of the two caused the chat box to instantly heat up again. This was Li Xiu's first appearance, and the crowd was surprised to find that he looked very young. It was estimated that he was about the same age as Su Rui, with an angular face but very thin and slightly pale skin. It looked like he had gotten very sick. It made it hard to imagine that such a sickly-looking youth was the number one person in their novice village. Big Brother Li Xiu. I'm your fangirl. Which team is Big Brother Li Xiu on? Big Brother Li Xiu. Why are you so powerful? Li Xiu's appearance blew out quite a few of the diving ones in the chat box. Wow, even the two of them are here. Zhou Xiaoku was also bursting with excitement. The other team members were equally excited. They would soon be able to meet the top few of the novice village battle ranking. Zhang Yuanshan, on the contrary, looked as normal as if he had expected these two to come. Because he knew that these two were solo travelers, even if they were more confident, they wouldn't dare to face the giant ape alone. So coming to find them to deal with the great ape together was the best option. Not long after, Zhou Yi and the others were the first to arrive here. Then it was Su Rui, who came here alone. The others also understood that Su Rui was a solo strongman, before he was with Hong Wanquan and the others. They thought that Su Rui had a team, now it seemed that he was alone. Su Rui, we meet again. I knew you would definitely come this time. Zhang Yuanshan laughed. When Zhou Yi saw Su Rui, his eyes froze a little. Wasn't this the kid who drew the broomstick in the opening round and was taunted by himself? I hadn't noticed before. How was he the second in the battle ranking, Su Rui? Zhou Yi immediately turned his head to the side to avoid embarrassment. Su Rui naturally didn't take the initiative to bother with him and walked towards the enthusiastic Zhang Yuanshan. Not long after, Long Wu also rushed over. He was really stout, nearly 1.9 meters in height, and the cloth clothes he wore were bulging with his muscles. Holding a machete in his hand, he even had a black panther's skin on his body. Combined with his wild temperament, he looked like a wild man. Everyone's eyes became a little different when they looked at him. Chapter 22. Fighting the Great Ape. Seeing that everyone was looking towards the black panther skin on his body, Long Wu explained, "This skin was rewarded to me by the heavenly Tao when I killed a rare demonic beast. Draping it on can increase my defense." Hearing this, Su Rui swept a glance at the black panther pelt. Black panther fur. Dropped from killing the rare demonic beast Black Panther. Defense +3. Surprisingly, there were 3 points of defense. He currently only had a total of 3 points of defense. It seemed that he wasn't the only one with a chance in the novice village either. So it is. Zhang Yuanshan quickly and enthusiastically came forward to greet him. Long Wu wasn't as arrogant and cold as everyone thought. Instead, he was very open and cheerful, and quickly became a part of everyone. The last person to arrive was Li Xiu. He had a thin body with a not-so-young appearance, and carried 2 double swords on his back. The figure was a stark contrast to Long Wu. If it wasn't for the fact that his name was written on the battle power list, everyone would even think that this was just a kid without much battle power. Su Rui, on the other hand, placed his eyes on the twin swords behind Li Xiu's back. Second-rank weapon. Blizzard twin knives. Attack +15. Speed +10. Second-rank weapon. Surprisingly, adding so many attributes, it seemed that Li Xiu also had some chance. Under everyone's bunch of skeptical gazes, Long Wu stepped forward and said, "Hey, I say, are you that Li Xiu on the battle power list? Are you renamed with him? This is not an imposter, when you die." Saying that, Long Wu was about to put his big hand on his shoulder. Li Xiu quickly swung out his left hand. Snap! It directly knocked Long Wu's outstretched hand back. Long Wu shook off his beaten hand and smiled at everyone without feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment. Looks like this one is real. Nowadays, everyone on the battle power list was basically here. At the same time, everyone had discovered a problem. The top 3 on the battle power list were actually 3 solo powerhouses. Could it be that being alone was really stronger than being in a group? Zhou Yi even entertained the idea of whether or not to break away from the group at this point. After Long Wu's interruption just now, the atmosphere was also enlivened. Everyone went up to ask Li Xiu all kinds of questions. This was the first person in their novice village. In the face of these questions, Li Xiu only said, "When will we deal with the giant ape? Look at you. How boring you are. It's not easy for everyone to get together, we should." Long Wu was about to say, putting wine on the table. He was then interrupted by Li Xiu. I don't have time to waste here. Su Rui also spoke up. That's right. It's better for everyone not to waste time. Seizing the time to deal with the giant ape is the right thing to do. Zhang Yuanshan also thought the same way and looked around and spoke. Good. There should be enough of us, so let's set off. The strongest players on the battle power list were basically all here, and they also had many level 3 strong players, with the weakest being level 2. This was already the top battle power of the novice village. If they all couldn't deal with the giant ape, then there was no way out. The group of people followed the coordinates of the giant ape on the map and quickly arrived at its location. This is it. The giant ape is about 500 meters ahead, Zhang Yuanshan said as he looked at the map. The crowd came to the grassland where they had just left the novice village at this time, and there were quite a few tall grass clumps in front of them, blocking the line of sight. Then what are we waiting for? Charge up together and kill it, Long Wu said impatiently. Zhang Yuanshan, on the other hand, said, I think it's better for us to plan. Su Rui rather agreed with Zhang Yuanshan's proposal. If they rushed up in a swarm, instead of being able to maximize their strength would be reduced due to poor coordination. But the others didn't have the patience to listen to him arranging a plan. All right, no need to talk nonsense. Let's go straight up together. I'll take the lead. Saying that, Long Wu directly charged towards the giant ape. Li Xiu also followed right after in silence. Su Rui followed closely behind, and Joey was also not willing to show weakness. Zhang Yuanshan and the others could only follow and charge upwards. When he was 200 meters away from the great ape, Su Rui saw it half sitting in the tall grass. As expected, as the chat box said, it was 3 meters tall, with brown hair like steel needles all over its body, and a pair of iron fists that were huge and incomparable. The muscles of the upper limbs were incomparably exaggerated, so it was no wonder that one punch could kill a player. At this moment, the giant ape that was resting also noticed the humans that were rushing towards them. Roar! It roared at Su Rui and the others, then directly ran over on all 4 limbs. At the same time, no one on Su Rui's side retreated. They all ran towards it. Running giant ape. A special demonic beast placed according to the overall strength of the novice village, possessing powerful attack and defense abilities. The distance between the two sides kept shrinking. On the novice village side, Su Rui and Li Xiu rushed at the forefront, Long Wu followed, and the others were left behind by them. Su Rui and Li Xiu were the first to reach the giant ape. The first target of the giant ape was actually Su Rui, only to see him waving his fist towards Su Rui. Who? The huge fist accompanied by violent fist wind came towards Su Rui. Su Rui, who had already predicted this, dodged the blow with a dodge. Bang! The giant ape's fist smashed on the ground, and the earth seemed to tremble for it. At this moment, Li Xiu seized the opportunity to pull out his twin swords and jumped up to chop at the giant ape's shoulders. Plop! The dual swords left 2 shallow wounds on the giant ape's shoulders. Seeing this scene, even the indifferent Li Xiu revealed a stunned expression. His all-out strike hadn't even injured the giant ape. Eat another slash from me. Long Wu, who was carrying a machete, had already arrived, and he similarly leapt up, holding the machete with both hands at full strength as he chopped towards the giant ape. But at this time, the giant ape had already had time to react, and a look of anger immediately appeared on its face. It directly slammed its fist towards Long Wu. Bang! Long Wu's machete and the giant ape's fist collided together. However, he was instantly sent flying a dozen meters away by the giant ape, while only a faint slash mark was left on the giant ape's fist. It didn't even cut through its thick fur. And Su Rui didn't stay idle. He had already circled around behind the giant ape, holding his sword with both hands and stabbing towards its back. Giggling, the sword that Su Rui stabbed with all his strength, surprisingly only pierced into the giant ape's body by an inch. When the great ape felt the pain coming from its back, its long arms immediately flung behind it. Fortunately, after Su Rui's blow failed, he immediately drew his sword and retreated, dodging the blow. Li Xiu on the other side also didn't have any pause and continued to launch his attack. He didn't believe that every inch of the great ape's skin was that hard, and this time he attacked the great ape's throat. This was the weakest place of the great ape, but it was also the most dangerous place. After all, the throat was right under the ape's eyes. Li Xiu's dual swords were one on the left and one on the right, and he directly jumped up and chopped towards the giant ape's neck. But the great ape's reaction speed wasn't slow either. One arm quickly returned to defense and blocked in front of his body. When the double knives chopped on the great ape's arm, and Li Xiu also landed with it. But the moment he landed, Li Xiu's face changed drastically. Oh no! The giant ape's other punch had already whistled at this moment, and it was already impossible for him to dodge it. But at this moment, a light golden-colored light shield appeared around Li Xiu. Bang! The giant ape's fist was blocked by the light shield for an instant. Immediately afterward, the light shield appeared with dense cracks, and it directly burst apart after a split second. Li Xiu had already seized this momentary opportunity and dodged away from the punch. Chapter 23. Jointly battling the giant ape. Zhang Yuanshan, who had arrived with him, was panting heavily, and it was him who had used his defense aura at the critical moment. The silent Li Xiu also cast a grateful look at him. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuanshan just now, he would have shed his skin even if he didn't die. Sinful animal, I'll give you a taste of my lightning. As soon as the words fell, a thick white thunderbolt struck down from the air. The thunderbolt released by Zhou Yi at this moment was actually a circle larger than it was at the novice village. Ka-ching! The lightning struck the back of the giant ape, splitting a scorched black mark on its back. The great ape grinned and stroked its back. It then raised its head to the sky and struck its chest a few times with its fists. It directly ran wildly towards Zhou Yi. Anyone could see that the giant ape was truly enraged this time. No way, Zhou Yi muttered. All spread out. Surround it. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and commanded. The crowd scattered at once, but the giant ape was still chasing Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi immediately panicked and ran. The others circled around behind the giant ape and attacked, but unfortunately, their attacks couldn't have any effect on the giant ape. Even Li Xiu couldn't hurt the great ape, let alone them. The great ape directly ignored the attacks of these people and was frantically chasing Zhou Yi. Why does it keep chasing me? Zhou Yi had a bitter look on his face, while at the same time releasing lightning to slash at the giant ape once again. Ka-ching! The lightning struck the back of the giant ape's neck, causing it to experience a moment of dizziness and stop where it was. Su Rui had been chasing behind the giant ape. He quickly seized this opportunity and directly leaped up to slash at the back of the giant ape with a sword. When the sword blade left a scratch on the back of the great ape, although it split its fur, it still couldn't hurt it. The giant ape quickly reacted from its dizziness, and with a roar of rage, it continued to run wildly towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's face suddenly changed drastically. He had only just relied on the face lightning from earlier to distance himself from the giant ape. This was going to be caught up by it again in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yi, don't be afraid. I can still release my defense aura. Zhang Yuanshan shouted to Zhou Yi. With such a large giant ape chasing after him all the time, could he not be afraid? Besides, Zhang Yuanshan's defense aura could only block the giant ape for a split second. It's best to split its eyes with lightning. Su Rui, who was chasing after him, opened his mouth and reminded. I also want to Every strike I made was aimed at its eyes. Zhou Yi said helplessly. Unfortunately, his lightning talent had yet to be utilized to the point of perfection, and he was unable to accurately aim for the giant ape's eyes. The giant ape's speed was much faster than Zhou Yi's, and if it wasn't for his thunderbolt and the harassment of the giant ape by the other people around him, he would have been caught up by the giant ape a long time ago, but now it was only a matter of time before the giant ape caught up to him. Zhou Yi was currently the only one who could pose some threat to the great ape. That was why the great ape didn't bother with the others, they were just tickling themselves anyway. Only this guy in front of him who could discharge electricity was a threat to himself. What should we do now? Our attacks won't work on it at all. Zhang Yuanshan fell into a bitter thought. Everyone else was also getting desperate. Their attacks were like tickling the giant ape. And Zhou Yi was about to be caught up by the giant ape. Ka-ching! Another thunderbolt struck down from the air. This time, Zhou Yi's accuracy had improved, and it directly struck the top of the giant ape's head. It caused it to fall into a brief dizziness once again. Su Rui seized the opportunity and raised his sword towards the back of the giant ape. This time, the silver bracelet on his right hand emitted a white light that wrapped around his right hand. Afterwards, Su Rui chopped down with his sword. Bared. The sword directly chopped through the flesh of the giant ape, leaving a shocking wound on its back. Roar! The giant ape instantly woke up from its dizziness with a painful blow and let out a furious roar. It then turned its head to look at this human who had attacked it with a somewhat stunned expression. This human that was tickling itself just a moment ago was now able to break through its defenses. Not only was it not expecting it, the other people in the novice village were likewise filled with surprise. In the eyes of the giant ape, Su Rui's level of danger greatly increased. It immediately turned around and started chasing after Su Rui again. Seeing this, Zhou Yi was relieved. Su Rui didn't hesitate and immediately pulled his legs out and ran. At the same time, he shouted at the crowd, "Attack towards the wound on the back of the giant ape." The defense there had already been broken by Su Rui. Everyone else also reacted and attacked towards the wounds of the great ape. Whoosh! A feather arrow broke through the wind and directly pierced into the giant ape's wound. The great ape once again suffered pain and its movements slowed down. Zhang Yuanshan and the others seized the opportunity and attacked towards the great ape. Although their attacks did not always hit the great ape's wounds. But with so many attacks covering down, there was always an attack that could hit the great ape's wound. But it still didn't give up chasing Su Rui because it was afraid that when it attacked the others, Su Rui would give him another sword, then he wouldn't be able to eat it. But in reality, Su Rui's attack reinforcement bracelet had already entered its cooldown time. Right at this moment, Li Xiu, who was holding dual swords, reappeared. He took advantage of the fact that the giant ape was being attacked and his movements were slightly sluggish, and he directly slashed the dual swords horizontally at the giant ape's wound. Bared. Li Xiu's double knives and the great ape's wound completely overlapped, and these two slashes caused the great ape's wound to split even wider. At the same time, the wound was also deeper, and one could even see the ghastly white bones inside. Roar! The giant ape bellowed violently while slamming out a fist behind him. Li Xiu had already stormed back long ago, and this punch naturally fell short, but at the same time it also forced back the pursuers behind it. Good! Seeing the effect of this slash, Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but shout. As long as they continued to attack towards the great ape's wounds, it wouldn't be long before it couldn't support itself. But the great ape was not stupid. It knew it was unbeatable and immediately erupted with an extremely strong desire to survive, running wildly towards the jungle. This speed was more than 30 to 40% faster than just a moment ago. Zhou Yi, don't let it run away, Zhang Yuanshan shouted. Zhou Yi immediately released the thunderbolt again. Ka-ching! The lightning stopped the giant ape for an instant, and it shook its head and ran towards the jungle once again. Su Rui, on the other hand, seized this instant of time and directly leaped up and jumped on the back of the giant ape. The great ape naturally felt someone on its back, but it was running on all fours and had no time to take care of Su Rui on its back. I go! This Su Rui has too much guts. How dare he jump onto the back of the great ape? Isn't he afraid of being slapped to death? Su Rui's behavior caused the crowd behind him to be astonished. Don't discuss these. Quickly pursue. Zhang Yuanshan and the others were in hot pursuit behind the great ape. Unfortunately, the giant ape that was running at full speed with the sole intention of escaping was simply not something they could catch up with. Soon, the great ape disappeared from their view, completely burrowing into the jungle. On the other hand, Zhang Yuanshan and the others were panting from exhaustion, and some had already stopped. This giant ape's ability to escape is really top-notch. I originally thought that its defense and attacks would be terrifying enough, but I didn't expect it to run so fast as well. After Zhang Yuanshan took a few big breaths in place, he said to them, "We can't stop. Su Rui is still on the back of the giant ape. If we don't hurry over there, he will be in trouble." Someone waved his hand at him and said, "Forget it, we simply can't run past the giant ape. By the time we catch up with it, Su Rui will definitely have been taken care of by it." Yes, this Su Rui is really simply don't want to die. Alone he dared to jump on the giant ape. Let's just wait to see the hint that he was killed. I guess it will be soon. Chapter 24 One Man Kills a Giant Ape. At this time, Zhou Shaoke gasped and looked at these people and said with great dissatisfaction, "How can you guys say such words? Su Rui at least rushed up there because he fought for our novice village." Gu Haitang walked over and said, "Forget it. Since they don't want to continue chasing, let's go after them." After saying that, she directly rushed towards the direction where the giant ape disappeared. With the two of them, Gu Haitang and Zhang Yuanshan, leading the way, there were also quite a few people who followed. On Zhou Yi's side, the sharp-tongued man found a comfortable place to sit down. Then he said to Zhou Yi, "Brother Yi, do you think this Su Rui is a fool? One person dared to..." "Brother Yi, where are you going?" Only to see that Zhou Yi had already chased after him with his iron sword. At the same time, Su Rui was still on the back of the great ape, and he was holding on to the brown hair on the back of the great ape. Otherwise, he was going to be thrown down. Being on the back of the great ape was simply more exciting than riding a roller coaster. This way, bumping Su Rui's internal organs were almost dislocated, and the scene around him was rapidly changing. Su Rue grabbed on the giant ape with one hand. The other hand held the sword and stabbed towards the giant ape. Plop! The long sword slipped off before it could stab in. It couldn't break through its defense at all. And Su Rue, who was on top of the great ape, couldn't hit the great ape's wounds at all. Damn! If there was no attack doubling, it wouldn't be able to break through the defense at all. Su Rue fell into a fit of agony. If it was one-on-one, it would be hard for him to hit the great ape's wounds. There would be no way to injure the great ape unless he waited until the cooldown time of the strengthening bracelet ended. It suddenly occurred to Su Rue that he still had ring-tailed snake venom on him. This thing was a toxin that could poison level 3 demonic beasts, and it also had some effect on level 4 demonic beasts. I don't know how many level demonic beasts this giant ape is considered. Su Rue didn't think too much and immediately took out the vial containing the toxin from his bosom and poured all the snake venom contained inside onto the long sword. Soon, the giant ape ran out a distance, leaving the pursuers behind it far away. At this time, it suddenly stopped with a sharp break and reached out to grab towards Su Rue on its back. And Su Rue had already predicted this step of its action, directly using inertia, jumped to the front of the giant ape. Who? The giant ape's other fist smashed towards Su Rue in front of it. After Su Rue landed on the ground, he once again retreated violently and dodged this punch again. Roar! The giant ape roared angrily and continued to move forward to attack Su Rue. Bang! 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 Su Rue kept dodging as the giant ape's fists hit the surrounding thick trees. A big tree also fell to the ground in response. His speed was about the same as the great ape, but he possessed the Eye of Insight, which could capture the movements of the great ape in advance. And in an environment like the jungle, it was very favorable to smaller humans. It was very inconvenient for the great apes with huge bodies to move. The dodging Su Rue had also been looking for the giant ape's brakes. Right now, the only way he could cause damage to the great ape was to attack the wound on its back. Only when he found such an opportunity would Su Rue strike. Roar! Soon, the giant ape couldn't hit Su Rue and became even more irritable. Thud! Dang! Thud! It attacked the surrounding trees that were in the way even more furiously, and its speed also became faster. But the giant ape in such a state was also more prone to reveal its cracks. Su Rue, in the moment when the two big trees fell to the ground, with the help of the gap where the great ape's field of vision was limited, he circled around from underneath the great ape to behind it. My turn! Su Rue unleashed a full-strength sword and stabbed towards the great ape's wound. Bared! The blade of the sword pierced through the flesh and blood and deeply penetrated into the giant ape. Roar! The giant ape raised the sky and let out a roar that shook the surrounding birds and could be heard for several kilometers around. This sword had really stabbed it and had also seriously injured it. After the successful strike, Su Rue didn't hesitate and directly pulled out his long sword and retreated backward. The heavily injured giant ape instantly fell into a state of madness. Dang! 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 The great ape waved its fists and attacked everywhere. The surrounding trees fell to the ground in pieces, and the earth was smashed and trembled. Looking at the crazy and mad giant ape, Su Rue hurriedly retreated backward. At this time, the great ape seemed to be blinded by anger, only focusing on attacking the things around him madly. It didn't notice that Su Rue had actually left the place far away. The surrounding trees and bushes were all destroyed by the great ape, and a large area of the jungle was razed to the ground. When this guy starts to go crazy, it's too terrifying. Su Rue looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that the destructive power of the great ape in its berserk state was truly terrifying. But soon, the movement of the giant ape became much smaller, and its movements also became wobbly. Boom! The body of the great ape directly planted on the ground along with a violent shake. At this time, Su Rue realized that the wound on the back of the giant ape that he had stabbed with his long sword was actually flowing out dark green blood. Great! The toxin had kicked in. It seemed that the venom of this highly poisonous ring-tailed snake was really useful for this giant ape. Su Rue cautiously went forward. The body of the giant ape was lying like a small mountain. The wound on its back was still gurgling out green blood. When Su Rue saw it, he instantly understood that this guy definitely couldn't survive. Only now there was no kill prompt. Could it be that this guy was pretending to be dead? Su Rue picked up a half piece of wood on the ground and threw it towards the giant ape's head. Thud! The wood smashed on the giant ape's head. It didn't have any reaction. Su Rue was not willing. Picked up a stone on the ground and threw it towards the giant ape's head. Thud! The stone smashed solidly on the head of the great ape. The great ape scrambled up from the ground violently. This time it really hurt it. After it got up and saw Su Rue, it directly ran wildly towards him. It's really pretending to be dead. Su Rue had a jolt and hurriedly retreated backward. Fortunately, he was cautious just now and kept a certain distance from the great ape. The giant ape under Berserk ran extremely fast. It soon caught up and directly clanked 2 punches towards Su Rue. Relying on the terrain and the eye of insight, Su Rue dodged these 2 punches in a thrilling manner. At the same time, he was puzzled in his heart. This guy was dying from the poison. How could he still be so fierce? But next, he understood what was going on. Only to see that the giant ape chasing behind was running slower and slower, and its fists were getting more and more powerless. Finally, the giant ape was still unable to suppress the onset of the toxin, and after swinging its fists a few times, it collapsed heavily to the ground. Kill special demonic beast Berserk giant ape. Phew! Su Rue exhaled. This guy could be considered dead. In that case, just now that was the last strength that this guy had returned and played out. Just now, the giant ape got back on its feet and kept chasing him. He thought that this guy was undefeatable. At the same time, in the chat box of the novice village, someone had already told the matter of Su Rue going after the giant ape. What? One person dared to go after the great ape. This Su Rue is crazy. Humph. What do you know? This is what is called a true hero's demeanor. How many of you can have this kind of guts? Che, still bold, in the end it's still a dead end. In this world, living is the most important thing. Yes, life is gone, what's the use of having guts? That said, this Su Rue is still a bit capable, surprisingly insisted for so long without being slapped to death by the giant ape. Announcement. Special demonic beast Berserk giant ape has been killed by novice village Su Rue. Later on, the Heavenly Tao will distribute experience based on the contribution to the killing of the Berserk ape. Chapter 25. Experience skyrockets. Number 1 on the battle power ranking. The 2 pieces of news instantly ignited the entire novice village. Crap! Big Brother Su Rue 666. This is too awesome. Big Brother Su Rue. One person single-handedly killed the giant ape. I just want to ask who else? Even those who had just said that Su Rue would surely die had now come forward to shout Big Brother bullish. Zhang Yuanshan and the other group of pursuers who were rushing towards the giant ape stopped in their tracks when they saw these 2 pieces of news. They all looked at each other with unbelievable expressions on their faces. How was this possible? How on earth did Su Rue do it? At this moment, they even suspected that their eyes had misread the news, that it was actually Su Rue who had killed the great ape. It wasn't the great ape that killed Su Rue. They had just fought with the great ape and knew how terrifying the strength of the great ape was. Any one of them who fought with the great ape would not be able to receive a single punch from it. During the process of chasing the great ape, they had been afraid of seeing the news of Su Rue being killed. But it turned out that Su Rue had killed the great ape. Even Li Xiu's face showed a rare expression of disbelief. He immediately ran towards the place where the giant ape had last appeared, wanting to see what had happened there. The others, after a short pause, one by one also ran in that direction, all of them wanting to figure out what was going on. The people who rushed to the place were immediately dumbfounded. My goodness! Looking at the scene around them, Zhou Xiaoku unconsciously let out an exclamation, only to see that the surrounding jungle of 100 meters was in shambles, almost level to the ground, and the ground was covered with fist and footprints of the great apes. Looking at these scenes, the crowd was also able to imagine what kind of intense battle had just happened here. Su Rue, on the other hand, was standing unharmed next to the corpse of the great ape. This scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the crowd and lingered for a long time. Su Rue also felt the gazes of the crowd behind him. So he straightened his waist again and continued to stand there, enjoying the gazes of admiration cast by the crowd behind him. At this time, someone described the scene in front of him into the chat box. Big Brother Su Rue is really too strong. The fight with the giant ape destroyed the entire mountain forest. I go! Is it really true? Was the battle so intense? 1,000 times true. I'm right now at the place where Big Brother Su Rue fought with the giant ape. If you don't believe me, just come and take a look. Saying that, he sent over the coordinates of the place. Then I have to go and take a look. At that time, I might even be able to see Big Brother Su Rue's real face and ask him how he did it. This girl is also going. I'll also ask him if he lacks a girlfriend. Upstairs. Brother Su Rue is mine. No one can snatch it from me. On the side of the giant ape, Li Xiu took the lead towards Su Rue, and everyone else reacted and followed. You? How the hell did you do that? Zhou Xiaoku couldn't help but ask. This was the question that everyone present wanted to ask out. Li Xiu, who was standing on the corpse of the great ape, saw that something was wrong with the great ape's wounds. Died of poisoning? Su Rui nodded and said, That's right. Before I happened to kill a highly poisonous ring-tailed snake and obtained the snake's venom, I smeared the toxin on my sword and the great ape died after being poisoned. Su Rui said it very casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But no one would treat this as a trivial matter, nor would they think that things were really as simple as Su Rui said. The scene in front of him was the best proof. Announcement. Calculation completed. Now start distributing the experience of killing the great ape. After the voice of the heavenly Tao ended, a pillar of light was scattered in the sky, shining on those who had fought with the giant ape, respectively. I'll go. I just slashed the great ape twice without even cracking the skin, but I actually have a dozen points of experience. I'm the same. I used my bow and arrow to tickle the giant ape, and I still have a dozen points of experience as well. Damn. It's so unfair. I ate a punch from the giant ape. My bones are all falling apart, and I'm only given 8 points of experience. Long Wu said in the chat box at this time. He was blown away by the giant ape in the opening round, and he didn't slow down for half a day after landing. Zhang Yuanshan gained 50 experience points, which wasn't bad. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, had gained 100 experience points, and he had used lightning on the giant ape several times. But the lightning caused limited damage to the giant ape, and the main effect was still to stun it for a moment. Li Xiu gained over 150 points of experience, and his dual swords chopped at the wounds on the back of the great ape at that time. It caused great damage to the giant ape and tore the wound even bigger. Since we all have this much experience, how much experience should Big Brother Su Rui, who killed the giant ape, get? Yeah, the giant ape was basically killed by Big Brother Su Rui alone. He must have gained a lot of experience. In the chat box, the crowd immediately began to wonder how much experience Su Rui had gained. Even Li Xiu, Zhang Yuanshan and the others were very curious. Killed Berserk Giant Ape. Experience value plus 800. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 5. Attack plus 25. Speed plus 25. Detected that the player is still a Lone Ranger. Title automatically upgraded to Lone Ranger. Title bonus. Attack plus 15. Speed plus 15. Defense plus 1. Title bonus. Attack plus 15. Speed plus 15. Defense plus 1. Looking at this series of messages, the corner of Su Rui's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. At the same time, he also opened his panel. Name Su Rui. Attack 131. Defense 4. Speed 116. Level 5, 600 and 4800. This wave directly caused Su Rui's battle power to skyrocket by a large margin. He had already felt the huge change in his body. If he was allowed to deal with the giant ape now, he wouldn't have to be in such a mess at all. At the same time, his ranking on the battle power list rose by 1 place. It directly became the number 1 on the 250 Novice Village's battle power ranking. Whoosh! You guys look at the battle power list. Big Brother Su Rui has become the number 1 person in our Novice Village. Really, it's too awesome. I didn't realize that Brother Su Rui is not only handsome but also so strong. Sister, I love it too much. This isn't even an expected thing. Big Brother Su Rui fought the giant ape alone. I just want to ask who else is there? For a while, the entire Novice Village crowd thought that this battle power ranking number 1, Su Rui deserved it. Words of boasting and worshipping Su Rui filled the entire chat box. Even Li Xiu himself didn't have anything to say. Killing the giant ape by himself was something he was far from being able to do. Only to see, he got down from the corpse of the giant ape and rushed at Su Rui. I have no problem with giving this first place to you, but this is only temporary. I will do my best to retake this first place back. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the jungle. Good. I'll wait for you, Su Rui said at his back. Su Rui was very confident about sitting firmly at the first place in the battle power ranking. This was not only because he could devour demonic beast attributes, but more importantly, he only needed half of other people's experience to upgrade. This point was very rogue. Hey, there's still me. I, Zhou Yi, am also a man who wants to compete for first place. Zhou Yi also opened his mouth unwillingly. If Long Wu were here, he would definitely have intervened as well. Chapter 26: A Way to Recover Physical Strength. Looking at Li Xiu's back, someone couldn't help but say, Hey, you guys say that this Luosuo won't be going to fight monsters and upgrade again. Isn't he tired? Yeah. I'm dying of exhaustion right now. I can't wait to lay down on the ground and take a nap right now. After the intense battle and all-out chase just now, the physical strength of the crowd was pretty much depleted. Most of all, they had also fought demonic beasts outside the novice village for a long time, and they didn't have much stamina to begin with. If Su Rue hadn't taken the white spirit fruit in the middle, then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to top it now. Zhang Yuanshan opened his mouth at this time and said, "Our stamina is almost exhausted. This place is not too far from the novice village. We intend to go back to the novice village to rest for a while. Do any of you want to join us?" Su Rue naturally didn't need to. He still had 3 white spirit fruits on him. His stamina was gone. Just eat a fruit. Zhou Yi saw that Su Rue unexpectedly didn't need to rest. He who originally planned to rest also decided to stay and fight monsters. If Su Rue Luosuo took advantage of this time and left him far behind, that would be bad. Zhang Yuanshan was aware that Su Rue had the spirit fruit that restored his strength, and he saw that Zhou Yi actually wanted to stay as well. He couldn't help but laugh at him. "Zhou Yi, don't try to be brave. If you lose your stamina at that time and end up dying at the hands of the demonic beasts, that would be stifling." A few of his teammates had not followed him just now, and now Zhou Yi had kicked them out of the team. Currently, he was also considered to be alone. All right, just go back and rest for 10 minutes. 10 minutes thinking that you guys won't be able to brush up on much experience. With that, Zhou Yi turned his head and headed towards the novice village. Zhang Yuanshan and the others also waved goodbye to Su Rue and left towards the novice village. Su Rue similarly said goodbye to them and waited for these people to leave. He came to the corpse of the giant ape. He hadn't had time to devour the attributes of the giant ape just now. I don't know how many attributes a giant ape with such a strong strength could provide. Su Rue stretched out his hand towards the corpse of the great ape and started devouring it. Devour successfully, attack +8, defense +2, speed +3. Not bad, there were actually 2 points of defense. The increase in defense made Su Rue feel that his physique had strengthened a bit, and at the same time he was more resistant to fighting. He then tapped on the chat box to check it out. Right now, most of the people in the novice village had almost exhausted their physical strength, and most of them had already fallen into exhaustion. These people who had exhausted their stamina had also returned to the novice village's wooden huts to rest, where there was a double stamina recovery effect. However, they were also surprised to find that it was currently afternoon, but they weren't hungry at all. It seemed that there was no need to eat here, but stamina was something that would incur a drain. But at that moment, someone said in the chat box, "Big discovery. Big discovery. Drinking water from the stream in the jungle can restore a certain amount of stamina." This piece of news made all the people get excited, and Su Rue was no exception. Someone immediately asked, "Really? You can't lie to us." "It's true. I was just in the jungle and wanted to taste the stream water. I took a sip of it and it was surprisingly sweet, and I recovered some of my physical strength." At this time, another person came forward and stated, "Yes, there are also some spiritual herbs and things like that. After eating them, not only can you strengthen your body, you can also recover your physical strength." Su Rue nodded slightly as he looked at these messages. It seemed that all those things in the jungle that could be eaten should be able to restore physical strength. Once these words came out, there were already people who couldn't wait to try them. Zhou Yi was one of them, and he had already arrived at a small stream. Taking a mouthful of stream water and a mouthful of grass, he ate, muttering, "Damn! When has this young master ever suffered like this? Really treating us like buffaloes, huh?" Gulp, gulp. Despite saying so, Zhou Yi directly buried his head into the stream and drank it in large gulps. The discussion was still going on in the chat box. "It seems like it's a bit effective, after I drank the stream water but I regained my strength, it's just a bit propped up. It's not right. I've eaten so much grass but there's no effect at all. Could it be that the grass is not right? Fool upstairs. Only spiritual grass can restore your strength. What's the use of eating roadside weeds? Do you really think you're a sheep?" When Zhou Yi saw this news, he immediately felt insulted and immediately threw away the weeds in his hand. Su Rue, on the other hand, intended to continue traveling deeper into the jungle. Since even someone like Luosuo, who didn't have spirit fruits to restore his strength, was working so hard, there was no reason for him to slack off. Just as Su Rue was about to leave directly, someone shouted his name not far away. "Su Rue!" Su Rue searched for the sound and looked, only to see Lin Xiaolu's group of people rushing this way. Hanji ran the fastest. He looked left and right at Su Rue when he arrived, and then opened his mouth to ask, "Big brother Su Rue, are you alright? Are you hurt?" The crowd beside him was equally worried, and the worried look on Lin Xiaolu's face was even more overflowing. "I'm fine. Why did you guys come?" Su Rue was a little surprised. He had only just killed the giant ape not long ago, and he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. "As soon as we heard that you went to deal with the giant ape alone, we rushed over to the giant ape's side," Chen Shui said. Hearing this, Su Rue's heart was touched. The horror of the giant ape was known to everyone in the novice village. He originally thought that when the people knew that he was entangled with the giant ape, they would definitely stay far away. But he didn't expect that there would be such a team that came to help him despite the danger. "You guys, aren't you afraid of the giant ape?" Su Rue asked. Han Ji immediately said, "You are our savior. If you are in danger, how can we not rush over to help?" The last time their team encountered a level 2 swamp frog, if it wasn't for Su Rue's timely appearance, there was a real possibility that they would all be wiped out, and Han Ji was even more certain to die. Saying that, he looked at the corpse of the giant ape on the side and scratched his head and muttered, "However, it seems like we came too late." Chen Shui added, "On this journey, Sister Xiaolu didn't know how many times she chanted your name." Lin Xiaolu blankly glanced at Chen Shui, looked at Su Rue and said, "It's good that you're fine. We were all terrified when we saw the news of you dealing with the giant ape. At that time, they all thought that Su Rue was going to be killed by the giant ape. Don't worry. I'm a lifesaver and won't do anything I'm not sure of." Hong Wanquan looked around and said, "I didn't expect that what was said in the chat box was true. This place has been destroyed like this." "Yeah. Big brother Su Rue, you are too strong. How on earth did you do it?" "Yeah. You must have fought with the giant ape for 300 rounds. Su Rue laughed. "I don't have that ability. This is all caused by the giant ape in its frenzied state. I feel scared just by looking at the corpse of the giant ape. I didn't expect Big Brother Su Rue to kill the giant ape by himself. Big Brother Su Rue, your current strength should be able to casually kill a level 1 demonic beast in seconds. Right? Big Brother Su Rue, according to you, this giant ape is considered to be a several-level demonic beast? Not only did Su Rue kill the giant ape alone, but he was also currently the first person in their novice village. They naturally had a ton of questions they wanted to ask him. In the face of these questions, Su Rue answered them all one by one. Chapter 27 Transformation Bracelet. Fighting Special Demonic Beasts Again. After a while, Hong Wanquan saw that it was almost time, and stood out and said, "All right, Su Rue definitely still has to grab some time to kill demonic beasts to level up, so everyone should stop delaying him." Hearing this, only then did everyone reluctantly give up pursuing and started to say goodbye to Su Rue. Before leaving, Su Rue said to them, "If you encounter any danger, promptly contact me in the chat box. I will definitely arrive as fast as I can." When he was in danger, they were able to rush here without thinking twice. Then when they were in danger, Su Rue had to go and help them even more. "Good. We will." Hong Wanquan nodded heavily. Afterward, Su Rue turned around and rushed in the direction of the deep jungle. And at this time, some more people arrived here. They first saw the surrounding after being destroyed and let out a gasp of amazement. Then someone spotted Su Rue who was walking towards the jungle. "Hey, everyone, look. Big Brother Su Rue is there." Someone pointed at Su Rue and said. The crowd looked in the direction of this person's finger. "It's really Su Rue. Hey, Big Brother Su Rue, don't go away. We've specially come over to see you. Brother Su Rue, I love you." This stance was just like the scene of a celebrity meet and greet. After hearing these words, Su Rue's steps forward were faster. He didn't want to stay here as some star idol. "Sister Xiaolu, it seems like you have a lot of competitors." Chen Shui came to Lin Xiaolu's ear and whispered. What she got in return was naturally Lin Xiaolu's blank stare. Su Rue quickly came into the jungle and got rid of the crowd behind him. At this time, he realized that his super transformation talent could be used again. It should be because he had elevated himself to level 5, so he could once again unleash his talent on the subordinate Shin Iron Sword. He immediately couldn't wait to pull off the subordinate Basalt Iron Sword on his back and start transforming it. Transformation failed. Item quality too low. Surprisingly, it failed. It seems that the same item can't be transformed all the way to the end. Previously, Su Rue also thought that he would use this sword all the time and transform it when he had enough levels. Now it seems that this idea won't work. But at this time, Su Rue suddenly thought of the fact that he still had an attack-strengthening bracelet. This one hadn't been able to be transformed before when he didn't have enough level, but now it should be able to be transformed. Su Rue immediately unleashed super transformation on the bracelet on his wrist. As the talent was unleashed, the silver-colored bracelet that was originally smooth before began to have more lines. These ripples gradually connected together. Transformation successful. Attack enhancement bracelet transformed into attack frenzy bracelet. Successful. Su Rue immediately checked the effect after the transformation. Attack berserking bracelet. Can cause its next attack to cause triple effect, cooldown time 15 minutes. Triple. Su Rue's heart burst with joy. Now he was more confident to deal with those demonic beasts with strong defense. Announcement. Detected that there are already people who can kill special demonic beasts in the novice village. Now start refreshing the special demonic beasts. First kill of a special beast will earn you an extra reward. Note. The special beasts will only appear for 2 hours and disappear after 2 hours. Seeing this message, the crowd in the novice village were all shocked. A berserk giant ape was enough for them to suffer, and now they were actually going to directly refresh the special demonic beast. I'll go. Still not letting people live. The special demonic beast refresh out. I don't dare to go out of the novice village. Upstairs. Don't be anxious, you open the map to see. Map? I'm gonna go. It turns out that their locations are all marked out so I can bypass them. That's right, these special demonic beasts were marked out on the map just like the giant apes before. However, they were definitely not as powerful as the giant ape, which was, after all, a special demonic beast selected based on the overall strength of the novice village. This is great. I was worried about not having a place to brush monsters and upgrade. Su Rue immediately opened the map and checked it out. Since he only had 2 hours to do so, he naturally wanted to tackle the closest special demonic beast first. And the first kill would also get an extra reward. Su Rue was sure that right now, Li Xiu and the others must also be on their way to solve the special demonic beast. You're it. He immediately chose a special demonic beast closest to him and ran furiously towards it. Even though this one was the closest to Su Rue, it took him nearly half an hour to get there. It was really because the environment in the jungle was too complicated, greatly limiting his speed. After arriving at the location marked on the map, Su Rue realized that this was actually a cave. No way. Could it be that these special demonic beasts are refreshed and come with their own nests? Su Rue unsheathed his long sword and carefully walked towards the cave. Just after stepping into the cave, there was a thick smell of blood coming out from inside. At this time, he discovered that there were actually 2 boars' corpses on the cave floor. They looked like they had just died, and both of them had 2 bowl-sized bloody holes on top of their heads, piercing through their skulls. Looking at the wounds, it didn't look like human weapons. In that case, there was a more terrifying creature in the cave. It should be that particular demonic beast. Su Rue was even more cautious. His whole body nerves were taut, and his eye of insight was open at all times. The more he walked along the cave, the darker the light became, but the space inside gradually became bigger. The cave also came to the end, and here was a circular space. Right at this moment, Su Rue suddenly realized that a large python thicker than a bucket had appeared in front of him. Swish! Su Rue immediately took a step backward and prepared for battle. But the python didn't move. Su Rue was a bit puzzled. But its body was too long. Su Rue couldn't see the whole picture and didn't dare to act rashly. Level 2 Demon Beast Patterned Python. Huge body size, capable of swallowing a wild boar alive. Amazing winding strength. Level 2 Demonic Beast. So, it wasn't that special demonic beast. This caused alarm bells to ring in Su Rue's heart, and he immediately looked around the cave. But all around was empty. Where was the shadow of the demonic beast? It wasn't right. The map showed this place. How could there be none? Wait, it seems like there is still a place that he hasn't checked. Thinking of this, Su Rue slowly raised his head, and the scene above his head made his scalp numb. He only saw a huge spider staring at him from above, surrounded by several demonic beasts, wrapped in spider silk. Swish! The spider quickly launched an attack, and one of the spider legs violently stabbed towards Su Rue. Su Rue, who had the eye of insight, directly dodged away. Ka! The spider leg directly stuck deep into the ground. Its spider leg was black and smooth, as if it was an iron pillar. If Su Rue had dodged a little later just now, the spider's leg could have penetrated Su Rue's body. Those wild boars at the entrance of the cave were a lesson from the past. After the spider failed to strike, its leg was stuck into the ground and could not be pulled out at the first time. Su Rue seized this opportunity and swung his sword towards its long leg. Chop! A cold light flashed, and the spider's leg was cut in two. Howl! The spider let out an agonizing howl while retrieving half of its leg, leaving half of it on the ground. Tick-tock! Green juice also flowed out from the spider's broken leg. It seemed that this spider's defense was nowhere near that of the great ape, and its speed wasn't much faster either. The overall strength was far from the giant ape. Su Rue let out a sigh of relief in his heart. But right at this moment, a white silk thread suddenly sprayed out from the spider's mouth. Poof! The silk thread opened up in mid-air and formed a big white web wrapping towards him. Chapter 28. Completing the first kill. Level up. Su Rue hastily dodged the flying spider web. Poof! Puff! The big spider still kept spitting spider silk at him, but they were all dodged by the nimble Su Rue. Humph! Is this all you're capable of? Su Rue mocked. Unable to hit Su Rue one after another, the big black spider's mood became violent. It directly climbed down from the top of the cave and kept approaching towards Su Rue. While approaching Su Rue, its mouth continued to spit out spider silk. Whoosh! 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 It was getting closer and closer to Su Rue, and the spider silk it spat out was also getting faster and faster. This made the time Su Rue could react greatly reduced. But Su Rue waited for it to get closer. If it had been hanging on the wall or overhead, Su Rue really couldn't do anything about it. But when it wanted to attack Su Rue at close range, it also gave Su Rue a chance to attack it. Seeing that the spider was getting closer and closer to Su Rue, it also forced him into a corner. It could be seen that the space Su Rue was able to dodge was getting smaller and smaller, and it seemed like it was just a matter of time before he was entangled by the spider silk. Whoosh! The spider spat out white spider silk again, and Su Rue dodged it with a sideways turn. This time he didn't choose to dodge to one side, instead he dodged sideways with a narrow escape. Afterwards, he quickly raised his sword and approached towards the spider. The big black spider would have a short pause every time it finished spitting out silk. Su Rue seized this opportunity and directly leapt up. The long sword in his hand slashed straight from top to bottom. At the same time, he also inspired the power berserking bracelet on his wrist. Buzz! White light surged from the bracelet and wrapped around Su Rue's right hand that was holding the sword. The dazzling white light illuminated the entire cave, and also illuminated the spider's entire appearance. Su Rue took the opportunity to aim at its ugly head and chopped it down with a sword. The spider also sensed the danger and it immediately raised one of its own front legs to block its head. Ka-ching! The long sword wrapped in white light directly cut off the spider's front leg. And the might of the sword blade didn't diminish as it continued to chop downwards. Plop! The long sword chopped into the spider's head, splitting its head in half from the center. All of a sudden, all sorts of disgusting sticky liquid flowed out from inside. Several of its legs went limp out of control, and its entire body slumped down with it. Killed the special demonic beast spiked-legged spider. Experience value plus 200. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 6. Attack plus 30. Speed plus 30. Name Su Rue. Attack 169. Defense 6. Speed 149. Level 6. 1600. After killing the spider, Su Rue directly rose to level 6. His strength once again skyrocketed by a hair. However, this wasn't over. The voice of the heavenly Tao once again sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the player for completing the first kill quest of the special demonic beast. Rewarded with a wooden treasure chest X1. A white light appeared in the cave and a wooden chest appeared out of nowhere. Wooden treasure chest? Su Rue remembered that this was only given away if you were on the top 10 of the battle list. I didn't expect that the first kill of a special demonic beast would give one away now. I wonder what is inside. Su Rue couldn't wait to go up and open the chest. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a fine iron sword. Attack power plus 8. Only to see that lying in the treasure chest was his shiny long sword. Su Rue took it out. Fine iron sword? Su Rue remembered that this one in his hand was originally an iron sword, and after one transformation it had already reached its limit. The attack power was only 8 points. It was the same as the subclass Shin iron sword in his hand. However, this fine iron sword could still be transformed. Su Rue immediately unleashed his talent on the fine iron sword. Transformation successful. Essence iron sword transformed into basalt iron sword. Attack power plus 16. With piercing effect. Great. Surprisingly, it was transformed into a basic iron sword, and its attack power was directly doubled. Most importantly, it also comes with a piercing effect. Su Rue directly placed the secondary Xian iron sword in his hand behind his back and held the Xian iron sword in his hand. He wanted to try out how this piercing effect was in the end, and the spider corpse in front of him was the best object for him to experiment with. Only to see, he held the sword and stabbed towards the spider corpse. Swish! The Xian iron sword stabbed forward like a bolt of lightning. Giggle! The sword blade stabbed directly into the spider's corpse like it was unobstructed. Not bad. Su Rue was quite satisfied with the Xian iron sword that just arrived. Not only was the Xian iron sword faster when performing a straight stab, but its killing power was also greatly increased. It seemed that this was the effect of the incidental piercing, and when fighting with the enemy, it could definitely take the opponent by surprise. The Xian iron sword's body was darker in color, and it was also a bit heavier than the subordinate Xian iron sword. It was also very smooth for him to use. Afterwards, he looked around the cave. He was too busy fighting before and didn't even take a closer look. Now, after solving the spiders, Su Rue realized that this cave belonged to the pattern python. It should have stayed well in the cave and was killed by the big spider that suddenly came in. And those dead demonic beasts around were all captured by the spider. So many corpses of demonic beasts. Su Rue began to observe. Many of these demonic beasts had not been devoured by Su Rue. He first devoured the spiky-legged spider. Devouring success. Attack power +6, speed +3. Not bad. Su Rue went towards the pattern python again. Devour successfully. Attack power +5. Su Rue then looked towards the top of his head again. These different kinds of demonic beasts had lost their lives at this time and were tied up by spider silk. Su Rue was not polite and devoured them one by one. Devouring success. Attack +2. Devour successfully. Speed +2. Devouring success. Attack +1. These demonic beasts were all level 1 demonic beasts, and there were some weaker birds among them that surprisingly only gave 1 point of attributes. But when added up, there were 7 or 8 points of attributes. This trip hadn't been in vain. Just by devouring attributes, he had devoured more than 20 points. He also obtained a good thing like the Xian iron sword, so it could be said that he had earned a lot of money. When he walked out of the cave, he noticed that there was an announcement he had forgotten to read. Announcement: 250 Novice Village. Su Rue completed the first kill mission. Then killing special demonic beasts will no longer get rewards. And at this time, the chat box messages exploded again. Big Brother Su Rue. It's really awesome. Actually completed the special demonic beast first kill mission. Cut. What's so strange about this? I guessed it a long time ago. Who else could it be if not Big Brother Su Rue? That's right. Big Brother Su Rue is now the #1 person in our novice village. Looking at these messages, Su Rue wasn't proud. Having awakened the 3 major SSS level talents, if he still couldn't dominate the novice village, it would be a shame. At this time, a message caught Su Rue's attention. Brother Su Rue, come save us. A special demonic beast has been chasing us. This was sent by Chun Shui in the chat box. Cut. If you're being chased by a special demonic beast, why don't you guys just run? Why bother Big Brother Su Rue? Yes, Big Brother Su Rue is very busy. How could he have the time to take care of you guys? At this time, Chun Shui added, the speed of this special demonic beast is too fast. We can't shake it off at all. And it seems like it's coming right at us. Chun Shui and the others were very anxious at this moment. They had been circling around the special demonic beast on the map. But this special demonic beast, however, was coming straight at them. And according to the map, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. This showed that the special demonic beast was coming straight towards them and at a fast speed. And Su Rue immediately said in the chat box, send over your positions. Chapter 29 Stay. I'll go. Big Brother Su Rue actually really replied back. Heavens! Big Brother Su Rue is not only strong, but he's also so nice. My sister really loves you more and more. Su Rue directly automatically filtered out these useless messages. Soon, Chun Shui sent out her side's position. Su Rue immediately said, good, I'll rush over there now, and you guys evacuate to my side as well. Saying that, Su Rue sent out his location again and rushed towards Chun Shui's side. Great! Brother Su Rue is already on his way here. I told you he would come to save us. Chun Shui happily said to her teammates. On the other hand, Hong Wanchuan's face was full of gravity as he immediately spoke. Everyone, Don't stop. Quickly close in on the position that Su Rue sent over. Su Rue was farther away from them, while this particular demonic beast was getting closer and closer to them. Hong Wanquan was now very worried that before they could wait for Su Rue, the special demonic beast had arrived first. Everyone else had also seen the coordinates sent by Su Rue, and their expressions were similarly not very relaxed. But one by one, they also sold their efforts to run wildly towards Su Rue's coordinates. With their team's current strength, they could only run when they encountered the special demonic beasts. They had no ability to fight against them at all. The crowd also maintained a basic formation during their escape, with Hong Wanquan and some other strong people at the back. When the crowd ran out not much farther, roar! A terrifying cry rang out not far behind them. Chun Shui glanced at the map and realized that the special demonic beast had actually arrived behind them. She blossomed and said, "What should we do? The special demonic beast is catching up." At this moment, a hint of determination flashed across Hong Wanchuan's face as he stopped and looked at his team members. "You guys go first. I'll break the back." "Captain, how can we?" Hong Wanquan saw that everyone was hesitant and immediately scolded, "Go! Your strength can only be cannon fodder. I'll stay and hold it back for a while. Then maybe we can all live. I'll stay as well. I have a bow and arrow. I can harass it remotely, and staying will be of great use." Han Ji stepped forward and said, "I'll stay too. And me." For a while, several level 2 powerhouses in the team chose to stay and hold back the special demonic beast. Time waited for no one. Hong Wanquan didn't try to persuade them anymore and looked at them and nodded, then waved his hand at the remaining people and shouted, "Hurry up and go! If you don't leave, none of them will leave." Lin Xiaolu still maintained her sanity. She knew that these people of hers would be a burden if they stayed, and would only distract these teammates from protecting them. She nodded at Hong Wanquan and the others, then led the way in the direction of Su Rue. Chun Shui, on the other hand, waved at these people with tears in her eyes. Shortly after they left, that terrifying cry came from behind these people once again. Roar! This time, the roar was even further in from them, and the sound was even more earth-shattering. "Everyone prepare to fight!" Hong Wanquan shouted. They all had a tense expression on their faces as they faced the place where the roar came from, and the weapons in their hands were gripped tighter. Rustle, rustle. A huge-sized demonic beast appeared in front of Hong Wanquan and the others through the bushes. This also allowed them to see clearly the true face of this particular demonic beast. It was actually a hyena that was more than 1 person tall, with sharp teeth and claws, and a row of bone spurs on its back, emitting a thick blood odor that was incomparably pungent. After seeing it, Hong Wanquan and the others understood. No wonder it could keep locking the position of these people of theirs. It turned out to be relying on its dog's nose. After discovering Hong Wanquan and the others, it didn't attack directly, but stuck out its bright red tongue and licked its sharp teeth, and slowly approached towards these people, seemingly waiting for these people to be unable to resist attacking it. "Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Wait for this sinful beast to take the initiative to attack us," Hong Wanquan immediately commanded. As long as the hyena took the initiative to attack, it would definitely fall into their encirclement. And if they took the initiative to attack, they would surely reveal the cracks to the hyena and be broken by it one by one. When the hyena saw that these people were surrounding each other and had no intention of going on, it no longer waited and directly lunged towards them. "Come on!" On the other side, Chun Shui kept reading out of her mouth while running. "Captain, will they be all right? Will that special demonic beast be particularly powerful? What if something happens to them?" Although the others didn't say much on their lips, their gloomy expressions all explained their mood at the moment. Newbie village Hong Wanquan was killed by a special demonic beast, the bloodthirsty hyena. A reminder hit Lin Xiaolu and the others like a bolt from the blue. They stopped in their tracks at the same time. Some had faces like ashes, while others were bewildered and had some difficulty accepting this reality. Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but look behind her towards where Hong Wanquan was, and 2 lines of hot tears crossed her pretty cheeks. "Oh, Captain Hong!" Chun Shui broke down and cried. Lin Xiaolu was the first to slow down from her shocked state, and she immediately looked at the others. "Let's keep going, or else Big Brother Hong will have died for nothing." The others reacted as well. Chun Shui also nodded. She also understood this, so she followed the others, running while crying. Su Rue, who was fighting his way towards Lin Xiaolu and the others, saw this news. Similarly, He found it a bit unbelievable that down-to-earth and responsible Captain Hong was killed by the demonic beast just like that. So, they had already fought with the special demonic beast? Thinking of this, Su Rue immediately took out a white spirit fruit from his pocket and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. Afterward, he directly exploded his body's extreme speed and rushed towards Lin Xiaolu and the others. After the reminder of Hong Wanquan being killed was spread out, then a few more people died at the hands of the bloodthirsty hyenas. They were all people from Lin Xiaolu's team who chose to stay behind. At this moment, on this side of the bloodthirsty hyena battlefield, there were several human corpses lying on the ground. Now, only Han Ji was left sitting helplessly leaning against a tree. One of his legs and one of his arms had already been scratched by the hyenas to the point where they were drenched in blood and bloody. Only at this moment, his right hand was still gripping the bow tightly, and his blood-soaked left hand took out an arrow. "Bastard! Have the guts to eat your Grandpa Han's arrow." Saying this, Han Ji struggled to pull back the bow to shoot this arrow out. Whoosh! This arrow was easily dodged by the hyena. Even the uninjured Han Ji would have a hard time trying to hit the hyena that was so fast, let alone the current him. After the hyena dodged this arrow, it looked at Han Ji with contempt, and then directly turned around and ran in the direction of Lin Xiaolu and the others, seeking the scent. In its opinion, this Han Ji was so heavily injured that he would die sooner or later. It might as well save time and go directly to find other prey. And the bloodthirsty hyena was murderous by nature. It existed to kill. "Bastard! Don't leave if you have the guts. Stay and fight me to the death." Han Ji couldn't help but curse angrily. However, the bloodthirsty hyena didn't pay attention to him at all and disappeared from his vision in 2 or 3 clicks. Chapter 30. Su Rue arrived, killing the hyena. At the same time, Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang each led their own teams and both rushed towards the bloodthirsty hyena. The bloodthirsty hyena was the closest to them, so they planned to go towards this particular demonic beast first. Both of their teams were among the top in terms of strength in the entire novice village. It was naturally no problem to deal with these special demonic beasts that weren't too strong. Brother Yuanshan, the ones who were just killed by the bloodthirsty hyena, seemed to be the ones who followed Su Rue before. Someone in the team noticed this. Someone checked and spoke again. "That's right, it's them." And they even asked Su Rue for help in the chat box. And Su Rue is also rushing towards the hyenas. Huh? Then he won't take away the bloodthirsty hyena's experience, right? Zhang Yuanshan looked at the chat box and said, "Cut the crap. Saving people is important. Their team is still being chased by the bloodthirsty hyena." Just now, Chun Shui had once again asked for help in the chat box. They were about to be caught up by the bloodthirsty hyenas. Zhang Yuanshan instantly sped up, and everyone else followed closely behind him. Zhang Yuanshan and the others were much closer to Lin Xiaolu and the others, and soon the two sides met. Chun Shui let out a huge sigh of relief when she saw Zhang Yuanshan and the others. "Great! This is saved." Chun Shui stopped and gasped for air. Lin Xiaolu and the others also took a big breath of relief. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward with his iron sword in hand and said, "You guys come behind us. The bloodthirsty hyenas are already chasing us." Zhao Zhuo also drew his iron sword and said with a confident expression, "Leave it to us next." Lin Xiaolu nodded. "You guys be careful." As soon as the words fell, the crowd smelled a thick and pungent odor of blood. Whoosh! The figure of a bloodthirsty hyena scurried out from the bushes in front of them. It was huge, with robust and powerful limbs, and its body constantly emitted a bloody odor. A pair of eyes the size of copper bells continuously scanned Zhang Yuanshan and the others, but it did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Zhang Yuanshan stared intently at the bloodthirsty hyena while opening his mouth to remind his teammates. "This particular demonic beast is not simple. Everyone should be more careful. Humph, sinful beast. Suffer death." Zhao Zhuo directly raised his sword and launched an attack on the bloodthirsty hyena. In front of the two beauties, Gu Haitang and Lin Xiaolu, he naturally wanted to put on a good show. Seeing Zhao Zhuo break away from the group and charge out, Zhang Yuanshan immediately said, "Zhao Zhuo, don't be impulsive." However, Zhao Zhuo didn't listen. In his opinion, with his strength, even if he couldn't defeat the bloodthirsty hyena, he would still be able to retreat in one piece. But the truth wasn't what he thought at all. The bloodthirsty hyena's strength was too much stronger than he had imagined. Swish! Only to see that the bloodthirsty hyena lunged towards Zhao Zhuo, who was charging towards him. Its speed was incredibly fast. Zhao Zhuo didn't even have time to react before the bloodthirsty hyena had arrived in front of him. Buzz! However, A layer of light golden defense shield directly appeared around him, and the bloodthirsty hyena's claws and the defense light shield collided together. Bang! In just an instant, the defensive aura that Zhang Yuanshan had released for Zhao Zhuo was shattered by the bloodthirsty hyena's claw. However, it was also this instant that bought Zhao Zhuo time to react, as he immediately retreated backward violently. Bared. Although Zhao Zhuo had retreated in time, he was still caught by the bloodthirsty hyena's claws. It left a deep claw mark on his chest, directly exposing the ribs inside. Ah! The intense tearing sensation made Zhao Zhuo unable to stop himself from screaming miserably. Without Zhang Yuanshan's defense aura just now, he would have perished by now. But fortunately, at this moment, Zhang Yuanshan and the others had already arrived and blocked him behind them. Everyone, don't scatter. Focus together so that it doesn't dare to attack. Zhang Yuanshan immediately commanded the people around him. No one dared to be careless now. They had all seen the strength of the bloodthirsty hyena just now. However, as long as they concentrated together, if the bloodthirsty hyena still dared to attack, it would definitely be surrounded by them. Previously, Hong Wanquan and the others had planned to do the same, but their strength was too different from the bloodthirsty hyena. Zhang Yuanshan and the others took this approach and were able to deal with the bloodthirsty hyena very effectively. The bloodthirsty hyena had its eyes fixed on Zhang Yuanshan and the others, and slowly spared a circle towards the crowd. Zhang Yuanshan and the others understood that the bloodthirsty hyena was looking for a break in them. As long as it caught the slightest crack, then it would launch a swift attack. Zhang Yuanshan and the others didn't dare to be careless, and their eyes were always on the bloodthirsty hyena. Judging from the exchange of blows just now, no one in their team other than Zhang Yuanshan could be a match for the bloodthirsty hyena. After all, even Zhao Zhuo, the 10th in the battle power ranking and the strongest among their two teams besides Zhang Yuanshan. With the addition of the defense aura, he had been seriously injured by a claw of the hyena, let alone them. They still underestimated the strength of the special demonic beast too much. Both sides were instantly thrown into a tense standoff, with neither side daring to take the lead in launching an attack. But right at this moment, the bloodthirsty hyena suddenly turned its head and looked in another direction. Soon, all of them heard some movement coming from that direction as well. Someone was approaching towards them here at a rapid pace. Everyone became more nervous, and part of their attention was diverted to that direction. Swish! Su Rui's figure appeared there, and his speed was equally frighteningly fast. The moment they saw him appear, the big stone in the hearts of Lin Xiaolu and Chen Shui and the others was considered to be completely put down. Zhang Yuanshan's teammates on his side also showed joyful colors. At first, some of them were worried that Su Rui's appearance would steal their experience. However, now they were incredibly happy that Su Rui was able to appear because the strength of the bloodthirsty hyena was far beyond their imagination. If they continued to fight against the bloodthirsty hyena, there would definitely be casualties. And no one knew if the next one to die would be themselves. Su Rui, be careful. This guy's speed is perverse. Zhang Yuanshan timely opened his mouth and warned. Su Rui nodded and raised his sword towards the bloodthirsty hyena. The bloodthirsty hyena stuck out its tongue and licked its teeth, revealing a cruel expression. It could feel that this human in front of it was different, but the other party dared to walk towards it alone. It was simply looking for death. Swish! The bloodthirsty hyena directly erupted its full strength and darted towards Su Rui. Su Rui held his sword in his hand, and the power berserking bracelet on his wrist emitted white light that wrapped around his sword. Facing the raging bloodthirsty hyena, Su Rui didn't flash or dodge, directly rushed towards it. The distance between the two sides was instantly drawn in, and the bloodthirsty hyena once again made a flying lunge. Its huge size was about to crush Su Rui underneath it, but Su Rui directly swung his sword and chopped out. Ka-ching! A white light flashed, and the bloodthirsty hyena's two front claws were directly chopped off in unison. Bang! Losing its front claws, it was directly dropped. Su Rui once again quickly turned around and stabbed down another sword at the bloodthirsty hyena that couldn't move on the ground. Plop! The Xian iron sword with piercing effect directly entered the bloodthirsty hyena's skull. It nailed the dog's head to the ground. The bloodthirsty hyena stared at its round eyes and quickly died. Killed the special demonic beast bloodthirsty hyena. Experience value plus 200. Su Rui stepped on its dog's head with his foot, pulled out the sword, and extended his hand to devour the hyena's attributes. Devouring success. Attack power plus 5. Speed plus 4. Chapter 31. Honoring a promise. Afterwards, he turned towards Zhang Yuanshan and the others. Was this the strength of the number one in the battle power ranking? These people all looked at Su Rue dumbfounded. The bloodthirsty hyena that had previously posed a huge threat to them. Surprisingly, they were killed by him in a single shot. Although they all knew about Su Rue killing the giant ape by himself. But that battle was not witnessed with their own eyes, and now it was really happening in front of their eyes. Even Zhang Yuanshan was a bit shocked, and he also sensed the gap between himself and Su Rue. Big brother Su Rue, you are really powerful. The bloodthirsty hyena is simply not enough in front of you. Big brother Su Rue is just strong. Killing the bloodthirsty hyena with 2 swords. You really deserve to be number 1 on the battle ranking. These words all came from their hearts. Even Zhou Xiaoka had to admit in her heart that Su Rue was indeed very powerful. How's it going? Any casualties? Su Rue looked at Zhang Yuanshan and asked. There's nothing wrong with us. It's just that Zhao Zhua was injured, probably won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Their team had Gu Haitang, who had already used healing once for Zhao Zhua just now, and the wound had recovered a bit, but I'm afraid it would take some time if they wanted to heal. As he said that, Zhang Yuanshan looked at Lin Xiaolu and the others who were not far away, and a regretful look appeared on his face. That's their team. Lin Xiaolu and the others were all in a very low mood. There was no joy from the aftermath of the robbery. All they had was the sadness that endlessly struck them. Su Rue was able to understand their feelings, and he walked towards them with heavy steps. Brother Su Rue Hong, Captain Hong, he was killed by the bloodthirsty hyena in order to save us. Chun Shui said as she wiped her tears. Lin Xiaolu added with a sad expression. And Ding Jian, Deng Yong, Wang Jin, they all chose to stay because they wanted to save us. When the other teammates heard these names, they all lowered their heads one by one. Su Rue was about to open his mouth to comfort them, but Lin Xiaolu snapped her head up and said, Wait, there's still Han Ji. Han Ji hasn't been killed by the hyenas yet. Her words also reminded the others in the team, and they all remembered. At that time, there was still Han Ji who chose to stay, but the heavenly Tao hadn't sent out the message that he had been killed. This meant that he was still alive now. Where is he now? Su Rue asked. I'll take you there. Lin Xiaolu immediately turned around and ran towards the place where he had separated from Han Ji and the others. Su Rue followed closely. Gu Haitang also followed. When she saw this, she guessed that when the time came. Soon, Lin Xiaolu arrived at the place where they separated from Hong Wanquan, and at the same time, this was also the place where they fought with the bloodthirsty hyenas. There were all sorts of mutilated corpses lying here, and Lin Xiaolu forced herself to hold back her grief as she searched around. Soon, she found Han Ji behind a tree. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground with his back against a large tree. His breath was a little weak, and it was obvious that he had lost too much blood. What brings you here? Where is that hyena? Han Ji asked as he opened his mouth in panic. Don't worry, it's already dead. Su Rue's voice came from behind Lin Xiaolu. Han Ji was relieved when he saw Su Rue. Big brother Su Rue, it's good that you're here. Don't talk first, you're badly injured. Su Rue turned to look at Gu Haitang and took out a white spirit fruit from his pocket and handed it to her. Trouble. He knew that Gu Haitang had to use up a lot of physical strength to treat such a serious injury like Han Ji's, so he took out the white spirit fruit without any miserliness. Gu Haitang didn't make any pretense as she nodded and accepted the white spirit fruit. Han Ji was really badly injured. If she didn't have the white spirit fruit to increase her stamina, then she wasn't sure that she would be able to cure Han Ji. Please. Lin Xiaolu also spoke. Don't worry, I'll do my best. With that, Gu Haitang stepped forward and unleashed her talent. Green light flew out from her palm and wrapped directly around Han Ji's wounds. This caused his injuries to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for Gu Haitang, her face was getting worse and worse, and when she could not hold on any longer, she took the white spirit fruit given by Su Rue. After some treatment, Han Ji's injuries had recovered to the 7th degree, and he was able to stand and walk. Thank you so much, Han Ji said to Gu Haitang with incomparable gratitude. Before, he had thought he was going to die here. Gu Haitang remained silent and said little as she nodded her head and said, Although your external injuries have healed, you won't be able to fight for a short period of time, so I guess you'll have to recuperate in the novice village. Han Ji scratched the back of his head and laughed. It's fine. I'm already satisfied if I can keep my life. Saying that, the smile on his face gradually faded and he looked towards Hong Wanquan and those of his former teammates who were lying on the side. At this time, the other people also followed and arrived. Looking at the scene in front of them, they all had sad faces. Finally, the crowd together to bury them here, so that they will not be exposed to the wilderness. At this time, it was already approaching evening. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the ground, and soon the night would come. The jungle at night was very dangerous. It would make the humans' vision drop drastically, while the demonic beasts were unaffected. Everyone planned to go back to the novice village to recuperate, on one hand recovering their strength, on the other hand waiting for the night to end. While Su Rue didn't plan to go back directly, he had just taken a white spirit fruit and was full of energy. Moreover, he still had one white spirit fruit left on him. And with the eye of insight, his observation power was far beyond normal people. Even at night, he was basically unaffected. So there was basically no difference between day and night for him. Su Rue, are you really not going to return to the novice village with us? Lin Xiaolu came over to reconfirm. I won't go back. I still have the white spirit fruit. Brother Su Rue is really diligent and powerful. He's already so strong. Yet he still continues to brush monsters and upgrade. In the distance, Chun Shui lamented. Then be careful. These demonic beasts will definitely be more powerful at night. Lin Xiaolu instructed. Don't worry. These demonic beasts can't pose any threat to me at all right now. Su Rue was still planning to continue advancing deeper into the jungle to find higher-level demonic beasts to kill. Lin Xiaolu nodded. She had just seen Su Rue's strength. Right? I almost forgot. This is for you. Su Rue suddenly pulled out the secondary basalt sword from behind him and handed it to Lin Xiaolu. This sword was lighter than the Shen iron sword, so I thought Lin Xiaolu would be more accustomed to using it. This is. Lin Xiaolu looked at Su Rue. I said before that I would return you a better one, and now I'm honoring my promise. Lin Xiaolu smiled, remembering what Su Rue said in the novice village her. She didn't put it on her mind at all. Unexpectedly, Su Rue still remembered it. Good. Then I'll take it. Lin Xiaolu saw that Su Rue had another one in his hand, so she took the sword. Only after taking it in her hand did she realize that the original sword could actually add 8 points of attack power. It was twice as much as the original iron sword in her hand. After the two said their goodbyes, Su Rue was about to turn around and leave, but the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded again. Urgent notice. 144 Novice Village is launching a Novice Village match against 250 Novice Village. All members will be teleported to the Novice Village Square. As soon as the words fell, Su Rue felt a heavenly rotation. Chapter 32. Novice Village Match. When he stabilized his body, he realized that he had already arrived at the square of the Novice Village. And all around him were the people in the 250 Novice Village. They were all just as dumbfounded as Su Rue. Not knowing what was going on, they were teleported back by the heavenly Tao. What's going on here? We're still fighting with the demonic beasts and we were teleported back by the heavenly Tao. Yeah, but I was teleported here on my way back to the Novice Village. Just now, I heard Tendo say something about confrontation match. What is this? The crowd in the plaza was talking. At this time, Heaven's Path gave an explanation about the confrontation tournament. Novice Village Match. Initiated by 144 novice villages. The winning side will have 5 points of attack and 5 points of speed added to all players in the novice village. The losing side will have their attacks reduced by 5 points and their speed reduced by 5 points. What the hell? It's actually a match initiated by the 144 novice village? I thought it was the Heaven's Path again. A novice village confrontation match? Is this a match against another novice village? Gosh, my attack is only 9 points and my speed is only 7 points. If I get 5 points reduced, won't I be screwed? Me too, I'm only level 1, my attributes are low as hell. If I get reduced again, how can I live? Don't be so pessimistic. If we win, we'll get 10 attributes. That's right. Who says we'll definitely lose? Just do it. Reminder. 144 Novice Village has chosen Team Battle. Team Battle. Both novice villages will send 5 players each to face off in the ring, and they will win by killing or knocking all their opponents out of the ring. As soon as the words fell, 5 pillars of light appeared on the high platform of the square. It was obvious that the 5 people who were going to participate were going to walk directly into the light pillars. A team ring battle? Only 5 people can participate? I thought it was the entire novice village sparring against each other. Since only 5 people can participate, then we definitely have to choose the strongest 5 people. I think we should just follow the rankings on the battle power ranking. Nowadays, the top 5 on the battle power ranking were Su Rui, Li Xiu, Long Wu, Zhou Yi, and Zhang Yuanshan. The 5 of them had the highest battle power, and 2 of them also had natural abilities. There was no need to mention Su Rui. His record of fighting the giant ape alone was there. Li Xiu and Long Wu's 2 people's battle power was also exaggerated, and the people behind them didn't have the confidence to feel that they were stronger than them. As for Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan, both of them had high levels, and more importantly, they possessed natural abilities that no one else had. The 5 of them represented 250 novice village in the battle, and none of the others had any opinions. All 5 of them also stepped out of their own ranks without a second thought. Zhou Xiaoku cheered for Zhang Yuanshan. Brother Yuanshan, you have to cheer up and win for our novice village. Brother Su Rui, you have to cheer up too. Whether my sister can continue to live or not depends on you guys. Big brother Su Rui, you guys must win. Coming to the high platform, Su Rui nodded at them. He would try his best. Although 10 points of attributes were nothing to him, he didn't want to see these people from his novice village and the people he was familiar with have their attributes lowered by the heavenly Tao. With me, Zhou Yi. This confrontation is a sure win, Zhou Yi said with extreme confidence. We'll try to win it, Zhang Yuanshan said blandly. He didn't know how strong the other side was yet, and he didn't dare to talk too much. Li Xiu was as silent and self-absorbed as ever, indifferent to the noisy crowd under the stage. Long Wu patted his chest with his big hand and said, "Don't worry. If they want to win, they'll have to step over my corpse." There was a burst of cheering under the stage. Soon, the 5 people arrived at the light pillar on the high stage and took a step to step in. Whoosh! The light pillar shone for a moment and then disappeared, and the 5 people who originally stood in the light pillar disappeared with it. And on the high platform of the square, a huge light screen then appeared. Displayed on the screen was a ring, and there were 5 people on each side of the ring. This was clearly the scene of the novice village match ring. Great! I didn't expect that we would be able to watch the battle. For a while, the crowd in the square was excited, and the 5 people who had been teleported to the ring were all scanning their surroundings. The area of this ring was large, and even if 20 people fought against each other here at the same time, it didn't look crowded. And there was no fence around the ring, surrounded by nothingness and darkness, without anything existing. Note: after being knocked out of the ring or voluntarily forfeiting, Heaven's Path will automatically send them back to the novice square. But if there are casualties in a fight, everything will be true back to itself. This made it clear that if you were killed in the ring, you were truly dead. It's really cruel, Su Rui lamented. Long Wu waved his hand and said, "If any of you can't hold on anymore, just forfeit. There's still me, Long Wu, anyway." Zhang Yuanshan also said, "That's right. Everyone don't try to be brave. Just do your best. If you really can't beat them, there's nothing you can do." At this time, 5 figures appeared on the other side of the ring at the same time. Among these 5 people, there were 2 people with slightly strange figures. One person was less than 1.6 meters and was holding a katana in his arms that was taller than him. The other person, who was nearly 2 meters tall, had an incomparably fat body. His waist plate was much thicker than a bucket, and his weight looked like it had to be 400 or 500 pounds. He also had a long-handled sledgehammer in his hand. From their looks, Su Rui and the others also saw some clues. "It's actually someone from the Sakura country." Zhang Yuanshan frowned and said, "Snap." When Long Wu heard Zhang Yuanshan's words, he clapped his hands and said, "I said it. Why does it look so beaten up? So it's them." The 3 of them, Su Rui also saw it. Judging from the costume, these were the people from the Sakura country. Since they are all from Sakura country, so that fat guy is a sumo wrestler, Su Rui said as he looked at that big fat man. This could be easily distinguished from his hairstyle and figure. Li Xiu also nodded. That should be right, and the other few people are holding katanas in their hands. Knowing that the other party was from the Sakura country, the desire to win was even stronger in the hearts of the 5 of them. Both sides have 3 minutes to prepare. After 3 minutes, the duel will officially begin. In front of both sides, there was a transparent defense wall that stopped them at the edge of the ring. It seemed like it was intended for them to fight after 3 minutes. Long Wu drew his machete and slashed at the transparent wall. Dang! The transparent wall did not move in the slightest, but instead, it shook Long Wu's hands for a while. "It's really sturdy." Long Wu stepped forward and touched the place he had slashed. "Since this is a rule set by the heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be able to be opened with us." Su Rui opened his mouth and said, and at this time, A jeering sound came from the opposite side. It was the man with the samurai sword who let out the laughter, while he was speaking Sakura Nation language on his mouth. That short winter melon seems to be laughing at me. Long Wu instantly clenched his fists, and if it weren't for the transparent wall in front of him, he would have already rushed over and punched the other party. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, raised his middle finger at the other party. Baka! This international universal gesture really worked, causing someone on the opposite side to already be unable to resist cursing. Although they only understood the beginning, they also understood that the other party was cursing. Son of a, who are you cursing? The short-tempered Long Wu directly pointed at the one on the other side and said, Chapter 33 10 People Melee. Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but pat Long Wu and said, Forget it. Don't be general with them. Let's discuss the tactics for later. Su Rui also nodded. This time should be for them to discuss tactics. Although Long Wu was big and rough-looking and had a fiery temper, he still understood the priorities. Now was not the time to fight with the opposite side. The short guy with the knife on the opposite side gives me the biggest threat. Li Xiu stared at the short winter melon and said, From such a distance. How did you know? Zhou Yi asked. Intuition. I have a very strong intuition that the strongest one on the other side is the short guy with the knife. Li Xiu said with great confidence. Ki. Zhou Yi instantly revealed a disdainful smile. Li Xiu glanced at him as killing intent blossomed steeply on his body. Don't doubt the intuition of an assassin. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Li Xiu's body and the words he just said, Zhou Yi instantly closed his mouth. The others also gave Li Xiu a stunned look. This young-looking Li Xiu was actually an assassin. Understood, in short, let's just be careful of the one with the knife. Su Rui chose to trust Li Xiu's intuition. The others were fine with it, and Zhang Yuanshan spoke. Then let's start discussing tactics. I think so. On our side, we have Zhou Yi's Thunderbolt, which allows us to attack remotely, while my talent is Defense Aura, which is good at defense. As long as we protect Zhou Yi and let him unleash his Thunderbolt for a long-range attack from behind, if the other side can't attack, then they'll be the ones to lose in the end. This tactic isn't bad. It should be the most stable method at the moment. Su Rui nodded, recognizing Zhang Yuanshan's tactic. Before knowing the opponent's overall strength, defense was the most stable. I don't have a problem with it. No problem. The two Li Xiu Longwu immediately agreed. They likewise felt that this plan was fine. Only Zhou Yi had a condescending look on his face. What else is there to plan for? My C-rank talent, Thunderbolt, is guaranteed to crisp them up. His Thunderbolt was very powerful. He didn't believe that a human's physical defense could withstand his Thunderbolt. Therefore, as long as the opponent took a hit of his lightning, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Don't be careless. In case the other party has a similar talent. Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but remind. And at that moment, a man from the opposite side of the room stepped forward and said in Sakura Nation's words, Hey, across the way, our samurai clan's Mr. Saber-Jiro is ready to sacrifice the heads of the 5 of you. With that, the short man holding the katana made a provocative gesture at the 5 men. Humph, how dare you make such a gesture? When the time comes, you'll be the first one that I'll cleave, little master. Saber-Jiro's actions managed to enrage Zhou Yi, as well as Long Wu. Long Wu had already squeezed his fingers to the point of crunching, and looked at the other party with a furious expression on his face. Looking at them, Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but remind, Don't forget about our plan to focus on defense first. Su Rui, on the other hand, felt that these two people had 80% already forgotten all about the plan they had just made. 3 minutes ended and the battle officially started. As soon as Tendo's words fell, the transparent wall in front of both sides directly disappeared. The other party's 5 people rushed towards them in unison. Su Rui's few people also maintained their formation and rushed towards the center of the ring with weapons in their hands. They didn't want to have their backs to the edge of the ring and fight with the other side. The 4 of Su Rui rushed at the front, while Zhou Yi was 1 step behind them. Luckily, Zhou Yi and the 2 of them weren't that impulsive and were acting according to the plan. The one who rushed at the front from the other side was that big fat sumo wrestler, and opposite him was Su Rui. Only to see that after he rushed over, he directly raised his sledgehammer over his head towards Su Rui. Su Rui's teammates were still behind him, so he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he stabbed the Shen Iron Sword in his hand straight out. The Shen Iron Sword activated the piercing effect. The speed was faster and the attack power was stronger. He directly stabbed the sword on top of the giant hammer that smashed down. When Su Rui's sword directly held the giant hammer that smashed down, the big fat man on the opposite side was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be someone who could resist his hammer and still be fine. Li Xiu seized this opportunity and directly rushed towards the big fat man and chopped out his twin swords. Clang! As the double swords were about to slash the sumo wrestler, a katana crossed over and blocked Li Xiu's attack. The sumo wrestler also took the opportunity to take a few steps backward. Saber-Jiro looked at the crowd with a disdainful smile on his face, as if he didn't put Su Rue and the others in his eyes at all. Really rampant. Eat my thunderbolt. Ka-ching! A thick white thunderbolt struck down from above, pointing straight at Saber-Jiro. He raised his head in some surprise and glanced at it, then his body stormed back sharply. Snap! The lightning struck the place where Saber-Jiro had just stood, making a scorched black mark on the ground. Watching Zhou-Yi unexpectedly being able to unleash lightning, a slight shock appeared on the faces of these people from the Sakura Kingdom. They all stopped where they were, not choosing to continue charging upwards. Saber-Jiro spoke to them in the Sakura language, and these people all nodded. Damn! This guy is so fast. Zhou-Yi was a bit annoyed when he missed with one strike. Don't worry. Attack the others with lightning first. I don't believe that all of them are this fast. Zhang Yuanshan immediately commanded. But at that moment, Saber-Jiro with a cold smile on his face hooked his finger at Zhou-Yi, signaling him to keep coming. Fine, let's see if I can't chop you to death. With that, Zhou-Yi charged straight up. He could see that these people were afraid of his lightning. This also gave him enough confidence. Zhou-Yi, come back, Zhang Yuanshan shouted. But at that moment, Zhou-Yi was already on top, chasing after Three-Dagger Jiro with a burst of chops. While Three-Daggers Jiro kept retreating to one side, the remaining four had no choice but to follow, lest he be surrounded. For a while, the originally planned formation became a mess, and the crowd was caught in the middle of a melee. Su Rue's opponent was precisely that sumo wrestler with an incomparably fat body. At this time, the sledgehammer in his hand continuously smashed at Su Rue, but they were all dodged by Su Rue's dexterous figure. Dang! 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 The stone floor of the ring was immediately smashed out with one big crater after another. He had just received a hammer hard, and although he didn't suffer any injuries, his hands were numbed by the shock. Therefore, he knew that it wasn't a wise choice to go hard head-on with the other party. While Su Rue dodged, he was also looking for an opportunity to attack. He planned to utilize the disadvantage of this big fat man's huge body and mobility to defeat him. Su Rue was utilizing his flexible stance to roam around his body, and the long sword in his hand kept chopping at the fat man's body. When, clang, when, but every attack was blocked by this fatty. The big fat man's speed wasn't slow. Facing Su Rue's attack, defense was dripping with water. Damn! How is this fat man so fast? This could be said to be the most flexible fatty he had ever seen. No matter where he attacked, the other party could block it. At this moment, a smile appeared on the fatty's face as he laughed in Sakura Nation language. Hee hee. The talent I awakened boosts my speed. Trying to defeat me with speed. Fool's errand. Chapter 34. Eliminating the opponent. Getting the upper hand. Although Su Rue couldn't help him for the time being, he couldn't attack Su Rue either. Not to mention that Su Rue was able to predict what his next move would be. Su Rue, who couldn't attack for a long time, suddenly thought of a way. Since the rule was that knocking the opponent out of the ring was considered a win, then there was no need to fight to the death. Su Rue began to dodge towards the edge of the ring. Baka! Is that all you can do is dodge? The sumo wrestler who hadn't been able to touch Su Rue was on fire. His offense became even more manic, but it was so unorganized that he couldn't pose a threat to Su Rue. And Su Rue dodged and retreated, and soon retreated to the edge of the ring. At this time, the expressions of the people from the 250 novice village who were watching the battle in the novice square became serious. In their opinion, Su Rue was simply unable to resist that sumo wrestler's attack. Having been cornered, it was only a matter of time before he fell. Lin Xiaolu, who was watching the battle under the stage, had her hands clenched tightly, her gaze fixed on Su Rue on the stage, and the worried expression on her face was self-evident. Oh no, that sumo wrestler's power is too strong. Su Rue can't block it at all. It looks like he's going to be eliminated first. Alas, this Su Rue is really a disgrace to our novice village. He was beaten to the point where he didn't even have the power to fight back. For this to still be number 1 on our novice village battle ranking, and to represent our novice village in battle, it's really too weak. Yeah, how on earth did he defeat the giant ape? I now wonder if the giant ape was seriously injured by someone else, allowing him to pick up the slack. The crowd on the viewing platform basically didn't favor Su Rue anymore. But Lin Xiaolu's teammates around him were all supporting Su Rue, and when they heard someone talk about him like that, they were naturally very upset. Han Ji stood out and said, "Humph, if you're good, why didn't you go on just now? Just going to make snide remarks here." Chun Shui followed suit and said, "That's right, if you go up, you're considered good if you can last 2 moves." The disliked person was also speechless. His strength was 100,000 miles away from Su Rue. The reason he said that just now was also because they all had great hopes for Su Rue, thinking that he was the key to winning. But now that they saw that he was being beaten by the other side's sumo wrestler, they were naturally very dissatisfied in their hearts. But they also knew that if they went up, they probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single hammer from the opponent. In the ring, Su Rue had already come to the edge of the ring. As long as he took a step backward, he would fall. The sumo wrestler on the opposite side who was holding a sledgehammer had a smile on his face. Let's see how you can still escape this time. With that, the sledgehammer in his hand fell. Bang, bang, bang. However, the attack range of the sledgehammer was limited, and Su Rue was able to rely on his eye of insight to predict the position of his falling hammer, and kept dodging to the sides. In this way, the sumo wrestler who had been unable to attack Su Rue became even more annoyed. Seeing this, Su Rue hooked his finger at him. "Dead fatty, have the guts to keep coming." This action completely attracted the sumo wrestler's rage. After seeing that the giant hammer couldn't work, he placed it on the ground. He then spread his legs and bowed his body, stretching out his thick arms in a sumo stance. He intended to use his best area to push Su Rue down. Su Rue waited for this moment. He moved 1 foot backward and slightly nodded up. On the viewing platform, some people held their breath and watched this scene nervously, and some could already predict the scene where Su Rue would be pushed down. "Ah!" The sumo wrestler roared angrily and lunged towards Su Rue. His arms were very long, and the area on the left and right sides were blocked by him. The distance between the two was already very close. Su Rue couldn't dodge it even if he was fast. However, Su Rue had anticipated that he would do this and directly leapt up. He jumped directly to the top of the sumo wrestler's head and used his head as a borrowing point. A palm pressed on his head and crossed over his head. This made the sumo wrestler pounce, and he also came to the edge of the ring. His position switched with Su Rue. His reaction was very fast, seeing that he didn't push Su Rue down. In an instant, he turned around and was about to hug Su Rue, intending to throw him down. But Su Rue's speed was even faster, and at this time he had already raised his leg. "Go down, you!" Boom! Su Rue kicked him off the ring. His obese figure directly disappeared after landing under the ring. "I'll go. Big brother Su Rue is mighty. Ah! Brother Su Rue is so handsome. Su Rue is also too strong, eliminating the opponent's most powerful person. I told you that big brother Su Rue is very powerful. But there are still people who doubt the authenticity of him killing the giant ape." Cheers rang out on the viewing platform, a few people who were still blaming Su Rue just now. Now all of them had been stunned by this scene in front of them. A smile also appeared on Lin Xiaolu's face, and Han Ji jumped up with incomparable excitement. "I told you, big brother Su Rue definitely didn't use his full strength just now. He was just seducing." On the contrary, on the 144 novice village side of the novice village square, a wave of curses appeared. "Baka! What is this dumbass Yamamoto Musashi doing? To have been toyed with by the other side in the area he knows best. What a complete idiot. Luckily, we still have Lord Saber-Jiro. He'll definitely be able to cut the Dragon Kingdom scumbags into pieces." And by now the situation in the ring was clear. Li Xiu had forced his opponent to forfeit the match. Long Wu had also gained the upper hand, beating his opponent with his big sword in his hand so much that he could only defend. Even Saber-Jiro was forced to the edge of the ring by Zhou Yi. The only one who was overwhelmed by his opponent was Zhang Yuanshan, who was also a man with a katana in his hand. The strength was stronger than both Li Xiu and Long Wu's opponents. Moreover, it was obvious that he had practiced swordsmanship and was most likely from a samurai family just like that Saber-Jiro. The situation was great, and now Su Rue and Li Xiu had freed up their hands. It was only necessary to wait for the two of them to arrive to rejoin the battlefield to bring the fight to an end. 250 on the Newbie square on this side of the Newbie village. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles, as if those 10 attribute points were already in the bag. On the other hand, on the 144 novice village side, the angry curses never ceased. Baka! Which idiot was it that wanted to start the confrontation match? What a stupid decision. This is great. The overall strength of our novice village is going down. The sumo wrestler who had just been eliminated from the tournament, Yamamoto Musashi, said, "Humph. A bunch of idiots. Wouldn't Lord Mitsukabe Jiro be that easy to deal with? He hasn't used his full strength yet." Another of Li Xiu's opponents also said, "That's right. Even if all of us were eliminated, Lord Saber-Jiro would still be able to reverse the situation. He's just teasing his opponent right now. Lord Saber-Jiro hasn't even utilized his talent yet. Chapter 35 with me here. They can't win." And in the ring, Mitsuba-Jiro had already come to the edge of the ring. "Humph. I don't think you're as powerful as Li Xiu said. A coward who only runs away." Joey sneered. Three Daggers Jiro laughed without saying a word. Even after being pushed to such a point, he still couldn't see the slightest bit of panic and nervousness on his face. "I'll see how you can still hide this time." Joey once again unleashed his thunderbolt. Ka-ching! A white thunderbolt struck down from the air, and Saber-Jiro had been forced to the edge of the ring, with nowhere to hide. But at this moment, instead of any panic on his face, he revealed a cold smile. "Foolish Dragon Nation. Let's show you what true power means." His 5 fingers were placed on the hilt of his sword, and he struck a Batusai chop, directly chopping at Raiden. Clang! The lightning struck sparks on the katana, yet Saber-Jiro was not affected in any way and swung his sword once again at Joey. What? Joey was shocked. This was the first time that his talent was positively neutralized by someone else's attack. At this point, he had no follow-up means left, and Saber-Jiro's blade was already close at hand. It's over. This is going to be the end of Joey. This one with the knife is too strong. Isn't he open? Yeah. Joey's lightning was able to electrocute a boar in one blow, and it was actually dissolved by his knife. And he wasn't even affected. He was actually able to attack again. When the people in the 250 novice village saw this scene, they all similarly found it unbelievable. This knife-wielding dwarf was simply as if he had been turned on. However, right at this moment, a pale yellow light shield appeared around Joey. Clang! The samurai sword slashed at the light shield, blocking it for an instant, and Joey took the opportunity to retreat backwards. On Zhang Yuanshan's side, who was already caught in a disadvantageous defense, his opponent caught the opportunity and slashed down directly. "Humph! How dare you get distracted against me? Go to hell!" The opponent held a katana and slashed directly, slashing straight down. Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly sidestepped, trying to dodge this fatal blow. Unfortunately, the opponent's sword was too fast, and even though Zhang Yuanshan had already avoided the vitals, the katana still chopped on his shoulder. Plop! The katana slashed straight down his shoulder, directly severing one of his arms flush. Zhang Yuanshan. Su Rue couldn't help but shout at the scene and quickly approached towards him. Joey, who had just retreated back, similarly saw this scene. At this moment, his mind went blank, emotions of self-blame, uneasiness, and trepidation surged in his heart. At this moment, a hand patted on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't be distracted. Focus on the battle." After saying that, Li Xiu immediately stepped forward with his sword in both hands to fight against Saber-Jiro. The long-faced man opposite Zhang Yuanshan didn't give up his attack as he carried his katana and was about to continue slashing at Zhang Yuanshan. The sword in the long-faced man's hand was about to fall again. And at this moment, a thunderbolt struck down from the air. Ka-ching! The long-faced man had to step backward, narrowly avoiding the lightning strike. It was Joey who released the lightning in time and forced him back. Otherwise, Zhang Yuanshan would definitely not have been able to dodge this knife. Su Rue also rushed over at this moment. He blocked Zhang Yuanshan behind him and raised his sword to meet his opponent. Zhou Yi's lightning talent entered the cooldown time, and he drew his sword and was about to come over to avenge Zhang Yuanshan. Su Rue immediately said to him, "Leave this place to me. Go help Li Xiu." He had also seen the power of Saber-Jiro just now, and Li Xiu definitely couldn't handle it alone. Joey didn't act impulsively this time and honestly went to help Li Xiu deal with 3 Daggers Jiro. "Another one? Both of you are going to die." The long-faced samurai on the opposite side immediately raised his katana and slashed towards Su Rue. Su Rue raised his sword to meet it. Clang! Clang! The two sides' swords only sparred twice, and the long-faced samurai held his sword and retreated repeatedly. His attack power was far worse than Su Rue, and the two exchanges knocked him back. After all, Su Rue was an existence that could directly fight hard with Yamamoto Musashi. Knocking him back, Su Rue didn't capitalize on his victory, but said to Zhang Yuanshan behind him, "You abstain immediately. Leave this place to us." Now Zhang Yuanshan's wounds were constantly bubbling with blood, and he had basically lost his fighting strength. If he didn't receive emergency treatment, I'm afraid it would be difficult to save his life. A trace of unwillingness showed on Zhang Yuanshan's pale face. "Trust me, with me here, they can't win," Su Rue emphasized once again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan no longer hesitated as he nodded his head and said with a weak breath, "I'll leave it to you guys." After saying that, his body disappeared into the ring. In the next moment, he was re-sent back to the novice village square by a pillar of light. Gu Haitang and the others immediately surrounded him and began to treat him. Zhou Shaoku watched from the side with tears in her eyes. In the ring, Su Rue's grip on the Shen iron sword tightened a few points, and his gaze turned cold. The long-faced warrior on the opposite side, his expression also froze. From the exchange just now, he was not the opponent's opponent. However, he only needed to stall this person and wait until Lord Saber Jiro's hands were freed up. He would be able to cut this person under his sword. Su Rue, on the other hand, wanted to take down the other party as soon as possible so that they could join forces to deal with Saber Jiro. He thought that the two of them, Li Xiu and Zhou Yi, would definitely not be able to stop him for long. Swish! Su Rue's figure disappeared into place as he took the lead in attacking. Clang! 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 Su Rue's sword was as fast as lightning, hitting the opponent back and forth, constantly defending. It was at this moment that he saw Su Rue's true strength. Bared! One of his breaks was caught by Su Rue and he directly slashed his sword on his arm. A blood scar immediately appeared on his arm. Not only did Su Rue's attacks far surpass him, but even more so in terms of speed. It was incomparably hard for him to defend every strike, and the scratches on his body were getting more and more. Soon, he couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to abstain and leave the ring. And as soon as he dared to have this thought in his mind, Su Rue's sword stabbed straight over. This sword was faster, more accurate, and more vicious, directly not giving him any chance to dodge. The long-faced samurai's face was shocked. He panicked and put his katana across his body, wanting to block Su Rue's sword. Bing! The katana that was crossed in front of him touched the tip of the Shen iron sword and sent out a spark. However, his katana was bounced off the moment it touched the tip of the sword. Plop! The basalt iron sword stabbed into him without any influence and penetrated his body. Su Rue directly gave this long-faced man with the katana a penetrating blow with his sword. Nicely done, big brother Su Rue. Let these Sakura Nation people know how powerful our Dragon Nation is. Big brother Su Rue is just too powerful, defeating the opponent in 2 or 3 swords, worthy of being my idol. This is also considered to be revenge for big brother Zhang Yuanshan. That long-faced man on the opposite side is too detestable. He deserves to end up like this. Zhang Yuanshan beside him was relieved to see the scene. It seemed that this confrontation match they were sure to win. Zhou Shaoku, on the other hand, clenched her pink fists, and the way she looked at Su Rue became different. Originally, when she saw Zhang Yuanshan under the stage by that long-faced samurai, chopping off an arm, she already hated that samurai in her heart. But now, when she saw him being pierced through the heart by Su Rue's sword, her heart was greatly refreshed. And her view of Su Rue had also undergone a huge transformation. Chapter 36. The True Strength of Saber Jiro. In the ring, the long-faced samurai did not die directly after being stabbed by Su Rue's sword. He immediately chose to abstain and his body and weapon disappeared from the ring. However, their 144 novice village didn't have people who had awakened talents like healing. So when he returned to the novice village, these people all looked at him with a cold face. "Help me!" The long-faced warrior covered his wounds with one hand and reached out to the crowd with the other. Someone said with a look of disgust, "Che, you were the ones who started the novice village match. And now you're defeated at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. What a disgrace to our Sakura country. A true samurai should die on the battlefield. You even fled from the battlefield. What a shame for a Sakura Kingdom samurai. You've disgraced our Sakura Kingdom. It's already a good thing I didn't make you commit harakiri." Plop! The long-faced samurai couldn't hold on and directly fell to his knees as he looked at these people from the novice village in despair. He didn't expect that he had conquered for them, and now that he was seriously injured, instead of choosing to save him, these people were talking on the sidelines. You guys. He pointed at these people and couldn't take it anymore. A mouthful of blood spurted out before he planted himself on the ground. And all of these people ignored him, all looking at the ring situation with nervous faces. Now that the long-faced samurai had been eliminated, only 3 Daggers Jiro and another burly man remained in the ring. 3 Daggers Jiro had fought 1 against 2 without losing a single step, and appeared to be at ease. Long Wu's side had already beaten the other party to the point where he could not resist anymore. Seeing this, Su Rue flew towards 3 Daggers Jiro. This person's threat was too great, and he also gave Su Rue the feeling that he hadn't tried his best. At this moment, Saber Jiro also sensed the change in the ring situation. He gradually put away his playful expression and started to get serious. I didn't expect Inoue to lose so quickly. I wanted to play with you guys for a little while longer, but now it seems like I'm going to be forced to use my full strength. Saying that, a heavy shadow appeared in his figure. Swish! Afterward, he unexpectedly split into 2 doppelgangers directly. These 2 doppelgangers were exactly the same as him and charged towards Su Rue and Long Wu. My game has just begun. A cold smile appeared on the faces of the 3 Saber Jiros at the same time. My goodness! I'm not blinking. How come there are 2 more of this knife-wielding one? I saw it too. This guy split 2 of himself out of his body? Not only were the people watching the battle in the novice village shocked, even Su Rue and the others didn't expect it. Su Rue immediately used the Eye of Insight to take a look at Saber Jiro. Grade C talent split art. Summons 2 split bodies with the same strength as himself to help him fight. Lasts for 5 minutes. After the death of the real body, the doppelganger will automatically disappear. Note: this talent is a fixed talent with no room for growth. So it's a talent. It was still a fixed talent, no wonder it was so strong to begin with. Like Zhou Yi's Thunderbolt, it was a growth talent that would increase in power as the level changed. Su Rue's talent was even more so. As he leveled up, his talent would have unexpected effects. At this time, his Eyes of Insight had also revealed Saber Jiro's true form. The one that was rushing in the direction of Longwu was the real body. He wanted to place his true body in an absolutely safe position. It was naturally the safest to oppose Longwu. Su Rue didn't hesitate when he saw it and turned around to rush towards Longwu's side. Now that Longwu was fighting with his opponent, he saw that there was a Saber Jiro rushing towards him. What kind of monster is this? Surprisingly, 3 of them appeared at the same time. His face became tense while attacking even more fiercely, wanting to defeat his opponent before the 3 Daggers Jiro arrived. But the difference in strength between the 2 sides wasn't that big, and he couldn't take his opponent down quickly. But at this time, Su Rue arrived 1 step ahead of Saber Jiro. Eat my sword! The Shen Iron Sword directly stabbed straight from the side. The speed was extremely fast. The opponent had no time to defend. Bared. Su Rue stabbed through the opponent's small arm and blood dripped down from the tip of the sword. Long Wu seized the opportunity and slashed down directly with the large sword in his hand. The opponent looked at the big knife that was about to fall with a horrified face. He was too late to dodge. The thought of abandoning the game surfaced in his heart. Then his body directly disappeared in place. Bang! Long Wu's slash hit the ground. This brat. Running quite fast. Saying that, Long Wu looked towards Su Rue and said, "Thanks." Su Rue nodded his head and looked at the 2 Sin Dagger Jiro who were charging towards them. The expression on his face was still gloomy. Be careful. The next one is the hard battle. Saying that, Su Rue took the initiative to meet the real bodies of the 3 Dagger Jiro. Long Wu was also not willing to show weakness. His body's battle spirit was high, and he charged forward with his large sword. The 2 of them instantly exchanged blows with the 2 3 Dagger Jiro. When. It had to be said that Saber Jiro's sword technique was exceptionally exquisite. The position of each blade was just right. If it wasn't for Su Rue being equipped with the Eye of Insight and being able to predict the position of his falling knives, I'm afraid that he would have been beaten by him without being able to fight. But Long Wu's side wasn't that good. His attributes itself was a big difference from Su Rue. Facing the continuous attacks of Saber Jiro, he appeared to be unusually overwhelmed. If it wasn't for his robust physique and rich combat experience, I'm afraid he would have already lost the battle. On the other hand, the 2 of them, Li Xiu and Zhou Yi, were being pressed by Saber Jiro's long sword, and they could only be forced to defend. This won't work. Sooner or later we'll be defeated by him finding a break. Li Xiu said as he defended. Then what should we do? Zhou also knew that it wouldn't work to keep defending like this. I'll create an opportunity for you to break away later, and you attack him with lightning. Good. Zhou nodded. His use of lightning was much more useful than a melee attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xiu's attacks became furious and only attacked without defending. This did briefly suppress Mitsubajiro, but the other party's long knives also made wound after wound on his body. Zhou took the opportunity to get out of the range of Saber Jiro's attack and used lightning to launch an attack on him. Ka-ching! White thunderbolts then fell, about to strike the third blade Jiro. However, it was dodged by him with a dodge. For a strong person like him, launching a lightning bolt head-on would be difficult to hit him directly. Zhou didn't expect to hit with one strike either, as he began to brew a second strike of lightning. But at that moment, he realized that Saber Jiro was actually running towards him after dodging. Swish! Saber Jiro arrived at Zhou side almost instantly and slashed out. Zhou hastily raised his iron sword in defense. Dang! Flustered, Zhou had the sword in his hand knocked to the ground by Saber Jiro's slash. And without stopping, Saber Jiro slashed horizontally again. Zhou, who had lost his weapon, could not do anything against this slash. If this blade were to slash at his body, it would be enough to cut him off at the waist. Abandon! Li Xiu spat out 2 words from his mouth. When Zhou heard it, he immediately chose to abstain. Swish! Saber Jiro's slash hit the air. And behind him, Li Xiu had already chased after him, and the dual swords in his hands directly chopped down. This third blade Jiro had dared to ignore him and directly attack Zhou. Then let you pay the price. Li Xiu's dual swords left 2 slashes on Saber Jiro's body. But as if he didn't know the pain, Saber Jiro wasn't affected in the slightest and directly turned around to continue his attack towards Li Xiu. What? Li Xiu was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such a person. Even when he was in the assassin organization, he had never seen someone who could act as if nothing happened after receiving a sword. Chapter 37. Just one sword. What he didn't know was that the one in front of him was just a doppelganger who really didn't know pain or fatigue. As for Li Xiu, he was already at the end of his strength at this point. The 2 sides had exchanged blows for a long time before, and just now he had used all his strength to create an opportunity for Zhou. And as a result, he had suffered a not-so-light knife wound. Bing! Ping! Facing the strength of Saber Jiro, who hadn't weakened in the slightest, Li Xiu was already having a tough time defending. But he also held out until the last moment, choosing to abstain when Saber Jiro was about to finish him off with a single slash. His body disappeared into the ring with him. At that moment, this doppelganger also freed his hands and rushed directly towards Su Rui's battlefield. On Long Wu's side, he was all alone, with more and more stab wounds on his body. The blood had already stained his white cloth clothes red, but he still had a high fighting spirit and took the initiative to attack. Haha, come on. Let's show you all how powerful we Rokoku people are. When the real body Saber Jiro saw this scene, some appreciation showed in his eyes. But this is where it ends. If you don't abstain, you'll die under my sword soon. Su Rui saw that Long Wu's injuries were very heavy. There were even a few knife wounds where his ghastly white bones could already be seen. Abandon power immediately. Leave this place to me. Su Rui immediately shouted to him. Right now Long Wu's state was very serious. If he was not careful, he might die under the 3-blade Jiro's blade. Hearing this, Long Wu was stunned for a moment. Can you do it alone? The reason why he fought so hard was because he saw that only himself and Su Rui were left on the field. If he stayed, he could at least hold one back. If he left, then Su Rui would have to face the 3 Sansho Jiro alone. But there was no time for him to think. The attack of the 3-dagger Jiro's doppelgangers continued to come like a storm. Long Wu repeatedly swung his sword to meet the attack, but the tiger's mouths of both hands had been cracked. His movements also gradually slowed down, and he was no longer able to block Saber Jiro's attacks. If he continued like this, Saber Jiro would only need 2 or 3 slashes to finish him off. At this time, he looked deeply at Su Rui and then chose to give up. Although he had the determination to fight to the death, he wouldn't do something like giving his life away for nothing. At this point, only Su Rui and Saber Jiro remained in the ring. However, while Saber Jiro had 3, Su Rui had only 1. With Long Wu's exit from the ring, the 144 novice village side was already cheering. Lord 3 Daggers Jiro is mighty. Finish off all the trash from the Dragon Kingdom. Before, there were even fools who questioned Lord 3 Daggers Jiro's decisions. Now these 10 attribute points, isn't that still in our pocket? So this is the true strength of Lord Saber-Jiro, our misunderstanding of the samurai lord before. After seeing the 3 daggers Jiro defeat 3 Dragon Kingdom people in a row, they thought that they had already won. Immediately, they would be able to obtain that 10-point attribute reward. Each and every one of them was smiling and pleased. On the contrary, here in the 250 novice village, most of them were as if they were dead in the water, and only a small number of them still held out hope, looking at the light screen with a tense face. It's over. Now only that samurai with the sword and Big Brother Surue are left in the ring. What should we do? We can only say that we lost this confrontation. Alas, my 10 points of attributes. Ugh, my attributes are already low enough, and now I even have to take away 10 points of attributes. Heaven really won't let me live. In the novice village square, shaking heads and sighs constantly appeared, and some girls with lower attributes directly burst into tears. Even Zhang Yuanshan, who had retreated from the ring, lowered his head in silence. He could no longer bear to watch any longer. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I was too weak. Zhou Yi was alone in the corner, chanting with lifeless eyes. He was the only one who had retreated from the ring without much injury. After retreating from the ring, although none of the people from the novice village said anything, but he could also feel that the way these people looked at him had become different. Even those who used to worship him and those who were his teammates did not treat him well at this time. His status in the novice village had also fallen from the clouds to the bottom. Li Xiu's clenched fists tightened once again, his eyes staring at the light screen. Long Wu similarly didn't take his eyes off the light screen while being healed. The entire 250 novice village, as well as not many people, were optimistic about Su Rue anymore. And at this time, a silhouette stepped out from the crowd. Her gaze was firm as she said, "Everyone, don't be discouraged. I believe that Su Rue will definitely be able to defeat his opponent and win this confrontation match." This person was none other than Lin Xiaolu, who still had absolute confidence in Su Rue. But someone looked at her and sighed, "Don't be naive. Big Brother Su Rue is very strong. One-on-one, that samurai with a sword isn't even his opponent. But now it's 1 against 3. Even if Big Brother Su Rue is strong, it's impossible for him to deal with 3 samurai of the same strength at the same time. Yes, but losing to this sword-wielding samurai can't be helped. His strength is really strong, we admit it." "No, I won't admit it. I believe Su Rue will be able to defeat his opponent." Han Ji stood out and said, "I also believe that Su Rue can win." "Me too." For a while, quite a few people came forward and chose to believe in Su Rue. Even though Su Rue couldn't see this scene, it revitalized the hope of many people in the novice village. Seemingly impressed by them, Zhang Yuanshan raised his head, and a few more points of hope were added to his pale face. Long Wu opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything, because he had just fought with Saber-Jiro and knew how strong he was. If he looked at it rationally, Su Rue wouldn't have a chance of winning. "Can we win?" Zhou Yi looked at the light screen blankly. He then added, "It has to be a win." He didn't expect that Su Rue, who he had previously mocked in the novice village. Now it had become the hope for the entire novice village to win. In the ring, the real body of Saber-Jiro had already distanced himself from Su Rue. In the previous battle, he had also consumed quite a bit of physical strength, especially in the matter of maintaining his doppelgangers fighting. His real body's combat power was no longer in its peak state. However, he didn't have the slightest worry because his 2 bilocations had already arrived and surrounded Su Rue in a triangle. He didn't immediately launch an attack, but instead gave a thumbs up to Su Rue, and then turned his thumbs towards Su Rue facing downwards. This was a typical humiliating gesture, and he thought he had already won. Seeing this scene, there was a burst of cheers within the 144 novice village. "Woohoo! Haha! Lord Saber-Jiro, properly humiliate these Dragon Kingdom people. That's right. Let them know that we, the Sakura Kingdom, are the strongest." As for the 250 novice village side, they were all incredibly angry after seeing Saber-Jiro's actions. "This damned short winter melon. To make such a gesture. It really pisses me off. I really hope Big Brother Su Rue can teach that short winter melon a good lesson. He's so arrogant. Alas, it can't be helped. Who made the other party stronger? What are you talking about at this time? Just cheer for Big Brother Su Rue and be done with it." In the ring, Su Rue naturally wasn't used to him and directly raised his middle finger at him, sneering, "To defeat you, it only takes 1 sword." Chapter 38, Defeating Saber-Jiro. Winning the match against. Even though Saber-Jiro couldn't understand what Su-Rue was saying, he knew that the other party was definitely taunting him. "You're looking for death." This made his face sink, and he decided not to give Su-Rue a chance to abstain. When the time came, he would directly have 3 bodies and attack Su-Rue together. Although his doppelganger only had 5 minutes, only half of that time had passed by now. What's more, it seemed to him that he and his 2 doppelgangers only needed 2 or 3 rounds at most to completely defeat Su-Rue. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. As for Su-Rue, he knew that his attributes were that much stronger than the other party after a few rounds of fighting with him. However, this person had exquisite sword skills, and he had always had the upper hand in the fight between the 2 of them by virtue of his sword skills. And now, he was going to face 3 Saber-Jiro with the same strength. Su-Rue touched the silver bracelet on his wrist, but he hadn't used his attack frenzy yet. Previously, he had been looking for almost to know when fighting with an expert like 3-Dagger Jiro. Each of his own attacks would not necessarily be able to hit him, so he had to find an opportunity where the 3-Dagger Jiro would not dodge before unleashing this triple attack. The 3-3-Dagger Jiro had already surrounded Su-Rue in the center, and they would definitely launch their attacks at the same time. At that time, even if Su-Rue was as strong as he was, it would be impossible for him to defend against all 3 attacks at the same time. At that moment, he remembered the information he had just received about the split body technique. As long as the real body was killed, then the doppelganger would automatically disappear. An idea immediately surfaced in Su-Rue's mind. And Saber-Jiro no longer waited. The 3 figures attacked at the same time. The 3 raised their long katanas at the same time and chopped towards Su-Rue. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't escape from the encirclement, and there was no way he could resist the attack. At this moment, the crowd of 250 novice village held their breath. Lin Xiaolu even wanted to ask Su-Rue to abstain from the game in her heart at this moment. She had previously hoped that Su-Rue would win. However, she also realized that it was nothing more than her naive thoughts. Everyone else thought the same way, as if they were ready for the next second when Su-Rue disappeared from the ring and appeared in the square of their novice village. In the face of such an offense, giving up was probably the best choice. But Su-Rue wouldn't give up easily. Instead of abstaining, he held his sword and stabbed at Saber-Jiro. At the same time, the bracelet on his wrist emitted light, wrapping around the sword blade and stabbing straight forward. "Eat my sword if you have the guts." Su-Rue's sword not only unleashed the power frenzy effect, but it also came with the piercing effect of the Shen iron sword. The might of this sword was simply unstoppable. Saber-Jiro also sensed this, although he didn't understand why Su-Rue suddenly burst out with such terrifying battle power. However, he knew that his true body could not go forward to attack, and immediately placed his long sword across his body in a defensive stance. As long as he blocked this sword, then Su-Rue would definitely be cut by the cuts of the doppelgangers on both sides, and he would definitely be the one to die at that time. However, he still muttered too much about the might of Su-Rue's sword. With 3 times the attack power plus the piercing effect, this sword was enough to kill him. However, he was not willing to step back and dodge the sharpness of this sword, because then the encirclement would fail and Su-Rue would be able to break out. Moreover, the warrior honor in his heart would not allow him to retreat. "Come on!" Saber-Jiro shouted and raised his sword to block. Clank! The moment the swords touched, the sword in Saber-Jiro's hand bounced off. His arms holding the sword were also tingling. On the other hand, the long sword in Su-Rue's hand was going straight ahead. Su-Rue stabbed his heart with his sword and pierced through his body. An expression of disbelief immediately appeared on Saber-Jiro's face. He actually didn't even block one of his opponent's swords. Why did he suddenly burst out with such a strong attack? He felt his life rapidly draining away, and without hesitation, he immediately chose to abstain. The figure then disappeared into the ring, and the 2 doppelgangers behind Su-Rue who were already slashing down with their swords both disappeared instantly. At the same time, Saber-Jiro's figure appeared in the square of the 144 novice village. However, the bloody hole in his chest was still bubbling blood out, only to see that he directly pulled out a snow lotus from his pocket and directly took it. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. The wound on his chest was actually healing. Before long, the bloody hole in his chest was gone, and his entire body was restored to its original state. However, his physical strength was still tangibly depleted, and at this moment, his gaze looked towards a list. "Su-Rue, I'll remember you. Sooner or later you'll die under my blade." And at this time, they were already in a mess in the novice village. Many people were scolding him and those contestants. "Baka! You idiots! How dare you lose to the Dragon Kingdom people? Idiots. Great big fools. Causing us to lose 10 attribute points soon. This time, we even let the Dragon Kingdom ride on the head of our great Sakura Kingdom. It's simply intolerable. There were curses in the square of the 144 novice village. And after the 250 novice village saw Su-Rue stabbing Saber-Jiro. First, there was silence, and the silence lasted for several whole seconds. Afterwards, the novice village square coincidentally erupted with mountainous cheers. Wow! Su-Rue, the hero of our novice village. Woohoo! Brother Su-Rue, my Superman. I love you. I'm not dreaming, am I? Our novice village really won? Su-Rue defeated Saber-Jiro. Even Lin Xiaolu felt that this was all so dreamy, that Su-Rue had actually won like she expected in her heart. Crap! Su-Rue! You're my big brother. Long Wu directly jumped up in excitement. It's all my fault. If I had listened to Zhang Yuanshan at that time, I wouldn't have. Zhou Yi was initially still one person blaming himself and whispering to himself. But soon the cheering around him pulled him back, and he looked up. Wait, what are we? Winning. After reacting, he acted similarly to Long Wu. Crap. Su-Rue, you're too good. And after Zhang Yuanshan saw it, a smile slowly appeared on his face. His sacrifice was not in vain after all. Su-Rue, you really didn't let everyone down. What a powerful sword. Li Xiu muttered. If he switched places with Saber-Jiro, he himself would be equally unable to resist this sword. And at this moment in the ring, only Su-Rue was left standing with his sword. Successfully defeated Saber-Jiro and inherited 97th place on the rookie list. Rookie ranking? What is this thing? Without waiting for Su-Rue to think more, the Heavenly Tao had already teleported him back to 250 Novice Village. Announcement. 250 Novice Village won this Novice Village match. Everyone increased their attack by 5 points and speed by 5 points. Participants of the winning side will be blessed by the Heavenly Tao. As soon as the words left their mouths, everyone realized that their attributes had grown. Haha, it's gone up. It's gone up. My attributes went up. I've also gone up. A whole 10 points of attributes. It's really great. Me too. Originally my little sister was just a weak girl with no power. But now an ordinary adult man is no match for me. Chapter 39. The Hero of the Newbie Village. Not only that, 5 more pillars of green light descended from the sky. These 5 pillars of light directly shone on Su-Rue and the other 5 participants in the battle. They were surprised to find that their injuries had instantly recovered. The stab wounds on several people's bodies healed in the blink of an eye, and all of their lost stamina returned. The entire group was full of energy and recovered to their peak state. Was this the blessing of the Heavenly Tao? The most exaggerated of them all was Zhang Yuanshan. One of his lost arms had actually grown back with the naked eye. This? Zhang Yuanshan's face was first shocked, and then he couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Zhou Shaoke pointed at Zhang Yuanshan with one hand and said incredulously with one hand covering her mouth, Brother Yuanshan, your arm has grown back again. Zhang Yuanshan moved his arm a few times and said, Yes, it's the same as the original. At this moment, the entire 250 novice village was filled with cheers. Many people even wanted to throw Su-Rue into the air to celebrate, but he refused. Everyone in 144 novice village reduces 5 points of attack, 5 points of speed. In the square of 144 novice village, there was a cry of pain. Baka! My attributes have been reduced. Now I only have 5 points of attack and 2 points of speed left. Me too, damn it. Now I feel like I'm moving so much slower. I'm afraid that any random demonic beast could kill me. That damned bastard Saber-Jiro. How dare he put us in this situation? Let's find him and settle the score. That's right. It's all his fault. Let's go together to settle the score with this son of A. Before, how much these people from the novice village had praised and boasted about Saber-Jiro, how much they hated him now. After all, this novice village match was initiated by him. And after provoking the anger of the crowd, 3 Dagger Jiro directly fled the novice village. Humph. A bunch of stupid things. When I get my strength up, whoever dares to offend me again, I'll definitely end him with a single slash. Taking advantage of the night, Saber-Jiro once again stepped into the jungle outside the novice village. 250 novice village. Everyone was also a bit tired after the victory revelry. Everyone had been conquering for a day, and now it was already nighttime, and the entire land was shrouded in night. It was good that the square and streets of the novice village were illuminated by torches, so that it wasn't dim. Su Rue, on the other hand, took advantage of the moment when the crowd was cheering and celebrating, and was alone checking the rookie list that he had just ascended by defeating 3 Daggers Jiro. Rookie ranking. Top 100 strength ranking in the novice villages in the northern region of the Eastern Continent. Eastern Continent? In that case, there are still a lot of newbie villages here, so it's no wonder that Saber Jiro was only able to rank 97th. The only way to get on the rookie list is to challenge and defeat your opponent on the rookie list, and then you can inherit their rank. Challenge qualifications can be obtained through quests and treasure chests. Rewards for rookie ranking. Daily rewards will be provided according to your ranking. Currently ranked 97, you will be rewarded with a brass treasure chest 1. I'm going. Brass treasure box. Su Rue remembered that the second in the novice village battle ranking can only get a brass treasure chest at the end. Now that the rookie list is 97th, you can have a brass treasure chest every day. This was also too refreshing. He immediately saw that a brass treasure chest icon appeared in the system interface, and there was a 24-hour countdown underneath. It turned out to be like this: just by staying on the rookie list for 24 hours, he would be able to obtain a brass treasure chest. After rejoicing, Su Rue didn't plan to rest in the rookie village. He had already been blessed by the heavenly Tao and his body had reached its peak state. If he didn't take advantage of this to grab the opportunity to level up, it would simply be a waste. It was important to know that the collective quest of the novice village was now only the last day left as well. He didn't know what he was going to face at that time, so he could only do his best to raise his strength. The other 4 people who had been blessed by the heavenly Tao all thought the same way. They were all in peak transmutation now, and it was impossible for them to stay in the novice village to recuperate. At this time, Zhou walked towards the broken arm that Zhang Yuanshan was looking at and asked, "Why did you save me then?" At that time, Zhang Yuanshan was facing an onslaught of enemy attacks, yet he gave him his defense aura. He didn't believe that Zhang Yuanshan didn't know what kind of danger he would face if he gave the defense aura to himself at that time. "You have the lightning talent. Staying on the field is more useful and more likely to help us win," Zhang Yuanshan said seriously. He was only thinking of winning the confrontation. Zhou Xiaoke stood by the side and beamed as she looked at Zhou Yi, the hostility in her eyes already much less. This was also because Zhang Yuanshan's arm had recovered as good as new. Otherwise, there was no way she would have forgiven Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi himself wouldn't have forgiven himself either. He clenched his fists and spoke, "I, Zhou Yi, owe you a life." After saying that, he directly turned around and walked towards the dark outside of the novice village. After the ring battle just now, he knew deep down that his strength had been pulled apart. Now, of course, he had to work hard to upgrade and improve his strength. He was competing for the number 1 spot in the battle power ranking. Still quite sincere, Zhou Xiaoke's expression eased a bit. Zhang Yuanshan smiled, not taking Zhou Yi's words to heart. He did not blame Zhou Yi for everything. The person who chose to give Zhou Yi the defense aura at that time was himself, and he wouldn't blame anyone else. Su Rue glanced this way. Then he directly stepped towards the outside of the novice village. But a silhouette appeared in front. "Our great hero of the novice village, going to level up again now?" Lin Xiaolu asked with a smile. Su Rue returned the smile. "Yes, there's only 1 day left until the collective quest of the novice village. According to how the Heaven's Way acts, it definitely won't let us go over there easily." Lin Xiaolu nodded. The collective mission was like a sharp sword hanging over all of their heads, constantly reminding them that they had to work hard to upgrade and improve their strength. If they failed the novice village collective quest, they would be wiped out collectively. "So, that's why you guys fought so hard in the ring, right?" Lin Xiaolu suddenly asked such a question. At that time, in the ring, Li Xiu and the others had stuck it out until the last moment, risking being killed to hold off Saber Jiro. And Zhang Yuanshan even lost an arm because of it. So did Su Rue just now. If he hadn't defeated his true body, then he wouldn't have had the chance to abstain. Because at the same time he stabbed Saber Jiro, the 2 doppelgangers were already holding their swords and slashing towards him. And if Saber Jiro hadn't been in a hurry to save his life, I'm afraid that those 2 doppelgangers would have definitely been able to slash out that blade. In that case, it might have been the same result. And until the confrontation was over, none of them knew that the winning side would receive the heavenly Tao blessing. But they were fighting for their lives, realizing that those 10 points of attributes were crucial for them. But to a strong person like Su Rue, it didn't hurt. This point not only shook Lin Xiaolu, but also made all the other people in the novice village admire Su Rue and the others even more. I just don't want to lose, and even more so, I don't want to lose to the people from the Sakura country. But the moment he stepped onto the ring, the thought in his mind was that he must win. That's right. If I lose to those scumbags from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, I won't feel any pain in my heart. Long Wu's sprightly voice came from behind the two. Chapter 40 Surprise. Harvesting a large amount of spirit grass. At this moment, Long Wu had already rearmed himself and was holding a torch in his hand, presumably taken down from the roadside of the novice village. He looked at the two of them with a smile on his face and said, "All right, I'm just passing by, so I won't bother you too. I still have to grab some time to upgrade. I didn't realize that you're also working so hard, Big Brother Long Wu." Lin Xiaolu laughed. Although they were both blessed by the heavenly Tao and were full of energy, after a full day of intense fighting, tiredness in the heart was unavoidable. I can't do it without working hard. This Li Xiu kid has slipped out at some point. Even if I can't beat Su Rue, then at least I have to be better than that Li Xiu kid, right? Let's go. After saying that, he carried his big sword and whistled as he quickly walked towards the outside of the novice village. Looking at Long Wu's back, Lin Xiaolu said to Su Rue, "All right, I won't waste your time. In short, be careful with everything." "Don't worry." Su Rue nodded, then turned around and left. Lin Xiaolu watched Su Rue's back disappear from view before she turned around and returned to her cabin to recuperate. Reminder: the novice planes have been converted to night mode. Some of the demonic beasts will undergo mutations, and their battle power will rise dramatically. Su Rue had just stepped out of the novice village when a reminder popped out. The nighttime demonic beasts will actually mutate. I wonder what they will mutate into? Su Rue wasn't afraid. Instead, he looked forward to it. He walked on the same grassland as in the daytime, and the cool wind gusted. The novice plane at night was unusually cold. But to Su Rue, whose physique and attributes were far beyond normal people, this coldness was nothing at all. But the darkness of the night was what made Su Rue not dare to advance that fast. Although he had the Eye of Insight, his vision was still very limited, and this was also because his level was not high enough, and the Eye of Insight was not enough to allow him to ignore the darkness. Just as he was on his way towards the jungle, he suddenly saw a 2-point glowing object appear in front of him. Su Rue immediately drew his long sword. Subsequently, 1, 2, 3, countless red dots appeared ahead. After careful observation, Su Rue realized that these glowing objects were nothing else but a pair of eyes. Moreover, these extremely numerous red eyes were continuously approaching towards Su Rue. Level 1 Mutated Demon Beast. Bloody Rodent Rat. Brutal temperament. Likes to eat blood. Strength greatly increased. Surprisingly, they were mutated rodent rats. It seems that these rodent rats reappeared after nightfall. Su Rue rushed up with his long sword. One person and one sword killed the numerous bloody rodent rats. Swish, swish, swish. Su Rue's figure kept weaving in and out of the rats, the long sword in his hand following him like a shadow. With every swing of his sword, a bloody rodent rat was cut in half. Soon, the corpse of a bloody rodent appeared on the ground. Kill bloody rodent, plus 20 experience value. Kill bloody rodent, plus 20 experience. Kill bloody rodent. Experience value plus 20. Kill the bloody rodent. Experience value plus 20. Kill the bloody rodent. Experience value plus 20. With Su Rue's current strength, dealing with these bloody rodent rats was simply effortless. He killed as many as he could, and the experience value went crazy for a while. Unfortunately, these rodent rats weren't stupid, and after sensing the enemy's strength, one by one, they shrunk back into the ground. Plop! Su Rue pierced and nailed the last bloody rodent rat on the ground with a sword, running pretty fast. After these rodent rats burrowed into the ground, Su Rue couldn't do anything with them. However, these bloody rodent rats also gave him a lot of experience. One of them had 20 experience points, and just now, he had killed a dozen of them. The experience grew by 340 points, and now his level came to level 6, 580, 1600. It seems that although this knight's novice planes is dangerous, it's faster to upgrade. Su Rue then devoured the attributes of 3 more bloody rodent rats. Devour successfully, speed plus 2. Devour successfully, speed plus 2. Devouring success, speed plus 2. Directly increasing speed by 6 points, the attribute was twice that of a normal rodent rat. Not bad. Starting with a harvest, Su Rue was energized. He walked towards the jungle. This time no more rodent rats dared to show their heads and attack him. He smoothly arrived in the jungle. The jungle at night was even more gloomy. If Su Rue didn't have the eye of insight, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to see anything in this jungle without any light source. He really didn't know what Luosuo and the others were going to do. Did they have to take a torch while fighting? That would be too much trouble. But they each had their own way. Long Wu directly pinned the torch behind himself. Zhou Yi's palm could release lightning, which was similar to the effect of a torch. As for Luosuo, he was a top assassin of the Dragon Kingdom who had participated in various special trainings since he was young. Blindfolding the enemy and night assassination were his best. But none of these were as good as Su Rue's piercing eye. With the eye of insight, he began to walk towards the depths of the jungle. Whoosh! A black shadow sprang out from the bushes in front of him and ran wildly towards Su Rue. Level 1 Altered Demonic Beast. Phantom Grey Wolf. Good timing. Su Rue raised his sword to meet the battle. He directly slashed his sword on the hardest skull of the Phantom Grey Wolf. Ka-ching! Blood splattered. The skull shattered. The Phantom Grey Wolf instantly fell to the ground, dead beyond death. Kill Phantom Grey Wolf. Experience value plus 50. Devoured successfully. Speed plus 4. Nowadays, when Su Rue dealt with a demonic beast of this kind of strength, it was a sword kill. Even if it was mutated, it was no good. Su Rue continued to rush towards the depths of the jungle. These level 1 demonic beasts already had very little boost for him. As he walked, Su Rue realized that there was a blue shimmering light coming out from the front. This was very conspicuous in the dark jungle. Su Rue did not hesitate to immediately rush towards the light source. The current Su Rue was no longer the cautious Su Rue from before. With his strength, he had the confidence to run rampant in the periphery of this jungle. Following the light source, Su Rue came to a cave. It was the blue grass that grew out of this cave that emitted a blue shimmering light. First order spirit grass bluegrass. Grows in the night, shrinks in the ground during the day, can increase attributes or gain experience after taking it. Increase attributes? Gain experience? This spirit grass is too powerful, and there must be more than a dozen of them growing in this cave. This is a fortune. Su Rue immediately went forward to pick these blue-ing grasses. Afterward, he looked at the few blue-ing grass in his hand and planned to use super transformation to see if he could transform the spirit grass. He had already tried with the white spirit fruit before, and it showed that his level was too low to transform. But transforming spirit grass should be easier than transforming spirit fruit, right? He immediately began to try, only to see him unleash a super transformation on the blue-ing grass in his hand. The blue-ing grass gradually withered as he unleashed his talent, turning into a withered grass. However, an even brighter ray of blue light appeared in his hand. Transformation successful. Blue glory grass transformed into blue glory grass essence. I'm going. Successful. Su Rue instantly became energized, and soon he transformed all the dozen or so blue-ing grasses. With that, he began to take it. Taking blue-ing grass essence. Attack plus 5. Take blue-ing grass essence. Speed plus 5. Take blue grass essence. Experience value plus 50. These dozen or so blue-ing grass extracts directly added 25 points of attack power and 15 points of speed, as well as 300 points of experience value to Su Rue. It was simply refreshing. It seemed like there were opportunities everywhere in this jungle. Chapter 41. Ice Silk Soft Armor. Defense Boost. After taking all the essences, Su Rue noticed the cave in front of him. Without the blue-ing grass, the cave entrance became incomparably dark, and it was even more so in the cave. Should we go in and take a look? Su Rue stroked his chin and pondered. Since there was so much blue grass at the entrance of the cave, there might be more good things inside. Riches and riches. Su Rue immediately decided to enter the cave and explore. Anyway, this was still the outskirts of the jungle. There shouldn't be any particularly powerful demonic beasts. Moreover, he was more confident in his own strength. After entering the cave, Su Rue became more and more cautious, and his eye of insight was always watching the front. There were quite a few traces of dragging on the ground of the cave. It was obvious that this cave was definitely inhabited by large demonic beasts. As he walked, Su Rue realized that there was blue light emitting from the front of the cave again. He was happy in his heart. Could it be the blue-ing grass again? It seemed that this cave was the right place to come. However, when he got closer and saw the object emitting blue light, he was stunned, only to see that a lizard the size of a crocodile was lying on the ground, gnawing on the corpse of a wild boar, and the blue light was emitted from the scales on its back. Level 3 Demonic Beast Blue-Scaled Giant Lizard. Its entire body possesses extremely strong defensive scales and a thick tail, and its bite is amazing. Surprisingly, it was a level 3 demonic beast. This was still the first level 3 demonic beast that Su Rue had encountered, and he didn't know how strong it was. But just by observing it, Su Rue could feel that this guy's scales were extremely hard. I'm afraid it's not easy for myself to split it by brute force. One could only find its weakness or use the attack berserking bracelet. Su Rue observed some more in the dark and realized that there was only one blue-scaled gargoyle here, and its attention was still on the boar corpse. Only then, he crept to the back of the giant lizard. Barf, barf, barf. The lizard was still chewing on the boar meat in its mouth, completely unaware that there was already a human standing behind it. Getting closer, Su Rue realized that there was a vacancy on the iguana's forehead that wasn't wrapped in scales. It seemed that this was the lizard's weak point. Su Rue violently exploded towards the back of the giant lizard and leapt up, stabbing the long sword in his hand towards the forehead of the giant lizard. Chop! The Xian iron sword piercing effect was triggered. The long sword directly entered the lizard's forehead and pierced through its mouth. All of its movements stopped, and it died for no apparent reason. Killed level 3 Demon Beast Blue-Scaled Gargoyle. Experience value plus 150. Su Rue squatted on the back of the giant lizard and slowly pulled out his sword. Only giving 150 experience points? Su Rue was quite dissatisfied. The strength of this level 3 demonic beast giant lizard was about the same as the strength of the special demonic beast spiked-legged spider that Su Rue had killed before. But the experience was 50 less. But it was okay. Su Rue didn't bother dealing with it, it was simply a waste of time. Su Rue launched Devour on the giant lizard corpse again. Devour successfully. Defense plus 1. Not bad. Surprisingly, it was a precious defense attribute. Su Rue felt that his body was now a lot stiffer, and he was afraid that it would be hard for a level 1 demonic beast to injure him. After jumping down from the giant lizard, he began to explore the cave. This cave wasn't high, so Su Rue didn't need to worry about being attacked by the demonic beasts hiding above the cave. Moreover, this was already the end of the cave, and there were some white bones of demonic beasts around. Could be seen that this was the nest of the blue-scaled giant lizard. At this time, Su Rue realized that there was a box hidden in one corner of the cave. I go! A wooden treasure chest. He immediately ran forward and realized that it was exactly the wooden treasure chest that he had obtained before. I didn't expect that there would be a treasure chest in the cave. Su Rue immediately prepared to open the chest, but no matter how hard he tried, this chest just wouldn't open. What's going on? Could it be that this chest is not for me? Su Rue was immediately puzzled. Bang! 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 Su Rue raised his sword and slashed at the wooden chest. Please don't destroy the treasure chest. Reminder: players need to finish exploring the cave before they can open it. Current progress 1-2. Exploration completed? What does this mean? Su Rue didn't understand. At this time, some movement came from behind him, and Su Rue immediately turned around, only to see that another blue-scaled gargoyle appeared at the cave entrance and blocked it to death. After seeing it, Su Rue immediately understood what that 1-2 progress meant. It turned out that there was still a giant lizard that hadn't been resolved. The giant lizard immediately charged towards Su Rue, the intruder. Su Rue held his sword to meet the battle. The giant lizard was the first to unleash a tearing bite on Su Rue, which he dodged with a sidestep. Afterward, Su Rue held his sword and slashed at the giant lizard. Clang! Clang! The Xian iron sword hacked on the scales of the giant lizard, sending out bursts of sparks. The scales are surprisingly so hard. Chopping on the scales of the giant lizard shook Su Rue's hand a bit. It seems like we still need to hit its forehead. However, in a frontal encounter, it was really not easy to stab the giant lizard's forehead. Although this giant lizard had extremely strong defense, it moved slowly. Su Rue took advantage of the moment it bit towards him and instantly jumped onto its back. It was much easier to stab the lizard's forehead on its back. After the giant lizard sensed Su Rue on its back, it instantly twisted its body frantically, wanting to throw him off. But the quick-eyed Su Rue stabbed down with his sword. Plop! This sword also came with a piercing effect and directly stabbed on the giant lizard's forehead. Killed level 3 Demon Beast Blue-Scaled Gargoyle. Experience value plus 150. The giant lizard's body lay motionless on the ground, and Su Rue pulled out the sword. Blood immediately gushed out from the giant lizard's forehead. The giant lizard couldn't attack the enemy on his back, which became his fatal weakness. After Su Rui jumped off of it, he once again unleashed endless devouring. Devouring success. Defense +1. Another 1 point of defense attribute was gained. Not bad. Su Rui once again came to the wooden treasure chest and tried to open it. This time, he was indeed able to open it successfully. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the ice silk cloth. Defense +4. Lying inside the treasure chest was a brown cloth coat. Su Rui immediately took it out. This cloth was more delicate and smooth, and it was also very sturdy to the touch, much stronger than the cloth he was wearing now. Not bad. However, Su Rui didn't put it on directly because he could still launch a transformation on the ice silk cloth. The quality of this ice silk cloth was similar to the fine iron sword, and with Su Rui's current level it was possible to transform it. As Su Rui's talent was unleashed, the ice silk cloth also began to change, only to see that the silk threads in the cloth coat began to turn into fine steel wires. Transformation successful. The ice silk cloth has been transformed into ice silk soft armor. Defense +10. I'll be damned. 10 points of defense. This was too fierce, knowing that Su Rui's current total defense was only 8 points. And with the 10 points of defense from the ice silk soft armor, it would become 18 points. Su Rui couldn't wait to put the soft armor on his body. Although it was a bit heavy, this weight was not worth mentioning to the current Su Rui. And after putting on the soft armor, Su Rui felt a sense of security added to his body. This soft armor made up for his last flaw, and now he didn't have to worry about being accidentally scratched by demonic beasts in the battle. After he explored the cave some more and confirmed that there was nothing left inside, he directly exited the cave. Chapter 42. Stepping into the intermediate level demon beast area. Walking out of the cave, Su Rui continued to rush towards the depths of the jungle. The experience provided by the demonic beasts in the periphery was too little. Moreover, Su Rui felt that with his current strength, he should be able to deal with level 4 demonic beasts. On his way to the depths of the jungle, Su Rui also saw quite a few level 1 demonic beasts, but didn't waste time to bother about them. And when these level 1 demonic beasts saw Su Rui's speed, each and every one of them were scared far away. Soon, Su Rui unexpectedly passed through this jungle, and ahead was a small piece of grassland, and not far ahead was another piece of jungle. Reminder: you have stepped out of the primary demon beast area and are about to enter the intermediate demon beast area. Primary demon beast zone. Demon beast level 1-3. Intermediate demon beast zone. Demon beast levels 3-6. Demonic beasts actually also divided into zones. Su Rui knew it for the first time. But this is also a rule to protect these low levels and humans, right? After all, the strength of these high-level demonic beasts was too strong. If they appeared in the low-level area, I'm afraid that no one would be able to defeat them. Without hesitation, Su Rui raised his sword and rushed into the intermediate-level demonic beast area. When he had just set one foot into the intermediate-level demonic beast area, the voice of the heavenly Tao rang in his mind. Detected player entering intermediate-level demonic beast area. Area chat system activated. As soon as the words fell, Su Rui saw something similar to a group chat appear next to the chat box. There were only about 20 people in it, and they all had real avatars and names as well. Yikes! There are newcomers again. Come out and say hello to everyone. Yo! This is still a little handsome guy, how rare. A bright-eyed, white-toothed, heroic beauty said. She was one of the few females in this group chat, named Qinlan. He sent a message out at his discretion. Su Rui didn't expect that after stepping into the intermediate demon beast area, he would even join a strange group chat. But after some conversation, he also figured out what this group chat meant. This was all the members of the surrounding 100 novice villages that had stepped into the intermediate level demonic beast area. 100 novice villages, a total of 200,000 people. Only these 24 people were the only ones who had stepped into the intermediate level demonic beast zone after spending only one day. The people in here could be said to be 1 in a million. Su Rui also learned from their words that the intermediate demon beast area was unknown how much bigger than the primary demon beast area, and at least no one had stepped out yet. And the most important point was that they could meet in the intermediate demon beast area. It could be said that the intermediate demon beast area was interoperable with the surrounding 100 novice villages. By the way, I haven't asked which novice village you are from? Qinlan asked. I'm from the 250 novice village. 250. This number is so unique. Someone spat. You're the first one from the 250 novice village to enter the intermediate demon beast area, so you should also be the number 1 in your novice village's battle power ranking. All of them here were basically at the top of the battle power ranking. I wonder if Brother Su Rui has made it to the rookie ranking? Qin Lan suddenly asked. At this time, someone couldn't bear to look at him and said, "Come on, Qin Lan. We all know that you've ascended the rookie ranking. Can you stop coming to a person and asking all over again?" He, I'm just asking, if you have the ability, you can also get on the rookie list to show me. Su Rui replied, I'm at the 97th place on the rookie list. Hearing that Su Rui had already made it to the rookie list made everyone in the group chat quite surprised. Wow, Brother Su Rui is so powerful. Out of the 30 or so of us plus you, there are only 3 people who have ascended the rookie ranking. Just a fluke. Su Rui also didn't expect that there were only a total of 3 people in the group chat who had ascended the rookie ranking. Then, Qin Lan said in the group chat, my ranking on the rookie list is 89th. 89th place. Hearing this ranking, Su Rui's heart stirred a wave. 3 Daggers Jiro was only ranked 97th, but he had seen his strength, and he had only defeated him with all his might. And this Qin Lan even ranked 89th on the rookie list, which meant that her strength was a lot stronger than Saber Jiro. Then she must be stronger than herself as well. It seems that there are quite a few strong people among those who came here together from the Blue Star. One couldn't just limit one's gaze to a single novice village. There must be quite a few of these people who had awakened their talents as well. Without continuing to waste time in the chat box, after seeing stronger people, Su Rui's desire to become stronger also became even stronger. After he exited the chat, he resolutely walked towards the intermediate demonic beast area. The environment here looked more dangerous than the primary demon beast area, especially at night. Su Rui was unusually cautious. It was as if he had returned to the feeling he had when he first stepped into the jungle. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the sky in front of him. Su Rui immediately drew his sword and looked up towards the black shadow. He realized that it was actually a bat. Level 3 demon beast blood-sucking bat. Moves at night, in groups, likes to eat blood. The speed of the bats was extremely fast. They formed a black cloud in the air and covered towards Su Rui. Such a large number? Su Rui was shocked. He immediately drew his sword and swung it, trying his best to protect his head. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Kill level 3 demonic beast blood-sucking bat. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 3 demonic beast vampire bat. Experience value plus 100. The vampire bats had already suffered casualties under the attack of Su Rui's long sword, but their sharp claws and fangs hit Su Rui's body as well. Ping, ping. The ice silk soft armor on Su Rui's body was hit with gusts of sparks. Soon, this black cloud made up of bats was dispersed by Su Rui. As for Su Rui's neck and wrists and other places that were not covered by the soft armor, some blood marks appeared. If it wasn't for his strong enough defense, these bats were afraid that they would have already torn off the flesh and blood from his body. After the black clouds were just dispersed by Su Rui, they quickly regrouped behind him again, and then they were ready to launch another round of attack. I'm going. Still coming. Seeing this, Su Rui immediately raised his sword and ran away. The individual strength of these bats was not strong. If it was one-on-one, Su Rui would be fine with one sword. However, after they got together, their combat power was greatly increased. Su Rui could only avoid them and kept running towards the jungle. There were all kinds of trees and plants growing in the jungle. These things could hinder the flight of the bats. Su Rui looked back while running, and as a result, those bats were still in hot pursuit. Still chasing, huh? He accelerated his speed again and ran towards the place where the trees were thick. But the bat army wasn't going to easily bypass Su Rui, and they were in hot pursuit behind him. But soon, they were affected by the cluttered branches around them and were left behind by Su Rui. After following Su Rui for another 7 turns, they lost sight of Su Rui. After the black clouds circled around a few times without finding Su Rui, they left in a direction. At this moment, behind a boulder, Su Rui let out a sigh of relief. Phew! He closed his eyes and turned to lean against the wall and slowly sat down. The successive rushes and the escape just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength. Being able to sit here and rest at this moment was the happiest thing for him. However, when he opened his eyes again, he realized that a brown bear like a small mountain had appeared in front of him at an unknown time. At the same time, the brown bear's panel appeared in front of Su Rui's eyes. Level 4 Demon Beast Fury Bear. Infinitely strong, Amazing defense, irritable, extremely territorial sense. Level 4 demonic beast. Extremely strong territorial awareness? This can't be its territory, right? Chapter 43. The Fisherman's Prophet. One more level up. In the next second, the furious bear directly stretched out its huge palm and slapped down towards Su Rue's brain. Who? Su Rue immediately bent down and rolled towards the left, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. Bang! The boulder that Su Rue had just leaned on was directly slapped out of a crater by the furious bear, and the debris splashed. If this palm hit Su Rue's head, it was enough to smash his brain. Su Rue immediately drew his sword and rose up, aiming a sword at the back of the raging bear. Plop! The long sword pierced into the back of the raging bear, and it turned around in a hurry. Su Rue also pulled out his long sword at this time. Plop! Blood immediately flowed out from the wound of the raging bear. Roar! The raging bear was instantly enraged to the extreme. This damned human not only intruded into its territory, but also dared to stab it. It raised its huge bear paw and slapped at Su Rue again. And once again, Su Rue rolled backward to dodge the strike by virtue of his body's flexibility and the advantage of his eye of insight. Bang! This palm directly shook the earth and cracks appeared on the ground. This power is too strong. Seeing this scene, Su Rue knew that he absolutely could not eat its palm. Otherwise, it would be hard for the gods to save him. And at this time, a loud noise came from the rear. Surprisingly, it was the swarm of blood-sucking bats that had gone and returned. They should have heard the commotion here and re-arrived. At this moment, Su Rue was sandwiched in the middle by the bat swarm and the furious bear heel. His situation was very dangerous. And he didn't panic. Instead, he pondered over countermeasures in his mind. But the raging bear didn't give him this chance and launched an attack again. The bat swarm behind him also didn't pause and directly swooped towards Su Rue. Bang! The raging bear's huge palm was once again dodged by Su Rue and slapped on the ground. And this time he didn't retreat, but directly leapt up and jumped on the arm of the raging bear. And following its arm jumped to its shoulder in 3 or 2 steps. Su Rue's set of movements was so smooth and flowing that it gave the raging bear a big jump. Thinking to himself, why is this human so bold? After coming to the giant bear's shoulder, Su Rue didn't pause. He directly jumped up and prepared to leap behind the giant bear. At the same time, he turned back in the air and slashed his sword backward. Bared! A blood scar appeared at the back of the giant bear's neck. This sword split open the thick fur of the back of the giant bear's neck, revealing a piece of bright red flesh. And at this time, those blood-sucking bats also arrived. They were immediately attracted by the bloody odor emanating from the giant bear's body. One by one, they all bit towards the wounds on the giant bear's body. After all, the blood on such a giant bear's body was much more than that small body of Su Rue. The giant bear was attacked by the black cloud, and it immediately swung its fist madly towards the black cloud. But the black cloud was extremely flexible. Every time he swung his palm and smashed it, the black cloud was always able to spread out and dodge it, and kept attacking it around the giant bear. The black cloud was like a giant doe. Every time the giant bear's palm slapped out, it would dent and dodge the giant bear's attack. After all, the speed at which it swung its palm was far less than the speed at which Su Rue had struck out his sword. Roar! Roar! The giant bear couldn't attack the black cloud and roared angrily and repeatedly. Moreover, at its wounds, there were bats constantly sucking its blood, which made it difficult to take care of its head and tail. What a stupid giant bear! Su Rue sighed from the side. Although this guy was powerful, his body was not flexible enough. At this time, some of the bats that were slapped apart by the giant bear noticed Su Rue, who was watching the battle from the side. They immediately formed a small black cloud rushing towards Su Rue. With this number of you, how dare you come to me? Facing this number of blood-sucking bats, Su Rue wasn't afraid anymore at all. He directly raised his sword and met him. Chop! 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 Su Rue slashed out several swords in a row, and several bats instantly fell from the black cloud and turned into several corpses. Killed level 3 demonic beast blood-sucking bat. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 3 demonic beast blood-sucking bat. Experience value plus 100. Killed 5 vampire bats in one go and gained 500 experience points. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 7. Attack plus 35. Speed plus 35. Defense plus 3. Su Rue, who was in the middle of the battle, had enough experience and leveled up directly to level 7. At the same time, another reminder appeared. Reminder. Level up to level 7, Endless Devouring Talent has gained a boost. Currently, it can devour the talents of players of the same level. Seeing this reminder, Su Rue's body shook and the sword in his hand was almost unsteady. Surprisingly, it was possible to directly devour talents now. This was too perverted. If Su Rue came across a human corpse that possessed a talent, then after devouring it, wouldn't it possess his talent? Thinking of this, Su Rue got excited. And he had just upgraded, and now the strength he burst out was even stronger. Fighting these blood-sucking bats, they scattered and fled to find the large army. Su Rue, on the other hand, didn't waste any time and directly devoured the attributes of the 3 vampire bats he had just killed. Devouring success. Attack +2, speed +2. Devouring success. Attack +2, speed +2. Devouring success. Attack +2, speed +2. This vampire bat's attributes were so low, but this was mainly because they weren't strong individually. He took the opportunity to look at his panel attributes again. Name Su Rue. Attack 258. Defense 21. Speed 218. Level 73303000. Not bad. Su Rue could feel that his current self was much stronger than when he was in the novice village match. On the other side, the battle between the raging bear and the blood-sucking bat was still going on. And the raging bear had gradually lost its stamina, mainly because it had lost too much blood. The vampire bats also suffered casualties, and many bats that couldn't dodge in time were slapped to death by the raging bear. Roar! The raging bear let out a roar at the black clouds, shaking them backward by a few points. And it took this opportunity to directly land on all fours and run in one direction. Still want to run? Su Rue immediately chased after it. He didn't want to let this fat meat at the edge of his mouth run away. This was a level 4 demonic beast. The experience value provided must be quite a lot. After a short pause, Black Cloud also chased after it. Just like this, the raging bear was being chased by both Su Rue and the vampire bat behind it. However, the terrain here was complicated and not suitable for flying, and the vampire bat was soon left behind. Only Su Rue was still in hot pursuit. Soon, the giant bear brought Su Rue to a huge cave entrance. This was a naturally formed cave. The mouth of the cave was very large, and one could see the innermost part at a glance. This should be the raging bear's den. After coming here, it stopped running and directly turned around and bit towards Su Rue. However, its movements became slow due to the loss of blood and its body also looked dizzy. Su Rue directly leaped up and jumped onto its back, while stabbing his sword towards the wound on the back of its neck. This wound had already been hissed and bitten even bigger by the blood-sucking bat. Plop! The Xian iron sword that had a piercing effect attached to it directly pierced deep into the giant bear's neck. The Su Rue of today was not the Su Rue of just now. His strength had once again increased due to the upgrade. Gulp, gulp. Fresh blood continuously emerged from the giant bear's neck. The tyrannical bear could no longer withstand the injuries. His eyes went black and he fell heavily to the ground. Killed level 4 demonic beast fury bear. Experience value plus 500. Su Rue stood on the giant bear, pulled out his long sword, stretched out his left hand and launched endless devouring. Devouring success. Attack attribute plus 8. Another 8 points of attack attribute. After devouring it, Su Rue jumped down from the body of the raging bear. He started observing the cave, wanting to see if there were any more treasure chests here. Chapter 44 Acquiring a New Talent. Fighting again against Saber Jiro. At this moment, he found traces of being dragged on the ground. Su Rue followed this trace and came directly behind a boulder in the cave. Here Su Rue found a human corpse. There's actually a human corpse here. Su Rue was a little surprised. Other than him, there was currently no one else from their 250 novice village who had come to the intermediate demon beast area. In that case, this person could only be someone from one of the other novice villages. Only to see that the entire chest of this human corpse was sunken, and the internal organs were probably out of shape. From the looks of it, this was slapped into this state by the giant bear. Although Su Rue's defense was currently very high, if he frontal resisted a slap from the furious bear, it was estimated that the situation wouldn't be any better than this person on the ground. Alas, you are really unlucky. Just arrived at the intermediate level demonic beast area and ran into a level 4 demonic beast. But Su Rue thought about it again. He himself wasn't any better than him. Not only did he run into the raging bear, but he was also chased by the vampire bat. But it was fortunate that there was the help of the vampire bats. Otherwise Su Rue wouldn't have been able to kill the raging bear so easily. simply having a moment of silence at the corpse. Su Rue launched endless devouring on him again. The silence should be silent, but the devouring also had to be devoured. However, this time and the previous devouring was different. This corpse flew out with Su Rue's devouring, surprisingly a green light. Devouring success. Player obtains E rank talent instantaneous movement. Crap. Surprisingly, it was a talent. Su Rue's endless devouring had just been upgraded to the point where he could devour talents, and this was a direct encounter with a human corpse that possessed a talent. Luck was really good. He immediately tapped on his talent to check it out. Grade E talent instant shift. Can move instantly within a small area once. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds. So fast. Note: this talent is a fixed talent with no room for growth. So that's how it is, no wonder it's only an E rank talent. Su Rue immediately couldn't wait to try it out, and he moved his mind, only to see that his body instantly disappeared from its original spot. It appeared 4 or 5 meters in front of him. Then Su Rue waited for the cooldown time to end and tried a few more times. The longest distance is surprisingly only 5 meters. It seems that it can only be used in battle and is not very helpful for escaping. Su Rue rubbed his chin and said, but then a smile appeared on his face. However, this can be too much help for combat. Su Rue could use the Eye of Insight to predict his opponent's next move, and then directly instantly move to the gap in his opponent's defense and give him a fatal blow. This was a big profit. This talent was able to increase his battle power by a lot for Su Rue, and he couldn't wait to find an opponent to try out his new talent now. And at this time, the voice of the Heavenly Tao sounded once again. Reminder: someone has initiated a rookie list challenge against you. Do you accept it? You currently have 3 more chances to decline. If you accept the opponent's challenge, you will receive a wooden treasure chest X1 after victory. Someone wants to challenge me? Su Rue decisively clicked accept. With his strength now, he was not afraid of challenges at all. Not to mention the treasure chest after winning. After choosing to accept, Su Rue's body disappeared into the cave. In the next second, his body appeared in the ring. This time, the ring was quite a bit smaller than the ring of the last confrontation, and it was only big enough for 2 people to face off here. Rookie ranking challenge rule. Victory is achieved by knocking the opponent out of the ring, or if the opponent forfeits. At the same time, a figure similarly appeared on the opposite side. After seeing this figure, a stunned expression appeared on Su Rue's face. Because that figure on the opposite side was not someone else, it was none other than Saber Jiro who had fought last time. Wasn't he pierced through the heart by his own sword in the ring before? How come he was still fine now? Only to see, Saber Jiro clasped his hands in front of his chest, his katana erected in his arms. After seeing Su Rue, a cold smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect it, we meet again, Saber Jiro said in Sakura language. Su Rue immediately adjusted his emotions, not fearing because his opponent was Saber Jiro. Instead, his battle spirit was boundless. Humph, defeated general. How dare you come to seek death? Su Rue knew that he didn't understand and finished by raising his middle finger at him again. Baka, I will definitely kill you this time. Let you know the price for daring to offend me. Saber Jiro instantly pulled his katana out. At the same time, his body quickly split into 2 more doppelgangers, who fearlessly rushed towards Su Rue, while his main body stayed in place. This time he learned to be smart. His main body just watched the show from the side, letting the split bodies go up to deal with Su Rue. And Su Rue also raised his sword and charged towards him. Clang, clang, clang. Su Rue and Saber Jiro's 2 doppelgangers engaged in battle. There was a flurry of swords and shadows in the ring, and Su Rue could only defend against the 2 doppelgangers, and had no time to attack at all. The main body of Saber Jiro, who was watching the battle, was able to see that Su Rue's combat power had improved again during this period of time. If it was a 1-on-1 fight, he was no longer the opponent's opponent at all. Damned guy, upgrading unexpectedly so fast. It seems like we must finish him off this time. Saber Jiro's killing heart towards Su Rue became even heavier, and he didn't intend to give Su Rue a chance to abstain and surrender. His main body began to slowly approach towards Su Rue, wanting to give Su Rue a fatal blow at the critical moment. Nowadays, Su Rue was already at his limit when he was fighting against the 2 doppelgangers alone, and he had no time to care about him at all. If his main body found the right moment to strike decisively, then Su Rue would definitely not be able to react. Su Rue naturally noticed this, and what he was waiting for was for Saber Jiro to approach towards him. Because his instantaneous distance was limited, He was currently unable to instantly move directly behind the three daggers Jiro, and he was being held back by the two doppelgangers, unable to get close to his main body. Therefore, he waited for Saber Jiro to take the initiative to approach. Clank! Clank! While Su Rue was engaging in battle, he also kept an eye on Saber Jiro's position. As long as the distance was sufficient, he would immediately unleash a thunderous strike to resolve his opponent. Naturally, Saber Jiro could not have imagined that Su Rue would be able to obtain another talent in the meantime. He looked at Su Rue with a smug face, the katana in his hand always on guard against Su Rue's sudden attack. Learning the lesson from the last time he was defeated by Su Rue, he kept a sufficient distance from Su Rue this time, and he intended to immediately retreat when Su Rue exploded with a triple attack. As long as he dodged that strike, then he knew that Su Rue would definitely have no follow-up means. Weak Dragon Nation people, prepare to die. Saber Jiro had already come to a position where he was able to attack Su Rue. And at this moment, the corner of Su Rue's mouth rose slightly. In the next moment, his body directly disappeared out of thin air. Bing! Ping! The katanas in the hands of the two doppelgangers directly slashed on the ground. Seeing this scene, Saber Jiro was stunned for a moment. How did a good person suddenly disappear? Could it be that the other party had abstained? Doubts appeared in Saber Jiro's mind, but at that moment he felt a chill at the back of his neck. At the same time, the sound of breaking wind resounded behind him. Chapter 45. Killing Saber Jiro. Harvesting the divergent technique. Saber Jiro wanted to turn around to check, but it was all too late. Chop! A cold light flashed. Saber Jiro's vision rolled uncontrollably and violently as he saw his headless body standing in place. And Su Rue swung the sword from his back. How could this happen? How did Su Rue appear behind him? This was a question that he could not figure out until he died. As his head fell to the ground, both of those doppelgangers also dissipated with a bang. Now, you shouldn't be able to survive, Su Rue said as he looked at Saber Jiro's head. At the same time, Su Rue thought of something. He immediately walked towards Saber Jiro's corpse and unleashed endless devouring. He wanted to see if he could devour Saber Jiro's talent here. As Su Rue devoured, a yellow glow flew out from Saber Jiro's corpse. Devouring is successful. Player obtains the C-rank talent split technique. Grade C talent split art. Summons two doppelgangers with the same strength as yourself to help you fight. Lasts for 5 minutes. I'm going. I can't believe it worked. And it's still a C-grade talent. Su Rue's heart was bursting with ecstasy. He had already learned the power of the split art just now. Before he could experiment, the Heavenly Tao had already teleported him back to the Raging Bear's cave. After landing, the Heavenly Tao's voice rang out. Winner of this challenge, Su Rue. Maintaining the original ranking unchanged and rewarding a wooden treasure chest. As soon as the words fell, a wooden chest appeared in front of Su Rue. He immediately opened the chest, only to see a bright red spirit fruit lying inside. It's actually a spirit fruit. Red blood fruit. Enhances spiritual power after taking it. Having reached level 7, Su Rue realized that his super transformation could already transform spirit fruits. Without hesitation, he unleashed super transformation on the red blood fruit. Transformation successful. The red blood fruit has been transformed into a fine red blood fruit. Boutique red blood fruit. After taking it, the effect is twice as much as ordinary red blood fruit. Not bad. Su Rue immediately took the boutique red blood fruit. A wave of spiritual energy surged from his mouth directly to his brain, which made his spirit more ethereal and his vision clearer. Taking the fine red blood fruit, the spiritual energy has increased dramatically. Previously, although Su Rue was able to rely on the Eye of Insight to capture the opponent's movements and enhance his observation. However, this all required Su Rue to expend a lot of energy in order to do so, and after every battle, his energy would become exhausted. And now, after his spiritual power had been boosted, he had been able to do this with ease. It seemed to be the benefit of having his spiritual power boosted. After taking the red blood fruit, Su Rue suddenly remembered that he still had a white spirit fruit on his chest. Since the red blood fruit could be transformed, the white spirit fruit should be no exception. Su Rue immediately took out the white spirit fruit and started to try. Transformation successful. The white spirit fruit has been transformed into a 100-year white spirit fruit. Sure enough, Centennial White Spirit Fruit. After taking it, it can enhance the physical quality and self-healing ability. Enhances self-healing ability. Enhance self-healing ability. It's worthy of being a 100-year white spirit fruit. When the constitution is enhanced, not only will the defense be enhanced but Su Rue's physical strength will also be enhanced. Not to mention the self-healing ability, this was a very powerful attribute. After transforming, Su Rue immediately swallowed the 100-year white spirit fruit in 2 or 3 bites. Taking 100-year white spirit fruit, physique and self-healing ability enhanced, defense +2, an incomparably refreshing breath spread throughout Su Rue's body, and his physical strength was rapidly recovering. Soon, his physical strength reached a full level, and he was also surprised to find that all those blood marks on his body that were scratched out by the bats were miraculously healing. Although it wasn't very obvious, it was enough to illustrate the effect of the enhanced self-healing ability. Not bad. Su Rue started experimenting with the bilocation technique again, and with a movement of his mind, 2 bilocations split out from his body. These 2 doppelgangers didn't speak and were also manipulated by Su Rue. When manipulating them, it was a waste of physical strength and energy, but it was fortunate that Su Rue's mental strength had just been improved. After manipulating the 2 doppelgangers some more, Su Rue found that although these 2 doppelgangers were also holding basalt iron swords and had power berserking bracelets on their wrists, the surface was exactly the same as his own. But they didn't have the bonus of these things. The doppelgangers didn't have the attack power provided by the basalt iron sword, and they also couldn't use the bracelet, not to mention using other talents. Only the attributes were the same as the main body. So it seems that this doppelganger art is also strong to a limited extent. Although this was the case, Su Rue was already satisfied. Obtaining 2 major new talents in a row, this was undoubtedly a huge boost to his battle power. Nowadays, Su Rue felt that his ranking on the rookie ranking should be able to move up a bit more. However, he currently hadn't obtained the challenge qualification and had no way to challenge the players on the rookie ranking. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the cave. Du Chong, are you sure it's inside here? I'm sure. This is the place. Liao was killed by the giant bear in this cave. You 2 stay outside. I'll go in and take a look. Hearing someone approaching, Su Rue hurriedly took the 2 doppelgangers back into his body. Brother Zhongwu, you have to be careful. This giant bear is probably a level 4 demonic beast. A male voice said. A light female voice replied. So what if it's a rank for demonic beast? Brother Zhongwu is the 85th in the rookie ranking. He can also kill a level 5 demonic beast. At this time, Su Rue saw a man with a tang sword in his hand walk in. Su Rue put his sword back and walked towards him. He didn't have the eye of insight, and his observation power was far inferior to Su Rue's, so he only heard a sound of footsteps coming towards him. And the movement didn't seem like it was made by a demonic beast. Who's there? He was the first to vocalize and asked. Su Rue opened his mouth and replied, It's me. My name is Su Rue. The giant bear has been killed by me. Hearing that the other party was a human, Bai Zhongwu's expression relaxed a bit, but he still held the tang sword tightly in his hand. Su Rue, are you the one who just came to the intermediate demon beast area? At this moment, Su Rue had already walked within the range of sight that he could see. That's right, it's me. Su Rue replied frankly. He saw that Su Rue had already put away his weapon, and he himself also took his tang blade back into its sheath. So it is. Bai Zhongwu nodded. Then he rushed outside the cave and shouted, Du Chong, and then, you guys can come in now. As soon as his words fell, 2 silhouettes flew and appeared in the cave. Brother Zhongwu, you took care of the giant bear so quickly? Yes, Brother Zhongwu. We hadn't heard the commotion outside. Bai Zhongwu smiled and said, It wasn't me. It was Brother Su Rue who killed the giant bear. At this time, both of them also noticed Su Rue on the side. Su Rue. Du Chong was slightly puzzled. Xia Anan, on the other hand, knew Su Rue's identity and suddenly realized, oh, so it's you, that Su Rue who just came over from 250 Novice Village. You really killed that giant bear? Du Chong was stunned. The 2 of them, he and Liao, faced the giant bear before and were only beaten, and Liao even accidentally died at the hands of the giant bear. Now Su Rue even killed the giant bear by himself. Su Rue pointed to a place and said, The corpse of the giant bear is right there. Du Chong immediately ran to check, and after confirming that the giant bear was really dead, his expression became even more surprised. Surprisingly, it's real. Xiaonan spoke. What's so surprising about this? The other Su Rue is at least on the rookie list. Chapter 46 by Zhongwu's invitation. It was only then that Du Chong realized that Su Rue was someone on the rookie ranking, and he hadn't been looking at the information in the group chat before. Du Chong hurriedly thanked. Thanks a lot. We came here to prepare to avenge Liao. I didn't realize that you had already helped me get my revenge. Du Chong and the dead Liao were from the same novice village. After Liao was killed, he met the strongest person in the group chat, Bai Zhongwu, as well as Xia Ainen. After learning about what happened to him, Bai Zhongwu was also willing to come and avenge his death. But who knew? The giant bear had already died in Su Rui's hands. There's no need to thank me. It was only after I killed the giant bear that I realized there was a corpse here. After saying that, Su Rui turned around and intended to leave the cave. Wait! Bai Zhongwu suddenly called out to him. Su Rui turned around again and looked at him with slight confusion. Only to see, Bai Zhongwu walked over and explained, An An and I came across a spirit fruit tree in a place before, but there's a group of spirit monkeys guarding it. I'm looking for helpers to fight for the spirit fruit together. I don't know if you're interested. Spirit fruit tree? Su Rui instantly remembered the white spirit fruit tree from before. There were quite a few white spirit fruits on that tree. However, this kind of spirit fruit like white spirit fruit, only the first time it was taken would be worth more, and continuing to take it would only add physical strength. So after Su Rui was strong, he didn't waste time to pick white spirit fruit again. Su Rui thought for a while and agreed. Yes. Where's that spirit fruit tree? He didn't have a purpose right now anyway. He didn't know where to go next. After hearing Su Rui's words, Bai Zhongwu nodded. Good. I've already sent the location in the group chat. There are several people who are willing to come together. Let's rendezvous with them first, and then go to the spirit fruit tree together. Hearing Bai Zhongwu's words, Su Rui looked at the group chat. Sure enough, he had already posted the information in the group chat, and there were already 4 people who were not far from here and were willing to come. Among them was Qinlan, who had conversed with Su Rui before. Bai Zhongwu immediately went to the front to lead the way, and Su Rui and the other 3 followed behind. Being in this place, everyone did not have the habit of wasting time and said they would leave. On the way, Su Rui asked, Is that fruit tree big? Xia Ainen immediately replied, Big, very big. There are dozens of monkeys on the tree. Bai Zhongwu also spoke, Not only are there many monkeys, there are also many spirit fruits. So it's like this. Su Rui understood at once. No wonder he had to find so many people to help. Seeing that Su Rui was good at talking, Xia Ainen opened her mouth and asked, Su Rui, how many levels are you now? Level 7. Su Rui replied. But in reality, his attributes were much higher than those of a level 7 human. If he counted his talent, he was afraid that he could fight 4 or 5 level 7 humans by himself. Oh, so powerful. She nodded. While on the side, Du Chong's face was filled with shock. He thought he was already very powerful. He was also in the top 3 in his novice village, but he didn't expect to be left so far behind by others in terms of rank. Right? Then what is your talent? Xia Ainen asked again. Xia Ainen hadn't thought that the other party didn't have a talent. After all, someone who was able to reach this level and strength in a short period of time. It must have required a powerful talent to be able to do so. Moreover, most of those who came to the intermediate demon beast area right at this time period had awakened their talents. Su Rui froze at the question. He now had 5 talents. Which one should he tell the other party? At this time, Bai Zhongwu, who was leading the way in front, immediately said, Anen, talent is everyone's secret. Don't just ask. Oh, okay. You'll be able to see it later. Su Rui also didn't say it explicitly. Along the way, Xia Ainen asked quite a few more questions, making Su Rui couldn't help but sigh in his heart that her words were really many. At the same time, Su Rui also learned from her that Bai Zhongwu came out of the same novice village as her, and the 2 were still teammates. Soon, Bai Zhongwu brought the 3 of them to the agreed gathering place. There were already 3 people gathered here, 1 more to go before they all arrived. Bai Zhongwu went up and greeted the few people, who were all from different novice villages. Each one was almost the strongest one in their own novice village. However, after they saw Bai Zhongwu, each of them were still very polite. After all, Bai Zhongwu was the 85th on the rookie list, and was much stronger than all of them. Has everyone arrived? I'm not late, am I? A soft female voice rang out from behind a few people. Only to see that Qinlan was holding a long sword with a scabbard in her hand, standing valiantly behind the crowd. Not too late, we all just arrived as well. Bai Zhongwu responded. That's good, eh? How come there's 1 more? Qinlan noticed that the number of people was not right. She then looked at the extra Su Rui, and a smile immediately piled up on her face. So it's you, brother Su Rui. Su Rui heard this title with an uncomfortable face. It would be fine if he said so in the chat box. But to call him that in person made Su Rue a little unbearable. You should still call me Su Rue. I'm not too young. Don't be shy, brother Su Rue. Qinlan smiled and walked towards Su Rue and put her hand on Su Rue's shoulder. Su Rue's expression was a bit unnatural, and he pushed his head to the side. Sigh, this is the trouble that comes from being too handsome, right? Xia Ainen covered her mouth and snickered on the side, and the others also gave Su Rue a meaningful look. Bai Zhongwu similarly glanced at Su Rue, then said to the crowd, "All right, since everyone is gathered, let's set off. Right? Let's hurry up and set off." Su Rue took the opportunity to get rid of the enthusiastic Qinlan. Bai Zhongwu led the way in front, and everyone else followed closely behind him. The spirit fruit tree that he found protected by the monkeys was not far from here, and as they were all hurrying very fast, they arrived here in a short while. When they saw that spirit fruit tree, other than Bai Zhongwu and Xiaoranen, everyone else's faces showed a shocked expression, only to see that the spirit fruit tree in front of them was incomparably huge, and it was feared that it would take 10 people to encircle it in order to hold its waist. However, it wasn't very tall. The roots underneath the tree were intertwined, and the branches on top of the tree were like a cover, shading the sky and the sun. The area covered by its branches is so huge that underneath the tree is a meadow. 1,000-year monkey fruit tree. Growing up to more than 1,000 years, the tree can grow monkey fruit spirit monkey's habitat. And on a few branches of the tree, there were also a few scattered red peach-like spirit fruits. The reason why the crowd could see so clearly in the dark night was because in front of the big tree, there was a small lake. The lake emitted a bright blue light that illuminated the place and made it look like a fairyland. This was also the reason why Su Rue and the others were so shocked. Chapter 47 Talented Fusion Technique. Isn't this place beautiful, Brother Zhongwu? And I had the same expression as you guys when we first came here. Xia Ainen whispered. Underneath the large tree, there were several spirit monkeys standing guard, and several people were now hiding behind the bushes. Level 3 Demonic Beast Spirit Monkey. Has some intelligence, can use some weapons and tools, flexible body, can come and go freely in the trees. Level 3 Demonic Beast. Su Rue realized at this time that the spirit monkeys under those trees were still holding a sharpened wooden stick in their hands. It seemed that they did have some spiritual intelligence. How are we going to go and pick the spirit fruit? Qinlan opened his mouth and asked. Earlier, when Bai Zhongwu had called them over, he hadn't revealed his method. At this moment, Bai Zhongwu said in a low voice, "Here's what I plan to do. First, send out a group of people to lure these spirit monkey guards away, and then the remaining group of people will take advantage of these spirit monkeys, sleeping to secretly pick these spirit fruits down." There were still quite a few spirit monkeys sleeping on the trees. "Why don't you just go up and grab it?" Su Rue asked. In his opinion, the combat power of these level 3 spirit monkeys wasn't high, and they were all experts here, so it was more than enough to deal with dozens of spirit monkeys. And they could also take the opportunity to harvest a wave of experience. Qinlan also agreed very much. Right, Brother Su Rue is right. Let's go straight on. No one of these spirit monkeys can block my sword. The others also nodded silently. Spirit monkeys weren't considered strong amongst level 3 demonic beasts. They could all deal with them easily. Bai Zhongwu immediately shook his head and rejected the proposal. No, there are more than just level 3 spirit monkeys in the tree. I've seen level 4 spirit monkeys before, and I suspect that there's also a monkey king in this tree. Hearing that there was a level 4 demonic beast, they all settled down. Although there was only a 1-level difference between level 3 and level 4, the strength of the demonic beasts increased exponentially. All right, then I'll listen to you. But who's going to lure these spirit monkeys away? Qinlan asked rhetorically. All of them were also strangers. If she lured the spirit monkeys away, what if the others took the spirit fruit and ran away? Su Rue and the others obviously had this concern as well. Bai Zhongwu had already thought of this, he said atmospherically. I organized the people. Later I will go and lure the spirit monkeys away. You guys pick the spirit fruits. Just share a few with me when the time comes. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Bai Zhongwu with a little more admiration in their eyes. Du Chong, you'll come with me later. Bai Zhongwu suddenly said again. Ha! Du Chong's face changed. I'm afraid I won't be able to lure away many spirit monkey guards by myself, so you can be more effective if you join me. All right, Du Chong could only agree. After discussing the matter, the two of them immediately stepped out of the bushes and circled around to the other side of the big tree. Bai Zhongwu directly picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at a spirit monkey. Bang! The stone accurately smashed onto the spirit monkey's head, sending the napping spirit monkey guard into a violent jolt. Kiki kiki kiki. Kiki kiki kiki. The spirit monkey guards immediately let out a chirping sound, and the smashed one pointed at Bai Zhongwu and chirped. Bai Zhongwu immediately threw out another rock. Whoosh! This time the spirit monkeys dodged it, but their mouths were still chirping. And Du Chong, who was on the side, was not idle and used verbal taunts. Come on, stupid monkey. Hurry over and chase after Grandpa me. The 6 or 7 spirit monkey guards couldn't hold back at once and rushed towards the two with their wooden spears. Seeing this, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong immediately ran. It wasn't that they couldn't deal with these spirit monkeys, but if a fight occurred here, the sound would definitely wake up the rest of the spirit monkeys. Moreover, the spirit monkey guards would definitely wake up the other spirit monkeys as well after realizing that they were outmatched. Their countermeasure was to never wake up the other spirit monkeys and quietly deal with the spirit monkey guards. They got it there, it's our turn now. Su Rue saw that quite a few spirit monkey guards had chased out, and immediately prepared to act. The others also silently approached towards the monkey fruit tree quietly. Su Rue walked at the very front. He had already pulled out his sword and held it in his hand. Brother Su Rue, later on, the two of us will make a move together, and one of us will deal with the spirit monkey guard, is that okay? Qin Lan came to Su Rue's side and said in a low voice, after the attraction of Bai Zhongwu just now, there were currently only 2 spirit monkey guards left under the tree. As long as they took care of the 2 of them, then the spirit fruits on the tree would all be theirs. It's enough for me alone, Su Rue responded. Huh! Qin Lan froze for a moment. She didn't expect Su Rue to be so confident. With that, Su Rue directly raised his sword and took the lead to charge over. Hey! How did he charge over alone? This is too risky. What if he wakes up the other spirit monkeys on the tree? Everyone else expressed their disbelief, although there were only 2 spirit monkeys under the tree. But wanting to kill the rest of the spirit monkeys on the tree without waking them up, it was not a small difficulty. When the 2 spirit monkeys under the tree saw a human charging towards them, they immediately raised the spears in their hands and stared at Su Rue with their teeth bared, only to see that Su Rue was getting closer and closer to them, and in the next moment, his figure directly disappeared in place. Swish! At the same time, 2 Su Rue appeared directly behind the 2 spirit monkeys at the same time. Chomp! Chop! The long swords in the hands of the 2 Su Rue both stabbed the back of the head of one of the spirit monkeys, directly piercing through the spirit monkey's skull, with the tip of the sword peeking out from their foreheads. The 2 spirit monkeys collapsed without making any sound. Killed level 3 demonic beast spirit monkey. Experience value plus 150. Kill level 3 demonic beast spirit monkey. Experience value plus 150. Afterwards, Su Rue devoured their attributes. Devouring success. Attack power plus 5. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 5. Crap! What was that move just now? It looks so fierce. That's too strong. The 2 spirit monkeys were instantly killed in seconds. Even Qin Lan was a bit stunned. So powerful. Brother Su Rue deserves to be on the rookie ranking. They marveled as much as they marveled, but they didn't forget what they were here for. One by one, they all quietly ran towards the monkey fruit tree. Currently, the other spirit monkeys were sleeping on the tree. They had to take advantage of this time to grab the spirit fruits on the tree. Su Rue had already started to move, only to see him split into 3 Su Rue climb towards the tree at the same time. This scene again surprised the crowd behind him. After climbing to the tree, the 3 Su Rue spread out separately towards, respectively, the nearest spirit fruit. It had to be said that this Millennium Monkey fruit tree was indeed very large. Even when he came to the tree, raising his head, he could only see the huge branches that were intertwined with the roots. It was as if this tree was a building with an unknown number of spirit monkeys residing on it. Soon, everyone else also climbed up the tree and started picking. However, the spirit fruits here were very limited and scattered, so it was estimated that they were all eaten by these spirit monkeys on weekdays. Su Rue found several corpses of demonic beasts on a tree branch. These were feared to be the food that the spirit monkeys had hunted over. Su Rue didn't hesitate to devour the attributes of these corpses. Devouring success. Attack plus 4. Devouring success. Speed plus 3. After devouring these corpses, Su Rue continued to start searching for spirit fruits. The others were similarly scrambling to find and pick spirit fruits. Chapter 48 Experience delivered to the door. At this time, Su Rue, who was standing on the tree, noticed the small lake that emitted light. Standing on the tree was able to see the scene on the lake more clearly. Ghostly blue light emanated from the bottom of the lake, and it was as if there was an unimaginable treasure there. Su Rui hurriedly used his eye of insight to look at the surface of the lake. Hidden copy. One of the entrances to the Chen Kuan secret realm. Chen Kuan secret realm? The bottom of the small lake was actually the entrance to the hidden copy. Su Rui was astonished. Ow! Ow! But just at this moment, a monkey's cry came from not far away, and Bai Zhongwu said in the chat box, "Retreat quickly, there are 2 spirit monkeys running back." Seeing this, Su Rui didn't care about the matter of the copy and immediately maneuvered his doppelganger to retreat with his main body. What? So quickly those spirit monkeys came back. Damn, I've only picked 2 spirit fruits. But none of them dared to continue delaying here, and one by one, they all withdrew towards the tree. Su Rui was the one who harvested the most. He was after all 3 people acting together. At this moment, he rounded up with the 2 doppelgangers and placed the spirit fruits they picked in his main body's pocket, and took the 2 doppelgangers back into his body. Keeping the doppelgangers on was just too physically exhausting and not conducive to escaping. When they had just gotten down from the tree, they saw 2 injured spirit monkeys running towards this place. The 2 spirit monkeys froze for a split second when they saw that their nest had been invaded by humans, and then they erupted into a violent hissing sound. Roar! The roar shook the surface of the lake and caused ripples, and there was even a commotion in the monkey fruit tree. Kiki 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 kiki. A monkey chirping sound came from the tree. Run! They all knew that the spirit monkeys had woken up, and one by one, they all ran wildly towards the outside. At this moment, another violent rattle came from the tree, as if something had come down from the tree. Dang! Dang! Knock! 3 huge-sized monkeys jumped down from the tree, directly blocking the way of Su Rui and the others. These 3 monkeys were not only bigger than normal monkeys, but their arms were white. Level 4 Demon Beast Iron-Armed Spirit Monkey. Possessing incomparably hard arms, flexible body, and great strength. Get out of my way! A burly man on Su Rui's side, seeing the iron-armed spirit monkey blocking the way, rushed up with his machete. Eat my sword! Clang! The machete that the man slashed out was blocked by one of the iron-armed spirit monkey's arms. At the same time, the iron-armed spirit monkey's other fist blasted out. Bang! This punch directly hit the man's abdomen. Puff! A mouthful of blood rushed out of the man's mouth and flew back directly. Worthy of being a rank for demonic beast, Qin Lan muttered. The 3 iron-armed spirit monkeys did not charge towards them, but waited for the rest of the spirit monkeys to surround them. What do we do now? Xia Ainin was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. The other spirit monkeys had also climbed down from the tree, and they were already approaching towards Su Rui and the others. Must break out. We can't be surrounded by the spirit monkeys. Qin Lan opened his mouth and said, "Charge with me." As soon as the words fell, Su Rui had already rushed forward. An iron-armed spirit monkey banged its arms together, making a dang-dang sound. It then took 2 steps forward, ready to meet Su Rui. However, Su Rui's body suddenly disappeared in front of its eyes. In the next moment, Su Rui's body appeared in mid-air behind it, and the Shen iron sword in his hand had already slashed down towards the back of its neck. Ka-ching! A cold light flashed, and the head of this iron-armed spirit monkey fell down. Killed level 4 demonic beast iron-armed spirit monkey. Experience value plus 400. Killing the iron-armed spirit monkey with a single sword saw several people behind him dumbstruck. Su Rui, brother, so fierce, Qin Lan said dumbfounded as she gazed straight ahead. At the same time, the other 2 iron-armed spirit monkeys saw that their own kind had been killed by Su Rui with a single sword strike. They immediately roared in anger and charged directly towards Su Rui. At this time, Xia Ainin suddenly said to him, "Su Rui, I'll increase your attack power." With that, she unleashed her talent, Attack Aura, towards Su Rui. A red circle appeared on the bottom of Su Rui's feet, and Su Rui felt that his body was filled with power, and his attack power increased dramatically. So this was Xia and An's talent? It looked similar to Zhang Yuanshan's defense aura. Who? At this moment, an iron-armed spirit monkey whistled, and it had already arrived in front of Su Rui. Su Rui immediately chopped down with a sword, and this sword Su Rui also used attack berserking, directly bursting out 3 times the attack power. The iron-armed spirit monkey raised its indestructible arm, wanting to continue to use this iron arm to defend Su Rue's attack. The sword in Su Rue's hand chopped on the iron arm of the iron arm spirit monkey. Ka-ching! Xiaoyinen's attack Halo Plus. Su Rue's attack Berserking Bracelet caused an incomparably great power. This sword directly chopped off this arm of the iron-armed spirit monkey. Flush. Ow! Ow! The iron-armed spirit monkey that had lost an arm directly wailed and ran to the side. Seeing this, the other iron-armed spirit monkey looked at Su Rue with fear in its eyes. And at this moment, everyone else also came to Su Rue's side, and together they surrounded the remaining iron-armed spirit monkey. Clang! 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 After this iron-armed spirit monkey hastily resisted a few attacks, it directly gave way and fled to the side. With this, there was no more obstruction in front of them, and the group ran wildly towards the front. The spirit monkey group behind them was still in hot pursuit. At this time, each of these spirit monkeys were incomparably angry, and now they hated to skin Su Rue and the others. As for Su Rue and the others, each one of them showed their abilities and ran in one direction of the jungle. The group of spirit monkeys also split into many batches to chase those who fled to different directions. Su Rue, on the other hand, ran in one direction with Xiaoyinen. Su Rue's speed was enough to get rid of the pursuers behind him, but Xiaoyinen's speed was much slower than his. Su Rue didn't feel comfortable leaving her behind, so he slowed down as well. In this way, it was never possible to get rid of the spirit monkeys behind him. After running out a distance, Su Rue suddenly stopped, then directly drew his sword and turned around. Seeing this, Xiaoyinen also stopped, panting and asked, "Su Rue, you can't run anymore." Su Rue raised his sword and looked at the spirit monkeys that were getting closer and closer and said, "I'm lacking experience lately. How can I not want this experience that's being sent to my door?" Ah! Hearing Su Rue's answer, Xiaoyinen's small face was filled with surprise. Although the spirit monkeys that were chasing towards them were not too many, there were probably only a dozen of them. But it was still difficult for the two of them to deal with so many spirit monkeys. The spirit monkeys chasing the two of them saw that the two of them, Su Rue, had actually stopped. They all stopped as well, and one by one, not far from the two of them, they showed their teeth and screamed. Afterward, a spirit monkey with a wooden spear in its hand and a body that was stronger than the other spirit monkeys walked out. It led the charge towards Su Rue. Su Rue similarly raised his sword to meet it, while at the same time an attack aura once again appeared under his feet. Su Rue was instantly filled with power again as he chopped towards the front with his sword. The spirit monkey with a spear in his hand immediately raised the spear in his hand, trying to block Su Rue's sword. Ka-ching! The wooden spear was directly chopped in half by Su Rue's sword, and at the same time, the sword chopped on the body of the spirit monkey without any obstruction. Plop! The sword chopped the spirit monkey to death. Killed level 3 demonic beast spirit monkey. Plus 150 experience value. Chapter 49. Transformation Spirit Fruit. Effect doubled. At this same time, the remaining spirit monkeys all rushed towards Su Rue, but in the next second, Su Rue's body disappeared in place. Swish! He once again appeared behind a few spirit monkeys and split into three. The three Su Rue simultaneously raised their swords and stabbed at the surrounding spirit monkeys. Plop! The three spirit monkeys were directly pierced through by the long swords and were killed. Kill level 3 demonic beast spirit monkey. Experience value plus 150. Kill level 3 demonic beast spirit monkey. Plus 150 experience. Kill level 3 demonic beast spirit monkey. Experience value plus 150. Wow! So cool! Seeing this talent fusion technique of Su Rue, Xia and An's eyes glowed. Afterward, the three Su Rue directly stood in three directions and attacked towards one side respectively. Su Rue, who possessed a defense aura, became more and more courageous, and there were constantly spirit monkeys who were killed by his long sword. After only a few moments, these spirit monkeys that chased out fled. Su Rue didn't venture to chase after them. His doppelganger was almost out of time. And who knew how many spirit monkeys and iron-armed spirit monkeys were still there at the monkey fruit tree? Su Rue united his three bodies and put his sword back. He then found a spirit monkey to devour the attribute. Devouring success. Attack plus 5. Previously, he didn't have the time to devour the attributes from killing the iron-armed spirit monkey, so he naturally couldn't waste the attributes of this last spirit monkey that he could devour. After the battle just now, he had gained almost 1,000 points of experience. Could be said that it was a great harvest. Su Rue, Were you your talent just now? It's also too handsome. Xiaonan walked over and sighed. It's not bad. It's mainly because these spirit monkeys are not strong. Su Rui humbly said. The strengths of these spirit monkeys were mainly focused on teamwork and possessing a certain amount of intelligence. However, the actual individual combat power was not even as good as some level 2 demonic beasts. Unfortunately, you and I are not teammates. I can't share so much experience. Xiaonan was filled with regret. She was killing demonic beasts in a piece with Bai Zhongwu before, and she only needed to give an attack aura from the side. There was no need to fight to gain experience value. Su Rui immediately laughed. It's fine. I'll share one more of the spirit fruits I picked later. Just now, he was able to kill these spirit monkeys so easily, and Xiaonan was responsible for it. Really? Xiaonan immediately became happy. Su Rui nodded. Of course. But let's go and meet up with Bai Zhongwu first now. Good. Then I'll go quickly. At the mention of the spirit-splitting fruit, Xiaonan became energized again. The two of them rushed towards the previously agreed-upon place. In front of the Raging Bear's cave, the two of them, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong, were waiting here. Here was the place where they had agreed to rendezvous in advance. I really didn't expect these monkeys to be so cautious. Seeing that after we struck out and killed a few spirit monkeys, they turned their heads and ran away. Du Chong spoke. After the two of them attracted the few spirit monkey guards away, they were prepared to directly settle them once and for all. Unexpectedly, the spirit monkeys turned around and ran away after sensing that something was wrong. Even though they kept chasing them, in the end, two of the spirit monkey guards ran back to their lair. The spirit monkey isn't very strong. Its strength is mainly in its brain, so it probably saw through our purpose. Saying that, Bai Zhongwu's face revealed a worried look. I'm now afraid that they won't be able to retreat in time on their side, and it would be a disaster if they were left behind. As soon as his words fell, Qin Lan jumped out from a nearby pile of rocks. Looks like I'm the first to arrive. She clapped her hands and said cheerfully, You guys didn't come together? Where are an N and the others? Bai Zhongwu immediately asked. A smile appeared on Qin Lan's face. See how nervous you are? Don't worry. And Xia was retreating with Su Rui. It's absolutely safe. Su Rui. Mentioning Su Rui, Qin Lan just burst into a frown. Yeah, you guys don't know, this time it's thanks to Su Rui, he's awesome. Not only can he move instantly, but he can also split, just like the Monkey King. After Qin Lan's description, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong both looked at her with skepticism. At this time, there was a commotion from the side. Su Rui and Xiaonan also arrived here. Nuo, the two of them are here. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Qin Lan said as she hugged her arms. Enen, are you guys all right? Bai Zhongwu stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. Xiaonan shook her head and said as she looked at Su Rui next to her. Thanks to Su Rui this time, if not for him, I'm afraid it would be hard for us to rush out. Afterward, she and Qin Lan spoke to each other, telling the battle that happened in the spirit monkey's lair just now. After Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong heard it, their faces could not hide their shock. Killing a level 4 iron-armed spirit monkey in a second with a sword, and battling a dozen spirit monkeys in a single battle with a force of 3, these words could leave one in awe just by hearing them. It's just by virtue of talent and items, Su Rui said modestly. That is also considered your battle power. It seems that the title of the number 1 person in this intermediate demon beast area is not yours. Bai Zhongwu laughed. Before, he had been teased as the first person in the intermediate demon beast region. After all, he had the highest ranking in the rookie ranking. Su Rui smiled. His goal was more than that. The few people waited in front of the cave for a while longer, but there was still no figure of the remaining 3 people. At this time, the sky had already dawned and the darkness was fading like a tide. Strange, why haven't they come yet? Could it be that something unexpected has happened? Xiaonan frowned. Bai Zhongwu said with a not-so-good look on his face. They're all still in the group chat. If they encountered difficulties, they would definitely ask for help from us. Moreover, if they had met an untimely death and lost their lives, then their names wouldn't have appeared in the group chat. But up until now, their names are all still there. Bai Zhongwu's meaning was already very clear. After these 3 people picked the spirit fruit, they directly ran away with the fruit. Su Rui looked at the sky and said, It seems that they really won't come. Time had passed for so long. Even if they were crawling, they would have crawled over. These 3 bastards. Qin Lan gritted her teeth. Xiaonan was also filled with unhappiness. Afterward, the 3 of them took out the spirit fruits they had picked. The red monkey fruit emitted a tantalizing fragrance. Monkey fruit, After taking it, it can strengthen the body with a significant increase in attack and speed. Su Rui picked a total of 3, Qinlan picked 2, and Xia Anan only had 1. Damn it! Those 3 runaways, they each have at least 2 spirit fruits in their hands. Xia Anan pouted. Those 3 people put in the least amount of effort, but in the end, they ran away with the fruits they picked, which made her heart very unhappy. Don't be angry. They took the spirit fruits and ran away. They don't necessarily have more harvests than us. Su Rui laughed. What do you mean? Xia Anan asked suspiciously. Everyone else also looked at Su Rui, only to see Su Rui stretch out his hand and use super transformation on a red spirit fruit in front of him. The red monkey fruit became even more bright red and tantalizing as Su Rui's talent catalyzed it, and emitted an even stronger fruity fragrance. Transformation successful. The monkey fruit has been transformed into a fine monkey fruit. The effect of the boutique monkey fruit was still twice as much as the normal monkey fruit. Chapter 50. Second kill level 5 demonic beast. Level up. Wow, it's so magical. What kind of means is this? I feel like the energy contained in this spirit fruit has doubled. Bai Zhongwu and the others were in awe when they saw this scene. At the same time, they were all very confused as to what kind of means this was. If they wanted to say that it was a talent, then hadn't Su Rui already shown the talent of his own doppelganger before? But they all knew that this was a chance that belonged to someone else, and it was better not to just pry into the words. Even Xia Anan controlled her curiosity. Su Rui directly transformed all the spirit fruits that he and the others had picked. Afterwards, he gave his 2 spirit fruits to Bai Zhongwu and Xia Anan respectively. On the other hand, Qinlan gave 1 spirit fruit to Du Chong. No, you helped everyone so much. I can't ask for your spirit fruit anymore. Xia Anan pushed away the spirit fruit that Su Rui gave him. Although before, Su Rui said that he would give her one of his spirit fruits, but now she was already embarrassed to accept the spirit fruit. In the end, with Xia Anan's excuses, Su Rui was the only one with 2 spirit fruits, while everyone else had 1. After the distribution, everyone planned to take the spirit fruit directly. Chirp. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky. The crowd immediately raised their heads and looked upwards, only to see a giant black eagle swooping towards them. The level 5 demonic beast Blizzard Eagle. Excellent eyesight, possesses a sharp beak and powerful talons. Often launches surprise attacks from the air. It was Qinlan who was the first to attack, its sharp claws directly grabbing towards the top of her head. But Qinlan reacted quickly and immediately jumped off the boulder. Giggling, the boulder that Qinlan had just stood on was clawed out with a spark by the Blizzard Eagle. Failing to land a single blow, the black Blizzard Eagle once again flew towards the sky. Several people immediately gathered together to prevent the Blizzard Eagle's next attack. It's coming for the spirit fruit in our hands. Bai Zhongwu immediately analyzed. Otherwise, with so many of them here, the Blizzard Eagle wouldn't have suddenly attacked them. It's just a level 5 demonic beast. When it attacks next time, let's make a move together to finish it off. Su Rui immediately opened his mouth. But the Blizzard Eagle circled above their heads for a while, but it was slow to attack. Because it also saw that it was a dangerous thing to grab the spirit fruit in the hands of so many people. Seeing this, Su Rui took the initiative to break away from the crowd, walked to the side, and directly raised the bright red monkey fruit in his hand. Su Rui. This is too dangerous. That's a level 5 demonic beast, Qinlan said with slight anxiety. When the others saw that Su Rui actually took the initiative to be the bait, they were all a little worried in their hearts. None of them had the confidence to resist the attack of a level 5 demonic beast. Don't worry, I have my measure. As long as it dares to come, I will make it have no return. Su Rui held up the monkey fruit with one hand and the other hand was already on the hilt of his sword. When the blast eagle in the sky saw this scene, its eyes instantly sharpened a few points. It adjusted its position and a dive suddenly rushed towards Su Rui. That speed was frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. If Su Rui didn't use his talent, he would definitely not be able to dodge this strike. Waiting for you. Su Rui withdrew his hand holding the monkey fruit and immediately drew his long sword. And at this moment, the Blizzard Eagle's claws were about to touch Su Rui. Swish! In the next moment, Su Rui directly disappeared in place, appeared behind the Blizzard Eagle out of thin air, and swung his sword down towards its back. In an instant, his body split into 3, and 3 Su Rui chopped down with their swords at the same time. And the Su Rui in the center, white bright light erupted from his wrist. Plop! The three swords chopped down on the back of the blizzard eagle at the same time. In an instant, the back of the gale eagle was drenched in blood, and three hideous wounds appeared. The heaviest of the sword marks nearly split its body apart. Chirp! The sizzling eagle's mouth let out a mournful cry, and its body landed heavily on the ground. Su Rui rode on the victory. The three of them stood in a separate direction, and the Xian iron sword in their hands stabbed towards the front. Plop! The three swords simultaneously entered the body of the blizzard eagle. This time it was completely dead. Killed level 5 demonic beast gale eagle. Experience value plus 600. 1 rookie ranking challenge order exploded. Subsequently, a token appeared next to the corpse of the gale eagle, with the word new printed on it. Rookie ranking challenge order. Can challenge any player on the rookie ranking list within 10 places of your own ranking. Finally being able to challenge someone on the rookie list, he couldn't wait to raise his ranking a little more. Su Rui stepped forward, put the token away, and reached out to devour the attributes of the blizzard eagle. Devouring success. Speed plus 6. Attack plus 4. Jumping ability enhanced. Jumping ability enhanced. Su Rui felt that his legs were more powerful than before, and he definitely jumped farther. At the same time, his level also came to level 7 2,533,000, and he would soon be able to rise to level 8. At this time, Su Rui noticed that it was incomparably quiet behind him. He turned his head to look, only to realize that Qinlan and the others were all looking at him with stunned faces. Surprisingly, you killed a level 5 demonic beast all by yourself. Du Chong's eyes were wide with disbelief. It's too handsome, brother Su Rui. Awesome. Bai Zhongwu muttered on his lips, before he thought that Xia Anan and Qinlan's descriptions were exaggerated. Now, it seemed that their descriptions were far from telling Su Rui's strength. Although the blizzard eagle was a level 5 demonic beast, its strength was that it could fly, and its attack and speed were both strong. However, its defense was weak, which was why it ended up so badly when it faced Su Rui. Su Rui, was that your talent just now? It's really handsome. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen it, Xia Anan still had a face of adoration. This move was also something Su Rui had temporarily thought of earlier, using instantaneous movement to move to the enemy's defense vacancies. Then he would use the split technique to directly attack the enemy in 3 directions, leaving the enemy defenseless. That's right. This is my talent. Su Rui frankly admitted it. Since it had all been shown, it couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to. Moreover, he could see that Xia Anan and all of them were not bad. Ka giggle. Qinlan took a large bite of the monkey fruit, her fragrant cheeks slightly bulging as she said, "Hurry up and eat the spirit fruit, lest there be any more accidents." Everyone agreed with her and immediately took out the spirit fruit and ate it. Su Rui was no exception. He eliminated 1 monkey fruit in 2 or 3 bites. Soon, both monkey fruits were swallowed by him. Taking fine monkey fruit. Physique enhancement. Attack plus 18. Speed plus 10. Defense plus 2. Take the fine monkey fruit. Physique enhancement. Attack plus 18. Speed plus 10. Defense plus 2. That's great. Surprisingly, so many attributes have been added. This is simply comparable to directly ascending a level A. This trip really earned a lot. Moreover, the spirit fruit not only increased the attributes, it also allowed Su Rui's physical strength to be replenished. Now his physical strength had recovered to its peak. The remaining 4 people also had smiles on their faces as they had all gained attribute bonuses. Chapter 51. Challenging the rookie ranking. At this time, Qinlan suddenly said, "Yikes, there's another quest in our novice village. I'll go first then." The voice of Heaven's Path rang out in her head just now. Sister Qinlan, goodbye." Xia Anan waved her hand at her. The others nodded their heads in greeting as well. "Well, goodbye." After saying goodbye, Qinlan immediately left the place, looking anxious. "I'm going to continue fighting monsters and upgrading, so I'll see you all again sometime." With that, Du Chong turned around and left the place. Afterward, Bai Zhongwu also said, "Su Rui, we're also going back to the novice village. We'll see you guys again sometime." "Good." Su Rui nodded. "Bye." Xia Anan waved her hand at him. For a while, only Su Rui was left outside the cave, and he didn't rush to leave the place. Instead, he took out the rookie ranking challenge order that he had dropped by killing the blizzard eagle earlier. He was ready to start the challenge. After all, with his current strength, he should be able to advance his ranking a bit. And the further forward the rankings went, the more generous the rewards would surely be. You can only challenge players who are 10 places apart, Su Rui said to himself. This was the rule of the challenge order. If it was a player who was not on the list, he could only challenge players after 90th place. Su Rui opened the rookie ranking list and started looking for targets within the range he could challenge. Jingyang, Ruanwei, Zhao Wuji. One name after another appeared in front of Su Rui's eyes. At the same time, he also saw the 89th ranked Qinlan. Soon, his gaze stopped at the 87th place, which was the highest name he could challenge. Moreover, the name was Fujiichiro, a name from the Sakura country. Good then, it's you. Su Rui immediately decided to challenge him. After activating the challenge order, Tendo's voice rang out. Challenge invitation sent. Waiting for the opponent to respond. Don't ever refuse it. Fujiichiro accepts the challenge. The rookie ranking challenge is officially open. Great. Su Rui's heart rejoiced, and then he was teleported to the ring of the challenge match. In the next second, Fujiichiro's figure also appeared on the opposite side. This was a middle-aged male with a four-square face, and his eyes revealed a ferocious and cold-killing aura. His eyes were dead set on Su Rui as he opened his mouth and said, "Stupid fellow! How dare you challenge me? Are you ready to meet death?" Su Rui was not intimidated by his aura. Instead, he smiled contemptuously. "I hope you can last a few more moves in my hands." The next moment, the challenge began. Fujiichiro pulled out a wide plain sword from his back and charged directly towards Su Rui. Su Rui similarly drew out his Shen iron sword and raised his sword to meet the battle. This time, he still planned to use his own talented combination technique. Not only would this be a surprise, but it might also make the other party not be able to use his talent in time. As the two of them moved quickly, the distance between the two sides was constantly being drawn closer. D. Fujiichiro hissed with open teeth and claws. It looked like the two were about to exchange blows, but in the next second, Su Rui directly disappeared in place. Fujiichiro's eyes went blank as he lost sight of Su Rui. At the same time, he felt a chill on his back. Without hesitation, Fujiichiro's first choice was to roll forward. Behind him, the three Su Rui simultaneously stabbed the longsword in their hands. But it was also because of Fujiichiro's timely dodge and roll, avoiding the vitals. One of the swords directly pierced empty, and the other two swords pierced on both sides of his shoulder blades. Puffing, after Fujiichiro rolled forward, he quickly twisted his head to face Su Rui. But at this moment, he was facing three Su Rui. How could this happen? What kind of tactic is this? Fujiichiro raised his sword and his sight kept moving over the three Su Rui. At this moment, two bloody holes in his back were continuously bubbling blood out. The intense pain was constantly stimulating his nerves. Not bad. Surprisingly able to dodge this move of mine. Su Rui indeed somewhat did not expect that this guy's reaction was so fast. However, it also ended here. Even if he didn't use this move, just using the split would be enough to defeat him. In the next second, one Su Rui retreated backward and the remaining two Su Rui approached forward with their swords. Swish! The two Su Rui directly launched an attack on the left and right. Ping! Ping! Clang! Fujiichiro held a plain sword in his hand and defended continuously, but he was still being beaten back by the two Su Rui. At the same time, every time he raised his arm to swing his sword, he would pull the wound on his back. A lot of blood had already flowed out of his wounds, and he was also bared in pain, sweating profusely. There was no longer the arrogant ruthlessness that he had just shown. The real body, Su Rui, was ready to launch the power bracelet at the moment and cut him down here. However, in the next second, Fujiichiro, who was about to be unable to resist, his whole body suddenly glowed red and started violently swinging his sword at Su Rui. Clang! 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 Fujiichiro, in the red state of his body, became more and more courageous. His attack and speed increased exponentially. Beating the two Su Rui could only retreat and defend. How did this guy suddenly become so fierce? Could this be his talent? Su Rui guessed. Haha, useless trash. Now you've seen how powerful I, Fuji, am. After Ichiro Fuji forced the two Su Rui back, he raised his sword and laughed. In the next moment, he directly chopped towards the Su Rui at the back who did not participate in the battle. Su Rui immediately raised his sword to meet the battle, and when the other two Su Rui saw this, they also immediately rejoined the battlefield and swung their swords at Fujiichiro. However, seeing this, Fujiichiro unleashed an even more violent attack on the Su Rui in front of him. As his attack power increased drastically, Every single slash he slashed out made it difficult for the Su Rue in front of him to parry. The other two Su Rues had difficulty blocking his attacks as his speed had also gained a significant increase. While attacking, he was also able to defend well. Ping! Ping! As he continuously attacked, the Su Rue who was attacked by him was also getting harder and harder to defend against his attacks. Finally, one of Su Rue's defense mistakes was caught by him. He directly chopped off Su Rue's sword-wielding arm. Afterwards, he ignored both sides of Su Rue's attack and directly chopped his sword towards Su Rue's head in front of him. Chop! This knife directly chopped the Su Rue in front of him, from head to toe into two halves. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he revealed endless bewilderment. This was because, after the Su Rue in front of him was split in half by him, there was no scene of blood pouring out. Instead, it directly disappeared in front of him, and even the arm that Su Rue had landed on the ground also disappeared. How could this happen? Fuji Ichiro was shocked that the one in front of him was actually fake. While he was flanked, the other two Surue's sword blades had already stabbed over. One of the Surue's hands was still glowing with white light. Chapter 52. The kill challenge opens. Fuji Ichiro immediately jumped out of the clinch while the talent was still in time, and then crossed his wide plane sword in front of him. Clang! Clang! The two swords stabbed at the blade of the plane sword respectively, and the one that was entrapped with the power frenzy was extremely powerful. It directly shook the plane sword in Fuji Ichiro's hand off, and his body flew backwards. Bang! Fuji Ichiro fell heavily to the ground, while the red color on his body was fading fast. A feeling of weakness and powerlessness swept through his body. This was a symptom of the end of the talent, which would cause his battle power to drop to about 10%. And Su Rue took advantage of the situation and stabbed his sword towards Fuji Ichiro's throat on the ground. As long as he killed him, he could devour his talent. It looked like Su Rue's sword was about to stab him, but in the next second Fuji Ichiro's body disappeared into the ground. Clank! The tip of the sword stabbed on the ring, striking a burst of sparks. Damn it! Just a little bit more. Winner of this challenge, Su Rue. Challenge successful. Ranking swapped with Fuji Ichiro. In the next moment, Su Rue's other doppelganger merged with himself and was then teleported out. Swish! Su Rue's body reappeared in front of the cave, now that the sky had brightened up, dispelling the darkness around him. Now his ranking on the rookie ranking had also come to 87th place, and he saw that his rewards had also become a brass treasure chest and a wooden treasure chest. After moving up 10 places, there was an extra wooden treasure chest. Not bad at all. The only thing that was unfortunate was not killing Fuji Ichiro. His talent should be of the explosive type, and it looked pretty good. After obtaining 2 more talents in a row, Su Rue felt the huge increase that talents could bring to his battle power. This made him eager to continue devouring talents again. At this time, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded in his mind. Detected that 250 Novice Village has already had 2 people raised to level 6. Will randomly match missions for 250 Novice Village. Oh, it should be Li Xiu who had risen to level 6. And Su Rue is all set to enter level 8 soon now. I wonder what mission Heaven's Way will assign us. A mission has been matched for 250 Novice Villages. Demon Beast Killing Challenge. Challenge rules. The first to kill reaches any of the following criteria to win. 1. Kill 100 level 2 beasts. 2. Kill 50 level 3 demonic beasts. 3. Killed 20 level 4 beasts. 4. Kill 10 level 5 beasts. 5. Kill 1 level 6 demonic beast. Reminder: there are a total of 10 newbie villages participating in this challenge. 200 points of experience will be awarded to each person who wins, and 100 points of experience will be deducted from each person who loses. The winning side will also have an additional reward. The reward will be distributed according to the contribution of each person's kill. I go. This is not a mission. This is clearly asking us to compete with others. What are you afraid of? We have Big Brother Su Rue with him here. Are we still afraid that we can't win? Yes, we have Big Brother Su Rue. This challenge is a sure win. Now Su Rue had become the faith of 250 Novice Village, as if as long as he was there, 250 Novice Village wouldn't lose. Reminder: during the challenge, a public chat channel will be set up, so all members of the participating Novice Villages can speak in it. As soon as Tian Dao's voice fell, Su Rue saw that in the chat function, another chat channel had appeared. At this moment, this chat channel was already chatting like crazy. Yossi! The victory of the challenge belongs to our 149 novice village. Humph, what are you novice villages? Our novice village has a Miyamoto family samurai. What Miyamoto family samurai? It's all trash? Let me tell you, our novice village's Fujisama is a strong player on the rookie list. Victory belongs to our 146 novice village. This was a shock without looking. The other 9 novice villages participating this time were actually all from the Sakura country. Heaven's Path was even afraid that their languages were different, and had thoughtfully reacted to each of their speeches with the Dragon Kingdom language. The chat box of the 250 newbie villages had also exploded. Oh my god! What's going on here? They've even put us in Sakura Nation's lair. I think this must be a trick by Heaven's Path, deliberately putting us amongst this group of Sakura Nation people. Even Su-Rue couldn't help but secretly sigh. This Heaven's Path is really a bit screwed up. Long Wu directly said in the chat box, "What are you afraid of? It's time to compete with these Sakura Nation scumbags piece by piece, and let them know how powerful our Dragon Nation is." That's right. Our Dragon Kingdom isn't afraid of their Sakura Kingdom. That's right. It's just a small place. Our Dragon Kingdom is a great country. Will we be afraid of them? For a while, the entire 250 novice village was filled with confidence and wariness again. Not to say that the other side is not Sakura country people, just look at this 200 points of experience. Everyone will also try to win. At this moment, in the chat channel of the challenge, someone noticed the 250 novice village that had merged Indiana. The serial numbers of these newbie villages of theirs were from 141 to 149, very regular. This 250 serial numbered novice village just seemed out of place. Hey! How come no one is speaking in this 250 novice village? At this moment, the people in the 144 novice village noticed this serial number, and their emotions immediately flared up. Baka! It was this 250 novice village last time. They're the damn Dragon Kingdom people. They're the ones we should be targeting. Oh? 250 novice village is from the Dragon Kingdom. How did you guys know that? 144 novice village immediately told the story of the last confrontation. Baka! A bunch of dumbass. That you guys would lose to Dragon Country is a disgrace to our Sakura country. That's right. You guys are simply unworthy of our Sakura country. For a while, the chat channel was surprisingly filled with voices that scolded the 144 novice village in turn, cursing them so much that they couldn't even lift their heads up. However, as they scolded, each one of them didn't slack off, and all of them started killing demonic beasts in their respective novice villages. At the same time, the people in the 250 novice village didn't slack off either, and they all began to work harder to kill the demonic beasts. At the top of this chat channel, the killing progress of the 10 newbie villages was recorded. Su-Rue did the same as he exited the chat channel. He began to search for level 5 demonic beasts in the intermediate level demonic beast area. This was the highest demonic beast he could currently deal with. As long as he killed 10 level 5 demonic beasts, then the challenge would be considered one. But next, he found a level 5 demonic beast in the intermediate level demonic beast area for more than half an hour, not to mention the level 5 demonic beasts. He didn't even encounter any level 4 demonic beasts, and only killed one level 3 flying bird with pitifully little experience. It seems that I still have to continue going deeper. This place could only be considered as the periphery of the intermediate level demonic beast area. High-level demonic beasts were very rare. Half an hour later, Su-Rue walked out of the jungle and saw that in front of him was a desert that was not small in size. This shouldn't be considered as the periphery. Su-Rue continued to advance towards the desert, wanting to look for some high-grade demonic beasts. When he stepped into the desert, a small sand pile next to him suddenly stretched out a black scorpion tail. Boom! The scorpion tail rushed straight towards Su-Rue. Its speed was incredibly fast. Seeing that Su-Rue could no longer dodge it, he immediately unleashed his instantaneous shift talent. Swish! His figure disappeared and appeared 5 meters behind him. Bang! The scorpion tail directly impacted on the ground. At the same time, a giant black scorpion rushed out from the pile of sand. Its body was very huge and its scorpion tail was thicker than Su-Rue's thigh. Level 5 Demon Beast Desert Poisonous Scorpion. Good at camouflage, often hides under the sand, strong defense, tail comes with intense poison. Chapter 53, Exploding Equipment. Finally encountered a level 5 demonic beast, but this guy was really poisonous. He even hid under the sand. If it wasn't for Su-Rue possessing instant transmission, he might have been hit just now. But that was also because Su Rue was too eager to look for high-level demonic beasts and didn't carefully observe the surrounding situation. Phew! The desert poison scorpion failed to make a sneak attack and directly rushed towards Su Rue. Swish! When the distance was enough, it once again flicked its tail and zipped towards Su Rue. This time, Su Rue, who was prepared, directly raised his sword and stabbed up. Clank! The Xian iron sword directly stabbed on the poisonous hook of the poisonous scorpion's tail, striking out a spark and emitting a metallic clashing sound. Su Rue's arm was slightly numb, and the poisonous scorpion also immediately retracted its tail. In the next moment, a green liquid suddenly flew out from the tip of its tail. Whoosh! The speed of this green liquid was extremely fast, but Su Rue's eye of insight detected it in advance. He dodged the green liquid with a sidestep. Bear! The place at the back that was covered by the liquid made a sound of being corroded. What it spewed out was surprisingly a corrosive toxin. If he was sprayed just now, I'm afraid that the soft armor on his body would be corroded with a hole. Su Rue didn't dare to be careless. His body split into three, and he met the poisonous scorpion with all his might. Su Rue didn't intend to give it another chance to spray poison remotely. The three of them simultaneously charged towards the poison scorpion with their swords. It was also the first time the poison scorpion encountered such a situation. Wasn't it a one-on-one? How did it become a pair of three? However, it still waved its pincers to meet the battle. The two sides were about to fight together, when Su Rue in the center suddenly disappeared in place again. Swish! In the next moment, he had unknowingly arrived behind the poisonous scorpion. Bing! Ping! The two doppelgangers were already fighting with poisonous scorpion in the front. The real body, Su Rue, realized at this moment that the poisonous scorpion's tail was one section at a time, and at the location of the joints it was the weakest place of his defense. Seeing this, Su Rue chopped down with a sword towards the joints of the poison scorpion's tail. This sword chopped the poisonous scorpion's tail flush. The poisonous scorpion's mouth let out a painful cry. At the same time, green venom gushed out from its severed tail. Swish! The real body Su Rue once again leaped onto the back of the poisonous scorpion. At this moment, the two scorpion pincers of the poisonous scorpion were fully inviting the attacks of the two doppelgangers. There was no time to pay attention to Su Rue on its back. Su Rue, who had arrived on its back, stabbed down towards its head. The Xian iron sword pierced deeply into the head of the poisonous scorpion, and the green juice flowed down the tip of the sword to the ground. Bang! The poisonous scorpion's body went limp powerlessly and smashed heavily on the ground. Killed level 5 Demon Beast Desert Poison Scorpion. Experience value plus 700. Killed Desert Poison Scorpion. Exploded Speed Boots. Congratulations to the player who has leveled up to level 8. Attack plus 40. Speed plus 40. Defense plus 5. Wow, I can't believe I exploded equipment. He also upgraded. He didn't rush to look at the exploded equipment. Instead, he first opened his panel to check it out. Name Su Rue. Attack 369. Defense 32. Speed 290. Level 8 4306000. Talent Endless Devouring, Super Transformation, Eye of Insight, Instantaneous Shift, Diversion. Not bad. Right now, Su Rue was very satisfied with his attributes. This attribute of his had far exceeded the attributes that should be available at the same level. However, it couldn't be ruled out that other people also had strange encounters and took some divine spiritual fruits and herbs. After leveling up to level 8, Su Rue was more comfortable dealing with level 5 demonic beasts. He went to the corpse of the poisonous scorpion and unleashed Endless Devouring. Devouring success. Attack plus 6, Speed plus 4, Defense plus 1. Only then did he pick up the boots next to the poison scorpion's corpse. It was a brown leather boot with a smooth appearance, without much decoration. But this was also many times better than the cloth shoes that Su Rue had on his feet manually. Boots of Speed. Speed plus 10, Movement Speed plus 25%. Su Rue thought again and directly launched a super transformation on the Boots of Speed. Transformation successful. The Speed Boots have been transformed into Speed Leather Boots, Speed plus 15, Movement Speed plus 50%. With the successful transformation, the leather boots also changed from brown to dark brown, looking more rustic and textured. Su Rue immediately changed into the Speed Leather Boots. It made his body feel incredibly light and fast, and he was walking as if he was flying. The increase in movement speed was still more important to Su Rue. He now had to look for level 5 demonic beasts everywhere, and walking slowly would be a waste of time. And at this moment, the chat channel of the challenge was already filled with mocking sounds. Haha, the trashy Dragon Nation. They've only killed 10 level 2 demonic beasts now. They're bound to lose. Weak Dragon Nation people. How can they be compared to our great Sakura Nation? The victory of this confrontation will definitely belong to our Sakura country. And within the chat channel of the 250 Novice Village, everyone made a concerted effort to team up and search for level 2 demon beasts. Although killing level 2 demonic beasts required the most numbers, most of the people in the Novice Village could only kill level 2 demonic beasts. Moreover, in the primary demonic beast area, the number of level 2 demonic beasts was more than level 3 demonic beasts. That was why all the other Novice Villages also chose the standard of level 2 demonic beasts. At this time, the Sakura Country Novice Village that had killed the most level 2 demonic beasts had already killed a dozen of them. The 250 Novice Villages had only killed 10, but it wasn't the worst, it was already considered very good among the 10 Novice Villages. However, many people had overlooked one point, and that was among the 10 Novice Villages. During this period of time, apart from the 250 Novice Village, none of the Novice Villages had killed a level 4 and above demonic beast. Only 250 Novice Village had killed a level 5 demonic beast. After all, everyone's attention was focused on the number of level 2 demonic beasts killed, and they all believed that this was the key to winning. Ugh! Level 2 demonic beasts are so hard to find. We haven't found one even after searching for so long. Yes, if the number of level 2 demonic beasts was the same as level 1 demonic beasts, then our Novice Village would have been way ahead. That's right, I really don't know what that group of Sakura Country's arrogance is all about. It's not like we can't kill level 2 demonic beasts, it's just that we can't find them. Nowadays, most of their Novice Village's team was already able to deal with level 2 demonic beasts. It can't be helped, who let the other Novice Village have a gifted awakened, who can explore the location of demonic beasts. I'll go. It's still true, this is too perverted. At this time, they all discovered the problem as well. Some people from the Sakura Country were already bragging about the gifted ability person in their Novice Village in the chat channel. It turned out that in the Novice Village that had killed the most level 2 demonic beasts, there was actually someone whose talent was to probe the surroundings, and under the probing, all the demonic beasts had nowhere to hide. This was what made them kill the demonic beasts so quickly. This is bad. We can't possibly outperform each other anyways. Zhang Yuanshan stood out to stabilize the army. Don't be discouraged. Everyone is united. Don't give up until the end. That's right. I'm not willing to admit defeat straight away. We must fight until the last moment. That's right, they have the talent of probing, I still have thunder and lightning, they find it fast, we kill it fast, not on the line. For a while, the 250 Novice Village crowd revitalized, and continued to look for and kill the demonic beasts. Chapter 54. Killing level 5 demonic beasts again. Su Rue also put away the chat box, after seeing the progress of the other Novice Villages. He knew that he had to move even faster. Now the other party had already killed up to a dozen level 2 demonic beasts, while he had only killed one level 5 demonic beast. But at least he had rushed to the hinterland of the intermediate level demonic beast area. There should be quite a few level 5 demonic beasts here. Just after walking out not too far, Su Rue saw a mound of earth in front of him moving rapidly towards him. The scene of this scene seemed like déjà vu. Su Rue had also encountered such a mound in the Novice Grassland. The mound stopped at a distance of less than 5 meters from Su Rue. Boom! A sandy earth-colored giant rat broke out of the ground. It stretched its long and sharp claws towards Su Rue. Level 4 Demon Beast Long-Clawed Gerbil. Good at hiding, sensitive sense of smell. Long sharp claws can easily grab rocks. While Su Rue had long drawn his long sword, his body appeared on the back of the giant rat in the next second. He stabbed down towards the back of the long-clawed gerbil. Plop! Blood splattered as the sword stabbed. Bang! Su Rue stepped on the gerbil's fat body and landed directly on the ground. Z! Squeak! Squeak! The pain caused the gerbil to let out a violent scream. In the next second, Su Rue held the Xian iron sword that was stabbed in the gerbil's body and chopped forward with force. Bared! The gerbil's plump body went all the way from the center forward and was directly chopped into 2 halves. Killed the level 4 Demon Beast Long-Clawed Gerbil. Experience value plus 400. Devoured successfully. Speed plus 4. Attack plus 3. Su Rue devoured the attributes of the long-clawed gerbil at the first time, then directly left this place. Now that time was short, he didn't want to waste too much time on this level 4 demonic beast. After walking for not long, Su Rue saw a huge brownish-yellow lizard corpse appear ahead. It was much bigger than the blue-scale giant lizard that Su Rue had seen before. Its neck was bitten through by something unknown, and there were still a few traces of being torn on the corpse, and it was already a bit stinky. It seemed that battles also occurred between demonic beasts. Su Rue wanted to walk over and devour the attributes of this giant lizard. But at this time, the body of the giant lizard suddenly moved a few times, and a big black bird jumped out from behind the lizard. Level 5 Demonic Beast Vulture. Carrion Eater, extremely fast, strong attack, great. Another level 5 Demonic Beast. Su Rue was not surprised but happy. What he was looking for now was a level 5 Demonic Beast. The vulture stood on the corpse of the giant lizard, its eyes staring coldly at Su Rue in front of it. It was as if it was warning him not to approach his food. But Su Rue would not pay attention to its warning and directly raised his sword and charged towards the vulture. The vulture was also angered by this action. Immediately spreading its wings and lifting up a fierce wind, it flew rapidly towards Su Rue. Swish! Its flying speed was really fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Su Rue. Chirp! The vulture let out a sharp cry and directly stretched out two sharp claws like steel to grab towards Su Rue's chest. Clang! Su Rue directly swung out his shin iron sword and chopped out, dissolving the vulture's sharp claw attack. At the same time, his body was also split into three, and the other two doppelgangers stabbed out towards the vulture's body with their swords at the same time. At this moment, the vulture was blocked by the frontal Su Rue and was unable to dodge in time. Plop! The two long swords pierced through the vulture's feathers and directly stabbed into its body. Chirp! The vulture let out a mournful cry, while its wings waved hard and its body flew upwards rapidly. Still want to run? The real body, Su Rue, immediately used instantaneous transfer and appeared above the vulture's head. Chop! A cold light flashed, and the vulture's hairless bird head was directly chopped off. The vulture that lost its head directly fell down from mid-air. Killed level 5 Demon Beast Vulture. Experience value plus 600. Devoured successfully. Speed plus 6. Attack plus 5. Su Rue, who possessed these two talents. Killing the demonic beast became much easier. Afterwards, he came back to the corpse of the brown giant lizard. Devouring success. Attack plus 6. Speed plus 2. Defense plus 1. Huh? This giant lizard's attributes are not bad. It seems like this should be a level 5 demonic beast. Just as Su Rue thought of this, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the side. Thud! 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 A giant lizard of the same appearance then stepped with heavy steps and came over this way. Level 5 demonic beast desert lizard. Huge in size, amazingly powerful, covered in heavy skin. Sure enough, it was a level 5 demonic beast. Su Rue raised his sword and observed the giant lizard. It moved very slowly, but the skin on its body was very hard just by looking at it. Su Rue was not confident that he could break through the lizard's defense. The giant lizard slowly came to the corpse of its own kind, opened its huge mouth, and began to prepare for a full meal. The giant lizard was also a scavenger, and judging from the bite wounds on the body of this giant lizard on the ground, it was likely that it was killed by its own kind. Smash it, only to see that at this time, the giant lizard buried its head into the food to eat, completely ignoring the Su Rue on the side. Perhaps in its view, this inconspicuous human in front of it could not pose any threat to itself at all. Moreover, such a human was not enough for it to stuff its teeth. The ignored Su Rue was quite angry. Good, this is not putting me in your eyes. He immediately circled around behind the giant lizard, ready to launch a surprise attack. However, the giant lizard's entire body was wrapped in thick skin, which made him somewhat helpless. Demonic beast, look at the sword. Su Rue stabbed his sword directly from the side at the giant lizard's stomach. The sword came with a piercing effect. Bared. As soon as the tip of the sword touched the skin of the giant lizard, he felt a huge resistance coming from it. At least Su Rue's attack power was not low now. The shin iron sword pierced through the thick skin of the giant lizard, and the tip of the sword shallowly disappeared into the stomach of the giant lizard. Swish! The giant lizard felt the pain and stopped eating, immediately turning its head over. Anger and surprise were revealed in its eyes. This human was actually able to break through its defense? Who? It flung its huge tail and swept directly towards Su Rue. Su Rue pulled out the long sword that was stabbed on the giant lizard's body and leapt up from the ground. Swish! It successfully dodged the sweep of the giant tail. Roar! The giant lizard twisted its body and turned its head, directly tearing at Su Rue. However, its speed was very slow, and before its open huge mouth touched Su Rue, it was dodged by him. During the process of dodging, Su Rue was also looking for the giant lizard's weakness. Roar! The giant lizard once again opened its mouth and bit towards Su Rue. This time, Su Rue didn't choose to go backward. Instead, he directly leaped up and jumped onto the giant lizard's head. He stood on top of the lizard's head and stabbed towards its eyes with his sword. The eyes were the weak point of the vast majority of demonic beasts, and if he couldn't find any other weak point of the demonic beast, attacking its eyes was the best choice. This was also the only place where the lizard was not wrapped in thick skin. Swish! The speed of the long sword was incredibly fast, pointing straight at the lizard's eyes. Plop! The sword pierced directly into the giant lizard's eye and dug in deeply. Roar! The giant lizard roared up to the sky as a yellow liquid flowed out of its pierced eyeball. And Su Rue, who was standing on top of the giant lizard's head, his hand holding the Shen iron sword once again exerted force. Plop! The Shen iron sword directly penetrated into the giant lizard's skull this time. Roar! The giant lizard was still hissing and struggling to fling its head, wanting to fling Su Rue on top of its head directly down. While Su Rue grabbed the lizard with one hand, the other hand directly pulled out the Shen iron sword. Bared! Blood gushed out from the giant lizard's pierced eyes. And Su Rue, who pulled out the long sword, once again held the sword and stabbed at its other eye. The sword once again pierced through the giant lizard's other eye and stabbed into its skull. This time, the giant lizard was much more honest. It staggered forward for 2 steps and then directly fell to the ground. Bang! The heavy body shook the surrounding earth slightly. Killed level 5 demonic beast desert gargoyle. Experience value plus 700. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Chapter 55. 5 level 5 demonic beasts. Not bad. Already killed 3 level 5 demonic beasts. Su Rue sat on the giant lizard's head and started checking the progress of the other novice villages. The one that had killed the most level 2 demonic beasts was still the 146 novice village. They had already killed 25 level 2 demonic beasts. On the other hand, 250 novice village had killed 19 level 2 demonic beasts. Su Rue's current speed barely surpassed 146 novice village, but he couldn't be careless. He had to maintain this speed and continue to look for level 5 demonic beasts to kill. Phew! Su Rue jumped down from the corpse of the giant lizard and continued walking towards the inside of the desert. After walking for not long, Su Rue saw huge footprints spread all around. Su Rue could tell at a glance that these were the footprints of the desert giant lizard. So many footprints. How many giant lizards are there here? Looking at the footprints all over the ground, Su Rue couldn't help but sigh. But instead, a smile appeared on his face. If there were really many giant lizards here, then he could save a lot of time. Su Rue followed these footprints towards the front. Soon, he saw a place surrounded by boulders appear in front of him, and the footprints led exactly there. It seems that there is the nest of the giant lizard. Su Rue gripped the Shen iron sword in his hand and accelerated his steps to rush towards the giant lizard's nest. Su Rue, who possessed the instantaneous shift and split technique, became more and more bold. The most important thing was that the giant lizards moved very slowly. Even if they were extremely numerous, the threat to Su Rue was very limited. Phew! Coming to the edge of the giant lizard's nest, Su Rue directly leaped up and jumped on top of a boulder. He climbed on top of the boulder and looked towards the interior of the nest. The scene inside the nest was not like what he had imagined. There were giant lizards everywhere. Instead, there were only 2 giant lizards sleeping on the ground. Generally speaking, when a demonic beast was sleeping, it was the best opportunity for a sneak attack. But the giant lizards closed their eyes when they slept, and its entire body was covered with thick skin. This left Su Rue with no way to attack. Was it necessary to use the power berserking bracelet once? When dealing with the giant lizard before, Su Rue didn't find a suitable opportunity to use this move. After all, if he couldn't kill the giant lizard with a single strike, then it would be even more difficult to kill it subsequently. But now that the giant lizard was lying there sleeping, it directly exposed its vitals. Swish! Su Rue jumped down from the boulder with a flip and directly came to the interior of the nest. Like an assassin, Su Rue carried his sword and came to the sleeping giant lizard step by step. Coming to the side of the giant lizard, Su Rue immediately invoked the ability of the power berserking bracelet. Wow! White light instantly wrapped around Su Rue's arm holding the sword. Swish! Su Rue stabbed his sword towards the neck of the giant lizard. This was one of the key points of the giant lizard, and the defense was weaker than the head. Plop! The sword directly stabbed deep into the giant lizard's neck, penetrating its neck from the side. Bared. Blood spurted out from the gap in the wound. At the same time, the giant lizard woke up from its sleep. It opened its eyes violently and realized that its neck had been penetrated by a sword. Roar! It opened its mouth wide and fought to let out a roar, followed by blood gushing directly into its mouth. At the same time, its vitality was rapidly draining away as the blood flowed out. However, its roar just now also woke up the other giant lizard next to it. This giant lizard opened its eyelids and saw its own kind falling in a pool of blood while there was a human standing next to it. Su Rue also noticed that the other giant lizard had woken up, and he stomped on the lizard's neck and pulled out his long sword. Plop! After the long sword was pulled out, a bloody hole appeared on the giant lizard's neck and was continuously bubbling out. And this giant lizard also fell into a state of madness and began to rampage towards Su Rue. Su Rue didn't intend to continue fighting with it. This guy was mortally wounded. He couldn't live for long. There was no need to waste his strength on it. Facing the giant lizard's charge, Su Rue rolled over to its back. Afterward, he directly jumped high and stabbed towards the head of another giant lizard. This giant lizard was also not willing to show weakness, and immediately opened its mouth to bite at Su Rue, who was jumping in the air. But in the next second, Su Rue's body instantly moved forward a few meters and directly appeared in front of the giant lizard's eyes. Swish! Subsequently, his body split into two, and the two Su Rues held their swords and stabbed at the giant lizard's eyes at the same time. This sudden change made the giant lizard unable to react in time. Plop! The two swords respectively disappeared into the giant lizard's eyes and directly stabbed into its brain. Wow! The real body, Su Rue, pulled out the long sword and jumped to the top of the giant lizard's head with another flip. The other doppelganger also re-entered his body. Bang! At the same time, the huge desert gargoyle directly slumped to the ground and lost its life. Killed level 5 demonic beast desert gargoyle. Experience value plus 700. Su Rue stood on top of the giant lizard's head and reached out to devour its attributes. Devouring success. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. The other giant lizard, 2, was helplessly lying on the ground due to excessive blood loss. That had been its last struggle just now. Killed level 5 demonic beast desert lizard. Experience value plus 700. Very good. There were already 5 of them. They only needed to kill 5 more level 5 demonic beasts. Then their novice village would win the challenge. At this moment, in the chat channel of the challenge, someone found out that 250 novice village had already killed 5 level 5 demonic beasts. Baka! What is this? The Dragon Country people have killed 5 level 5 demonic beasts. Impossible! This despicable Dragon Kingdom people must have cheated. How could they possibly have the ability to kill a level 5 demonic beast? That's right. We don't even have any level 4 demonic beasts here. How could anyone possibly be able to kill a level 5 demonic beast? To cheat is just too despicable. A group of people from the Sakura Nation who had never seen the world began to discuss heatedly in the chat channel. They were even foolish enough to try to protest against Heaven's Path. And their discussion was also seen by the people in the 250 novice village. The people in the 250 novice village were similarly a bit puzzled. What's going on here? When did someone from our novice village kill 5 level 5 demonic beasts? Yeah, I'm also wondering, is someone from our novice village already able to kill a level 5 demonic beast? Not only them, even Zhang Yuanshan and Zhou Yi were equally shocked. Although they had all killed level 3 demonic beasts, none of them had seen level 4 and 5 demonic beasts yet. Now, someone in the novice village had killed level 5 demonic beasts, or 5 of them. How could this not shock people? It must be Big Brother Su Rue who killed them. He's so strong. The level 5 demonic beasts must have been killed by him. Yeah, we still have Big Brother Su Rue. I said, why hasn't he appeared lately? He must be silently killing demonic beasts in the dark. Big Brother Su Rue. Is this level 5 demonic beast killed by you or not? But there were also people who raised skeptical voices. How is it possible? Even if Su Rue is more powerful, It's impossible for him to kill 5 level 5 demonic beasts in such a short period of time. The crowd of 250 novice village all speculated whether it was Su Rue who killed the level 5 demonic beasts or not. Chapter 56 Hands Down Defeat. Su Rue also noticed the content of the chat channel at this time, and he immediately admitted it frankly. That's right, the level 5 demonic beast was killed by me. The moment these words came out, the 250 novice village immediately boiled over. Wow, it's really you, Big Brother Su Rue. Big Brother deserves to be my idol. It's really too awesome. Haha, great. With Big Brother Su Rue here, this is a sure win for our newbie village. Su Rue opened his mouth again and reminded. But you guys shouldn't slack off. Continue to work hard to kill level 2 demonic beasts, so that you can also improve yourselves. Okay, Big Brother Su Rue, we won't slack off. Don't worry, Big Brother Su Rue. We also have to kill demonic beasts to raise our level. Su Rue's appearance just now was like giving them chicken blood. Now, each and every one of them was energized and full of motivation. In the chat channel of the challenge, there were still many people questioning that 250 newbie village had cheated. And someone from 250 novice village came forward to refute it. Cut. That's because you guys are trash. If you can't kill a level 5 demonic beast yourselves, you think others can't either. That's right, and cheating, you think this is a game that cheats when you say it does. And the Sakura Nation in the chat channel saw that 250 novice village had even come out to retort. They were instantly displeased, and for a while they made a lot of noise. A Sakura Nation person said, "You guys must have cheated. Our Lord Fujiichiro is so powerful. He hasn't even killed a level 5 demonic beast. What makes you Dragon Nation able to kill it?" When Su Rue saw this familiar name, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. He directly said in the channel, "Fujiichiro? You mean that defeated general of mine? If he hadn't surrendered quickly enough at that time, he would already be under my sword now." Su Rue's words caused the chat channel to directly explode. Haha. So this Fujiichiro is Big Brother Su Rue's defeated general. What are you Dragon Nation people babbling about? How could Lord Fujiichiro lose to you? Simply nonsense. Lord Fujiichiro is a samurai who shoulders honor. How could he surrender so easily? Su Rue immediately stated, "If you guys don't believe me, you can ask him. I have now taken over his ranking on the rookie list." As soon as these words came out, these inquired about Fujiichiro, wanting to know if what Su Ming said was true. And Fujiichiro was pressured to come out and say, "Humph. One loss is nothing. Don't be arrogant, Su Rue. I'll win it back sooner or later." Seeing these words, the people of 250 novice village immediately became excited. Previously, there were quite a few people who had been in the chat channel, bragging about how powerful Fujiichiro was. As a result, now everyone realized that such a powerful person was actually Su Rue's defeated opponent. Surprisingly, it's true. Big Brother Su Rue really defeated Fujiichiro. Haha. Big Brother Su Rue is really powerful. What a bull Sakura Nation samurai, what trash. Didn't you blow your Sakura Nation samurai before? Now you're all mute? Come out and speak. In an instant, the 250 novice village crowd, who had previously held back for a long time, raised their eyebrows. It directly took over the challenge channel. Many Sakura Nation people ate up the silence, while also cursing Fujiichiro in their hearts, truly disgracing their Sakura Nation. Damn you, Fujiichiro. You are truly a disgrace to our Sakura Nation. Fujiichiro, you should quit our Sakura Nation. You don't deserve to be a Sakura Nation. That's right, as a samurai to surrender, you should just commit harakiri. For a time, the attitude of these people in the Sakura country towards Fujiichiro changed drastically. Those who had previously bragged about him also turned around and chastised him. Such a transformation, even the crowd of 250 novice village secretly smacked their lips when they saw it. Su Rue didn't continue to pay attention to the chat channel and directly retreated. He had to continue hunting level 5 demonic beasts, and was only 5 short of completing his goal for the challenge. This is the habitat of giant lizards. There should be many giant lizards. How come there are only 2? Doubts flooded Su Rue's heart. Roar! Roar! Right at this moment, a roar came from the distance. For Su Rue, who had just fought with the giant lizard, this sound couldn't be more familiar. It's the roar of the giant lizard. Could it be that someone is fighting with the giant lizard? Su Rue immediately ran towards the place where the cry came from. He had to grab the time to kill the level 5 demonic beasts now, and when he found the traces of the level 5 demonic beasts, of course he couldn't let it go. At the same time, A few kilometers away from Surue, yellow sand covered the sky and earth. For humans wearing cloth clothes were surrounded by several giant lizards. Judging from the traces on the ground, the two sides had already exchanged blows just now. Damn it! How come their skins are so hard? Can't break through their defense at all. A country-faced man with a long-handled greatsword said anxiously. A shorter-sized sister cried, "Whoops! I've told you not to come here, you guys just don't listen. This is good. Everyone is going to die here." "Don't cry, who said we would die here?" The tall beauty with a lance in her hand revealed perseverance in her eyes. "It looks like they are all level 5 demonic beasts and have extremely strong defense. We can't fight them hard. We have to find a way to break out." Among the four, the man holding a bow and arrow said more calmly. At this moment, after the giant lizards surrounded them, they didn't directly charge, but instead, they kept closing in together towards the four of them. The encirclement circle was continuously narrowed, and the giant lizards slowly leaned over with their huge heads, and the tongues in their mouths were continuously spitting out. "Can't wait any longer. Break out together." Whoosh, whoosh, 2 rounds of feathered arrows flew out from his bow, pointing straight at the eyes of a giant lizard in front of him. The giant lizard hastily twisted its head to dodge. Snap, snap. The 2 rounds of feather arrows shot onto its thick skin. And at this moment, the remaining 3 had already rushed over in this direction. Each of the 3 held a weapon and struck out attacks towards the head of this giant lizard. Clang, clang, clank. None of the 3 people's attacks were weak, and although they didn't break through the giant lizard's defenses, they also shook it to the point of dizziness. It left an opening in its encirclement here. "Take advantage of this. Charge out together," the country-faced man shouted. These giant lizards moved slowly, and if they were able to break out of the encirclement, these giant lizards wouldn't be able to catch up with them at all. However, they had only just gotten to the side of the giant lizard's body when it slowed down. It directly twisted its body and threw its tail towards the 4 of them. Phew! The giant lizard's tail directly swept across and threw back the country-faced man who had rushed at the front. It also forced the remaining 3 people back again. Roar! This giant lizard let out a roar, and the movements of the remaining few lizards instantly sped up. Damn it! Panic appeared in the tall woman's eyes as she looked at the scene around her. The country-faced man climbed up from the ground and spoke to the man holding a bow and arrow, asking, "Jiang Chuan, what should we do now?" Jiang Chuan's brows were furrowed. In the face of such a critical situation, the man who had always been calm could not help but panic in his heart. Not to mention the sister who was crying on the side. Swish! Just as the 4 were despairing, 2 figures instantly appeared above the head of the giant lizard in front of them. These 2 people simultaneously held their swords and stabbed at the giant lizard's eyes. Plop! The 2 swords pierced deeply into the giant lizard's eyes. Wow! The 2 figures then pulled out their long swords at the same time, and blood immediately gushed out from the giant lizard's eye sockets, and the 2 figures miraculously rejoined as one. Roar! The giant lizard let out a wailing sound, and then its huge body directly slumped to the ground. Bang! As its huge body landed on the ground, the yellow sand around it was also stirred up and spread out in all directions. They could only see, through the yellow sand, a black shadow standing on top of the giant lizard's head. Chapter 57. Surprising Level 6 Demonic Beast. Killed Level 5 Demonic Beast Desert Gargoyle. Experience value plus 700. The 6th one. The corner of Su Rue's mouth slightly raised. And at this moment, those 4 people were shocked beyond words. In their eyes, the incomparably powerful and unbeatable Level 5 Demonic Beast. Surprisingly, it was killed by this person in front of them in seconds. Not only them, even the few giant lizards around them were stunned by this sudden scene. "Aren't you guys going to leave here?" Su Rue opened his mouth and asked. These words reminded the 4 that they were still surrounded by the giant lizards. The 4 immediately ran towards Su Rue's direction. As they passed by Su Rue, Jiang Chuan spoke, "Thanks a lot." The remaining 3 people also cast a grateful gaze towards Su Rue. At this time, the several giant lizards around them also reacted, and one by one, they rushed towards these 3. However, Su Rue, with 1 person and 1 sword, stopped all these giant lizards. Swish! Swish! He kept utilizing his flexible figure and enhanced jumping ability, wandering back and forth between several giant lizards, dodging their attacks and looking for opportunities to stab them in the eyes with his long sword. The four people who had just run out not too far stopped in their tracks when they heard the commotion behind them. Isn't it not very righteous of us to just run away and leave him there alone? Xu Yong, who was holding a large sword, spoke up. The tall woman Li Ying put down her spear and said, "We've all seen his strength just now. It's an existence that can kill a giant lizard in seconds. Are you still worried about his safety?" Tong Xian on the side looked at the two. "But he saved us just now. We should be thanking him properly." "You're not afraid of those giant lizards now?" Li Ying asked. Tong Xian wiped the tears on the corner of her eyes. "With that warrior around, what are those stupid lizards afraid of? You don't think you have your eyes on someone else? Do you want to give your body to them when the time comes?" Li Ying teased. Tong Xian instantly lowered her head and squirmed. It's not too good." This made Li Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes upwards. At this time, Jiang Chuan stepped forward to return to the topic. "Well, since he saved our lives, we really can't just walk away. Let's go back and see what we can do to help. If it's too dangerous, then we can only pray that he fends for himself." The other three immediately agreed to this decision, and they rushed towards the place where Su Rui and the giant lizard were fighting. At this moment, the place was densely covered with yellow sand and roars by the giant lizard. It was only when the four of them re-entered the place that they realized that the worries of themselves and the others were all redundant. Only to see, Su Rui alone was teasing a few giant lizards, constantly jumping and transiently moving on their backs and heads. And at this moment, another giant lizard fell in a pool of blood, and another giant lizard had already been stabbed by Su Rui into a serious injury. Even if their defense was strong, as long as Su Rui stabbed several swords at one place, it would be able to pierce through its epidermis. There are already 7 of them. As long as we kill 3 more, then the victory of the challenge will be ours. Su Rui's heart was bursting with joy. He didn't expect that he would accomplish the goal of the challenge match so soon. There were still 4 giant lizards around. One was still seriously injured. It was only a matter of time before they became the souls under Su Rui's sword. Swish! Su Rui once again came to the back of that severely injured lizard with an instantaneous movement. The back of its neck had already been stabbed out by Su Rui's consecutive stabs, giving it a bloody hole. Only 2 more swords were needed to completely decimate it. It was at this moment that the earth around him suddenly shook. Su Rui hurriedly bent down and stood firmly on the back of the giant lizard. The 4 people watching the battle beside him also hurriedly stuck their weapons into the ground to stabilize themselves. Boom! Only a huge worm was seen drilling out of the sandy soil. Its body was like a cow intestine, and its body was red in color. The head was like a huge meat grinder with countless teeth spread around, hideous and terrifying. Level 6 Demonic Beast Desert Worm. Huge in size, capable of swallowing huge objects and spewing out strongly corrosive stomach acid from its mouth. Level 6 Demonic Beast. Even Su Rui was shocked by this sudden scene. The 4 people, Jiang Chuan, who were on the side, were even scared out of their wits. Boom! The desert worm twisted its huge body and opened its hideous and terrifying mouth to directly bite at a giant lizard next to it. Plop! The hard skin of the giant lizard was unbeatable in front of the desert worm. The large chunks of flesh and blood on its back were instantly swallowed into the worm's stomach. And the life of the giant lizard came to an abrupt end. Good fellow. This is treating the giant lizard as its own ration. Su Rui lamented. At this moment, the few giant lizards around were immediately scared and fled in all directions. Of course, it also included the one under Su Rui's feet. When Su Rui saw this scene, he was a bit anxious. He only needed to kill these giant lizards before he could complete the challenge mission. However, in this situation now, he could only choose to chase a giant lizard. Su Rui immediately decided to settle the one at his feet first, and he stabbed down towards the wound at the back of the lizard's neck. Plop! As soon as the sword went down, the giant lizard's movements stopped. Afterwards, Su Rui directly ended the giant lizard with another sword. Killed level 5 Demonic Beast Desert Gargoyle. Experience value plus 700. 8 now. Only 2 level 5 demonic beasts left to win. And Su Rui's experience value also came to level 8, 5,636,000. He would be able to level up to level 9 soon. Roar! And at this moment, the desert worm once again bit a giant lizard to death and started to gnaw on it. The other giant lizard had already run away. Damn! This strange worm is really bad for me. Originally, Su Rui was about to kill enough, but a worm came out halfway, and now he had to search for level 5 demonic beasts again. Wow! Su Rue jumped down from the corpse of the giant lizard and prepared to leave this place. This place was still dangerous. Who knew if the desert worms would attack him? Here. We're here. Tong Xian stood up and waved her hand at Su Rue, signaling him to go over. Seeing this, Su Rue ran towards them. The four people waited until Su Rue came running, and without saying anything, they similarly turned around and ran towards the distance. This was not the place to talk. It would be bad if they were targeted by the worms. It was good that their size was not comparable to the giant lizard. It was not enough for the desert worms to stuff their teeth. Otherwise, they would have been the primary target of attack. Several people ran all the way to a boulder before stopping. Before Su Rue even opened his mouth, he saw messages popping up in the chat channel. He immediately clicked on it to check it out. Haha! This time the victory belongs to our Sakura Nation. You Dragon Nation scum. What's the point even if someone from your Dragon Kingdom is able to kill a level 5 demonic beast? Aren't you still going to lose to our Sakura country? Long live Sakura Nation. Our Sakura country will always be the strongest. Seeing these speeches, Su Rue was a bit puzzled. He had already killed 8 level 5 demonic beasts. The victory should belong to their 250 novice village. Why were these Sakura nations clamoring? Chapter 58 for the Dragon Kingdom. He then glanced at the progress of the other novice villages. When he saw the progress of the highest 146 novice village, he was shocked. The 146 novice village had actually killed 81 level 2 demonic beasts at this point. How was this possible? Where would they find such level 2 demonic beasts in such a short period of time? Su Rue was greatly puzzled, and he took another look at the records above. Only then did he understand that the one who awakened the talent of probing in their novice village had discovered a huge snake cave. It was filled with level 2 poisonous snakes, and it was from there that they had killed a large number of level 2 demonic beasts. And they were still exploring inside now, constantly killing the level 2 vipers inside. Finished. This is really over. The killing progress of the 146 novice village is rubbing off on me. Numbnuts. I think this heavenly Tao is just favoring them Sakura Nation people, actually letting them find such a nest of level 2 demonic beasts. Everyone, don't be afraid. Their speed is fast, but Big Brother Su Rue's speed isn't slow either. He has already killed 8 level 5 demonic beasts now. Yeah, as long as Big Brother Su Rue kills 2 more, then we're sure to win. The crowd of 250 novice village had already pinned their hopes on Su Rue at this moment. It was impossible for them to match 146 novice village's speed of killing level 2 demonic beasts alone. When Su Rue saw this, his heart tightened. Only he knew that the reason why he had killed so quickly just now was because these level 5 demonic beasts were all gathered together. If he wanted to kill level 5 demonic beasts again now, he would have to go and search for them again, which would take more time. And looking at the progress of the 146 novice village, it was obvious that he didn't have that time to search for level 5 demonic beasts right now. Damn it! Are we going to lose to them Sakura Nation people? Su Rue clenched his fists. But at this time, he suddenly thought of another solution. For this challenge match, killing level 5 demonic beasts required 10 of them, while level 6 demonic beasts only required 1. As long as he killed that desert worm, then they would also win the challenge match. But that worm was obviously much harder to deal with than the giant lizard, and the slightest mishap of being swallowed by it. It was the end of his life, but now he had reasons why he had to go. There was no way Dragon Country would lose to Sakura Country. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, dry up. Su Rue thought for a moment, then immediately drew his sword and rushed towards the desert worm's location. Jiang Chuan's four had just stopped to lean against the boulder and catch a few breaths when they saw Su Rue turning back again. At once, they were greatly puzzled. Li Ying hurriedly asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Going to slaughter that bug?" Su Rue said without turning back. "Are you crazy?" Xu Yong uttered in shock. Li Ying even suspected that his ears had misheard. Tong Xian covered her mouth in surprise. The worm's looks alone were enough to give her nightmares at night, let alone going to fight it. After Jiang Chuan was shocked, he calmly analyzed, "That bug is not an ordinary demonic beast. I estimate that it is even a level 6 demonic beast. Its strength is very strong, you." Before he could finish, Su Rue said, "I have reasons why I have to go. Our novice village is competing with the novice village over in Sakura Country. The only way to win is to kill that bug. Otherwise, it's going to be won by their Sakura Country." After saying that, Su Rue took a step and prepared to run straight back. "Wait!" Jiang Chuan's voice sounded again. Su Rue stopped his steps with some impatience and turned his head. He had already explained himself clearly enough. Did they still want to stop him? Only to see. Jiang Chuan removed his bow and arrow before saying, "I'll go with you. I'm a long-range attacker. And with my talent, it will definitely help you." His talent was the eagle's eye of vision, and when it was opened, his eyesight would be increased tenfold, and he would be able to see even the tiniest things. This was a huge boost to the ability to shoot arrows. When Su Rui heard this, he gave him a deep look, thinking that he should know the danger of this trip. Unexpectedly, once he heard that it was for the honor of the Dragon Kingdom, he actually chose to help Su Rui without any hesitation. "I will also go. The Sakura country," Xu Yong said as he lifted his large sword. Immediately after that, Li Ying lifted his lance and said, "Since it's for the honor of our dragon country, how can I be missing? I'm also going. You guys can't leave me here alone." Tong Xian said aggressively. Even though she was afraid of the desert worms, there was nothing she could do now. Su Rui looked at them and nodded. "Good. Then let's do something big together." In the desert under the dense yellow sand, a hideous and terrifying worm was gnawing on the corpse of the desert giant lizard. Its delicate and smooth body was completely exposed, and the giant lizard's corpse had already been half swallowed. Not far from the mound of dirt, Su Rui's 5 people were crawling here. "Wow, this is too terrifying." Tong Xian was so scared that she directly covered her eyes. "Then you can just stay here and watch us fight." Li Ying spoke up. "I'll go around to its back first to launch a surprise attack later. You guys just stay here to attract its attention." After saying that, Su Rui directly ran in the direction of the worm with his sword. They simply didn't have time to formulate any battle plan anymore, and Su Rui didn't intend to involve them in such a dangerous battle. With their strength, if they were targeted by the worm, they probably wouldn't be able to run away. Su Rui jogged all the way to the corpse of a giant lizard as a cover. The worm that was concentrating on feeding didn't even notice that someone had already sneaked up to its long body. After getting closer, Su Rui realized that the worm's epidermal defense was equally strong. Although it might not be as exaggerated as the giant lizard, it still looked tough. Was this a level 6 demonic beast? A level 6 demonic beast that wasn't known for its defense was about to catch up with a level 5 high defense demonic beast in terms of defense. Swish! In the next moment, Su Rui directly stormed up as he raised his sword and stabbed towards the worm's body. Plop! The long sword directly entered the worm's bright red body. Right at this moment, Su Rui activated the power berserking bracelet, wrapped in white light. Su Rui held the sword and pulled it across the worm's body. Bared pull. The Shen iron sword directly pulled open a long gash in the worm's torso. This sword heavily hit the desert worm. Snort! Snort! The worm that was feeding felt the intense pain, and it raised its head and screamed strangely twice. After that, it directly turned its head and opened its hideous and horrible mouth towards Su Rui. Su Rui immediately pulled out his long sword and drew back violently. Rumble! The desert worm twisted its huge body and chased after it furiously. "It's our turn to appear." Jiang Chuan immediately raised his beast skin bow and knocked the feathered arrow. An arrow was then shot out. Whoosh! A feather arrow flew towards the worm's large mouth. This arrow was shot by him with his eagle's eye of vision turned on, and the feather arrow shot into its mouth with unparalleled precision. Plop! The feather arrow scuttled into the worm's mouth, successfully stopping it from advancing. After the worm's head twitched a few times, it spat out the arrow that had been broken in two and was still bloody. This arrow had obviously injured it. Snort! It once again let out an angry and strange cry before changing direction and rushing towards Jiang Chuan and the others. "Move!" Jiang Chuan immediately ordered. The 4 of them immediately ran in different directions. Chapter 59. The Exciting Battle. The desert worm moved its body and chased after Jiang Chuan's direction. The wounds on its torso that had been cut out by Su Rui also continued to ooze blood as it moved violently. Seeing this, Su Rui immediately circled around to the back of the worm and chased towards it. Soon, the desert worm sensed Su Rui following behind it, and it instantly twisted its head and bit towards Su Rui, who was running on the ground. Swish! Su Rui's body directly disappeared, dodging its terrifyingly huge mouth. At the same time, he appeared on the worm's body again and split into 3. Plop! The 3 Su Rui simultaneously stabbed the longsword in their hands down. 3 more bloody holes instantly appeared on the worm's torso. Wow! Subsequently, Su Rui pulled out his longsword and managed to leap off the worm with a flip. After landing, The three Surue directly merged into one and ran wildly in one direction. Behind them, the desert worm was furious. It twisted its body and chased towards Surue again. And at this moment, Jiang Chuan's arrow shot over again. Whoosh! This arrow scurried into the desert worm's mouth with unparalleled precision again. Snort! The desert worm let out a strange cry as it chased towards Jiang Chuan's place again. But at this time, Surue once again circled around to its back, preparing to launch a surprise attack on it. The worm that sensed this turned around to chase Surue again. But Surue had speed leather boots on his feet, and his own speed wasn't slow. It was hard for it to catch up with Surue. And since Jiang Chuan was a long-range attacker, it couldn't directly catch up with Jiang Chuan either. Just like this, the two of them were able to mess up the worm, and the others couldn't intervene at all. Snort! Finally, the desert worm was completely frustrated by them. After a roar, it stopped and directly spat out a highly corrosive acid at Surue, who was running ahead. Seeing this scene, Surue hurriedly dodged towards one side. Wow! Even though Surue dodged in time enough, some of the acid still rubbed onto Surue's back. It corroded his ice silk soft armor with a black color. What a strong acid! If he didn't have the ice silk soft armor, Surue would have to suffer. And the worms saw that the acid sprayed Surue and directly drilled into the ground. At once, they lost track of the worm. Surue immediately rolled over and stood up again, holding the Shen iron sword tightly in his hand, and was always ready to use instant transmission. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, was holding a beast skin bow and stood on a rock, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Rumble! Suddenly, violent shaking appeared around Jiang Chuan. Boom! In the next second, the desert worm burrowed out of the ground directly in front of him. Jiang Chuan, who had already prepared for this, immediately pulled open his beast skin bow and shot out an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow once again hit the worm's mouth, causing it to fail to spew out the acid. Snort! But the worm grew a huge mouth trying to swallow Jiang Chuan in one gulp. Jiang Chuan's reaction was also very quick as he leapt down from the rock and tumbled towards the side. The worm's bite was empty, but it flung its huge body towards Jiang Chuan. Facing the worm's huge body, Jiang Chuan had no space to dodge and was directly thrown heavily out. Bang! Jiang Chuan landed on the ground and felt that his body was going to be in pieces, and his internal organs were about to be knocked out of place. Phew! The worm twisted its huge body towards Jiang Chuan, wanting to swallow him in one gulp. At this moment, Jiang Chuan had temporarily lost his ability to move, and he crawled up from the ground with immense difficulty. However, the worm was already about to come to his side. But at that moment, Xu Yong, who was holding a large sword, and Li Ying, who was holding a spear, arrived. They rushed towards the worm in a pincer attack, one on the left and one on the right. Big worm! Eat my sword! Xu Yong wielded his great sword and fearlessly slashed at the worm. But the worm wouldn't stand there and let him slash it, only to see that it twisted its body and drew out its tail to fling it out towards Xu Yong. Bang! Before Xu Yong could even get close to the worm, he was flung away by its tail. At this moment, Li Ying on the other side had already held his lance in his hand and leapt up to stab towards the worm. Plop! The tip of the spear directly entered the worm's body, but it did not advance any further. The worm was in pain again, and it turned its head towards Li Ying and bit down. Li Ying hastily drew back. But how could she match the speed of the worm, and she was about to be caught up and swallowed in one bite. Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong were both incapacitated at this time, while Surue was still rushing this way. Tong Xian, who saw this scene, couldn't help but shout, "Sister Ing!" She forced down the fear in her heart, put down her long sword, and put her hands up in front of her. "Ugly monster! Don't chase after my sister Ing!" A dazzling light then surged out from her hands. Swish! The light turned into a ball of light running towards the worm. Bang! The ball of light instantly struck the worm, smashing its highly extended body into the ground. Li Ying also took the opportunity to distance himself from the worm. Surprisingly powerful? Surue, who was rushing towards this side, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw it. This should be that little girl's talent. But the power surprised Surue a little. The place where the worm was struck by the ball of light showed a large area that had been scorched. After it slowed down, it re-erected its head, and after shaking a few times, it looked towards Tong Xian. Snort! The worm then let out a strange cry as it directly erupted into an extremely fast speed crawling towards Tong Xian. The violent movement directly swept up the surrounding yellow sand. The aura scared Tong Xian's little face white. Don't come after me. I didn't mean to. She picked up the iron sword on the ground and started running. The worm was clearly enraged by her talent just now, and its speed was much faster than even just now. And since Tong Exine couldn't run fast enough, she was soon going to be caught up by the worm. Listening to the movement behind her that was getting closer and closer, Tong Exine was so frightened that she directly cried out, "Oh, don't you come over." Su Rue was already about to arrive at this time, and he immediately shouted at Tong Exine, "Hold on a little longer. I'll come to save you." But right at this moment, an accident happened. Tong Exine directly tripped over a rock under a piece of sand. "Oh, it hurts." She was dropped, and both her hands and palms had so many small stones lodged in them. The worst part was that the worms were still wriggling their bodies and running towards her. Tong Exine, who had collapsed on the ground, saw the worms aggressively rushing towards her, and a look of shock and panic appeared on her face. "Don't come over. I'll fight you if you come over again." Tong Exine threw away the iron sword in her hand and repositioned her hands in front of her body, making a threatening gesture. But the worm wouldn't understand any of this, much less believe that a weak human would do any fatal damage to it. However, in the next second, dazzling white light regathered in Tong Exine's hands. This time, it was surprisingly much larger than a moment ago, and it continued to coalesce. The worm continued to crawl towards Tong Exine, and the ball of light in Tong Exine's hand had already converged to a size larger than a face basin, and her forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and her face turned pale. Phew! Only to see that the worm was already about to rush to Tong Exine's face, and the light ball in her hand fired out. Chapter 60. Winning. Level up. Bang! The light ball unexpectedly hit the wound on the worm's body that was cut out by Su Rue with his long sword. Boom! The ball of light didn't enter the worm's body, making a loud sound and filling everywhere with dazzling white light. Xiao Exine. Liang couldn't help but shout. The other three's hearts were in their throats as well. The final scene was just too mind-blowing. A worm of incomparable size lunged towards Tong Exine. They were already able to anticipate the worst outcome in their hearts. But soon, the white light gradually dissipated, and the crowd's sight gradually recovered, only to see that the desert worm's huge body fell directly in front of Tong Exine. A large hole had been blown out of its body, and this large hole had nearly split its body in two. At this moment, the worm was lying on the ground weak. Tong Exine, on the other hand, fell to the ground and passed out. Although the worm hadn't attacked her, the overloaded use of her natural ability just now had directly overdrawn her body. Wow! The worm endured the pain in its body and straightened its head, preparing to swallow Tong Exine on the ground in one gulp. Swish! But in the next second, Su Rue appeared above the worm's head, while his body split into three. The three Su Rue swung his sword down towards the worm's head, which was the place where its defense was the most vulnerable. Plop! The three long swords simultaneously disappeared into the worm's head. Bang! The desert worm straightened up its body and directly fell down. Reddish-yellow liquid also flowed out of its skull, and the fishy odor also poured out. Phew! Finally died. Su Rue finally let out a sigh of relief. Killed level 6 demonic beast desert worm. Experience value plus 1,500. Congratulations to the player who has leveled up to level 9. Attack plus 45. Speed plus 45. Defense plus 8. Endless talent gains a boost. Currently, each beast can be devoured 6 times. The Eye of Insight has been upgraded. Eye of Insight gains a boost. Vision is doubled. Sight is doubled. The experience from killing the desert worm directly allowed Su Rue to level up. And both talents were enhanced because of the level up. More importantly, their dragon country had won this time. Su Rue's heart was bursting with joy. Before that, in the chat channel of the challenge, 146 Novice Rough had already boiled over. Haha, we've already killed 98 level 2 demonic beasts. We only need to kill 2 more. The victory belongs to our 146 Novice Village. That's right. The victory belongs to us. Your Dragon Kingdom will never be able to compare to our Sakura Kingdom. Haha, weak Dragon Kingdom people. You are doomed to fail. And the crowd of 250 Novice Village were silent as they saw the kill panel. Their own level 5 demonic beasts were still only 8 kills, so they knew that they were doomed to lose. After all, it was hard for them to even meet a level 3 demonic beast here, let alone a level 5 demonic beast. Ugh, what a shame. We were just 2 level 8 demonic beasts away from winning. What a chow egg. Big brother Su Rue is already powerful enough. As long as we give him some more time, we can definitely win. We can only say that our luck is not good, letting the Sakura country's cub seed find a large demonic beast nest. They were already prepared to accept defeat openly. But right at this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded in the minds of everyone in the 10 novice villages. Notification: 250 novice village, Su Rue, has successfully killed one level 6 demonic beast. 250 novice village has won this kill challenge. Boom! This piece of news came out. Everyone froze. They even suspected that their ears had misheard. The one who finally won the victory was actually 250 novice village, a dragon nation. The opponent had actually directly killed one level 6 demonic beast and gained the victory. This all came too suddenly, giving the Sakura nation's hearts a hammer blow. Heavens! The one who won was actually from the Dragon Kingdom. Baka! What the hell is going on here? The victory wasn't even our Sakura nation's? This must be cheating. That's right. The despicable Dragon Country people must have used despicable means to win. This time, the people of the 250 novice village were no longer tolerating it either. A bunch of losers. If you can't beat us, then you say you cheated. Can you be a little bit outstanding? Humph. Can't you guys see that it was our big brother Su Rue who killed one level 6 demonic beast to win? How dare you say we cheated? The one who spoke the most domineeringly was also Long Wu. Sakura Nation's cubs, listen to me. You Sakura Nation are hot chickens and will never be able to compare to our Dragon Nation. With these words, the people of Sakura Country in the chat channel, each and every one of them was so angry that their faces turned red. But they couldn't find the words to refute them. Announcement: 250 novice villages win this kill challenge. Each person receives 200 experience points. The rest of the novice villages have 100 experience points deducted per person. As soon as the words fell, a pillar of light shone on everyone from 250 novice village. Wow! It directly added 200 points of experience. It's more than the experience I gained from half a day's worth of kills in a squad. Haha! With these 200 points of experience, I'll directly rise to level 3. That's really great. I'm another level stronger. I'm so thankful to brother Su Rue. Although these experience points were pitifully small for Su Rue, for those with low levels, they couldn't upgrade as fast as Su Rue. And each of those other Sakura Country novices had 100 points of experience deducted from them. What the hell is this? After deducting experience, I actually went from level 2 back to level 1. Baka! My efforts for most of the day have been wasted. A Sakura Nation girl player directly cried, "Oh, my experience value wasn't enough to deduct," and it actually turned directly into a negative number. Announcement: in this kill challenge, Su Rue's kill contribution reached 100%. A special reward will be given to Su Rue. Su Rue directly killed one level 6 demonic beast and there were number 250 people in the novice village involved. Therefore, this reward belonged to Su Rue alone. In front of Su Rue, a spinning carousel appeared with various trinket weapons and spirit fruits and elixirs. This was the reward given to him by the heavenly Tao, being able to draw a reward once on the lucky carousel. The pointer on the carousel quickly stopped at a sword. Swish! In the next moment, a light shone down and a sword with a scabbard appeared in Su Rue's hand. Fine first-grade weapon Qingfeng sword. The blade is incomparably sharp, attack power plus 30, and comes with an armor-breaking effect. Fine first-order weapon. Su Rue used the Eye of Insight to sweep again, the Shen iron sword in his hand, and found that it was an ordinary second-rank weapon. As for the iron sword from before, it was a weapon with no rank. At this moment, the introduction about the grade of the weapon appeared in front of Su Rue's eyes. Weapon grades from high to low in order were ordinary, fine, and excellent. Each grade was further divided into first and second order, and the difference between these was also huge. Swish! 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 He drew his Qingfeng sword and swung it a few times towards the front, and he had to say that the fine weapon was really good. However, Su Rue wouldn't be satisfied with this. He used super transformation on the Qingfeng sword with a thought. As the super transformation was unleashed, a faint light gradually flickered on the Qingfeng sword. Chapter 61. The Enhancement of Talent. Transformation successful. The Qingfeng sword has been transformed into the green light sword, with an attack power of plus 50, with an armor breaking as well as bleeding effect. Green light sword. Fine second-grade weapon. Not bad, the bleeding effect was also added. In that case, when a demonic beast eats an attack from the green light sword, The wound cannot heal and will keep aggravating the demonic beast's injuries. It is a continuous damage. Swish, swish, swish. Su Rue waved his sword towards the front once again, and the green light sword emitted a brilliant green light. He placed the Shen iron sword behind his back. This sword could be given to the doppelganger to use when the time came. Although the doppelganger had the same weapon as him, he wouldn't get the weapon's bonus then. Therefore, there was still a certain battle power gap between the bilocation and the main body. Now, this Shen iron sword could add attack power and piercing attributes to a bilocation. The kill challenge has ended, and the challenge chat channel will be disconnected soon. Humph. Our Sakura Kingdom will definitely win back next time. Still next time? You guys are useless even if you're given the chance. Yeah, hot chicken Sakura Nation, go home. At this moment, the crowd in the 146 novice village suddenly fell into a frenzy. Ah, damn it. What's going on here? Snake. It's an incomparably huge snake. It's the king of the snakes in the cave. We killed so many little snakes, and it has now appeared to avenge those little snakes. A burst of angry curses and wails followed, but soon, this chat channel completely disappeared. Haha. These Sakura Nation cubs have finally gotten their comeuppance. How refreshing. I thought that the heavens had favored them by allowing them to discover a nest of snakes, but it turns out that not only did they not win, but they were also retaliated against by the Snake King. The reason we were able to win is all thanks to Big Brother Su Rue. Yes, Big Brother Su Rue made our novice village win with his own strength. In the 250 novice village, all the people continuously praised and complimented Su Rue. However, Su Rue's attention wasn't in the chat channel, as he took his green light sword back into its scabbard and ran towards Tong Xian. Just now, he was able to kill the desert worm thanks to Tong Xian, or else he would have to fight another vicious battle. At the same time, the talent skill that Tong Xian used just now made Su Rue somewhat surprised. The rating of this talent was definitely not low. It was even more powerful than Zhou Yi's Thunderbolt. It was true that people could not be recognized. At this moment, Li Ying had already rushed to Tong Xian's side and shook her awake. Only, she was still a little pale and her eyes were lax. How is she doing? Does the injury matter? Su Rue opened his mouth and asked. Li Ying raised her head and said, "It's fine. It's just a serious physical overdraft. There's nothing traumatized." Then, she glanced at Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong who were rushing this way and said, "In our situation, we can only go back to the novice village to recuperate." Su Rue nodded and said, "I'll escort you guys out." The demonic beasts here in the desert were generally level 4 and level 5, which were more dangerous for them now. He planned to escort them out of the desert. After all, people were all in this mess because they were helping themselves against the worms. At this moment, Tong Xian, who was lying in Li Ying's arms, asked breathlessly, Did our Dragon Kingdom win?" "Won. Thanks to you, we won." Su Rue didn't expect that Tong Xian actually thought about this now. After hearing Su Rue's words, Tong Xian's face immediately revealed a smile. Soon, Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong both limped in as well, and after hearing that their Dragon Kingdom had won, smiles lifted up on both of their faces. Great! This injury of mine was not in vain. After the two were excited, Su Rue opened his mouth and said, "You guys wait for me for a while. I'll escort you out of the desert later." He didn't forget that he still had to devour the desert worms, and his endless devouring had gotten a boost, and he could currently devour the same demonic beast 6 times. Arriving in front of the worm's corpse, Su Rue stretched out his hand. Devouring success. Attack plus 15, speed plus 8, defense plus 3. Subsequently, Su Rue devoured the attributes from the corpses of several nearby giant lizards. Devouring success. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Devouring success. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Devouring success. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Devour successfully. After devouring the attributes, Su Rue glanced at the attribute panel. Attack, 469. Defense, 50. Speed, 369. Level, 9, 11, 30, 10,000. Upgrading to the back, surprisingly it required so much experience. Su Rue was a bit stunned. It seemed that if you wanted to quickly increase your strength, killing demonic beasts alone was not enough. There also had to be enough chance to obtain spirit fruits and spirit herbs. These could directly raise strength, and some of them could also gain experience. Currently, as his attributes improved, Su Rue felt that his strength had become stronger again, and his defense attribute came to 50 points. Those demonic beasts of lower levels were currently unable to cause damage to Su Rue. Moreover, he also discovered that his eye of insight was able to observe even farther. Even the wind and grass a few hundred meters away were clearly visible. It seems that this is the result of leveling up and the enhancement of talent as well. It was a pity that both split art and instantaneous shift were fixed talents that couldn't receive a boost. Otherwise, the ratings of these two talents wouldn't be so low. The higher the rating talent went, the stronger it would be compared to these lower-rated talents. After doing this, Su Rue walked towards Jiang Chuan and the others and escorted them to the edge of the desert. "All right, we can just walk by ourselves next." Jiang Chuan took the initiative and said. They were all the strongest few people in their own novice village, and although they were injured now, they could still deal with some level 3 and 4 demonic beasts. Su Rue just wanted to nod his head, but suddenly saw 3 pairs of brown eyes looking at this side in the grass a few hundred meters away. "I'd better send you guys into the jungle." After saying that, Su Rue took the lead and walked in the front. As he approached the patch of grass, 3 black shadows scurried out of the grass at the same time and pounced towards Su Rue. These were surprisingly 3 black leopards, but their size was much bigger than a normal tiger. Su Rue was prepared for this. He pulled out his glaive and stabbed towards the black shadow in the center. His speed was as fast as lightning. Plop! A sword directly penetrated the leopard's head. Killed level 4 demonic beast shadow leopard. Experience value plus 500. Afterwards, he quickly drew out his green light sword and slashed across towards the other shadow leopard on the side. Bared! The long sword slashed right through the neck of the shadow leopard, cutting off its head. Killed the level 4 demonic beast shadow leopard. Experience value plus 500. The last shadow leopard had jumped in the air and was about to pounce down towards Su Rue. Swish! Su Rue's figure disappeared in place and in the next second appeared directly behind the shadow leopard in mid-air. A sword pierced from the back of the shadow leopard's head directly into its mouth. Killed level 4 demonic beast shadow leopard. Experience value plus 500. Chapter 62. Easy kill. It's really a good sword. Su Rue had just pierced through the shadow leopard's hard head, as if it was stabbing on a sponge without any resistance. It seemed that this was the effect of the armor breaking. However, it was also mainly because Su Rue's attack power was high enough and the shadow leopard's defense was not strong. So powerful! Tong Xian had a face of adoration. Although the other 3 didn't say anything with their mouths, the expressions on their faces were all astonished. Even though Su Rue had already shown his absolute strength before, he had seen him killing 3 shadow leopards in a flowing manner from close range. The heart still couldn't help but set off a wave. After entering the jungle, we shouldn't encounter any more level 5 demonic beasts. Let's leave it at that. Jiang Chuan opened his mouth and said. But Su Rue opened his mouth and said, "Wait a moment." After saying that, Su Rue walked towards the 4 people, and in their shocked gazes, he transformed all 4 people's weapons using super transformation. All of their weapons went up a notch. The look of shock on the 4 people's faces became even more intense. This is... Jiang Chuan was all a bit speechless. Not only did Su Rue's strength amaze them, his methods were also so amazing. Su Rue opened his mouth and said, "You guys have helped me so much. Consider this as a reward." Without them, it would have been difficult for Su Rue to kill the level 6 demonic beasts before completing the kill challenge in 146 Novice Village. Moreover, transforming these weapons once again was nothing more than a show of hands. Afterward, while the several people had not yet gotten over their shock, Su Rue directly said, "Let's meet again sometime." After saying that, Su Rue turned around and walked towards the depths of the desert. He started his solo monster killing journey again. Currently, the time was already afternoon, and it was getting closer and closer to the distribution of rewards from the rookie ranking. And in the chat channel of the intermediate demon beast area, it had also turned from more than 20 people to more than 200 people. During this period of time, there were constantly people stepping into the intermediate demon beast area from the primary demon beast area. Moreover, Su Rue was surprised to find that Luosuo was also among them. It seemed that he had also come to the intermediate demon beast area. But the people who explored into the desert were very few. After all, they didn't have the strength like Su Rue. And in this desert that hadn't been explored by others, the number of demonic beasts was a lot. Su Rue didn't walk for a long time before he saw a mound of earth moving quickly in the distance. Swish! Without saying a word, Su Rue carried his glaive and rushed up. Arriving close to the mound, Su Rue flew and stabbed the mound with his sword. Z. After a rat cry, blood seeped out from the mound. Killed level 4 demonic beast long-clawed gerbil. Experience value plus 400. This long-clawed gerbil was killed by Su Rue with a sword before it could break out of the earth. He then rushed at the sand pile again and stretched out his palm. Devouring success. Speed plus 4. Attack plus 3. Sand, sand, sand. At this time, a sound of ground rubbing came from the surroundings. Su Rue looked around and found that not far away there was actually a dirt-colored giant python crawling towards this side. Level 5 Demon Beast Yellow-Scaled Python. Huge size, great strength, possesses strong defensive scales on its body. A predator in the desert. There are really a lot of demonic beasts here. Su Rue pulled out the green light sword from the ground and walked towards the giant python. Only after getting closer did he realize that the body of this giant python really had small scales that would reflect light. But this was not worth mentioning to Su Rue. The current him was confident that he could break through the giant lizard's defense. Not to mention the scales of this giant python. Swish! After approaching the giant python, Su Rue steeply increased his speed. Having speed leather boots, he was as fit as a fiddle. The python immediately raised its head, ready to attack. But Su Rue directly leapt up, holding the green light sword towards its head, and slashed down on his head. Plop! As the sword chopped down, green light rose in all directions and split the scales of the giant python's head into sparks. At this time, the armor-breaking attribute of the glaive also took effect, directly shattering the python's scales. The long sword left a hideous scar on its snake head. Bared. Blood gushed out from its head, which was also augmented by the bleeding effect of the green light sword. Bang! The python's head re-smashed onto the ground, and its huge body continued to curl up on the ground, stirring up the yellow sand on the ground. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for it to bleed to death, but Su Rue wouldn't waste time waiting. He was going to give the giant python a pain in the ass. Swish! Su Rue used instantaneous transfer to the 7 inches of the python's torso and stabbed down with his sword. This sword directly pierced through the scales of the giant python and deeply pierced into its body. With the stabbing of the sword, the originally frantically twitching python's body immediately stopped and did not move. Killed level 5 Demon Beast Yellow-Scaled Python. Experience value plus 700. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 5, speed plus 3, defense plus 1. Su Rue immediately pulled out his green light sword and continued walking towards the depths of the desert. The current him, even if he encountered a level 6 demonic beast, he wasn't afraid anymore. There was nothing to be afraid of in the intermediate demonic beast area. Without going far, Su Rue realized that a water source appeared in front of him. It was a small lake with a small area. The water was very shallow, as if it was going to completely dry up in a short time. The ground was full of demonic beasts' footprints, and there were messy rocks and hills everywhere around. It seemed that this was the place where the demonic beasts drank water. The water source in the desert was very scarce. Su Rue immediately planned to wait here for a while to see if a demonic beast would come to his door. He came to hide behind a boulder. Not long after, a figure really appeared. But it wasn't a demonic beast, it was actually a human with several weapons on his back. Only to see him sneakily come behind a rock. He put down all the weapons on his back and hid them one by one. Afterwards, he took out a necklace with an orange gem hanging from his arms. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face, and he couldn't even control the laughter he let out. "What are you laughing at? So happy." Su Rue appeared behind him at some point. Cold words rang out behind him. Putting a frightening jolt, immediately received the pendant in his hand into his arms. Then he immediately turned to look at Su Rue. "Who are you? What do you want?" Only to see, Su Rue holding his arm expression blandly said, "Nothing. I just want to inquire with you where there are demonic beasts in this neighborhood." This guy had come to the depths of the desert. He must have encountered quite a few demonic beasts. Seeing that Su Rue really had no intention of striking out at him, Meng Chong's lifted heart also let go. However, after he heard Su Rue's words, he was a little puzzled. He had come to the desert with his own teammates before. He was still unable to hide from the demonic beasts. This guy even wanted to go to the demonic beasts. After he looked Su Rue up and down, he was immediately attracted by the blue light sword in Su Rue's arms. After seeing the sword with the scabbard, which was exquisite and incomparable, Meng Chong's eyes were glowing. Only to see, he clapped his hands and said, "Hey, if you're looking for demonic beasts, then you're right to ask me. I've been wandering around for quite a while, and I happen to know where there are demonic beasts. Chapter 63 Defense Pendant. Oh yeah. Su Rui came to be interested. Meng Chong grinned, revealing 2 big yellow teeth, and laughed. Yes, I know a demonic beast lair. It's full of very weak demonic beasts, and it's a bunch of them, so you're guaranteed to have a good time killing them. I was worried that there was no one to go with me to kill those demonic beasts, but I ended up meeting you. See if it's coincidental. It is quite coincidental. Su Rui faintly smiled. Let's go, hurry up and follow me. After saying that, he couldn't wait to bring Su Rui over. He didn't even plan to take away those weapons hidden behind him. These weapons of yours, Su Rui reminded. Getting in the way with them, just leave them here for now, Meng Chong said with a wave of his hand. Seeing that Su Rui was still standing still, he hurriedly urged, hurry up, if you're late, you'll be discovered by others. Only then did Su Rui follow, and on the way Su Rui also learned that this guy was called Meng Chong. His teammates were all killed by the demonic beasts and he was the only one left. Those weapons behind his back before were the proof. Without walking for a long time, he actually walked to the cave that Meng Chong said. This place was a small sand dune from the other side, and the cave entrance wasn't too big, just big enough for a person to pass through. This is it. Meng Chong pointed at the cave and said. Su Rui glanced around. There were quite a few footprints on the ground. This was definitely not something a person could step out. Moreover, Meng Chong had previously said that there were quite a few demonic beasts inside, and now he even dared to walk directly into it. After Meng Chong came to the entrance of the cave, he waved to Su Rui, hurry up and come in. Su Rui nodded and followed. Then the corner of his mouth lifted up a cold smile. The two of them walked through the dark passage and came to a more expansive place. This place was surprisingly an open-air area, with fine sand constantly sliding down above. The surroundings were filled with huge stones, while the front had come to a head, and it didn't look like there were demonic beasts here at all. Meng Chong, where are the demonic beasts you mentioned? Su Rui asked. Right in front, behind that rock. Meng Chong pointed to a huge rock in front of him. He stopped his steps and pretended to be scared, not daring to go forward. Su Rui raised his sword and stepped up, passing in front of Meng Chong. And at this moment, a trace of viciousness flashed across Meng Chong's face. A dagger slipped down from his sleeve and was held in his hand. Now, the two of them were only one person's distance apart, while Su Rui had his back completely turned to him and had his attention on the boulder in front of him. He believed that if he suddenly attacked from this position, Su Rui would definitely not be able to react. Swish! He raised the dagger towards the back of Su Rui's neck, wanting to pierce his neck. Clank! A blue light flashed and the dagger in Meng Chong's hand was sent flying out. How? Meng Chong's face was filled with bewilderment. He didn't even know what was going on yet, and the dagger in his hand came out of his hand. Your acting skills are too bad, and your strength is even weaker, Su Rui commented. Just now, he had intentionally sold this break to see what Meng Chong would do. If his tactics were strong, Su Rui still had instantaneous movement. Saying that, Su Rui raised his sword towards him. Meng Chong's heart crossed and he pulled out the straight sword in his hand and slashed towards Su Rui. But Su Rui's speed was too much faster than him, and another green light flashed by. Plop! Meng Chong's hand that was holding the hilt of the knife, along with the straight knife, flew straight out. Blood spurted out from Meng Chong's disconnected wrist. Ah! Meng Chong's entire body fell to his knees and screamed miserably as he covered his blood-spewing wrist. Prepare to say goodbye to this world. Against this kind of person, Su Rui was never merciful. Seeing this, Meng Chong was so frightened that he hurriedly said, Ah, you can't kill me. I still have teammates. Kill me. They won't let you go. You still have teammates? Su Rui was a bit surprised. Seeing that Su Rui stopped, Meng Chong quickly nodded. That's right. If you kill me, you won't be able to survive either. They are very strong. We'll definitely be able to find you, and then give you away. Su Rui sealed his throat with a sword. He could no longer speak. The only sound in his throat was the gurgling sound of blood gushing out. He stared at Su Rui with wide eyes full of unbelief. I hate it when people threaten me, Su Rui said coldly. Bared. After that, he pulled out his long sword and Meng Chong was dead. Su Rui unleashed endless devouring on Meng Chong's corpse. Devouring success. Attack plus 15, speed plus 8. It seemed like this guy's level wasn't low, which wasn't surprising after all. Anyone who was able to explore this place wouldn't have a low level. However, he was powerless in front of Su Rui, who hadn't devoured a lot of attributes during this time. Su Rue went forward and took the straight sword in his hand and transformed it. Transformation successful. Ordinary first-order straight sword has been transformed into ordinary second-order tang sword. Second-rank tang sword. Attack power plus 18, speed plus 4, straight slash will increase power. Not bad. Su Rue remembered that Bai Zhongwu held this weapon, and he placed the tang blade behind his back, preparing to leave it for the doppelganger to use when the time came. A person could only get one weapon attribute boost, so this blade, even if Su Rue held it in his hand, it wouldn't increase its attributes unless it was replaced with the glaive. Afterwards, he looked at Meng Chong's corpse and realized that the pocket on his chest was bulging. Su Rue walked up and pulled out an orange pendant from his pocket. Defense pendant. Using the intention to activate it, you can release a defense light screen anywhere around your body. Great. Surprisingly, it was a defense item. In the exchange of blows between the two just now, Meng Chong was killed before he could even use it. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even if he used it, it wouldn't have any other result. Su Rue put the defense pendant on his neck. But at this time, a thick smell of blood reached Su Rue's nose. He followed the smell and looked towards the boulder, and the smell came from exactly behind that boulder. Su Rue walked towards the boulder while holding the green light sword scabbard. After arriving here at the stone, the scene in front of him made his heart angry. There were several human corpses piled up here, and the blood had all dried up to black color. It seemed that they were all killed by this Meng Chong and his teammates, who had been tricked into coming here using various schemes. Although Su Rue had already anticipated this before, but seeing such a scene still caused a burst of annoyance in his heart. This Meng Chong killed without any grudges. At this time, a movement came from the cave entrance. Really? This trip was a wasted run. These people are either too strong and crowded, or cautious as hell. A burly man carrying an iron rod said with a face full of dissatisfaction. The shrewd man with an iron sword in his hand said, "Yes, I've worn out my lips, and none of them are willing to come with us." The man in the center with a ferocious face spoke. "All right, all of you stop complaining. Is our harvest still small? Just that weapon alone, I reckon we'll be able to buy a good price by then. Haha, or boss, you are smart. So many treasures can be much faster than our hard work of killing demonic beasts to enhance our strength." This line of three people, while talking, directly came to the open-air area of the cave. After they walked here, they realized that where they originally belonged, there was a stranger standing. Chapter 64 Talent Fusion. The three immediately drew their weapons and prepared for battle. "Who are you? Why are you in our territory?" The burly big man opened his mouth and yelled. The boss with a fierce face grinned. "This is the fat sheep that was sent to the door. It looks like there are quite a lot of treasures on it." Not only was Su Rue holding the exquisite green light sword in his hand, he was also wearing soft armor on his body and had a power bracelet on his wrist. On his neck was also the defense pendant that he had just obtained. He was simply covered in treasures. Before Su Rue could say anything, that shrewd man stabbed the boss and said, "Boss, look at the ground, that seems to be, it's Lao-san." Boss Yonghai instantly raised his eyebrows. "Surprisingly killed old 3. You kid has some skills. It seems that the demonic beasts I want to kill today are you guys," Su Rue said as he slowly drew his glaive. These people were in the reincarnation world, brutally killing their compatriots. They were simply more detestable than demonic beasts. "Humph. You don't think that you can deal with us after killing a Meng Chong, do you?" Yonghai revealed a cold smile. "Brothers, let this kid see our strength." Saying that, the three of them copied their weapons and directly closed in towards Su Rue. Facing the three people's encirclement, Su Rue took the lead and directly rushed towards that shrewd man. Swish! Su Rue's speed was extremely fast. A blue light flashed and a sword stabbed out. When the shrewd man saw Su Rue charging towards him, his speed also increased violently, and his body even had a shadow appear. Swish! He stormed backward and managed to dodge the sword stabbed out by Su Rue. What a fast speed! Even Su Rue couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Humph. Treating me as a soft persimmon, then you are playing it wrong." The shrewd man burst into a cold laugh. At this moment, the burly man holding the iron rod and the boss Yonghai had already rushed up wielding their weapons. Su Rue swung his sword to meet the attack. Clang! Clang! Su Rue's two swords defused the attacks of the two men. The two men were shocked by the glaive and retreated back and forth. At the same time, their hearts were incomparably shocked, They were shocked that Su Rui's attacks and speed were so terrifying. It was simply an existence that crushed them. After knocking the two people back, Su Rui took advantage of the victory and swung his sword towards Yang Hai. Chop! The speed of the sword was extremely fast. A blue light flashed, and the long sword directly slashed on Yang Hai's chest. The blade of the sword cut through the cloth clothes on his chest, and a long scar appeared on Yang Hai's chest. Ah! Yang Hai bared his teeth in pain for a while and covered the wound and retreated backward. Su Rui didn't bother with him. Instead, he used instant transmission to arrive in front of the strong man holding the iron rod. Towards his throat, he slashed his sword. Chop! The strong man's neck was directly chopped off. His eyes glared round. The iron rod in his hand fell to the ground, and he knelt down with his hands covering his throat. At this time, that shrewd man who was extremely fast had just arrived behind Su Rui ready to launch an attack. However, when he saw his teammate being killed by Su Rui with a single sword strike, fear appeared on his face, and the intention to retreat sprang up in his heart. Because Su Rui's strength was too strong, even if he sneak attacked, he wouldn't succeed. Swish! Knowing that he was unbeatable, he turned his head and ran. Possessing the speed enhancement talent, his escape speed was really fast. However, Su Rui's speed was also not slow, and Su Rui, who had devoured numerous speed attributes and possessed speed leather boots, he quickly caught up with him and stabbed out with his sword. A sword directly pierced through the back of his head, and the tip of the sword appeared directly at the center of his eyebrow. Chop! Su Rui pulled out his long sword and immediately walked towards Yang Hai, who had fallen on the ground. Yang Hai was currently on the ground covering his bleeding wound. His face was grim and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Seeing Su Rui carrying the blood-dripping blue light sword, walking towards himself, Yang Hai gritted his teeth and took out a scroll from his pocket. In the next second, a blue light flashed around him, and Yang Hai's body directly disappeared in place. Whoosh! Not far away on the desert, Yang Hai's body reappeared here along with a blue light. Damn! I've met a tough opponent. Luckily I have such a treasure. But at this moment, although Yang Hai had escaped the cave, the long wound on his chest was still gushing out blood. This was the bleeding effect attached to the green light sword taking effect. Yang Hai's face was incredibly pale, and he immediately took out the healing spirit herb he had snatched earlier and took it. Only then did the situation get a little better, and he immediately dragged his heavily injured body out of here. In the cave, Su Rui was more than familiar with this blue light. This was the primary teleportation scroll that he had used before. I didn't realize that this guy even had this. If I had known, I would have finished him off first. Su Rui felt a pang of pity. He was the boss of the four and definitely had the most treasures on him. But despite that, his harvest this time would definitely be generous. These three bandits' bodies were bulging. They definitely plundered quite a lot of things. Su Rui walked towards the body of the shrewd man that he had killed and found 2 yellow spirit fruits on his body. Su Rui transformed them and directly took them. Taken successfully. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 5. Taking success. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 5. At the same time, a warm current traveled down Su Rui's mouth all over his body, replenishing his physical strength. The 2 spirit fruits directly restored Su Rui's physical strength to its peak. Subsequently, Su Rui placed the iron sword on the ground behind his back after transforming it into a secondary Shen iron sword. Currently, Su Rui already had several weapons behind his back, which was really a bit obstructive. However, these weapons were of little help to Su Rui. But to others, these weapons could be treasures, especially if they had been transformed by Su Rui. After all, most of the people who didn't have the chance were still holding basic weapons with no grade. After scavenging the shrewd man's body, Su Rui didn't forget to devour his attributes. Devouring success. Player obtains F rank talent speed reinforcement. Speed reinforcement. Fixed talent. Speed doubled after use. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 1 hour. Another talent. Su Rui's heart was happy. Just now he was surprised how this kid's speed could be so fast. It turned out to be the reason for the talent. Reminder. F rank speed enhancement and E rank talent instantaneous shift belong to the same type of talent and can be fused. Do you choose to fuse them? Surprisingly, it can be fused. Su Rui immediately chose to fuse with instantaneous shift. Su Rui felt that this speed reinforcement was a bit redundant. Fusion successful. E-grade talent transient distance changed from 5 meters to 10 meters and upgraded to top E-grade talent. 10 meters. This was a significant increase in strength, With the longer distance, Su Rue could attack the enemy more unexpectedly. Originally, Su Rue thought that there was no way to raise this fixed talent. Now, it seemed that as long as one devoured the same type of talent and fused it, it could be improved. Of course, those others who didn't possess endless devouring definitely didn't have a way to enhance this fixedness talent. Chapter 65. A Good Harvest. Su Rue came back to that strong man's corpse. There was a yellow spirit fruit on this guy's body as well. Su Rue transformed it and put it away, keeping it as a spare. After all, this thing could still restore physical strength. It would be too wasteful to eat it now. Afterwards, he stretched out his hand and used endless devouring on the strong man. Devouring success. Attack plus 18. Speed plus 6. Not bad at all. This was higher than the attributes of all those level 5 demonic beasts and was about to catch up with the attributes of level 6 demonic beasts. After the devouring was completed, Su Rue looked at the iron rod in the strong man's hand. This was also a basic iron rod with no grade, and Su Rue transformed it into a normal first-rank weapon after holding it in his hand. But it was long and heavy. If he held it by his side, it would be too much of a hindrance, but it was too much of a pity to just leave it here. Although currently in the novice village there is no mall and trading system, but with Su Rue's experience, these things will soon be there. At that time, this kind of weapon that couldn't be used could be sold. Su Rue put it back on again and walked towards the several corpses behind the stone. The items on these corpses had all been scavenged by these few people. Those weapons that Meng Chong was carrying on his back earlier probably belonged to them. Moreover, the reason why Meng Chong had carried out all those weapons on his back, Su Rue guessed that this guy probably wanted to monopolize this batch of weapons. After encountering Su Rue, he planned to get Su Rue killed and then let Su Rue take the blame for this. I have avenged you guys, you can rest in peace. Su Rue stepped forward and devoured the attributes of these people. Devouring success. Attack power plus 8. Speed plus 4. Devouring success. Attack power plus 9. Speed plus 6. Devouring success. Attack power plus 11. Speed plus 6. The attributes of these people were generally not high. It seemed like Meng Chong and the others were picking soft targets to pinch. After devouring them, Su Rue grew a lot more attributes. At this time, he started to worry about having no place to put his weapons again. And Meng Chong had hidden 5 or 6 weapons near the water source. If all those weapons were held on Su Rue's body, it would affect his combat power too much. But at this time, the voice of the heavenly Tao rang in Su Rue's ears. Reminder: players' ranking on the rookie list has been maintained for 24 hours. Rewards will be issued for you. In the next second, pillars of light floated in front of Su Rue, and a brass treasure chest and a wooden treasure chest appeared at the same time. This was the reward Su Rue received as the 87th place. He first looked at the brass treasure chest and then the wooden treasure chest and spoke. It's better to start with you. Su Rue went forward and opened the wooden treasure chest. Inside was a pair of brown leather wrist guards. Basic protector leather wrist guard, plus 3 defense after wearing. Su Rue used super transformation on them again. Transformation successful. The leather wrist guards have been transformed into antique leather wrist guards, defense plus 6. The color of the antique leather wrist guard became darker, and it was obviously thicker and had more straps. Su Rue put the wrist guard on. Not bad. He was quite satisfied. Although this thing didn't add a lot of defense, it looked a lot better with it. And it was also able to protect the wrist, which was probably its biggest role. After opening the wooden treasure chest, Su Rue set his eyes on the brass treasure chest again. Hopefully, this brass treasure chest would bring surprises to himself. After Su Rue went forward and opened the treasure chest, a silver ring with a pattern appeared in the treasure chest. Basic space ring, used for storing items, contains 5 cubic meters of space. Great. Surprisingly, it was a space ring. Wasn't this just enough for Su Rue to be able to take in all those weapons? Su Rue picked up the ring from the treasure chest and put it on his hand. With a thought, he saw the storage space in the space ring. The shape of this 5 cubic meter space could be changed according to Su Rue's intention. Su Rue immediately turned the space into an oval shape and put the weapons on his back and the iron rods on the ground into it. This made Su Rue all light. Then he moved his mind again, and a Tang sword appeared in his hand. Not bad. This is convenient to take weapons in battle. After trying that he could casually take items from the spatial ring, Su Rue put the glaive in his hand as well. Now Su Rue was even lighter. He walked out of the cave and headed towards the place where he found the water source before. There were still weapons hidden by Meng Chong there. But when he arrived near the water source, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. only to see that a herd of elephants had appeared around this water source. There were huge-sized elephants everywhere, and they should have chosen to inhabit this water source. Moreover, in the place where Meng Chong had hidden his weapon, there were also a few giant elephants hanging around there. It looked like the weapon could only be placed there for now. Su Rui immediately used the Eye of Insight and swept a glance at the nearest giant elephant. Level 5 Demon Beast Savage Giant Elephant. Huge size, amazing strength, possesses a thick outer skin, moves slowly. These giant elephants were much taller than ordinary elephants, and their outer skin was obviously very hard. However, the current Su Rui wouldn't fret about not being able to break through its defense. After all, Su Rui's current attack power was very high, and he also possessed the armor-breaking effect of the green light sword. But the number of these giant elephants was just too much. If they were startled and rushed over together, then Su Rui would definitely not be able to withstand it. But the experience that this number of elephants could provide that was also immeasurable. But in order to kill these giant elephants, we have to look at making a stabbing attack, and we can't startle the whole herd. Su Rui cat his body. Using the cover of the boulders, he walked towards a lone giant elephant that was farther away from the herd. Coming not far from the giant elephant, Su Rui had already taken out the green light sword and held it in his hand. Although this giant elephant was alone, it was not too far away from the herd of elephants by the small lake. Su Rui knew that it would be difficult to kill it without disturbing the herd. It was necessary to kill it with a single blow. For other people who were about the same level as Su Rui, this was simply impossible. After all, it would be hard enough for them to deal with a giant elephant, let alone kill it in one hit. However, Su Rui had the instantaneous movement talent that had just been upgraded. This talent was very suitable for assassination. Su Rui came behind a big rock, which was about 15 meters away from the giant elephant. He gripped the green light sword tightly and rushed out from behind the boulder. When the giant elephant heard the commotion, it lifted its huge head and looked at it. It only saw a human with a glowing green light sword, charging towards itself. The giant elephant was instantly startled. Swish! But before it could make any reaction, it saw that Su Rui's body had disappeared in thin air. This made the giant elephant wonder if it was hallucinating. But in the next moment, Su Rui appeared below its head and stabbed out the blue light sword in his hand. Plop! The long sword pierced through the giant elephant's throat with precise accuracy and split its throat with Su Rui's wrist swing. After feeling the pain, the giant elephant wanted to roar, but with blood continuously gushing out of its throat, it couldn't make any sound at all. It didn't even have much of a reaction before it was killed by Su Rui. Killed the level 5 demonic beast savage giant elephant. Experience value plus 800. Chapter 66. Assassination in the dark. Bang! The giant elephant's body instantly planted itself on the ground with a loud bang. Not far away, there were a few giant elephants looking this way, but this giant elephant's body was blocked by boulders. Those giant elephants couldn't see anything at all. Not bad. Surprisingly, there were 800 experience points. After gaining these 800 experience points, Su Rui's level also came to level 9, 4,030 10,000. He then reached out and devoured the attributes of the giant elephants. Devouring success. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. After devouring it, Su Rui didn't hear any other movements coming from the surroundings. It seemed that the assassination was successful. Su Rui climbed onto another boulder, only revealing a head, scanning the surroundings, looking for his next prey. Soon, he locked onto another fallen giant elephant. Su Rui once again carefully approached towards the giant elephant with his cat body. When he came to the side of this giant elephant, Su Rui's instant transmission talent had already finished cooling down. This time, the distance was enough, so he directly used instant transmission to arrive below the neck of the giant elephant. The blue light sword in his hand directly stabbed out. Plop! The giant elephant's neck was pierced through, blood gushed out. It couldn't make any sound and directly fell down. Bang! This bit of sound couldn't startle the elephant herd at all. Killed the level 5 demonic beast savage giant elephant. Experience value plus 800. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Another one. Su Rui's heart was happy. If so many giant elephants were all killed by him, it could raise a lot of strength. However, there are not many single giant elephants. Su Rui only saw one giant elephant that was far away from the other elephants. The other elephants, although they were not in the herd, they were all in groups of 3 or 5. If he killed one of them, he would definitely startle the other elephants. Forget it. Let's get rid of this lone one first. Su Rue resumed his cat-like body and used the same method to sneak into the vicinity of the giant elephant. With the same maneuver again, a blue light flashed. Plop! The giant elephant directly fell to the ground, blood gushing out from its neck. Killed the level 5 demon beast savage giant elephant. Experience value plus 800. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 10. Speed plus 2. Defense plus 1. Pest! Su Rue pulled out his green light sword and climbed onto a big rock, secretly observing the surrounding giant elephants. The giant elephants in the middle of the water source were frolicking in the water, and the scattered giant elephants around them were also in groups of 3 or 5. Moreover, they were much closer to the elephants. As long as they made some loud noise, they could be detected by the elephants. But now Su Rue had no other choice, either to directly retreat or to risk killing a few more. After observing for a while, Su Rue dived towards the place where Meng Chong had hidden his weapon earlier. There were still 3 giant elephants hanging around there today. It was just the 3 of them. Su Rue planned to kill them, take the weapons there and run. Coming behind a big rock near these 3 giant elephants, Su Rue's body split into 3. He gave the blue light sword in his hand to one of the doppelgangers, and gave the Shen iron sword to another doppelganger. In his own hand, he was holding the Tang blade, as he still had the power berserking bracelet on his wrist. No matter what weapon he used, he could give the giant elephant a fatal blow. After distributing the weapons, Su Rue began to look for an opportunity. These 3 giant elephants were not far away from the stone now, probably only about 5 meters away, which was why Su Rue chose to strike at them. At this moment, only one of the elephants was facing this side. The other 2 elephants had turned their heads in other directions. This was the perfect opportunity. The 3 Su Rue rushed out at the same time and charged towards the 3 giant elephants. The giant elephant that was facing this side of the stone saw 3 humans charging towards it. It was instantly startled. It was ready to let out a cry to alert its companions. Unfortunately, the real Su Rue was targeting it. Swish! In the next second, Su Rue, who was holding the Tang blade, had already arrived below the neck of the giant elephant. At the same time, his hand was filled with white light, and he chopped at the giant elephant's neck. Plop! This knife, under the enhancement of the power berserking bracelet, directly cut through the giant elephant's throat, cutting off half of its neck. The giant elephant eventually didn't make any noise and just fell down. Killed level 5 demonic beast savage giant elephant. Experience value plus 800. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 10. Speed plus 2. Defense plus 1. After killing the giant elephant, Su Rue devoured its attributes at the first opportunity. The other 2 giant elephants naturally heard the commotion, and they hurriedly turned their heads to look this way. But at this time, Su Rue's 2 doppelgangers had already arrived, and they were both being manipulated by Su Rue. One of the 2 of them rushed towards a giant elephant. Their speed was equally fast. The doppelganger holding the glaive directly stabbed through the giant elephant's throat. It caused it to plant itself without making a sound. Killed level 5 demon beast savage giant elephant. Experience value plus 800. On the other hand, the doppelganger holding the Shen iron sword similarly stabbed the long sword in his hand into the giant elephant's throat. This sword, likewise, did not enter the giant elephant's throat. However, the attributes of the Shen iron sword were far inferior to the green light sword after all, not to mention the green light sword also came with an armor-breaking effect. Therefore, the iron sword only pierced into half of the elephant's throat and did not penetrate it. Eng! The intense pain made the giant elephant directly roar out. This roar made Su Rue's heart sink downwards. At the same time, the giant elephant directly flung its huge trunk and threw it towards Su Rue. Bang! The doppelganger Su Rue was directly thrown out. While the giant elephant's throat was still flowing out blood, it turned its head and was about to rush towards the large army. The real body Su Rue quickly maneuvered the other doppelganger, and his own body rushed towards the giant elephant. The speed of the giant elephant was already not fast, and now that it was seriously injured, it was even slower. The 2 Su Rue quickly chased after him, and they each slashed towards the giant elephant's throat. Plop! Snort pull! A knife and a sword directly ended this giant elephant. Killed level 5 demonic beast savage giant elephant. Experience value plus 800. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 10. Speed plus 2. Defense plus 1. Su Rue immediately devoured the attributes of this giant elephant. When he raised his head, he realized that some of the surrounding giant elephants and the herd in the middle of the water source were all looking this way. They all froze when they saw the scene in front of them. There were humans who dared to hunt their own kind in front of them. Eng! In the middle of the elephant herd, it was unknown which giant elephant let out a cry that resounded through the clouds. When the other giant elephants heard this cry, they directly ran wildly towards Su Rue's side. At one time, dozens of giant elephants ran wildly towards Su Rue, shaking the surrounding yellow sand to the ground. This aura made Su Rue feel as if he was facing 1,000 armies. However, he didn't panic but immediately turned towards the corpse of a giant elephant. Devouring success. Attack power +10, speed +2, defense +1. Previously, there was still a giant elephant's attributes exposed that hadn't been devoured, and after the devouring was completed, the giant elephant's attributes were considered to be devoured to the fullest. While the other doppelganger went up and took the weapons that Meng Chong had hidden before and ran towards the real body. Su Rue immediately received these weapons into the spatial ring. And at this time, those giant elephants were already very close to Su Rue. Chapter 67. Meeting Yang Hai again. Only at this time, Su Rue didn't take the two doppelgangers back into his body, but instead maneuvered them to run towards the distance. The real body also ran after them, and when they passed by a big rock, the real body directly used instantaneous transfer and came behind the big rock. And the two doppelgangers were still running towards the front. Rumble! Rumble! The frenzied herd of elephants chased towards the two doppelgangers aggressively. But as they chased after them, the two Su Rue's bodies in front suddenly disappeared. This made the savage giant elephants chasing in front confused, and they stopped one by one, shaking their huge heads to look around for Su Rue's figure. At this moment, Su Rue, who was hiding behind the boulder, immediately fled the place from another direction. If these giant elephants couldn't find themselves, they would definitely come back, and it would be bad if they found them at that time. With so many giant elephants, they would probably trample him to death. After a burst of running, Su Rue moved away from the elephants and came to the slope of a mound. He took out the weapons that he had just gotten. There were knives, swords, and bows, but they were all basic weapons with no grade. Su Rue used super transformation to transform them all into ordinary first-rank weapons. Afterward, Su Rue put them back into the spatial ring. Nowadays, he had quite a few weapons on him, and they were all at least ordinary first-rank weapons. At this time, most of the members of the novice village were only holding basic weapons, and only a small number of people were holding weapons with rank. Su Rue could be said to be very rich. Of course, this was all thanks to Meng Chong's group of bandits, whose harvest had all fallen into Su Rue's hands. The only pity was that he let that boss get away. As the boss of the group of four, he definitely had the most treasures on him as well. After putting away all the weapons, Su Rue continued to walk towards the inside of the desert. Now, the sky was already dusk, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the corner of the sky red. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before this place would turn into night mode. But the current Su Rue wasn't afraid of this anymore. After his Eye of Insight was upgraded, his eyesight was stronger than before. Even at night, his eyesight would not be affected much. Just after walking towards the depths of the desert for a few steps, Su Rue saw three people walking towards the side in front of him. Fixing his eyes on them, Su Rue's face immediately revealed a joyful color, because the one in the center who was walking bent over with his chest covered was none other than Yang Hai, who had escaped from Su Rue's hands earlier. What a coincidence! I won't let you escape from my hands this time. Su Rue took out the green light sword from his space ring and walked towards them with big strides. There were 2 men and 1 woman in this line. Besides Yang Hai, the other 2 didn't look too old, like a couple. The woman's name was Qi Jinxiu, who had a petite figure and delicate features. The man's name was Zhao Heng, had a straight figure and was okay looking. Brother Yang Hai, how far away is that severely injured demonic beast you said is from here? Qi Jinxiu asked as she stood beside Zhao Heng. The 2 of them had met Yang Hai when they were exploring the desert and realized that he was seriously injured at the time. So the 2 of them gave him one of the healing spirit herbs they had on them. And Yang Hai was incomparably grateful and told them a secret, saying that he had found a seriously injured and dying large level 6 demonic beast in the desert. As he was injured and unable to kill this level 6 demonic beast, he was prepared to take the 2 of them to kill the level 6 demonic beast. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them gladly followed Yang Hai. It's not far, it's just ahead, Yang Hai said as he covered his chest and gasped for air. The expression on his face looked extremely hard. But in fact, the injuries on his body had already recovered most of them with the help of the 2 healing spirit herbs. The current weakness was all a disguise, in order to make these 2 relax their guard. Moreover, after what he had just learned, he knew that of these 2, only the male had awakened a formidable talent and was also very strong. The female was a vase, not much of a fighter. When the time came, just sneak attack the man and stab him to death with a sword. As for this woman, she is really good looking, so when the time comes, she will stay for a quickie and then kill her. Just think about it. Yang Hai was calculating in his mind, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Good. Then let's walk faster. Zhao Heng naturally didn't know what was going on in Yang Hai's mind. All he wanted to do now was to quickly kill the level 6 demonic beast. After all, he hadn't even killed a level 5 demonic beast, and had only killed level 4 demonic beasts at most. The experience of a level 4 demonic beast was enough for him, so how much experience should a level 6 demonic beast have? Zhao Heng was already longing in his mind. But as the 3 of them walked, a young man with a sword in his hand appeared in front of them. There's someone in front, Qi Jinxiu said as she pointed ahead. Yang Hai, who had his head lowered, immediately raised his head to look. He didn't want someone to spoil his good deed. As a result of this look, it was as if the blood in his body was frozen, and his heart temporarily stopped beating. It's him. This was Yang Hai's fear from the bottom of his heart. Brother Yang Hai, you know him? Qi Jinxiu could see that Yang Hai's state was not right. Yang Hai's eyes were dead set on Su Rui. His throat knots moved up and down, and he nodded. Hurry, quickly, let's go. At this moment, his face was white with fear and he twisted his head to run. Why? We still have to go kill level 6 demonic beasts. Zhao Heng asked in disbelief. If he couldn't kill a level 6 demonic beast, he wasn't willing to leave just like that. Yeah. Is that person that scary? Yang Hai's mind turned and he immediately said, You guys don't understand. That person is a bandit. My teammates were all killed by him, and I owe the injuries on my body to him. What? The 2 of them were shocked at the same time. But at this time, Su Rui had already arrived here. His speed was too fast. Yang Hai saw that he couldn't run away, so fortunately he stopped running. He planned to use these 2 people to maneuver around Su Rui for a bit, and maybe find a chance to kill Su Rui back. He only saw him shouting at Su Rui. Isn't it enough that you killed my teammates? Now you still have to come and kill me. People like you don't deserve to live, Su Rui said coldly. Looking at the imposing Su Rui, the sense of justice in Qi Jinxiu's heart immediately came up. What are you going to do? We are all compatriots. Is it necessary for you to kill painfully? Qi Jinxiu said more angrily. Zhao Heng stepped forward and said, Xiu is right. We are all compatriots. How can you do such a thing? Su Rui glanced at the 2. If he didn't see that they weren't Yang Hai's teammates, he would have already made his move. Without waiting for Su Rui to open his mouth to speak, Yang Hai immediately put on a pitiful look and said, I'll give you all the items I have on me, so please spare me. Hearing this, Qi Jinxiu immediately said, Brother Yang Hai, don't be afraid. With us here, we won't let you be in danger. Zhao Heng followed suit and said, That's right, if he wants to kill you, he'll have to ask the lance in my hand first. Chapter 68, Obtaining an Elemental Fusion Device. Hearing the words of the 2, Yang Hai had a grateful expression on his face. Great! With you guys here, I'm relieved. At the same time, he also showed a provocative expression at Su Rui. It would be fun if Su Rui started a fight with these 2 people first in order to deal with him. But he knew that this one called Zhao Heng wasn't weak and had a talent at hand. When the 2 of them fought, he would then make a sneak attack, and at that time he would come to the snipe and catch the fish. Yang Hai was calculating triumphantly in his heart, the smile on his face getting more and more intense. And Zhao Heng held the gun in his hand, staring at Su Rui with incomparable vigilance. But in the next second, Su Rui's body disappeared in place, and the 3 people's hearts tightened. Yang Hai suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. The alarm bells were ringing in his heart. He wanted to dodge towards the side, but unfortunately, it was all too late. Thumb pull. A blue light flashed. Yang Hai's head moved from his neck. Thud. Yang Hai's head directly landed on the ground. His eyes were wide open, somewhat hard to accept the situation. He simply did not expect that in the face of his circumspection, Su Rui chose to directly strike without saying a word. And he didn't even last a single glance before being finished off by Su Rui. Not only him, Zhao Heng and Qi Jinxiu were even more unprepared. And it was the first time that the two of them had seen in the reincarnation world such a scene. Qi Jinxiu's pretty face turned white as she pointed a trembling finger at Su Rue and said, You actually killed Brother Yang Hai." Su Rue looked at Yang Hai's corpse and said icily, "I said, this kind of person doesn't deserve to live." Saying that, he reached out and devoured Yang Hai's attributes. Devouring success. Attack plus 17, speed plus 8. Afterwards, he directly put the sword in Yang Hai's hand into his spatial ring in front of Qi Jinxiu and the two of them and began to scavenge the items on Yang Hai's body. It was as if the two of them were treated as air. Now, Qi Jinxiu became even more furious. She didn't know where she got the courage to say, "You're really too much. In order to obtain someone else's items, you even killed them. People like you." Before she could speak, she saw Su Rue raise his head and look at her coldly. Only then did Qi Jinxiu feel a wave of fear. The strength and decisive killing that Su Rue had shown just now had made Zhao Heng not dare to speak. He gripped his spear tightly and looked at Su Rue with a tense face. If the target of Su Rue's action just now was him, he didn't think he would be able to dodge it. Right now, he only wanted Su Rue to hurry up and leave after collecting Yang Hai's items. Even he didn't expect that Qi Jinxiu would dare to speak out and accuse Su Rue. After glancing at Qi Jinxiu, Su Rue lowered his head and continued to collect Yang Hai's items. "I killed Yang Hai and his teammates because they wanted to kill me." "Why did they want to kill you?" Qi Jinxiu asked innocently. "Because they are robbers and want the items on me, and they have already killed several people before this." Upon hearing this, Qi Jinxiu couldn't help but retort, "How can that be? Brother Yang Hai is not such a person. Why should I believe you?" At this point, Zhao Heng even wanted to cover her mouth and tell her to stop talking. If this went on, the two of them might have to be made to die by her. Su Rue had already taken away all the items from Yang Hai's body at this time. He got up and said, "There's no need for you to believe me, so if you want to avenge him, then feel free to come." Su Rue didn't put the two of them in his eyes at all. Those who could be chosen as Yang Hai's target must not have good strength. "You!" Qi Jinxiu clenched her fists and wanted to rush over, but was stopped in time by Zhao Heng. Xiu, don't be impulsive," he said to Qi Jinxiu in a low voice. Then, he looked at Su Rue again and said, "We trust you." After taking away all of Yang Hai's items, Su Rue didn't stay here and directly turned around and left. Looking at Su Rue's departing back, Qi Jinxiu couldn't help but say, "Brother Heng, are we just going to let this bandit leave?" Zhao Heng glanced at Qi Jinxiu and laughed bitterly. If he really was a bandit, then the two of us would already be two corpses by now. Qi Jinxiu looked at Zhao Heng with some disbelief. "Brother Heng, you are that powerful? Are you still not his opponent?" Zhao Heng shook his head. The strength that Su Rue displayed just now far exceeded him. And at this moment, Qi Jinxiu also understood. Then in that case, Yang Hai, he really is a bandit. Only after walking out for some distance did Su Rue take out the items he had scavenged from Yang Hai's body. There were really quite a lot of things on this guy. There were 3 spirit fruits alone, and a silver white necklace. Basic attack necklace. Plus 10 attack power after wearing. Necklace? Su Rue already had a pendant on his neck, so he didn't know if the effect of wearing 2 would overlap. He first used super transformation on the necklace. Transformation successful. The basic attack necklace has been transformed into a normal first order attack necklace. Attack power plus 20. After the transformation, Su Rue directly put the necklace on his neck. Reminder: only one piece of the same type of jewelry can be worn. Extra jewelry will no longer provide an effect. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Su Rue removed the necklace from his neck. 20 points of attack power was quite a lot. But for Su Rue, it was still the defense pendant that was a bit more important. After all, the current Su Rue didn't lack these 20 points of attack power, and the one-time defense that the defense pendant could provide was very useful at a critical moment. Su Rue transformed 3 more spirit fruits, but these spirit fruits themselves were not of a high grade. Even after transforming them, the effect they could bring was limited, and their main function was still to restore physical strength. Successful. Attack strength plus 8, speed plus 8. Taken successfully. Attack power plus 8, speed plus 8. After Su Rue took 2 spirit fruits, his physical strength was restored to its peak. He put away the remaining spirit fruit, and together with the spirit fruit he left before, Su Rue still had 2 spirit fruits in his hand. At this time, Su Rue's eyes fell on a black disc, which he also got from Yang Hai. This black disc was as big as a plate and had 3 dents on it. What was this thing? Su Rui felt strange when he got it before. He immediately used his eye of insight to look at the disc. Basic elemental fuser. Collect all 3 imprints of forest imprint, desert imprint, and snowplane imprint to obtain any elemental ability. Basic elemental fuser? What is an elemental ability again? Just as Su Rui was puzzled, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded again. Basic elemental ability. Strength of the ability is not inferior to a C-level talent and can be upgraded by acquiring more elements later. Not inferior to a C-grade talent. Can be upgraded later. Su Rui's heart burst with ecstasy. This was a good treasure. Elemental ability sounds strong. Quest reminder. The location to obtain the seal has been marked on the map. Players can go to the marked location to obtain the seal. Su Rui hurriedly opened the map to check, and sure enough, the places to obtain the 3 imprints were labeled. But the location where the desert seal was located was too close to himself. Wait, wasn't this the same water source where the barbarian elephant herd was located? Chapter 69, Barbarian Elephant King. So the desert seal was here. Since it was so close to himself, Su Rui immediately moved to turn around and go back. Now, the collective quest of the novice village would start after tonight. Su Rui wanted to gather this element before the collective quest started and obtain an elemental ability. For the current Su Rui, this was much stronger than the battle power raised by leveling up. Soon, Su Rui was about to return to the location of the elephant herd. But before that, he saw 2 silhouettes appearing in front of him. It was none other than Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Heng who had just encountered them. Brother Heng, we've traveled this far, and we still haven't seen the level 6 demonic beast that Yang Hai said. It seems like he's really lying to us. The purpose of Qi Jinxiu and the 2 of them walking this way was to see if the level 6 serious injury demon beast that Yang Hai had claimed existed or not. Now, it seemed that Yang Hai was indeed lying to them. Yeah, knowing people, I didn't realize that this Yang Hai was planning to backstab us. Zhao Heng lamented. He then said thankfully, luckily we met that person just now, or else we might have really been set up by this Yang Hai. In that case, we misunderstood him. Qi Jinxiu lowered her head in shame. If I had the chance, I would have wanted to apologize to him in person. Hearing this, Zhao Heng nodded. Yes, that's what I thought. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Heng stopped, his gaze looking straight in one direction and froze directly in place. What's wrong? Qi Jinxiu followed his gaze and saw that Su Rui was walking this way. At that instant, she was also scared and her little face turned white. He couldn't be coming over to kill us for the treasure, right? After all, with Su Rui's strength, it was more than enough to kill them. And in this desert, there wouldn't be anyone who would know if they were killed. The 2 had just said that they wanted to apologize to Su Rui in person, but now they saw that Su Rui had really returned. Instead, they were scared and didn't know what to do. But Su Rui was a person with principles and a bottom line. As long as the other party had not sinned against himself, he would not do this kind of behavior of killing people to get rid of them. Su Rui gripped the glaive and glanced at the 2 men, saying nothing as he continued to rush towards the front. Zhao Heng's hand holding the lance tightened. His face was tense. His whole body was poised and ready to meet the battle. But Su Rui again treated them as air, directly passing by the 2. Zhao Heng let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. At this time, Qi Jinxiu spoke up. Hey, it was us who misunderstood you in the previous matter. I'm sorry. She apologized to Su Rui with a sincere face. This made Su Rui a little stunned. Not expecting that because of this, she would even apologize. He stopped his steps, turned his head and said, You'd better leave here as soon as possible. It will be dangerous here later. Because in a while Su Rui might fight with the elephants. When the elephants started to go crazy, a few kilometers around would not be safe. Seeing that Su Rui actually replied back, Qi Jinxiu wasn't that scared anymore. She turned to ask, Why? Are you going to fight the demonic beasts? We are also very strong. We can help you then. No need. Su Rui turned his head and continued to walk towards the elephant herd. With the boost of his speed leather boots, he quickly disappeared from the 2 men's view. Brother Heng, let's follow and take a look as well. Saying this, Qi Jinxiu directly ran and followed. Alas, Xiu. Zhao Heng shook his head and helplessly followed. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and a few stars appeared in the sky, with the moonlight draping over the desert. The visibility here was much stronger than in the jungle, and Su Rui's vision wasn't affected at all with the addition of his eye of insight. He came to a hill near the water source and looked downwards. At this moment, these giant elephants were in the vicinity of the water source, surrounded together and lying on the ground to go to sleep. Seeing this scene, Su Rui's heart rejoiced. These giant elephants were asleep. Then it would be much simpler for him to take away the desert seal. In Su Rui's opinion, the desert seal was definitely hidden in this small lake. However, when he opened the map to check the location of the desert seal, he found that the location marked on the map was actually in the center of the elephant herd. Su Rui immediately looked towards the center of the elephant herd. A grayish-white savage elephant that was obviously larger than the other giant elephants was lying in the center of the herd. The level 6 demon beast savage elephant king, leader of the savage elephant herd, all attributes are far more than ordinary giant elephants. After killing it, you can obtain desert seal. Hiss! Su Rui sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It turns out that the desert seal can only be obtained by killing this elephant king. This is troublesome, not to mention the strength of this elephant king. Su Rui can't deal with so many giant elephants around him. What's more, now the elephant king was wrapped up by so many giant elephants, one layer on top of the other. Su Rui couldn't even get close to the elephant king at this time, let alone killing it. However, fortunately it was nighttime. These giant elephants' eyesight was definitely limited, and they were still sleeping. He could quietly feel his way to the side of the elephant king, kill it and sneak away. At that time, he would then utilize his speed and the talent of instantaneous movement to escape, and he might be able to trick the elephant herd. However, this scenario was risky, but he couldn't care less right now. He could only do this. Hey, what are you doing here? The voice behind him interrupted Su Rui's thoughts. The two of them, Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Heng, had unexpectedly chased after him. Both of them weren't stupid and could see that Su Rui wasn't the type of person who killed innocents indiscriminately. And since he was still so strong, the two of them wanted to follow Su Rui to see if there was a chance to pick up the pieces. Didn't I tell you guys that this place will be dangerous in a while? Su Rui glanced at the two men. We're not afraid of danger. Before, Heng and I even teamed up and killed a level 5 vulture, Qi Jinxiu said with bragging rights. Zhao Heng also followed and agreed. That's right, we mainly wanted to come and see if we could help in any way. Su Rui could see the little thoughts of the two of them, but he didn't pay any attention to it and instead stepped towards the bottom of the hill. As Su Rui walked down the hill, Qi Jinxiu and the two of them came to the position where he was standing just now to look down. Wow, there are so many elephants here. Qi Jinxiu grew her mouth in awe. There were probably around 30 to 40 of these giant elephants, and at this moment, they were all lying on their backs sleeping together. Zhao Heng's eyes also widened when he saw them. He shouldn't be making a move on these elephants, right? Gosh, these elephants look even more powerful than the big lizards we encountered before. He's alone. Qi Jinxiu somewhat couldn't believe that Su Rui man was going to deal with these giant elephants alone. Only to see, Su Rui came to the vicinity of the elephant herd in a big way. These giant elephants were sleeping soundly one by one. They didn't notice Su Rui's arrival at all. After all, their savage elephant herd belonged to the top group in this desert. Normally, there were no other demonic beasts that dared to attack them, so these giant elephants didn't develop the habit of keeping a lookout at night. Su Rui was holding the blue light sword in his hand, just like an assassin, constantly weaving between the bodies of the giant elephants. This made the two people on the hill's heart beat wildly, secretly saying this person's guts are also too big. If they woke up the giant elephants, it is estimated that they can trample Su Rui with 1 foot. Chapter 70 Obtaining Desert Seal. At this moment, Su Rui was still jumping and weaving on the giant elephant's body. Even if his lightweight body landed on the giant elephant's body, it wouldn't wake it up. After a bout of weaving, Su Rui came to the center of the elephant herd and saw the sleeping savage elephant king in the middle. This was smoother than he had imagined. These giant elephants were not the least bit alert. Of course, this was also thanks to the fact that night had fallen, causing these giant elephants to fall into a deep sleep. Miso. Su Rui pulled out the green light sword, and the sword emitted a bit of green-colored cold aura. He stood on the body of a giant elephant next to him, finding the right position and preparing to kill the sleeping elephant king with a single strike. He only had this one chance. If he failed, it would be difficult to kill it again. No way. Is he going to make a move on that biggest elephant? On the hill, the two Qi Jinxiu were once again shocked by Su Rui's behavior. Since there was only this one chance, it was natural for Su Rui to use his full strength. His body split into 3, and all 3 Su Rui leapt up from the giant elephant's body at the same time. swinging his sword towards the Elephant King's neck. However, right at this moment, the Elephant King that was sleeping suddenly felt the danger. It violently opened its eyes and saw 3 black shadows attacking towards itself. The Elephant King was instantly startled. It immediately flung its huge trunk and swept across towards the 3 Su-Rue. Su-Rue, who was in the air, had nowhere to borrow strength and had no way to dodge. Bang! Bang! 2 of the doppelgangers were thrown out by the huge elephant trunk, while the remaining real body used instantaneous transfer to directly arrive at the neck of the giant elephant. Wow! Su-Rue's hand was filled with white light. The attack berserking bracelet had already been activated by him. At the same time, the long sword in his hand had stabbed out. The armor-breaking effect of the green light sword coupled with the triple attack, even the sturdier defense of the savage Elephant King would not be able to withstand it. Plop! The blue light sword directly entered the Elephant King's throat, causing it to not even let out the screams that were on the edge of its mouth. Gurgling, blood continued to gush out from the wound. But the Elephant King was worthy of being an Elephant King. It didn't die just like that, but struggled to stand up directly. Su-Rue also pulled out the green light sword, and his body did a backward cartwheel to avoid being trampled by the Elephant King. And just as the huge savage Elephant King stood up, the 2 doppelgangers killed again. Both of them stabbed towards the Elephant King's neck at the same time. Plop! Although the doppelgangers didn't have the enhancement of the glaive and bracelet, their attacks weren't weak either. 2 bloody holes were left in the giant elephant's neck, hastening the death of the Elephant King. After the Elephant King was stabbed with 2 more swords, there was no possibility of survival at all. It was incomparably furious as it stomped directly towards Su-Rue in front of it. Rumble! Rumble! But its speed was too slow for Su-Rue and was easily dodged. However, the Elephant King's paw stomped on the ground and made a loud ringing sound, and the surrounding giant elephants were awakened by the commotion. Damn it! Why isn't this guy dead yet? Su-Rue was a little anxious. If this was an ordinary giant elephant, it would already be dead if its throat was stabbed through. I didn't expect the Elephant King's vitality to be so tenacious. Aang! Aang! As the surrounding giant elephants continued to awaken, they saw that the Elephant King was being attacked, and one by one, they let out deafening roars. At the same time, they attacked towards the 3 Su-Rue in the center. Su-Rue hurriedly put the 2 doppelgangers back. Afterward, jumping onto the back of a giant elephant, he dodged the trampling of these giant elephants. Hoo! But what followed was a huge elephant trunk that flung towards him. Swish! Su-Rue could only rely on his flexible figure to keep jumping and dodging on this giant elephant's body. This was also thanks to the enhanced jumping ability that he had devoured from killing the Blizzard Eagle before. Otherwise, he would not have been able to weave back and forth amongst the elephants. But this was like dancing on the tip of a sword, if one was not careful and was thrown away by a giant elephant with its trunk. Then what would follow would be a continuous stomping attack from the elephant herd, so he couldn't afford to make a mistake. But in such a situation, his physical strength was also rapidly depleting, and he simply couldn't hold on for long before his speed slowed down. But without waiting for him to be unable to hold on, the savage Elephant King had already fallen to the ground first. Bang! As expected, even the most tenacious Elephant King finally couldn't hold on any longer after his throat was stabbed through with a bleeding effect attached to it. Killed level 6 demonic beast savage Elephant King. Experience value plus 1,600. Hearing this beep, Su-Rue's heart was delighted. He even flipped and jumped and came to the corpse of the Elephant King, and sure enough, he saw a special seal that emitted a yellow light. He went forward and picked up the seal and placed it in his spatial ring. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Desert Seal. Afterwards, Su-Rue stretched out his hand and launched endless devouring at the Elephant King's corpse. Devouring success. Attack plus 20, speed plus 4, defense plus 4. Phew! Su-Rue, who had just finished devouring the attributes and was ready to leave, 2 huge elephant trunks suddenly appeared above his head. Like huge iron rods, they smashed down towards Su-Rue, and it was too late for him to dodge. At the moment of crisis, Su-Rue's mind moved and immediately inspired the orange pendant on his chest. A pale yellow defense disc appeared above Su-Rue's head. Bang! Bang! 2 huge elephant trunks, directly smashed up, and the disc immediately appeared with dense cracks. Su-Rue also took the opportunity to jump to the side. Wow! In the next second, the defense disc directly shattered, but the 2 elephant trunks also lost their power. After Su-Rue jumped and dodged, as soon as he landed on the ground, An incomparably thick elephant leg stepped down towards him. Su Rue dodged this kick with extreme flexibility and climbed up directly while the elephant leg hadn't landed yet. Boom! This kick directly shook the surrounding ground. Coming onto the back of the giant elephant, Su Rue determined an escape route and jumped back and forth in the elephant herd towards the periphery. He directly erupted his own fastest speed and soon arrived at the edge of the elephant herd. Swish! He made another jump and arrived on the back of a giant elephant. Phew! As soon as he landed on the ground, there was an elephant trunk thrown over from the side. Su Rue hurriedly jumped and dodged again in another direction. Phew! But another direction also had an elephant trunk thrown over. Bang! Su Rue didn't even have a chance to use instantaneous shift. He was directly thrown by the elephant trunk. Despite Su Rue's speed and incomparable agility, he was still attacked by the giant elephant. It was good that this elephant trunk threw him to the outside of the elephant herd. Boom! After landing on the ground, Su Rue felt dizzy and his whole body ached. This was still under the circumstance that Su Rue was wearing soft armor and his own defense was extremely strong. If a person of the same level was thrown by the giant elephant, I'm afraid that a lot of bones in his body would be shattered. The attack power of the giant elephant was really not covered. Boom! 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 After Su Rue landed on the ground, the several giant elephants at the edge directly rushed towards Su Rue. Before he had time to get up, a giant elephant had already arrived in a mad dash. This giant elephant directly stomped down towards Su Rue on the ground. In this state, Su Rue was no longer able to immediately get up and jump to avoid it. Boom! The giant elephant's leg directly stomped down. The surrounding earth quaked and the yellow sand was shaken up, but there was no figure of Su Rue dodging out. Chapter 71 Upgrade. Talent Upgrade. Chi Jinxiu on the distant hill immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Her hands covered her mouth, and her eyes looked straight at the place where the giant elephant's foot stepped on. It's over. He's been trampled by the elephant. Zhao Heng's eyes were also filled with horror, watching the previous scene. He had thought that Su Rue would leave calmly after killing the Elephant King in the elephant herd. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such an end. Zhao Heng sighed and said, "Alas, there's no such thing as walking by the river without wetting your shoes. This behavior of his is too risky." At the same time, the giant elephant that had its foot on Su Rue moved its foot away, while several other giant elephants also surrounded it. However, where was Su Rue's figure under its feet? There wasn't even a hair. A few meters away behind a big rock, Su Rue leaned and sat behind the rock, gasping for breath. It's really dangerous. If it wasn't for the many means to save my life, it's really possible that I'll be accounted for here. At the crisis moment just now, Su Rue used an instantaneous transfer and came directly behind this rock and hid, thereby also giving Chi Jinxiu and the others, as well as these giant elephants, the illusion that they were being trampled. But just now, it was really close, just a little bit closer to actually being trampled by himself. However, having successfully collected the desert elemental, it was considered not a wasted effort. He took out the black disc, and the desert element was already set in the corresponding position and emitted a faint yellow light. At this time, his eyes glanced at the pendant on his chest, and he realized that his orange pendant had actually developed a crack. It can't be? This pendant is surprisingly a consumable item that will still be damaged after use. Just now, during the battle, the defense created by the pendant was shattered by the giant elephant, so I guess that's why it broke. However, this pendant should be quite special, just like the space ring on Su Rue's finger. For the time being, there was no way to perform a super transformation. It was estimated that it would have to wait until Su Rue's level was raised and super transformation gained a boost before it could be transformed. Su Rue opened the map and began to check the location of the remaining two elements. Among them, the forest elemental was in the forest that Su Rue had passed through before, but it was still relatively far from his current location. And the ice plains elemental was deeper into the desert, closer to Su Rue. He immediately chose to go and take out the ice plains elemental first. Afterward, he came back to take out the forest elemental, and then went straight back to the novice village. By then, the collective quest was expected to start. Time was running out. Su Rue immediately moved towards the ice plains. Behind him, the elephants were still frantic because of the death of the Elephant King, trampling the ground around them and making it tremble continuously, and their roars were even more continuous. Clothed in the moonlight, Su Rue ran furiously all the way. Soon he saw the snow-covered land and mountains in front of him. The snowy plains surprisingly bordered the desert, which was impossible in the real world. But here, Su Rue wouldn't find it strange to encounter anything. Su Rue took out the green light sword from his spatial ring and rushed towards the snow plain. Based on past experience, the snow plain was definitely more dangerous than the desert, and the level of the demonic beasts here was definitely higher. After all, this place was even deeper into the intermediate level demonic beast area. 1 foot had just stepped into the snow plain. Su Rue felt a coldness coming. The temperature here was really much lower than in the desert. However, Su Rue had taken numerous spirit fruits, his physique had been strengthened, and the defense attribute also helped. This bit of cold couldn't do any harm to Su Rue. As soon as Su Rue stepped into the snowy plain, a few gray-white wolves lying on the ground not far away immediately opened their eyes. They smelled the flavor of their prey. Su Rue was still running towards the location of the ice plains elemental at this moment, but soon he noticed several pairs of glowing eyes appearing behind him, following him. I didn't expect to run into a demonic beast just after coming here, so let's get rid of you guys first. Su Rue stopped his footsteps and directly turned around and drew out his green light sword. And these snow plain wolves were very fast. After Su Rue stopped his steps, the snow plain wolves immediately chased after him. Level 5 Demon Beast Snow Plains Wolf. Extremely fast, sensitive sense of smell, extremely strong skeletal defense. As soon as it came up, it was a level 5 demonic beast. It seemed that the overall strength of the demonic beasts in the snow plain was really stronger. Swish, swish. The 2 snow plain wolves directly pounced towards Su Rue. While Su Rue's body split into 3, the 2 doppelgangers holding swords chopped towards 1 snow plain wolf respectively, and the other 2 snow plains wolves directly circled around to Su Rue's flanks, launching attacks left and right. The body Su Rue held the glaive in his hand and stabbed out towards the snow plain wolf on the left. This sword stabbed directly into the snow plain wolf's open mouth and penetrated its neck through its mouth. Killed the level 5 Demon Beast Snow Plain Wolf. Experience value plus 700. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to 10. Attack plus 50. Speed plus 50. Defense plus 15. Super Transformation talent has been upgraded. Currently can transform special items. Upgraded. Su Rue's heart was happy, but he didn't have time to check, because at this moment, the snow plain wolf on the right had already killed in front of Su Rue. Its sharp claws were about to cut through Su Rue's back. Swish! But in the next second, Su Rue's body disappeared and directly appeared on its side. Su Rue swung out another sword. Giggling, this sword directly slashed on the snow plains wolf's stomach, cutting it open. Since this guy's bone defense was strong, then Su Rue would bypass the places protected by those bones. Bang! The snow plain wolf instantly received a painful blow, and its body fell heavily on the ground, and all of its internal organs began to flow out of its stomach. Su Rue once again stepped forward and aimed at the snow plain wolf's neck, ending its pain with a sword. Killed level 5 Demonic Beast Snow Plain Wolf. Experience value plus 700. And at this time, the battle between the 2 doppelgangers and the snow plain wolves had also entered a white heat. The 2 snow plains wolves were about to be unable to hold on. Su Rue first devoured the attributes of these 2 snow plain wolves. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 6, speed plus 6. Devouring success. Attack plus 6, speed plus 6. Soon, the 2 doppelgangers killed the 2 snow plains wolves, ending the battle. Killed level 5 Demonic Beast Snow Plains Wolf. Experience value plus 700. Kill level 5 Demonic Beast Snow Plains Wolf. Experience value plus 700. Su Rue put the doppelganger back. Then he opened the attribute panel. Name Su Rue. Attack 698. Defense 82. Speed 490. Level 9, 2,430 20,000. After the previous devouring and item enchantment, Su Rue's attributes had come to a terrifying point. Nowadays, it was easy for him to deal with level 5 demonic beasts, and he was also able to deal with level 6 demonic beasts. The current him was already able to kill the level 6 desert worms he encountered before one-on-one. Therefore, he was very confident in obtaining the Snow Plains elemental seal. Although this was a snow plain, it was also an intermediate-level demonic beast area, and higher-level demonic beasts shouldn't appear. Devour successfully. Attack plus 6, speed plus 6. Devouring success. Attack plus 6, speed plus 6. Su Rue didn't forget to devour the attributes of the remaining 2 Snow Plains wolves. Chapter 72 Precious Spirit Herb, Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. Afterwards, He looked at the spatial ring on his finger. After upgrading just now, his super transformation had improved, and at the same time he could transform the spatial ring. Su Rui's mind moved, and the ring on his finger changed. The lines on it gradually became more exquisite and numerous. Transformation successful. The basic spatial ring has been transformed into an ordinary spatial ring that can hold 10 cubic meters. Not bad. The space had surprisingly doubled. Originally, with so many weapons packed inside, the space had already seemed a bit insufficient. Now it became much more spacious inside. And then, Su Rui realized that the pendant around his neck could also be transformed. He immediately transformed the defense pendant as well. Transformation successful. The defense pendant has been transformed into a defense crystal pendant. The defense ability has been enhanced. After the transformation, the orange defense pendant became even more crystal clear, but the crack was still there. Putting the pendant into his clothes, Su Rui continued to walk towards the place of the snow plain seal. According to the labeling on the map, Su Rui made 7 turns and walked into a mountain range. I don't know what demonic beasts I need to kill to obtain the snow plain seal. Su Rui wouldn't be naive enough to think that the snow plain seal was just placed in the labeled place waiting for you to get it. It would definitely require a vicious battle. Arriving at the marked place on the map, Su Rui found that this place was a mountain depression, and the surrounding snow was covered with huge footprints. And in the depths of the depression, a snow lotus emitting a ghostly blue light bloomed in the cracks of the mountain. Precious ice crystal snow lotus. A holy medicine for healing, capable of quickly recovering from injuries after taking it. The lower the level of the taker, the better the effect. The grades of the spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits were in the following order: ordinary first order, ordinary second order, precious, and rare. Surprisingly, it was a precious grade spirit grass. This was the first precious spirit grass that Su Rui had encountered. When Saberjiro was seriously injured and dying, what he took was the ice crystal snow lotus, so it could be seen that the effect of the ice crystal snow lotus was visible. However, although Su Rui was excited, he did not directly walk over to pick the snow lotus, because underneath where the snow lotus was growing, there were 3 huge beasts like small mountains lying down and sleeping. Su Rui hurriedly swept over using the Eye of Insight. Level 5 Demon Beast Frost White Bear. Powerful, thick skin, brutal in nature, extremely prone to madness. Su Rui looked towards the other white bear next to him. It was still a level 5 Frost White Bear. These 2 white bears slept outside, while inside there was another huge bear that was bigger in size and had glowing ice crystals on its back. Level 6 Demon Beast Ice Crystal Bear King. Guarding the ice crystal snow lotus as its own duty. Some parts of its body are wrapped in ice crystals with extremely strong defense. After killing, you can obtain the snow lotus seal. Sure enough, it was a level 6 demonic beast. Su Rui drew his green light sword and walked towards the 3 giant bears, which were all sleeping. It was a good opportunity for him to strike. Wow! But at the same time when he just stepped into the bear's den, the sleeping bear king at the back suddenly opened its 2 huge eyes like copper bells. Roar! The bear king that opened his eyes, seeing a human intruding into his territory, immediately let out a roar. Now, the 2 sleeping white bears next to him were also awakened, and they hurriedly climbed up from the ground and looked down at Su Rui in front of them. The 3 huge beasts stood upright and stared at Su Rui with eyes the size of copper bells. However, Su Rui did not have any fear or retreat. He held the green light sword in his hand and walked towards the 3 giant bears with firm eyes. The Ice Crystal Bear King looked at the tiny human walking towards him. It didn't take Su Rui seriously at all. It took 2 steps backward and directly sat on its butt, leaning on the huge stone block, looking at Su Rui with a lazy face. And the 2 white bears beside it likewise didn't put Su Rui in their eyes. Such a small human. They could slap it into a meat cake with a single slap, while the other party would at most give themselves a scratch. The 2 white bears stood upright and strutted towards Su Rui. Dang, dang, dang. Their paws could make a loud ringing sound when they stepped on the ground. The weight of this white bear was estimated to be close to catching up with the weight of a savage elephant. Moreover, they had more muscles on their bodies and were more flexible, with more means of attack. Only to see that the 2 white bears walked to Su Rui in 3 or 2 steps. Phew! One of the white bears directly slapped down a bare paw towards Su Rui on the ground. Su Rui directly jumped up and dodged the attack of this palm. Bang! The white bear's bare palm slapped on the ground, cracking the ground. And at this moment, the other white bear directly pinched its palm into a fist and hammered its fist towards Su Rui in the air. Phew! The white bear's fist was full of force, and the wind attached to it was incomparably fierce. But Su Rui's body directly disappeared in mid-air, and the white bear's fist also swung into the air. Swish! Su Rui's body appeared at the back of the white bear's neck and directly stabbed out with a sword. This sword went from back to front, penetrating through the white bear's neck, the long tip of the sword stabbing out from the white bear's throat. Puff! Su Rui pulled out the long sword. Bang! At the same time, a foot stomped on the white bear's back, utilizing the force to do a backward flip and landed in a dashing manner. And the white bear whose throat was stabbed through, swayed from side to side for a few times, its paws stepping on the ground to make a huge commotion. Bang! It then directly planted itself on the ground. Killed the level 5 demon beast frost white bear. Experience value plus 800. Seeing this scene, the frosty white bear king, who was originally still lethargic and incomparable, instantly widened his eyes. One of his own men had been killed just like that, still by a human who looked incomparably weak. And the other frost white bear, seeing the death of his companion, it immediately roared and charged towards Su Rui, vowing to avenge its companion's death. Phew! It stretched out its huge bare paw towards Su Rui and slapped horizontally. Swish! But Su Rui rolled over to dodge it and jumped directly onto its arm. Swish! On the white bear's arm, Su Rui bounced up again. This time he was rushing towards the front of the white bear. In the white bear's eyes, Su Rui's body was approaching at a rapid speed. Ka-ching! A blue light flashed and blood splashed around. At the same time, a huge bear head was chopped off. With almost no delay, Su Rui chopped off the white bear's head. Splat! Afterward, Su Rui landed on the ground in a dashing manner. And behind him, the huge white bear's body also slowly fell to the ground. Boom! The ground shook joyfully once again. Killed level 5 demon beast frosty white bear. Experience value plus 800. Not bad. Another 1,600 experience points had been gained. It was really good to have so many demonic beasts to kill on the way to collect the elemental marks. Moreover, this was even more efficient than Su Rui looking around for demonic beasts to kill. Roar! While Su Rui was happy, the roar of the Bear King sounded behind him. This roar seemed to shake this mountain range, thus showing the level of annoyance in the Bear King's heart. 2 of its own men were killed by a human just like that. How could it not be angry? Chapter 73 Killing the Bear King. Acquire the Snow Plains Seal. Dang! Dang! Thud! After roaring, the Bear King directly rushed towards Su Rui with big steps, shaking the ground. Its size was a circle larger than a white bear, and there were glowing ice crystals on its back and arms. Arriving in front of Su Rui, it slammed down with a fist. Su Rui jumped up again and dodged the blow. Bang! The ice crystal Bear King's fist left a deep pit-like fist mark on the ground. This was much stronger than the marks made by those 2 white bears. Su Rui, who jumped into mid-air, directly chopped at the Bear King's neck with his sword. However, the speed of the Bear King was surprisingly incredibly fast as well, and it shielded its other arm in front of its body. Clang! The green light sword chopped on the ice crystals of the Bear King's arm, and a shower of sparks erupted around it. These ice crystals were even harder than steel. This sword only left a sword mark on it and did not break through the ice crystals. Instead, Su Rui was shocked to the point that his arm was slightly numb, while he retreated backward sharply. The hardness of this ice crystal made Su Rui feel shocked. After he retreated backward, just as he stabilized his stance, the Bear King rushed up again, not giving Su Rui a chance to catch his breath at all. Bang! It slapped down another palm, but it was still dodged by Su Rui. But after Su Rui dodged this palm, another fist smashed over again, in succession. Bang! Bang! Thud! To one's surprise, the Bear King's speed was surprisingly fast as well, and both palms kept smashing over towards Su Rui, and Su Rui could only dodge continuously, falling into passivity. Soon, he was forced by the Bear King to a narrow corner, where there was nowhere to dodge, and the Bear King's arm with ice crystals had already flung over. Su Rui immediately raised his sword to block. Bang! In just an instant, Su Rui was thrown out and then directly fell heavily onto the stone wall of the mountain. Thud! Su Rui, who hit the stone wall, then slid down. At this moment, his arms were in severe pain, and his internal organs felt like they were going to be shaken out. However, it was good that his defense was high and his physique was also good, which prevented him from being directly thrown into serious injury. As long as he slowed down a little bit, he would be fine. Roar! However, the Bear King did not intend to give Su Rue a chance to slow down. It once again rushed towards Su Rue. Su Rue's mind moved, his body split into three, and the two doppelgangers holding swords attacked towards the Bear King on the left and right. Bang! Clang! Thud! The two doppelgangers directly fought with the giant bear, causing the earth to tremble and sparks to fly. Su Rue bent over, covered his chest and climbed up from the ground, his eyes staring at the Bear King. As long as it revealed a break in its defense, Su Rue would immediately strike. Although the ice crystal defense on its body was very strong, the parts of its body that were not covered by the ice crystals were similar to an ordinary white bear. As long as Su Rue found the right moment, he could similarly kill the Bear King with one strike. But this guy was really hard to deal with. Not only did he know how to use ice crystal defense and attack, but he was also very fast. One-on-one, Su Rue was kinda hard to do it. But now, the two doppelgangers were able to hold the Bear King in check. Roar! Soon, the Bear King was somewhat annoyed by the two doppelgangers beating it left and right. Every time it was about to attack one doppelganger with all its might, the other doppelganger appeared, forcing it to defend. Only to see that its attacks became manic and fierce, but it revealed many cracks. Su Rue on the side was waiting for this opportunity, and he directly joined the battle with his green light sword. Swish! Su Rue found the right opportunity and directly leapt up and chopped down towards the Bear King with a sword. The Bear King had just fought back the two doppelgangers and could only hastily raise his arm to block Su Rue's attack. Su Rue, who jumped in mid-air, the long sword in his hand emitted dazzling white light and chopped down. Su Rue's sword was chopped towards the Bear King's elbow joint because there was no protection of ice crystals here. Ka-ching! The white light flashed, and the Bear King's arm was directly chopped off flush and landed on the ground. Roar! The Bear King immediately reached out and covered his broken arm and roared to the sky, and Su Rue, who had just landed on the ground, directly launched his instantaneous movement talent. Swish! His body flashed and directly arrived in front of the Bear King. And as the Bear King looked at Su Rue, who suddenly instantly moved to his face, his pupils widened by a few points. It wanted to extend its palm towards Su Rue, but it was already too late. Ka-ching! A blue light flashed as the long sword in Su Rue's hand slashed across the Bear King's throat. Bared! Blood immediately splashed out, while Su Rue rolled over and came behind the Bear King. The ice crystal Bear King stretched out that intact arm and covered his throat that was constantly bubbling with blood. But unfortunately, it was no longer helpful. Boom! It first knelt down on both knees, and then its entire body slumped to the ground. Boom! The body smashed the ground and trembled, and blood flowed out with it. Killed level 6 Demon Beast Ice Crystal Bear King. Experience value plus 1800. Su Rue's level also came to level 10, 5,000, 830, 20,000. At the same time, Su Rue took the two doppelgangers back to his main body and reached out to devour the attributes of the Ice Crystal Bear King. Devouring success. Attack plus 15, speed plus 10, defense plus 5. This Ice Crystal Bear King's combat power was very strong, so the attributes provided were also many. After devouring it, Su Rue saw a blue seal appear by the side of the Bear King's corpse. He immediately went up and picked it up. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Snow Plains seal. Su Rue put the Snow Plains seal in his hand and put it into the black disc. Now, all that was missing was the forest elemental, and when the time came to collect all three elements, he would be able to obtain elemental abilities. He couldn't wait to see the power of elemental abilities. Afterwards, he came to the corpses of the two frost white bears and devoured their attributes. Devouring success. Attack plus 8, speed plus 4, defense plus 1. Devouring success. Attack power plus 8, speed plus 4, defense plus 1. Not bad. Gained so many attributes again. After the devouring was completed, Su Rue's gaze steeply looked towards the ice crystal snow lotus above the stone wall. This snow lotus was growing on the smooth cliff, and there were no raised rocks around it that could be climbed. However, this could not be difficult for Su Rue. Swish! Directly he quickly stepped to the bottom of the stone wall, followed by boosting his run and directly dashed upwards for 5 or 6 meters. Afterwards, he took advantage of the eve when his body was about to fall down, and directly used instantaneous transfer. Arriving next to Snow Lotus at once, the quick-eyed Su Rue took Snow Lotus in his arms. At this time, his body fell sharply, only to see that he was holding Snow Lotus in one hand, while the other hand drew out the green light sword and plunged it into the stone wall. Barely. A spark splashed out. The green light sword left a long sword mark on the stone wall, and Su Rue also came to a safe enough position. He stomped his foot on the stone wall, pulled out the glaive and did a backward flip, landing in a dashing manner. Snap! After landing, he raised the plate-sized snow lotus in his hand and a smile appeared on his face. A sacred healing medicine that could quickly recover from injuries. This could also be taken in the middle of a battle. When he was about to be unable to withstand his serious injuries, he would then take it, and while recovering from his injuries, he could also catch the opponent off guard. Su Rue carefully put the snow lotus into his space ring and placed it in a separate corner. After that, he immediately set off and embarked on the road back to the forest. Chapter 74, Collecting the Seal. Under the illumination of the moonlight, a silhouette was moving rapidly. This person was none other than Su Rue. He had already returned to the desert and was not far from the forest. Suddenly, a huge scorpion tail once again stretched out from the dirt pile next to him. Chop! The scorpion tail came directly towards Su Rue's head. And from his space ring, Su Rue took out the green light sword and chopped out with a sword. Ka-ching! The scorpion tail directly snapped into two, and green juice gushed out from the break. Su Rue jumped forward again and stabbed his sword at the mound. Plop! The green light sword passed through the sand pile and directly pierced through the carcass of the poisonous scorpion. It didn't even have a chance to drill out of the sand. Killed level 5 demonic beast desert poison scorpion. Experience value plus 700. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 6. Speed plus 4. Defense plus 1. Su Rue even killed and devoured, then gave his sword out to retrieve the scabbard and continued to rush. A small level 5 demonic beast dared to provoke himself. He was really impatient. As Su Rue rushed with all his strength, his physical strength was also rapidly depleting. On his way to rush, he took the 3 spirit fruits that he left behind and gave one of them. Soon, he returned to the jungle, where the level of the demonic beasts was generally lower than in the desert and snow plains. One wondered if this forest seal would be a bit better to obtain than the other two. He followed the hints on the map and soon arrived at a place where the trees were extremely lush. This place was filled with sky-high trees, and the huge branches of the trees covered the sky so tightly that not a single ray of moonlight could spill in. The ground was also intricately coiled with all kinds of huge tree roots. After Su Rue came here and looked around, each of these large trees looked very abstract and twisted. The bark of the tree was like the wrinkles on a human face, and the tree's curved branches were like its arms, which looked a bit oozy. The map is clearly labeled here, but how come there are no demonic beasts here? Su Rue was a bit puzzled. He opened the map again to confirm. And at this time, a big tree behind him had a movement, only to see the wrinkles on the bark of the tree lifting up, surprisingly revealing a pair of dark green eyes, and at the same time the branches on the tree reached towards Su Rue. And at this time, Su Rue also heard a rustling sound coming from behind him. Wow! He immediately pulled out his green light sword and violently turned around. This turn coincided with seeing 2 thick branches twining towards him. Su Rue was startled. He immediately swung his sword towards the branches. Chop! Chop! The 2 thigh-thick branches were directly chopped off by Su Rue, and he also saw the pair of dark green eyes on the tree. Level 6 demonic beast twisted tree spirit, parasitized in the sky-high trees, can manipulate the trees at will and travel through the trees. Its main body is a tree spirit. Level 6 demonic beast? It seemed that he had overthought things before wanting to seize the forest seal. He even had to kill a level 6 demonic beast as well. Surprisingly, it was also a parasite-type demonic beast. In that case, the one in the tree trunk was its original body. While Su Rue was observing, the tree spirit once again maneuvered the roots on the ground and launched its entanglement on Su Rue. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As if these tree roots were alive, they twined towards Su Rue's legs. Chomp! Chomp! Chop! Su Rue swung his sword and chopped in all directions, and the roots that twisted up were all chopped off by the long sword in Su Rue's hand. However, these tree roots were unending, and at the same time, the branches on the big tree were also surging towards Su Rue like vines. No, I have to find a chance to attack this tree spirit. There were trees everywhere around. Even if they exhausted Su Rue, he couldn't finish chopping them. The only way was to solve the culprit. Chop! Chop! He only saw his 2 swords cutting the branches in front of him and stabbing out towards the center of those dark green eyes. Seeing that Su Rue was so brave, this pair of eyes immediately abandoned this big tree and scurried out directly from it with a strange speed. Whoosh! Its body turned into a green light and directly drilled into another big tree on the side. Poof! And the long sword in Su Rui's hand directly penetrated that big tree. And on that big tree next to it, a pair of dark green eyes opened once again. At the same time, the branches on the tree once again became conscious and reached towards Su Rui. Chomp! Chop! Su Rui once again swung his sword to chop off these branches, and then directly chopped towards this pair of eyes. The green light sword left a deep sword mark on the tree, but the tree spirit in the tree had already slipped away long ago. Its speed of weaving was too fast, making Su Rui not even have the chance to use instant transmission to cut it outside the tree. Wow! After the tree spirit drilled into the tree, it once again maneuvered its branches towards Su Rui. Damn it! This fellow was just too cunning, just hiding behind and maneuvering these branches towards Su Rui to attack. And in this kind of place where tree roots and branches were entangled everywhere, Su Rui was not in a good position to use the split technique. After all, the space was already narrow, so having two more doppelgangers would make it inconvenient to move. However, the first two attacks also allowed Su Rui to detect the tree spirit's flaws. Chop! Chop! He chopped off the branches in his way and prepared to launch a third attack. Swish! Only to see him directly leap up and chop towards the two pairs of eyes in the tree. And the tree spirit in the tree was prepared. It immediately scurried out of the tree the moment Su Rui jumped up. Turning into a green light, it directly drilled into another big tree on the side. Swish! And Su Rui's body also directly disappeared from the air and appeared behind this big tree. At this time, the tree spirit that had drilled into the big tree had just opened its own eyes, and it had already lost the trace of Su Rui in its eyes. This was the break that Su Rui had found. The tree spirit didn't have the means to open its eyes and take control of the tree in the first place after drilling into the big tree. He was taking this time to take advantage of this and settle the big tree, along with the tree spirit, together. Wow! Su Rui, who was at the back of the big tree, had white light in his hand, and at the same time he swung out his sword. Ka-ching! The green light sword, with the Power Berserk Bracelet's enhancement, directly cut off the big tree without any resistance. Plop! Along with the large tree being chopped off was the tree spirit hiding in the trunk. Creak! The monkey-like tree spirit let out a strange cry and was directly chopped in half. Boom! The large tree that needed to be encircled by 3 people was chopped off in unison and directly smashed on the ground, emitting a huge ringing sound. It startled the birds in the distance. Killed the level 6 demonic beast, Twisted Tree Spirit. Experience value plus 1,600. The half-body of the tree spirit was still in the trunk at this moment. Su Rui stretched out his hand and launched endless devouring at the half-body. Devour successfully. Spiritual power gained enhancement. Spiritual power? Su Rui was a bit puzzled when a clear and refreshing feeling came from his mind. It made Su Rui feel incomparably relieved, and he felt that his mind became clearer. If he manipulated the doppelganger, he would definitely be more comfortable with it as well. It seemed that this tree spirit's strong point was mental power, so it devoured to this attribute. Moreover, Su Rui could feel that this mental power attribute was much more precious than the defense attribute. Unfortunately, he had only encountered such a demonic beast that could provide the mental strength attribute now. After his spiritual power got increased, Su Rui looked at a green seal next to the tree spirit's corpse. The last forest elemental seal. A smile appeared on his face. Chapter 75, The Power of the Elements. After picking up the seal, Su Rui took out the elemental fusion from his spatial ring. Put the forest seal on his hand into it. Buzz! The moment it was put in, the 3 elemental seals released a dazzling light. Blue, yellow, and green, the 3 types of light began to rotate rapidly in the disk, and gradually they were about to merge into one. Swish! A panel suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Su Rui. Please choose the elemental ability you want to synthesize. Forest Elemental. Elemental ability is a source of life. When released, it can heal the target unit's injuries. Desert Elemental. Elemental ability is Sand Guard. After using it, a defensive sand wall will appear around the body. Snow Elemental. Elemental ability is Frost Freeze. When used, it can freeze the enemy and cause damage. Note, using elemental ability consumes mental energy, and the effect of the ability is no less than the same type of sea-level talent. Su Rui looked at the introduction and deliberated. This forest elemental ability didn't enhance the battle power much. Moreover, he still had the holy medicine for healing Ice Crystal Snow Lotus on him now, so this elemental ability was not attractive to him. The desert elemental ability was surprisingly summoning a defensive sand wall, which overlapped with the defense pendant on Su Rui's body, and was also not in his consideration. Then there was only one frost freeze left, and this ability was still a great enhancement for combat. And not only could it be used when fighting, even when escaping, it could be used on pursuers. Soon, Su Rui decided to just pick frost freeze. After determining it, the black disc spun again. Buzz! In the end, the three colors completely melted into blue, and the blue light directly disappeared into Su Rui's mind. Su Rui closed his eyes and carefully felt the elemental ability of frost freeze. A moment later, the blue light disappeared and Su Rui also opened his eyes, only to see, he stretched out his right hand, a crystal clear snowflake appeared in the palm of his hand and kept spreading outwards. Afterwards, he reached out to the trees in front of him with a palm. Ka-ka-ka. A layer of ice directly appeared at the center of this big tree and continuously spread out in all directions. After a few short seconds, Su Rui immediately withdrew his hand and covered his forehead. In such a short while, it consumed quite a bit of Su Rui's mental energy. It seems that the strength of this elemental ability is linked to the spiritual power. If Su Rui's spiritual power was strong enough, he could completely freeze the entire tree in front of him directly. Unfortunately, right now, Su Rui's spiritual power was still relatively weak and couldn't do such a strong freezing ability. However, this was already a very high increase in combat power, freezing the opponent out of thin air. Even if it couldn't directly freeze, that could still make the opponent's battle power drop significantly. After obtaining the elemental ability, Su Rui couldn't wait to find a demonic beast to experiment the effect. He walked towards the outside of the forest, intending to return to the novice village first. After all, nowadays there were only a few hours left before the collective quest opened. He would also need quite a bit of time to rush back. After walking in the forest for a while, a black cloud suddenly appeared in front of Su Rui. "It's you guys again." Su Rui fixed his eyes and saw that this black cloud was made up of none other than the level 3 demonic beasts that had messed with him before, the vampire bats. However, this time, when he saw the vampire bats, he had nothing but joy on his face and directly drew his sword and charged up. The vampire bats weren't willing to show weakness as well, and they wrapped up in groups towards Su Rui. "Today, I'll let you all know what true strength is. Chomp, chomp, chop." A green light flashed around while the broken bodies of the vampire bats kept falling from the black clouds. Every time Su Rui's sword chopped on the black cloud, 2 or 3 vampire bats lost their lives. Killed level 3 demonic beast vampire bat. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 3 demonic beast vampire bat. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 3 demonic beast vampire bat. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 3 demonic beast vampire bat. Experience value plus 100. In just one photo, more than a dozen vampire bats died in Su Rui's hands. And Su Rui also gained more than 1,000 experience value, which was very cool. This was equal to the experience he had gained from killing a level 6 demonic beast. It seemed that, after leveling up, coming to kill this kind of low-level swarming demonic beasts was really cool. As for these vampire bats, they also quickly noticed Su Rui's terrifying strength and knew the gap between them and Su Rui. With that, these vampire bats began to escape backwards. "Humph, still wanna run. It's just right to use you guys to experiment the power of frost freeze." Blue crystalline frost immediately emerged from Su Rui's raised palm. Wow! He stretched out his backhand towards the front. Clack, clack, clack. A layer of frost immediately appeared on the vampire bats' bodies, and one by one, they fell from the air. The vampire bats that flew in front of him didn't bother about the movement behind them, and one by one, they continued to fly towards the front. The vampire bats that fell behind were continuously frozen and fell from the air. In just a few seconds, more than 20 vampire bats fell from the air. Killed level 3 demonic beast vampire bat. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 3 demonic beast vampire bat. Experience value plus 100. Some of the vampire bats were directly frozen to death, and the rest of the bats that were still struggling on the ground were killed by Su Rui, who directly stepped forward to make up for it. Kill level 3 demonic beast vampire bat. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 3 demonic beast vampire bat. Experience value plus 100. In a short period of time, Su Rui killed more than 30 vampire bats and gained more than 3,000 experience points. Frost freeze really works well. Su Rui was quite satisfied with the effect of frost freeze just now, if he didn't have this hand ability. He estimated that he would have to kill more than a dozen less bats, which was equal to the experience of one less level 6 demonic beast. Subsequently, Su Rue devoured the attributes of 3 more bloodsucking bats. Devouring success. Attack +2, speed +2. Devouring success. Attack +2, speed +2. Devouring success. Attack +2, speed +2. Previously, Endless Devouring was only able to devour 3 demonic beasts, but now it was raised to 6. After the devouring was completed, Su Rue raised his sword and left the place. Just a short distance out of here, a noisy shout came from the front. "Chase! Give chase to me! Never let that kid escape! Just took away the treasure that our Master Lu had his eye on. He really has lived a long life. Wait to catch up. We must make this kid look good." After hearing these words, Su Rue knew the situation ahead. A treasure? Surprisingly, there is a treasure. What, Master Lu? That belongs to you, Master Su. Su Rue immediately held his sword and rushed towards the direction where the commotion came from. With his current strength, he was very confident that he would be able to walk horizontally in this intermediate-level demonic beast area. Not much farther forward, Su Rue saw a figure in front of him tumble out of the bushes in front of him and appear. His cloths were already stained with a lot of blood, and his clothes also had a lot of tears on them, and his whole person looked in a sorry state. But despite this, he still didn't show a panicked demeanor. Instead, his eyes were ice cold, just like a ferocious wolf. What surprised Su Rue the most was not these, but his identity. This wretched person was actually Li Xiu. Chapter 76, Unworthy Strike. Seeing Li Xiu, Su Rue immediately ran towards him. Li Xiu's strength at night was far inferior to Su Rue's, and when he sensed that someone was coming towards him, he subconsciously changed direction and ran towards the other side. Su Rue immediately spoke, "Li Xiu, it's me, Su Rue." Hearing Su Rue's voice, Li Xiu stopped, glanced in Su Rue's direction and said, "Hurry up, they're about to catch up." He didn't have time to explain so much to Su Rue and didn't want to drag Su Rue into it, so he ran out in the other direction. And at this moment, the pursuers behind Li Xiu also rushed up, and one of them directly threw the lance in his hand at him. Whoosh! The lance turned into a residual shadow and flew rapidly towards Li Xiu. Swish! Li Xiu hurriedly dodged to the side, and even though he had dodged in time, he was still brushed against by the spear. The lance cut through the outside of Li Xiu's thigh and directly pierced into the ground in front of him. Bang! Li Xiu stumbled and fell directly to the ground. The 3 people chasing behind him immediately rushed over, and the boss of the 3 was very fast. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Xiu hadn't gotten up yet, he directly put a knife on his neck. "Humph! You kid is quite capable of running." The burly man with a large plate axe in his hand gasped and said. The boss of the 3 held a large knife in his hand and pointed at Li Xiu on the ground. "Quickly hand over the stuff, or else I'll take your little life with a knife. Big brother, kill him and the treasure will be ours just the same." The man as thin as a spar said. He then took the long spear back into his hands. "Fair enough." The boss nodded and raised the large sword in his hand. As for Li Xiu, he also placed his hands on top of his blast wind dual blades, always ready to launch a counterattack. "Wait!" An abrupt voice rang out behind the 4, only to see Su Rue's figure slowly walked out from the darkness. Grass! Where did this kid come out from? Trying to learn others to pull out a sword when they see an injustice, you really don't know the sky and the earth. The boss with the knife said disdainfully. The strong man holding a plate axe next to him spoke up, "Big brother, I'll go teach this kid how to behave." With that, he carried his own large plate axe and walked towards Su Rue. And Li Xiu on the ground looked at Su Rue rather nervously, although he knew that Su Rue was able to kill a level 6 demonic beast. But the strength of these 3 people were not simple either, and he had never seen the strength of a level 6 demonic beast. In this forest, even level 5 demonic beasts were rare, so he had no concept of the strength of this level 6 demonic beast. Seeing the man with the plate axe walking towards Su Rue, he was also ready to launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, the boss of the 3 was extremely shrewd, and the big knife in his hand was always on his neck, so he didn't have the slightest chance to counterattack. The burly man with the plate axe in his hand was named Peng Hu, only to see him walking towards Su Rue with an arrogant face. The 3 of them were the top 3 on the battle power list in their novice village. The 3 of them could pretty much walk sideways in the forest of this intermediate-level demonic beast area when they joined hands. Moreover, Peng Hu was very confident in his strength. In his opinion, he could take Su Rue's life with one axe. "Kid, be smart in your next life, Don't dare to meddle in everything. Saying that, his body accelerated fiercely and chopped an axe towards Su Rue. Su Rue simply pulled out the green light sword from his hand and swung it forward. Ka-ching! A blue light flashed, and the axe handle in Peng Hu's hand directly broke in half, and Peng Hu's movements froze in place. Afterward, Su Rue then incomparably simply withdrew the cyan light sword in his hand back into its scabbard. Plop! Fresh blood immediately sprayed out from Peng Hu's neck. He threw the axe handle in his hand on the ground. His hands covered his neck, and his face was filled with panic. Bang! Soon, he planted himself on the ground. Su Rue stepped over his corpse towards the two men. And these two men froze at this moment. They hadn't even figured out what was going on yet. Peng Hu had actually lost his life. Don't come over. Come over again and I'll kill him with a knife. The boss who reacted was the first to open his mouth and threatened. Hearing this, Su Rue's footsteps really stopped. The pale face of the boss with the knife eased for a minute. It seemed that this guy was here to save people. He was ready to open his mouth and talk to Su Rue. It would be best to turn the matter into a peace, and the matter would end like this. But in the next second, Su Rue's body disappeared in place. Swish! The boss's heart shook as he wanted to turn his head to check Su Rue's figure. But at that moment, a stabbing pain came from his neck, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch his neck. It was discovered that a long sword had actually stabbed into his neck, and his hand was filled with blood. Plop! Su Rue pulled out the long sword and directly chopped towards the other sparrow-thin man. And the pockmarked man holding the long sword hastily blocked the long sword in his hand in front of his body. Clang! The blue light sword cut a spark on the metal hilt of the long spear and left a sword mark on it. The hemp pole man's arm was numbed by the shock, and the lance in his hand almost came straight out of his hand. This just exchanged a single strike, and he realized the difference in strength between himself and the other party. He knew that he was not Su Rue's opponent at all, and if he continued to fight, he would be cut down in less than 2 moves. He immediately chose to turn his head and flee. Swish! But he just walked out not 2 steps before Su Rue caught up with him and stabbed him with a sword. Humph! Unbearable! Su Rue drew his long sword and said with a disdainful face. And behind him, Li Xiu had long been shocked to the point of speechlessness by the scene in front of him. When did Su Rue become so strong? This was a completely different person from when he participated in the novice village match. Originally, Li Xiu still had his mind, wanting to snatch back the number 1 position in the battle power ranking. Now it seemed that it was probably impossible. Su Rue's strength was obviously too much higher than his. Su Rue didn't forget to devour the attributes of these people, and at the same time, he also put the lance in his hand into the space ring. Devouring success. Attack strength plus 12. Speed plus 5. These guys were so poor that they didn't have any other items on their bodies besides their weapons. Afterwards, Su Rue walked towards Li Xiu and reached out to pull him up from the ground. How is it? The injuries are not serious, right? Li Xiu's body was all superficial wounds, no injuries to the tendons and bones, so it was nothing serious. It's fine, when I participated in devil training before, the injuries were much more serious than this. He had already revealed before that he was a professional killer in Blue Star. Su Rue nodded and started collecting the loot. He didn't bother to ask what the treasure on Li Xiu's body was. Coming to the boss's corpse, Su Rue squatted down and devoured his attributes without a trace. Devouring success. Attack power plus 15. Speed plus 7. Afterwards, he put away his weapon into the space ring. Finally, Su Rue came to the body of Peng Hu at the beginning, looked at the plate axe that had been broken into 2, and shook his head with some pity. Next time, he had to be more careful. A good weapon was broken by himself. There was no way to transform the broken weapon. It was a piece of scrap iron. Su Rue could only devour his attributes. Devour successfully. Attack power plus 14. Speed plus 3. And at this moment, Li Xiu couldn't help but speak. I didn't expect that you've become so strong. Chapter 77. Opening the match again. It's not bad. It's mainly because these 3 people are too weak, Su Rue humbly said. It couldn't be compared to the battle power of the level 6 demonic beasts he encountered. When Li Xiu heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. These 3 people had beaten themselves without the slightest power to fight back. Before Su Rue could ask Li Xiu why these people were chasing him, the voice of the heavenly Tao was resounding once again. Announcement. 250 Novice Village is about to start the Novice Village match. All members will be teleported to the Novice Square. Confrontation match. Surprisingly, the confrontation match came at this time. Su Rue was a bit surprised. This was about to open the collective quest. Surprisingly, there were still novice villages that were so restless. Swish! In the next second, Su Rue and Li Xiu's bodies simultaneously disappeared in place. 250 on the square of the novice village. All the members of the novice village were all teleported here just like last time. Why is it the novice village match? I thought it was a collective quest opening up. What a chow egg. I'm still sleeping in a wooden hut, and I was actually teleported to the square. Yeah. I'm also refreshing myself to prepare for the collective quest. Announcement. The winning side of this match will have 20 points of attack and 15 points of speed added to all players in the novice village. The losing side will have their attributes deducted. I throw. This time, the amount of reward and punishment is so much higher than last time. Oh my god. I don't have much attack power. If I lose, it's not like I'm going back to my pre-liberation days. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that we have Big Brother Su Rue in our Newbie village? That's right. Big Brother Su Rue can even kill a level 6 demonic beast. We're sure to win this match. Reminder. This novice village match was initiated by 146 novice village, and the opponent has chosen team will battle. What? Surprisingly, it was initiated by this 146 novice village? This group of Sakura Nation people really didn't hold their farts. Humph. It's just a defeated team this time. Our Dragon Kingdom will definitely be able to win again. Don't be too optimistic, since the other side has initiated the Novice Village Challenge. It proves that they must be very sure of themselves. Wow. 5 pillars of light appeared in the sky, once again shining on the high platform. The 5 figures also came out of the crowd one after another, and they were still the same 5 people who participated in the confrontation match last time. After all, they were still the top 5 on the battle power ranking, and the only thing that had changed was that Joey had come to the 3rd position on the battle power ranking. Squeezing Long Wu into 4th place, the advantage of his C-grade growth talent had manifested itself. As for Zhang Yuanshan, he was still in the 5th place. His talent was of a lower grade and did not improve the efficiency of killing demonic beasts. When the crowd saw Su Rue's figure, they immediately boiled over. Big Brother Su Rue, you must bring our novice village to win. Brother Su Rue, little sister's attribute points are all depending on you. Big Brother Su Rue, let these cherry blossom country hares know how powerful we are. Unlike the last confrontation, this time all the people on the stage were shouting Su Rue's name. After all, Su Rue was the one who saved the day in the first 2 novice village confrontations. They believed that this time, Su Rue would still be able to lead them to victory. Su Rue himself was naturally very confident. He nodded towards the crowd with a smile on his face, and then walked towards the light pillar. Swish! The 5 light pillars directly teleported the 5 people to the ring. A light screen surfaced in the novice village square, allowing the people here to see the scene in the ring. The 5 who came to the ring also observed the surroundings. This ring was the same as the last one. There was still a transparent wall in front of the 5, stopping them in their tracks. Joey opened his arms and stretched his back, lamenting, "Ugh! It's a familiar place again. But this time, the opponent we're facing might be even stronger." Zhang Yuanshan rationally analyzed. After all, the 2 sides had only just had a kill challenge match. For the other party to dare to initiate a confrontation match when they knew that they were capable of killing a level 6 demonic beast could only mean that they were really sure of themselves. Humph, they're strong? Then we are not covered either, since we dare to challenge us. Let them pay the price. Long Wu said as he clenched his fists. Li Xiu didn't say anything and glanced at Su Rue beside him, but he had just seen Su Rue's terrifying strength. With this one around, his heart was at peace. That's right, this time. Let them know that the Cherry Blossom Country will always be our dragon countries defeated. Su Rue's statement made them more confident. After all, this one was the biggest bargaining chip they could win. At this time, 5 figures also appeared on the opposite side. These 5 people were clearly the participants of 146 Novice Village, and among them there was also Ichiro Fuji, who Su Rue was familiar with. After everyone arrived, Tendo once again announced the rules. The meaning of the wheel battle was also very simple. It was that 5 people would take turns to engage in the ring. Being knocked out of the ring, killed, or forfeiting the right to fight all belonged to being eliminated. And the winning side could choose to remain in the ring and engage the remaining people from the other side. Both sides have 3 minutes to determine the order of boarding. After hearing the rules, the 5 people looked at each other. None of them were indifferent to the boarding order. Su Rue was the first to speak. Let me be the first to go into battle. He wanted to topple all of his opponents with his own strength, and this also avoided Zhang Yuanshan and the others from having accidents and dying on the stage. But the remaining 4 shook their heads after hearing this proposal. Su Rue, you are our biggest card. How can you be the first to make an appearance? You should stay at the end for the finale. Yes, if you are the first to debut, in case something goes wrong, that would be bad. Just let us scout the way for you. The 3 of them stated their positions, and even Luosuo nodded his head silently. Seeing this, Su Rue had no choice but to agree, if he stood to win. It was indeed the most prudent for him to be the last to make an appearance. All right, I'll go last. But if you guys aren't defeated, you can just abstain. There's me to cover it. All right then, let me be the first to go on. Long Wu took the initiative to say. His strength was considered medium amongst the 5, not strong nor weak. The first to play the lead was the most suitable. Soon, they negotiated the order of battle. Long Wu was the first to fight, followed by Luosuo, Zhou Yi, Zhang Yuanshang, and Su Rue in the finale. Then they determined the battle list from the Heavenly Tao. At this time, Su Rue pointed at Fujiichiro in the opponent's crowd and said, "The one opposite with the sword isn't weak, and his talent is being able to explode in a short period of time, so you guys have to be careful." Hearing his reminder, the other 4 nodded their heads. Previously, Su Rue had said in the chat channel that this Fujiichiro was his defeated opponent, so they wouldn't feel surprised that he knew this now. Note: the party that wins this time still enjoys the Heaven's Path blessing. Tendo bestowed blessings? This was something that could be recovered in an instant no matter how heavy the injury was. In that case, there was no fear of getting injured during the confrontation, thus affecting the subsequent collective mission. It would also allow them to let go and fight. However, the losing side wouldn't be so lucky. Chapter 78: The Power of the Fire Spirit Bead. 3 minutes quickly passed, and a pillar of light teleported Long Wu up. On the other hand, the 146 novice village's outgoing combatant was also teleported up, only to see that this person was wrapped in a black robe that covered his body tightly. It made it impossible to see his figure clearly, and one could only see his incomparably pale face. Wrapped so tightly, are you afraid to see anyone? Long Wu laughed disdainfully as he carried his large sword. The other party, on the other hand, ignored his taunts and directly took out a flaming mana ball from his robes. What kind of weapon is this? Why is there fire on it? Zhou Yi asked with a puzzled frown. He was not the only one. The other people in the 250 novice village were equally very confused when they saw this. And Su Rue had already swept over with his eye of insight. Special item: Fire Spirit Bead. Containing incomparably powerful fire energy, it can release all kinds of flame attacks after activating it. Note: the Fire Spirit Pearl is a consumable item. After exhausting the energy contained in it, it will disappear. Fire Spirit Pearl? Surprisingly, it was still a consumable item. Generally, such an item's own function was very powerful. And the defense pendant on Su Rue's neck belonged to a consumable item, and the defense ability was very strong. In the ring, Long Wu sensed that it was not good after seeing his opponent take out the Fire Spirit Bead. He immediately charged towards his opponent with his sword. As for the black-robed man on the opposite side, with a thought, the Fire Spirit Bead hovered directly in front of him. Wow! In the next second, roiling flames were released from the Fire Spirit Bead, directly attacking towards Long Wu. These flames were like a wall of fire, to wrap Long Wu directly into it. Come on! Long Wu fearlessly held his sword and chopped towards the flames. Seeing his move, the 4 Sakura Nation people on the opposite side who were watching the battle burst out laughing. Haha! What a stupid Dragon Nation man, even presuming to split the flames with the sword in his hand. Yeah, are all Dragon Kingdom people as stupid as him? TSK. You can't say that, after all, they don't have the means to be able to resist the Fire Spirit Bead. I think Master Kong Shin alone is enough to deal with all 5 of them. On the ring, boom! Long Wu, who swung his sword at the flames, was instantly enveloped in flames. These flames began to sear on his body. The pain that drilled through his heart caused Long Wu to tighten his teeth. Even so, he still didn't scream out, only to see him transform into a fireman, waving his machete and slashing towards the other side. The 4 people on the other side couldn't stop laughing. They originally thought that Long Wu would be burned to the ground by the flames. But it turned out that Long Wu directly ignored the flames on his body and strongly endured the severe pain to continue fighting. This required terrifying perseverance, and I'm afraid no one on their side could do it. On Su Rue's side, each and every one of them had their hearts clenched. Their faces were all incomparably tense as they watched the battle in the ring. Kong Xianyi, who was dressed in black robes, directly drew out a fine iron sword from his robes and met Shang Longwu. Clang! Clank! The weapons of both sides clashed with gusts of sparks, and Kong Xianyi's melee ability was not inferior to Long Wu's in the slightest. And Long Wu was still being scorched by the flames on his body. I'll see how long you can hold out. A cruel smile appeared on Kong Xianyi's face. A faint smell of roasting meat could already be smelled in the ring, and Long Wu's body had actually been burned very badly. This was the difference between those with abilities and those without. If Long Wu had a talent, he might have been able to turn defeat into victory. But since he had neither a talent nor an ability, he could only use the machete in his hand to chop at his opponent. And he didn't want to give up without doing anything. At worst, he would have to drag his opponent out of the ring with him. Thinking of this, Long Wu's attack became even more violent. Ping! 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 However, his attacks were defended down by all of Empyrean One's defenses, and the injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. If it wasn't for the fact that Kong Xianyi was trying to conserve the energy in the fire spirit bead, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get close to Kong Xianyi. Abstain! Dragon Marshal! Su Rue immediately shouted towards the ring. Long Wu, leave this guy to us. That's right. Let me electrocute this bratty bastard. The others all spoke up as well. Long Wu was able to hear their voices, and also knew that he was unable to pose a threat to Kong Xianyi, and continuing to drag on would only allow him to die here in vain. He was not a stubborn person either, and could only abstain at this moment. Swish! Afterwards, he was directly teleported back to the 250 novice village's square. The man who came into the square was covered in burns, and large areas of his body's epidermis were scorched. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd of 250 novice village felt as hard as if they were blocked. Some of the girls were even sobbing in small voices when they saw Long Wu's injuries. Even Gu Haitong's eyes reddened as she immediately used healing for Long Wu. Unfortunately, her healing talent was limited, and she wasn't able to heal Long Wu from such a serious injury. It could only keep his injuries from worsening. At this moment, in the 146 Novice Village Square, there was a lot of giggling. Haha! This fire spirit bead is just awesome. We're going to win this time. Last time, these Dragon Nation people were arrogant. This time we'll let them know that they know how powerful Sakura Nation is. This fire spirit bead was the biggest weapon they dared to challenge the 250 Novice Village with. Previously, Empyrean One had already shown them the power of the fire spirit bead. If it was unleashed at full power, even a dozen people wouldn't be able to get close to him. In the ring, Li Xiu had already been teleported up. The injuries on his body had already been treated by Gu Haitang when he was in the square. It basically didn't affect the battle at the moment. At this moment, there was dark anger in his eyes, and what happened to Long Wu just now made them all incomparably angry. Swish! Li Xiu had just been teleported onto the ring when he erupted with his full strength and charged towards Kong Xianyi. He had no means of long-range offense, so he had no choice but to fight Kong Xianyi in melee if he wanted to defeat him. His speed was a cut above Long Wu's, and the blast wind dual blades in his hands were already drawn. Seeing this, Kong Xianyi once again activated the fire spirit bead. Wow! Another sky full of flames wrapped towards Li Xiu, leaving him nowhere to hide. Swish! While facing the roiling flames, he chose to directly roll towards the ground, letting his body touch the flames in the smallest area. This was really effective, and the flames only burned on his back. After rolling up from the ground, he leapt up directly towards Kong Xianyi with his dual swords in his hands, and arrived directly in front of Kong Xianyi. Li Xiu's set of movements were fluid and even dazzling, worthy of being a professional assassin. Chop! Arriving in front of Kong Xianyi, Li Xiu's dual swords instantly chopped out. Kong Xianyi was also surprised by Li Xiu's movements, and under panic, he immediately drew his long sword to block. Clang! Clank! Xianyi was beaten back. Not only was Li Xiu's speed and attacks higher than Long Wu's, but his swordsmanship was also very skillful. After seeing this scene, smiles appeared on the faces of the crowd in the 250 novice village as well. Big brother Li Xiu. Well done. Big brother Li Xiu. Make sure to teach this scumbag a hard lesson. As for the people of the 146 novice village, including the 4 people watching the battle from the opposite side, instead of having a worried look on their faces, they had a cold smile on their faces. Chapter 79. 1 through 4. Kong Xianyi, who was in the ring, had a ferocious expression on his face as he faced Li Xiu's continuous attacks. All right, this is what you forced me to do. Only to see that he stepped backward and took out the fire spirit bead once again. Seeing that he was about to catalyze it, Li Xiu immediately chopped out the dual swords in his hands. But it was still Kong Xianyi who was a bit faster. Wow! Only to see that roiling flames once again gushed out from the fire spirit bead, directly rushing towards Li Xiu. He immediately crossed his dual swords in front of him and buried his head. Boom! The blazing flames directly surged onto Li Xiu's body, and searing sharp pains followed. However, Li Xiu wasn't affected by this, and after fending off this wave of flames, he once again rushed towards Kong Xianyi with the dual swords in his hands. Wow! But in the next second, the fire spirit bead once again released flames that shot towards Li Xiu. Seeing this, Li Xiu once again did a roll from the ground and rushed towards Kong Xianyi. But this time, Kong Xianyi also stormed backward while he once again energized the fire spirit bead. Wow! The fire spirit bead once again gushed out flames from the sky. Seeing that there were flames surging again, Li Xiu knew that these flames could not be blocked. He chose to directly ignore these flames and could only attack Kong Xianyi first so that he didn't have the means to continue releasing the flames. Boom! The flames surged directly onto his body as he came out bathed in fire and charged towards Kong Xianyi. But Kong Xianyi had long ago taken advantage of the fact that he was fending off the flames and withdrew backward a long way. Moreover, he could also see what Li Xiu was thinking, so he stopped conserving the energy in the fire spirit bead and pushed it with all his might. Boom! It was as if there was an endless amount of energy in the fire spirit bead, forming a wave towards Li Xiu, and it was impossible for Li Xiu to just ignore it in the face of such fierce flames. He could only immediately crouch down and block his dual swords in front of him, trying to brace himself against this burst of flame attack. Crap! What the hell is this? Could it be that these flames are infinitely usable? This is too unfair. If that's really the case, how can this be a win? This is simply open and shut. Finished. This is over. No wonder the other party dared to open a confrontation match with us. So it's because they have such a treasure. Empyrean 1 unleashed flames on the ring in succession, which made the crowd of 250 Novice Village feel that it would be hard for them to win. This was simply a plug in existence. Even Zhou Yi's Thunderbolt couldn't do the same thing and release it all the time. On the ring, the flames that filled the sky continued, which made Li Xiu unable to even raise his head. Soon, his body disappeared into the ring. He had already resisted to the limit. However, he still didn't see the flames diminish, so he could only choose to abstain and leave it to his remaining brothers. As soon as Kong Xian saw Li Xiu abstain, he instantly stopped urging the fire spirit bead. The energy of the fire spirit bead had been consumed quite a bit after the urging just now, and its color had dimmed by a few points. Damn! This son of a breed! I must let them taste the flavor of my lightning. Zhou Yi clenched his fists already ready. Su Rue opened his mouth and reminded, "If you're not sure, abstain." He now regretted not being the first to fight, otherwise he would have solved this guy with one sword. Zhou Yi nodded. Okay, but definitely electrocute this guy. Currently, they had already been eliminated by 2 people, while the other party's 5 were all still alive. If he didn't electrocute this guy, it would be difficult for them to win in the Novice Village. Swish! After 30 seconds had passed, Zhou Yi was teleported to the ring. As soon as his body surfaced in the ring, he used his talented Thunderbolt at the first opportunity. Ka-ching! A thick white lightning bolt struck down from mid-air. This unexpected attack didn't even occur to Kong Xianyi, but he had been manipulating the fire spirit bead, so the first time he reacted. Boom! Only to see monstrous flames emerge from the fire spirit bead once again, and these flames were not rushing towards Zhou Yi. Instead, it formed a protective shield above his head. Boom! The lightning struck the protective shield formed by the flames, scattering all these flames in all directions. However, it did not injure Kong Xianyi. What? Zhou Yi was shocked. He didn't think that these flames could even be defended, and at this moment his talent fell into a cooldown. Empyrean 1 once again activated the fire spirit bead, and this time he still activated it with all his might. Boom! The bursts of flames were like waves in the water, and a steady stream of them surged towards Zhou Yi. The sight of these flames struck fear into Zhou Yi's heart, and he crouched down like Li Xiu, blocking these flames. Boom! The flames quickly arrived, and the moment Zhou Yi came into contact with them, he felt unbearable pain. Ah! The intense pain forced him to simply abstain, choosing to leave the ring. The 4 people on the opposite side of the ring could finally see a normal person, and they immediately spoke out in mockery. Haha, is this the level of the Dragon Kingdom people? Master Kong Xian alone is able to defeat all of you. Weak Dragon Country people, do you really think that after winning against us once you've won completely? Now you know the gap. As for the 250 novice village side, with Zhou Yi's abstention, their hearts sank to the bottom. Zhou Yi was the one on their side that had the most hope of fighting against Kong Xianyi. After all, he could also attack from a distance. But now even he was eliminated. Even though they all knew that Su Rui was strong, but he didn't have a talent. He could only be like Li Xiu and Long Wu, who were forced by the flames to the point where they couldn't even get close to each other. And Zhang Yuanshan's talent was a defense type, which didn't pose the slightest threat to the other party. The people from the 250 novice village all had a burst of despair in their hearts at this moment, which was even more despairing than the last time they saw Saber Jiro. In the ring, Zhang Yuanshan was about to make his entrance. Su Rui suddenly said to him, "If you believe in me, you can just abstain and leave the rest to me." Zhang Yuanshan looked at Su Rui with some consternation and nodded, "I believe in you." Then he smiled to himself and said, "However, I will still give it my all." Even though he knew that he was definitely not a match for Kong Xianyi, he still had to fight on. Swish! His body was teleported up. Arriving at the ring, he similarly chose to rush towards Kong Xianyi at the first opportunity. As for Kong Xianyi, he no longer tried to test the waters and urged the fire spirit bead with all his might as soon as he came up. Wow! A burst of flames surged out from the fire spirit bead. It looked like the flames were about to pounce on Zhang Yuanshan's body, but at this moment, a defense shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The first wave of flames pounced on, all of which were blocked by the defense aura. Then came the second and third waves, and the defense aura soon couldn't hold up. Boom! Finally, under the constant stream of fierce flames, the defense aura shattered. Wow! The flames directly pounced on Zhang Yuanshan's body, which caused his movements to freeze for a moment. A fierce burning sensation was immediately set off on his skin, and only by feeling it personally could he realize the terror of the flames. Zhang Yuanshan was also someone with perseverance. He clenched his teeth and with his long sword in hand, he was about to charge towards Kong Xianyi. But the other party didn't give him a chance to get close at all, urging the fire spirit bead with all his might. Boom! A burst of flames continued to come towards Zhang Yuanshan, and it was hard for him to resist any longer, so he directly chose to abstain. Swish! His body disappeared into the ring. Chapter 80. Directly killed in seconds. With his abstention, only Su Rui was left on the 250 novice village side. The crowd of 250 novice village was in despair, and only a few people still had hope for Su Rui. As for the 146 novice village people on the preparation seat in the ring, they had already laughed out loud in a very arrogant manner. Haha, is this the strength of your Dragon Country people? Our Master Kong Xian alone can deal with all of you. Garbage is garbage. You Dragon Kingdom deserves to be trampled under our feet. Not only that, one by one, they also made various mocking gestures at Su Rui. This looked at the crowd of 250 novice village, annoyed beyond measure. Big brother Su Rui, it's up to you. Teach them a hard lesson for me. This group of mongrels, they're really pissing me off. Aren't they just relying on a fire pearl? Without that fire pearl, what are they? Alas, but just that one fire bead leaves us with no way to deal with it. I wonder if big brother Su Rui can deal with him. Now they were no longer asking for Su Rui to be able to win, they were only asking to defeat this guy with the fireball. Su Rui faced the taunts and revealed a cold smile. Humph. Laugh. Later on I'll see if you guys can still laugh. He pulled out his green light sword and looked at the countdown for the entrance above his head, preparing to make his move. Kong Xianyi, who was in the ring, looked at Su Rui, who was always ready to catalyze the fire spirit bead. Only the last one left. He planned to fully activate the fire spirit bead at the first opportunity when Su Rui boarded the stage. Before, Fujiichiro had said that this kid's strength was not simple, and it seemed that he possessed 2 talents. There was also an instantaneous movement. He must not let him come within 5 meters of him, otherwise he would not be able to defend Su Rui's attack well. The fire spirit bead in his hand, after a few battles just now, the energy inside was about to be exhausted. However, it should be enough to support this last battle. The 30-second countdown quickly ended. Under the nervous gazes of the 250 novice village crowd, Su Rui's figure was teleported up. Swish! As soon as his body appeared in the ring, he hurriedly rushed towards Kong Xianyi at an incomparably fast speed. It was more than a few times faster than even Li Xiu's from before. Kong Xianyi was instantly startled, and he had already inspired the fire spirit bead at the first opportunity. Boom! The flames in the sky came towards Su Rui, but unfortunately, he was already very close to Kong Xianyi. Wow! A burst of flames blew by, and Kong Xianyi didn't see Su Rui, who rushed out from the flames. So he suddenly let out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, a long sword pierced through his neck directly from the back. Plop! Empty Xianyi's eyes widened, and with incomparable difficulty, he looked down, only to see half of the bloodied sword blade piercing out of his neck. Chop! Su Rui put the sword away. Bang! Kong Xianyi kneeled down on both knees, and as he directly planted himself on the ground, blood spread out from his body. The fire spirit pearl in front of him also rolled down. Su Rui dodged forward and took the fire spirit bead in his hands. There wasn't much energy left in the fire spirit bead, so Su Rui didn't intend to continue using the fire spirit bead, so he put it into his pocket. There was no need to use the fire spirit bead to deal with these people, not to mention that he still had the elemental ability of frost freeze. Afterward, Su Rui turned back and immediately used endless devouring on Kong Xianyi. An incomparably refreshing aura entered Su Rui's mind. Devouring was successful. Spiritual power has been enhanced. Great. Surprisingly, it's spiritual power again. It seemed that this guy's spiritual power was his strong point. No wonder he was able to release so many flames. To fully activate the fire spirit bead was something that required a very strong spiritual power, and an ordinary person simply couldn't do it constantly with full power like he did. And at this moment, all the spectators were shocked by the scene just now. The heir Xianyi, who was invincible above the ring, was directly killed in seconds by Su Rui. This was a real second kill, and I'm afraid that Kong Xianyi himself didn't even think that he couldn't even block a single sword from Su Rui. Crap! Big brother Su Rui is bullish. Bullish! It's too bullish. This is the real big brother. Big brother Su Rui. 1 through 5. Him. The 250 novice village immediately boiled over. Even Long Wu, who had been burned to death, stood up and cheered for a while. And there was a dead silence in the 146 novice village. None of them could speak. Even the 4 people on the battle preparation table had stiff expressions on their faces at this moment. 1 second they were mocking Su Rui and the Dragon Kingdom, but the next second Kong Xianyi just died in front of them. Although his melee ability wasn't the strongest, it wasn't so bad that he was killed in a second by a sword. It must have been because of Kong Xian's carelessness that this guy picked up the slack. Everyone, don't be afraid. Someone immediately stepped forward to stabilize the military. They couldn't afford to be cowed before the battle. That's right, you guys watch. I'll go up and take his head. A man with a majestic figure said. In the next second, his body was teleported to the ring. Everyone was fully focused on the ring. They wanted to see if Su Rui's strength was really that strong. Swish! As soon as his body appeared in the ring, Su Rui rushed towards him. The majestic man was also not willing to show weakness. Dragging his long-handled large sword, he rushed towards Su Rui. Swish! When the distance was enough, Su Rui directly used an instantaneous transfer and came behind him. And he had learned the lesson from Kong Xianyi and knew that Su Rui had this talent. The moment Su Rui disappeared, he also swung his sword behind himself. Clang! Su Rui's sword chopped on the big sword that was swung at him. The majestic man immediately felt a huge force that came from his hand, which caused the large sword in his hand to unconsciously come out of his hand. Su Rui's sword directly sent the big sword of the stout man flying out. Just when the big knife was still flying in the air, Su Rui chopped out the next sword. This sword cut across the man's throat, leaving a hideous blood scar, and blood gushed out. He stared with rolled eyes and fell to his knees, one hand covering his neck and one hand supporting the ground. He then immediately chose to abstain while he was still conscious. In the next second, his body disappeared into the ring. The 3 people in the viewing gallery had shock on their faces. This was another second kill, and Xiong Ben, who was the stronger fighter on their side, was actually killed within 2 moves as well. At this moment, a sense of fear passed through them, which sent chills down their spines. Because what made them so fearful wasn't the inability to defeat Su Rui, but the strength that Su Rui had displayed, which made them not even have a chance to abstain. Unless one chose to directly abstain as soon as they came up, not giving Su Rui a chance to strike at all. But then, not only would they be mocked by the other party, They would also be spat upon by the people of their own novice village, and they would also lose the face of their Sakura country. However, in their hearts it was still important to save their lives. Chapter 81 The Mighty Su-Rue. The next one who was about to get into the ring, Onoda, had a face filled with fear and panic. At this moment, Su-Rue in the ring revealed a cold smile and hooked his finger at him. Su-Rue remembered that just now, this kid was the one who taunted the most. He didn't expect to be scared into this now. Seeing Su-Rue hooking his finger at him, Onoda was even more scared. He immediately lowered his head and decided that he would abstain from the match as soon as he got on the court later. Who cares about reputation? Being able to survive is the most important thing. The crowd in the 250 novice village were quite relieved to see this scene. Haha! These cub seeds of Sakura country can't laugh now. That's right. Keep laughing. Let's see if Big Brother Su-Rue can decimate all of you. And on the battle preparation table, only Onoda, Fujiichiro and Kimura Nakano remained. Kimura Nakano was the strongest among them, and seeing Su-Rue provoking so arrogantly, he was furious, and he immediately said to Onoda, "You better force out all his talent when you get on the field later." Onoda glanced at him and nodded helplessly. But in his mind he had already thought about it, and when he went up there he would just abstain. He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't take his life to test Su-Rue's strength, much less that ability to force out Su-Rue's use of the split talent. Swish! In the next second, the countdown ended and Onoda was teleported to the ring. When he came to the ring, he saw that Su-Rue was continuing to approach towards him as a residual shadow. The distance between the two sides was drawing in at a rapid pace. He was alarmed and was ready to directly abstain. If he was late and was cut down by the instantly coming Su-Rue with a sword, that would be bad. But at this moment, he saw Su-Rue stretching out a hand, blue ice crystals emanating from his hand. Ka-ka-ka. At this moment, Onoda's head felt a sharp chill. At the same time, it was as if his mind was frozen, and there was no way for him to send out the idea of abstaining. Moreover, his brain was unable to maneuver his body, and he could only watch as Su-Rue kept approaching with his sword. Damn it! What is this Onoda doing? Standing still and waiting to die? Kimura Nakano couldn't help but curse angrily. No, his head seems to be frozen. Fujiichiro discovered the problem. At this moment, a layer of thin frost had appeared on Onoda's hair, and there was also a layer of ice crystals on his face, and his eyes couldn't even turn. Su-Rue didn't use an instantaneous transfer and just rushed in front of him, right in front of his face, letting him watch his death come. With a sword chop, this frozen head of Onoda was directly chopped off. Bang! The head fell to the ground, and many of the ice crystals on it were smashed off. He didn't even think that facing Su-Rue, he didn't even have the ability to surrender and abstain. Was the gap between the two sides already this big? What? He even has such a means, why didn't you say so before? Kimura Nakano looked at Fujiichiro. How was I supposed to know? This must be a means he acquired not too long ago. As for Fujiichiro, at this moment he was already frightened as well because he was next. After seeing what happened to Onoda, the same emotion of fear surfaced in his heart. In the 250 novice square, there were cheers. Originally, they all thought that they would lose this confrontation, but they didn't expect that Su-Rue's strength would be so strong that he would once again save the day. It was simply so strong that it was perverted, and they also saw the clues from the battle just now. It was known that Su-Rue was the fourth gifted awakener in the novice village. Haha, Big Brother Su-Rue is really deep in the world. He actually possesses such a strong talent. Yes, the last confrontation match Big Brother Su-Rue surprisingly didn't use his talent. One can only say that the strength of Saber Jiro is not enough to make Big Brother Su-Rue use his talent. Of course, at that time, Su-Rue hadn't obtained the talent of instant transmission yet. In the ring, Su-Rue directly devoured Onoda's attributes. Devouring success, attack plus 16, speed plus 9, and put his weapon into the spatial ring. When the crowd of 250 novice village saw this, they were envious. A big brother is a big brother. To think that he even has something like a spatial ring. That sort of Big Brother Su-Rue is also really handsome. I wonder how much attack power it can add. I think it might have 20 points of attack power. After all, a weapon like this is not ordinary at first glance. 20 points? I think it's at least 25 points. Swish! Soon, the next person to appear in the ring, Fujiichiro, was teleported to the ring. Su-Rue revealed a cold smile. We meet again, underdog? Aren't you going to surrender? Although Fujiichiro couldn't understand what Su-Rue was saying, He knew that the other party was definitely humiliating himself. This inspired him to want to fight on and did not directly choose to surrender. Baka! Today, I'll let you see what a samurai of the Sakura country is. Fuji Ichiro carried his sword, and his entire body became incomparably red in an instant. He directly chose to use his talent, although it wouldn't last long. However, if he didn't use his talent, he was also afraid that he would be killed by Su-Rue in seconds. Ah! After that, he carried his sword and charged towards Su-Rue. Su-Rue held his sword to meet him. Clang! Clank! Clank! The swords of both sides continuously clashed, and the surrounding area was filled with sword lights and shadows. The battle power of Fuji Ichiro, who had stimulated his talent, directly soared to a terrifying level. He also became the first person in the ring who was able to go through 2 moves with Su-Rue. This made the 146 novice village people see the hope of winning. Being able to go through a few moves was already very good. Previously, the strength that Su-Rue had shown made them feel that Su-Rue was just unbeatable. Of course, this was also because Su-Rue didn't use any means and was fighting purely with force. It was because he wanted to kill Fuji Ichiro in the ring, thus devouring his talent. However, after Fuji Ichiro utilized this talent, his attack power and speed climbed to a very powerful level. It left Su-Rue with no way to do a one-strike kill, so he had to find a good time so that Fuji Ichiro had no way to discard his talent. Clang! Clang! The 2 men's swords clashed again, but Fuji Ichiro was clearly not an opponent. The tiger's mouth on his hand had already been cracked. His body was also retreating. It was only a few moves into the exchange, and he was already about to be unable to block Su-Rue's attack. Clank! Su-Rue made another sword strike, directly knocking Fuji Ichiro backward a few steps. Instead of pursuing the attack, he directly used an instantaneous transfer to come behind Fuji Ichiro. Because at this time, Fuji Ichiro would definitely think that Su-Rue was going to attack from the front, and he would focus on defending the front, ignoring the defense behind him. Sure enough, after being knocked back, Fuji Ichiro first raised his sword in front of him. But at this time, he realized where there was still Su-Rue's figure on the front. At that moment, he was shocked in his heart, wanting to abandon and leave this place. But an incomparably icy coldness carried out from the top of his head, causing his mind to freeze. Chop! The green light sword had already chopped from the side, and was about to slice through his neck and decapitate his head. But the effect of his talent hadn't ended yet. The frost freeze had frozen his mind trying to act though. But it couldn't stop the thoughts of abandonment that passed through his mind towards the heavenly Tao. Swish! His body instantly disappeared from the ring. Chapter 82. The Last Man. Chop! The blue light sword only chopped the air in front of him, and it was Fuji Ichiro who escaped after all. Damn it! This guy's will is quite tenacious. Most of all, Fuji Ichiro's talent played a key role. His talent allowed all aspects of his body to reach a limit in a short period of time. This was what made him give out the idea of surrendering. Although there was a pang of disappointment in his heart, the 250 novice village was already rejoicing. On the contrary, on the side of the 146 novice village, these Sakura Nation people had already begun to angrily curse Air Xianyi and the others. Damn it! We're about to lose 35 points of attributes. Who the hell opened the confrontation? Air Geniki, this stupid bastard, to have such a treasure and still be killed in seconds. We're about to start the collective quest, and if everyone loses 35 attributes first, then we'll just wait for death. Not everyone, however, had lost their confidence. Humph, we won't necessarily lose yet. Don't forget that we still have Lord Kimura who hasn't taken the field. That's right, Kimura Nakano is the #1 person in our novice village's battle power ranking. He'll definitely be able to defeat this dragon nation when he comes on. Kimura Nakano had always been #1 from the time the battle power list was announced until now, only that he was incomparably low-key. Outsiders thought that the strongest person in their novice village was Fuji Ichiro who had used his talent. And it was only because Air Geniki had unintentionally obtained a treasure like the Fire Spirit Pearl that he had that kind of strength. Without the Fire Spirit Pearl, his strength would have been a top 5 level. And Kimura Nakano had never revealed his talent, making it impossible to know if he had awakened his talent or not. But he had always been #1 on the battle power list. At this moment, Su-Rue in the ring also looked at Kimura Nakano on the preparation mat. A hint of a square expression also finally surfaced on his face. In Su-Rue's impression, this guy had never revealed a flustered expression from the beginning to the end after seeing his strength. This mentality alone made Su-Rue feel that this guy was not simple. Either he was very confident in his own strength and thought he could fight with Su Rue. Either he was confident that he was able to choose to abstain directly before Su Rue struck and had the ability to save his life. And he was the last one chosen to debut, so his strength was definitely not weak. Kimura Nakano felt Su Rue's gaze and also raised his head, fearlessly confronting Su Rue. It seems that this guy is very confident in his own strength. Su Rue came to be interested. The previous opponent didn't let himself use his full strength at all. I don't know if this guy has the ability to make himself fight properly. Swish. 30 seconds passed and Kimura Nakano's body appeared in the ring. His weapons were 2 steel claws attached to the backs of his hands, only to see that he crossed his hands in front of him and clenched his 10 fingers. Chop! The 2 steel claws protruded out from the back of his hands. Let me see your strength. Su Rue carried his glaive and charged towards Kimura Nakano. And Kimura Nakano similarly charged towards Su Rue. The distance between the two sides was drawing in at a rapid pace, and Su Rue directly slashed his sword towards Kimura Nakano in front of his head. Bing! Kimura Nakano crossed his arms and his 2 steel claws directly blocked the sword of Su Rue. However, both of his arms fell downwards and his face did not look too good. It could be seen that it was incomparably difficult for him to catch this sword of Su Rue. In this exchange, he knew the gap between himself and Su Rue. However, he also had his own way to win. Only to see, Su Rue closed his sword and continued to attack. Chop! The sword stabbed out straight towards Kimura Nakano's chest. And what made Su Rue marvel was that Kimura Nakano didn't even choose to defend. He directly dropped his blocking claws and attacked towards Su Rue. What's the situation? Does this guy not want to die? Does it just want to injure me? These 2 claws were definitely not going to kill Su Rue. At most he would suffer some injuries. Moreover, Su Rue's body still had soft armor, so the injury wouldn't be very serious. Seeing this scene, Su Rue did not choose to withdraw the glaive in his hand and directly stabbed towards Kimura Nakano. Chop! Su Rue's blue light sword was ultimately 1 step faster and directly stabbed at Kimura Nakano's chest. Clang! What people did not expect was that not only did Su Rue's sword not stab in, but instead, there was a sound of metal clashing. What? He was instantly shocked. Did this guy wear some kind of extremely strong defensive armor inside? But when he fixed his eyes on it, a piece of golden-colored skin had surfaced on Kimura Nakano's chest where he had been stabbed out of the middle. And at this moment, not allowing Su Rue to think more, Kimura Nakano's claws had already clawed towards Su Rue. Due to the fact that Su Rue didn't choose to defend and dodge just now, so these claws were close to Su Rue. It left him no time to dodge. Swish! Su Rue instantly used instantaneous transfer, dodging these twin claws while arriving behind Kimura Nakano. Chop! Su Rue chopped down towards Kimura Nakano's back with his sword. Clank! The blade of the sword slashed across his back, cutting through his cloths. But it didn't penetrate his skin. Instead, it struck out a burst of sparks. And Kimura Nakano also caught this force and directly rolled forward, pulling away from Su Rue. Su Rue also saw clearly this time. It wasn't any armor that was able to resist his attack. It was Kimura Nakano's skin, but how could his defense be so perverse? Su Rue immediately used his eye of insight to check on Kimura Nakano and found that he was in the middle of using his talent. Talent Body of Gold. Can turn part of his skin into indestructible gold and stone. Body of Gold? Sure enough, it's a talent. Haha. Lord Kimura Nakano is really powerful. That Dragon Nation guy on the other side couldn't even break his defense. Go for it, Lord Kimura. Knock this Dragon Nation man over. We're going to win this time. Lord Kimura will wipe out the shame for us. The expressions on the faces of the people of the 146 Novice Village changed once more as they saw the hope of winning again. 250 Novice Square. How can this be? Why is this person's body so hard? Can't hit him at all. This must be his talent. How can he win if he can't hit him here? Don't worry. I believe that Big Brother Su Rue will definitely be able to defeat this guy. In the ring, Kimura Nakano once again swung his 2 claws and charged towards Su Rue. Su Rue realized that he wouldn't use his talent before engaging in a fight, as long as a part of his body would turn golden when he engaged in a fight. It seemed that this talent he couldn't open all the time either. There must be a limit. Since this was the case, then Su Rue no longer stayed back, only to see his body directly split into 3. The 3 Su Rue stood in 3 directions and surrounded towards Kimura Nakano. Chapter 83 Winning. Battle Ranking Reward. Seeing this scene, the crowd of 250 Novice Village was dumbstruck. My God, isn't this the talent of that Sakura Nation person from last time? How come Big Brother Su Rue knows it too? Grass. This is too strong. Big Brother Su Rue actually has so many talents. Too fierce. How can Big Brother Su Rue still lose? We only have a total of 4 talents in the novice village plus him, and now he has several by himself. Zhou Yi and the others were also stunned when they saw this scene. Although Zhang Yuanshan had seen Su Rue use instant transmission before, he knew that his guess was not wrong and it was within his expectations. However, seeing him with so many talents in his hand, he still couldn't calm down inside. 146 There was another round of wailing and complaining in the novice village. In the ring, the 3 Su Rue were all above Kimura Nakano and formed a siege against him. Ping! 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 Kimura Nakano, facing such a siege, simply could not free his hands to attack, and was beaten without the power to fight back. And after a fierce battle, his body was already covered in sword marks, and his cloth clothes were cut with many slits, revealing the golden skin inside. If he didn't have this talent, he wouldn't even know how many times he would have died by now. Facing Su Rue's 3-sided attack, Kimura Nakano knew that if he didn't go on the offensive, then when the talent ended, he could only forfeit. Ah, come on, I'll fight you. Only seeing him roar, he directly attacked frantically over to the foremost Su Rue, completely ignoring his opponent's offense. Clang, clang. The long swords kept slashing at his body, but he completely ignored the injuries on his body, even though these attacks had no way to cause damage to him right now. But when the talent ended, he would also still receive some of the damage he had received while the golden body lasted. With a disregard like Kimura Nakano's, by the time his talent ended, he would definitely be seriously injured straight away. While facing Kimura Nakano's attack, the Su Rue in front chose to retreat backwards, allowing the Su Rue on both sides to attack him. Kimura Nakano's speed couldn't match Su Rue's, which made him furious. Coward! Are you only capable of running? Su Rue saw his exasperation and also saw a break in his golden body. Although most of his body was in the golden body state, his hands with steel claws were not wrapped in gold color. He should have thought that with these steel claws protecting him, there was no need to waste his talent and use it on his hands. Good. Then I will do as you wish, eat my sword. This time, Su Rue didn't continue to retreat. He directly gripped the green light sword and stimulated the attack berserking bracelet on his wrist. Buzz! A white light emitted from his wrist, and with the white light, Su Rue's sword chopped down. And Kimura Nakano also realized that Su Rue's sword was not simple. He immediately raised his steel claws trying to block the sword. Ka-ching! A flash of light flashed, and the blue light sword directly cut through the steel claw on the back of Kimura Nakano's hand, and chopped off one of his hands directly. Ah! Kimura Nakano couldn't help but roar as he covered his broken arm. Su Rue, on the other hand, continued to hold his sword and chopped towards the front. I want to see how hard this turtle shell of yours is. For a moment, the 3 Su Rue launched their attacks at the same time, although his attacks were unable to break through Kimura Nakano's defense. However, Su Rue was able to feel that it still caused damage to him. Swish! After having one of his hands chopped off, Kimura Nakano lost the conviction to continue fighting and chose to directly abandon the fight and leave the area. Running too is really fast. Su Rue, who had chopped the air with a sword, took the 2 doppelgangers back into his body. For such an outcome, he had predicted it. After all, this guy's natural defense was pulled full. There was no way for Su Rue to cut him down by surprise, even if he used Frost Freeze. It would also only slow down his thinking and movements, but it would not be able to cause fatal damage to him. Instead, it would also speed up the idea of him abstaining. With Kimura Nakano's abandonment, there were no more participants on the side of the 146 Novice Village. 250 Novice Village also won this match. Su Rue even accomplished the feat of 1 through 5. Although this sounded incredible, it was nothing difficult for Su Rue. Swish! After winning, the Heavenly Tao teleported him back to the Novice Square. Haha! Big Brother Su Rue is bullish. Bullish! Too bullish. 1 through 5. Great! Our Dragon Country won again this time. Big Brother Su Rue is really strong. There was a burst of cheers in the 250 Novice Village as Su Rue once again became the hero of their Novice Village. His reputation in the 250 Novice Village had also reached its peak. Many people wanted to rush to the stage and raise Su Rue high in the air to celebrate. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao blessing also descended from the sky, and the injuries of the other 4 were recovering rapidly. The burned skin on their bodies were all rapidly becoming normal, and even the cloth clothes on their bodies became brand new. Haha, Master Long. I've come back to life with full blood. Long Wu climbed up from the ground with a burst of liveliness. Then he also intended to join in lifting up Su Rue. Su Rue, on the other hand, wasn't injured at all. He had only used up some of his stamina, and the heavenly Tao had finished replenishing his stamina. At this moment, he was facing such enthusiastic novice village members, and was somewhat tempted to reject them. Fortunately, at this time, Heaven's Path distributed the attributes gained from winning the confrontation match for everyone. This made them all start to feel the boost that the attributes brought to themselves, and Su Rue also took the opportunity to slip away from the crowd. Haha, to think that I added 20 points of attack and 15 points of speed in one go, that's more than the attribute points I added when I leveled up. Haha, after adding so many attribute points in one go, I feel like I'm already able to single-handedly fight a level 2 demonic beast. Yeah, my strength has also skyrocketed. It's really great. This time, the rewards were even more generous, and the overall strength of the 250 novice village was also greatly improved. At this moment, everyone was incredibly confident about the upcoming collective quest. Winning the 2 confrontation matches had made their collective strength stronger. Su Rue naturally also gained these 35 points of attributes, and he opened the panel to look at his attributes. Attack, 793. Defense, 90. Speed, 555. Level, 10th level, 1143020000. Elemental ability, Frost Freeze. Talents, Endless Devouring, Super Transformation, Eye of Insight, Instantaneous Shift, Divergence. His strength was already far beyond the rest of the novice village, and he was very confident in the upcoming collective quest. What's more, he had also obtained the Fire Spirit Bead, although there wasn't much energy left in it. But it was a group attack killing weapon if Su Rue encountered rodent rats and bats again. As long as he catalyzed the Fire Spirit Bead, he would be able to burn them all to death. Reminder: collective quests are about to start. Please prepare all the people in the novice village. Currently, the distribution of battle ranking rewards will begin. 10 pillars of light immediately descended from the sky, each shining in front of the 10 members on the battle power ranking. In front of Su Rue, a silver-white treasure chest appeared. Chapter 84 Collective Mission Opening. Is this the silver treasure chest? I wonder what will be opened. Su Rue's heart burst with anticipation. This was still the highest quality treasure chest he had ever encountered. Wow! The silver treasure chest was opened and a burst of light shone out. When the light disappeared, Su Rue saw a brown-colored elixir lying in the treasure chest. Extreme-grade heart-condensing pill. After taking it, it can cause a qualitative change in the player's mental power, giving them a chance to become a mental power mage that is admired by millions. Extreme elixir? It's still one that enhances mental power. Su Rue stretched out his fingers and twisted the elixir in the treasure chest, and a fresh fragrance spread out. Just this elixir alone refreshed one's mind. A chance to become a spiritual power mage? What is a spiritual power mage? Su Rue was confused. Alas, no matter, since it's to enhance spiritual power, it must be something good. Su Rue directly swallowed this elixir in one bite. But what he didn't expect was that instead of his body experiencing a very comfortable feeling, it was unusually uncomfortable. A strong power impacted Su Rue's mind and heart, causing his brain to swell and his heart to be continuously impacted. What a strong medicinal power! Su Rue's expression became distorted. One hand propped up on the ground, half kneeling on the ground. This was generated from the inside out, and it was even more unbearable than if he had been seriously injured. However, this feeling also quickly dissipated, and it turned to make Su Rue feel another strange sensation. This feeling seemed to make him feel that everything around him was within his control. His perception ability was greatly improved. Even if he was separated by a street, Su Rue could sense that someone was walking on another street. There were also a few rats rummaging in the dark corners, and he could hear clearly what the crowd in the novice square was discussing. This was something that Su Rue simply didn't have before. It seemed that this was the change after the qualitative change in spiritual power. Feeling the enhancement of perception ability for a while, Su Rue couldn't wait to experiment with his frost freeze again, only to see that he stretched out his hand towards the few rats in the corner and a blue crystalline light appeared in his palm. Ka. The several rats, along with the abandoned box, were immediately frozen into ice. The power of the frost freeze is really greater than just now, and it seems like it doesn't consume so much mental power, probably because of the change in my mental power. If Surue was now allowed to use Frost Freeze again on Fujiichiro, who was using his talent, then he would definitely not be able to escape. As time passed, the mood of the crowd in the novice village had gradually calmed down. They had returned to their wooden huts and began to recover their physical strength to deal with the collective quest in the best possible condition. And the sky had completely brightened up. They were all teleported here in the morning of the day before yesterday, and now that 2 days were about to pass, the collective quest was about to open. This was the thing they were most concerned about nowadays, and it was also the reason why they were fighting to improve their strength. After all, the consequences of failing the mission was something they couldn't afford. In the nervous and apprehensive mood of the crowd, the Heaven's Path finally opened the collective quest for the novice village. Reminder: the difficulty of collective quests is categorized into simple, normal, difficult, hell, nightmare. Each novice village will then draw a difficulty. Gosh, it's even divided into so many difficulties and randomly drawn. This makes me even more nervous. Amit Ba Buddha, bless the Bodhisattva. Be sure to draw us an easy difficulty collective mission. I see that with the Heaven's Way's pissy nature, this easy mission won't be easy. If we're given a difficult difficulty directly, then we can wash our hands of it earlier. Humph. Come on. Master Long, I'm not afraid of it. Better let me battle it out. Long Wu's battle spirit was high after receiving the Heavenly Tao's blessing. In the chat channel, everyone was already chatting feverishly, and many people were praying to draw a simpler collective quest. Surue didn't care too much. As long as it wasn't hell or nightmare difficulty, the others were okay for him. This was his confidence in his own strength, and they had also won the novice village match twice. Their overall strength wasn't weak either. Announcement: starting to draw collective quests for 250 novice villages. Seeing this announcement, everyone held their breath and nervously waited for the extraction results. Soon, Heaven's Path announced the extraction results. Congratulations to 250 Novice Village for extracting the Hell-level collective mission. Defend against demonic invasion.
Iblang.
Congratulations to your sister. Surprisingly, we were given a Hell difficulty mission to draw. You big shot. Dog Heaven's Path. This is ing intentional. It's over. Hell difficulty. We're not really going to hell, are we? In the chat channel, quite a few people cursed out. They didn't care if Heaven's Path could hear them. After all, this mission was a matter of life and death for them. Now, Surue's face didn't look too good either. Really afraid of what would come. Unexpectedly really gave a collective mission with hell difficulty. Zhou also joined the ranks of cursing the Heavenly Tao. Immediately afterward, Heaven's Path announced the content of the mission. Mission objective: kill all the Demon Realm soldiers and creatures that rush out from the spatial rift, and defend the Demon Prohibition Crystal in the Novice Village from being destroyed. Demon Realm soldiers and creatures. What is all this? And the Forbidden Magic Crystal in the Novice Village? How come I've never seen a crystal anywhere in the Novice Village? There's no spatial rift either. Is this Heaven's Way mistaken? At this moment, quite a few people walked out of the wooden huts and wandered around the Novice Village. Boom! Right at this moment, a large hole appeared in the square of the Novice Village. A one-person high blue crystal slowly rose from the hole and emitted a warm glow. I'll go. This is the Demon Prohibiting Crystal. Someone marveled. Where is that spatial rift? Giggling, a sound of space tearing resounded through the clouds, only to see a 7 or 8 meter tall, 3 meter wide purple-black crack appeared at the entrance of the Novice Village. It appeared. A spatial rift has appeared at the entrance of the Novice Village. After someone noticed it, the first thing he did was to pass the information into the chat channel. And he curiously walked towards the strangely shaped crack, cautiously. Li Quan, be careful, but demons can come out here. Someone from behind warned. The man named Li Quan turned back to him and smiled. It's fine. I, Li Quan, am also considered a strong person here. But at that moment, a long tongue stuck out from the crack and rushed towards Li Quan with great speed. Whoosh! Watch out! Li Quan hurriedly turned around when he heard his companion's alarmed cry. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The tongue had already reeled him in and retracted him into the crack with great speed. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Li Quan was yanked into the crack by the tongue. As for his companions, after seeing this scene, they were so scared that they immediately ran back to the Novice Village. Chapter 85 Head of the Demon Race. A big fat man who was more than 3 meters tall, purple in color, wearing armor, and with a hideous face came out of the crack. And there was a huge mouth on his stomach that was constantly chewing on something. It was this huge mouth that swallowed Li Quan just now. After walking out of the crack, he sniffed with his nose and then looked ahead at the novice village. Both mouths immediately grinned in an astonishing arc and laughed. "Ha! There's so much blood food here. Wow!" In the crack behind him, a single demonic minion stepped out from it. These small soldiers belonged to the same clan as this fat man at the front. Their skin was also purple, with armor on their bodies and machetes in their hands. While the eyes and nose on their faces were small, their mouths were incomparably huge, occupying most of their faces alone, and their long tongues drooped out of their mouths. The mouth on the big fat man's stomach laughed hideously. "Ha! This rift even opened at the doorstep of the human race. It's simply a reward from the great demon god. Give me on. Eat them all." Big Fatty shouted as he raised the wolf tooth stick in his hand. Hod. A burst of footsteps sounded, and these dozens of demon minions roared and raised their weapons in their hands, charging towards the novice village. On this side of the novice village, everyone had already begun to gather towards the entrance of the village. Some of the people who were closer had already rushed here, and they were defending the village entrance with their weapons. At the entrance of the village, a demon minion rushed the fastest and was the first to enter the novice village. Whoosh! A feathered arrow flew like lightning, directly penetrating the head of this small soldier. Well done! Seeing this scene, many people clapped their hands. Originally, these hideous and terrifying demons made many people fearful. This arrow had raised the morale of the novice village side quite a bit. The one who shot through it was none other than Su Lang, who was the 9th on the battle power list. His battle power was already not bad, and he had obtained an even more powerful bow and arrow in the battle power ranking rewards. Humph! These demons aren't much better. With that, he quickly drew out a second feathered arrow and quickly shot it. Whoosh! As soon as an arrow went down, another demon race fell. And these demon minions had already rushed over by now, and the crowd from the novice village brandished their weapons to engage them. Clang! Clank! Clank! For a while, swords and lights rose up at the entrance of the village as dozens of demon minions and dozens of humans engaged in battle. Of course, the people from the novice village were still coming over in a steady stream. Those players who were weaker and clearly not able to defeat the demon skirmishers retreated to the back, letting these strong people on. The strength of these demon minions was comparable to some of the stronger level 2 demon beasts, but they were wearing armor on their bodies and had strong defense. Su Rue was far away from the village entrance, but his speed was very fast, and under his wild run, he was already about to arrive at the village entrance very soon. But the demon leader was the first to join the battlefield, and its strength far exceeded the ordinary demon minions. A novice village member holding a large sword had already cut down several demon minions in a row, and was getting more and more courageous as he fought. He was about to choose his next target when he was targeted by this fat demon race member. Hey, go to hell! He stepped forward across his large strides, and the large wolfsbane in his hand swung out directly. Seeing this behemoth charging towards him, Chun Gang hastily raised the large sword in his hand and slashed it. Ugly monster! Eat my sword! Bang! The wolf tooth rod instantly sent the large knife flying out, while continuing to smash towards Chun Gang's head. Boom! With an explosive sound, Chun Gang's head was split apart like a watermelon, and the surrounding area was scarlet in color. After killing Chun Gang, it began to look for its next target. Currently, there was no one here who was an enemy of his hammer. Soon, he killed several novice village members in a row. Su Lang, who was hunting the demon minions, noticed this scene, and he immediately raised the bow and arrow in his hand to shoot at this fellow. Whoosh! A feathered arrow rushed in and Fatty immediately dodged it. Plop! But it had a huge body, and this arrow ended up hitting its stomach. Roar! The big Fatty let out a roar as it took a hit of pain. It immediately reached out and pulled out the feathered arrow from its stomach, while directly throwing the wolf tooth stick in its hand towards Su Lang. Phew! The speed of the wolf tooth stick was extremely fast, and a sound of breaking wind resounded all around. Su Lang simply did not expect the other party to still have this trick. Seeing the wolf tooth stick approaching towards him at great speed, he had no place to hide. Su Lang's pupils widened, his body trembled slightly, as if he could already see the scene of his body shattering when he was struck by the wolf tooth rod. Swish! But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Clank! A blue light flashed, and the wolf tooth stick was directly chopped away. Su Rue. Looking at the back figure, Su Lang couldn't help but shout out his name. At this moment, Su Rue's face was incomparably gloomy. He had just seen the scene of this guy brutally killing his compatriots, and his heart still contained anger. Doubt appeared on Big Fatty's face. The skinny guy was able to chop away the wolfsbane he had thrown. It was really strange. Moreover, he still appeared here instantly. What kind of tactic was this? Before it could think more, Su Rue had already rushed towards him as a residual shadow. Good timing. Watch me swallow you. Big Fatty opened his huge mouth and stuck out his long tongue towards Su Rue. Whoosh! Looking at the tongue flying towards him, Su Rue chopped out with a sword. Ka-ching! Blood splattered everywhere. His tongue was directly chopped off. Ah! The big mouth on the demon race leader's stomach suddenly wailed, and its body involuntarily twisted. Su Rue came in front of the demon race leader and directly hit a jumping chop. Chop! Su Rue's speed was extremely fast and his sword was even faster, and with a single strike, he chopped off the head above the body. Snap! At the same time, his body also came to the back of the demon race leader, and the head of the demon race leader directly rolled down. His face was full of incredulity. Roar! Its big mouth let out a roar and its two arms spread out. After Su Rue landed on the ground, he immediately rolled over again and stabbed his sword towards its back. Plop! A sword penetrated through its torso, and the long sword went straight through its large mouth in front of it. This sword also made it stop roaring and the movements of its two arms froze there. Bang! Afterwards, its huge torso directly planted itself, making a loud sound. Killed a level 5 demon leader. Experience value plus 1,000. The surrounding demon minions, seeing that their bosses had been killed, were instantly scared out of their wits. The ones that could still move one by one retreated towards the crack. But how could Su Rue let them retreat easily? Holding the green light sword in his hand, he directly rushed towards the demon soldiers and chopped them. Chop! 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 With a flash of blue light, these demon soldiers were harvested by Su Rue like cabbages. As soon as his sword went down, no matter if it was the armor or weapons of the demon minor soldiers, they all broke in unison. Killed level 2 demon pawn. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 2 demon pawn. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 2 demon pawn. Experience value plus 100. Chapter 86. Great Harvest of Experience. Su Rue killed while rushing towards the crack, and soon he killed a bloody path and arrived at the crack. Only to see, he turned around and one person stopped these demon minor soldiers outside. These ugly devil race minions. Seeing that Su Rue dared to stop them here by himself, one by one, they all screamed strangely and rushed towards him. 4 or 5 demon minor soldiers, holding various weapons in their hands, surrounded towards Su Rue. Su Rue held the glaive in his hand and slashed out towards the front. Chop! A blue light flashed, and these 5 demon minor soldiers were chopped off in unison. Kill level 2 demon pawns. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 2 demon pawns. Experience value plus 100. Another wave of experience was harvested. These demon pawns, seeing how terrifying Su Rue's strength was, one by one were once again scared back. They could only rush back towards the novice village. At this time, the strong people in the novice village had already arrived at the entrance of the village one after another, and these demon minor soldiers were not their opponents at all. Su Rue once again chased after them and chopped out a few more swords, just like harvesting straws, killing them. As Su Rue and the crowd of the novice village clamped down, the number of demon minor soldiers became less and less. Soon, dozens of demon minor soldiers were killed. Su Rue alone had killed 20 to 30 demon minions and gained 2 to 3,000 experience points, as well as 1,000 experience points from the demon leader, totaling 3 to 4,000 experience points. These demonic creatures were even stronger than demonic beasts of the same level and provided slightly higher experience values. Haha, we won. The strength of these demons is just so-so. This is hell difficulty? It's nothing more than that. It can only be said that our strength is too strong. Many people in the novice village were cheering the victory, but how could the hell level difficulty be that simple? Su Rue didn't bother celebrating the victory, but started devouring the attributes of these demonic minions. These minions were all disgusting looking, but the good thing was that devouring attributes didn't need to create contact with them. Devouring success. Attack power plus 4, speed plus 2. Devouring success. Attack power plus 4, speed plus 2. Devouring success. Attack power +4. Speed +2. Devour successfully. The attributes of the 6 demon minions were quickly devoured by Su Rue, and then he started walking towards the corpse of that demon leader again. And at this moment, quite a few people started to clean up the battlefield, going to pick up the weapons of these demon miner soldiers to use. These weapons weren't strong, but they were still comparable to basic weapons. Hey, Lu Chong, what are you doing? Only to see that a strong man stripped off the armor of the demon miner soldiers on the ground. This armor is a good thing. Of course I'm going to peel it off and wear it myself, Lu Chong said as he peeled it off. The surrounding members of the novice village immediately revealed a look of contempt. But at that moment, the corpses of the demons on the ground unexpectedly began to disappear, and along with them, their weapons. Even though some of the weapons had already been held in the hands of the novice village members. Grass. My armor. The armor that Lu Chong had just put on his body also disappeared. The huge corpse of that demon leader also disappeared from this spot. Su Rue hadn't had time to go and devour its attributes. The corpse will even disappear. This made Su Rue not think about it. Had he known that after killing the demon race leader, he would have devoured it by hand. The corpse disappeared. Does this mean that we've succeeded in fending it off? And the hell level mission is over? I think so. That big fat guy is very strong. If we didn't have big brother Su Rue, we really wouldn't be able to deal with it. But the crack hasn't disappeared yet. Someone raised a doubt. Of course, Su Rue wouldn't think that a hell level mission would be so simple, and there were quite a few others who thought the same way as him. Zhang Yuanshan stood out and said, "Everyone, don't be lax. Since the crack hasn't disappeared, that means the mission hasn't ended yet. Makes sense. This should only be the first wave of the demon race's attack. I don't know when the second wave of attack will be." Before the words were finished, movement came from the crack once again. Wow! An ugly-looking devil race small soldier was the first to pass through the crack and appeared at the entrance of the village. This demon miner soldier looked a little different from the ones from before, but it was still ugly. Whoosh! A feather arrow flew towards it. Plop! Before this demon miner soldier had a chance to look around, it was shot through the head with an arrow. But at this moment, there was an even greater commotion coming from the crack, and a rumbling sound rang out. A group of demon miner soldiers rushed out from the rift, wearing tattered armor and brandishing weapons in their hands as they charged towards the novice village. Good timing. Let me have a good kill. Long Wu raised his great sword and charged towards the demonic minions. Ka-ching! A thick white lightning fell from the sky. Bared. A few demon minions were instantly scorched by electricity, and crippled more demon minions around them. Li Xiu drew his dual swords and rushed towards the demon race army at an even faster speed. Chomp! 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 His dual swords continuously swung at these demonic bodies, and each of his swords basically slashed at the throats of these demonic minions, as well as at places that weren't protected by the armor. Everywhere he passed, demonic soldiers kept falling. Zhang Yuanshan and some other strong people from the novice village formed a defensive wall in front of the rest of the novice village, not allowing those demon minions to rush over, thus protecting some of the long-range attackers at the back. They were constantly attacking the demon army with bows and arrows in their hands. Su Rue directly released the split art and his body split into 3. The 3 Su Rue stood in a row and pushed across towards the demonic army. These demonic minions couldn't resist his attack at all. He had killed more demon minions alone than Li Xiu and the others combined. Killed level 2 demon pawn. Experience value plus 100. Kill level 2 demon pawns. Experience value plus 100. The demon army couldn't even rush into the novice village with their interception. Especially the section that Su Rue was defending. They had been intimidated by Su Rue's strength and even wanted to retreat. But at this moment, 2 demon race leaders came out of the crack. They were both more than 3 meters tall, and their bodies unexpectedly sprouted 3 heads, with an extra head on each shoulder. They were dressed in rudimentary armor, holding machetes and shields in their hands as they walked towards the front in large strides. It's the demon heads. Everyone activate them both. Zhang Yuanshan immediately commanded the archers behind him. Whoosh! 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 A feathered arrow shot towards the 2 of them, but only a small portion of them were able to deal damage to them. Most of the players had low attack power and were unable to deal damage to the demonic leader. Not to mention it had a shield. The 2 demon heads raised their shields in front of them, continuously fending off the attacks from the bows and arrows, and striding towards the novice village. When Su Rue saw that a demon race leader was closer to him, his main body immediately drew back and rushed towards it. Chapter 87 Leveling Up. When the demon race leader realized that a human was charging towards him, he immediately howled and ran wildly towards Su Rue. At this time, all those bows and arrows also gave up attacking the demonic race leader, which didn't have much effect on them. Su Rue's speed was much faster than the speed of the demon leader. He took the lead and leapt up and chopped down towards the head in the center of the demon leader with a sword. The demon race leader raised the shield in his hand, trying to defend Su Rue's sword. Swish! But Su Rue's body suddenly appeared behind it again. A blue light flashed, and the head in the center of the demon race leader flew out directly, and blood gushed out from its neck. Ah! The other two heads let out howls. However, its body was not affected by anything. It was still able to remain standing and turned around to brandish a large sword, slashing towards Su Rue. Is this the benefit of 3 heads? Su Rue marveled, and with a jump, he dodged the blade. Clang! The large knife directly slashed on the ground, and Su Rue seized the opportunity to use the demonic leader's arm as a springboard. First, he jumped onto its arm, followed by another jump to its shoulder. With a sword swing, another head was chopped off. The demonic leader, who only had 1 head left, had difficulty supporting the movement of his body and was unable to attack Su Rue on his shoulder. And Su Rue seized the moment and directly chopped off its last head with a sword. Plop! As this head fell, the headless body of the demon race leader also fell heavily to the ground. Killed a level 5 demon leader. Experience value plus 1,100. Meanwhile, the other demon race leader was surrounded by Luosuo and the others. Long Wu held his greatsword and held it at the front. Clang! The demon race leader shook Long Wu backwards several steps, and his arm was somewhat unable to lift. The demon race head wanted to capitalize on his victory. Ka-ching! A bolt of lightning struck down, directly scorching one of its heads, and with it, its movements froze, not being able to chase after it in the first place. Luosuo on the side seized the opportunity and stomped up from its back in 2 steps, chopping out the double knives in his hands. The charred black head of the demon race leader was directly chopped off. The demon race leader that had lost a head, its body became shaky and its mouth hissed. The remaining Zhang Yuanshan, Zhao Zhua, and the others swarmed up and quickly mobbed this demon race leader to death. The rest of the demon race minions saw that both leaders were killed, and those minions that were close to the middle of the rift immediately retreated like a tidal wave. Haha! Hurry up and roll back to your old homes. The strength of these demon race isn't that good. With Big Brother Su Rue and the others around, this hell-level mission isn't that hard, and it can still give us experience growth. This wave of invasion by the demons didn't cause any casualties to their novice village at all. After all, this time they had set up a formation, and it was fine for the strong to take the lead at the front and the weak to pick up the slack at the back. Seeing these demons retreating, Su Rue hurriedly devoured the attributes of this demon leader, lest their corpses disappear again. Devouring success. Attack plus 13, speed plus 6, defense plus 2. In this wave just now, Su Rue killed around 20 more demon minions and gained 2,000 experience points. Now he was level 10-19030-20000 and was about to upgrade. It had to be said that these demon minions were simply brushing experience for Su Rue. However, since this was a hell-level quest, it definitely wasn't that simple. Boom! As expected, the crack in front of them was once again moving, and the crowd from the novice village immediately prepared for battle again. Only to see that at the crack, a single tall torso and burly demonic soldier stepped out from it. They were nearly 2 meters tall, muscular, and basically wearing black armor. The strength of these demon race soldiers was obviously stronger than those soldiers before. Su Rue immediately used his eye of insight to look over. Level 3 demon soldiers, the main force amongst the demon race, stronger in strength. It turned out to be level 3 soldiers. These level 3 soldiers could be much harder to deal with than those level 2 ones, especially for these people from the novice village. A dozen or so level 3 demonic soldiers rushed out from the cracks, but it wasn't over yet, when the ground unexpectedly shook. Rumble! A black beast with a unicorn horn on its head sprang out from the crack, and on its back was another demon race with a spear in its hand. Su Rue once again used his eye of insight to look over. Surprisingly, it was a level 4 demon rider, and there was more than one. Only to see that a group of level 4 demon knights followed behind the level 3 demon soldier. They charged over towards the novice village's side with such vigor that the momentum alone could scare people half to death. Some of the weaker people in the back of the novice village were even scared out of their wits and lost the courage to fight on. Even those strong people at the front were about to be overwhelmed by this aura. This time, they could no longer say that the hell-level quest was here. And at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the very front of the novice village. This figure faced the many rushing demons in front of him and drew the long sword in his hand. One person and one sword, standing straight at the very front, without the slightest fear of retreating. Seeing this figure, the people of the 250 novice village were like seeing hope, and one by one, they rekindled their fighting spirit. Only to see that Su Rue was alone holding his sword and rushed towards the demon army, with the aura of a man who could not be defeated by any other man. His aura alone was not inferior to the dozens of demons opposite him. The two demon race soldiers who rushed at the very front waved their weapons in their hands and slashed towards Su Rue. But before their knives could touch Su Rue, they saw a blue light flash by. Chop! The heads of the two demon soldiers flew up. Killed level 3 demon soldiers. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience value plus 200. Su Rue didn't entangle with these demon soldiers, directly leaping over their heads and stepping on their shoulders to the rear demon knights. Those demon soldiers didn't pose a threat to the novice village. What was really difficult were these level 4 demon knights. Swish! As soon as Su Rue landed on the ground, a spear stabbed towards him. He hastily dodged and avoided it, but at that moment, the one-horned beast charged towards him again. Facing the charging beast, Su Rue directly held his sword and stabbed towards the front. Plop! The long sword directly penetrated into the giant beast's head and ran through its head. Afterwards, he quickly pulled out the long sword again and leapt onto the back of the giant beast. Chop! With a single stroke of his sword, he sliced off the head of this demon rider, who was riding on the behemoth. Killed level 4 demon rider. Experience value plus 500. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 5, speed plus 3. A demon knight was just solved by Su Rue with 2 swords. The rest of the knights were taken aback as they stopped charging and began to deal with this Su Rue who rushed in. While Su Rue's body split into 3, he began to continuously weave between these knights. While dodging the attacks, he was also hunting these knights. His main body leapt to the back of a demon knight and pierced it with a single sword. Killed a level 4 demon knight. Experience value plus 500. Congratulations to the player who has leveled up to 11. Attack plus 60, speed plus 55, defense plus 20, and has gained an increase in mental power. Chapter 88. Cracks increase. Grade. Su Rue's body was shaken. As his level increased and his attributes increased, he felt a surge of power filling his entire body. His mind also became clear and incomparable. He didn't expect that this time he upgraded, he also improved his mental power. Su Rue, who had upgraded his level, dealt with these demon knights with even more ease, and also grew more courageous. He alone held the group of knights at bay, and those level 3 demonic soldiers that rushed by were simply unable to pose a threat to the strong men led by Zhang Yuanshan and Li Xiu. What's more, there were quite a few long-range attacks at the back providing assistance. The dozen or so demon soldiers were quickly disposed of. On Su Rue's side, he had also killed 4 or 5 demon knights, and the remaining 5 or 6 demon knights were carrying injuries on their bodies. After they saw Su Rue's terrifying strength, they immediately lost the courage to continue fighting. One by one, they began to retreat towards the crack. They were riding huge beasts and were not far from the crack, so they quickly retreated. Under Su Rue's power, their novice village finally resisted this wave of attack. This time, no one revealed a joyful and belittling look. Instead, every face was gloomy. Just now, if it wasn't Su Rue who had intercepted those level 4 demon knights in the front, they were afraid that there would be a large number of casualties on their side. Moreover, the crack hadn't disappeared yet, which meant that there was still the next wave of attack. Each wave of attack was more terrifying than the previous wave, for what kind of demons would appear in the next wave, whether their strength could withstand it or not, these were all unknown. Su Rue didn't bother to think about this. He immediately devoured the attributes of these devil knights around him. Devouring success. Attack power plus 5, speed plus 3. Devouring success. Attack power plus 5, speed plus 3. Devouring success. Attack power plus 5, speed plus 3. After the devouring was completed, Su Rue was able to feel that his strength was a bit stronger compared to when the collective mission first started. He opened his panel and checked it. Attack. 896. Defense. 112. Speed. 620. Level 11, 2,930 40,000. Nowadays, his panel attributes were already exaggerated. With such strength, he was able to kill amongst these demon knights. Players of the same level as him were nowhere near his strength. Giggling, a sound of space tearing came from the sky once again. Quickly look. Another crack has appeared to the north of the novice village. What? Another crack has appeared. Crap. It's hard enough for us to fight against one rift. Now there's another one. What should we do? Su Rue hurriedly looked towards the north, where a not-so-small spatial rift had indeed appeared. He didn't hesitate and immediately ran towards that crack. I'm going to guard that crack. You guys stay here. Almost everyone in the novice village was currently converging here, and that rift would be undefended if they didn't have time to defend it. Letting the demons inside come out and destroy the crystals in the novice square, then they would all be finished. And Su Rue's speed was the fastest he was able to rush over at the first time. But, can you do it alone? Someone raised a doubt. They had all seen how powerful Su Rue was, but if he were to guard a rift alone, it would still be too difficult. Don't worry, if I can't guard it, I'll inform you all in the chat channel. Leaving behind these words, Su Rue turned into a residual shadow and ran towards that crack. There were fences made of wooden stakes all around the village, but these fences couldn't withstand the raging demon race at all. A ripple appeared on the surface of this crack on the north side of the novice village just as soon as it appeared. Afterwards, a tall, armor-clad demon race walked out of the crack. The demon general who stepped out of the rift looked around before its gaze locked on the front. In front of it was the wooden fence of the novice village. Looking at the fence in front of him, the demon general directly held the long-handled ghost-headed sword in his hand and slashed down horizontally. Boom! Wooden debris flew, and a row of wooden stakes fence was directly cut off. Swish! It held the sword and directly jumped over the chopped fence, arriving inside the novice village. Its eyes scanned the surroundings and detected an aura that was not quite right. As a demon general, it quickly recognized what it was emanating from. The aura of a forbidden demon crystal? No wonder my demon race army couldn't cross the rift to come here. So it's this thing that's causing trouble. It was about to follow the scent in the direction of the novice square, but a figure appeared in front of it, intercepting its path. Surprisingly, there is only one demon race. Su Rue was obviously a bit surprised. He had originally thought that he would be facing what would be a multitude of demon race soldiers. Level 6 Demon General, commanding hundreds of demon soldiers under his command. His own strength is equally not bad. No wonder there was only one. It turned out to be a level 6 demonic beast. Level 6 demonic beasts are already hard to deal with. I wonder how strong this level 6 demon race is. Human? D. The demon race general raised the ghost head greatsword in his hand and rushed towards Su Rue. It was tall in size, but its speed was not slow at all, much faster than a normal level 6 demonic beast. Swish! Su Rue faced this full-strength sword of its and dodged it with a sideways turn. But at this time, the demon general's palm once again exerted force, and the large knife that had originally slashed down vertically, unexpectedly slashed horizontally towards Su Rue. Clang! Su Rue hurriedly raised his green light sword to block the slash, but was shaken back several steps by the great sword. Seeing this, the demon general looked at Su Rue with some surprise. This weak-looking human was able to receive one of its slashes hard. It waved its ghost head blade and slashed towards Su Rue again. At this time, Su Rue also stopped being polite with him and directly used the split art. Immediately splitting two doppelgangers from his main body, the three of them spread out to encircle the demon general and attacked from three directions. Clang! Clang! Facing the siege, the demon general could only passively defend, but there was no way for it to defend all three directions of attack. All the armor on its body was broken by Su Rue's glaive and pierced on its body. Ah! The demon general, whose body was continuously gaining injuries, finally couldn't endure it. It no longer cared about the two doppelgangers attacking around it and directly raised its great sword to attack towards Su Rue's main body with all its might. The body of Su Rue watched the demon race general holding the great sword in his hand and chopped down towards him without choosing to defend or dodge. The demon general was instantly overjoyed. It no longer had any qualms about chopping down with its full strength. Su Rue looked at the ghost head greatsword that was getting closer and closer to him until the demon general was unable to retrieve the sword. Swish! He immediately used an instantaneous transfer and directly arrived in mid-air in front of the demon general. Seeing the sudden appearance of Su Rue in front of him, the demon race general's pupils instantly became bigger, and it was simply too late to block the great sword in front of it. Su Rue stabbed out the blue light sword in his hand. Plop! A sword stabbed into the demon race general's brow, penetrating its forehead. Chapter 89. 2 Level 6 Demon Race. This demon race general, its whole body was basically wrapped in armor, and its head was even covered with a helmet which protected the back of its neck. Su Rue could only choose to kill it in the front. Bang! The demon general, who was pierced by a sword, his body lay straight down. Killed level 6 demon race general. Experience value plus 1800. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. After devouring it, the corpse of the demon general began to slowly disappear. And Su Rue also learned from the chat channel that the demon attack over at the village entrance had been defended by them. Of course, without Su Rue there were still certain casualties on the novice village side. Su Rue breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they had defended it. If they let those devils rush into the village, it would be bad. Giggle. The sound of space tearing came from the sky again. To the south of the village, a spatial crack appeared once again, and this crack was even bigger and contained even more intense demonic energy. I'm going. No way. Why is there another crack? This is still not letting people live. How can we defend so many cracks? Is this the hell difficulty? It's so desperate. 2 cracks made it difficult for them to resist, and now another crack had appeared. The hearts of the novice village crowd were on the verge of despair. However, they would never choose to give up. Soon, Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward to organize everyone to defend the latest crack that had appeared. Since that rift looked just as big, it was definitely hard to deal with. That was why Zhou Yi and Li Xiu led most of the strongest people there to defend it, while Zhang Yuanshan and Long Wu, as well as Gu Haitang, took the remaining portion of the strongest people, as well as the crowd from the novice village, to defend this place. Although they had the largest number of people here, most of those weaker players couldn't help much with the battle at all. Su Rue was still defending the north side of this rift alone. Li Xiu and Zhou Yi had just led the people to the newest rift that had appeared when the next wave of attack began. A ripple surfaced in this crack in front of Su Rue. He gripped the green light sword tightly and looked at the crack in front of him with a resolute gaze. Wow! A devil race with a black body and a huge bull head walked out from the crack. This demon race with a bull's head, still holding a huge axe in his hand. His eyes were blood red, staring at Su Rue in front of him. Immediately after, the second head also walked out from it. Level 6 Demon Bull. Demon race creature, powerful physique, amazing strength. Surprisingly, it was 2 level 6 demon race creatures. In that case, the demon race that appeared in the other 2 cracks would not be weaker than here. A level 6 demonic creature made it difficult for the novice village and the others to deal with, and now 2 more had appeared. Moreover, the novice village's strongest people were also divided into 2 waves. This time, I'm afraid that Zhang Yuanshan and the others would have a hard time resisting. Su Rue immediately decided that he would fight quickly and settle them before going to support Zhang Yuanshan and the others. Swish! Su Rue raised his sword and charged towards the 2 demonic bulls. Giggle! 2 lines of white gas emerged from the huge nostrils of a devil ox, holding a huge axe in its hand. It stretched its head towards Su Rue. Boom! 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 The big hooves of the demonic ox stomped the ground with a loud sound, an unstoppable look, and Su Rue met it with his sword. The other demonic bull's face immediately showed a smug look, not expecting this human to be so self-indulgent, daring to compete with their demonic bull in wrestling, really looking for death. But just when the 2 sides were about to touch each other, Su Rue's body abruptly disappeared. Swish! He instantly arrived in front of the other demonic bull and chopped out with a sword. This demonic bull was not prepared at all and was hit in the chest by Su Rue's sword. Plop! This sword chopped open the armor on its chest and left a hideous sword mark. Blood immediately gushed out from it, and the bleeding effect of the green light sword had already started to kick in. Ah! This demonic bull covered its chest and retreated backwards. The other demonic bull that toppled over towards Su Rue was unable to control itself to stop and directly crashed into the wooden house. Rumble! The wooden house was collapsed by it, and its body was buried by the collapsed wooden house. After Su Rue wounded the demonic ox with a sword, he held the sword and continued to stab forward, while his hand emitted a blue crystalline light. The demonic ox wanted to raise the huge axe in its hand to block Su Rue's sword, but its arm seemed to be frozen. Its speed was extremely slow. It could only watch Su Rue's sword stabbing. Plop! This sword pierced through the body of the demonic ox. Afterwards, Su Rue drew his long sword again and sealed the demonic bull with a sword, completely resolving it. Killed level 6 demon bull. Experience value plus 1800. Devouring success. Attack power plus 20. Speed plus 6. Defense plus 2. Roar. Behind Su Rue, a roar sounded. That demon bull had already come out from the ruins of the wooden house, and as soon as it came out it saw that its companion had been killed by this human. Snort. This time, for rows of white gas emerged from its nose and ears, and its body was all gradually reddening. Anyone could see that this demonic bull was truly furious. You look angry. Just let me cool you down. Su Rue's palm emitted blue ice crystals. He couldn't let the demonic bull charge over again. In that case, there was no way for him to stop the demonic bull. At the same time, the devil bull's hooves and the ground began to freeze together. The devil ox was immediately startled. It lowered its head to look and realized that the ice crystals were still spreading upwards from its hooves, and soon it was going to freeze all of its legs. It immediately fought and started struggling, wanting to pull its legs out of the freeze. But at this time, Su Rue had already rushed over with his sword. Roar! The demonic ox roared, not caring about the frost under its feet. It raised its huge axe and slashed down towards Su Rue. Swish! Su Rue sidestepped and dodged, at the same time stabbing the long sword in his hand out. Bang! The devil bull's huge axe smashed on the ground, smashing the stone slabs on the ground. While Su Rue's sword accurately struck the demonic ox that was unable to move. The demonic cow was unable to move and knew that it couldn't dodge the attack, so it wanted Su Rue to stay here as well. Its other hand immediately firmly grasped the glaive sword that Su Rue had stabbed at its chest. At the same time, its arm holding the giant axe lifted up once again and raised the giant axe towards Su Rue to chop down. Su Rue tried to pull out the sword with force in his hand, but the brute force of the demonic ox was too great, and the glaive was firmly grasped in its hand. But at this time, Su Rue's body suddenly split into two doppelgangers. One doppelganger held the sword and chopped at the arm of the demonic bull that was wielding the huge axe. The other by location stabbed at the devil ox's throat with a sword. At this moment, the demonic bull's eyes widened, not expecting that Su Rue would even do this trick. However, its hooves were frozen and unable to move, and neither of its hands could be freed. Chop! One of Su Rue's doppelgangers chopped off the arm that it was wielding the huge axe with. The other doppelganger directly pierced its throat. The hand of the devil bull holding the glaive also finally lost its strength. Chop! Su Rue directly pulled out the glaive and at the same time kicked its body. Bang! The devil bull's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Killed level 6 devil bull. Experience value plus 1800. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 20. Speed plus 6. Defense plus 2. After ending the battle, Su Rue rushed towards the crack at the entrance of the village at the first time. There were already quite a few screams coming from there, and it looked like the situation was very unpromising. Chapter 90, Hard Resistance. At the entrance of the village, a demon general with a lion's head was holding twin hammers in his hands, constantly smashing the humans around him. Boom! 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 With every hammer it swung, a human was smashed out. This demon general was surrounded by Long Wu with his men. The other level 6 demon race was a big fat man with the same mouth on his stomach. This and the demon race leader that appeared at the beginning should be of the same kind. At this moment, the large mouth on its stomach was constantly devouring the humans around it, as if this bloated stomach could never be filled. It was dealt with by Zhang Yuanshan's men, but they were ultimately no match for these two demons, and casualties kept appearing. The novice village side, on the other hand, was unable to pose a threat to them. His grandmother. This won't work. Sooner or later we'll be exhausted by these two demons. Long Wu, who was covered in blood, stepped forward and said, I'll block this demonic race to stall this demonic race's attack. You guys go up and surround it. Long Wu gripped his sword and charged directly towards the demon general with a lion's head. Originally, when they dealt with these two level 6 demon race, they used a roundabout battle, utilizing their numerical advantage to surround them. But that would still result in these two demon race generals being caught and killed. This was because no one on their side was able to fend off the attacks of the demon generals head-on. And now, Long Wu took on the role of a frontal hold, creating opportunities for others to attack. Eat my blade first. Long Wu slashed down towards this demon race general. The demon race general revealed a disdainful expression and casually struck out with a hammer. Bang! Long Wu's arms immediately went numb. His tiger's mouth cracked. The machete in his hand almost fell off, and his body retreated back and forth. However, he did not choose to continue to retreat, but rather stabilized his footing and continued to slash at the demon general with his machete. The others also followed him and attacked the demon general. Long Wu took the lead and charged towards it once again. The demon general was also enraged, and the two hammers in his hands simultaneously smashed down towards Long Wu. Knowing that he could not resist, Long Wu hurriedly retreated backwards. Bang! The ground was smashed out of a large pit, and the stone slabs cracked. Long Wu was also shaken by the force and had difficulty standing still, and the demon general found an opportunity to smash out with a hammer. Bang! This hammer directly smashed into Long Wu's chest, sending him flying out. Pop! When he landed, his chest was sunken. His ribs were unknown to have been broken a few times, and he was a bloody mess. But at this moment, that demon general's side was already surrounded by the strongest members of the novice village. Just now, they took advantage of the demon race general's full strength to deal with Long Wu and approached over. Now, they used all their means and all of them attacked the demon general. Some stabbed the long sword in their hands towards the demon general's waist. Some held a large axe to slash at its calves, and some stabbed their lances straight to the back of their necks. But, as if the demon general had anticipated this, it only saw it running its physical strength to its chest, and then opened its bloody mouth and roared up to the sky. Roar! The sound carried through the clouds, and the sound wave formed a wave of air that spread out from its mouth. Boom! The surrounding crowd that surrounded it were all shaken away by this wave of sound, and the few who were closest to it had blood flowing out of their ears and nostrils. Seeing this scene, even Long Wu had a wave of despair rising in his heart. They had already tried their best, but the result was still unable to change the outcome. Only to see that the demon race general raised the huge hammer in his hand and was about to smash into the person on the ground who had been shaken down. And this person on the ground, there was no fear on his face but only indifference. His eyes constantly flickered with memories. His death seemed to have been finalized. After just seeing his own teammates and companions continue to die, he also knew that he was about to follow in their footsteps. However, the giant hammer that the demon general had raised high in the air was slow to come down. He fixed his eyes on it, and only then did he realize that its raised arm was actually frozen by frost. And at this moment, Su Rui's figure suddenly appeared in front of the demon general. Swish! A blue light flashed, and the lion-like head of the demon race general flew out. Bang! Its tall body also fell backward powerlessly, while that frozen arm was still raised high. At this moment, an unspeakable feeling rose in the hearts of all the people. The invincible demon race general in their eyes was taken away by Su Rui with a single sword. Kill level 6 demon general. Experience value plus 1800. Devouring success. Attack plus 20. Speed plus 12. Defense plus 1. After killing this demon race general, Su Rui killed towards the other demon race general that was still devouring humans. Zhang Yuanshan and the others were resisting its attack with all their might. Wow! The demon general spat out its tongue and was about to devour a human. Zhang Yuanshan once again overdrew his strength to use his defense aura. Boom! The defense halo blocked the tongue that was speedily sticking out, but there were already dense cracks on it. This demon general withdrew his tongue and began to wield the wolf tooth stick in his hand to smash the humans around him. Bang! Bang! Still no one was able to resist its attack, and every time the baton smashed over, it would send a human flying. Many people's hearts had despaired. Such a monster was simply not something they could fight against. And at this moment, this demon general's sight landed in the novice village. It didn't want to tangle with these humans anymore. Going to destroy the crystals in the village and letting their large forces come in was the most important thing. Ow! The large mouth on the demon general's stomach roared and began to charge towards the inside of the novice village with all its might. Boom! Bang! The humans that blocked the way on the path were directly knocked away by its strong body or smashed away by the wolf tooth rod in its hand. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan did not choose to flee backwards. This was already the last line of defense at the entrance of their village. If he ran again, it would be the same as letting it break into the novice village. If this demon general was allowed to break into the novice village, then those weaklings in the back of the novice village would be the targets of its slaughter. Not only was it possible that it would travel to another rift to pin down the members of the novice village, it was even more likely that it would destroy the crystals, causing them to fail in their mission. Even though Zhang Yuanshan knew that he was definitely no match for it, he still chose to charge up with his sword. Kill! Zhang Yuanshan roared, raising his sword and leading the charge towards the demonic general, and the others all followed him unhesitatingly as they rushed towards the demon race general. Zhou Xiaoku, who was on the side, had a tremor in her heart, as if she had already predicted what would happen to Zhang Yuanshan as he rushed over. Either he would be swallowed by this demon, or he would be seriously injured by the wolf-tooth stick, and in the end, he would not be able to escape death. She wanted to say something to Zhang Yuanshan, but the words she wanted to say were blocked. A line of tears crossed her face. Her heart was still unwilling to accept Zhang Yuanshan dying like this. Gu Haitang, who was healing someone's wounds next to her, saw Zhang Yuanshan actively rushing towards the demon race's general, and her icy face appeared to rise and fall, her eyes staring at that side. Chapter 91. Supporting from all around. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes revealed a look of determination and unwillingness, and his face no longer had the usual calm and cool expression. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die either. He hadn't seen the world properly yet. He hadn't savored the magical powers of the strong. He still had too many things he hadn't done yet. Kill! Carrying the emotion of resolute unwillingness, Zhang Yuanshan roared out and stabbed his sword down towards the huge mouth on the demon race general's stomach. But at that moment, the wolf-toothed club in the demon race general's hand that was covered in blood with bloody flesh still hanging on it had already smashed over first. Phew! It was about to smash Zhang Yuanshan out, but its arm gradually slowed down. It even stopped at Zhang Yuanshan's side. Zhang Yuanshan didn't bother to take this into consideration. His eyes were only filled with the demon's big mouth. Plop! He stabbed his sword into the demonic general's large mouth, and blood gushed out from it. Swish! At this moment, another silhouette flashed above the demon's head, and Su Rue slashed out with his sword. Chop! The demonic general's head was directly chopped off. At this time, Zhang Yuanshan saw that the demonic general's wolf-tooth stick was already very close to him, and this arm of its was all frozen, unable to move. However, this demon general was not completely dead yet, and with Zhang Yuanshan's strength, there was no way to cause fatal damage to the demon general. After Su Rue landed on the ground, he hurriedly came in front of the demon general and stabbed out with his sword. The blue light sword pierced deeply into its huge mouth. This was many times more powerful than Zhang Yuanshan's sword. Bang! The demon general died without making a sound. Killed level 6 demon general. Experience value plus 1800. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 18. Speed plus 10. Defense plus 2. Successful devouring. Su Rue didn't waste any time and synthesized even killing with devouring in one go. You guys take care of your injuries. I'll go support Li Xiu and the others. After saying that, his body turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards the south. He came and went quickly. Zhang Yuanshan had just walked from the ghost gate, and before he could slow down, he saw Su Rue leaving again. He also knew that Su Rue still had to go to support that bigger rift in the south. Although there were more strong people there, the demons there were also more powerful. Time was life. If they arrived a little later, more people would die. At the rift to the south of the novice village. The situation here was even worse than there at the entrance of the village, and there were already quite a few corpses of novice village powerhouses lying on the ground. On the side, Zhou Yi's face was bloodless and his body was shaking as if he was about to faint soon. He had already overloaded himself with multiple releases of lightning, and it was only with Li Xiu and the others that he was able to kill a level 6 demon race. But there were still 2 level 6 demons here slaughtering the crowd. Li Xiu's skinny body was already covered in scars, and the twin swords in his hands were all hacked and chipped. They had sacrificed so many people, and even he and Joey had fought until they were about to lose their fighting strength, and only then had they killed a level 6 demon race. However, there were still 2 level 6 demons left, and they were already basically incapable of dealing with these 2 demons. One of them, a demonic bull with 2 horns on its head, wielding a huge axe in its hand that was unstoppable, was on the verge of breaking through their defenses and charging into the novice village. Crap! We're about to lose our defense, someone said in despair. A trace of perseverance flashed across Li Xiu's tired face as he dragged his heavily injured body with a sword in his hand towards the demonic bull. Zhou Yi touched out the last spirit fruit on his body and took it, preparing to continue releasing thunderbolts to impede the devil bull's advance. Even though the spirit fruit was able to help him recover some of his physical strength, his body could not carry such a high-intensity use of his talent. But now there was no other way. He had to use the lightning to restrict the demonic bull. Ka-ching! A lightning bolt fell from the air and struck the back of the demonic bull, sending sparks flying and scorching all over its back. However, it only paralyzed its body for a short while, but did not cause any substantial damage to it. Zhou Yi's strength was far too different from the devil bull's, and the lightning could not even injure the devil bull. However, the devil ox also froze in place for a moment as a result, and the others took this opportunity to attack the devil ox. Clang! Clang! Several swords and knives attacked the body of the demonic bull. Some of the attacks were blocked by the armor of the demonic bull, and some of the attacks landed on its fur, but only made its epidermis appear like a graze wound. Roar! And the demonic ox was instantly awakened. It angrily waved its huge axe towards the humans around. Bang! The surrounding circle of humans who had surrounded and attacked were all sent flying out by this axe of its. Looking at the humans that flew out backwards, the demonic ox let out a burst of laughter. Hee hee, mole like humans. It swept over the humans on the ground who were sent flying out by it with a face of contempt. However, it was completely oblivious to the fact that a silhouette was speedily approaching towards it. By the time it noticed Su Rue, it was already too late. Swish! Su Rue used instant transmission and arrived at its neck. Chop! A blue light flashed, and the devil bull's huge cow head flew out directly. Snap! Su Rue's body was the first to fall to the ground, and the bull's head behind him fell with it. This is the price you pay for belittling humans. Killed level 6 demon bull. Experience value plus 1800. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 20. Speed plus 6. Defense plus 2. Li Xiu, who had already come to the side of the demonic ox and was ready to launch an attack, saw that the demonic ox was killed by Su Rue with a sword. He let out a huge sigh of relief. He had just planned to take his life to fight with the demonic bull. Luckily, Su Rue arrived in time. When Zhou saw Su Rue's appearance, he sat on his butt on the ground. His head was sweating profusely, panting heavily, and said, "Phew! Saved. This is saved." The remaining level 6 demon general was still fighting in the crowd, beating the novice village side to a standstill. Unbeknownst to it, Su Rue was continuously approaching towards it. Bing! With a single slash, this demon race general sent the weapon in the hands of a man in front of him flying, and at the same time it also shook him to the ground. The demon general immediately swung his sword down towards him. Phew! He was about to die under the sword. Su Rue arrived in time. He stabbed out his long sword and picked on the demon general's sword. Clank! The sword dissolved the demon general's sword, and at the same time it also caused it to take 2 steps backward. The demon race general's face was immediately filled with an unbelievable gaze. A human was able to force himself back head-on? Good! Finally, a capable fighter. The demon general raised the large sword in his hand and slashed down towards Su Rue again. Su Rue directly raised his sword and blocked it. Clang! Steadily catching the demon general's slash. Now his attacking power after the constant devouring just now had been enhanced by a lot. Without using any abilities, it was completely fine to fight the demon general head-on. But Su Rue was not here to have a fair fight with it. Swish! Only to see that Su Rue's body split into 2 doppelgangers at the same time. These 2 doppelgangers, one on the left and one on the back, once again attacked towards the demon race general. What? The demon race general was shocked by this sudden scene, and it immediately withdrew its sword in preparation for defense. Clang! Clang! The demon general, who had retracted his sword, barely managed to resist the attack of the 2 doppelgangers. However, the main body in the center, Su Rue, seized the opportunity and stabbed out with his sword. The blue light sword directly pierced through the armor of the demon general's chest, piercing through his chest. Chapter 92 Rift Merge. Mission Change. Ah! The demon general roared in anger. The large sword in his hand slashed at Su Rue in front of him, forcing him to take back his own long sword and dodge backward. However, the 2 doppelgangers on both sides rushed forward once again and attacked with one left and one right. Clang! In his haste, the demon general could only reach enough to block the attack of one of the doppelgangers. It was chopped on its arm by the other doppelganger, almost chopping off its arm. And at this moment, after the main body Su Rue dodged, he turned back and swung his sword towards the demon general once again with great speed. The demon general was overwhelmed by the 3 people's rounds of attacks, and was simply unable to hold Su Rue's attack any longer. And Su Rue's sword was chopping towards the demon general's neck. Plop! The green light sword drew a green semicircle in mid-air, and the demon general's head instantly flew out. Bang! Its headless body lay down with it. Killed a level 6 demon general. Experience value plus 1800. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. Those novice village powerhouses on the side were all dumbstruck that Su Rue had killed 2 level 6 demons so casually. Although, they had already seen Su Rue's power before in the ring of the confrontation. However, only now did they realize that Su Rue hadn't exerted his full strength in the ring. This is too strong. Big Brother Su Rue is not on the same level as us at all. It's all thanks to Big Brother Su Rue that our novice village was able to hold this wave of attack. This was true. A total of 7 level 6 demons appeared in this wave of demon attack. Su Rue alone had killed 6 of them. It seems like this is a hell-level mission. If it wasn't for Big Brother Su Rue, we really would have been wiped out. Even though with Su Rue's help, this wave of demon attack was resisted. However, smiles still didn't appear on the faces of the novice village crowd. They knew that if the demons came back with another wave of attack, then with their current state they could only wait for death. After all, those who were considered strong on the novice village's side, those who were able to fight with the level 6 demons, had already suffered most of the casualties. Long Wu was even left with only half a life, completely losing his combat power. Zhang Yuanshan, Gu Haitang, and Zhou Yi, the 3 gifted ability users, could no longer use their talents. Li Xiu was also at the end of his rope. Not only was he seriously injured, but his physical strength was also mostly used up. Only Su Rue was in a good state. He was not injured, but only used up some of his physical strength. Everyone was nervously looking at the spatial crack, and at the same time praying in their hearts that no more demons would appear. As if the heavenly Tao heard the prayers of the crowd, the 2 cracks at the entrance of the village and the north side actually started to close up. It's closing up. The cracks are starting to close. Haha, great. So we've accomplished our mission. Phew. It's really worthy of being a hell-level quest. It's really tough. The faces of the crowd at the entrance of the novice village were filled with joy, but the crowd guarding the southern rift couldn't smile, because instead of showing signs of closing, this rift in front of them was cracking open to the surroundings. For a time, the spatial rift here became even bigger. Announcement. The spatial rift has undergone a mutation. The mission objective has been changed. What does it mean? The mission has unexpectedly changed. Is it possible that we don't have to defend against the demon race's attack anymore? Such a thought rose in the hearts of the crowd, but when they heard what Heaven's Path said next, they knew they were overthinking it. 250 Newbie Village Collective Quest. Defend against the demon race's attack and hold out until Luosuo City's reinforcements arrive. What the hell? Surprisingly, they still want us to continue to fight against the demon attack. This isn't the end. And what is Luosuo City? Will they send people to help us? This dog Heavenly Tao. Not saying anything clearly. How long are we going to be allowed to hold on? Su Rue's heart was equally puzzled. The reinforcements from Luosuo City, could it be the natives of this world? In that case, not only are there only demonic beasts in this world, there are also humans, possibly similar to the NPCs in the game. Although the Heavenly Tao called this a game, Su Rue felt that this was a real world. Although the people complained with their mouths, they still headed to the rift to gather and prepare for this next vicious battle. Luosuo City Mission Hall. An urgent quest was directly assigned to a guild squad. I'll go. Why is there suddenly an additional quest on my quest bar? The young man clad in green robes said. Next to him, the long-haired beauty carrying a silver longbow and wearing light armor said, there's also an extra one on mine. It's a quest to support 250 novice villages. The 2 of them then looked at the other teammate on the side. They only saw him nodding as well and said, mine is there as well. It seems that this is a quest that Heaven's Path has issued directly to us, and it can't even be cancelled. The green-robed man complained. Really? We've just finished a quest. I was planning to enjoy myself for a while. The remaining 2 ignored his complaints and clicked on the quest content to check it out. Another demonic invasion. The frequency of demonic invasions has gotten higher and higher during this period of time. Now even newbie villages get invaded. The man wearing silver armor and holding a sword in his hand said. The woman with long hair said, I wonder what level of spatial rift appeared this time. What else could it be? At most, it's a primary rift. Wait for us to go over there and settle the battle in minutes. The green-robed man had a relaxed face. They had all checked just now, and 250 Novice Village was just a novice village that had just appeared for 2 days. The people inside were the latest batch to be teleported over by the Heaven's Path, and a single primary rift would be enough for them to deal with. As the three of them spoke, they walked towards the teleportation array on the side. At that moment, the long-haired woman among the three suddenly stopped in her tracks, a look of shock on her face. "What's wrong?" The man holding the sword turned to look at her. She lifted her head and looked at the two of them and muttered, "It wasn't a primary rift that appeared in the 250 novice village," the green-robed man said with slight surprise. "No way. Could it be an intermediate-level rift? Letting a novice village that has just appeared for 2 days to deal with a rift that might have level 6 demons appearing? Who knows?" The long-haired woman shook her head once again and said, "No, the one that appeared in 250 novice villages was an advanced rift, one that would appear a level 6 or higher demon race." At those words, even the man who had always been calm and steady in holding his sword, his voice rose a few points. "What? The one that appeared in 250 novice village was actually an advanced rift? Lean, the heavens path has gone crazy. This novice village that has only just appeared for 2 days has to face a level 7 demon race." Both of them didn't check the quest content carefully just now, thinking that a quest to support a novice village must not be very difficult. Heaven's Path had actually released such a simple quest to them, but only now did they realize that the difficulty of this quest wasn't simple at all. If it was a level 7 demon, it would be fine, but if a level 8 demon appeared, it would be bad. Alas, this novice village is really unlucky. I don't know how many people will still be alive there after we arrive. The three of them walked towards the teleportation array and teleported towards the 250 novice village. Chapter 93 Demon General Isogu. 250 Novice Village. The crowd had all converged here at the crack, and they were all looking at the obviously larger crack in front of them with nervous faces. No one knew what kind of demon race would appear in this next moment. Finally, a ripple rippled across the surface of the crack, and a level 3 demon race soldier was the first to step out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several feathered arrows shot out at the first moment, and the demon race soldier fell down immediately. However, in the next second, like a torrent of demon soldiers rushed out from the crack. Boom! 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 The ground was stomped out with a loud sound. The number of these demonic soldiers was several times more than last time, and they were still rushing out from the cracks in a continuous stream. Seeing this, Su Rue took out the fire spirit pearl from his spatial ring. He poured his spiritual energy into the fire spirit bead, causing the fire spirit bead to levitate in front of him. At the same time, he took a step towards the front. Wow! Under the urging of his spiritual energy, the fire spirit bead released monstrous flames, and these flames turned into a wave that surged directly towards the demonic army. Boom! The demon race soldiers rushing ahead were instantly enveloped in flames, and screams rose in all directions. Many demon soldiers whose bodies were on fire rolled on the ground or scurried about, destroying the formation on the demon side. Killed level 3 demon soldier. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience value plus 200. A series of kill reminders appeared in front of Su Rue, but the flames only burned some of the soldiers at the very front. Some of the others were just scorched by the flames and temporarily lost their combat power. Su Rue didn't stop and continued to use his spiritual power to catalyze the fire spirit bead. Wow! Another ball of flames directly surged towards the demon army, setting those demon soldiers who rushed back up on fire. Ah! The devil soldiers in front once again fell down. The crowd in the novice village were all marveling. Su Rue was really too strong. One person had inflicted such large casualties on the demon race's army. His spiritual power was much stronger than Kong Xianyi's, and the power caused by using the fire spirit bead was also much stronger. However, after the fire spirit bead had been fully activated by Su Rue twice, the energy contained in it was no longer much. Its color gradually became lighter and was about to turn into a transparent ordinary bead. Right at this moment, the demon soldiers finally stopped appearing in the crack. Only 2 level 6 demon race generals were seen walking out of the crack. Seeing that there were only 2 demon race generals, Su Rue sighed in relief. This kind of lineup was not that difficult to deal with. However, after these 2 level 6 demon race generals walked out, they stood on each side and made a path. Ripples appeared in the crack once again, and an even taller demon race walked out. This demon race's looks were closer to that of a human, but it was 3 meters tall, and its skin was still purple. Dressed in black armor with a cape on his back, he held a blood-stained spear in his hand and an exquisite sword at his waist. His appearance resembled a human general, and there was also a murderous and iron blood aura on his body. On the side, 2 level 6 demon generals stood respectfully on both sides. After it stepped out of the crack, its eyes scanned the surroundings, and the corner of its mouth suddenly cracked, revealing sharp teeth inside. What luck! This place is surprisingly just a human village. Usually high-level cracks like this one that could support it to descend into the human world would only appear in the vicinity of a city. It was also prepared to fight with the strongest human in the city, but it didn't expect that the rift was connected to a village. What kind of strong person can there be in a village? The real strong people are all in the city. The lion-headed general at the side said, "General, there are forbidden demon crystals in this village. As long as we destroy the crystals, the commander-in-chief they can lead more demons to rush in." The demon general nodded, a smile on his face. "It seems like Isogu, am going to make a great achievement for the demon race." Su Rue used the Eye of Insight to look at the demon general. Level 8 demon race General Isogu. Specializes in swords, guns, fists and feet. Powerful. A level 8 demon race? Su Rue's eyelids couldn't help but jump. He hadn't even encountered a level 7 demonic beast. This all of a sudden came a level 8 demon race. The pressure in Su Rue's heart was also doubled. "Everyone be careful. That demon race is our biggest enemy." Zhang Yuanshan pointed at the demon race general and said. Li Xiu followed suit. "That demon race gives me a very dangerous feeling." A level 8 demon race, of course it was very dangerous. However, Su Rue didn't say it. That would only add to the despair of the novice village side in vain. Just let them know that this demon general was very strong. "Give me on. Take them." With a big wave of the demon general's hand, the 2 level 6 demon generals directly led the charge. While the demon general followed behind, in its opinion perhaps it didn't even need to make a move of its own. These humans wouldn't be able to resist these men of its own at all. Facing another charge of the demon race, Su Rue put away the fire spirit pearl. The energy contained in the fire spirit bead was only enough to release it once more at full power, and Su Rue decided to save it to deal with the demon general. And he now wanted to take advantage of the fact that this demon general didn't make a move to take care of these 2 level 6 demon generals first. Swish! Su Rue's body directly disappeared in place as he rushed towards one of the demon generals who had a human skull hanging from his body and a large sword in his hand. When this demon race general saw that there was a human who dared to look for his own initiative, his face showed disdain, and he swung out the large sword in his hand towards the front. Swish! Su Rue didn't skimp on his talent, using instantaneous movement to dodge the blade and came behind the demon race general. Chop! A sword stabbed out, directly piercing into the back of the demon race general's neck and piercing through its entire neck. The demon general's eyes widened. It had never thought that he would die in the hands of a human like this. Su Rue's attack power had already broken 1,000 after devouring numerous devil attributes. His speed was also extremely fast, and his green light sword even had an armor-breaking effect. Even though the back of the demon general's neck was protected by scale armor, it was still penetrated by Su Rue's sword. Kill level 6 demon general. Experience value plus 1800. Devouring success. Attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. The scene of Su Rue killing the demon race general with a single sword caused the morale of the novice village side to soar and a cheer went up. When the demon general Isogu saw this scene, he immediately put away his contemptuous expression and raised his lance and charged towards the front. Su Rue's strength had surprised him. Was this the strength that a village should have? After Su Rue killed the demon general with a sword, his palm reached out and instantly devoured its attributes. After that, it immediately rushed over towards that lion-headed general. Chapter 94 Powerful Fey Ancient. Seeing the tragic death of his fellow general, a look of panic also appeared on his face, and it didn't dare to fight with Su Rue. It hurriedly made luck into its chest, and then opened its huge mouth to send out a lion roar towards Su Rue, who was continuously approaching towards it. Roar! A gust of sound waves turned into air waves and sprayed towards Su Rue. Even the surrounding demon soldiers were sent flying. Su Rue's instantaneous transmission was still cooling down, and his spiritual energy surged into the defense pendant. Wow! An orange defense light screen appeared in front of Su Rue. Bang! The sound wave impacted on the light screen and couldn't advance any further, and Su Rue used this to kill the lion-headed general. The lion-head general's weapon was 2 big axes. It raised both axes and slashed down directly towards Su Rue. Of course, Su Rue would not fight with it with brute force. A dexterous turn successfully avoided this strike. He then turned back and chopped out with a sword. Bing! This sword slashed at the wrist guard on its arm, cutting out a sword mark on both of its wrist guards and leaving a bloodstain. The lion general held his double axes and angrily chopped towards Su Rue repeatedly, but they were all dodged by him. Su Rue dodged and attacked at the same time, and had already cut multiple blood marks on the lion general's body. The lion general was furious, but he couldn't do anything about Su Rue. There were still some devil soldiers around who were looking for a chance to surround Su Rue, but all the devil soldiers who surrounded them were killed by Su Rue's sword. Now, they didn't dare to get involved in this side of the battle and rushed towards the novice village. But at this time, the demon race General Isogu was about to arrive here. Su Rue knew that he had to fight quickly, and he had been waiting for the instantaneous movement talent to finish cooling down, and then gave the lion general a fatal blow. Roar! The lion head general roared and once again slammed the double axes in his hands towards Su Rue. Su Rue directly dodged backward with a jump. Bang! The ground was smashed by the giant axes, causing sand and rocks to splash. And at this time, the cooldown time of Su Rue's instantaneous shift talent had already ended. Swish! Su Rue immediately used instant transmission to directly arrive in front of the lion head general. Now was a good opportunity. It had just smashed its double axes into the ground. Faced with the sudden appearance of Su Rue in front of it, it simply had no way to react in the first place. Just as it was about to raise the double axe that was smashed on the ground. Chop! A blue light flashed, and its hairy head flew out with a splash of blood. Killed a level 6 demon general. Experience value plus 1800. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 20. Speed plus 12. Defense plus 1. Just after devouring the attributes, Su Rue sensed a danger descending. He couldn't think of anything else and hastily retreated backward violently. Phew! Only to see a lance falling from the sky, directly smashing into the place where Su Rue stood just now. Bang! The lance hit the ground trembled, and a burst of gravel was raised around it. Boom! Afterwards, the demon general Isogu descended from the sky and landed next to the lance. It pulled out the lance on the ground and spun it around in its hand, then held it in its hand, looking down at Su Rue in front of it. And Su Rue raised his sword and looked at it without fear. No one of the surrounding demon soldiers dared to come and get involved in their battle, and they rushed towards the novice village in front of them. Isogu looked at Su Rue and said, "I didn't expect that there would be an expert like you in a small village. But the result is the same, you will soon become a corpse here as well." It spoke in the language of the demon race, which Su Rue couldn't understand, so it didn't pay any attention to it at all. In the next moment, Isogu's feet pointed and his body flew forward towards Su Rue, and the lance in his hand was sent forward. Phew! A sound of breaking wind came. The lance in the hands of Isogu stabbed straight over, extremely fast, extremely powerful. Su Rue knew that he couldn't resist at all, and hurriedly dodged towards the side to avoid the shot. But as soon as Su Rue dodged, the spear swept horizontally again. Phew! This time, Su Rue could not avoid it and could only carry his long sword and block it vertically in front of his body. Clang! The lance instantly swept horizontally on the glaive, bending the sword. At the same time, the lance smashed directly onto Su Rue's body as if it was not subject to any resistance. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Rue's body directly flew backwards and smashed heavily on the ground. There were quite a few people in the novice village who were paying attention to the battle over here. After all, the outcome of the battle between the two. There was a great possibility that it would change the direction of the entire battle. None of them had expected that just by exchanging a single blow, Su Rue would be sent flying out. The power of both sides seemed to be on a different level. How is this demon race so strong? It's simply so strong that it's perverted. Zhou Xiaoka couldn't believe her eyes. An unbelievable look also appeared on Li Xiu's face. Zhang Yuanshan immediately commanded, "No. If Su Rue loses, we'll be in trouble. Zhou Yi and Su Lang, get ready to support him." Both of them were long-range attackers, able to do some harassment to that demon race on a battle of this level. The others were afraid that if they got close, they would be slapped to death by the demon race general. These two immediately looked for an opportunity and prepared to attack the foreign ancient. The fallen Su Rue felt like he had just been hit by a train, a sharp pain in his chest and a numbness in his arms. A few of the ribs in his chest must have been broken. But he knew that he couldn't lie on the ground and sit on the ground, only to see that he struggled to get up from the ground, propping up the ground with his glaive. And Isogu, holding his lance in his hand, was already close to rushing in front of Su Rue. But his instantaneous transmission was still a little short of time, and the defense pendant was definitely not able to withstand Isogu's attack. He himself was even more unable to engage in a head-on fight with the foreign ancient now. The attack power of all these demons was ridiculously strong, and Su Rui's current attack power was only a bit higher than a level 6 demon general. However, it was no match for this level 8 Fei Gu. Su Rue immediately used Frost Freeze and unleashed it with full force towards the Fei Ancient's feet. Ka. Pieces of ice crystals appeared on the Fei Ancient's feet, on the verge of freezing its feet. However, the alien ancient roared and stomped one of its feet towards the ground with all its might. Bang! The ice crystals on its feet were instantly stomped off. However, this also managed to stall the Isogu for a bit of time, causing it to stand still. Zhou Yi and Su Lang in the distance found an opportunity, one releasing thunderbolts and the other shooting the feathered arrows in their hands. Ka-ching! The thunderbolt descended from the air first and directly struck the Isogu's shoulder. However, it had shoulder armor on its shoulders, which managed to counteract the lightning's attack. Whoosh! Another feathered arrow flew over, aiming right at the Isogu's head. But by this time it had already realized it and twisted around to avoid the arrow. However, the feathered arrow still grazed past its purple-black face and left a tiny bloodstain on its face. This caused its face to become extremely ugly. It had actually been injured by a human as weak as a mole cricket. Still, wounded on its face, this was a strange shame for it. Ah! The foreign ancient roared with incomparable annoyance. Then it revolved its power into its right arm and threw the lance in its hand towards Su Lang with all its might. Phew! The lance transformed into a black shadow and flew towards Su Lang with extreme might. Be careful! Zhang Yuanshan immediately put up a defense aura for Su Lang. While Su Lang wanted to dodge, he was already too late. Bang! Zhang Yuanshan's defensive aura didn't even last a second before it directly shattered. The spear directly penetrated Su Lang's body, and the force from the spear had not been removed at all. Phew! The lance penetrated Su Lang's body and flew backward for a while. Bang! The spear then hit the ground, and Su Lang was nailed to the ground. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth. His eyes gradually became lifeless, and his vitality was rapidly passing away. Chapter 95 means to the fullest. Su Lang. Zhang Yuanshan and the others all looked blankly at Su Lang on the ground. This was a teammate that they had spent a lot of time with, and Su Lang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. His heart might still have unfinished wishes. Gu Haitang, with tears in her eyes, went forward to treat Su Lang's injuries, but it was no longer helpful. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he looked at Su Lang, who was nailed to the ground. Swish! Behind it, Su Rue propped up his body and charged towards the back of the Fei Gu with his sword. The ancient sensed the movement behind it, and it pulled out the great sword at its waist and directly turned back to chop over. At this time, Su Rue once again used instant transmission. Swish! His body once again came behind the Fei Gu. Phew! This sword of the Fei Gu was naturally chopped empty. Su Rue came behind the foreign ancient and directly chopped his sword towards the back of its neck. Clank! The back of its neck was still protected by armor. The blue light sword struck a spark on it, but it still cut into it. Plop! The long sword cut a hideous bloodstain in the back of its neck, but it was unable to cause fatal damage to it. Feeling a stabbing pain in the back of its neck, the Isogu was shocked and furious. It immediately turned around again and swung out the large sword in its hand towards Su Rue. After Su Rue succeeded in his strike, he was unable to pull away for the first time to face this blade of the alien ancient. He immediately stimulated the defense pendant and floated a defense light screen in front of his body. Bang! The big knife of the foreign ancient directly chopped the defense light screen, but it also managed to block part of the might of its big knife. Su Rue once again placed the green light sword in front of him. Clang! The great sword chopped on the blue light sword, and Su Rue's body continuously retreated backward violently. Dang! Dang! Su Rue stepped on the ground and made several deep footprints, which dislodged the force of the slash. After splitting Su Rue with a knife, Isogu put his hand to the back of his neck and immediately touched out a piece of fresh blood. Looking at the bright red on his hand, a look of anger once again appeared on Isogu's face. Fighting with these weak humans had caused him to be injured one after another. This made him intolerable. Ah! With a loud roar from his mouth, the Isogu raised the large sword in his hand and rushed towards Su Rue. Thud! Dang! Thud! The ground was continuously shaken by its tall body. Looking at the foreign ancient rushing towards him, Su Rue's instantaneous shift was still in cooling down. And he couldn't just use out his doppelganger technique, after all. His strength was much different from that of the alien ancient. Two doppelgangers wouldn't be able to stop the ancient for a long time, instead it would destroy the doppelgangers. This split art could only be used as a means of offense. Thinking of this, Su Rue immediately took out the fire spirit bead, poured his spiritual energy into it, and catalyzed it with all his might. Boom! The flames in the sky surged out from the fire spirit bead and formed a pillar of flames, surging towards the Isogu. Isogu immediately placed the large sword in his hand across his body, holding the hilt with one hand and holding on to the blade with the other. Boom! The pillar of fire impacted on the great sword, stopping Isogu's pace, while the great sword in its hand quickly turned red. Some of the flames also scorched on its armor. The energy in the fire spirit bead was being rapidly consumed and would soon be exhausted. And Isogu wasn't going to sit back and wait for death. It took back its great sword and held it in its hand. One of its arms blocked in front of its body and ran wildly towards Su Rue. Ka-ching! When he was just about to get close to Su Rue, a lightning bolt struck down from the air. It directly struck on its body, causing its movements to freeze, and its raised arm was unconsciously lowered. Boom! The flames instantly scorched its face, causing burns to appear on its face and eyes. Zhou Yi in the distance was pale, his right hand that was flashing with electricity hanging down helplessly. It was by his side just now that Su Lang was nailed to the ground after being penetrated by the lance, and splattered him with blood. However, he was not cowed by this, and instead, his fighting spirit was high. Roar! In a fury, the Fey Ancient directly roared as its entire body emitted a purple-black, overbearing demonic aura. This demonic aura also managed to dispel the flames on its body, which also made it even more terrifying. The energy in the fire spirit bead was completely exhausted, and it fell from mid-air into Su Rue's hands, turning into a transparent bead without any energy. Su Rue put it back into the spatial ring and held his sword to look at the changed Isogu, only to see that the foreign ancient's entire body was thick with demonic chi. Its eyes changed from blood red to purple, and it walked towards Su Rue step by step. Su Rue immediately took out a petal of the ice crystal snow lotus from his spatial ring and directly took it. After the battle just now, Su Rue's chest broken rib injury was getting worse. He had to use the ice crystal snow lotus to recover his injuries and put himself in a full-strength state. This was because he would soon have to use his must-kill technique as well and fight with this Fey Ancient. After taking the ice crystal petal, Su Rue obviously felt that his body was recovering rapidly, and his broken ribs were also reattached. And at this time, the foreign ancient had already raised its large sword and chopped down towards Su Rue. Its striking movement had already been predicted in advance by Su Rue's eye of insight. He only saw him dodging backward with a flip, dodging the blade. However, the Isogu was worthy of being a demon general, and the knife in his hand once again followed him. Like a gangrene attached to the bone, it didn't give Su Rue any chance to catch his breath at all. Swish! Swish! Su Rue used this eye of insight and his own extremely fast speed to be able to barely dodge the large knife swung out by Isogu. Phew! A few knives of the ancient were continuously dodged by Su Rue, which made it even more exasperated, and the amplitude of the big knife in its hand swung even more, further compressing the space for Su Rue to dodge. But Su Rue waited for this opportunity. The greater the amplitude of its sword swing, the slower the speed of closing the sword for defense. Swish! Su Rue seized this opportunity and directly used instantaneous transfer to come over the top of the alien ancient's head. At the same time, he immediately used the split art, and two doppelgangers separated from his body. All three of them simultaneously stabbed down towards the Isogu's neck with their swords. All of this happened almost in a split second, and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to react at all. But after all, Isogu was a battle-hardened demon general, and he made the best response in the first moment. He directly abandoned the large sword in his hand and used both fists to simultaneously smash into the sword blades, stabbing from both sides. At the same time, twisting his head to dodge the last sword attack, thus not being stabbed in the vitals. Bang! Bang! The long swords in the hands of the two doppelgangers were sent flying out by the two fists of the Isogu, and their bodies flew out backwards. And this sword of the real body, Su Rue, didn't stab the Isogu's neck. It was dodged by it twisting its body and stabbed on its collarbone. Plop! A sword stabbed down, and blood bubbled out of the alien ancient's collarbone. But the first time it did so, it used its iron fist to smash at Su Rue. Phew! A violent fist wind came, forcing Su Rue to withdraw his long sword and dodge the punch. This punch of the alien ancient caused the air to explode. Its punching and kicking skills were equally outstanding. In this level of exchange, Su Rui simply didn't have an opening to use the power berserking bracelet. In case he activated the bracelet but lost a good opportunity to attack the other party because of it, it would be more than worth it. After forcing Su Rui back, Iasogu used his foot to bring the big knife that had fallen on the ground to his hand. After that, holding the big sword, it charged towards Su Rui again. Its movements did not have the slightest pause, not giving Su Rui a chance to buffer. Chapter 96. One sword throughout. Su Rui, who had just landed on the ground, was about to continue to face the strong attack of the foreign ancient. Shoo! Shoo! It was as if the different ancient knew that Su Rui would not be able to use instant transmission again in a short period of time. So its sword technique was wide open, and with two swords it was about to push Su Rui to the brink of extinction. Su Rui knew that he couldn't wait any longer, and his two bilocations had already rushed back again. He had to fight for the two bilocations to get a chance to attack the Feigu, but that could only be done head-on with the Feigu. Phew! The Feigu raised the large sword in his hand and slashed down diagonally directly from the top to the bottom. This time, Su Rui didn't choose to dodge. He inspired the power bracelet on his wrist. Buzz! A burst of white light was inspired from it, wrapping Su Rui's arm as well as the blue light sword. Chop! Su Rui felt a vigorous power filling his arm as he lifted the blue light sword and chopped up towards the big blade of the foreign ancient. Clang! The swords collided together, causing a ripple of energy. Su Rui felt a huge force coming from the arm holding the sword, and it was as if the force was going to crush him. The Isogu's blade slashed at Su Rui's sword, but it couldn't go down any further, which made it a little surprised. This human actually had power comparable to his own in an instant. The means were really endless. Only to see Su Rui gritting his teeth, using all the strength of his body, he managed to swing this sword. Clang! The sword held in Isogu's hand flew backwards, and along with it, it also appeared to stagger. After swinging out this sword, Su Rui's arm directly hung down. That sword just now seemed to have used up his entire body's strength, and even his arm appeared to have a burst of weakness. And this also successfully gave the two doppelgangers next to him an opportunity. They stabbed towards the ancient with their swords on the left and the right. The repulsed Isogu only had time to defend on one side, as it raised its sword and chopped down towards one of the doppelgangers with all its might. This doppelganger immediately raised its longsword in defense. Clang! But as the blade went down, his body, along with the long sword in his hand, was once again shaken out. And the long sword of the other doppelganger had already stabbed over. Chop! This sword was still aimed at Iasogu's neck. And after Iasogu slashed out, he directly stretched out his other hand and grabbed the long sword of the doppelganger. The long sword stabbed the foreign ancient's neck, while its palm also grabbed the long sword of the doppelganger. Blood gushed out from its neck and palm, but the long sword only pierced into the epidermis of the Feigu's neck. Because the long sword was given a grip in his hand, it could not advance any further. With one hand grasping the long sword, the other Gu swung the great sword towards this doppelganger once again with his other hand, extremely fast. Boom! This doppelganger was instantly chopped into pieces with a single slash and disappeared in place. Even the long sword stuck in its neck disappeared together. However, the long sword left a bloody hole in his neck, and a deep bloody scar appeared on his palm, and one could even see the ghastly white bones inside. Now, the foreign ancient truly felt the aura of danger, and it also truly began to pay attention to Su Rui as an opponent. And Su Rui's face also became gloomy. The means just now unexpectedly didn't hit the foreign ancient seriously, and it also lost a bilocation. This was not a good situation. Phew! A sound of breaking wind came, only to see the large sword in the hands of the Isogu flying towards him. Su Rui's legs immediately erupted with power, narrowly avoiding this sudden attack by the foreign ancient. Bing! The big knife stuck on the ground not far behind Su Rui. Phew! The sound of breaking wind came again, only to see Isogu bursting out with extremely fast speed, rushing over and blasting out with a fist. Boom! The fist wind converged on the alien ancient's fist and formed an astral wind that smashed down towards Su Rui. Su Rui swung his sword to meet the attack, and at the same time, he stimulated the defense pendant on his chest, creating a defensive light screen in front of him. Bang! The fist blasted on the defense light screen. Instantly dense cracks appeared. Only an instant later the defense light screen was completely shattered, and another crack appeared on the defense pendant hanging on Su Rui's neck. The alien ancient's fist continued to go down, and Su Rue slashed up with his sword. Clang! The blue light sword left a white mark on its fist, but Su Rue was directly blasted back a few steps. Before he could stabilize his stance, the alien ancient followed once again. This time it raised its right leg and directly threw it over. Phew! This time, the attack was even swifter, and Su Rue could only use his defense pendant to hold up a defensive light screen. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the defense light screen was again shattered by the ancient's leg. But at this time, after the defense light screen shattered, a defense light circle even appeared once again. Boom! Although it was still shattered by the alien ancient's kick, after 2 defense blocks, the speed and power of its leg had been greatly reduced. Su Rue raised his sword and blocked this leg, while stabbing out a sword in front of the alien ancient without being affected by anything. The alien ancient swung out its arm, trying to send Su Rue's sword flying. Bing! The tip of the sword was bent by the Fei Gu, but it didn't fly out directly and still stabbed at its body. Plop! The blue light sword pierced through the armor on its body and pierced into its skin, but it didn't have the force to go any deeper. Su Rue knew that this was a good opportunity, so after stabbing it with one strike, he didn't choose to draw his sword and dodge. Instead, his arm forcefully stabbed towards the body of the foreign ancient, and with Su Rue's renewed force the glaive once again penetrated a few points deeper into the foreign ancient's body. As a result, Su Rue missed the chance to dodge. One of his hands grabbed the blade of the sword to prevent the sword from penetrating deeper, and at the same time prevented Su Rue from pulling out the sword and escaping. And its other hand clenched fist towards the front of Su Rue and blasted out. Su Rue felt the force of the glaive being grasped by the foreign ancient and knew that he could not pull out the sword. He very decisively gave up the green light sword and loosened his hand to dodge the punch. Phew! The punch smashed on the air in front of him, sending a tremor through the surrounding air. Seeing Su Rue abandoning his sword to dodge, a cold smile appeared on its face. What did Su Rue, who had lost his glaive, have to fear? Without the blue light sword, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to break through the armor on his body. Isogu exerted force in its hands and pulled out the glaive that was stabbed on its body, with a look of victory on its face. But Su Rue's face also revealed a cold smile. He immediately used an instantaneous transfer and came behind Isogu. And Isogu didn't take it seriously at all. In his opinion, Su Rue, who had lost his weapon, was no threat to him at all. But in the next second, Su Rue directly took out the Shen iron sword from his spatial ring. The moment he held the Shen iron sword in his hand, Su Rue stabbed down towards the back of the Isogu's neck. The armor here had already been chopped open by the glaive, and it also left a deep wound on the back of its neck. Chop! The Shen iron sword also inspired a piercing effect at the same time. A cold light flashed by. The foreign ancient felt a coldness on the back of its neck, and something else sprang out from its neck from. It looked down, and the sword blade pierced out from its throat to reveal the tip of the sword, and blood gushed wildly. Chapter 97 Winning. How can he still have a sword? The alien ancient didn't even think that Su Rue still had space-type treasures on his body. The foreign ancient that was penetrated through the throat didn't fall down directly, but turned around and grabbed towards Su Rue at the back. And Su Rue immediately drew his sword and retreated. Phew! This claw of the alien ancient naturally grabbed empty, and at the same time its neck was also drenched in blood, and blood continuously bubbled out. But it became even more furious, like a wild beast using both hands to pounce towards Su Rue. Su Rue knew that it was already at the end of its strength, and the fatal wound on its neck would definitely kill it, so he circled around with it. Swish! But the alien ancient in its berserk state was faster and more powerful, forcing Su Rue to retreat back and forth. At the same time, after the ancient lost its mind, the cracks also appeared. Su Rue used the Eye of Insight to keenly capture a time to strike, and decisively stabbed the Shen iron sword in his hand. Chop! The effect of the Shen iron sword's piercing was stimulated, and a sword pierced out. Plop! The foreign ancient under the berserkness directly reached out and grabbed Su Rue's stabbed out Shen iron sword. Its other fist slammed towards Su Rue, and Su Rue instantly let go of his hand, while his other hand reached out to the glaive that was stabbed in the foreign ancient's chest, and directly pulled out the glaive and retreated backward. Phew! This punch once again fell short, and Su Rue also took the opportunity to step forward and chop the sword on the Isogu's neck. Ka-ching! The alien ancient's head with a berserk expression flew out in an instant. It finally stopped, its hands hanging down feebly, and its tall and majestic body first fell to its knees, then straightened up and slumped down. Killed level 8 Demon General Isogu. Experience value plus 6,000. Who? Su Rue spat out a breath. This guy could be considered dead. His vitality was really tenacious. After Isogu was pierced through his neck, he was completely relying on his mind to support his body in the fight. After killing the foreign ancient, Su Rue stretched out his hand towards its corpse and used endless devouring. Devouring success. Obtained the essence of ISO ancient weapon mastery and the essence of fist, foot, and stance. In the next moment, the essence of using weapons and unarmed combat experience that was like an enlightenment was all instilled into Su Rue's mind. This directly turned Su Rue into a martial artist with many years of training. Before, when he fought with his enemies, he relied on his own superior attacks and extraordinary speed, as well as the foresight of his eye of insight to engage. In reality, without these things, he was about as strong as an ordinary person. But now that he had grasped the essence of these things and had the experience, he could easily take down a few big men even without them. And his own fighting strength was also greatly improved. These essences obtained from devouring the foreign ancient, but they were more useful than any number of attributes. And these things, in general, could only be possessed if one spent time comprehending and learning in battle. If Su Rue didn't have endless devouring, I'm afraid that he would have to fight for many years before he could master these essences. After resolving the Isogu, Su Rue looked up at the surrounding battlefield. There were still quite a few level 3 demonic soldiers here, and the battle between them and the novice village was also very tragic. Both sides were experiencing massive casualties, but the novice village had the advantage in terms of numbers, and it was only a matter of time before they gained victory. However, Su Rue didn't intend to stand by and watch. He removed the Shen iron sword from the Isogu and reclaimed the space ring. Carrying the green light sword, he killed towards the demon race's army. Swish! A streak of blue light flashed by, and the heads of these demon race soldiers flew up one by one. Killed level 3 demon soldiers. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldiers. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience value plus 200. After devouring the Isogu, Su Rue's efficiency in killing these demon soldiers became faster and more comfortable. He transformed into a god of killing in the battlefield, and wherever he passed, the demon soldiers were slaughtered to death. When the novice village side saw that Su Rue had defeated the demon race general and supported him, each and every one of them was in high spirits and incomparably excited. On the contrary, on the side of the demon race, each and every one of them were scared out of their wits by Su Rue's strength and retreated towards the crack. For a time, the demon race army directly collapsed, and Su Rue hadn't killed enough. One person chased these demon soldiers to the edge of the crack in a row. Only after killing them all back to the crack did he stop. At this time, he was standing alone at the edge of the crack. His hands and sword were already stained with demon blood, and he had just become a true god of killing. Those people from the novice village behind him looked at this back for a long time without a sound. Su Rue once again saved the day, which caused a great shock to their hearts. Announcement. Congratulations to the 250 novice villages for completing the Hell Level Collective mission, and will issue mission rewards for everyone later. An announcement made the crowd of the novice village come out of the shock and cheered one by one. Wow! Next to the forbidden demon crystal in the unoccupied novice square, 3 silhouettes were teleported down. Reminder. The quest has ended. Please return to the city as soon as possible. As soon as the 3 people teleported down, they saw such a reminder. What? The mission is over? The green-robed youth was greatly surprised. The long-haired beauty sighed. Alas, it seems that this novice village didn't hold up, and we're still a step too late. The man in silver armor said, It's pretty impressive to have lasted this long. After all, level 7 demons are simply not something they can deal with. The other 2 nodded when they heard him say that it made sense. In that case, we've made a trip for nothing. The long-haired beauty looked at the 2. No, we can't run for nothing. Let's go kill a few demons to brush up on our experience before we leave. Saying that, the green-robed youth took out a staff and headed towards the crack. The other 2 were obviously unwilling to leave just like that as well, and immediately followed suit. They hadn't even reached the crack when they heard a cheer, and most of them were shouting the name Su Rue. What's the situation? There are still humans surviving here. The green-robed youth was puzzled. Listening to this noise, it seems like there are quite a few, the silver-armored man said. But, isn't the mission over? How come there are still so many humans? The 3 wanted to figure out what was going on. so they immediately increased their speed and headed towards the rift. Soon, they saw a large number of people from the novice village cheering here. And the ground was full of blood, with the corpses of demonic soldiers and humans everywhere around them. Obviously, this place had just experienced a big battle, and both sides had suffered heavy losses. But now, the ones standing here were humans, not the demons, so the answer was already clear. It was the humans from the novice village who had won the battle. What's the situation? Surprisingly, it was the novice village that won. Could it be that there were no level 6 or higher demons in the advanced rift? The green-robed youth asked incredulously. Impossible. Since the advanced rift appeared, it proves that there must be one. But the green-robed youth was about to say something, because at that moment, some people from the novice village discovered them. Chapter 98 Blue Star Dragon Country People? Who are you people? They are not from our novice village. It can't be the demon races people, right? These words caused some of the surrounding to instantly become wary, and they put away their excited expressions as they raised their weapons towards these three people. However, the three people did not have a hint of panic at all. The green-robed man stepped out and said, "Hey, how are you talking? Ever seen a demon clan as handsome as me?" "Yeah, they just look human," someone said. "Humph, they might be demon race transformed and purposely come to confuse us. A precautionary spirit is not an option." But, just now, didn't the Heavenly Tao all say that our mission was accomplished? The demon race has been taken care of by us, we won. Then it's also possible that the Heavenly Tao is playing tricks on us. The situation they were in here was soon noticed by the other people in the novice village as well, and they gathered around. Zhang Yuanshan also walked over this way. It didn't need to be said that the other people knew that these three people were not from their novice village. This could be seen just from their attire, which could be described as luxurious. Almost everyone in their novice village wore cloth clothes that were uniformly issued, and very few people were lucky enough to hit monsters and pop out armor. But these three people's clothes were not simple, and the weapons on their hands and jewelry on their bodies were not bad either. I'm afraid that, in the entire novice village, only Su Rue could compare to them. The crowd in the novice village immediately surrounded them with vigilance and curiosity in their eyes. The silver-armored man stood out and laughed. "Don't worry, guys. We are not demons, we came over to support you. But it seems like we shouldn't be able to use us now." Hearing this, the crowd instantly became even more curious. "Support us? Are you guys from other novice villages?" "No, we're from Luosuo City," the long-haired beauty replied. "Luosuo City. You guys are reinforcements from Luosuo City." The silver-armored man nodded and said, "We were forced to receive a mission to rescue 250 novice villages and came over to support you." Hearing these words, the crowd from the novice village was truly convinced that they were humans. After all, it was stated on the previous quest that Luosuo City would come over with reinforcements. Now at last, they had seen the people from Luosuo City. "That's right. Now you know we're here to help you guys, and to think that I'm a demon race," the green-robed youth said. For a moment, the eyes of the crowd in the novice village were nothing but curiosity. In their minds, they were wondering if these three people were natives of this world, or if they were NPCs in the game. As if he could see their thoughts, the silver-armored man laughed and said, "There's no need to look at us like that. We're from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom just like you guys." "Blue Star Dragon Kingdom? You guys are also from the Blue Star?" "No, you guys are also from the Dragon Kingdom." Someone was directly excited to the point of being incoherent. Everyone else was also unusually excited that the people from Luosuo City were actually their compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. The green-robed youth said, "Yes, it's just that I came to this damn place earlier than you guys." Hearing this, the crowd all revealed thoughtful expressions. Zhang Yuanshan stood out and asked, "Came here earlier? You are the last batch of those who disappeared from the Dragon Kingdom." Before them, many people had inexplicably disappeared from the Blue Star, but none of them knew where these people had gone before. Now it was that they already knew that these people had come into this world just like themselves. "That's right, there are also many who came earlier than us, and I reckon that there will be more Blue Star people teleported in afterwards." Hearing the silver-armored man's reply, Zhang Yuanshan lowered his head and muttered, "What exactly does the Heavenly Tao want by doing this?" The silver-armored man laughed. "These are not things we should worry about. I have questions for you as well." The green-robed youth couldn't wait to say, "Yes, I've been holding my questions for quite a while. Did you guys have any level 7 demons here just now or not? If there was, how did you guys defeat it?" He had just scanned around and didn't find any particularly powerful characters here. Although the three of them could casually deal with a level 7 demon, it was incredibly difficult to fight against a level 7 demon in such a novice village. Zhang Yuanshan recalled that the demon race general who was just beheaded by Su Rui. He replied seriously, "I'm not sure what the level of that demon race was, but it was very powerful, and the reason we were able to win was all due to Su Rui's strength alone." Su Rui. All three of them also heard the people from the novice village just now, cheering this name. "Where is he? Can we meet him?" the long-haired beauty asked. The other two also had expectant expressions on their faces. Zhang Yuanshan was silent and made way to the side, and the others gathered here did the same. Soon, a path was made way and Su Rui's figure appeared in front. He was standing beside a human corpse, and the corpse was none other than Han Ji, who he had rescued from the stomach of the swamp frog earlier. At this moment, his eyes were open and he was holding his bow and arrow tightly in his hands, still fighting until the last moment of his life. Su Rui went forward and closed his eyes, although he had already witnessed a lot of deaths when he came to this world. But this kind of death of people who had crossed paths with him and were familiar with him still made Su Rui's mood difficult to calm down. It was good that Lin Xiaolu didn't die in this battle. She, like most of the people, was recuperating from her injuries not far away. Although they won this battle, they also paid a very painful price. At this time, Su Rui noticed that someone behind him was watching him. He turned around and saw the three people from Luosuo city. Su Rui knew that they definitely wanted to ask something, and he himself also wanted to know some information about Luosuo city and this world as well as the demon race. So he walked towards the people. The other people from the novice village looked at Su Rui with admiration and respect in their eyes. "You are Su Rui?" The green-robed youth kept sizing him up. Just from his appearance, Su Rui's strength was definitely not simple. "Yes." Su Rui nodded. The silver-armored man stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Qi Yushan from Luosuo city." Then he introduced the long-haired beauty. "This is Li Rui." Li Rui nodded towards Su Rui. Before Qi Yushan could introduce the green-robed youth, he took the initiative and smiled. "Yu Ziqing." Being able to deal with a level 7 demon race by himself, they had already treated Su Rui as a strong person on the same level as themselves. Moreover, the other party had only come to this world for 2 days and had reached this point. His future achievements were unlimited. So their attitude was very important. Just after the introduction, Yu Ziqing couldn't wait to ask, "Hey, Su Rui, what's your rank? How did you kill a level 7 demon race? What kind of level 7 demon race was it? Is it powerful?" Yu Ziqing's questions were sent out like a series of cannons. Anyone would know that he was eager to understand the situation. In the face of these questions, Su Rui only lightly replied back, "Level 7 demon race? I killed a level 8 demon race." Chapter 99. The Way to Enter the City. Hearing Su Rui's words, the three people directly froze on the spot, although there was only a 1-level difference between level 7 and level 8. However, the higher the level of the demon race, the bigger the gap between each level. The difference between a level 8 demon race and a level 7 demon race was very big. "Level 8 demon race? You killed a rank 8 demon race." Yu Ziqing couldn't help but confirm once again. His voice was plucked up a few notches. The people in the novice village also all knew for the first time that Su Rui had killed a level 8 demon race, and each one of them was equally incomparably shocked. If so many of them went to deal with a level 6 demon race, they would have to use all their means and suffer heavy casualties to take down the other party. But Su Rui alone killed a level 8 demon race. The strength was stronger than all of them combined. Su Rui nodded and then said, "It's a level 8 demon race. It seems to be called something like Isogu." "Isogu? You killed Isogu? Did you really kill Isogu?" This time, the three people exclaimed in unison, even more shocked than when they heard that Su Rui had killed a level 8 demon race just now. Looking at the three people's surprised expressions, Su Rui muttered in his heart, "Wasn't it just killing a level 8 demon race? Is there a need to make such a fuss? Originally, I thought that people from these big places should have some insight. As a result, killing a level 8 demon race now shocked them like this. It was me who killed it. Is there anything special about this Isogu?" Su Rui inquired. Qi Yushan suppressed the shock in his heart and explained, "This Fei Gu is one of the generals of the demon race that attacked our Luosuo city. It has a high reputation in Luosuo city. I didn't expect it to appear here and was even killed by you," Li Rui added. "It has a very high bounty in our Luosuo city. Killing it will earn you a large amount of military honors." "Bounty? There's even a bounty for killing it? And what is military merit?" Su Rui popped up with a bunch of questions. Not only him, the people in the novice village were all confused for a while. They hadn't encountered a single NPC yet when they came to this world. Nor did they have a trading system as well as shopping malls, guilds, and other such things. In response, Li Rui only said, "This will be known when you guys arrive in the city. As for how to enter the city, it depends entirely on the heavenly Tao." Depends on the heavenly Tao? What does this mean? Su Rui opened his mouth and asked. He knew that the city pool must be a bigger place where there were more strong people and more resources, a bigger stage. Su Rui certainly wanted to go there. Li Rui continued to explain. The city pool and the novice village are equivalent to being in two worlds, and the people in the city pool can only travel to the various novice villages through the teleportation array. And also only when they receive the appropriate quests can they directly use the teleportation array to come here. And if you want to travel from the novice village to the city pool, that would completely depend on the heaven's way. Su Rui understood from her words that they had come here using the teleportation array. However, she still didn't say how exactly they could enter the city pool. Without waiting for Su Rui to continue asking, Chi Yushan opened his mouth and explained. Depending on the heaven's way means that the criteria for everyone to enter the city is different. Most people will obtain the qualification to travel to the city pool at level 5. But of course this is all only after the collective quests are completed. And for a small number of people, they will obtain the qualification to enter the city pool after level 5. And it is said that the further back in level 1 goes, the stronger that strength will be, and the higher the talent will be. So it's like this. Su Rui instantly understood. So it wasn't that his strength didn't meet the standard, but that the heavenly Tao was too demanding of him. Then he added, of course, there are also some people who don't have an awakened talent that will qualify after level 5. This is because they are strong in their own right, not weaker than some gifted ability people. Su Rui understood what this meant. It was like people like Li Xiu and Saber Jiro. One was an assassin and the other was a samurai. Long Wu was not an ordinary person either. They both possessed abilities that were hard to reach by ordinary people. And these people, in the future, it's also entirely possible for them to surpass those with natural abilities, such as obtaining some chances that can enhance their strength, or becoming a spiritual power mage. In the city, you can take on all kinds of missions, or join forces such as the city guards to fight against the demon race. There are many dangers, but there are also more chances. Chi Yushan's words caused fighting spirit to ignite in Li Xiu's eyes, and also restored the confidence of low-grade gifted ability users like Zhang Yuanshan. Other people's faces also showed expressions of anticipation for the city. At this moment, someone spoke up and asked, "So at what level did you enter the city?" Hearing this, Chi Yushan said with a slight sense of pride, "Li Rui and I were both qualified to enter the city pool at level 7. Level 7, this could be considered the top in the city pool. Most people were at level 5, level 6 was a watershed, and level 7 was even rarer. One should know that the experience required for each level up was almost double that of the previous level. Yu Ziqing, on the other hand, couldn't wait to say, I was only qualified at level 8. Level 8 already belonged to being a genius and was a hot existence in the major guilds. Ziqing's talent is very good. He's already a spiritual mage now, which is one of the few in our Luosuo city. His future achievements are unlimited." Chi Yushan gave his affirmation to Yu Ziqing's talent. Yu Ziqing humbly waved his hand again. "Alas, it's nothing. Our Luosuo city's first genius Zhang Yang. He only obtained the qualification to enter the city when he was at level 9. Although it was modest on the surface, but at the same time, it also prompted the crowd that there was only a 1-level difference between him and the first genius in the city." Su Rui stroked his chin and pondered in his mind. "I'm now level 11, and I still haven't obtained the qualification to enter the city." At this moment, Chi Yushan looked his gaze towards Su Rui and asked, "I think Brother Su's talent level is definitely not low. To be able to kill the level 8 demon general Isogu, this was already more than just a matter of level. Even a human who was in the mid-teens level without a talent or with a weak talent would not be able to beat the Isogu, let alone kill it. Su Rui's talent must be very powerful, and he also speculated that this kind of talent that could provide great battle power in the early stages should not have a high growth rate. It's okay." Su Rui nodded his head perfunctorily and asked, "You guys just said that there are bounties and military honors for this Isogu. How am I going to collect these things?" Chi Yushan explained, "You can only collect them in the city, and even if you obtain them now, there is no place to exchange the items." Su Rui nodded. "Understood." Chapter 100. Falling Curtain. Chi Yushan looked at the tragic scene around him and felt something in his heart. The memories in his mind kept surfacing in front of him. He looked ahead with lifeless eyes. When we went through the collective quest in the novice village, I was nowhere near as strong as you are now, so I could only watch my teammate companions die one by one in front of me. At that time, 2 level 6 demons almost wiped out our novice village, and the final victory was completely won by piling up human lives up. The surroundings fell into silence, and from his words, the crowd was able to visualize the tragic scenes at that time. At the same time, their hearts worshipped and admired Su Rue even more. If it wasn't for Su Rue today, they were afraid that even if they piled up their lives and wiped out their entire army, they wouldn't have been able to kill the level 8 demon general. The other 2 people's situation was similar to his. They were originally the strongest in their novice village, so they could survive to the end. Su Rue also learned that the original demon race in this world was the biggest enemy of the human race. The 2 sides chatted for a while longer, and Su Rue and the people on the side of the novice village also had a deeper understanding of the city. All right, we should leave. The mission here has ended. We can't stay here for long. After saying their goodbyes, the 3 of them were teleported away by a pillar of light in front of the crowd of the novice village. And the crowd of the novice village fell into a burst of discussion again. The conversation just now let them know that there was a wider world outside. Su Rue, on the other hand, revealed a thoughtful expression. He wanted to enter the city as soon as possible, so he had to work hard on leveling up from now on. Since there was an intermediate-level demonic beast area, there must be high-level demonic beasts as well. He planned to wait until this side was over and the rewards were handed out. Then he would go through the intermediate demon beast area and head to the advanced demon beast area to hunt and kill the demonic beasts and raise his level. Wow! The bodies of the 3 appeared in the teleportation array in the mission hall. Hey! Do you guys think that Su Rue really killed a level 8 Isogu all by himself? Li Rue still somewhat couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Yeah, if a level 8 Isogu can be killed, then how strong should he be? Yu Ziqing's heart had the same doubts. Even the 3 of them joined forces and had a hard time killing an Isogu, at most defeating it. However, a novice village player who hadn't even entered the city yet had actually killed the ancient. This simply turned their perceptions upside down. Since you guys have doubts, then wouldn't it be fine if we go and see if the bounty for the Fei Gu is still there? Qi Yushan also wanted to confirm if what Su Rue had killed was a foreign ancient. As a result, the 3 of them hadn't even reached the huge light screen where the quests were posted when they heard a burst of exclamations. I'm going! The Isogu on the bounty order was actually killed. This is a level 8 demon general. Who's so capable? I remember that this Isogu has been hanging on the bounty order for a long time, right? And now it's actually been decimated. There's no need to ask? It must have been done by those bigwigs in Jiangyang. Only they have this strength. The 3 people who were walking towards the quest light screen stopped their steps and looked at each other in dismay. Isogu really died, so it was really Su Rue who killed him. However, in their hearts, they were still more inclined to the idea that Su Rue had obtained a treasure by chance, and it was only by virtue of the treasure that he killed the foreign ancient, which made sense. After all, there were still some people who had bursts of luck, obtaining a great killing weapon at the novice village stage. 250 Novice Village. Su Rue naturally didn't know what was happening in Luosuo City. He, a player who hadn't even arrived in the city yet, had already created a sensation in the city. The novice village was almost all wounded after the battle just now, but fortunately, the novice wooden huts came with a certain healing effect. Many people were recuperating from their injuries and recovering their strength in their own wooden huts. 250 Novice Village completed the collective quest. Rewards will be given out for all of you. Note: rewards will be given out with reference to the contribution of the kills. 2 pillars of light descended from the air and landed in front of Su Rue. Inside one pillar of light was a longbow and a quiver of arrows. Frost Longbow, fine first-order weapon, attack strength plus 25, will apply a slowing effect after hitting an enemy with the bow and arrow. Surprisingly, it was a fine first-rank weapon. Su Rue immediately used super transformation on it. Transformation successful. The Frost Longbow has been transformed into the Falling Snow Longbow, with an attack power of plus 55 and a deceleration and penetration effect. Falling Snow Longbow, fine second-order weapon, 55 attack points. Surprisingly, it was 5 points higher than the Green Light Sword. However, this point of attack power didn't affect much. After all, Su Rue's own attack power was already very high. The most crucial thing was the effects attached to the weapon itself, like the armor-breaking effect of the glaive. Against demonic beasts with high armor, I'm afraid that it would be more powerful than more than 100 points of attack power. After the transformation, the original light blue bow body also became snow white, looking even more handsome. Su Rue currently lacked the means to attack from a long distance. With this longbow, he could kill the enemy from a long distance. Moreover, he had just obtained the weapon essence of the different ancient, and his proficiency in bow and arrow was also very high. Then, he looked at the item inside the other pillar of light. It was a pair of light armor for the upper half of his body, which didn't look bulky at all on the outside, but instead was very lightweight. This kind of light armor was perfect for him. Lightweight wouldn't affect his own speed, and it could also provide a certain amount of defense. Fine first-grade warrior light armor. Defense plus 20. Su Rue once again used the super transformation. Transformation successful. The warrior light armor has been transformed into warrior light armor. Defense plus 35. Warrior light armor. Fine second-order protective gear. Su Rue immediately put the light armor on his body, and the light armor immediately made some changes according to his body type. It wasn't too big or too small on his body, just right, and it didn't conflict with the soft armor he was originally wearing. The soft armor itself was just like cloth, and could be worn inside the light armor. The other members of the novice village around him had also received their due rewards. Because this collective quest was of hellish difficulty, even if some of them hadn't killed much of the demon race, they had all received very generous rewards. Haha, with this weapon, I can casually kill level 3 demonic beasts, and level 5 is just around the corner. I obtained armor. I feel much safer wearing it, and I don't have to be afraid of getting hurt when fighting demonic beasts. The rewards this time are really generous. With these rewards, it won't take long for me to level up to level 5, and I'll be able to enter the city by then. The rewards gained from the collective quest swept away a lot of the gloom in the hearts of the novice village crowd. All of their faces were also rid of their gloom. Phew! A fresh breeze blew by. The corpses of those demons and humans on the ground all disappeared into thin air, and even the corpses of those from the novice village who had died earlier followed suit. That huge crack also disappeared with it. The novice village and everything around it returned to tranquility. The blazing sun in the sky remained the same, and the spring breeze was gentle. Only the wreckage on the ground was telling what had just happened. Chapter 101, Picking White Spirit Fruit. Su Rue, who had put on the light armor, looked even more valiant and heroic, as well as more dignified. At this time, Zhang Yuanshan walked towards him, and he was given a tang sword with a golden sheath, which seemed to match him quite well. When he learned that Su Rue was about to set off again, heading to the deeper demonic beast area to kill monsters and level up, he couldn't help but have an expression of admiration on his face. The battle over here had only just ended, and Su Rue had suffered a considerable amount of injuries before, and this was about to embark on the journey of battle again. It had to be said that although Su Rue was able to obtain the strength he had today, although it had a lot to do with his talent, it couldn't be separated from his own efforts. Well then, I won't delay your time. I believe it won't be long before you can enter the city. I'm afraid we are all going to be left far behind by you. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Zhang Yuanshan's face. That's for sure. With Big Brother Su Rue's strength, even if he reaches the city pool, he will surely be a Big Brother level existence. At that time, I can still brag to others that Big Brother Su Rue and I are from the same novice village. Haha! Big Brother Su Rue. If you arrive in the city at that time, you can take care of us. Big Brother Su Rue. You'll always be the big brother of our novice village. The other people in the novice village on the side also opened their mouths. With Su Rue's strength entering the city pool in the future, he would definitely become a big shot as well. And sooner or later, they will also rise to level 5, and at that time, they will also enter the city pool, knowing such a big brother, just the face will have a face-off. Su Rue responded to them one by one with a smile on his face. Finally, he smiled at them and said, "Then we'll see you in Luosuo City." He had already decided that this time he would head to the advanced demon beast area and just level up there, and when he had enough levels, he would head directly to the city. In the primary demonic beast area, in front of a huge white spirit fruit tree, Su Rue's body appeared here. He had come to pick the fruit. This white spirit fruit was no longer able to provide Su Rue with attributes, but it was a good thing for restoring physical strength. Su Rue was naturally unwilling to waste it. As for these white spirit birds around, seeing that this human had actually come to steal the fruit again, they immediately swarmed towards Su Rue. But Su Rue was not here to steal this time, but to pick it openly. Facing the charge of these white spirit birds, Su Rue stretched out his right hand and blue crystal ice crystals emerged. Ka-ka-ka. A flying bird was frozen by Su Rue and then fell to the ground. Kill level 1 white spirit bird. Experience value plus 20. Kill level 1 white spirit bird. Experience value plus 20. Kill level 1 white spirit bird. Experience value plus 20. Kill level 1 white spirit bird. Experience value plus 20. The experience of these white spirit birds was pitifully low. If they didn't take the initiative to rush over, Su Rue didn't even bother to make a move on them. Chirp, 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 chirp. After the white spirit birds saw Su Rue's magical means, one by one they were scared and flew away from the place. Su Rue directly plucked all the dozen or so white spirit fruits that were ripe on the tree. After taking one white spirit fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, he put all the remaining fruits into the spatial ring. A warm breath appeared in Su Rue's body, causing him to recover some of his physical strength. During the first time he took the white spirit fruit, it was possible to restore all of his physical strength to full strength. But now, Su Rue's physical strength had far exceeded that time, so he had only recovered a part of it now. However, when he was in the novice village before, he had eaten all the spirit fruits on his body, so his physical strength was still sufficient now. After picking the spirit fruits, Su Rue continued to rush towards the intermediate-level demonic beast area. Now his speed was even faster, and in no time he arrived in the desert of the intermediate-level demonic beast area. When he was rushing at full speed, he didn't even look at the experience and attributes provided by these low-level demonic beasts. So he didn't even deliberately deal with these demonic beasts along the way. However, just as he was weaving his way through the desert, a violent vibration appeared on the ground in front of him. Boom! A huge desert worm drilled out of the ground and bit towards Su Rue with a bloody mouth. Swish! Su Rue leapt up from the ground and dodged the desert worm's bite while chopping the glaive in his hand towards its head. The blue light sword easily cut a deep blood scar on its head. Bared! Blood continued to emerge from the desert worm's head, and its body curled back and forth on the ground. The desert worm that was still incomparably difficult to deal with, now Su Rue could already kill it in seconds. Swish! Su Rue didn't choose to go forward and kill it with a sword. Instead, he used instantaneous shift to pull away and took out the falling snow longbow from his spatial ring. He wanted to use the desert worm to test the power of this longbow. Boom! Boom! The desert worm's body was still convulsing violently, and the yellow sand around it was lifted up. But Su Rue had just devoured the Fey Ancient and gained the essence of weapon mastery, and was able to skillfully use the bow and arrow. He only saw that he put the feathered arrow on top of the longbow, aimed at the worm's head, and shot out an arrow. Whoosh! The feather arrow turned into a stream of light and directly penetrated the worm's head, leaving a bloody hole in its head. The falling snow longbow gave the feather arrow a penetrating effect, which caused the power to increase greatly. The worm's body that was twisting back and forth also finally stopped, and its head that was sticking up directly planted on the ground. Killed level 6 demon beast desert worm. Experience value plus 1,500. Not bad. Having a longbow will allow you to attack demonic beasts remotely in the future. Su Rue was more satisfied with the power of the falling snow longbow. He came to the worm's corpse and reached out to devour its attributes. Devouring success. Attack plus 15, speed plus 8, defense plus 3. Afterwards, he once again set foot on the path to the high-level demonic beast area. Passing through the desert, he came to the snowy plains, and in front of him were several small mountain ranges covered in ice and snow. It seemed that in order to reach the advanced demonic beast area, he would have to cross these small mountain ranges. Su Rue hoofed the road. Anyway, he still had white spirit fruit on his body, so he could replenish his strength at any time. After walking for not long, Su Rue saw a snow-white figure shuttling back and forth on the cliff wall ahead with a fast speed. He fixed his eyes on it. It was actually a snow leopard climbing a snowy mountain. Level 6 Demon Beast Frost Snow Leopard. Flexible figure, strong fur defense, good at tearing and biting and flying. At this moment, the level 6 Frost Snow Leopard was moving fast, and Su Rue's longbow was afraid that it would be hard to shoot it. However, Su Rue still took out the falling snow longbow from his space ring. However, he didn't choose to directly shoot the arrow. Facing the fast-moving snow leopard, even the best archery skill would be difficult to hit it. Only, he used his spiritual power and reached out to use frost freeze on the snow leopard. Ka-ka-ka. The snow leopard that was jumping realized that its paws, unexpectedly, froze together with the ground. Before it could react to what was going on, a feathered arrow like streams of light had shot over. Whoosh! An arrow ran horizontally through the snow leopard's head. Bang! Its corpse collapsed onto the cliff wall, its blood staining the ground and melting the white snow. Killed the level 6 demonic beast Frost Snow Leopard. Experience value plus 1,500. Chapter 102 Arriving at the Advanced Demonic Beast Area. After killing the snow leopard, Su Rue immediately moved towards the snow leopard's corpse. He still had to devour the attributes of the snow leopard, and it wasn't a waste of time since this was a necessary place to pass through if he wanted to go over the snowy mountains. When he came to the snow leopard's corpse, he realized that a complete snow leopard fur had appeared here. Su Rue picked up the fur. Frost snow leopard fur. Wrap it around your body to protect it from the cold. Defense plus 6. One of the main materials for refining defensive gear. This should be dropped from killing the frost snow leopard. Su Rue used super transformation on the fur again. Transformation successful. Frost snow leopard fur has been transformed into premium snow leopard fur. Defense plus 10. At 10 points of defense. Not bad at all. Su Rue was about to wrap it around his body, but he found that this fur actually overlapped with the light armor and could only have the attributes of a piece of defense. He immediately gave up wearing the fur. He wasn't cold right now, and wrapping it was in the way. But since this thing was a refining material, it should also be valuable. Su Rue put it away in his spatial ring. Devour successfully. Attack power plus 13, speed plus 10, defense plus 1. Afterwards, he devoured the snow leopard's familiar again and moved to set off again. After some effort, he finally ascended the small snowy mountain. However, after climbing the snowy mountain, the scene in front made Su Rue all froze. Only to see that in front of him was a small volcano that was spewing lava, and on the ground was a small stream made of black rocks and lava. A heat wave rose up to the sky. The scene ahead was an even starker contrast to this place. On one side, there were snowflakes and ice, while on the other side, there were flames and heat waves. And the border between the two places was surprisingly just a small stream, a magical stream that separated the two heavens of ice and fire. It seems like the advanced demonic beast area is ahead. This aura is just different. This clear demarcation line allowed people to see it at a glance. Su Rue rushed all the way down the snowy mountain and came to the bank of the stream. After looking at the distance to the other bank, Su Rue made a jump plus an instantaneous transfer and directly appeared in the advanced demonic beast area. Boom! Just after stepping into this place, Su Rue felt a heat wave coming in, as if his body was in a huge steamer. Phew! This cold and heat, ordinary people really can't stand it. At least Su Rue wasn't an ordinary person. Having eaten so many spirit fruits before, his physique had become stronger, and the increase of multiple attributes was also able to bring a boost to the physique. Reminder: you have entered the advanced demonic beast area. This area will have level 7-9 demonic beasts. The experience of level 6 demonic beasts was not enough to satisfy Su Rue now. He was now looking for these high-level demonic beasts. Su Rue took out the green light sword from the space ring and held it in his hand, ready to deal with unexpected situations at any time. Generally speaking, just stepping into the high-level demonic beast area, only level 7 demonic beasts should appear here. This kind of demonic beast was not enough for Su Rue to be afraid of. Even if it was a level 8 demonic beast, Su Rue would be able to deal with it. After all, he had even killed the level 8 alien ancient. This level 8 demonic beast could not be stronger than the alien ancient. Su Rue, who was advancing, suddenly heard a fine sound appear behind a huge black rock in front of him. Subsequently, several huge black dogs with blood-stained mouth corners unexpectedly came out from behind the rock. Level 7 demonic beast flaming dogs. Sharp sense of smell, attacks with burning effect. These flaming dogs unexpectedly had a flame burning on their backs and were directly connected to their tails. Their pupils were all golden in color, and there were flames burning in the slits of their paws as well. Rustle, rustle. The 3 flaming dogs took steps and surrounded towards Su Rue. They had already regarded Su Rue as their prey. One of them directly jumped onto a nearby black boulder, occupying the high ground. Su Rue didn't panic in the slightest and drew his green light sword, ready to meet the battle. A few dogs were just a few dogs. Killing them was like killing a dog. Swish! The flaming dog standing on top of the rock took the lead and lunged down directly towards Su Rue from high altitude. The 2 dogs on the ground also rushed towards Su Rue at the same time, cooperating extremely well. And Su Rue lifted his sword towards the flaming dog in the air and chopped out with a sword. Chop! The blue light sword released a blue light, and the flaming dog's claws similarly waved a claw-shaped fire in the air. Bing! The 2 clashed together in an instant, but it was Su Rue's green light sword that was superior, chopping the flaming dog backwards and sending it flying out, while blood flowed from its claws. After decapitating this flaming dog, the two flaming dogs on the ground were already very close to Su Rue. Su Rue stretched out his right hand and frost freeze triggered. Ka-ka-ka. Ice crystals unexpectedly appeared on the hot ground, freezing the four paws of the two flame dogs on the ground. Whimpering. The two flaming dogs let out whimpering sounds and began to break free of their frozen limbs. Crunch. The two flaming dogs had just broken their limbs free from the ground when Su Rue had already killed them with his sword. A sword chopped out and directly struck the head of one of the flaming dogs. Plop. Blood splashed everywhere, and its brain was directly chopped into two halves. Killed a level 7 flame dog. Experience value plus 2,500. After all, flame dogs were not known for their defense, and its defense was still quite low. The other flame dog, seeing Su Rue's strength was so terrifying, immediately lost the courage to fight on. It directly threw its tail towards Su Rue and turned around to run. Boom! After its tail was flung over, a burst of flames surged towards Su Rue from its tail. Su Rue immediately stimulated the defense pendant, and the orange defense light screen blocked the flames. And at this time, the flaming dog had already pulled away from Su Rue by a certain distance. Su Rue immediately exchanged the falling snow longbow from his space ring, opened his bow and strung an arrow, aiming at the flame dog. Whoosh! An arrow was shot on the back of the running flame dog, and its running body instantly planted down. Su Rue broke out in speed and chased after it in 2 or 3 steps. Then he took out the green light sword again and ended the flame dog with a sword. Killed level 7 flaming dog. Experience value plus 2,500. He was now able to be very skillful, exchanging weapons back and forth from his spatial ring with hardly any delay. At this time, the flaming dog that was decapitated by Su Rue at the beginning climbed up from the ground, shook its head, and saw that its two companions had already been decapitated. It was fearful and ran wildly towards one side. However, the longbow in Su Rue's hand had already locked onto it. Whoosh! Another arrow flew out, and this one hit the back leg of the flame dog, causing it, which was running, to stagger and fall to the ground. It struggled to get up and continue running, but Su Rue had already arrived at its side and sent the long sword forward in his hand. Plop! The sword penetrated the flame dog's throat. Killed level 7 flame dog. Experience value plus 2,500. The experience of a level 7 demonic beast was really much, in such a short while Su Rue had gained 7,500 experience points. Currently his level had come to level 11, 34,000, 40,000. He would be able to upgrade after killing a few more demonic beasts, and he didn't know if he would be able to get an invitation to enter the city when he reached level 12. Su Rue pulled out the long sword and feathered arrow from the flaming dog and devoured its attributes. Devouring success. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. He then came to the corpses of the other two flame dogs. Devouring success. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. Devouring success. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. Not bad. These high-ranked demonic beasts devoured more attributes as well. Chapter 103. Battling a level 8 demonic beast. Su Rue was planning to leave, but he thought of something. He immediately came behind the stone where the 3 flaming dogs appeared before. What met his eyes was actually the corpse of a red giant bird, and just now, these flaming dogs were precisely gnawing on its corpse. It seemed that this was also a demonic beast from the advanced demonic beast area. Su Rue stretched out his hand and devoured this red giant bird as well. Devouring success. Attack power plus 20, speed plus 14. Afterwards, he continued to walk ahead. And ahead was a volcano that was gushing out magma to the outside, and the further he walked, the higher the temperature became. But Su Rue's physique and defense were still able to carry the temperature. In this high-level demonic beast area, there was hardly any green vegetation to be seen, and all around were black boulders, dark-colored ground and flowing magma streams. The demonic beasts that were able to survive in this place were also all fire attribute-based demonic beasts. Boom! Su Rue, who was rushing towards the volcano, heard a rumbling sound coming from the surroundings. He hurriedly looked towards the place where the rumbling occurred, only to see that the surrounding black boulders surprisingly began to gather together into one piece. The boulders gradually formed a black stone giant that was 7 or 8 meters tall. Its face was hideous, and its eyes and mouth emitted a golden glow, as if there was still magma flowing inside. Bang bang! After the amalgamation was complete, it stretched out its fists and clashed them together. Level 8 Demonic Beast Lava Giant. body composed of lava boulders, extremely powerful defense, and can constantly transform the boulders into its own body. Level 8 Lava Giant. The whole body is made up of stones. It must be incomparably hard. Su Rue was worried just by looking at its body made of boulders. How the hell was he going to deal with it? Dang. Thud. While Su Rue was still pondering, the lava giant had already run towards Su Rue in big strides. Phew. It jumped up and directly slammed its fist down towards Su Rue. Swish. And Su Rue hastily jumped backward and dodged the punch. Bang. This punch broke the ground into pieces and there was a tremor around. Su Rue seized the opportunity and swung his sword towards the giant's arm. Clang. The glaive slashed at the giant's body, striking a burst of sparks and leaving only a sword mark on it, shattering a small amount of boulders. It did little damage to the lava giant. Phew. And the lava giant's other fist smashed over again. Su Rue only had to continue dodging. It was good that this guy's defense and attack power were both perverse, but his speed was not particularly fast. Su Rue was still able to dodge its attacks. Damn! The stone on this guy's body isn't an ordinary stone either. Otherwise, with Su Rue's current attack power, even a stone could be chopped up. However, the stone on its body was lava that had undergone magma baptism nearby. The level 8 demonic beast was really not simple. Phew! The giant's attack fell again, and Su Rue dodged easily with a dodge. Just like this, the giant had been chasing after Su Rue and smashing wildly, while Su Rue was constantly dodging while searching for the giant's weakness. In just a short while, the surroundings had already been made a mess by the two of them, and the ground was covered with traces of being smashed. Bang bang! Seeing that it couldn't help Su Rue, the lava giant smashed its fist in anger. Afterward, it lifted a huge stone from the ground and smashed it towards Su Rue. Phew! The huge rock whistled, and Su Rue hurriedly dodged. Boom! The boulder smashed on the ground, making a loud sound and dust flew up. If such a huge stone smashed on Su Rue's body, even if he had a high defense, then he would definitely not be able to eat it. I go! This guy has learned to be smart. Throwing the boulder was able to attack Su Rue in a wider range, and the killing power was also stronger. Su Rue couldn't make any mistakes, otherwise he would be seriously injured without dying after being smashed. He had just dodged the boulder and wanted to catch his breath, but he realized that another boulder had already flown over. Swish! He could only dodge again. Bang! For a while, the surroundings were dim and dusty, but Su Rue also saw the lava giant's weakness. As it was moving up the boulder, it exposed the connection of the boulder on its body. It was, after all, made up of a combination of boulders. There was no way to make a tight fit. At the link was something orange-colored as if it was magma, combining these multiple boulders together to form the lava giant. So it's like this. After finding the giant's weakness, Su Rue no longer waited and immediately started to move, charging towards it. The giant wasn't willing to show weakness either, lifting up a boulder and smashing it towards Su Rue once again. This time, Su Rue didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he was still quickly and furiously running towards the giant. Phew! Seeing that the boulder was about to hit Su Rue, a smug cold smile also appeared on the lava giant's face. Swish! But in the next second, Su Rue's body passed through the boulder and instantly appeared in the air in front of the lava giant's body. Chop! Su Rue swung his sword and chopped at the connection between the giant's arm and shoulder. Plop! The giant's arm was neatly sliced off and fell to the ground into a pile of rubble. At the same time, orange-colored blood like magma dripped down. Successful! Su Rue was happy in his heart. These connections were really fragile. Phew! Another punch from the giant roared and forced Su Rue away. Some agonizing look appeared on its face, but the next scene made Su Rue dumbfounded, only to see that it once again invoked the stones that had fallen on the ground, and these stones reformed into an arm that was attached to its broken shoulder. I go? It was then that Su Rue reacted to what the introduction of the lava giant that he had previously seen using the Eye of Insight meant. This guy could constantly use boulders to turn into his body. The giant that had its arm chopped off once obviously became even angrier. As soon as it picked up more broken rocks on the ground, it smashed them towards Su Rue. Shoo! 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 These pieces of rubble were like a cannonball, extremely dense and fast. Su Rue's eyes were quick and immediately ran behind a rock to dodge. Splat! The rubble pieces smashed down as if they were raindrops. What should we do now? This guy is able to heal infinitely. Unless it can be cut down in one blow, it can't be killed at all. Su Rue, who was hiding behind a rock, was anxious in his heart. The main reason was that Su Rue couldn't find a weak point that would be able to kill it with a single sword strike. Because its head and body itself were connected together, and its neck was completely made of stone, it simply couldn't be chopped off. Boom! At this time, Su Rue, who had his back against the boulder, suddenly felt a huge commotion coming from behind him. He turned around to see that the lava giant had actually come here and lifted the boulder. It raised the boulder and smashed it down towards Su Rue in front of him. Chapter 104: Killing the Lava Giant. Phew! The boulder whistled, and Su Rue did not choose to dodge backwards this time. Instead, he charged up towards the lava giant. Bang! The boulder smashed out a huge rattle on the ground. And Su Rue had already raised his sword and chopped at the giant's arm again. The slower giant still didn't react. Plop! Its arm was once again neatly sliced off, falling to the ground and turning into scattered rocks. The giant was incomparably furious, and after swinging its fist and forcing Su Rue back, it wanted to recover its arm. But Su Rue, who was not far away, used frost freeze on its broken shoulder. Ka. The place where the severed limb that originally contained orange-colored liquid began to be frozen, forming a blue ice crystal. Now, the broken arm couldn't be reattached. It was really effective. Su Rue's heart rejoiced. This was the method he had just thought of in a flash of lightning. When the giant saw that its arm couldn't be recovered, it was anxious and angry in its heart. It knew that this was definitely Su Rue's trick. Thud! It immediately took a big step and smashed towards Su Rue. However, it couldn't do anything to Su Rue with two arms. Now it was even more impossible for one arm to pose a threat to Su Rue. Bang! It smashed its fist on the ground where Su Rue was originally standing, and Su Rue jumped onto its arm. At the connection of its arm, it swung out with a sword once again. The arm broke off with it, and debris fell to the ground. And the moment its arm broke, Su Rue once again used frost freeze to freeze the break in its shoulder. The lava giant that lost both of its arms instantly lost its means of attack. In such a situation, it even turned its head and took big steps to run. But Su Rue would not let it run away like this, and immediately chased after it with his sword. Chop! He chopped his sword on the connection of the lava giant's leg and chopped off a section of its leg, which was made up of stone as well. Bang! The lava giant's body immediately fell to the ground, smashing the earth. This time, it was considered to have no way out. Both of its arms and a leg were chopped off by Su Rue. It could only lie on the ground and squirm forward with difficulty. Swish! But Su Rue's body appeared in front of it and held a sword and stabbed it into its glowing eye socket. Plop! The glowing sword deeply disappeared into its eyes and directly entered into its stone-encased brain. Instantly, the orange-colored light flickering at its eyes and mouth disappeared. The stones on its body all lost their spirituality as well, turning into scattered pieces of ordinary stone. Slayed level 8 Demonic Beast Lava Giant. Experience value plus 5,000. 5,000 points of experience. A smile appeared on Su Rue's face after gaining these 5,000 experience points. His experience value had come to 39,000, and he only needed to gain another 1,000 experience points to rise to level 12. At that time, he would be able to head to the city himself. With a slightly excited mood, Su Rue unleashed Endless Devouring on the lava giant on the ground. Devouring success. Attack power plus 30, speed plus 6, defense plus 5. The attributes of a level 8 demonic beast were really high. Su Rue's heart was happy. Nowadays, his strength had increased a bit compared to when he fought against the Isogu. At this moment, Su Rue also discovered that an orb glowing orange-yellow had unexpectedly fallen down beside the lava giant. This can't be the thing that was just inside the lava giant, manipulating the boulder to merge. Su Rue went forward and picked it up. Lava Giant Inner Core. A high-level weapon refining material, relatively rare. So it's a dropped weapon refining material. I'm afraid that the real lava giant has already died under that sort of mine just now. However, the value of this thing shouldn't be low. Su Rue used super transformation on it again. Transformation successful. The lava giant inner core has been transformed into a special lava giant inner core. Special lava giant kernel. Incomparably rare, unattainable, belongs to the top level of weapon refining materials. A top-tier weapon smithing material. If this thing is taken to the city and sold, it should be able to fetch quite a bit of money. At that time, it might be able to be exchanged for a sort of a higher grade. After receiving the special inner core into the spatial ring, Su Rue continued to rush towards the front. Looking at the volcano in front of him, Su Rue was a bit worried. How in the world to get there? Snowy mountains can still be climbed. But this lava-spewing volcano, Su Rue really doesn't have the guts to climb up. But the so-called car to the mountain came to the volcano in front of the Su Rue, found the volcano in front of the bottom. There is a cave. This cave is like a tunnel that runs directly through the volcano, and from here it can go directly through the volcano. It seems that this should be the road that the Heavenly Tao specially prepares for the players, and only from here can they go to the depths of the Advanced Demon Beast area. Moreover, after stepping into the Advanced Demon Beast area, Su Rue realized that the area here was not big, instead it became narrow. Not only was it smaller than the Intermediate Demon Beast area, it was also smaller than the Primary Demon Beast area. It should be that there are very few people who can come here. Su Rue thought that's why the Advanced Demon Beast area was small. After all, those who were able to enter the Intermediate Demon Beast area would already be the phoenix of the novice village. Most of them, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even set foot in the Intermediate Demon Beast area, and would directly head to the city after leveling up to level 5 in the Primary Demon Beast area. After all, level 5 humans were only capable of defending themselves on the outskirts of the Intermediate Demon Beast area. They simply wouldn't spend so much time exploring this place again, and traveling directly to a larger and more expansive city would be the best choice. If it was possible for him to travel directly to the city now, then he wouldn't choose to continue exploring this place. Once he reached the city pool, his strength would definitely grow even faster. Without further thought, he immediately moved towards the cave. Boom! After walking into the cave, the temperature of the place was even higher and a wave of scorching hot air poured out. Moreover, Su Rue was able to see the magma that was flowing in front of him, as well as the rolling air waves emanating from it. GABA! Su Rue took out a white spirit fruit from his spatial ring and took a big bite. Later on, he didn't know what other demonic beasts he would encounter here. Maintaining his physical strength was the most important thing. After walking for a while, Su Rue came to the center of the volcano. The temperature here was much higher. A large amount of magma and flames also appeared on both sides, forming a more intense fire energy. This was much more powerful than the flames emanating from the fire spirit bead before. Su Rue felt that if he were to stick to some of it now, I'm afraid that he would also suffer. Right? Fire Spirit Pearl. Only then did Su Rue suddenly remember that his fire spirit bead had run out of energy when he dealt with the ancient. It had turned into an ordinary transparent bead, so I didn't know if it was still possible to instill flames in it. Su Rue immediately prepared to take out the remaining shell of the fire spirit bead and was ready to give it a try. Chapter 105. Encountering a level 8 demon beast again. After Su Rue took out the transparent bead, he pinched it between his fingers and walked towards the flames that were constantly raging on both sides. Boom! These flames were burning in the air, and it was as if they existed in this area in the form of energy. That was why Su Rue thought of using the fire spirit bead to absorb the energy here. However, it was only when Su Rue's fire spirit bead was cupped in his hand that he realized that he could actually use super transformation on it. Previously, when Su Rue had just obtained it, he was unable to use super transformation on it. But during this period of time, Su Rue hadn't upgraded it either, so how could super transformation be used again? Su Rue stared at this transparent bead for a while and instantly understood. It seems that it's because the fire energy inside this is depleted, and now it's truly turned into an item. Previously, the fire spirit bead had fire energy inside, and Su Rue was temporarily unable to use super transformation on the fire energy, so there was no way to transform the fire spirit bead. After losing the fire energy inside, Su Rue could naturally use super transformation on it. Transformation successful. The fire spirit bead has been transformed into a fiery spirit bead, which can hold more and stronger fire energy. More and stronger? Su Rue looked at the surrounding flame energies. All of these energies were stronger than the energies in the previous fire spirit bead. If he didn't transform it, I'm afraid that he really couldn't take these fire energies in. Now, it shouldn't be a problem. Su Rue pinched the bead and walked towards these fire energies. Buzz! After getting closer, the fiery spirit bead really made a ringing sound and there was a shaking. Su Rue immediately injected a portion of his spiritual energy into the flame spirit bead and manipulated it to start absorbing the surrounding fire energy. Wow! The surrounding fire energy quickly entered the flame spirit bead, causing it to gradually turn from transparent to fiery red. Don't look at the fiery spirit bead. It wasn't big, but the capacity inside was very large, constantly devouring the surrounding fire energy. As the fire energy here continued to enter the fiery spirit bead, the surrounding temperature unexpectedly began to lower downwards as well. Even the flowing orange-colored magma appeared somewhat black, as if it was beginning to solidify. Buzz. Finally, after a burst of devouring, the fiery spirit bead let out a roar, and it also completely turned a fiery red color. Phew! Su Rue exhaled a breath. The capacity of this fiery spirit bead was really big. Just devouring it exhausted Su Rue. Ha! At this time, Su Rue realized that the temperature around him had dropped quite a bit and there was no longer that burning sensation from before. The flowing magma was also about to freeze, and there was not much of that fire energy left around. It seemed that the reason why it was so hot here was that there was so much fire energy. Su Rue was able to feel that this volcano above his head had more and more powerful fire energy. I'm afraid that the reason why this advanced demon beast area was like this was all caused by these energies of fire. Rumble. At this moment, a violent shaking appeared at the place where he was standing, as if something was about to burrow out of the ground. Swish! Su Rue immediately used instantaneous transfer and quickly moved away from this place. Boom! A huge beast that was shaped like a bear, with 2 horns on its head and wrapped in thick black epidermis drilled out from the ground. Grade 8 Demonic Beast Fiery Beast. Favors devouring fire energy, can use flame ability. After drilling out from the ground, it looked around a few times and realized that the fire energy around it had indeed become less. Then, it locked its eyes on the fiery spirit bead in Su Rue's hand. Ow! Only to see, it opened its arms and let out a roar at Su Rue. Originally, all of the fire energy here was transported by it from above the mountain and stored here. But now, most of these fire energies were devoured by the fiery spirit bead in Su Rue's hand. How could it not be angry? Wow! With a roar, a blazing fire ignited on its back and charged towards Su Rue with great strides. Preferring to eat the energy of fire? Could it be that these fire energies were stored here by it? Su Rue instantly understood. The energies of fire would not appear for no reason. They usually existed in hotter places, such as the lava at the mountain pass. If it was in that kind of place, there was no way for Su Rue to get close enough to absorb the energy of fire. This time, he was able to fill up the fire energy in the fiery spirit bead thanks to this fiery beast. Hod hod hod. Facing the fiery beast with a furious face, Su Rue didn't choose to fight head-on, but turned around and ran towards the outside. The space here was too narrow, and there was lava everywhere. It wasn't a good place for Su Rue to fight. After Su Rue's full outburst, his speed was no slower than the fire blast beast that was running wildly. 1 person and 1 beast moved quickly towards the outside of the cave. After seeing that it couldn't catch up with Su Rue, the fire blast beast stopped, and it ran the energy from its chest to its mouth. Buzz! A red flame pattern appeared on its chest, spreading all the way to its face and mouth. Boom! A ball of fire flew out from its mouth and flew towards Su Rue. Su Rue, who was running wildly ahead, had been paying attention to the movements behind him and was also the first to notice the fireball flying towards him. He hurriedly dodged in a flash to avoid it. Boom! The fireball smashed on the ground in front of him, smashing a hole in the ground, which was still burning with flames. Su Rue, who had just dodged the fireball, didn't have time to catch his breath before the fire blast beast behind him once again spat out fireballs from its mouth. Boom! 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 This time, it spat out 3 fireballs in a row, all of which were extremely fast and smashed towards Su Rue. Su Rue used instant transmission and directly moved 10 meters to the front. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fireballs all smashed on the ground, leaving a fireball mark on the ground. This time, not only did he dodge the 3 fireballs, he also distanced himself from the fire blast beast. This made it hard for its fireballs to hit again, and the firestorm beast only had to land on all 4 limbs and continued to run wildly towards Su Rue to chase after him. Soon, Su Rue took the lead and rushed out of the volcano. The outside of the volcano was full of messy rocks and forked paths. Su Rue could completely get rid of the fire blast beast by taking a random path now. However, he didn't choose to leave. Instead, he circled around to the side and directly climbed to the top of the cave's exit, waiting quietly here. After all, he had come to this advanced demon beast area to hunt and kill demonic beasts, so how could he let go of this demonic beast that had been sent to his door? Moreover, he only needed to kill this demonic beast again, then he would also be able to rise to level 12, and then he might be able to directly enter the city. Thud! The fire blast beast's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and soon he also rushed straight out from the cave. The fiery beast that rushed outside the cave turned its head to both sides. For a moment it didn't know which direction to chase. Roar! It roared angrily, and then could only turn its head towards the cave in a depressed manner. However, just at this moment, a sound of breaking wind came from above its head. Phew! A silhouette swiftly descended from above. Chapter 106, Killing the Fiery Beast. Upgrade. Only to see, Surue held his sword with both hands and chopped down towards the fire blast beast's head. Wow! At the same time, he also activated his power bracelet, bringing his attack power to the highest level. However, the firecracker beast still found him and moved its body towards the side. Plop! The sword chopped on the fire blast beast's shoulder, leaving an extremely deep wound on its shoulder, and even nearly chopping off one of its arms. Ow! The fire blast beast howled in pain and stood upright, one hand covering its shoulder as it retreated backward repeatedly. Although it hadn't chopped off its arm, it had also caused it to almost lose the ability to fight with this arm. The firecracker beast that had lost an arm, its battle power had also greatly declined. After a sword chopped down, Surue continued to chase after it, taking advantage of its illness to kill it. The fire blast beast naturally noticed Surue, who was charging up again. It immediately mobilized the fire energy in its body and surged to its mouth. Wow! Flames directly erupted from its mouth and surged towards Surue. Looking at the flames that surged towards him, Surue could feel that the intensity of the flames was even stronger than the previous fire spirit bead, and I'm afraid that it was similar to his current fiery spirit bead. He immediately propped up the defense pendant's defense light screen. Boom! The flames surged onto the defensive light screen, scorching the defensive light screen to the point that it was constantly changing, as if the defensive light screen was also constantly being melted. In the face of such fierce flames, Surue did not choose to fight it. After using the defense light screen to withstand the flames for a moment, Surue used instantaneous transfer to get away from the attack of the flames and came behind the fire blast beast. While the fire blast beast was still spraying flames towards the front, when it saw the defense light screen disappearing, it thought that Surue could no longer withstand it and was engulfed by its flames. But the next moment, it felt a chill on the back of its neck. Plop! A long sword pierced directly into the back of its neck, but its epidermis was hard and blocked most of the force. It made it impossible for the glowing sword to penetrate deeper and did not cause any fatal damage to the fiery beast. However, the fiery beast also felt the threat from death, and it immediately stretched out that intact arm and slapped it towards its back. Boom! Its palm was mixed with flames, forming a flaming palm print that slapped down towards Surue. Surue immediately drew out the green light sword and put the sword across his body to ward off this palm. Bang! The flame palm slapped on Surue's sword, sending his body flying backwards a few meters. However, it was good that his body was flexible, and his Isogu's boxing and kicking skills came in handy, causing him to still land in a dashing manner. At the same time, he was also not injured at all under that slap just now due to his stronger defense. This level 8 demonic beast is still really hard to deal with. The previous lava giant, if it wasn't for Surue's mastery of frost freeze, I'm afraid that even if he was stronger, he wouldn't be able to kill it. And now this fire blast beast, with more means, could utilize the flame ability. If it wasn't for Surue having more means, it really wouldn't be its opponent. Wow! After the fire blast beast slapped Surue away, it once again operated the flame power in its body to launch fireballs towards Surue. Nowadays, it didn't dare to spray fire at Surue. After all, in that case the flames would block Surue's body, and he wouldn't know when he would come behind himself. Facing the fireball, Surue dodged and dodged while charging towards the fire blast beast. Wow! Another fireball was shot out, but it was dodged by Surue again while his body was closer to the fire blast beast. He directly jumped up and chopped down towards the fire blast beast. But the fire blast beast also fired another fireball from its mouth. Wow! The fireball rushed towards Surue in midair. This time he had nowhere to utilize his strength in the air and was unable to dodge at all. But Surue hadn't planned to continue dodging. Instead, he held his sword and chopped on the fireball. Bang! The fireball was chopped by the blue light sword and shattered, and the flame power inside dispersed with it. A ball of flame formed in midair, and Surue's figure came out bathed in fire. He held the sword towards the head of the fire blast beast and stabbed down with a sword. The fire blasting beast immediately swung out its large palm again, and flames surged out from it once again. Facing the huge palm with the power of flames, Surue first activated the defense pendant, surfacing a defensive light screen in front of his body. Afterward, he activated the fire energy in the fiery spirit pearl. Wow! A ball of flame immediately surged out from the fiery spirit bead and wrapped around Surue, forming a defense shield. He was still holding his sword and stabbing towards the fire blast beast, As long as he withstood this blow, the one who would die would be the Fire Blast Beast. At this time, the Fire Blast Beast sensed Su Rui's purpose, but it was too late to retrieve the huge palm that it had swung out. Now it could only hope that a palm would flip Su Rui out. Boom! Its huge palm first slapped on the orange defense light screen, and dense cracks immediately surfaced on it, and then it directly shattered. On top of the orange pendant in front of Su Rui's chest, a crack appeared again. It was about to be completely damaged. And then, the fiery beast's palm slapped on the flame defense shield formed by the fiery spirit bead again. Bang! This palm directly slapped the flame's defense shield and dented it inwards, on the verge of scorching Su Rui. If it was the previous defensive shield formed by the fiery spirit bead, I'm afraid that it had already been destroyed by it. Fortunately, this was a defense shield formed by a stronger fire energy, which was able to withstand the attack of the Fire Blast Beast. Seeing that, this defense cover was also unable to block the attack of the Fire Blast Beast. But at this moment, Su Rui's sword had already arrived. Plop! This sword directly pierced into the center of the Fire Blast Beast's brow, penetrating its mind. The palm that had swung out towards Su Rui also hung down powerlessly. Su Rui also put away the defense shield formed by the fiery spirit bead. Bang! The huge body of the fiery beast fell backwards. Killed level 8 fiery beast. Experience value plus 5,000. Congratulations to the player who leveled up to level 12. Attack plus 80, speed plus 60, defense plus 20, physical strength and constitution gained a significant increase. Upgrade. Su Rui was bursting with excitement, and this time, the upgrade also increased physical strength and constitution. Originally, these two items were tied to defense, and every time defense grew, physical strength and constitution would be enhanced to a certain extent. But this time, it was the physical strength and constitution that was directly boosted, which far exceeded the physical strength and constitution that was boosted by the increase in defense. Su Rui could clearly feel this. Now his physical strength and constitution far exceeded that of just now. He opened the attribute panel and checked it. Attack: 1,274. Defense: 187. Speed: 818. Level: 12, 4,000 80,000. Elemental ability: Frost Freeze. Talents: Endless Devouring, Super Transformation, Eye of Insight, Instantaneous Shift, Split. Not bad. Su Rui was more satisfied. His attributes were already very terrifying now. However, Su Rui understood that these attributes were only the most basic things to enhance his battle power. And those demonic beasts' attributes were inherently high, far exceeding humans. Moreover, the battle power brought by some talents and skills were also more crucial than these attributes. For example, after giving Su Rui some more attributes but without all the talents and items, it was also impossible to kill the Fire Blast Beast and Lava Giant. Of course, the attributes were the foundation. If there were no powerful attributes, the battle power that talent could bring was also very limited. Chapter 107 Easily Defeated. However, at this time, Su Rui discovered the most crucial problem, which was that even though he had upgraded, he still hadn't obtained the qualification to enter the city. It can't be? Do I have to wait until I get to level 13 to obtain it? But how long will that take? Upgrading to level 13, but it required 80,000 experience points. Could it be that he would have to stay here for a long period of time again? Su Rui was depressed for a while, but depressed or not, he still planned to head to the depths of the advanced demon beast area first. Generally, in the depths there would be all sorts of chances. Obtaining chances to raise level and strength would be faster. The chances in the advanced demon beast area should be even more abundant. Su Rui reached out and devoured the attributes of the fiery beast. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 25, speed plus 14, defense plus 4. Afterwards, he was about to leave the place when he realized that a rookie ranking challenge order had unexpectedly dropped beside the fiery beast. Challenge order. Su Rui's eyes lit up. He hadn't paid attention to the rookie ranking for a long time. This was also mainly because there was no one to challenge him and he didn't have a challenge order himself. Nowadays, his strength had grown greatly, and since he had obtained a challenge order again, he definitely wanted to challenge the top-ranked ones. Right now, his ranking was 87th and he was able to challenge the topmost ranked 77th. The 77th ranked was a man named Luosuo. Su Rui directly chose him. Challenge invitation sent. Waiting for the other party to respond. If the other party had a chance to decline and chose to decline, Su Rui would have to continue picking the next one. Luosuo accepts the challenge. Rookie Ranking Challenge officially opens. Wow! A teleportation light pillar teleported Su Rue to the ring. In the next moment, a figure also surfaced on the opposite side. This person was dressed in a white robe, with his hands clasped in front of his chest, his eyes revealing contempt, quite a bit of the demeanor of a worldly superior. However, he was not very old and looked about the same as Su Rue. Humph! Kid dares to challenge me, then you are destined to fail. Lu Xian said disdainfully. Is that so? Su Rue drew his glaive and revealed a smile. Compared to the last rookie challenge, his strength was not 1 star stronger. For this challenge, he felt that he should be able to settle the fight in 2 or 3 moves. Lu Xian said leisurely, "That's for sure. You'd better head to surrender now. Otherwise you'll have to waste time and spend money to heal if you're injured by me." He was only in the middle of his words when he saw Su Rue drawing his sword and charging towards him. That speed was frighteningly fast. "I'll go. You don't talk about martial virtues." He no longer had that breezy, pretending to be a man of the world look that he had before, and hurriedly took out a sword from his spatial ring. Lu Xian had only just taken the sword out of the spatial ring when Su Rue had already killed in front of him. He didn't even have time to draw his sword and directly blocked it in front of him. Clang! The sword of green light directly slashed on his scabbard and directly sent his sword flying out. In the next moment, the green light sword appeared on his neck. Don't. Brother. Leave someone under the sword." Lu Xian was shocked and scared, and hurriedly gave his hands up to signal his surrender. "Then why don't you abstain?" Su Rue opened his mouth and asked. Right now, as long as he chose to admit defeat with a thought, the heavenly Tao would teleport him back. This guy was either waiting for a chance to defeat Su Rue or he had a brain problem. However, Su Rue had just defeated him without even using any talents or abilities, and had easily defeated him purely by relying on his attributes. He was also not at all afraid that he had any hidden means. Anyway, his own strength was much stronger than him, and he didn't feel that his means were more than his own. Moreover, Su Rue is not a person who kills innocents indiscriminately, not to mention that the other party is also a Dragon Nation person, and then he didn't do anything to hurt the heaven and earth. Su Rue also can't lay his hands on him at all. Lu Xian's face squeezed out a smile. "Brother, I'm from Luosuo Guild of Luosuo City. I like to make friends with strong people. Why don't we get to know each other?" Luosuo City? Hearing this, Su Rue raised his eyebrows. It was such a coincidence that he met someone from Luosuo City again. "You are someone from Luosuo City? Then do you know Qi Yushan, Yu Ziqing, and the others?" Lu Xian immediately nodded his head, a joyful look on his face. "Recognize how can I not recognize them? There's also Li Rue. All 3 of them are from our Luosuo Guild. So it's a big water that washed away the Dragon King Temple. Since you know Qi Yushan and them, then we are family. Why don't you put the sword down and talk about it?" Su Rue was also not a person who was murmuring, decisively put down the long sword. Seeing Su Rue put down the long sword, the smile on Lu Xian's face became more sincere. At the same time, he asked in a very self-congratulatory manner, "Big brother, you're so strong. How come you're only ranked at this point? Could it be that you don't care to fight the rookie ranking? Let me tell you, this rookie ranking in our Luosuo City, that's a symbol of status and position. There are many benefits and..." Facing the chattering Lu Xian, Su Rue silently said, "I just don't have a challenge order." Lu Xian was shocked upon hearing this. Challenge order? That you can buy in the mall. Don't you know? Of course Su Rue didn't know about it because he wasn't even a person in the city and was still in the novice village stage. "I don't know. I'm still in the novice village. I'm mainly learning about the situation of Luosuo City from you." Su Rue didn't want to listen to his nonsense and waste time anymore, so he directly and bluntly told the situation. As for Lu Xian, when he heard Su Rue's words, he immediately froze. The first thought in his mind was, Turbine, I was abused by a rookie from a novice village. Originally, he thought that Su Rue was some very powerful guild leader or a human powerhouse in another city. "You're not kidding, right? You, really, from a novice village?" Lu Xian looked at Su Rue like a monster. Seeing Su Rue nodding, he immediately asked impatiently, "How many levels are you? Haven't you obtained the qualification to enter the city yet?" After seeing Su Rue's strength just now, Lu Xian felt that it was very possible for the other party to be level 17 or 18. It was even possible that it was up to level 20, because such basic battle strength was stronger than many high-level people he had seen. Before Su Rue had time to speak, the next moment, the heavenly Tao unexpectedly teleported them back. In Luosuo City, swish, Lu Xian was directly teleported back. What's the situation? Does the heavenly Tao still not allow me to make friends? He was a bit dissatisfied. After all, a strong person like Su Rui would definitely be able to soar into the sky in the future. If he got to know him in advance, there would definitely be a lot of benefits. Should we report this matter to the guild? Such a strong person from a novice village, if he comes to Luosuo city and enters our guild, he will definitely be the top pillar of existence. Just as soon as this idea popped up, it was immediately vetoed by Lu Xian. Forget it. If they know that I was abused by a rookie from a novice village, they will definitely laugh at me for the rest of my life. Besides, it's not certain that he will be assigned to our Luosuo city. There are plenty of cities in the Dragon Kingdom, so why bother looking for trouble for yourself? Chapter 108 Lion and Wolf Competition. Challenge successful. Currently ranked 77 on the rookie list, the voice of the heavenly Tao reached Su Rui's mind. It's okay. Su Rui breathed a sigh of relief. It would be bad if the heavenly Tao counted this challenge as null and void because of this. It seemed that this heavenly Tao was still supervising the challenge, and if the two didn't fight and stayed there all the time, they would be expelled. The only pity was that Su Rui didn't ask any information from that guy's mouth. He didn't know if there was another way to enter the city. But he did ask a little bit of information, that is, the challenge order could be bought in the city's shopping center. When the time came, Su Rui definitely wanted to buy some challenge orders to get to the top of the rookie list. The further you go, the more generous the rewards would be, but right now, except for the first time you ascend to the rookie list, the rewards would be given out in one day. The subsequent rewards would take 3 days to be issued once. But Su Rui wasn't in a hurry. When the time came to take advantage of the time when the rewards were about to be issued, he would charge up the rankings again, and then the rewards he would receive would be even higher. But now was not the time to think about this. Su Rui lifted his sword and continued walking towards the front. He wanted to see what else was outside of the advanced demon beast area. There was no other way to travel to the city here yet. The scene ahead was more vibrant than the place Su Rui had just passed through. A small amount of vegetation had appeared around. Even the temperature was not that hot. But this didn't mean that this place was safer. On the contrary, this kind of place was more suitable for demonic beasts to survive, and there existed more crises. Roar. As expected, a deafening roar came from the front, as well as some miscellaneous wild beasts' cries. Su Rui immediately held his sword and rushed towards the front. Listening to the sound, it seemed like there were fierce beasts fighting in front. This kind of fishing thing, how could there be less of Su Rui? Going over a raised hill, Su Rui saw the scene ahead. A huge, majestic lion was fighting with a group of fiery red wolves. Roar. The lion's body had been clawed out by the wolves, but its turquoise eyes didn't show the slightest decline, and its body still exuded a majestic aura. Su Rui used his eye of insight and looked at the lion. Grade 8 Demon Beast, Turquoise-Eyed Fire Lion. King of Beasts, can release the power of flames. Subsequently, Su Rui looked at these fire-red wolves that surrounded the bi-eyed fire lion. Grade 7 Demonic Beast Fire Cloud Wolf. Agile, sharp teeth and claws with a burning effect, scorching effect. This point could be seen on the body of the bi-fire lion. Several places on its body that had been scarred by the claws of the fire cloud wolves had turned a scorched black color. Wow! The turquoise-eyed fire lion opened its mouth, and a ball of flames shot out from its mouth, directly surging towards the wolves. Ow! Several fire cloud wolves were instantly engulfed by the flames and tumbled to the ground in a wail. But soon, the remaining ones, the fire cloud wolves, rushed towards the bi-eyes fire lion. The bi-eyes fire lion could only give up on spraying flames, and swung its huge palm towards the few fire cloud wolves that were rushing towards it. Wow! Its paw was laced with flames, and it traced a flaming claw mark in the air, successfully forcing these fire cloud wolves back. Although the blue-eyed fire lion was exceptionally powerful, it couldn't hold up to the large number of fire cloud wolves. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the blue-eyed fire lion to become their food. Su Rui didn't intend to wait any longer. When the blue-eyed fire lion died in the mouth of the wolves, then it would be difficult for him to deal with so many fire cloud wolves alone. And now, the blue-eyed fire lion had suffered a light injury, and the fire cloud wolves had also suffered some casualties. It was the best choice to strike against the fire cloud wolves now. Su Rui raised his sword and killed out. The distant wolves and the blue-eyed fire lions were all stunned for a moment by the sudden appearance of the human. Only to see, Su Rui swung his sword and chopped at a fire cloud wolf that was closer to him. This fire cloud wolf had just been seriously injured by the claws of the blue-eyed fire lion, and was now recuperating on the outskirts of the wolf pack. Who knew that at this moment, a Su Rue would be killed out, and it didn't have time to react before it was run through the body with a sword. Plop! The blood of the Fire Cloud Wolf gushed out along with the blade of the sword, and the already severely injured Fire Cloud Wolf was directly killed by this sword. Killed the level 7 Demon Beast Fire Cloud Wolf. Experience value plus 2,600. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 24. Speed plus 12. After killing it, Su Rue directly devoured its attributes. Phew! The several Fire Cloud Wolves around immediately pounced towards Su Rue. Swish! Su Rue didn't choose to fight the wolves hard, and used instant transmission to directly back up to 10 meters away. He was afraid that the wolves would directly abandon the blue-eyed fire lion and come towards him. After he retreated, the Fire Cloud Wolves did not choose to let Su Rue go. After all, he had just killed one of their companions. But they also didn't attack towards Su Rue in a big way. In their eyes, the Bi-Fire Lion was their biggest enemy. Therefore, the Fire Cloud Wolf pack split out a few Fire Cloud Wolves to charge towards Su Rue. Looking at the Fire Cloud Wolves that ran wildly towards him, Su Rue took out the Fiery Spirit Bead and pinched it in his hand. Spiritual energy entered the Fiery Spirit Bead and began to catalyze the Fiery Spirit Bead. Wow! A pillar of fire rushed out from the Fiery Spirit Bead and directly surged towards the two foremost Fire Cloud Wolves. Boom! The two Fire Cloud Wolves were instantly overturned to the ground by the pillar of fire, and the formation of the wolves behind them were all disrupted. They began to spread out and attack towards Su Rue in every direction to avoid being stopped by the pillar of fire. Su Rue didn't fully activate the Fiery Spirit Bead just now because he didn't want to show his full strength at once. In that case, the wolves would definitely regard himself as a great enemy. Roar! The Fire Cloud Wolf pack split out a few wolves to deal with Su Rue, and the pressure on the blue-eyed fire lion there was a little less. With its huge body, it kept charging through the wolves. Su Rue put away the Fiery Spirit Bead after he had activated it once. He had just used the Fiery Spirit Bead because he wanted to disrupt the formation of the Fire Cloud Wolves charging over so that he could break them one by one. Swish! Su Rue raised his sword and charged towards the lone wolf in one direction, and the Fire Cloud Wolf also ran wildly towards him. However, a crystal blue light flashed in his hand. Ka-ka-ka! The Fire Cloud Wolf's body and paws were almost frozen. Its speed immediately slowed down, and it could only watch as Su Rue chopped over with his sword. Click! A blue light flashed. Su Rue swung out the long sword in his hand and chopped off its wolf's head. Killed level 7 Demonic Beast Fire Cloud Wolf. Experience value plus 2,600. Devouring success. Attack plus 24. Speed plus 12. Another one. Su Rue's face showed joy. If he was able to absorb the attributes of 6 Fire Cloud Wolves, it would be a considerable increase in his strength. Chapter 109. A Good Harvest. Phew! In the blink of an eye, 2 more Fire Cloud Wolves came flying towards him. Su Rue waved out his palm and blue ice crystals surfaced again. Ka-ka-ka! The bodies of the 2 Fire Cloud Wolves instantly became slow and incomparable, as if they had stiffened up. Su Rue raised his sword and immediately went forward to harvest them. Chop! Chop! 2 swords were cut out, and the 2 Fire Cloud Wolves were directly killed. Kill level 7 Demonic Beast Fire Cloud Wolf. Experience value plus 2,600. Kill level 7 Demonic Beast Fire Cloud Wolf. Experience value plus 2,600. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 24. Speed plus 12. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 24. Speed plus 12. Su Rue was smiling. This was simply a bumper harvest. Using Frost Freeze to deal with these speed-type demonic beasts was simply too easy. Even if they couldn't be frozen instantly, it greatly reduced their speed. The Fire Cloud Wolves that lost their speed would then only become Su Rue's prey. After killing these 2 Fire Cloud Wolves, there were only 2 Fire Cloud Wolves left not far away. These 2 Fire Cloud Wolves, after seeing Su Rue's strength, were deterred and didn't dare to charge over again. Su Rue immediately took out the falling snow long bow from his space ring and unleashed the Frost Freeze on the 2 Fire Cloud Wolves again. Ka-ka-ka! On the bodies of the 2 Fire Cloud Wolves, ice crystals surfaced, and it was as if the blood in their bodies was frozen, and their movements became incomparably slow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Rue shot 2 arrows in a row. The 2 feathered arrows turned into streams of light pointing straight at the neck of the Fire Cloud Wolves. Plop! The 2 arrows hit the slow-moving Fire Cloud Wolf's neck at the same time with unparalleled precision. Bang! Bang! The 2 Fire Cloud Wolves immediately fell to the ground, blood gushing out from their necks. The attack power of the falling snow longbow was not weaker than the green light sword, and the most crucial thing was that it also possessed a penetrating effect, and by hitting the fire cloud wolf's weakest neck, it was naturally able to kill it. Killed level 7 demon beast fire cloud wolf. Experience value plus 2,600. Kill level 7 demonic beast fire cloud wolf. Experience value plus 2,600. 2 more experience arrived. Su Rue then walked towards the corpses of these 2 fire cloud wolves. Devouring success. Attack plus 24. Speed plus 12. Devouring success. Attack plus 24. Speed plus 12. Devouring the corpses of the 2 fire cloud wolves. He then looked towards the battle between the wolves and the turquoise-eyed fire lions. The fight, there was a heavenly turn of events, with more claw marks appearing on the body of the turquoise-eyed fire lion, which looked to be more heavily injured as it was drenched in blood. On the other hand, the fire cloud wolf side was also not doing well. Most of the fire cloud wolves were seriously injured or killed in the lion's mouth. There were only a few fire cloud wolves left that still maintained their fighting strength. Now, it was the right time for him to reap the benefits. He immediately raised his sword and killed towards the wolves. On the side of the fire cloud wolves, seeing that Su Rue's side had actually killed all those fire cloud wolves from earlier, each one of them immediately showed fear, and the head wolf of the pack immediately raised its voice to the sky and let out a long whistle. The fire cloud wolves immediately began to retreat. Su Rue immediately used instant transmission to close the distance and used frost freeze to make some of the fire cloud wolves that were seriously injured and lagging behind stay where they were. Afterwards, he took out the falling snow longbow and pulled the bowstring at these fire cloud wolves. Whoosh! 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 The 3 fire cloud wolves that were already seriously injured were immediately struck by arrows and fell to the ground. Killed level 7 demonic beast fire cloud wolf. Experience value plus 2,600. Kill level 7 demonic beast fire cloud wolf. Experience value plus 2,600. Kill level 7 demonic beast fire cloud wolf. Experience value plus 2,600. Those remaining fire cloud wolves immediately ran out of Su Rue's attack range. At this moment, there were quite a few fire cloud wolves' corpses on the ground, and these were all killed by the blue-eyed fire lion. However, Su Rue's devouring of the fire cloud wolves had already reached the upper limit, and these fire cloud wolves' corpses were useless to him. And the blue-eyed fire lion was covered in blood, lying on the ground dying. Although it was very strong, but after being surrounded by so many fire cloud wolves for so long, it was about to be unable to hold on. Su Rue slowly walked towards it with his sword. Since you're about to die, it's better for me to give you a pain in the ass. After saying that, Su Rue violently increased his speed and stabbed his sword down towards the blue-eyed fire lion. The bi-fire lion was ultimately incapable of resisting and was killed by Su Rue with a sword. Killed level 8 demonic beast by I-fire lion. Experience value plus 5,000. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 28. Speed plus 20. Defense plus 2. This time, Su Rue's corpse once again received a not-so-small boost, and these attributes were even more than what he had added with another level up. Su Rue was also feeling it, the growth of his own strength. After resolving the demonic beasts here, Su Rue intended to leave this place and move on. But at this moment, he heard a bird's call coming from the sky. Chirp! A big fiery red bird kept circling in the sky. Su Rue immediately recognized this big bird. It was the same species as the giant bird Su Rue had found behind the stone before. Level 7 demon beast fiery bird. Faster, its body is wrapped by fiery feathers, providing it with a certain attack as well as defense ability. Looking at this bird that had been hovering nearby, Su Rue understood that it must be trying to devour the corpses here. After all, these fire cloud wolves and blue-eyed fire lions had just died, and their meat was relatively fresh, similar to the prey it had just hunted. After circling for a while, it confirmed that there was no other threat in the surroundings besides Su Rue, and it also treated Su Rue as a soft target, deciding to settle Su Rue before using the food here. Swoosh! The flaming bird found an excellent position and launched a dive at Su Rue on the ground. However, it had made a wrong calculation. Su Rue was not a soft persimmon. Facing the flaming bird that was swooping towards him, Su Rue held his sword in one hand and was always ready to use frost freeze with the other hand. Wow! The flaming bird that swooped down at high speed transformed into a fiery red bird-type flame. All of its feathers emitted scorching flames as it came crashing towards Su Rue. When it was about to get close to Su Rue, only to see, Su Rue directly extended his left hand with ice crystals. Ka ka ka. Icing appeared on the head of the flaming bird, and the ice crystals spread towards the flaming bird's body. The flames on its body began to continuously retreat backward, and the originally fierce high-altitude swooping attack was now not only greatly reduced in power, but even its gliding speed had slowed down a lot. Su Rue immediately leapt up with his sword and chopped down towards the head of the flaming bird. Plop! The defense of the flaming bird was a bit stronger than the fire cloud wolf, but it was still hard to escape the fate of being killed by a sword. Kill level 7 demonic beast flaming bird. Experience value plus 2,400. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 20, speed plus 10. Defense plus 1. Not bad. There were still demonic beasts that came to the door. After devouring the attributes of the flaming bird, Su Rue was more satisfied. With so many corpses of demonic beasts here, the smell of blood must have traveled out far. As long as we keep a lookout here, then we should still be able to kill quite a few demonic beasts. This flaming bird was the previous warning. Su Rue immediately planned to wait here for a while to see if there would be demonic beasts coming back. Chapter 110. Killing the Night Lord. Gaining concealment ability. Sure enough, within a short while, a few flaming dogs touched over. They casually found the corpse of a fire cloud wolf and nibbled on it. Su Rue, who heard the commotion, immediately got up and looked towards the flaming dogs. It seems that this dog's nose is really smart. The first one to come is actually you guys. The flame dogs also saw Su Rue. They were cautious by nature. If they were not sure, they would never attack. But at the same time, they were unwilling to give up so much food on the ground. If Su Rue didn't come to find them trouble, they wouldn't provoke Su Rue either. But Su Rue was here just waiting for them. Only to see, he carried his green light sword and walked towards the several flame dogs. Woo! The flaming dogs let out a low roar, trying to warn Su Rue not to come any closer. Instead of stopping, Su Rue suddenly sped up and charged towards them. The several flame dogs immediately took a fighting stance, ready to pounce towards Su Rue. Ka. But in the next moment, a part of their body appeared frozen and their speed became extremely slowed down. And Su Rue's body split into 3 and chopped towards the heads of the 3 flame dogs. Chop! 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 The main body directly killed a flame dog, and after the split body similarly stabbed 2 flame dogs, it killed its opponent with 2 swords. Killed a level 7 flame dog. Experience value plus 2,500. Kill level 7 flame dog. Experience value plus 2,500. Kill level 7 flame dog. Experience value plus 2,500. The 3 flaming dogs were instantly and easily killed by Su Rue. Devouring success. Attack plus 22. Speed plus 12. Devouring success. Attack plus 22. Speed plus 12. Devouring success. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. After Su Rue devoured their attributes, his strength rose another notch. Waiting for the demonic beasts to come to his door here was much more efficient than going to find them. Moreover, it wouldn't use up its physical strength on the road. During this time Su Rue had been traveling a long distance. His physical strength had been used up quite a bit, and the white spirit fruit was about to give out. Su Rue in the vicinity casually found a smooth stone, directly lay on it, here quietly waiting for the arrival of the demonic beast, Cozy. Nowadays, his spiritual power was already very strong. Basically, he could not hide any wind and grass movements around him from his perception. This time, after waiting for a longer period of time, there were no other demonic beasts that came here following the bloody scent. The sky also gradually dimmed, but the distant volcanoes and lava, as if they were neon lights, increased the visibility here by a lot. Even an ordinary person would be able to see the things around them clearly under these circumstances. Not to mention Su Rue, who possessed the Eye of Insight. After lying here for a long time without waiting for the arrival of the demonic beasts, Su Rue planned to get up and leave. Lying here and resting also allowed him to recover basically all of his physical strength. Lying down for a while is really comfortable. Su Rue stood up from the stone and stretched. Ever since he came to this world, Su Rue basically hadn't rested yet, and every time, he used spirit fruits or the blessings of the heavenly Tao to recover his physical strength. He had almost forgotten what it was like to sleep. When we wait until we reach the city, we must have a good sleep. Su Rue reluctantly left the boulder that he used as a bed. Next, he was going to head deeper towards the advanced demon beast area. There was an even bigger volcano there, and under the illumination of the night, this volcano was even more grand and magnificent. Phew! The sky behind Su Rue suddenly kicked up a gust of wind, and he hastily pulled out his green light sword and looked back. A huge black shadow flew over Su Rue's head. Grade 8 Demon Beast Night Lord. Appears at night, can blend its body into the night. Extremely strong concealment means Grade 8 Demonic Beast. Is also good at hiding? No wonder Su Rue didn't notice it at first. He only noticed it when it came to Su Rue's head. Phew! This Night Lord disappeared into the sky again after flying forward. Alarm bells rang in Su Rue's heart. He immediately took out the fiery spirit bead, and with his sword in his hand, he was also ready to use the frost freeze at any time. Wow! The pitch-black figure of the Night Lord appeared beside the corpse of the blue-eyed fire lion and began to gnaw on it. It turned out that it was attracted by the corpse on the ground and didn't take Su Rue seriously at all. Su Rue lifted his sword towards and carefully leaned towards it. Since it was a level 8 demonic beast, it was definitely not too good to deal with. He decided to use all his means to get rid of this big black bird in one go. But the Night Lord wasn't a fool either. After noticing Su Rue, who was continuously approaching towards him, it immediately flapped its huge wings and flew towards the sky. Swish! The Night Lord that flew into the sky once again disappeared into the dark sky. It flew in the air with a disdainful look revealed in its eyes. It originally wanted to have a good feed and directly ignore this mole cricket. But unexpectedly, he even took the initiative to approach towards himself. So let's give him a ride. Phew! Around Su Rue, a sound of breaking wind rang out, and he immediately activated the fiery spirit bead with all his might. Wow! A ball of flame surged out from the fiery spirit bead and scattered in all directions. The Night Lord that was swooping down towards Su Rue was instantly wrapped in this flame and swept all over its body. Its body was full of feathers, and these feathers were instantly set on fire. Chirp! The Night Lord let out a sharp chirp in midair, its entire body turning into a fire bird, unusually conspicuous in midair. However, it was a rank 8 demonic beast, and its comprehensive strength far exceeded that of a rank 7 demonic beast. Only to see it in mid-air, a spin directly extinguished almost all the flames on its body. But it was too late. Su Rue had already determined its position, and a piece of blue crystal flashed in his hand. Ka-ka-ka! One of the Night Lord's wings suddenly couldn't be stirred. Losing its balance, it immediately planted down from the sky. The Night Lord that was falling down in mid-air was unable to control its body at all. This was an excellent good opportunity. Su Rue quickly chased towards the place where the Leaf Lord fell. When the distance was enough, he immediately used an instantaneous transfer and came below where the Night Lord fell. Wow! Activating the attack bracelet at the same time, white light wrapped around his arm as he lifted his glaive and chopped from the bottom to the top with a sword. Plop! The green light sword cut out a brilliant sword light in mid-air, directly chopping on the black body of the Night Lord, splitting its entire body in two. Snap! Snap! Two black objects fell from the sky, followed by Su Rue's figure. Killed level 8 demonic beast Night Lord. Experience value plus 5,000. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 27. Speed plus 24. Defense plus 1. Gain certain night concealment ability. Su Rue's heart was happy. He even gained the concealment ability of the Yi Lords. He used it with a thought. Wow! His body gradually became dim in the darkness, but he was still able to be seen. The effect wasn't as good as Su Rue expected, but it wasn't bad either, so that at a longer distance, others couldn't discover it. At this time, Su Rue again found that a red token appeared next to the Night Lord's corpse. Chapter 111 2 Level 9 Demon Beasts. He immediately picked up the token. Fire Elemental Order. Special item. Only one in each high-level demonic beast area. I'll go. So rare? In such a large advanced demon beast area, there was only this one, and it was even obtained by himself. However, it made sense that he was the only one in the entire advanced demon beast area. Most of the others were still fighting in the primary demon beast area, and a few had entered the intermediate demon beast area, but they simply didn't have the strength to go deeper. Not to mention coming to the advanced demon beast area, I'm afraid that most people in those cities don't have that strength to enter here. Su Rue continued to look at the function of this token again. Fire Elemental Token. Infuse fire energy into it, and when the energy is enough, the owner can obtain a random fire elemental ability. Fire elemental ability? The elemental ability that Su Rue currently possessed was Frost Freeze, which technically should be considered an ice elemental ability. Now, another fire-type elemental ability that was simply too good to be true. Moreover, fire-type energy, he had it right now, only to see that he immediately took out the fire spirit bead and used his spiritual energy to infuse the energy from the fiery spirit bead into the fire elemental order. Buzz! The fire energy continued to enter the elemental order, and soon the energy in the fiery spirit bead had already transferred more than half of it. The fire energy in the elemental order, however, was only filled with less than 1/10 of it. Su Rui immediately stopped. If it went on like this, even if all the energy in the fiery spirit bead was transferred in, it would still be far from enough. I knew it wasn't that simple. The fire elemental order was able to give one permanent access to the fire elemental ability. This point was too much stronger than the fiery spirit bead. It seemed like it was time to go find more fire energy. Su Rui's gaze immediately locked onto the big volcano in the distance. There must be more fire energy there. He immediately moved and headed towards this big volcano. Boom! Near the volcano, magma sprayed fire to the sky. These glowing magma dispersed the darkness, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime. Su Rui stayed away from the magma and walked towards the mountain. The temperature of this magma was extremely high. If he fell down, he could melt Su Rui in minutes. Luckily, there was a road up the mountain here. Su Rui walked along this road towards the mountain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A bird call rang out. A group of fiery birds unexpectedly appeared on the mountain. They were circling around the volcano. Su Rui didn't put them in his eyes. If they dared to mess with him, they were here to send experience. Roar! Right at this moment, a soul-shattering roar once again resounded from the volcano. Su Rui subconsciously grasped the blue light sword in his hand. His intuition told him that the demonic beast that issued this roar was by no means simple. Boom! At the top of the mountain, a flying dragon clad in flames rose up into the sky, and it shot out flames towards the fiery birds that were flying around. Boom! Monstrous flames erupted from its mouth, wrapping all of these fiery birds. Phew! 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 The corpses of one fiery bird after another fell from the sky, their bodies having turned a charred black color. I'll go! What a strong flying dragon! Due to the distance, so Su Rui was unable to check the level and information of this flying dragon. But judging from the strike just now, it was very likely that this guy had reached level 9. All in all, its strength could be too much stronger than the blue-eyed fire lion. After easily killing these flaming birds, the flying dragon returned to the top of the mountain. Bang! Bang! Before Su Rui had time to think more, the corpses of the two flaming birds landed near him. He didn't hesitate to go and devour the attributes of these two flaming birds. These were the attributes of level 7 demonic beasts, and each of the attributes given were quite a lot. Devouring success. Attack plus 20, speed plus 10, defense plus 1. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 20, speed plus 10, defense plus 1. The corner of Su Rui's mouth slightly raised. After coming to the high-level demonic beast area, he could devour quite a few demonic beasts' attributes. This allowed his strength to be greatly improved. Nowadays he would never fall into a disadvantage by virtue of his attributes to fight head-on with the foreign ancient. Now, he was still very confident in fighting the flying dragon that appeared on the mountaintop just now. Moreover, if he couldn't defeat it, he could still run. He was also very confident in his ability to save his life. Su Rui continued to walk towards this road towards the top of the mountain. He felt that this road should have been made by the heavenly Tao. Moreover, this road was also the only road that could lead to the depths of the advanced demon beast area, as well as up to the top of the mountain. The higher he went, the higher the temperature became, which also made Su Rui even more convinced that the mountaintop definitely had a very dense fire energy. Roar! A dragon roar once again came from the top of the mountain, and Su Rui violently raised his head to look upwards. He sensed that the flying dragon had once again flown out. Choke! Su Rui drew his green light sword and was ready to meet the battle. In his opinion, this flying dragon was definitely rushing towards him this time. Roar! But at this time, the roar of another demonic beast came from the top of the mountain. This was followed by the sound of a fight and the sound of flames being sprayed, which caused the temperature on the mountaintop to heat up once again. Who is this flying dragon fighting with again? Su Rui accelerated his steps, wanting to go up quickly to see the situation, and at the same time, he also activated the darkness concealment function, and his body became less visible. Soon, he climbed to the top of the mountain, which was a jagged and uneven area. At the center was the orange-colored crater, which was still emitting a hot aura. The crater did not occupy a large area. Instead, the surrounding area was filled with black rocks and uneven ground. Roar! Rumble! There was a ground shaking and rattling in front of them. It looked like the battle was very intense. Su Rui walked up and hid behind a rock to check, only to see, on the ground, a giant beast that was 7 or 8 meters tall was fighting fiercely with the flying dragon in the sky. The beast was covered in black. Its skin looked like it was made of black rocks. Its body shape resembled a bear, and it also looked like a majestic lizard that stood up. There were rock-like bone spikes on its back, and its mouth was also capable of ejecting flames. The flying dragon that was circling in the sky was not smaller than it at all, and the flames that were ejected were obviously more violent. Su Rui hurriedly used the Eye of Insight to check. Grade 9 Demon Beast, Inflammable Explosive Beast. The evolution of the flammable explosive beast likes to feed on fire energy, has a hard rocky skin all over its body, and can use fire abilities. A level 9 Demonic Beast. Surprisingly, it was still the evolution of the Fire Blast Beast, no wonder it looked somewhat similar. Su Rui then looked at the flying dragon in the sky again. This time the distance was enough. The level 9 Demonic Beast Red Flame Flying Dragon contains part of the dragon bloodline in its body, stronger than demonic beasts of the same level, likes to eat fire energy. Red Flame Flying Dragon. Sure enough, it's also a level 9 demonic beast. And it also has a dragon bloodline in its body. It looks very uncomplicated. Both sides like to devour fire energy. It seems like they are fighting to grab the fire energy on this mountain. Chapter 112. Secretly Helping. Su Rui looked towards the place where the crater was, and there was indeed fire energy overflowing there. Roar! Only to see that the red flame flying dragon in the sky once again sprayed flames at the Inferno Explosion Beast. Boom! The blazing flames burned the epidermis on the Inferno Explosion Beast's body into red. However, it couldn't do much about the red flame flying dragon in the sky, and even the flames ejected couldn't hit the flying dragon in high-speed flight. Boom! The red flame flying dragon spun around and then circled around to face the Inferno Beast once again. Despite its strong defense, it couldn't afford to be burned like this. No, if it continues like this, the Inferno Explosion Beast won't be able to withstand it. Su Rui intended to secretly help the Inferno Explosion Beast. Both losses would be a good result for him. If the situation was one-sided, then in the end, he would have to deal with the red flame flying dragon in full condition. Phew! The red flame flying dragon that was hovering in the sky turned in a different direction and flew over towards the Inferno Beast once again. When it was about to prepare to spray flames, it suddenly felt a stiffness in its wings, unable to control its balance, and its body slammed down towards the ground. It immediately fought to start stirring its wings. Ka-ching! Some ice crystals unexpectedly fell off its wings, and just now, it was these ice crystals that froze its wings and hindered flight. After shaking off all these ice crystals, it wanted to fly upwards again and pull itself up. But the flame burst beast would not let it succeed, only to see it directly jump, pulling down the red flame flying dragon which was not far from the ground. Bang! The red flame flying dragon was immediately thrown to the ground by the flame burst beast. Roar! It immediately let out a roar and directly ejected flames towards the inflammable explosive beast. Boom! The inflammable explosive beast immediately raised both of its arms in front of its body and charged towards the red flame flying dragon against this flame. Dang! Dang! The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle and began to physically fight. Boom! Boom! The fleshly bodies of both sides were extremely powerful, sending the earth into turmoil. After the red flame flying dragon fell to the ground, it lost its advantage in the sky, and both sides fought together, and it was hard to tell the winner from the loser for a while. Su Rui saw that they were fighting so fiercely, they should not have the time to pay attention to other places at this moment. He immediately walked towards the place of the crater. It would be good if he could first fill up the fire energy needed in the elemental order. Su Rui didn't go directly to the crater in a big way. Instead, he utilized the surrounding rocks as a cover, and turned on the concealment means, quietly approaching towards the crater. Buzz! Before Su Rui could even walk to the crater, there was a heat wave that directly attacked him. It was a much higher temperature than any heat wave he had encountered before, and he continued to advance towards the crater against this heat wave. Finally, he relied on his uncommon physique and strong defense to arrive near the crater that was the size of a soccer field. The heat wave here was sky-high, and just as Su Rui thought, it was filled with a very dense and countless amount of fire energy. This red flame flying dragon is also too stingy. So much fire energy it simply can't finish swallowing alone. There was so much fire energy here that it could support many demonic beasts to absorb it together. However, The red flame flying dragon had taken this place as its territory, not allowing other demonic beasts to approach at all. Su Rue took out the fire elemental order, found a place that was blocked by boulders, and started to absorb the fire energy here. Wow! As Su Rue's spiritual power was urged, the elemental order seemed to transform into a black hole, constantly devouring the fire energy emanating from the surroundings. The fire energy here was exceptionally dense, and the elemental order absorbed it very quickly. It soon absorbed up to 20%. Roar! Not far away, the intense sounds of fighting continued, which also allowed Su Rue to absorb the fire energy with peace of mind. Feeling the fire energy that filled the elemental order, a smile appeared on Su Rue's face. 30, 40, 50%. At this time, the sound of the fight became less intense, as if it had entered a white-hot stage, and the two sides were about to divide the winners and losers. I wonder who will win. Su Rue absorbed while thinking about which enemy would be next. The red flame flying dragon's comprehensive strength was far more than the inflammable beast. But the inflammable beast's defense was amazing and its strength wasn't weak either. In a close combat situation, it was really hard to say whether it would win or lose. Ow! A mournful cry rang out, announcing the end of the battle. Ho ho ho! A flying dragon clad in flames rose into the air with two huge wings. Roar! Flying into the sky, it directly roared up to the sky. The winner of this battle was none other than the red flame flying dragon. On the ground, the body of the Inferno explosion beast was covered in claw marks, and it had been bitten straight through at the neck. As for the red flame flying dragon's body, a few injuries also appeared, but compared to the injuries on the Inferno explosion beast's body, it was nothing at all. Even in close combat, its strength was still more than that of the inflammable explosive beast. Su Rue heard the roar of the red flame flying dragon and knew that it had already finished with the inflammable beast and was definitely rushing this way. And at this moment, the fire elemental order in his hand had only devoured 70% of its energy. However, instead of greedily continuing to devour it, he hid behind this rock. Nowadays, resolving this flying dragon was the most crucial thing. As long as it was resolved, then the fire energy here would be randomly absorbed by him. Ho ho ho! The red flame flying dragon flapped its two huge wings and flew to the side of the crater. The surroundings were still filled with dense fire energy, and those fire energy that Su Rue had absorbed were insignificant for this place. The red flame flying dragon couldn't even notice the decrease in energy either. It only saw that it opened its mouth, and the surrounding fire energy surged wildly towards its mouth. It had just had a huge battle, consuming quite a bit of its energy, and it needed to replenish it immediately. Moreover, it had injuries on its body, and these fire energies were also able to heal it. Seeing the red flame flying dragon absorbing the fire energy intently, Su Rue decided to start acting. He crouched down, used his stealth ability, and circled around behind the red flame flying dragon. Only when he got close did Su Rue realize that this red flame flying dragon's body was covered with tiny golden scales, which provided it with great defense. No wonder after killing the inflammation explosion beast, its injuries weren't heavy. The few places on its body that were attacked by the inflammation explosion beast were only broken scales and did not cause any serious injuries. However, the green light sword in Su Rue's hand had an armor-breaking effect, and coupled with the power berserking bracelet, as long as it slashed at the vitals, it should be able to hit it hard with one blow. Chapter 113. Battle against the Flying Dragon. Su Rue came behind a cover that was closest to the flying dragon, but it was still about 15 meters away from the flying dragon. The furthest distance of his instant transmission was only 10 meters, so if he launched a surprise attack from here, the red flame flying dragon would have a reaction distance of 5 meters. A distance of 5 meters was enough for it to react and make a defense. If the sword was clanked by the flying dragon, then he wouldn't have much chance of winning. In order to win against the flying dragon, he had to hit it hard first and also trigger the bleeding effect of the green light sword. Looking at the back of the flying dragon that was devouring fire energy, Su Rue decided to take a risk. He used his stealth ability and walked towards the flying dragon with light and slow steps. Su Rue wanted to walk over the 5-meter distance before using instant transmission to launch a surprise attack. But if the flying dragon found out and turned around and sprayed flames at Su Rue, then even if Su Rue had the protection of the defense pendant and the fiery spirit bead, it would definitely not be good. Su Rue slowly walked forward while carefully observing the red flame flying dragon. As soon as it made any movements, Su Rue would immediately use an instantaneous transfer to go back behind that boulder. If the distance wasn't enough to force a surprise attack, in case it didn't hit the flying dragon hard, Su Rui would also lose the ability to escape for a short period of time. It would be bad if he got into a situation like that. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Su Rui held his breath and walked forward step by step, when he reached 4 meters and could immediately launch a surprise attack. The red flame flying dragon suddenly stopped absorbing energy, raised its long neck and raised its head. Without thinking, Su Rui took the last step with force and his body surged forward an extremely long distance. At the same time, he swung out the glaive sword in his hand and chopped forward with vigor. Swish! In the next second, his body appeared at the flying dragon's raised neck, and white light wrapped around his arm. Chop! With one chop of the sword, the scales on the red flame flying dragon's neck crumbled, and the sword blade sliced straight through its flesh and blood. Plop! The sword, heavily slashed at the flying dragon's neck, nearly splitting it in half. However, it was stuck by the bones inside. Roar! The red flame flying dragon let out an indignant roar, while it also sensed that its life was being threatened. Before it could look back, it directly flapped its wings and flew off into the sky. Su Rui didn't choose to remain in its body and directly drew his sword and jumped down. Up high in the sky, if he was dropped by it, then he would be dead. Hoo-hoo! The red flame flying dragon flew into the sky, blood continuously spilling from its neck. Only after it flew high into the sky did it realize that the one who had heavily injured itself was only a human. Its eyes were immediately filled with rage, and as soon as it flew into the air, it swooped down towards Su Rui on the ground. The injury on its neck could not allow it to continue to drag on. It could feel the blood draining from its neck at a fast rate. This rate of loss itself was not normal, and this sword cut was still its neck. If it didn't quickly kill this abominable human and devour the fire energy to recover its injuries, then it would most likely die as a result. Phew! As soon as the red flame flying dragon flew into the sky, Su Rui took out the falling snow longbow. However, the red flame flying dragon was flying in the sky, and it was difficult for Su Rui's bow to hit it. But soon, the red flame flying dragon swooped down from the sky, so it was much better to hit it. After aiming, Su Rui loosened the bowstring and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The feathered arrow turned into a stream of light and directly hit the swooping down red flame flying dragon. Puffing, the arrow struck a spark on its scales, and the arrowhead directly drilled into its flesh. The red flame flying dragon was in pain, but it didn't give up this opportunity to swoop down and attack Su Rui. Wow! Intense flames shot out from its mouth. The temperature seemed to be able to melt away the rocks. Su Rui didn't dare to be careless and immediately rolled over and leaped down from the boulder to avoid this flame jet. Boom! The flames directly sprayed on the boulder and wrapped around. Su Rui then used the defense pendant and the fiery spirit bead to form 2 defenses. Boom! The light screen formed by the defense pendant was immediately melted away by the flames. Su Rui then felt a lightness in his neck, and even the defense pendant completely disappeared. Wow! The flames ejected by the flying dragon and the flame shield formed by the fiery spirit bead collided together, forming a fierce exchange. However, the flying dragon's flames were clearly more powerful, but soon the flames spat out by the flying dragon gradually disappeared. Phew! The red flame flying dragon flew over Su Rui's head. Then it lifted up once again, preparing for its next dive attack. Seeing this, Su Rui immediately returned to the boulder, raised the falling snow long bow in his hand and shot out towards the red flame flying dragon. Whoosh! This arrow fell short. The red flame flying dragon under high-speed flight was not that good to hit. But soon, Su Rui prepared his next arrow and used frost freeze. Ka-ka-ka! The red flame flying dragon that was hovering over Su Rui's sky suddenly froze in its movements. But soon, it shook its wings to shake off all the ice crystals on its body, and its speed once again returned to its peak. Frost freeze wasn't that useful for this kind of level 9 demonic beast. The reason why it had such a good effect before was still because the red flame flying dragon didn't react at all, and it was the first time it had been frozen by frost freeze at that time. Moreover, at that time it was in a swooping state, and it was such a freeze that caused its body to lose its balance. However, it was also the moment it slowed down, the feather arrow in Su Rui's hand shot out. Whoosh! A feather arrow-like stream of light rushed towards the red flame flying dragon, causing its movements to tremble. This arrow still hit it, adding another new wound to its body. At the same time, it also understood that it could not take advantage of Su Rui from high in the air, and could only rely on its powerful physical body to fight Su Rui in close combat. Phew! Only to see, The red flame flying dragon made a spin in the sky and then rushed down directly towards Su Rue. This time, it was charging directly at Su Rue from the sky, and its speed was faster and fiercer than just now. Su Rue knew that he couldn't take this blow hard, so he hurriedly rolled over from the rock and jumped down. Boom! The red flame flying dragon's sharp claws directly shattered the rock that Su Rue had just stood on and continued clawing towards Su Rue. Phew! This might was unstoppable. Only when one truly fought with the red flame flying dragon did one realize how powerful it was. Swish! Su Rue immediately used instantaneous transmission to distance himself from it and also dodged its subsequent attack. After pulling away, Su Rue immediately raised his falling snow longbow and shot an arrow towards the red flame flying dragon. Whoosh! The feather arrow approached towards it at an extremely fast speed, and it was about to hit it. Boom! But it was directly swatted away by one of its wings. Phew! After that, it stopped devouring energy and immediately rushed over towards where Su Rue was. Chapter 114 Killing the Flying Dragon. Gaining Elemental Ability. Su Rue immediately rolled over and leapt off the stone. Utilizing his nimble and small size in this messy stone formation, he circled around with it. Boom! 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 The red flame flying dragon used its powerful physical body to crash through one boulder after another. The distance between the two sides was also getting closer and closer, but every time it was about to catch up with Su Rue. Su Rue's instantaneous transfer was just as good, teasing it around. And the flames it spewed out would be blocked by a large portion of these boulders around it, and the flames that rushed in front of Su Rue no longer had much power. Unable to take down Su Rue for a while, the red flame flying dragon immediately became agitated. Su Rue had time to spend with it, but it didn't have much time left. The sword mark that was cut out on its neck was still bubbling blood out. Its movements also gradually became slower. Hoo-hoo! Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer and flapped its huge wings towards the crater. It wanted to swallow fire energy to heal its injuries. But Su Rue would not let it have its way, and directly took out the falling snow longbow and started attacking the red flame flying dragon from a distance. Whoosh! The long feathered arrow broke through the air and rushed towards the wound at the neck of the red flame flying dragon. Swish! The red flame flying dragon immediately twisted its body and dodged the arrow, but this also managed to interrupt it from swallowing energy. Swish! After dodging, the red flame flying dragon wanted to continue swallowing energy, but another arrow had already shot over again. This arrow struck its back, shattering the scales on its back and piercing into its flesh and blood. At this moment, its body had been pierced with a number of feathered arrows, and it was completely enraged. Roar! Only to see the red flame flying dragon spread its wings and let out a deafening roar up to the sky. Shoo! 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 One of the feathered arrows on its body was directly shaken out. Boom! The red flame flying dragon made a spinning turn and charged towards Su Rue. It wanted to have a final showdown with Su Rue. Faced with the severely injured red flame flying dragon, Su Rue naturally wouldn't wimp out. He drew his green light sword and charged towards the red flame flying dragon. The engagement between the two sides was imminent. Wow! The red flame flying dragon spewed out flames from its mouth, directly submerging Su Rue's figure. But the moment before the flames approached Su Rue, he used instantaneous transfer to arrive at the neck of the red flame flying dragon. Su Rue swung his sword and chopped down towards its wound. Plop! As soon as the sword went down, the neck that already had an extremely deep wound instantly broke. Bang! The huge body of the red flame flying dragon directly fell down, and dust flew around it. Su Rue's figure then appeared behind the red flame flying dragon, his figure standing straight on a rock. The result of the battle between the two sides was already clear at a glance. The red flame flying dragon's eyes showed unwillingness. It couldn't believe that it had died in this human's hands just like this. It hadn't even fought this human head-on yet, and was actually defeated by him with some small tricks. With a feeling of unwillingness and indignation, the red flame flying dragon let out a final roar of grief and indignation. Roar! The sound shook through the clouds and traveled in all directions of the volcano. The roar ended and it finally collapsed. Killed level 9 demonic beast red flame flying dragon. Experience value plus 9,000. Miso. Su Rue took his sword back into the scabbard, exhaled, and walked towards the red flame flying dragon's huge corpse. A level 9 demonic beast surprisingly has 9,000 experience points. I wonder what attributes it will have after devouring it. He couldn't wait to use endless devouring on the red flame flying dragon's corpse. Devouring success. Attack power plus 55, speed plus 30, defense plus 8. Gained part of the dragon bloodline. After devouring it, Su Rue felt like his blood was boiling all over his body. This feeling was very marvelous. It was as if some of the essence blood in his body had changed. Player obtains a trace of dragon bloodline, attack power plus 20, speed plus 15, defense plus 3, physique enhancement. Reminder: when the player obtains enough dragon bloodline, he will awaken the dragon talent. Surprisingly, he obtained a trace of dragon bloodline. Su Rue's heart rejoiced. If this thing was obtained enough, in the future, he would be able to awaken the dragon talent. His strength also went up a notch after devouring the attributes of the red flame flying dragon. The most crucial thing was that all the fire energy on this mountaintop belonged to him. He could fill up the energy in the fire elemental order and master a new elemental ability. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to devour the Inferno Explosion Beast that had been killed by the red flame flying dragon earlier. Coming to the Inferno Explosion Beast's corpse that was like a small mountain, Su Rue stretched out his hand. Devouring success. Attack power plus 45, speed plus 20, defense plus 10. The defense of the Inferno Explosion Beast was really high, stronger than the red flame flying dragon. If Su Rue was allowed to deal with a full-state Inflammation Explosion Beast, I'm afraid it would be even tougher than dealing with this red flame flying dragon. After all, I'm afraid that his sneak attack would have little effect on the Inferno Explosion Beast, and the key to being able to defeat the red flame flying dragon just now was that Su Rue had first heavily injured it. Otherwise, it was still hard to predict whether it would win or lose. The strength of a level 9 demonic beast was still very strong. After resolving the red flame flying dragon, Su Rue could finally devour the fire energy at ease. He came to the side of the crater and catalyzed the fire elemental order, and a steady stream of fire energy began to crowd into the fire elemental order. 80%, 90%, 100%. Buzz. The moment the energy was absorbed to its full capacity, the fire elemental order in mid-air emitted a dazzling light, as if some kind of shackle had been opened. Wow! The light gradually dissipated, and the fire elemental order had transformed into a special ball of flame energy. Subsequently, this mass of flame directly entered Su Rue's brow center. Congratulations to the player for activating the fire elemental order. Acquired fire elemental ability, Flame Mastery. Su Rue closed his eyes and moved his mind. Wow! A ball of flame appeared in his right hand, and he violently slapped his right hand forward. Boom! A ball of fire rushed out from the center of his hand, directly striking a hole in the rock in front of him. He then controlled the flames to create a defensive wall made of flames in front of his body. Flame control? Not bad at all. The corner of Su Rue's mouth rose slightly. The effect of this elemental ability was mostly greater than Frost Freeze, and it was also more lethal. The effect could be said to be more than the fiery spirit bead. Then, with a thought, a flame appeared in his right hand and an ice crystal appeared in his left hand. Now, he had two major elemental abilities at hand and could also use them at the same time. This caused his battle power to be greatly increased again. Dang! Dang! Right at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the edge of the mountaintop. Su Rue put away the flames and ice crystals in his hands and vigilantly looked towards the edge of the mountain. Could it be that there were other demonic beasts entrenched here besides the level 9 red flame flying dragon? Su Rue took out his green light sword and was fully prepared for battle. Just now, killing the red flame flying dragon was relying on a sneak attack. At this moment, if a level 9 demonic beast appeared and fought Su Rue head-on, it would definitely be a vicious battle. Only to see that a fire blast beast that was shaped like a bear climbed up from the other side. Obviously, Su Rue was overthinking. This place had been dominated by the red flame flying dragon for a long time, and there simply wouldn't be any other demonic beasts inhabiting it again. However, just now, the red flame flying dragon let out a roar before it died, making many of the surrounding demonic beasts hear it. So they knew that the red flame flying dragon might have met an untimely end. They wanted to come here to check it out, and if the red flame flying dragon really died, then the fire energy here might belong to them. This fiery beast also thought the same way. If he was given enough fire energy, he could evolve into an inferno beast. At this moment, in all directions of the volcano, there were demonic beasts climbing up to check the situation. A level 8 inferno explosive beast? Su Rue looked at it and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this just here to send experience and attributes to himself? Chapter 115 Strength rises greatly. Su Rue drew out his green light sword and directly rushed towards the fiery beast. The fiery beast that had just climbed to the top of the mountain. Before it could figure out what the situation was here, it saw Su Rue aggressively charging towards itself. Wow! It immediately sprayed a ball of fire towards Su Rue, and Su Rue similarly slapped out a ball of fire from his hand. Boom! The two fireballs collided with each other, colliding a sheet of flames that blocked the fire blast beast's vision. At the same time, it also made it incomparably puzzled. How could a human also launch a fireball? Swish! Su Rue's body came out of the fire, and a sword slashed towards the fire blast beast. The fire blast beast raised one arm to block Su Rue's sword, while its other hand was ready to directly slap Su Rue away. But Su Rue was no longer at the same level as when he first encountered the fire blast beast. During this period of time, he hadn't devoured a lot of demonic beasts, and his strength had risen by more than a star. Plop! This sword directly chopped into the arm of the fire blast beast. Its epidermis that was known for its defense was unbearable in front of Su Rue. Ow! The fire blast beast was in pain, but its other arm still slapped down towards Su Rue. Phew! The sound of breaking wind came. It looked like Su Rue would not be able to dodge, but the next second his body disappeared in thin air. The fire blast beast's palm fell directly into the air, and a bewildered look appeared in its eyes. Plop! In the next moment, a long sword pierced directly from the back of its neck to its throat. Bang! The fire blast beast's huge body directly fell to its knees, an even more bewildered look appearing in its eyes. It did not expect that it did not die in the hands of the red flame flying dragon, but instead died in the hands of a human. Killed the level 8 demon beast fiery beast. Experience value plus 5,000. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 25. Speed plus 14. Defense plus 4. Su Rue stood on the corpse of the fiery beast and pulled out the green light sword. Nowadays, he basically didn't have much difficulty dealing with level 8 demonic beasts. This all stemmed from the fact that he had devoured the attributes of many demonic beasts during this period of time, and in this high-level demonic beast area, his strength had grown very fast. Nowadays, he didn't want to go to the city that much in his heart, and wanted to continue hunting demonic beasts here to madly increase his strength as if it was not bad. Ho ho ho! At this moment, a few fiery birds appeared in the sky once again, and they had similarly come here to explore after hearing the red flame flying dragon's call. Previously, some of their kind had just gotten close to this place and were roasted to death by the red flame flying dragon with flames. Now that they had arrived at the sky above the mountaintop, the red flame flying dragon had not appeared yet, which made them relax their vigilance in their hearts. But a human who was even more dangerous than the red flame flying dragon was approaching them. Ka-ka-ka. Without any warning, ice crystals appeared on the bodies of these 4 flaming birds at the same time, and their bodies froze in the sky for a split second. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows like streams of light flew towards the 3 fiery birds one after another. Plop! 2 of the flamingos were directly pierced through their heads and were killed on the spot. There was also a flamingo that was hit in the wings and fell down. The remaining flaming bird finally reacted. It immediately shook off the ice crystals on its body and fled madly towards the distance. On the ground, Su Rue had already aimed at it and shot another arrow. Whoosh! This arrow directly knocked it down, falling directly from the high air. Even if they didn't have arrow wounds on their body, they would still be killed by the fall. Su Rue easily killed 4 flaming birds. Killed level 7 demonic beast flaming bird. Experience value plus 2,400. Kill level 7 demonic beast flaming bird. Experience value plus 2,400. Kill level 7 demonic beast flaming bird. Experience value plus 2,400. Kill the level 7 demonic beast. The flaming bird. Experience value plus 2,400. Afterwards, he walked towards the corpses of 2 of the fiery birds and devoured their attributes. Devouring success. Attack plus 20, speed plus 10, defense plus 1. Devouring success. Attack plus 20, speed plus 10, defense plus 1. Previously, Su Rue had already devoured the attributes of 4 flaming birds, so currently he would only be able to devour 2 more. Nonetheless, his strength had also seen a surge during this time. This was because there were quite a few demonic beasts that came to give him attributes, and these high-level demonic beasts provided even more attributes. Roar! Su Rue, who had just devoured the attributes of the flaming bird, heard a lion's roar from behind him. He turned around to see that it turned out to be a turquoise-eyed fire lion that had come here. It seemed that it also wanted to swallow the fire energy to make itself stronger. The turquoise-eyed fire lion looked at Surue, licked its teeth, and slowly advanced towards Surue. At this moment, its stomach was a bit hungry, and it was ready to take Surue to fill its stomach before swallowing the fire energy. After all, although the fire energy could enhance its strength and heal its injuries, it could not solve the hunger. Phew! The turquoise-eyed fire lion suddenly erupted into an extremely fast speed and ran wildly towards Surue. It didn't use its flames to attack Surue remotely. After all, in its opinion, it could kill Surue by directly pouncing over to him, so there was no need to do anything more. Facing the blue-eyed fire lion that ran wildly, Surue directly used instantaneous transfer, and before it could pounce over, it had already arrived in front of it. He stabbed out the blue light sword in his hand, aiming directly at the eyes of the blue-eyed fire lion. Facing Surue, who suddenly appeared in front of it, the turquoise-eyed fire lion didn't even think about it, much less had time to make any reaction. Plop! The blue light sword pierced into one of the eyes of the blue-eyed fire lion, and the long blade of the sword directly disappeared into its head. The pupil of the other eye of the blue-eyed fire lion instantly dilated, and it was killed by Surue's sword before it could make any reaction. Killed level 8 demonic beast by Eye Fire Lion. Experience value plus 5,000. Devouring success. Attack power plus 28. Speed plus 20. Defense plus 2. After killing the Eye Fire Lion, Surue was already about to level up another level. He originally thought that it would take a long time to level up to level 13, but now it seemed that it wouldn't take long to reach level 13. While his attributes grew even faster, Surue glanced at the attribute panel. Name Surue. Attack 1819. Defense 226. Speed 1117. Level 12 73,380,000. Elemental abilities: Frost Freeze, Flame Mastery. With the growth of his attributes, Surue also felt a great increase in his own strength. Now, he only needed to kill 2 more level 8 demonic beasts to be able to upgrade. However, as these demonic beasts that were the first to reach the top of the mountain continued to die, those demonic beasts at the bottom of the mountain or those that were in the process of climbing the mountain were fearful. One by one, they began to retreat towards the bottom of the mountain. It was because these demonic beasts understood that nowadays, on the top of this mountain, there were creatures that were even more terrifying than the red flame-flying dragon. And as they retreated, Surue couldn't wait for the demonic beasts to come over at the top of this mountain. Chapter 116. Entering the city. Not being able to wait for the demonic beasts, he, Surue, went to fill up the energy in the fiery spirit bead again, and then walked down the volcano towards the inside of the high-level demonic beast area. If it wasn't for the limited space in the fiery spirit bead, he would have to suck the fire energy here dry. After Surue walked down from the volcano, he realized that the scene ahead had changed. There was a glass-like wall ahead blocking Surue's path to continue exploring. He raised his head to take a look, and this glass was like a huge pot lid covering the entire demonic beast area. And at this moment, he was looking up under this huge dome. While he was confused, the voice of the heavenly Tao rang in his ears. Congratulations to the player who came to the end of the novice area, completed the exploration, and gained the qualification to enter the city. The end of the novice zone? Surue placed his hand on the protective shield, a thoughtful smile on his face. I didn't expect it to come so suddenly, and I didn't end up relying on my level to enter the city pool. Instead, I finished exploring the novice area to obtain the qualification. In fact, there had always been 2 ways to enter the city pool, but almost no one had been able to finish exploring the entire novice area. Since he had already finished exploring, Surue didn't intend to continue staying here. After entering the city pool, there were definitely more demonic beasts to kill, and there was also a bigger stage there. He turned back and took one last look at the advanced demonic beast area again, then chose to directly enter the city pool. Swish! A pillar of light descended from the sky and teleported Surue's figure. Up to this point, the advanced demon beast area, including the entire novice area, was devoid of Surue's figure. On the other hand, Surue felt a darkness around him and himself moving at a rapid speed. Buzz! It didn't take long before the light returned to the surroundings, and only then did Surue realize that he was on a strange spell formation. On the ground were some runes made of stones, and several huge stone pillars with runes stood around. And at this moment, there were more than a dozen people on this spell formation. Every one of them looked the same as they did in the novice village, wearing cloth clothes and holding basic weapons in their hands. There were only a few people that wore defense gear on their bodies and held decent weapons in their hands. Su Rue was naturally one of them, but he had put the green light sword into his space ring. It seemed that they all came here from the novice village just like Su Rue. Is this the city? I'll go. The city pool is too awesome. Are those buildings in the distance real? It's even more spectacular than in the movies. There's also this high wall all around. What kind of demonic beasts can't attack in here? There were quite a few ancient and grandiose buildings in the distance, causing these people to let out a succession of exclamations. Hey, rookies of the novice village. Follow me. A man wearing armor and carrying a sword said with an impatient face. Why should I follow you? Someone issued a question. Xiao San revealed a cold smile and pointed to some broken wooden huts next to him and said, if you guys want to live here in the future, then you can stay. These wooden huts hadn't been inhabited for I don't know how many years, and the environment was much worse than the wooden huts in the novice village. And although this place was also inside the city walls, the surrounding environment was clearly a suburb at a glance, not comparable to the bustling area in the center of the city. It was not easy for them to come to the city, so naturally, they did not want to live in this hole of a place. Afterwards, Xiao San pointed at those ancient building-like structures and said, if you guys want to live there, just follow me. Why can I live there if I go with you? Pretty-looking girl asked. Seeing that it was a pretty girl, Xiao San's attitude was a bit better. That is the residence of the guild members. As long as you are chosen by the guild, you guys can live there. So that's how it is. Looks like I'll be living there from now on. Haha. This city is just fine. The place to live is much better than the novice village. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd showed. While Xiao San couldn't help but laugh, these people really thought that they would be chosen by the guild. How naive. Nowadays, every day, I don't know how many people teleport over from the novice village. It's not bad to have 1 out of 100 people join the guild. And it's still that kind of unimpressive guild. The treatment in all aspects can't be compared with those big guilds. What if I don't get chosen? Then you can only live here or join the city guards to live in the barracks, or pay to live in an inn. In short, find your own way to find a place to live. Xiao San impatiently explained before starting to lead the way. All right, cut the crap and follow me. The crowd all heard and understood what was going on, so they followed him forward, and Su Rue was also at the back of the crowd. A petite girl asked with wide eyes. So, you're the one leading the way? Then are you an NPC here? Hearing this, Xiao San was greatly annoyed. NPC your sister. I've received a quest and came over to guide you newcomers. Oh, so that's how it is, the sister said with an innocent face. Su Rue couldn't help but have a smile on his face. This girl really dares to ask anything. Hey, we're going to join the guild later. Do you guys think we'll be chosen? Someone beside him whispered, his face full of nervousness. Che, I'm sure I'll get picked. Dude is already invincible in the novice village. That's why I came to the city. Yeah, even those most powerful demonic beasts, I can kill them all by myself. I'm sure I can be chosen too. When Su Rue heard this, he was a little surprised. Were all these people so strong? He couldn't help but open his mouth and asked, what kind of demonic beasts are you guys killing? The person who spoke glanced at him. There's no need to ask? It must be the most powerful level 3 demonic beasts. I don't have a problem soloing a level 3 demonic beast. This is also the top existence in our novice village. Su Rue understood at once. These guys hadn't even been to the intermediate level demonic beast area. They had only killed in the primary level demonic beast area. However, it was also true that it was estimated that they all obtained the qualification to enter the city at level 5, and they didn't have the chance to enter the intermediate demon beast area at all. What a bumpkin! You haven't even been to the intermediate demon beast area, and you still dare to brag about it here. A white-looking young man said, intermediate level demonic beast area? What is the intermediate demon beast region? These words froze them. Most of the people here didn't know what the intermediate demon beast region was. Looking at these people's bewildered looks, Li Jun said with a proud face, the intermediate demon beast area contains demonic beasts of level 3 and above, with the highest level reaching a terrifying level 6. Level 6. Many people sucked in a breath of cool air. The increase between each level of demonic beast strength was huge. A level 3 demonic beast was already very powerful to them, and they didn't even dare to imagine the strength of a level 6 demonic beast. Originally, they thought that this was a demonic beast that they would only encounter after entering the city, but they didn't expect that someone would have already encountered it when they were in the novice village. Little brother, "So have you killed a level 6 demonic beast?" the pretty-looking beauty asked. Hearing the beautiful woman's question, Li Jun's bones crisped. Although he hadn't even seen a level 6 demonic beast, he had to act a little bigger in front of the beautiful woman. "Of course I've killed level 6 demonic beasts, and I've killed quite a few of them," Li Jun said very proudly. The people around him showed adoring gazes at him. Su Rue swept a glance at him and knew that he was bragging. Just like him, it was hard enough to kill a level 4 demonic beast. Chapter 117 Demon General Guy Mei. Soon, the group was led by Xiao San to the inner city. This place was like those ancient metropolises, with ancient buildings and neat streets. In front, the signboards of the major guilds stood there, with Luosuo Guild and Dragon Flame Guild having the biggest signboards. There were also a dozen or so other smaller guilds in 7 or 8 places. There were quite a few people crowded in front of each signboard, except for Luosuo Guild and Dragon Flame Guild, whose front was empty. "All right, I've brought all the people, so go to whichever guild you want to join and sign up there." After saying that, Xiao San was about to turn around and leave. "Hey brother Xiao, wait a minute. Which guild is the best here?" one of the men asked with a flattering face. Xiao San said without hesitation, "That would definitely be the Luosuo Guild and the Dragon Flame Guild. The Luosuo Guild was formed by the strongest people in the city and is considered the strongest guild in Luosuo City. And the Dragon Flame Guild is even more powerful. It was formed by the Dragon Flame General Guild as a branch in Luosuo City." Xiao San sized him up twice more and said, "But you guys shouldn't think about joining these 2 big guilds. It's better to honestly find a guild that can accept you." For his part, Su Rue didn't want to join any guild at all. Joining a guild was simply a waste of his time. Right at this moment, a message popped up in all of their chat channels. "Demon General Guy Mei is calling for battle outside the city. Fengyun Guild's President Xuefeng is ready to go to war." This was a loudspeaker shout purchased in the mall, which allowed everyone in the city to see the message. "Demon General Guy Xie? I wonder who's more powerful between him and Isogu," thought Su Rue. "What is a demon general?" These people from the novice villages around them were bewildered once again. They had never encountered the demon race at all during their collective quests. The only people who were excited were those in the guilds and cities. Haha. Now there's a big battle to watch again. It's been a long time since the demon race dared to come out and call the shots. These devils even dared to come out and venture out again. President Xue will definitely be able to beat this what's-his-name Gaiman's ass. That's right. Xuefeng is at least the guild president. Surely he'll be able to defeat this unheard-of demon general. Xiao San also had a joyful look on his face as he directly waved his hand and said to the crowd, "Let's go. I'll take you guys to see the world first, so that you know what it means to be strong." Saying that, he directly ran towards the city wall. The crowd also followed when they heard this. Su Rue also couldn't resist his curiosity and followed. When they arrived at the city wall, there was already a sea of people around them. They were all people who had heard about the battle and came to watch it. And outside the city gates, Fengyun Guild's President Xuefeng was wearing armor and holding a lance in his hand, under full armor. He walked up and prepared to go into battle. In front, a huge crack stood there. The surrounding area of the crack was filled with demon race soldiers, but they did not choose to go forward to attack the city. Instead, they stood there in a neat array. At the forefront of the demon race army stood a tall demon race general with an ugly face, wearing armor and holding a skeleton battle sword in his hand. This person was the demon race general Gai Muo, and this was the first time it had stepped out of the rift and appeared in front of the people of Luosuo City. Its name had been marked on the bounty by the heavenly Tao. Gai Muo had been sent by the demon race hierarchy to take the place of Isangu, and he was even stronger than Isangu. The people of Luosuo City had speculated about its strength. After all, its bounty was not lower than Isogu's. Below the city gates, several small guild leaders and senior members were here. The U-Gold Guildmaster, who wore golden robes and had an obese figure with a rounded stomach, rubbed his fat chin and said, "How long has it been since the demons came out to hop around? This time, President Xue will be sure to show them some color. Yes, you must give our Luosuo City a long face. That goes without saying. With President Xue out there, what devil generals? All of them are trash." Xuefeng was the strongest amongst them all, which was why he was fighting at this time. However, he naturally wouldn't take these words of flattery seriously. These people were afraid that they couldn't wait for him to lose later on, in which case their Wind Cloud Guild would definitely not be able to mix it up. But if he won, then their guild would immediately overshadow these second- and third-rate guilds. At that time, their guild would be flooded with another batch of strong players, and by that time they might be able to rank among the first-rate guilds, second only to Luosuo and Longyan guilds. After all, now that Zhang Yang and the others were out of the city, he represented Luosuo city's brand name, and if he won then he would definitely be popular for a while. You all watch. Xuefeng carried his spear and walked directly towards the front. A cheer went up from the city walls behind him. Luosuo city will win. President Xue will win. President Xue. Kill this demon race across the street and strengthen the momentum of my human race. Hearing this momentum behind him, Xuefeng's belief of certain victory in his heart became even stronger. On the city wall, Su Rui used the Eye of Insight to look at the Xuefeng, but realized that his level was higher than his own and could not be viewed. However, this made sense. The other party must have spent quite a bit of time in the city and was still the guild leader, so he must have a lot of channels to raise his level. On the opposite side, when Gai Muoi saw Xuefeng walk out, it placed its bone sword on its shoulder and stepped forward. The demon army, on the other hand, stayed in place and let out a roar to cheer for Gai Muo. The two sides had already faced each other in front of the formation more than once, and both knew the rules very well. Each side would send out a representative to fight, and they would fight one-on-one, and could fight until one side didn't dare to send someone out to fight. When the two sides came to a certain distance, the two did not have any form of communication and directly raised their swords and just did it. Xuefeng rushed towards Gaimi with his spear in hand, and Gaimi also met the battle with his sword in both hands. The crowd on the city walls also quieted down, watching this engagement with incomparable seriousness. Phew! Xuefeng leapt up in the air, his body towering over him as he stabbed the lance in his hand out. Gaimi blocked the bone sword in front of his body. Clang! The spear struck a burst of sparks on the bone blade and knocked Gaimi back several steps. Xuefeng pursued the attack, the spear in his hand following his shadow, constantly suppressing Gaimi. On the city walls, the crowd roared and cheered. On the other hand, at the city gates, the faces of those who were previously touting Xuefeng suddenly turned not so good. Unexpectedly, this guy Muoi was so weak that it really let Xuefeng suppress it. If they had known, they would have gone on, maybe they could have won too. Bing! Ping! Clang! Xuefeng beat Gaimi to the point where it kept retreating and could only passively defend. On the city wall, at a distance, Su Rui couldn't see what the strength of the two men fighting was. However, he saw Gai Muo's level, which was level 8 just like Isogu. But a level 8 demon general strength was already comparable to a level 9 demonic beast. At the moment, it was being completely suppressed by Xuefeng, and it looked like it wouldn't take long for it to lose the battle. Chapter 118 Su Rui goes to battle. A smug smile appeared on Xuefeng's face, seeing that Gai Muoi was unable to fight back. His attack became even more violent. However, a cold smile appeared on the face of the defending Gai Extinguisher. It had just been showing weakness to the enemy, in order to make its opponent let down its guard and attack with all its might so that it could reveal its cracks. And now, Xuefeng was finally revealing a crack under the fierce offense. Swish! Gai Mei, who was on the defensive, seized this break and directly stormed up. His body's demonic aura was awe-inspiring, and his aura and strength both rose by several notches. Clang! It slashed the lance in Xuefeng's hand and skewed it backwards, followed by another slash directly onto his arm. Plop! The bone blade instantly severed Xuefeng's arm. Ah! Xuefeng directly flew backwards, his left arm bleeding profusely as he instantly lost most of his fighting strength. Seeing this scene, the city walls were cheering before, but they all fell silent in the next second. No one expected the transformation to come so quickly. Xuefeng, who was previously pressing down on Gai Mei, was instantly chopped off an arm by Gai Mei. At this moment, Gai Mu wielded his bone knife and continued to charge towards Xuefeng. Xuefeng gritted his teeth and endured the pain as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Boom! Boom! One by one, green vines drilled out from the ground and directly entangled Gai Muoi's body, making it unable to move. This was the talent that he had awakened, originally intending to use it at the end, directly decapitating Gai Muoi here. But he didn't expect that Gai Muoi's strength was so strong. It was simply out of his expectation, and now he could only use it to escape. Roar! Gai Muoi, who was entangled by the vines, roared angrily, and a demonic aura erupted from his body once again. Ka-ching! The vines wrapped around its body were instantly crumbled, not posing any threat to it at all. Xuefeng also immediately climbed up from the ground and ran towards the side of the city wall, appearing to be in a sorry state. Although he knew that this might cause his reputation to be tarnished, leading to the possibility of the guild not even being able to open. However, now was not the time to take this into consideration. It was still important to save his life. This Gaimu had been hiding his strength before. He was no match for Gaimu in his full strength, and if he continued to fight with it now, he would be dead. Seeing Xue Feng turn around and flee, Gaimuo fiercely threw its bone knife towards Xue Feng's back. Phew! The bone knife flew towards Xue Feng swiftly and fiercely. When Xue Feng heard the sound of breaking wind behind him, his right arm immediately waved his lance and flung it backward. Bing! The moment his lance touched the bone knife, his arm felt a huge force coming from it, directly sending all the lance in his hand flying out, and he fell to the ground. Xue Feng, who had fallen to the ground, immediately scrambled to get up from the ground, wanting to continue to run for his life. Bang! But at this moment, a loud bang came from behind him. It was in such an instant that Guy Extinction directly chased after him, and it jumped directly behind Xue Feng. Sensing the aura behind him, Xue Feng blasted his right fist directly towards his back. Bang! A fist struck Gaimui's body, but Gaimui's body didn't move, as if it had struck a wall. The devil race's physical body was too much stronger than that of a human, and using fists to physically fight would more than likely not take advantage of anything. Bang! Gaimu directly threw a punch at Xue Feng's face, deforming his face. It's over. It's over. This time Chairman Xue is going to be planted in the hands of this Gaimi. The fat man from the Yu Gold Guild rubbed his forehead and muttered. The others all looked sad as well. Xue Feng and them were all old acquaintances and they didn't expect to be planted here today. Although they didn't want to see Xue Feng win, they were even more unwilling to see him die in the hands of the demons. Since Xue Feng had pursued too deeply just now, it was too late for their side to rush up and rescue him. They simply couldn't make it there. Bang! 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 In the midst of the physical battle, Gaimuai killed Xue Feng in 3 or 2 punches and stomped his corpse under its feet. It clasped its hands on its waist and looked at the human race on the city wall with a smug expression. At this moment, many people on the city walls who had come from the novice village could no longer bear to look at it. As for those who belonged to those in Luosuo city, each of them gritted their teeth. If they were strong enough, they would have already rushed up. Damn! It just so happens that Zhang Yang and the others are not in the city at this time, or else, definitely make this Gaiman look good. It's fine. When Zhang Yang and the rest of their bigwigs come, they'll definitely chop this guy's head off. I think this guy is taking advantage of their absence to dare to come here and be arrogant, and when they come back, this guy will be gone. How cunning! Guy Extinction had indeed gotten word that some of Luosuo city's powerhouses had traveled elsewhere to do a mission, which was why it dared to show up here to provoke. Of course, it wasn't as if they, the demon race, didn't have any strong people in this rift in Luosuo city who could stand up to Zhang Yang. If it was one of those strong men who came out to call for battle today, these human races would definitely not go to war. Only if it, a raw face, came out to provoke would the human race go to war. Now, after killing Xue Feng, it continued to provoke outside the city. It wanted to see if there would be any human clans that would not be able to resist and come out to fight with it. Let's go, let's go. Close the city gates and let's go back. The fat man from the Yu Gold Guild twisted his head and left, directly ignoring Guy May's provocation. But while he could endure it, someone else couldn't. Are we just going to leave in disgrace? So many people on the city walls are watching. Fatty glanced at him and grunted coldly. Even the strongest person on our side, Xue Feng, died there. Do you want to go and die as well? When that happens, it won't be a matter of raising our human race's momentum. It will be a matter of fueling the demon race's flames. That's right. Let's wait for Zhang Yang and the others to return. Everyone else also understood this, and after seeing the strength of Guy Mei, they didn't want to go and send themselves to death. On the city wall, when Su Rue saw that no one on the human race's side was delayed to fight, his heart began to stir. On the side, the beautiful woman who came with Su Rue in the same batch said to Li Jun with a pale face, "Wow, the demons here are also too scary, right? Brother Li Jun, let's just leave quickly." Li Jun nodded his head repeatedly after hearing this. The scene of Gaimi whacking Xue Feng to death just now had scared him to death, and his face was still white to this day. Those people from Luosuo city on the city wall were also ready to leave. Even Xue Feng had died at the hands of that demon race. There were only a handful of people in that Luosuo city who could defeat Guy Mei. They were all running around in various places and would not appear in Luosuo city at all on weekdays, and now no one on the human side was estimated to be able to fight. Su Rue took out the green light sword from his spatial ring, pressed his hand on the city wall, and directly leaped down. Phew! Beside him, Li Jun and that sister were frozen. What is this doing? Couldn't stand that bloody scene and was going to jump straight down to commit suicide? Bang! Su Rue used an instantaneous transfer to land in a dashing manner, and after leaping down from the city wall, he held his sword and walked towards Gaimi. Chapter 119. Killing Gaiman. Ugh! You guys look! What's going on? Someone's gone to battle. The crowd that was originally leaving one after another instantly reoriented themselves and looked towards the battlefield in front of them. At the city gates, several guild leaders also turned their heads. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen it before? Fatty placed his hand on his brow and watched. I haven't seen it either. It seems like a new face. Could it be someone who invited help from another city? Those people from Luosuo city on the city wall didn't recognize Su Rue either. The only ones who knew were those who came in the same batch as Su Rue. Crap! Isn't this the kid who came with me? Xiao San's jaw dropped to the ground. A newcomer who had just come from the novice village was actually going to fight on behalf of Luosuo city at this moment. If this were to be spread out, no one would probably believe it. After all, those who had just come from the novice village were scared to death when they saw the scene just now. Even if they knew that it was true, they would still think that this person's brain was not broken. The corner of its mouth lifted up a smile when Gaibu saw another person rushing towards it. At the same time, it grabbed Xuefeng's corpse on the ground and threw it towards those demonic armies behind it. Chomp! Chop! Xuefeng's corpse was instantly torn into pieces by those demons behind it and became their rations. The reason why Gaimu did this was because he wanted to instill fear in his opponent's heart, so that he would know what would happen to him if he lost. Seeing this scene, even Big Fatty Jean and these small guild leaders shuddered. Not to mention those people on the city walls. As for Su Rue, there was only anger in his eyes. Gai Mi's behavior had completely angered him. He drew out his glaive and took a step in Gaiman's direction. Swish! Gai Mi held the sword in his hand and took the lead, directly charging towards Su Rue. Su Rue was still holding the sword and walked forward unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, Gai Mi rushed in front of Su Rue and slashed out the bone knife in his hand. The crowd in Luosuo city held their breath as they watched this scene. Most of them did not think in their hearts that Su Rue would be able to win. They even thought that he would be able to carry Gai Mei for 2 moves at most, and he would be killed. After all, even Xuefeng was far from being a match for Gai Mi, let alone this nameless person who came out of nowhere. Swish! Faced with the bone knife that Gai Mu had struck with vigor, Su Rue directly used instantaneous transfer. Phew! Gai Domo's knife directly cut through the air, and at the same time, Su Rue appeared behind it. Su Rue chopped down towards Gaimu's neck with a sword at an extremely fast speed. Such a change of events would not be able to be reacted to by an ordinary person, but Gai Domo had also been in 100 battles before. It realized that it was not good after its slash was empty, and it immediately dodged towards the left side. Plop! As Gai Mu dodged out at the first time, Su Rue's sword chopped at its back. The blue light sword directly cut through the armor behind Gai Muoi's back, leaving a blood scar on its back. Seeing this scene, the people of Luosuo city froze for a moment and then cheered. One had to know that before, although Xuefeng had been suppressing Gai Muoi in front, he hadn't done any damage to it. And Su Rue gave this guy a sword as soon as he came up, giving them hope of winning. After being chopped by a sword, Gai Muoi suffered a burst of pain. It gritted its teeth and with a grim face, it raised its bone blade and chopped towards Su Rue again. However, when it raised the sword to chop down, its hands froze in mid-air uncontrollably. Ka-ka-ka. Pieces of blue ice crystals froze on its wrists, freezing both of its hands. Just as it was about to stimulate its magic chi to shake off the ice crystals on its hands, it saw that Su Rue had already raised his sword and chopped over. Wow! Su Rue inspired the attack bracelet and his arm was instantly wrapped in white light. He directly chopped his sword forward. Chop! The 2 frozen hands of Gaiman, along with the bone sword, flew out high into the air. An ice crystal flashed around it. Its hands were chopped off in unison, and when they landed on the ground, they still had ice crystals on them. The face of Gai Muo, who had lost its hands, immediately showed a terrified expression. It didn't expect this Su Rue to be so strong. It was simply strong to the point of being ridiculously strong. It was not an opponent at all. It raised its head just in time to meet Su Rue's resolute eyes, as well as the long sword in its hand. However, despite losing its hands, Gai Mu still didn't give up resistance. Facing Su Rue's longsword that was stabbing straight over, it turned sideways and directly clamped the blade of the sword with one arm. The other arm was directly thrown towards Su Rue. But in the next moment, Su Rue's body directly separated into 2 doppelgangers. Clang. One doppelganger directly raised its sword and blocked Guy Mei's arm, and the other split body directly chopped towards Guy Mu's neck with a sword. In the face of such a sudden change, Guy Muo's pupils instantly dilated. It didn't expect that Su Rue was not only powerful, but also had so many means. At this moment, it had already used all of its strength, and in the face of Su Rue's sword, it was no longer able to resist. Plop! The long sword slashed through Guy Muo's neck and chopped off its head. The two arms of Guy Muo, who lost its head, hung down helplessly, and its body also fell backward. Bang! And its head still had its eyes wide open, simply unable to believe that it had died in Su Rue's hands just like that. Killed level 8 Demon General Guy Muoi. Experience value plus 6,500. Swish! Su Rue's two doppelgangers returned to the main body once again, and he stretched out his hand to use endless devouring on Guy Mei. Devouring success. Acquired demon skill. Demon Chi enhancement. Su Rue's heart stirred. Surprisingly, he had obtained the skill. He immediately began to check it. Demon Chi boost. Can boost a small portion of one's strength for a short period of time and remove negative statuses. Su Rue immediately understood. Just now when Guy Extinction dealt with Xuefeng, he had used this skill. However, its strength wasn't as simple as boosting a small portion, but it had gained a great boost. It seemed that there were still some gaps in the devoured skills, and there was no way to completely inherit them. Those demonic armies in the back were terrified when they saw this scene and ran back into the rift. When the crowd of Luosuo City saw Su Rue decapitate Guy Mei's head with a single sword, they were directly silent. They couldn't even believe their eyes. Even Xuefeng, who was so powerful in their eyes, had died at the hands of Guy Muoi, and at this moment, Guy Muoi was easily decapitated by such a nameless person. No, he was no longer a nobody now. His name was about to spread throughout Luosuo City. My goodness, this is too strong. A few moves and he decapitated Guy Mei. Haha, those devils fled like lost dogs. Our Luosuo City won. Big Brother is mighty. After the crowd saw Su Rue win, they swept away the previous gloom, and their faces all showed expressions of joy. Chapter 120. Entering the shopping mall. On the city wall, Xiao San's expression was even more exaggerated as he danced with his hands and said, "Crap! You guys saw it. This big guy was brought here by me, Xiao San, who I received from the novice village." Some of the people beside him had unbelievable expressions on their faces when they heard his words. "What are you saying? This big guy just came over from the novice village? You're kidding. I'm not joking. It's true. They can testify for me." Xiao San pointed at the people next to him who came in the same batch as Su Rue and said. At once, they surrounded Xiao San and those people, wanting to ask for clarification. Too powerful. Those guild presidents at the city gates, one by one, were equally wide-eyed as they looked at Su Rue who was walking towards the city gates. "I'll go. Too fierce. If we can recruit him to our guild, I can even give him this president. And recruit him to your guild. Don't even think about it. This must be a strong person from other cities coming over to help. He might be the guild president himself. Yeah, if he's a strong person from our Luosuo city, how is it possible that we haven't seen him before?" At this time, Su Rue had already walked over with his sword, and the quick-eyed fatty Jean immediately stepped forward. His obese face was piled with smiles as he clasped his hands and said, "This brother is so strong. I don't know how to address him. As the saying goes, stretching hands don't beat smiling faces." Su Rue saw that his face was full of smiles, so he replied, "Su Rue." Hearing this name, Fatty Jean knew that he was definitely not from Luosuo City, but such a powerful big brother. Even though he wasn't from Luosuo City, it would be beneficial to get acquainted with him. "So it's Brother Su, long time no see." Fatty Jean continued to clasp his fists and said, even though he had never heard of Su Rue's name at all. "Under me, Luosuo City Yao Jin Guild President Jin Fuxing. You can just call me Fatty Jean." Fatty Jean extended his hand and said with a smile on his face. But at this time, the other guild leaders in the surroundings also walked over. "Brother Su is really powerful. He killed that demon general in 3 or 2 moves. Yes, with Brother Su's strength. He must be a recognizable figure even in other cities. I am the president of Blue Sky Guild, Brother Su." They surrounded Su Rue and introduced themselves, wanting to get acquainted with Su Rue. Faced with such enthusiasm of these people, Su Rue instantly became a bit headstrong. He directly used an instantaneous transfer and disappeared in front of these people's eyes. "Eh, where is Brother Su?" I'll go. Disappeared just like that? Coming without a shadow and going without a trace. Looks like this is one of Brother Su's means. It's really worthy of being a big brother. These people were blindsided for a while in their original location, and they directly couldn't find Su Rue person. Swish! Su Rue directly appeared 10 meters behind them, but the place was packed with people. They had all stood at the back just now, and now they were crowding forward wanting to catch a glimpse of this big brother's true appearance. But unbeknownst to them, Su Rue still walked past them unnoticed. He opened the map which marked the location of the city's mall, as well as the mission hall and the locations of the major guilds. Su Rue decided to go to the mall first and see what he could buy. Moreover, he still had a dozen or so weapons on him, so let's see if he could sell them. There weren't many people in the city at this time. The idle people on the streets basically went to the city walls to watch the big battle. And the result of the great battle had already been spread out by someone using a loudspeaker. Nowadays, everyone knew that the Demon Clan's Gaemu died in the hands of a person named Su Rue. And there was also news that this Su Rue was a newcomer who had just come to the city from the novice village. However, when this statement came out, it immediately attracted countless people to refute it. They simply didn't believe that a newcomer from the novice village was able to kill a demon race powerhouse like Gaemi. Su Rue was also paying attention to the chat channel. He didn't expect that someone would spread his identity out so quickly. I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before his identity from the novice village would be confirmed. At that time, there might be a whole bunch of guilds coming to look for themselves again. It was really troublesome. If this thought was heard by the other people who had just come from the novice village, they would probably be furious. They all came to the city looking for guilds begging to join, while Su Rue avoided them. Su Rue took advantage of the fact that he hadn't been found yet, so he immediately touched the city's mall. As soon as he walked into the mall, a panel suddenly appeared in front of Su Rue. It was filled with all kinds of items in abundance. What was displayed on this panel were all the things in this mall, only that the ones placed around were physical objects, while it was a bit more convenient to view them on the panel. However, most of these were just some basic and ordinary weapons as well as some elixirs for healing and restoring stamina. But these potions were all worth a lot of money. A normal potion to restore strength would cost 100 gold coins, and a basic weapon only requires 10 gold coins. Reminder: player killed the demon General Isogu, received a bounty of 5,000. Player kills demon General Gaemu, receive a bounty of 5,000 gold coins. The Isogu that Su Rue had killed before and the Gaemi that he had just killed both had bounties on them. When the two were added together, Su Rue already had 10,000 gold coins on him. Not bad. A smile appeared on Su Rue's face. Originally, he was worried about what to do if he couldn't sell his weapons and had no money. However, the weapons and items here were all of very low grade. They simply couldn't fulfill Su Rue's needs. It shouldn't be, this was a city, so there should be a lot of good things here. As a result, Su Rue now saw on the panel some broken copper and iron. That ungrateful one in front. Hurry up and get out of my way. An impatient voice suddenly sounded behind Su Rue. He turned his head, only to see a man in purple clothes looking at Su Rue with an indignant face. Su Rue frowned slightly. He originally didn't want to cause trouble in the city, but this guy's speech was really owed a beating. However, one couldn't make a move against a human in the city. This was a rule in the city, otherwise one would be exiled outside the city. Hey, says you kid. Didn't you hear our chairman telling you to get lost? The follower behind the man in purple said nonchalantly. Glancing at the two men, Su Rue got out of the way. With his strength, there were many ways to fix these two guys. There was no need to come up and use force. Watching Su Rue obediently get out of the way, the purple-clothed man's face revealed a disdainful expression. Count on your kid's sense. If you dare to delay my participation in the auction, you'll have a good time. Auction? Su Rue was a little confused. There would even be an auction held in the mall? What a bumpkin. You don't even know about auctions. No wonder you're blindly wandering around here on the first floor. The man in purple sneered and shook his head. Even the follower beside him looked at Su Rue with disdain. Afterwards, the two of them directly walked towards the second floor of the mall. Chapter 121. Vice President Zhou Qiang. After they left, Su Rue looked around towards the surroundings, only to realize that there wasn't even a single staff member here. It was completely relying on the Heaven's Path system to conduct transactions. As long as you paid the money, you could obtain the corresponding weapons and items. But the things here really couldn't catch Su Rue's eyes, and he also didn't find a place where he could acquire weapons. So Su Rue walked towards the second floor as well. Coming to the second floor, Su Rue realized that this place was really a place for auctioning items. In front was a high platform where items were placed, and there were quite a few people sitting below. The purple-clothed man who had just taunted Su Rue was clearly among them. The auction hadn't started yet at this moment, so Su Rue casually found a place to sit down. Since the first floor didn't have what he wanted, he didn't know how about the things in the auction on the second floor. At this time, the purple-clothed man's follower noticed Su Rue. He immediately said at Su Rue, "Yo, isn't this the bumpkin from downstairs? How did you come here?" Su Rue said blandly, "If you, the dog's leg, can come, why can't I come? You." His face instantly turned red after he was scolded as a dog's leg. Zhou Qiang, the purple-clothed man on the side, also turned his head to look at Su Rue, and the two sides were sitting not far apart from each other. "Dirtbag, this is your first time coming to the auction, right? Can you afford the things here?" Su Rue said frankly. "To be precise, this is my first time coming to the mall. As for whether I can afford it or not, you'll know later." He now had 10,000 gold coins on him, which was already at the top level amongst the players in Luosuo City. After all, usually when they did an ordinary quest, they would only give a few dozen gold coins, and some bitter points. Quests that required fighting and killing demonic beasts would only give more. Like Su Rue, who had killed 2 demonic generals right off the bat and gained their bounty, this was something that even many presidents couldn't do. Hearing Su Rue's words, Zhou Qiang first froze, then a mocking smile appeared on his face. I said, "So it's a rash young man who just came over from the novice village. No wonder he dares to talk to me like this." After Zhou Qiang's follower learned about Su Rue's identity, he also laughed recklessly. "Haha, a trash from a novice village really doesn't know the height of heaven." Afterward, he introduced Zhou Qiang's identity to Su Rue. "This is the vice president of our Luosuo City Yaojin Guild. If you offend him, no guild in the entire Luosuo City will dare to accept you." "Is that so?" Su Rue laughed coldly, then remembered something and said in a low voice, "Yaojin Guild? That name sounds a bit familiar." Zhou Qiang's follower immediately revealed a proud look. "Humph. Our Gold Guild is a big name in Luosuo City. Who in the entire Luosuo City doesn't know about it?" Zhou Qiang looked at Su Rue smugly and said, "Kid, if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I can still forgive you for your impudence just now." In his opinion, after he declared himself, Su Rue must have been scared to death. How could a rookie who just came from the novice village dare to offend him? A vice president. "Oh, I remember. I just met with your president. He wanted to give me friendship, but I was too lazy to bother with him." Su Rue stroked his chin and suddenly realized. "Pfft. Ha ha ha. Boy, you really know how to brag. Our president wants to befriend you. Ha ha ha. How could the Lord President want to befriend you? A bumpkin who just came from a novice village?" Zhou Qiang and the two of them burst out laughing uncontrollably. This also drew sideways glances from quite a few people around them, but they all knew that Zhou Qiang was a vice president and still had some status in Luosuo City, so no one dared to say anything. Afterward, some people placed their eyes on Su Rue again. One of them, a member of the guild, instantly felt that Su Rue's appearance and attire were very much in line with the strong man who had defeated Guy Extinction. Although he didn't go to the scene to watch, the chat channel in the guild had been discussing his appearance and features, because they had confirmed that Su Rue had indeed rushed to the city from the novice village. Nowadays, almost all the guilds in Luosuo City were looking for Su Rue, wanting him to join their own guilds. The guild members who discovered this immediately sent this discovery to the guild's chat channel, telling the guild to hurry up and send someone to confirm. Zhou Qiang and the two of them laughed their heads off, while Su Rue had little expression as he looked towards the stage. Because the auction had already begun, and under the light pillar shining, a long knife directly appeared on the stage. This was still being operated by the Heavenly Dao, and Su Rue still didn't see any staff from the mall. And the information of that long knife on the stage was all displayed. It was a fine first-order weapon, with the starting bidding price at 500 gold coins. Su Rue instantly became interested. It wasn't that he was interested in this knife, but the things in the auction were really much stronger than those weapons below. In that case, Su Rue felt that he should be able to find something good here. The category of weapons and defenses were always the hottest things in the auction, and many people bid for them. Soon, the knife was auctioned off for 1,000 gold coins. Next, the auction was for a piece of defense gear, but the effect was similar to what Su Rue was wearing. Su Rue didn't bid on it. Instead, Zhou Qiang was interested, but in the end, due to the price being too high, he also gave up. The next item that was auctioned was a space ring, which had a capacity of 6 square meters, and the starting price was 1,000 gold coins. Space rings were more popular than weapons in the city. After all, they were rarer than weapons and defenses. As soon as the space ring came out, the crowd bid on it. Zhou Qiang, on the other hand, looked at Su Rui as he spoke. Kid, I'm afraid you haven't seen this space ring yet. A sneer appeared on the follower's face. There's no need to say President Zhou. This bumpkin definitely hasn't seen it before. It's probably the first time he's heard of this thing called a space ring. He really hasn't seen the world. Before he finished his words, he saw Su Rui stretching out his right hand, which was clearly carrying a shining space ring, and from the lines on it. This ring was even more powerful than the one that was auctioned, and it was also of a higher grade than the space ring Zhou Qiang was holding. Zhou Qiang's face revealed an unexpected look. Cut! Kid's luck is pretty good. To think that you actually got one. The value of a spatial ring was very high, and usually only the higher-ups in the guild had the financial strength to purchase one. At the same time, it was also a symbol of identity and status. Humph. The bumpkin is lucky. The follower followed and chimed in with a very unpleasant comment. At the same time, he was also very jealous. Seeing that you are so defensive of your master, I wonder if he bought you a space ring? Su Rui asked in return. The follower instantly lost his words and at the same time glanced at Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang, on the other hand, said with a gloomy face, Humph. Does the kid know what it means to harbor a sin? Chapter 122 Red Flame Fruit. Flame Control Enhancement. After that, Zhou Qiang said to the follower in Su Rui's face, Later, I'll find a way to take that space ring on his hand and put it on your hand. The follower's face immediately burst with excitement. The space ring was a good thing. If he had this thing, then he would have face everywhere he went in the future. Zhou Qiang also looked at the equipment on Su Rui's body. Not only did he have light armor, he also had bracelets on his wrists. Afterwards, he called a few people directly in the guild's chat channel and prepared to have them keep an eye on Su Rui. As soon as he left the city and was ready to go elsewhere to do a quest, then he would find a chance to get him killed and kill him. After all, Su Rui, a newcomer who just came to the city, definitely didn't have a guild behind him, and no one would hold him accountable if he got killed. This was all very common within the city. Weak people with no background, even if they died outside, no one would notice. After Su Rui heard his words, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that this guy was ready to give himself equipment and attributes. Still dare to smile when the time comes? I'll see if you can still smile. Zhou Qiang thought in his heart. He had already decided that he would find a chance to get Su Rui killed and loot all the belongings on him. Soon, the next auction item appeared on the stage accompanied by a pillar of light. This one crimson-colored spirit fruit. The light emanating from it was like a burning flame. Red Inferno fruit. After taking it, it can increase the strength of the fire energy in the body, and the taker's fire skills are enhanced. On the stage, all the information of the Red Inferno was displayed by the Heavenly Tao. The starting bid for this Red Inferno fruit was 15,000 gold coins. Fire skill enhancement? What's the use of this thing? It's not like we have a talent. Yeah, this thing is only useful for the kind of people who have a fire talent, right? And it's still sold at such a high price. Besides, there are very few people who have awakened their talents, let alone those who have awakened their fire talents, who would spend so much money on this thing. For a while, no one was present to call for a price, not only because this thing didn't enhance them, but also because the price of this red flame fruit was too expensive. However, Su Rui immediately became interested. This thing was very useful to him. Although his talent was not a fire skill, he himself had a fire elemental ability, flame mastery. If he took this red flame fruit, his flame control would definitely be improved. I didn't realize that there was such a spiritual fruit. When he saw that no one had bid, he was just about to open his mouth. But Zhou Qiang, who was in front of him, beat him to it. This red flame fruit is a bit interesting. I'll bid 16,000. Zhou Qiang said with little expression on the surface. But at this moment, his heart was bursting with excitement, not because he had a fire talent. Rather, it was because he knew that the president of the Rion Guild possessed a fire talent. Moreover, this president of the Sunflame Guild, most of his combat power came from his own talent, so it could be said that this red flame fruit was very important to him. If he bought it himself and resold it to him, even if the price was 10,000, it was estimated that he would buy it. Chairman, it's useless for us to have this thing. Besides, it's not worth this price at all. The follower persuaded from the side. He was aware of Zhou Qiang's talent, which didn't match the fire system at all, and their guild didn't have any fire talent either. Spending so much money on a wasted spirit fruit was simply a waste. Shut up. What do you know? 1,006 to buy such a spirit fruit is simply a huge profit. Zhou Qiang thought that when the time came for him to resell it, not only would he be able to make a lot of money, but he would also be able to collect a favor from the Rion Guild. The Rion Guild was much more powerful than their guild. It was one of the top-tier guilds excluding the Luosuo Guild and the Dragonflame Guild. "I'll offer 1,018. An abrupt voice shattered his beautiful dream. Zhou Qiang was instantly quite annoyed and turned his head wanting to see who was so ungrateful that they dared to rob what they had their eyes on. He turned his head and realized that the one who bid was actually Su Rue. His face was full of consternation. "Grass! How come it's you, kid? Do you have money? Just dare to make a blind offer. Bumpkin! Calling such a high price? Can you afford it?" The follower echoed. Su Rue removed his gaze from the red flame fruit and turned to these two people, uttering two words, "Stupid dog! Grass! You dare to scold me!" Zhou Qiang immediately got up angrily and raised his fist in a gesture to punch Su Rue. The follower had the good sense to stop him. "President Zhou, don't be impulsive, we're still in the city. Besides, there's no need for you to personally deal with this kid." Zhou Qiang calmed down. He nodded his head and said viciously, "Kid, you'd better not leave the city for the rest of your life, or else your life will come to an end." The other people in the surroundings also looked over, to have the audacity to insult the vice president of a guild to his face. This guy had no small amount of guts. It could only be said that the newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, but in the end, the one who suffered was definitely him. Not only will he not be able to get out of the city, but he will definitely not have a good time in the city. Su Rue didn't have any panic. Instead, he said with a calm face, "When the auction is over, I'll wait for you outside the city. Don't dare to follow me if you don't come at that time." Hearing this, Zhou Qiang was unusually excited and immediately said, "Good. This is what you said. Whoever runs is a grandson." In his opinion, as soon as Su Rue left the city, it would be a dead end. The auction didn't end because of the clash between the two, and in the end with no one raising the price. Su Rue bought the red flame fruit at a price of 1,008 gold coins. Wow! A pillar of light shone down and the red flame fruit directly appeared on the small table in front of Su Rue. At the same time, the heavenly Tao also directly deducted 1,800 gold coins from Su Rue's balance, currently leaving 8,200 gold coins. Su Rue picked up the red flame fruit on the table. This red flame fruit was only as big as half a fist, but the fire energy contained inside made Su Rue's heart palpitate. And this fire energy was also very special, different from those fire energies that Su Rue had seen. "Kid, put the red flame fruit away for me. Don't lose it." Zhou Qiang turned around and opened his mouth to remind. He had already considered this red flame fruit as his own, and after he went outside the city and killed Su Rue, this red flame fruit would be his own. Su Rue looked at Zhou Qiang like he was an idiot. Then he directly ate the red flame fruit in one bite. Buzz! After taking it, a wave of energy directly swept through Su Rue's entire body. He felt his elemental skill, flame mastery climbing, and its power was already far beyond frost freeze. It was even stronger than Zhou Yi's ready at the same level. This had also become a new killing move for Su Rue. It's worthy of being the red flame fruit with a starting bid of 15,000. The effect is surprisingly this good. This was simply a great boost to Su Rue's flame control. Even if it was priced at 5,000, it was still very much worth it. It was even more attractive to those who possessed fire abilities. You even dared to eat my old man's red flame fruit. I." Zhou Qiang pointed at Su Rue, his fingers trembling continuously, obviously infuriated. Chapter 123 One Punch and Fly. The red flame fruit was eaten by Su Rue. Then Zhou Qiang's dream of getting rich was dashed. If he had known earlier, he would have bought this spirit fruit even if he had to lose his family's money, and then sold it to the president of the Rion Guild at a high price. But now it was too late to say anything. He had the heart to eat Su Rue alive. If it wasn't because he was in the city, he would have already done it. "Kid, you're good. Unexpectedly you like to die so much. Then I'll let you not see tomorrow's sun." The things that happened one after another made Zhou Qiang's patience reach its limit, and he resolved in his heart that no matter what methods he used, he would get this brat killed. Su Rue, on the other hand, directly ignored him. A bedbug is just a bedbug. When he went outside the city, he could trample him to death with one foot. He proceeded to see if there would be any good items auctioned next. But the next few items were all weapons and protective gears. Su Rue couldn't even look at them. It seemed that the really good stuff had to be obtained by luck or some other means, and it was not very realistic to want to buy them directly. But despite that, Those weapons and protective gears were quickly auctioned away. After all, they weren't like Su Rue, who could kill so many demonic beasts and didn't have super transformation, so they naturally had a great need for these weapons. After the auction ended, the two of them, Zhou Qiang and his follower, stared straight at Su Rue, fearing that he would sneak away. Su Rue sneered and said, "Let's go. Don't you guys want the items on me? Then I'll give you guys a chance." After saying that, he walked outside. Zhou Qiang and the two of them immediately followed. At the same time, he said to his follower, "Go, let's follow him." The follower hesitated for a moment and said, "President Zhou, but our men haven't arrived yet. Should we wait?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Qiang angrily cursed, "Idiot! He's just a rookie who just came from the novice village. Why do we need to wait for them? It's enough for me to deal with him alone. Just watch from the side." Saying that, Zhou Qiang immediately accelerated his steps, fearing that Su Rue would take the opportunity to give a run for his money. The follower didn't think any more and followed. Even though his own strength wasn't good, it was better than a newcomer who just came to the novice village. Besides, Zhou Qiang was considered a strong person in the city, and with his talent in hand, the two of them should be more than enough to deal with Su Rue. After Su Rue walked out of the mall, he walked towards the outside of the city and allowed these two to follow behind. There were 4 gates in Luosuo city, in the east, west, south, north and south directions. Su Rue walked towards the nearest city gate, but he realized that there were quite a few people around him who were staring at him. They all felt that Su Rue looked a bit familiar. After all, the story of Su Rue's great battle against Guy Mei outside the city was spreading. Even though these people hadn't seen Su Rue before, they felt that Su Rue looked very familiar through the descriptions. Bad, if they were recognized, these two people wouldn't be scared away, and then they wouldn't be able to get all the items and attributes on them. Thinking of this, Su Rue immediately accelerated his steps and ran towards the city gates. Zhou Qiang, who was following behind, saw Su Rue suddenly increase his speed and immediately chased after him and shouted, "Kid, I knew you were going to run, but I've memorized you. I want to see where you can run to." Zhou Qiang's speed wasn't slow either, but it was still far behind Su Rue. It was easy for Su Rue to get rid of him, but Su Rue was still afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep up and deliberately slowed down his speed. The distance between the two sides was not far. However, Zhou Qiang's follower wasn't that fast and was left behind, chasing desperately. He was still thinking about the space ring on Su Rue's hand. Zhou Qiang had promised to give him the ring. Soon, Su Rue rushed outside the city with them to a forest. This place was already out of the city's boundaries, and the players could do whatever they wanted here. Su Rue, who was running in front, immediately stopped. Zhou Qiang, who was following behind, was panting for a while. He saw Su Rue stopped and immediately laughed coldly under his breath. "Humph, the kid ran to quite fast. Now he can't run anymore." After that, he lightly said, "Be good and hand over all the things on your body. I will give you a pain in the ass." Su Rue turned around, looked at him and spoke, "By the looks of it, it's not the first time you've done this kind of thing." Zhou Qiang snorted and laughed, then said, "This is all seen by you, and I can also tell you that those who didn't obey meekly before, every single one of them ended up in a miserable situation. So, you should know what to do." Su Rue sighed. "I was originally considering whether to spare your life, but now it seems that you have to die." "Humph. Really still talking tough at the end of your life? It seems like you are choosing to be tortured to death by me." A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Zhou Qiang's face. He took out 2 short blades from his space ring and held them in his backhand. "I'll let you taste the taste of having your tendons and bones picked apart." As soon as the words fell, Zhou Qiang rushed over with his short blades held in both hands. Su Rue just stood still with a cold smile on his face as he looked at him. Against this kind of trash, Su Rue didn't need to use his sword at all. The smile on Zhou Qiang's face grew more and more intense. In his opinion, Su Rue was already a dead man. As for how he would die, that was up to him. Because at this moment, Su Rue was already within the range of his talent. Swish! Zhou Qiang's body suddenly flew forward violently for a long distance. Originally, his body was still more than 10 meters away from Su Rue, but this flight directly brought him to Su Rue's face. Chop! The double blades in his hands fell at the same time, chopping towards Su Rue's arms respectively. Zhou Qiang did not want to kill Su Rue right away, so he wanted to make Su Rue lose his ability to resist first. Ka. Suddenly, his hands felt a piercing coldness, and his raised hands were slow to fall. And at this moment, his face was suddenly occupied by panic. Looking at his terrified face, Su Rue swung out his right fist. Boom! This punch directly hit his chest, denting his entire chest cavity, and his body flew backwards. It flew 7 or 8 meters away at once before landing. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Zhou Chang's mouth as he felt that his internal organs had been shattered by this punch. You didn't just come from the novice village? How could you be so strong? What the hell are you? Zhou Qiang stared at Su Rui, who kept walking towards him with wide eyes and opened his mouth to ask. Su Rui didn't answer him and walked in front of him. Zhou Qiang was terrified, but he still said, I'm the vice president of the U Gold Guild. You can't kill me. Otherwise our U Gold Guild won't spare you. At this time, footsteps came from not far away, and his follower finally followed him. But he froze when he saw the scene in front of him. Zhou Qiang fell to the ground with serious injuries, and Su Rui stood there unharmed and looked towards himself. Chapter 124 Fusion Talent. Instantaneous Shift Enhancement. The follower realized that it was not good and immediately ran backwards. Ka-ka-ka. A sound of frozen ice crystals rang out, and he felt like his feet weighed 10,000 pounds and he couldn't lift them at all. Only when he looked down did he realize that his feet were actually frozen on the ground. Wow! A flame rushed out from Su Rui's hand and directly rushed towards him. The follower who couldn't move twisted his head to see that a flame was wrapped towards him. At this moment, his face was filled with despair and his whole body couldn't stop trembling. Boom! The flames instantly set him ablaze and burned him straight into ashes in just a few seconds. Zhou Qiang, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded. At this moment, he realized why Su Rui had bought the red flame fruit before, and how he had so many means and was so strong. After killing the follower in seconds, Su Rui looked at Zhou Qiang next to him. A smile, if nothing else, appeared on his face. Your turn. Zhou Qiang's pupils contracted dramatically, and a fear that originated from the depths of his heart rose up. He was truly afraid, and his body could not stop trembling as he said, Big brother, spare me. I can serve you as a cow and a horse. I don't need an ox or horse like you. Saying that, a ball of flame surged out from Su Rui's hand and wrapped Zhou Qiang's body. Ah! In an instant, a miserable scream came out, but it gradually weakened. Su Rui didn't fully utilize the flames against him, not only because he didn't want him to die so easily, but also because he was afraid of burning away the treasures on his body. But even so, Zhou Qiang still didn't last long and died. This enhanced flame mastery is really a lot more powerful. Su Rui sighed. Afterwards, he used endless devouring on Zhou Qiang again. Just now this guy had used a talent. And this talent was somewhat similar to his own instant transmission, only that it was much weaker than instant transmission. Devouring success. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the E rank talent. Hasty displacement. Reminder. This talent is a speed-type talent. Is it synthesized with instant displacement? Su Rui immediately chose to synthesize it. This talent wasn't as powerful as instantaneous displacement. Might as well synthesize it to enhance instantaneous displacement. Successful synthesis. The E-level talent Instant Shift can be used twice in a row, and it will be upgraded to a D-level talent. Can be used continuously? Su Rui immediately used Instant Shift. Swish. His figure appeared on a tree. Then he used Instant Transmission again. Swish. He returned to the original place again. Not bad. With these 2 instant transfers, I can launch 2 consecutive surprise attacks. He then turned his gaze to the spatial ring on Zhou Qiang's body. Since the player had a space ring, he would definitely put everything in it. Su Rui pinched his spatial ring in his hand and his spiritual power entered it. Inside were mostly some healing elixirs and elixirs to restore physical strength. These should all be essential things for players. Su Rui had wanted to go to the mall to buy some before, but now it seemed unnecessary. The others were just a U Gold Guild token and 2 normal weapons as well as a primary teleportation scroll. This guy is really poor. Su Rui shook his head, rather disappointed. Just this is still the vice president. Really? However, this was normal in the city. After all, most people would definitely use it to improve their strength as soon as they had money. Wouldn't keep a large amount of supplies on their body. It's a pity that it's impossible to inherit the gold coins under his name. Su Rui put his weapon into his space ring and put his space ring on his hand as well. Afterwards, he walked towards Zhou Qiang's followers. Devouring success. Attack power plus 20, speed plus 12. This follower's body was even poorer. He didn't even have a space ring, so he definitely wouldn't have anything good. Moreover, Su Rui had already burned him to ashes. Su Rui opened the map to see what good places in the city he hadn't gone to. Then, he saw the quest hall, which was the place to pick up quests. Su Rue immediately planned to go over there and take a look. Doing some quests to improve his strength should be faster. The city was abuzz as usual. Many people were talking about the matter of a big man named Su Rue who had just decapitated the demon race General Gaiman in various places. The protagonist of this event, on the other hand, didn't take this seriously at all. He had already arrived at the quest hall, and upon entering here, a huge quest panel hung on the wall in front of him. There was a wide array of quests hanging on it, but most of these were small and trivial quests issued by the guild. It could be accomplished in the city, and it didn't require any strength, and the reward was pitifully small. Su Rue didn't even look at these quests, he looked at the highest quests. The difficulty of the quests here were all ordered from high to low. The quests at the highest place were the hardest, and this was also the quests released by the Heavenly Tao. Shizhai Village, north of Luosuo City, is being oppressed by bandits. Go to Shizhai and help them defeat the bandits. Quest reward, 2,000 gold coins. So simple? The mission reward is not bad either. Su Rue immediately chose this mission, and the next moment a mission order appeared in his hand. With this order in hand, going to the teleportation array could directly teleport to the mission location for free. He held the mission order and walked towards the teleportation array. At this moment, 3 people walked ahead, a man and 2 women, all with extraordinary looks. Did you also take this quest? The taller girl opened her mouth and asked. Yeah. Could it be that you guys are also? Su Rue felt a little strange. Did they have to carry out the mission together? The man smiled and said, that's right, this mission is a team mission, it needs 4 people to complete it, but then the difficulty is still not low, you have to think about it. Is this mission difficult? Su Rue didn't know about this, it wasn't even written inside the mission how strong these bandits were. The opposite 3 people looked at each other and knew that Su Rue was a newcomer. The low girl said, then I'd better advise you not to take this mission, give up. The man explained patiently, there has always been a group of bandits in the north of Luosuo City. These bandits are very strong. Some of them have reached level 6. Their levels are based on the levels of demonic beasts and demons. A level 6 bandit is able to kill a level 6 demonic beast. A normal level 10 human is no match for a level 6 bandit without the addition of talents and skills. Su Rue nodded. I see. So these bandits are not players. They are equivalent to the demonic beasts in this world. In that case, killing them would definitely still gain experience. When the man saw that Su Rue understood, he said, then go ahead and return the quest. It won't cause any loss to you. As a result, Su Rue said, why should I return it? Let's hurry up and go finish the quest. If we go late, the stone fortress will suffer. Saying that, he walked towards the teleportation array. The low girl pouted and said, hey, did you hear me or not? That's a level 6 bandit, and that bandit leader might have reached level 7. The remaining 2 people were also dumbfounded. Su Rue looked like a newcomer. Hearing about level 6 bandits, he didn't even flinch. Instead, he walked up to the teleportation array. Wow! The teleportation array activated and directly teleported Su Rue towards the stone fortress. Chapter 125, The Might of Flames. The remaining 3 had no way out. Originally, they wanted to wait for a strong teammate and go to the stone fortress together to deal with those bandits. After all, this was a team mission and they could join forces. But now there was no way around it, to have staked out such a rash person. The 3 of them walked towards the teleportation array and teleported to the stone-walled city together as well. Swish! Su Rue's body was the first to land, and he was directly teleported to the center of the village of Stone-Walled Village. This village didn't look as big as the novice village that Su Rue had stayed in, and the houses were also very shabby. The streets were even empty. The only thing that came from the direction of the village entrance were the cries and shouts of the villagers. Su Rue immediately rushed towards the village entrance. At the entrance of the village, all the young and strong men of the entire stone-walled village were assembled here, their hands holding hoes, shovels, and other farming tools as weapons. On the opposite side was a group of bandits with unfriendly faces, holding bloodied swords in their hands. There were also several corpses of villagers lying on the ground, and the blood stained the ground red. The women and children in the village were hugging the corpses and crying bitterly. Old thing, still not handing over the people. Do you really want me to blood wash your fortress? A bandit leader on a horse said as he looked down at the crowd. The old man at the front of the crowd said with a smile on his face, Master Ma-san, we'll give you all the grain in the village, so you can spare Chinger. Village chief, those are all our year's harvest. Someone in the back said with reluctance. It was already the most valuable thing in their village. I want women you want to muddle through by giving some grain. Snap. Master Ma-san slapped the village chief to the ground. The village's face instantly swelled up, with clear fingerprints emerging, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. The villagers immediately helped him up, and the young strongmen behind him all gritted their teeth. In the crowd, a black-faced strong man waved his hoe and said, "Village chief, these bandits are bullying people too much. Let's fight them." Master Ma-san, who was mounted on a horse, glanced at the man who had just spoken, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He directly removed the horse whip from his waist and flung it towards the strong man. Snap! The horse whip was flung at his face, and immediately the skin opened up and a thick bloody scar appeared on his face. Ah! The strong man covered his face and let out a miserable scream. Zhuang! The village's young strongmen raised their weapons and pressed forward. FCK, are you guys going to revolt? Are all of you tired of living? Master Ma-san roared, and the bandits behind him gripped their swords with a sneer as they looked at the villagers. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. The village chief immediately pacified the villagers. He knew very well what a situation would be if both sides started fighting. Even though they had more people, the bandits' speed and strength far exceeded theirs. If it came to blows, they would be the ones to be slaughtered. Master Ma-san looked at the villagers of the stone fortress with a cold smile on his face. He loved to see these people annoyed but unable to do anything about it. With a condescending face, he spoke out threateningly. "I'll give you all a quarter of an hour to hand over Lin Qinger, and the grain you just mentioned, or I'll do it myself." This time, not only did he want people, but he also wanted the grain from the stone cottage. The village was also infuriated this time. He had repeatedly tolerated, but he didn't expect these bandits to become more and more rampant. You act like this. The chivalrous people in the city will not spare you." He instantly moved out those players in Luosuo city. They also surprisingly came to this area to do quests, leaving a righteous side in the hearts of the villagers. Hearing this, Master Ma-san instantly laughed. "Haha, you still expect them? I'll tell you, our boss is a brother to the strong men in the city. Even if they send someone, they are still here to help us." What? The villagers' faces all changed. If this was really the case, there was really no other way for their stone cottage. The village chief glared angrily and pointed at Ma-san and said angrily, "Humph, no matter what, I won't hand over Qinger into the hands of a brute like you. Grass, old thing, you seek death." Ma-san immediately raised the horsewhip in his hand, ready to swing downward. Whoosh! A feathered arrow flew over like a stream of light, accurately hitting Ma-san's palm and penetrating his palm. Ah! Ma-san let out a miserable cry, and the horse whip in his hand fell off. Who's firing a hidden arrow? The bandits on the side looked around, wanting to pull out the archer in the dark. Whoosh! Another arrow flew over, directly hitting the center of the eyebrow of the bandit beside Ma-san. Whoosh! 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 The feathered arrows were getting faster and faster, and each of them hit the bandits' vitals. For bandits fell in the blink of an eye, and they finally discerned the direction of the bow and arrow shot at the back of the crowd. Killed a level 3 bandit. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 bandits. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 bandits. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 bandits. With the experience brought by killing level 3 bandits, Su Rui's level was also raised. Congratulations to the player who has leveled up to level 13. Attack plus 100. Speed plus 70. Defense plus 30. Endless Devouring has been upgraded and will automatically devour the attributes of the player after the kill. Su Rui walked forward while pulling the bow and arrow in his hand. Those bandits sitting on their horses had all fallen down except for Ma-san. And as Su Rui killed, Endless Devouring also directly devoured the few bandits he killed. Devouring success. Attack power plus 4. Speed plus 2. Devouring success. Attack power plus 4. Speed plus 2. Devouring success. Attack power plus 4. Speed plus 2. Devour successfully. At this time, the villagers also all noticed Su Rui behind them, and they immediately made a path for Su Rui. Good. You stone-walled village dares to collude with the city to deal with us. You don't have a lot of guts. Wait for your village to be slaughtered. Ma-san covered his hands and put down harsh words. Then with both legs clamped together he rode his horse and was about to flee from here. Swish! In an instant, Su Rue came to Ma San's side and kicked him off the horse. Bang! Ma San fell to the ground. Both of his incisors were knocked out and his mouth was full of blood, while Su Rue stood on the horse's back. Dare to touch Master San. Brothers, get him dead. A dozen or so bandits held their swords and charged towards Su Rue. Su Rue raised his right hand and pressed forward. Wow! Flames surged out from his palm, and the front instantly turned into a sea of fire, wrapping all these bandits in. Ah! Miserable screams rose and fell, but soon they were burned to ashes. Killed level 3 bandits. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 bandits. Experience value plus 200. Kill level 3 bandits. Experience value plus 200. Su Rue's panel once again gushed out a series of kill reminders. Behind them, all those villagers in the stone fortress were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. The shock in their hearts could no longer be described in words. The bandits who were vicious in their eyes had all died in Su Rue's hands in an instant. Chapter 126: Eliminating Bandits. At this moment, Ma San, who had fallen to the ground, had the same shock on his face. Those strong men in the city that he had seen were no better than that. Bang! Su Rue came in front of him and stomped on his face, causing his face to be close to the ground. But he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of anger. No longer the arrogant and domineering look he had before. Great warrior. If you have something to say, don't kill me. Ma San lay on the ground and begged for mercy. Su Rue stepped on his head with one foot, bent down and asked, "You just said that there are strong men in the city who are brothers with your boss?" This was the reason why Su Rue left him alive. Someone in Luosuo city was actually colluding with bandits. Ma San immediately said, "Yes, that's right. Maybe that strong man you also know. We are all family, big water rushes." Su Rue directly interrupted with a stern voice, "Who is it? I don't know who he is either. Don't say, right?" Without saying anything, Su Rue directly took out the glaive and slashed down. One of Ma San's arms was chopped off flush. Ah! The villagers in the back saw this and their hearts were unbridled. This Ma San had killed quite a few of their villagers before and after, but because the bandits were powerful and Ma San himself was not bad, they could only endure. Now, seeing Ma San being treated like this, they felt an immense amount of pain. After a miserable scream, Ma San's face was covered in beads of sweat, and he said breathlessly, "I really don't know. I don't know him at all." "Then in that case, you are of no use," Su Rue said in a cold voice. Ma San hurriedly said, No. Our boss definitely knows. I can take you to see our boss." Hearing this, Su Rue looked up at the villagers and opened his mouth to ask, "Do you know where their bandit nest is?" Seeing Su Rue suddenly asking them, many people froze for a moment. The village chief immediately stood out and said, No. Su Rue nodded and the sword in his hand swung down without hesitation. Plop! Ma San's eyes instantly widened as blood continued to gush out from the break in his neck. Killed level 6 bandit Ma San. Experience value plus 1800. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 18, speed plus 10. After killing Ma San, the hearts of the villagers breathed a long sigh of relief, but there were also people who had a worried look on their faces. At this time, Su Rue looked up at them. The village chief immediately took the lead and said, "Many thanks to the young warrior for saving me." Saying that, he was ready to kneel down towards Su Rue, and those villagers behind him all immediately did the same. "It's just a matter of raising my hand." Su Rue immediately went forward and helped the village chief who had not yet knelt up. "Aya, you are really a great benefactor of our stone cottage. If we didn't have you today, our stone cottage would have suffered," the village chief said with a grateful face. At this time, the 3 people in Luosuo city also finally rushed over. They saw that the villagers were all thanking Su Rue. They were a bit confused for a while. "Where are those bandits?" The man among the 3 couldn't help but go forward and ask. "They were all killed by this great warrior." "Yes, it was him who saved our village." The villagers spoke out. The 3 of them looked behind Su Rue and only saw a bandit's corpse and a charred gray carbon in the back. What situation? They arrived just a little while late and all these bandits were killed? Successful defense against bandit invasion. Mission accomplished. Each person is rewarded 500 gold coins. The voice of the heavenly Tao resounded in their ears, which signaled that their mission was indeed completed. This was completely accomplished by Su Rue alone, and also killed all the bandits in such a short period of time. The three of them could hardly imagine how Su Rue did it, and could only tell from the ashes on the ground that Su Rue should have awakened a powerful fire talent. However, after learning about Su Rue's powerful strength, all three people's attitudes changed. The man walked towards Su Rue with a smile on his face. I really didn't expect that your strength is so strong that you defeated these bandits alone. Right, we haven't gotten to know each other yet. My name is Xiao Yang. After that, he introduced the other two to Su Rue. The taller girl was called Lu Frost and the lower one was called Chen Xiaonan. They were both from the same guild. Su Rue. Su Rue reported his name. But the three of them had stayed in the quest hall before, so they hadn't heard about Su Rue's killing of Gaimi outside the city. Xiao Yang nodded and asked with another smile. Brother Su is so strong. How come I haven't heard about it in the city before? This kind of strength was at the very least a strong person in a first-class guild or the president of an ordinary guild. Before Su Rue could open his mouth to speak, a clear and moving voice sounded from the back of the crowd. Grandpa, have those bandits left? A young girl with a beautiful, clear, and dignified appearance walked towards the village chief from the crowd. Her appearance didn't look like someone from this village at all. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her temperament was gentle, as if she was a young lady from a large family in the city. When the village chief saw this, he panicked. Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to stay hidden and not come out? I heard that there was no movement outside, so. Grandpa, what happened to your face? She noticed the palm print on the village chief's face. Oops, my face is fine. Saying that, the village chief directly pulled her to Su Rue's face. Quick! This young warrior is the benefactor of our Shizhai village. He saved our village. You quickly thank the benefactor. Lin Qinger blinked her soulful eyes and looked at Su Rue, then bent down and saluted. Many thanks, young warrior. Gained Lin Qinger's favorability plus 20. Reminder. Additional rewards will be obtained when the target's favorability reaches the corresponding progress. Current favorability, 2100. Su Rue's eyebrows jumped. What the hell is this? Still got a favorability. Do you want me to cultivate feelings with her? Su Rue heart a burst of vomit. He does not have the time to engage in these. Besides, with his looks, in the past it was the girl who chased after him, where he went after others. But she is really quite beautiful. This point Su Rue still recognized. At this moment, after Lin Qinger got up, she was still staring at Su Rue. All right, our tasks are done. Let's go. Xiao Yang directly opened his mouth to break the situation. Hearing that they were going to leave, the faces of the people in the village immediately showed a panicked expression. Someone in the crowd said, "Those bandits will definitely come back again. If you guys leave, we'll be in trouble." Yes, Master Ma-san, and these people died here. Those bandits will definitely not let us go. For a while, the villagers were on edge. If Su Rue and the others left, then their fate could be imagined. The village chief also looked at Su Rue with a prayerful face, hoping that he could stay and help them fight against the bandits together. While Xiao Yang's face flashed with a strange look. Don't worry, guys. I will eradicate this group of bandits completely, Su Rue said. It was easy for him to deal with those bandits now. The ordinary bandits were completely just brushing experience for himself, while those bandit leaders were able to provide more attributes for himself. Moreover, he wouldn't let these bandits take revenge on the villagers recklessly.